July 18, 2023, All Souls Calendar. This day will be unforgettable for Lin Xian because he finally awakened his supernatural talent. SSS level talent, Unstable Evolution, Beastmaster talent. Each time a Beastmaster levels up, they can choose one pet to evolve. The evolved pet will change in level, appearance, and abilities, but its memories, personality, and experiences will remain unaffected. Beastmasters with this talent will be unable to learn any more Beastmaster skills in the future. The special effect of this awakening, Unstable Mutation, is, each time a Beastmaster levels up, they will randomly gain a new Beastmaster skill. Pet Paradise, level 1 Beastmaster skill. Each time a Beastmaster levels up, they can tame one pet. This is Lin Xian's special talent, an ability full of fun and variables, but he is not worried about it. After all, this is an SSS level talent, the highest level and the rarest talent. This level means he is definitely not bad. I never expected that after transmigrating to this planet of 10,000 spirits, I would be able to awaken the highest level of supernatural talent. Lin Xian sat in the corner of the last row of the classroom, muttering to himself. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit strode into the classroom, holding a piece of brown paper in his hand. Everyone, please be quiet. I think all of our classmates have awakened their special abilities or cultivation talents, right? The middle-aged man walked onto the podium, clapped his hands to signal everyone to be quiet, and then began to speak. The students responded in unison. Today is the day when all the third-year students of Rukawa High School awaken their talents. Very good. Everyone, please come up one by one to register your talents, in order from front to back and from left to right. Please write down your name, talent level, and talent content. The middle-aged man spread the parchment on the table and continued speaking. Schools need to have information on all students' talents in order to plan their subsequent learning. The first student went up to the stage and wrote down the information. Wang Yang, a C-level talent in flame control, is an ability user who can manipulate flames. Not bad, a C-level ability user. Next one. The middle-aged man said this, but his face remained calm and his expression was indifferent. Zhang Shuang, with a water attribute spiritual root and a C-level talent, is a cultivator capable of practicing water attribute spells. A C-level cultivator. Let's see what fate brings. Next one. The middle-aged man said indifferently, this kind of talent is nothing special. The next 30-odd students were mostly C-level or D-level talents, and not a single B-level student appeared, which made the middle-aged man quite bored. Next, a student sitting in front of Lin Xian walked confidently onto the stage with a big smile on his face. He picked up the pen on the table and wrote on the parchment. Chen Shen possesses the ability to create clones, a Class A ability that allows him to create clones that are identical to his original body. A-level ability user. Seeing Chen Shen's talent, the middle-aged man finally showed surprise and shouted excitedly. A-level talent is already quite good. In a university with 1,000 students, there are usually only 2 or 3 like that. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, the entire class's gaze instantly focused on Chen Shen, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. After all, his A-level talent indicated that his future achievements would far surpass what they could achieve. Under the gaze of everyone, Chen Shen walked back to his seat with a smug look on his face. How about that? Didn't expect me to have an A-level talent, did you? You're in for a tough time from now on. Chen Shen turned around and proudly showed off to Lin Xian behind him, his expression changing from smug to fierce. It was as if he could already see Lin Xian being trampled under his feet. The two were seated at adjacent desks and didn't get along. On one occasion, Chen Shen went too far with his insults, and Lin Xian publicly reprimanded him. Although Lin Xian was severely punished by the school afterward, Chen Shen held a grudge and vowed to take revenge on Lin Xian. A-level talent is indeed high. There is a full 3-level difference between us. I'm afraid things won't be easy for us in the future. Lin Xian scratched his head and said, feigning difficulty. 3 levels below? You actually only have a D-level talent. Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Chen Shen couldn't help but laugh out loud, so loud that all the students in the classroom could hear it clearly and turned to look at Lin Xian. Lin Xian did not refute, but simply smiled at his classmates before walking to the podium, because he was the only one in the class who had not yet registered his talent information. Register. The middle-aged man also heard Chen Shen's words and naturally assumed that Lin Xian was a student with D-level talent, and coldly said to him. Lin Xian didn't care at all, picked up his pen, and wrote on the craft paper. Lin Xian, SSS Beast Taming Talent, Unstable Evolution, a unique talent of beast tamers, allows pets to evolve. Because there was a lot of material about talent, he only wrote down these few points. Can I get off now? After finishing writing, Lin Xian asked the middle-aged man in front of him. The middle-aged man opened his mouth wide, his eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief. He was so surprised that he couldn't say a word. SSS level talent? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? The middle-aged man asked in a trembling voice, hardly believing that he would encounter an SSS level supernatural talent in his entire life. How could I make it up myself? It's not like it can't be found out. Of course it's true. Lin Xian replied impatiently that he couldn't make up such a thing. The students in the classroom also noticed the middle-aged man's reaction and heard their conversation, their faces also showing shock. SSS level talent? Lin Xian actually awakened the highest level talent? It seems so. The students chatted amongst themselves, but Chen Chen sat in his seat looking completely bewildered, lost in thought. Didn't you say he had a D-level talent? What's going on? The person sitting in front of Chen Chen asked him if they had always been very close. He said he was 3 levels below me, so I naturally assumed he had a D-level talent. Chen Chen said angrily that Lin Xian had deliberately teased him and embarrassed him in front of his classmates. After hearing Chen Chen's explanation, the other party was speechless. Anyone would think the same way. After all, the probability of an SSS level talent appearing is only 1 in a million. You should go back first. I need to report your situation to the principal. The middle-aged man stared intently at the parchment in his hand, his eyes fixed on the SSS level talent, and said to Lin Xian. After saying that, Lin Xian returned to his seat. As he passed Chen Chen, he smiled and said to him, "Life won't be easy from now on." Chen Chen remained silent, sitting there with a livid expression. In less than a day, everyone at Luchuan Academy knew that Lin Xian had awakened an SSS level talent. The speed at which news spread among students was truly astonishing. The principal of Luchuan Academy, Shang Guanwen, personally met with Lin Xian and talked to him about many things, the most important of which was to get him to sign a contract with the academy. Lin Xian, although our academy isn't particularly famous, it is, after all, the largest public academy in Luchuan City, with the support of the municipal government. Have you considered becoming an honorary guest of our academy? Shang Guanwen smiled and looked at Lin Xian as he spoke. Although Lin Xian is only 18 years old, his talent is exceptionally outstanding. Among the millions of people in Luchuan City, he is the only one who has awakened an SSS level talent in the past few decades. For the academy, having him as an honorary guest would undoubtedly be a tremendous honor and a great asset. As a member of the academy, I'd certainly be happy to, but what do I need to do to become an honorary guest? Having transmigrated from Earth and experienced 2 lifetimes, Lin Xian naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to accept benefits without paying the price. There's nothing special about it. As long as you become stronger, you can occasionally come back to give lectures to the younger students and help out when the academy encounters difficulties. Shang Guanwen said with a smile that the honorary guest was more of a title, just something to add to the background. That's easy to handle, but I'm still too weak. Although I've awakened my beast taming talent, I don't even have a single pet beast yet. Lin Xian seemed somewhat embarrassed and spoke to the principal. This is easy to solve. Our academy has some financial strength. We will do our best to meet your needs for early development, and we have also specially assigned a senior beast tamer as your private mentor. Upon learning of Lin Xian's talent, Shang Guanwen immediately contacted high-ranking officials in the Luchuan city government, which pledged to provide full support for his development. After all, the beast tamer profession is resource-intensive, but correspondingly, the trained beast tamers will be much stronger. Upon hearing that a private tutor would be provided, Lin Xian's eyes lit up, as he knew very little about beast taming. I have something I'd like to ask you. What is it? Just tell me. Shang Guanwen responded decisively that as long as Lin Xian was willing to be an honorary guest, he could make the request at any time. There was a student in my class who insulted my parents in front of the whole class, so I hit him, but he's the nephew of the college's dean of students. The dean gave me a severe punishment and recorded it in my file. I don't know if you, the principal, are aware of this? As Lin Xian spoke, he looked up and stared directly at the principal. Upon hearing this, Shang Guanwen Kai remembered that Chen Ping, the head of the teaching department, had indeed mentioned this matter to him a while ago. This is easy to handle. I will personally remove the punishment from your file, as if it never happened. However, Shang Guanwen didn't think much of it as he spoke, and quickly assured Lin Xian, no need for that. I just hope you can do me a favor and put me in the same group as Chen Ping's nephew, Chen Shen. During the year-end competition, Lin Xian declined Shang Guanwen's offer and made his own request. Hearing him say that, Shang Guanwen frowned slightly and said with some difficulty, if it's too difficult, then forget it. If it doesn't work, I'll break the school rules and go to another school. It's not difficult at all. Leave it to me. Upon hearing Lin Xian say he was going to another academy, Shang Guanwen immediately promised that he would not dare to let go of such a future top expert so easily. When can I meet my private tutor? After resolving Chen Shen's problem, Lin Xian's biggest concern was this matter, since he needed to seize the time to improve his strength. He's a good friend of the former principal. After learning about your talent, he's become very interested in you. He'll be coming to the college around 3 p.m. today. Just wait for him in conference room number 3 on the top floor of building number 1. He'll come to find you when he arrives. Shang Guanwen told Lin Xian that after a brief conversation, he asked him to leave. It was already 2 p.m., and 3 p.m. was fast approaching, so Lin Xian headed straight for conference room number 3 on the top floor of building number 1. I wonder what kind of person they are. A seasoned beast tamer. They must be quite powerful. Lin Xian sat in an empty seat and muttered to himself. At exactly 3 o'clock, the conference room door was pushed open, and a young woman in a white trench coat walked in. She had an outstanding figure. Looking at the woman so young, Lin Xian was filled with doubt. Wasn't she supposed to be a senior beast tamer? How come she looks only in her early 20s? What's wrong? Aren't you going to greet the teacher? Seeing Lin Xian's surprised expression, the woman smiled slightly and teased him. Principal Shangguan said that a senior beast tamer would be coming, but you look so young. Lin Xian quickly stood up, scratched his head, and said with a slightly silly expression, "Thank you for the compliment, but who says a veteran beast tamer can't be young?" The woman naturally walked to Lin Xian's side, sat down, crossed her right leg over her left, and looked at him with a smile. "Don't be nervous, sit down, let's introduce ourselves." From the moment she entered until she sat down, the woman spoke little, yet exuded a powerful aura and a strong sense of control, displaying the demeanor of a superior to the fullest. "My name is Lin Xian. I am 18 years old. I have awakened an SSS level superpower talent and possess the ability to evolve unstably. This is a talent unique to beast tamers, so I want to become a beast tamer." Lin Xian sat down, composed himself slightly, and then spoke to the woman. "My name is Luo Xin. I possess an S-level superpower talent and am a level 7 superpower master. My profession is beast tamer." Luo Xin, still smiling, calmly introduced herself to Lin Xian. A level 7 ability user? Upon hearing her self-introduction, Lin Xian was so shocked he could barely speak. He knew that there wasn't a single level 7 ability user residing in Luchuan City, meaning this woman was the strongest being in Luchuan City. "You're so shocked by a mere level 7 ability user?" Seeing Lin Xian's expression, Luo Xin said with a smile, "But you're only in your 20s and you're already a level 7 ability user? That's just too outrageous." Lin Xian quickly explained that it wasn't just her high level, but also the incredibly fast speed at which she leveled up. "Ha, who told you I'm in my 20s? Don't judge a book by its cover. I'm actually close to 100 years old." Looking into Lin Xian's clear eyes, Luo Xin spoke calmly. "Nearly 100 years old?" Lin Xian was even more shocked, and couldn't help but wonder, what exactly is going on? "It seems you know nothing about beast tamers, and you don't even know anything about ability users. As your teacher, let me teach you some basic knowledge today." Luo Xin stood up and said to Lin Xian. Seeing her get up, Lin Xian quickly stood up as a sign of respect. "Why are you standing up? Sit still," Luo Xin said irritably. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian quickly sat down again, behaving obediently. Luo Xin glanced at him and couldn't help but sneer. "You're 18 already, why are you still like a child? Do you only become like this when you see me? It's my first time attending a class alone, and it feels a little strange." Lin Xian casually made up an excuse in response, but inwardly he was somewhat afraid of the other person. 100 years old, yet possessing the body and appearance of a 20-year-old and a level 7 ability user, just thinking about it was terrifying. On our planet Wanling, everyone has the opportunity to awaken a talent. Some have supernatural abilities, and some have cultivation talents. Do you know the difference between them? Luo Xin began to explain to Lin Xian seriously. Lin Xian shook his head, though he couldn't really tell the difference between the two. Superpowers are actually special abilities. Superpower users level up by cultivating their mental strength. The stronger their mental strength, the stronger their superpowers. Cultivation talent does not refer to a specific ability. Their advancement depends on mental strength and realm. Therefore, their abilities are diverse and depend entirely on what they cultivate. Luo Xin explained carefully. Simply put, psychics focus more on a specific ability, while cultivators are broad but not specialized. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. After hearing her explanation, Lin Xian immediately summarized. "That's a good summary. You're not stupid at all." Luo Xin praised him with satisfaction. "Thank you for the compliment, teacher. It sounds quite easy to understand. So, what does this have to do with your age and appearance?" Lin Xian continued to press for answers. Whether they are superpower users or cultivators, the upgrade system is the same. When they reach level 5, their lifespan will be greatly extended, and their physical functions will also undergo significant changes. Based on this, we can change our appearance and figure at will, which is why I am nearly 100 years old, but I have the appearance and figure of a 20-year-old. Luo Xin explained it this way. Actually, for ability users and cultivators, age is no longer important after level 5. Cultivation level is the key. I see. Then what about us beast tamers? Lin Xian finally asked the question that concerned him most. Beast Master is a branch of the supernatural ability master profession. We also cultivate mental power and rely on mental power and supernatural abilities to control pet beasts. Only those who have awakened beast taming related talents can become beast masters. After awakening their talent, we beast tamers can control one pet beast. For every 2 levels we gain, we can control one more. For example, I am already a level 7 beast tamer, and I can now control 4 pet beasts at the same time. Luo Xin began to introduce the basic knowledge of beast tamers to Lin Xian. As Lin Xian listened, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. For every 2 levels gained, you can control one more pet? You're not mistaken, are you? Of course that's right. Because we beast tamers can possess pet beasts, beasts, we are much stronger than other ability users. So, we can only control one more pet beast for every 2 levels we gain, which is already quite abnormal. Luo Xin noticed Lin Xian's confusion and patiently explained. Teacher, my talent is probably even greater than you imagine. After listening to Luo Xian's words, Lin Xian spoke with an unusually serious expression. What's wrong? Isn't your talent for evolving pets? What does that have to do with controlling the number of pets? Luo Xian asked, her face full of doubt. I didn't explain it to you clearly before, but my talent has a drawback. I can never learn beast taming skills. What? Unable to learn beast taming skills? That's outrageous. Are you sure you have SSS level talent? We beast tamers learn a new beast taming skill every time we level up to improve our own and our pet's strength. Not being able to learn beast taming skills is like cutting off your own arm. Before Lin Xian could finish speaking, Luo Xian excitedly retorted, even beginning to doubt whether there was a problem with the talent evaluation criteria. No, I can't actively learn beast taming skills, but it will randomly give me a skill every time I level up. Lin Xian quickly explained. Random skills? Although they are better than nothing, they may not be suitable for me, so they are still a bit useless. Luo Xian shook her head again, feeling that this was not a good thing. So what skills were you given when you awakened your superpower? As a teacher, Luo Xian still needed to understand the student's detailed situation, so she asked. Pet Paradise allows me to tame one pet for every level I gain. Lin Xian simply and directly stated his level 1 beast taming skill. This time, Luo Xian was so shocked she couldn't speak. She stood there, staring blankly at Lin Xian, her emotions still unsettled. Teacher? Seeing Luo Xian's shocked expression, Lin Xian waved his hand to comfort her. I can't blame myself for losing my composure in front of you. You haven't experienced real combat yet, so it's hard for you to understand what taming another pet means to us beast tamers. Luo Xian slowly adjusted her mindset before speaking to Lin Xian. She finally understood just how terrifying this SSS level talent truly was. That's why I need your guidance, teacher. Lin Xian quickly smiled and said that he had just learned that ordinary beast tamers can only tame one more pet beast for every 2 levels they gain. I will definitely teach you well. I will train you strictly. When you become a level 10 ability master, the problems of the Myriad Spirits planet will probably only be solved by you. Luo Xian said to Lin Xian meaningfully. The problem of the planet of all spirits? Lin Xian asked in return, curious. You're not qualified to know yet, but you'll understand in the future. Right now, all you need to do is work hard to improve your strength. Luo Xian did not reveal the specifics, only telling half of it, which piqued his curiosity and motivated him to work harder. Lin Xian secretly made up his mind. So, shouldn't I get my first pet beast first? Lin Xian asked Luo Xian, since as a beast tamer, he still didn't have a pet beast. Yes, with a pet, I can better guide you. Luo Xian nodded and said, shall we go catch one? Lin Xian was somewhat excited. Luo Xian rolled her eyes at him helplessly and said, what are you grabbing? Go to the exchange and buy whichever one you like. Are the pets sold on exchanges reliable in terms of quality? Lin Xian countered with a question. On the planet Wanling, almost all birds and beasts, besides humans, can become pets. They also have quality levels from 1 star to 9 stars and above that are sacred beasts and divine beasts. How high quality do you want? How about I get you a mythical beast as a pet? Hearing Lin Xian's question, Luo Xian patted his head and answered with a smile. Mythical beasts are hard to obtain, but isn't higher quality always better? Lin Xian asked, puzzled. Of course, the higher the level, the better, but you're only a level 1 beast tamer now. Can you control a high-quality pet? Unless you encounter a pet that can grow. Luo Xian patiently explained that beast tamers can usually only control pets that are 1 level higher than themselves. For example, Luo Xian is currently a level 7 beast tamer. She can only tame up to 8-star pets. If she tames a pet of a higher level, she is likely to be attacked by it. Now that you mention it, I understand. Lin Xian nodded, knowing full well that it was unrealistic to expect to become an expert overnight. One had to take it one step at a time. First, think about what kind of pet you want. A healing type? A flying or burrowing type? What are its 5 elements attributes? You need to consider all these factors, and then we'll go to the exchange to choose one, Luo Xian said to Lin Xian. However, she also reminded him that choosing a pet mostly depends on luck. Upon hearing the mention of the 5 elements, Lin Xian realized that on this planet of 10,000 spirits, whether one was a supernatural being or a cultivator, their abilities were inseparable from the 5 elements. Coincidentally, he had acquired considerable knowledge of the 5 elements back on Earth and felt he could focus his efforts on this aspect. I'd like to find a pet with the wood element. In the 5 elements, wood is the beginning, followed by fire, earth, metal, and water. Pets with the wood element are usually kind-hearted and easy to tame, Lin Xian said to Luo Xian with a smile. Upon hearing this, Luo Xian turned her head to look at him, revealing a surprised expression. Not bad, you actually understand the personality traits of wood attribute pets. They are mostly kind and usually focus on support, control, and recovery. worry. Lin Xian smiled, sheepishly without saying much, but he knew in his heart that the wood attribute represented kindness and integrity in terms of personality, which was why he said that. Okay, let's go to the exchange in Luchuan City now. They should have the pet you want there. After agreeing on their plans, the two walked out of the gates of Luchuan Academy together. As soon as Lin Xian stepped out the door, he saw a huge eagle descend from the sky and land in front of them. This eagle was entirely black and gold, and was enormous, about the size of a 3-story building. Its feathers shimmered with a deep black light. A pair of sharp eagle eyes stared at Luo Xian and Lin Xian, head lowered, seemingly communicating with Luo Xian. This is one of our 4 pet beasts, a black gold falcon, a 5-star quality beast that can carry people. Let's ride it to the exchange. Luo Xian introduced the beast while talking to it, since she needed to inform it before bringing along a stranger. A rideable flying pet. That's so cool. Lin Xian couldn't help but exclaim. After all, back on Earth, everyone loved flying mounts in the game, and now on this planet of 10,000 spirits, it had become a reality. You'll have one too someday, let's go. The falcon lowered its body, and Luo Xian helped Lin Xian onto its back. The falcon took flight, though not very high or fast, but it was flying within the city and had to consider many factors. In desolate areas, the black gold falcon can even exceed the speed of sound. In less than a minute, they arrived at the stock exchange in Rukawa City. The exchange primarily serves ability users and cultivators, allowing them to buy and sell various commonly used items such as skill books, equipment, pets, and materials, though these are all fairly common. Rare or valuable items often appear at auction houses. The pets are usually on the 5th floor of the exchange. Let's go straight up. Lin Xian had never seen a place like this before, so Luo Xian led the way. Beastmasters are a rare profession, and their pets are usually concentrated on the upper floors of the exchange. All the pets here are kept in special cages and will only be released when they are bought. Since you are only a level 1 beast tamer, we will look at 1-star and 2-star pets first, Luo Xian explained when they arrived on the 5th floor. Faced with a floor full of pets, Lin Xian was dazzled, so Luo Xian reminded him to focus on the 1-star and 2-star ones first. Each cage had detailed information about the pet, making Lin Xian's reading much easier. Two-headed dog, a 2-star pet with the metal attribute, is good at close combat and has the skills tier in Moonlight Slash. Lin Xian stared at the large, white gold dog with 2 heads in the cage, silently reciting its information. That's a bit too much. Luo Xian shook her head. As a woman, she wasn't interested in such strange-looking and ugly pets. Lin Xian quickly nodded in agreement. He also disliked such pet beasts. This is quite good. It suits your taste. Luo Xian walked to the other cage and called out to Lin Xian. Hearing her call, Lin Xian immediately ran over. The cage contained a small, bright green snake, about 60 centimeters long. Although it looks like a snake, it is quite cute, with round eyes that keep turning left and right, which is very charming. The Azure Serpent is a 2-star wood attribute pet that excels at healing and curses, and possesses the skills Azure Serpent's Tongue and Paralysis. Lin Xian read through its basic information, and it indeed met his expectations. More importantly, when the little snake saw Lin Xian coming, it actually moved closer to him, clearly reacting to him, which means that there is some kind of fate between them. That's it then. Since the little snake was also interested, Lin Xian decided to take it as his first pet. Sorry, I've already set my sights on this emerald green snake. Just as Lin Xian was about to call out to the staff to buy the Azure Serpent, an annoying voice came from behind him. Lin Xian and Luo Xian turned around at the same time, wanting to see who was trying to take the clear green snake from them. A young man in his early 20s, dressed in a black suit and tie, was walking towards them, followed by 4 burly bodyguards. Beautiful ladies, I've already set my sights on this emerald green snake. You should find other pets. The young man walked up to Luo Xian with a broad smile, but his eyes held a hint of frivolity. Don't you understand the principle of first come, first served? You should find another pet. Boss, I want my bill. Luo Xian didn't even look at him directly, and called out to the owner of the pet shop not far away. Upon hearing the call, the boss rushed over, but his expression changed slightly when he saw the young man. Boss, didn't I already reserve this emerald green snake? The young man walked up to the boss, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile, Yes, young Master Lu made a reservation yesterday. The boss readily agreed, knowing in his heart that this was the other party's identity. Who do you think we are? The exchange stipulates that a deposit must be paid for the pets that are reserved. The exchange will issue a certificate and will also temporarily remove the pet from public display. Luo Xian stepped forward and questioned without changing her expression. Can you produce proof? Isn't this Azure Serpent still right here? When Luo Xian mentioned the exchange's regulations, the boss was immediately speechless and didn't know how to defend himself. According According to the rules, this green snake should have been unclaimed, but since Luo Xin asked the shopkeeper to settle the bill first, it should have been sold to her. The boss knew that the young man was the son of Lu, the mayor of Luchuan City, and he dared not disobey. Little girl, you know a lot. Young Master Lu said jokingly. That's what it means to be reasonable, unlike you, a scoundrel who only knows how to bully others by relying on your power. Luo Xin responded without hesitation. Hearing her call her young master a scoundrel, several bodyguards were about to teach her a lesson when young Master Lu stopped them. If you really like this green snake, that's fine too. As long as you agree to be my woman, I'll give you as many green snakes as you want. Seeing Luo Xian's fiery temper, young Master Lu liked her more and more, and revealed a meaningful smile. Before Luo Xian could respond, Lin Xian had already stood in front of her and was shouting angrily. Although I am not very capable, I will never allow anyone to insult my teacher like this, especially since she is a beautiful female teacher. You brat, where did you get the nerve to insult me? Upon hearing a child who was not even a child dare to curse him to his face, young Master Lu's face instantly darkened. Before he could finish speaking, he slapped Lin Xian across the face. Lin Xian was a novice, while young Master Lu was a level 2 ability user. Lin Xian didn't have time to react and could only take the slap. Luo Xian, who was standing behind Lin Xian, was startled by his sudden act of stepping forward. She never expected that this young man would be so courageous, but when she heard the sound of a slap, her anger flared up. You like slapping, huh? Then I'll let you slap me as much as you want. Luo Xian spoke to young Master Lu in a relaxed tone, her gaze fixed on him, her right hand slightly raised. Young Master Lu's right hand involuntarily rose up and slapped himself hard across the face. But that wasn't all. He had just finished slapping himself with his right hand and continued slapping his face, the sound of slaps echoing continuously on the 5th floor of the exchange. Young Master Lu was anxious to use his left hand to stop his right hand, but he couldn't move his left hand at all. Help me, please. He hurriedly called out to the bodyguards behind him, but they didn't move and couldn't get close at all. Seeing Lu Xiao's strange behavior, Lin Xian asked Luo Xian in confusion. Once your mental strength reaches a certain level, you will be able to easily control others to do these things. Luo Xian smiled and whispered in Lin Xian's ear. It turns out that Luo Xian used her powerful mental strength to control young Master Lu, making him slap himself while his bodyguards were also restrained and unable to help. And so, young Master Lu kept slapping his own face. His right cheek was swollen and blood was seeping from the corner of his mouth, but his right hand still wouldn't stop. Can I take this clear blue snake away now? Luo Xian walked up to young Master Lu and asked with a smile. Please let me stop. Young Master Lu pleaded, his voice trembling with tears. Don't you like slapping people? It must taste pretty good. Luo Xian showed no mercy. How dare he slap his own student in front of her? He was practically asking for death. The fact that she didn't kill him on the spot was already a testament to her kindness. I didn't mean to hit him. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please let me stop. Young Master Lu quickly apologized to Luo Xian. If he didn't stop, he felt his face would be ruined. His right hand was already numb, but he couldn't control it. If you get out of the exchange yourself, it will stop naturally. Luo Xian turned away and ignored her, saying without looking back. Upon hearing this, young Master Lu immediately rushed towards the stairwell. Remember, the person who's causing you trouble is named Lin Xian, and he's a student at Luchuan Academy. Just as young Master Lu was about to reach the 5th floor stairwell, Luo Xian shouted loudly, Teacher, what's wrong? Lin Xian was surprised to hear Luo Xian suddenly tell the other party his information. If he dares to hit you, of course I'll stand up for you, but ultimately you'll have to bear the consequences yourself, understand? Luo Xian countered Lin Xian's question. All of this was to train him. She knew his identity was definitely not simple, so she did this on purpose. I understand, don't worry, teacher. I will definitely not let you down. Lin Xian answered confidently. Although that person had enjoyed slapping himself just now, he hadn't had a chance to retaliate against the slap he delivered to his own face. Hey, do you even know who he is? How dare you play such a trick on him? The owner of the pet shop at the exchange walked over and spoke to Lin Xian and Luo Xian. Who cares who he is? Even if it's the king of heaven himself, he still has to follow the rules. Luo Xian said nonchalantly. Having lived for so many years, she didn't care about status or position at all, let alone in the small city of Luchuan. Where was there anyone who could frighten her? He's our mayor's own son, a bully who abuses his power, narrow-minded, and vindictive. None of us dare to mess with him. Seeing Luo Xian so calm, the boss couldn't help but say with concern. Don't even mention the mayor's son. Even if the mayor himself came, it wouldn't make a difference. Come on, I'll release this azure serpent, and I'll pay you whatever it takes. Luo Xian didn't want to listen to her boss's rambling anymore, so she responded directly. Alright, this azure serpent is still in its juvenile stage. I'll sell it to you for 100 low-level spirit stones. The shopkeeper told Luo Xian and the others that the price was quite reasonable, so Luo Xian bought it without hesitation and first put the azure serpent into Lin Xian's pet space. The myriad spirit stone is the unified currency of the myriad spirit planet. spirit divided into 4 levels: basic, intermediate, advanced, and top tier. One top tier myriad spirit stone can be exchanged for 10,000 advanced myriad spirit stones. One advanced myriad spirit stone can be exchanged for 1 intermediate myriad spirit stone, and 1 intermediate myriad spirit stone can be exchanged for 10,000 low tier myriad spirit stones. In addition, spirit stones can aid in cultivation. Directly absorbing spirit stones allows for faster and better acquisition of spiritual energy, with higher grade stones showing more significant effects. As for low-grade and mid-grade spirit stones, they are generally not used for cultivation because their effects are too weak. On the other side, young Master Lu, who had just run out of the exchange, finally broke free from Luo Xian's mental control and stopped moving his right hand.
Find out all the information about Lin Xian. I need all his details. Young Master Lu roared angrily at his bodyguards, determined to regain his lost face.
Yes, young master. Of the 4 bodyguards, 2 immediately rushed off without delay. You 2, slap yourselves hard until I say stop. Young Master Lu glared at the remaining 2 bodyguards and angrily ordered them to be severely punished for not coming to their aid earlier. Seeing the young master's furious expression, they dared not argue, fearing that it would implicate more people. They could only obey and slap themselves repeatedly with their right hands. Lin Xian, you just wait. After saying this harshly, young Master Lu boarded the aircraft, preparing to go home to find a private doctor to treat the injuries on his face.
Meanwhile, after successfully buying the Azure Serpent, Luo Xian and Lin Xian went together to Luo Xian's place in Luchuan City.
I don't own any property here, so I can only rent this villa temporarily.
You can come here anytime. If you'd like, you can also cultivate
here. The place is big enough, and you don't need to worry about living arrangements.
I've also hired a nanny and a housekeeper, Luo Xian said as she led Lin Xian into the villa's hall. Okay, either way is fine with me.
Lin Xian stared at the magnificent villa, utterly astonished. His teacher's financial resources were truly impressive. He could rent such a large villa so easily and even hire a nanny and housekeeper. He simply doesn't understand that in this world, strength is everything. With strength, wealth and power are merely byproducts. When you sign the Azure Serpent as your first pet, you will truly become a beastmaster. Luo Xian and Lin Xian arrived at the villa's living room, a spacious place where no one would disturb them.
How do we sign a contract? Lin Xian asked curiously. It's very simple.
You drip your own blood onto the pet, then recite the incantation I taught you, and the pet will understand.
As long as it's willing, the contract between you is complete. As Luo Xian spoke, she released the Azure Serpent.
The Azure Serpent already had feelings for Lin Xian, so it took the opportunity to crawl to his side. Following his teacher's instructions, Lin Xian cut his finger with a knife, dripping blood onto the Azure Serpent, and then focused on reciting the incantation to sign the contract. After reciting the incantation, Lin Xian felt a connection between himself and the Azure Serpent. He could sense the Azure Serpent's acceptance, so it naturally became his first pet. At the same time, a pet space appeared in his mind to store his pets, which marked that he had become a first-level beast tamer.
Do you want to choose a pet to evolve?
Just when Lin Xian thought everything was over, this prompt appeared in his mind. He was now a fully fledged Beastmaster, and his pets were eligible for evolution. Furthermore, when he reached the second level of Beastmaster and acquired a second pet, he would unlock a second evolution opportunity. Lin Xian chose yes without hesitation. After all, this evolution qualification was an innate talent of his and was extremely precious.
Moreover, the
Azure Serpent was only a 2-star quality pet beast with a limited upper limit, and only through evolution could it unleash its greatest potential. Evolution of the 2-star pet, the Azure Serpent, begins.
After the notification sounded, Lin Xian and Luo Xian witnessed the Azure Serpent emitting a dazzling azure light, and a huge 5-pointed star symbol appeared beneath its feet.
As the pentagram symbol rotates, the form of the Azure Serpent gradually changes. A small horn grew on its originally smooth forehead, its crisp emerald green body was covered with scales, and 4 small claws grew from its lower body. Its overall size also increased significantly. The 2-star Azure Serpent has successfully evolved. As the notification sounded in Lin Xian's mind, the evolution of the Azure Serpent was officially completed, and the light on its body dissipated. After evolving, the Azure Serpent actually spoke directly to Lin Xian. The word master didn't surprise Lin Xian, but it startled Luo Xian quite a bit.
It actually spoke? Luo Xian was so surprised that she jumped up from the sofa. What's wrong, teacher? Can't pets talk? Lin Xian asked curiously. He remembered that his teacher's pet, the black gold falcon, didn't seem to speak. Pet beasts can indeed speak, but only saint-level and god-level pet beasts can speak.
Others can only communicate with their masters through consciousness.
Luo Xian explained, word by word.
This meant that this 2-star Azure Serpent had actually evolved directly into a saint-level, and possibly even god-level, pet beast? Upon hearing his teacher's words, Lin Xian was taken aback and panicked upon seeing the clear green snake before him.
It's alright.
Although I am a sacred beast, I have only just entered the first star level and still need to grow slowly, the Azure Serpent said seriously, seemingly trying to soothe the two people's surprise.
It really
really is a sacred beast. Lin Xian was shocked again upon hearing its words. Yes, thanks to Master's talent, I evolved into the wood attribute sacred beast Azure Dragon. I am truly grateful to Master, the Azure Serpent said joyfully. For snake-type pets, their greatest dream every day is to transform into a dragon, but unfortunately, that path is far too difficult. Luo Xin almost fainted from excitement. This was a true top-tier sacred beast, much stronger than ordinary sacred beasts, almost second only to divine beasts. Master, please give me a name. In the future, you can just think of me whenever you need me. The Azure Serpent, which had evolved into an Azure Dragon, said gently to Lin Xian. Since you evolved from a green serpent into an Azure Dragon, let's call you Little Green. Lin Xian quickly came up with this name, which not only matched its characteristics but was also simple and easy to remember. Xiao Chang, what a lovely name. Thank you, Master, for bestowing this name upon me. I'm going to rest now. I'm a little tired after evolving and need some time to adjust. After saying this, Xiao Chang disappeared from the spot and returned to Lin Xian's pet space. I haven't had a chance to ask you what your abilities are yet. Lin Xian still had many questions in his mind, but Xiao Qing had already gone to rest. There will be plenty of opportunities to ask later. You're really lucky, kid. Your first pet evolved into the sacred beast Azure Dragon. Luo Xian finally calmed down and sat back down on the sofa. I was really lucky. I never expected this to happen. Lin Xian scratched his head and replied with a silly grin. With a sacred beast as your foundation, you will surely become one of the top experts on the myriad spirits planet in the future. Keep up the good work, Luo Xian said confidently. I will definitely work hard. Can we start cultivating our spiritual power now? Lin Xian asked impatiently. Of course. Our level up as beast tamers depends entirely on the strength of our mental power. The method for cultivating mental power is also very simple. After you awaken your talent, your perception of the surrounding air will be different from that of ordinary people. The air contains the 5 elements of wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. We need to absorb these 5 elements to strengthen our spiritual sea of consciousness. The larger the spiritual sea of consciousness, the stronger our spiritual power. Luo Xian explained to Lin Xian in detail their cultivation method as superpowered individuals. As for the cultivation method of cultivators, it was similar, except that they injected the 5 elements of energy into the golden core of their dantian, which was their core. So that's how cultivation is done. Lin Xian suddenly realized. Close your eyes and use your consciousness to feel the spiritual sea in your mind. You will see its size. Luo Xian gave Lin Xian guidance again. Lin Xian did as she said, closing his eyes, trying not to think about anything, and focusing his consciousness on finding that location in his mind. Sure enough, he saw his own mental sea of consciousness. It looks like a dried-up ocean. Although the container is large, the contents are very scarce. Lin Xian closed his eyes and described to Luo Xian what he felt in his spiritual sea of consciousness. Your talent is your container. The larger the container, the faster you can cultivate and the higher your potential. Yours is pretty good. After listening to Lin Xian's description, Luo Xian roughly judged his level of mental talent and found that his potential was quite good. Lin Xian opened his eyes. He had already entered the beginner level. The next step was to improve his strength and control more pets. I'm giving this to you as a gift as we meet. Before leaving, Luo Xian took a box out of her pocket and handed it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian was somewhat taken aback by the gift his teacher had suddenly given him. He hadn't expected his teacher to give him something. These clothes can speed up your cultivation. Wear them close to your body when you get back, and you will absorb the 5 elements of energy much faster than usual. Luo Xian explained that this treasure is extremely rare and almost no one sells it on the market. The fact that she gave Lin Xian such a gift is enough to show how much she values him. However, Lin Xian did not understand the value of the gift. He regarded it as an ordinary gift and accepted it with both hands, thanking his teacher. Or should I take you back? Your Shaoqing can't fly yet, Luo Xian asked with concern. It's alright, I can go back by myself. Teacher, you go about your business. Lin Xian shook his head and declined, not wanting to trouble his teacher too much. Okay, contact me anytime if you need anything, and I'll come right away. Luo Xian reminded them that they had exchanged communicator numbers and could talk at any time. I will. I'll go home now. Please get some rest, teacher. After saying that, Lin Xian left the villa where Luo Xian was. Rokawa City has a large urban area, with the eastern part being mostly affluent areas and the western part being areas for ordinary people and the poor. Lin Xian's home is in an ordinary residential area. His parents are of average talent and have no outstanding achievements. They belong to the ordinary working class. Returning from Luo Xian's affluent neighborhood to the ordinary residential area required several transfers on public transportation, taking a considerable amount of time. Lin Xian arrived home around 7 p.m. Dad, Mom, I'm home. Lin Xian unlocked the door and went inside. The living room lights were on, but his parents didn't respond to him as usual. Sensing something was wrong, Lin Xian quickly checked the bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom, only to find that his parents were not home. The lights are on, but the person
person isn't here? A sense of unease rose in Lin Xian's heart, and he quickly picked up his communicator and dialed his mother's number. After ringing a few times, the communicator was connected, and Lin Xian's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, was slightly relieved. Mom, where did you and Dad go? You didn't even turn off the lights when you went out, Lin Xian asked in a casual tone. But then came the mother's weak sobs from the other end of the communicator. Your father and I are at the hospital. Come quickly, your father seems to be. Hearing this, Lin Xian's heart tightened, and he immediately asked, which hospital are you in? What's your room number? The 6th People's Hospital, the closest to my home, Building 2, Ward 306. Ward 306, Building 2, 6th People's Hospital, Pingchuan District, Luchuan City. At this moment, Lin Xian's father, Lin Jian, lay on the hospital bed, with various instruments connected to his head, a ventilator inserted into his nose and mouth, and he was unconscious. His wife, Wang Li, sat on a chair beside the hospital bed, sobbing softly, her face looking extremely haggard. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xian immediately rushed over. He was almost hit by a car on the way, but luckily he had just awakened his talent, which greatly improved his reaction speed. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have been safe either. Mom, what happened to Dad? Lin Xian rushed into the ward and hurriedly came to Wang Li's side. Looking at the unconscious Lin Jian, his face was full of anxiety. I don't know either. The doctor notified me to come. He said your father had an accident on his way home from get off work, so I rushed over immediately. After I got here, your father, Wang Li choked up as she spoke, her heart filled with worry. Mom, don't be afraid, Dad will be alright. Lin Xian squatted down and gently hugged her head, trying to comfort her. The doctor said your father might become a vegetable. Wang Li continued to sob, filled with fear for her husband's future. She couldn't even imagine what she would do. Both of their parents have passed away. If Lin Jian really becomes a vegetable, he will only be able to rely on Wang Li for care, which will be a heavy blow to Lin Jian's future life and development. I will never let Dad become a vegetable. Mom, don't worry. Lin Xian patted her shoulder and made a firm promise. With today's advanced medical conditions, coupled with the existence of supernatural beings and cultivators, treating illnesses is actually not difficult. I'll go ask the doctor. You stay with Dad for now, don't cry, don't worry, Lin Xian assured him firmly, eager to find out the truth and a solution. Wang Li nodded, but tears kept flowing. Ignoring his wife's emotions, Lin Jian hurriedly left the ward to find the attending physician. Doctor, I'm a relative of the patient in bed 2 of room 306. Can you tell me what happened to him? Why is it possible that he's become a vegetable? Lin Jian was full of doubts, because with current medical technology, a vegetative state is extremely rare. After all, everyone has awakened supernatural abilities, and the existence of their mental C makes it very difficult to cause mental damage. You're his son, right? You're right. It's rare for people in a vegetative state to be in this condition, but your father's situation is special. His mental consciousness has suffered severe damage, and current medical methods cannot resolve this kind of damage, so he is at risk of becoming a vegetable. The doctor said sympathetically. He himself did not understand why his mental consciousness had suffered such severe damage. Was the injury to his spiritual C intentionally caused? This was the first possibility that came to Lin Xian's mind. We can only say that it's most likely caused by human intervention, but there's a small chance it was due to an emergency. We can't determine the specific cause, the doctor replied honestly. After all, in this world full of supernatural abilities, anything can happen. I understand. Can a supernatural being or a cultivator repair such damage to their spiritual C? Lin Xian asked again, because he didn't know much about this. I am a doctor with psychic abilities. Although I am not very talented, I have a pretty good understanding of this area. Judging from the extent of your father's injuries, at least a person with psychic abilities would be needed to be able to completely heal him. What happens if my level isn't high enough? Lin Xian asked nervously. If the level isn't high enough, in severe cases your father could die, and the person who attacked could also suffer a backlash. In milder cases, both of them could become mentally impaired. In short, damage to the spiritual C is extremely difficult to treat. As you know, it's fundamental to a person's well-being, the doctor said to Lin Xian, his tone heavy. If my father's injury was caused by someone, then the other party must be a level 6 or higher ability user, right? Lin Xian thought to himself. Lin Xian asked with a puzzled look on his face, because he knew that there were almost no superpower masters or cultivators above level 6 in Luchuan City. That's not necessarily true. It's relatively easy to inflict damage, as long as the opponent is of a higher level than your father and is skilled in mental abilities. However, healing is extremely difficult. After listening to Lin Xian's words, the doctor patiently explained that treatment is far more difficult than destruction. Thank you, I understand, I will try to find a way. After listening to the doctor's explanation, Lin Xian finally understood his father's current condition, realizing that it would indeed be very difficult to cure him. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to find a suitable candidate. Before the doctor could finish speaking, Lin Xian had already rushed out of the office. Watching his departing figure, the doctor shook his head helplessly and muttered to himself, "We're in Luchuan
Luchuan City can I find a level 6 psychic ability user? Back in the ward, Lin Xian stood beside his mother, comforting her while mentally devising a plan. Faced with the current predicament, Lin Xian knew he was powerless to do anything. The only people he could think of were his teacher Luo Xian and Shang Wanwan, the dean of Luchuan Academy. The teacher is from out of town and has limited connections here. Besides, she's not good at mental abilities. Let's talk to Principal Shang Wan first. Lin Xian thought to himself, Shang Wanwan, as the principal of the largest public school in Luchuan City, should have connections and resources, so I immediately decided to contact him. Lin Xian immediately used his communicator to call Shang Wanwan. Hello Principal Shang Wan, I have an important matter I would like to ask for your help with. Since he was asking for help, Lin Xian's tone remained respectful. Wang Li, who was standing to the side, looked surprised when she heard that her son had been able to contact the principal. Xiaolin, please feel free to speak your mind, don't be shy. Upon hearing Lin Xian's request, Shang Wanwan immediately agreed to help and was very willing to do his part. After all, he had just communicated with Luo Xian, who had a very high opinion of Lin Xian and believed that he would definitely become one of the top experts on the Wanling planet in the future. Therefore, he also had to maintain his relationship with Lin Xian. My father's mental C is injured, and only a level 6 or higher mental ability master can treat him. Do you know anyone like that? Lin Xian carefully explained the situation to Shang Wanwan through the communicator. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Shang Wanwan immediately stood up from his chair, never expecting that Lin Xian's father would suddenly have an accident. A level 6 or higher ability user? It's hard to find even in Rukawa City. I'm afraid you can only ask your teacher Luo. Her connections might be able to help. Shang Wanwan wanted to help with this request, but he didn't have a suitable candidate. Okay, thank you. I'll contact teacher Luo right away. After hearing Shang Wanwan's words, Lin Xian understood that he could only ask Luo Xian for help, although he hesitated and wondered if it was appropriate to trouble her. But for his father's recovery, he couldn't worry about anything else and immediately contacted Luo Xian to explain the situation. Wait here, I'll be right there. After hearing the news, Luo Xian learned the location of the hospital and rushed over immediately. Luo Xian arrived at the ward in just 2 or 3 minutes, but her way of entering was quite special. She entered directly from outside the window. Riding her black and gold falcon, she easily dismounted from the window, saving herself the trouble of climbing the stairs. This sudden action startled Wang Li. Mom, don't worry, this is my teacher Luo Xian. She is a level 7 ability master and will definitely have a way to save Dad. Lin Xian quickly comforted his mother. Your teacher? A level 7 ability user? Wang Li was puzzled by her son's words, but Lin Xian didn't have time to explain further. Saving his father was the top priority. Is this your father? Has his mental state been damaged? As soon as Luo Xian entered, she went to Lin Xian's side and asked Lin Xian a question. Yes, the doctor said there is a possibility of him becoming a vegetable, and he would need a level 6 or higher psychic ability master to treat him. Lin Xian answered anxiously. Let me take a look first, Luo Xian said, preparing to begin the examination. Luo Xian gently placed her hands on the tops of Lin Xian's parents' heads, closed her eyes, and carefully sensed the fluctuations in their spiritual consciousness. Not long after, she moved her hands away, opened her eyes, and said with a solemn expression, the person who attacked was at least a level 4 ability master, and they even used a skill, which is why your father's mental C was so severely injured. Can you be sure it was done by someone? Lin Xian asked, judging from Luo Xian's tone that she was almost certain it was done by someone. It must be deliberate, otherwise, it would be impossible to destroy only the mental C without harming other parts of the body. Luo Xian replied decisively. Only a psychic who cultivates mental abilities could do this. My dad doesn't have any enemies, let alone level 4 or higher ability users. How is that possible? Lin Xian couldn't understand and was full of doubts. Take a look at the surveillance footage of your father's return. There aren't many people in Luchuan City with mental abilities at level 4 or above, so it's easy to identify the suspect, Luo Xian explained to Lin Xian. The higher the level of the ability user, the fewer there are, and the smaller the scope naturally becomes. You should ask Shang Wanwan to help you investigate this matter. He definitely has enough connections. As for curing your father, I'll have to ask my teacher to come over, Luo Xian continued. Looking for your teacher? Is he also a psychic? Lin Xian asked, having previously heard that Luo Xian's teacher was a beast tamer. Luo Xian smiled slightly and explained, he is a mental ability master who is close to level 9, and his strength is very powerful. There are many similarities between different abilities, so he can teach me without any problem. A superpowered master approaching level 9. Lin Xian gasped. Such a master was a top-tier existence in China. Just stomping his foot could plunge Luchuan City into chaos, which was truly astonishing. Mom, Dad's definitely saved this time, Lin Xian said excitedly to Wang Li. Although Wang Li didn't understand how her son had found such a powerful person, her face was still full of joy, and she nodded repeatedly. I can call my teacher over, but I have to tell him about your talent and secrets first, otherwise he might not not be willing to come. Can you accept that? Luo Xin asked. After all, her teacher had a bit of a quirk and wouldn't help without some benefit. Moreover, for someone of his caliber, ordinary benefits are simply not attractive enough. Only Lin Xian's talent could pique his interest. I'll agree to any conditions as long as he's willing to come. Lin Xian answered without hesitation. Saving his father was more important than anything else. Okay, then you contact Shang Wenwen first and ask him to help you find the murderer. I'll contact my teacher. Seeing that Lin Xian agreed, Luo Xian decided to split up. And so, the two made separate phone calls, leaving only Wang Li to stay with Lin Jian. Lin Xian quickly ended the call and walked in first. Xianer, did you awaken your special ability today? Is it at a very high level? Wang Li asked in confusion, unable to understand why such a powerful person would appear by her son's side. Don't tell anyone about your SSS level talent. Lin Xian whispered in his mother's ear, trying to put her mind at ease. Upon hearing this, Wang Li stood there, speechless for a long time, feeling both shocked and incredulous. She never imagined that her son would possess such a powerful talent. At that moment, Luo Xian also finished her phone call and came in. My teacher will be here soon. He'll be on his way quickly. Your father will definitely recover completely. Don't worry, Luo Xian said to Lin Xian with a smile. Her teacher's abilities were convincing. Thank you, teacher. Lin Xian bowed deeply to Luo Xian, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Seeing her son's behavior, Wang Li stood up to express her gratitude, but Luo Xian stopped her with her mental power. I didn't do anything, no need to thank me, Luo Xian said to Lin Xian. After all, the teacher was willing to help mainly because of Lin Xian's talent. She was merely a bridge for communication. Also, when my teacher arrives, if he asks you any questions, you must answer truthfully and don't try to hide anything. He can sense it, and he especially hates liars. Luo Xian solemnly instructed Lin Xian. After all, the other party was a mental ability user who was extremely sensitive to mental fluctuations and could see through the truth at a glance. I know, I will tell the truth. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded and assured her. He was well aware that sincerity was essential when dealing with powerful figures. My teacher is coming from Liang province in China. It will probably take him about 10 minutes. Let's wait a while. Luo Xian said to Lin Xian and his mother. Liang province is tens of thousands of kilometers away from Lutuan city, yet they were able to arrive in less than 10 minutes. That speed is simply unbelievable. The three waited in the ward, and about 8 minutes later, they suddenly heard a loud roar coming from the hospital. It must be my teacher's aircraft that has arrived. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Luo Xian immediately realized that her teacher had arrived at the hospital. Is your teacher's aircraft that loud? Although Lin Xian did not own a flying machine, he had seen others. Theoretically, they shouldn't be making so much noise, since they were all made with advanced technology. He deliberately made it so loud. He likes to be high profile. Luo Xian replied helplessly. With a roar, a burst of colorful lights shone above the hospital, attracting many people inside to run out and watch. Even the president and several senior officials of the 6th People's Hospital were attracted by the sound and light, and hurriedly went downstairs to see what was going on. Whose aircraft is this? It looks very high level, but why is it making such a loud noise? And what about those dazzling lights? The crowd began to discuss it, as they had never seen such a peculiar aircraft before in Rukawa City. Professor Luo Xian's aircraft is technologically advanced, barely qualifying as S-class. Although small in size, about the length of a small car, it is spherical and about the height of a one-story building. As the aircraft landed in the hospital courtyard, the roar gradually faded and the lights dimmed. An elderly man with a hunched back slowly stepped out of the aircraft. His hair was completely white, his beard was gray, he was leaning on a cane, his back was slightly hunched, and he looked frail and old. Who would have thought that he was actually a supernatural ability master who was close to level 9? As the aircraft roared to life, Luo Xian and Lin Xian rushed to the hospital, where they met their teacher who had just disembarked. Teacher, please slow down. Luo Xian rushed forward to help, and Lin Xian also quickly went over to support the old man from the other side. The president and several senior officials of the 6th People's Hospital also rushed over immediately. According to regulations, private aircraft are not allowed to park on hospital premises unless there are special circumstances. Hello, sir/madam. Hospital regulations do not allow private aircraft to park here. May I ask? The dean spoke politely but firmly, and he could tell from the aircraft that the old man was no ordinary person. Teacher Luo Xian looked up at the dean, then glanced at Luo Xian, and did not refute him. Hello, this is Xian Yuanzhou, a peak level 8 ability master and a person of outstanding contribution to China. He enjoys the privilege of parking his aircraft anywhere. This is his certificate. As Luo Xian spoke, she skillfully took out a gold-colored certificate from her storage space. The dean was astonished when he received it and examined it carefully. It was indeed a certificate of outstanding contribution stamped by the central government, absolutely genuine. Lin Xian was even more shocked upon hearing this, never expecting that Luo Xian's teacher had such a status. The title of outstanding contributor to China is awarded every 3 years, with only one person selected each time. It is the highest honor among non-governmental personnel in China and entitles them to numerous privileges.
So it's Elder Xian Yuan.
May I ask what brings you to our academy? The dean asked respectfully. Upon learning the visitor's identity, the dean immediately inquired respectfully. Such a person, with his strength alone, was capable enough to command respect. He had no need to rely on this identity. Xian Yuanzhou did not answer the dean's question, but walked straight toward the hospital building, accompanied by Luo Xan and Lin Xian.
The dean.
The senior officials behind the dean quickly spoke to the dean.
Connect me to the mayor. I want to speak with him personally.
Although the purpose of the visit is unclear, the mayor must know that such an important figure has come to Rokawa City, and if possible, it would be necessary for him to come in person.
Are these three Luo's newly accepted students? They asked Lin Xian as they walked.
Yes, I am Lin Xian, the student that teacher Luo just accepted. Lin Xian quickly replied.
She's only just become her student and she's already caused such a huge problem that even a level 7 beast tamer like Luo can't handle it?
Xian Yuan Zhouji glanced at Lin Xian and asked. The main problem is that my father was suddenly framed, and now I don't have the power to save him. Faced with Xian Yuanzhou's question, Lin Xian was speechless for a moment. This happened too suddenly, and he was powerless to do anything about it, even though he possessed an SSS-level supernatural talent.
His filial piety is commendable.
Xiao Luo has indeed taken on a good student.
Xian Yuan Zhouji could sense Lin Xian's sincere feelings for his father and knew that he was an extremely filial person.
Such a person would surely respect his teacher in the future as well.
Teacher, are you implying that I'm not filial enough to you?
Luo Xan said with dissatisfaction, clearly feeling that these words were implying that she was not filial enough.
Little girl, it's enough that you can tell. You're always running around. Tell me, how many times have you come back to see me?
Xian Yuan Zhouji replied irritably. This was actually what he truly felt. A high level of cultivation and great strength brought him a long lifespan, but most of his relatives and friends had already passed away, leaving him almost entirely alone. Only a few students with good abilities and the potential to reach his level were his closest confidants. He longed for them to visit him often and keep him company. This was one of the reasons he was willing to come. After all, they hadn't seen each other for a long time.
Secondly, he also wanted to see what kind of person Luo Xan's student was. Luchuan City, Pingchuan District, 6th People's Hospital, Ward 306, Building 2.
At this moment, the ward was crowded with people. The outermost layer consisted of patients and medical staff. The innermost layer was the chief physician and senior hospital officials, and further inside were the hospital director and Lu Jingliang, the mayor of Luchuan City. Xian Yuan Zhouji sat by Lin Jian's sickbed with his eyes closed, and in a moment he realized what was wrong with Lin Jian.
It's not a big problem.
The mental sea of consciousness is damaged, but it can be repaired. Xian Yuan Zhouji opened his eyes, looked at Lin Xian, and said calmly. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian and Wang Li finally showed smiles that they hadn't seen in a long time. However, I need to know what secret technique the killer used in order to find the right remedy. Xian Yuan Zhouji continued. The surveillance footage has been reviewed, and the killer's appearance has been basically confirmed. The Superpower Alliance has sent people to arrest him, and they will be caught soon.
Mayor Lu Jingliang responded quickly. What's going on?
Whenever a superpowered individual or practitioner breaks the law, the Superpower Alliance will send law enforcement officers to intervene. The law enforcement officers of the Superpower Alliance are mostly composed of three types of superpowered individuals. One type has the ability to detect superpowers, one type can prohibit the use of superpowers, and the other type is responsible for making arrests. Only those among these three types of superhumans have the opportunity to become staff members of the Alliance's law enforcement agencies. Tell the Alliance to bring him here immediately after he is caught. Xian Yuan Zhouji stated bluntly that he possessed this right based on his status within the Alliance. I have already told them that they are all very honored to have heard that you have come here and they promise to fully cooperate with your guidance.
Lu Jingliang responded with a smile, saying that as mayor, he naturally understood this responsibility and awareness.
Listening to their conversation, Lin Qingxian finally understood that strength was everything, and his own extraordinary talent was an important part of that strength. Kid, I'm here not only because Xiao Luo is here, but also because I want you to do me a favor. While the Superpower Alliance was busy catching the murderer, Xian Yuanzhuzi began to talk with Lin Xian.
Can I do you a favor?
Upon hearing this, Lin Xian was startled.
Could he really be of any help with his current strength?
Xian Yuan Zhouji waved his right hand, and an invisible barrier immediately enveloped the ward, leaving only himself, Lin Xian, and Luo Xan inside the barrier, while everyone else was isolated outside. This barrier is soundproof. I don't want outsiders to hear my secret, Xian Yuan Zhouji said to Lin Xian.
Lin Xian nodded, indicating his understanding.
I am 200 years old, twice the age of Xiao Luo. A long time ago, my wife was poisoned by a gu. Although she did not die, she has been in a
coma ever since, and no one has been able to cure her.
Xiao Luo told me about your situation, and that's when I felt there was still a chance. Xian Yuan Zhouji looked at Lin Xian, and every word he spoke was firm and resolved. resounding. Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. Why would he have hope of curing a poison that no one else could? Senior Xian Yuan, I am only a level 1 beast tamer. It is almost impossible for me to help her remove the curse, right? It's impossible now, but you have the Azure Dragon, a sacred beast of the wood element, which makes a big difference. Xian Yuan Zhouji said decisively. Little Green? Although it is a sacred beast, its strength is only 1 star. Lin Xian explained to Xian Yuanzhou. I know, but when its power reaches a certain level, it should be able to help my wife get rid of the curse. Xian Yuan Zhouji patiently explained. Among the 5 elements, water and wood are the best at healing and recovery. Water is more inclined to heal injuries, while wood represents vitality, and can even bring the dead back to life. Therefore, I believe that the sacred beast with the wood attribute has the ability to remove the poison. As an experienced supernatural being, Xian Yuan Zhouji has a deep understanding of the 5 elements. Hearing this, Lin Xian suddenly realized that it made sense. He himself was also very clear about the characteristics of the 5 elements. Okay, since it's possible, I will do my best to help her recover. Even if Xiaoqing can't, I will find other ways to help you. Lin Xian patted his chest and assured them that since the other party could save his father, he would naturally do his best. Seeing his sincerity, Xian Yuan Zhouji felt very gratified and his goodwill towards Lin Xian increased. I look forward to the day you truly become powerful. Xian Yuan Zhouji offered his heartfelt blessings. I definitely will. Lin Xian responded with full confidence. Alright, now that we've reached an agreement, let's remove the barrier. It seems they brought the murderer in. Seeing that the two were chatting enthusiastically, Luo Xian quickly reminded them. Upon hearing her words, the two realized that the members of the Superpower Alliance had already brought the murderer to the ward. That's incredibly efficient. Looking at the scene before him, Lin Xian couldn't help but sigh. I've come in person. How can they manage if they're not efficient? Xian Yuan Zhouji smiled and said to Lin Xian, if it were someone else, it would probably take 2 or 3 days to catch the murderer. Why did you hurt my father? Lin Xian glared angrily at the murderer he had brought, who was clearly not someone he knew. He stepped forward, grabbed the man by the collar, and questioned him furiously. The opponent's superpowers had already been locked by the Superpower Alliance, and he had lost the ability to resist, not to mention that his hands were locked behind his back. If I don't like him, I'll just take action. I don't need a reason. Who told me I'm better than him? The murderer seemed completely unrepentant, and remained nonchalant in the face of Lin Xian's questioning. Watch your attitude. Seeing this, Lu Jingliang immediately stood up and reprimanded him. Mayor Lu, you're here too? These words left the murderer completely bewildered. He was puzzled as to how he could have been arrested by the Superpower Alliance at 10 p.m. after doing what he did at 6 p.m. The speed of the arrest was utterly baffling. After all, he was a level 4 ability user and quite famous in Luchuan City. It's no wonder he found it hard to believe that he was caught so quickly. Tell me the truth about your problems. As the mayor, Lu Jingliang naturally recognized the superpowered individual, but at this moment he could only ask the other party to confess honestly. I have nothing to explain. What I just said was the reason for harming people. The killer remained defiant and clearly unwilling to reveal more. Lin Xian was so angry that he wanted to kill him on the spot, but reason prevailed over his impulse. Sitting to the side, Xian Yuanzhou did not speak but kept his eyes fixed on the murderer. When Wang Shuang's gaze swept towards Xian Yuanzhou, he suddenly felt an invisible force rushing towards him, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. She trembled for a moment before regaining her senses, and apart from Luo Xian, no one else at the scene noticed this unusual scene. Your name is Wang Shuang, you are 36 years old, a level 4 ability master, and you have awakened an A-level mental penetration talent. You also learned the secret technique mental tempering by chance, although you have only cultivated it to the 3rd level. Lin Jian and you do not know each other. The reason you made your move is because someone was instigating you. Shen Yuanzhou sat upright, his eyes piercing, and spoke to everyone word by word. This was just a fragment of information he had stolen from Wang Shuang's consciousness. The rest was irrelevant to this matter, so he didn't say anything more. Who are you? Who exactly are you? When Wang Shuang heard Xian Yuanzhou reveal his secret, his eyes showed fear, and he asked intermittently, who ordered you? Speak! Xian Yuanzhou's words provoked Lin Xian to rush forward and question Wang Shuang, but Wang Shuang was already terrified and couldn't hear Lin Xian's words at all. He just stared at Xian Yuanzhou in horror, his hair soaked with sweat. Take him away, everyone else get out. I need quiet while I treat him. Xian Yuanzhou didn't say anything more and gestured for everyone to leave. Lu Jingliang immediately followed his instructions and drove everyone out of the ward, leaving only Lin Jian, Wang Li, Lin Xian, Luo Xian, and Xian Yuanzhou. Senior, why don't you make him reveal who ordered it? Seeing Wang Shuang being taken away, Lin Xian asked with a face full of doubt. Because he won't say it, only I can read the truth from his mind. And there are people present who are involved in this matter, so it's more appropriate to tell you at this stage. Xian Yuanzhou explained to Lin Xian. It's the mayor's youngest son, Lu Jiang. After Xian Yuanzhou said his name, Lin Xian and Luo Xian exchanged a glance. I never expected him to take revenge on your father. Luo Xian hadn't expected the other party to be so despicable, not seeking revenge directly on Lin Xian, but instead targeting his father.
What? You two have a grudge? Seeing her reaction, Xian Yuan Zhouji asked. Luo Xian then told her teacher everything about meeting Lu Jiyang at the stock exchange that day. Dare to flirt with Xiao Luo? If I were here, not only Lu Jiyang, but his whole family would be in trouble.
Xian Yuan Zhouji was furious and would not allow anyone to harm his family.
Lu Jiyang,
I'll make you regret this. Upon learning that the person who harmed his father had become the murderer, Lin Xian gritted his teeth and said, I'll leave the chance for you to take revenge yourself. I'll make their family suffer first.
They dared to harass Xiao Luo, and they'll have to pay the price. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Xian Yuanzhu nodded in agreement. He did this for two reasons. First, to stand up for Xiao Luo, and second, to make it easier for Lin Xian to take revenge. Let's get Xiao Lin's father back first.
Now we know how he was victimized.
Luo Xian said to Xian Yuanzhou, no problem.
Mental tempering is a decent secret technique, but Wang Shuang's level is too low, making him relatively easy to treat. If his level were a few levels higher, even a god might not be able to save him. As he spoke, Xian Yuan Zhouji placed his hand on Lin Jian's forehead. A faint white light emanated from his hand and slowly seeped into Lin Jian's mind. This is Xian Yuan Zhouji repairing Lin Jian's spiritual sea of consciousness and replenishing his energy. In other words, when Lin Jian wakes up, he will not only be fully recovered, but his supernatural ability level will also increase from level 2 to level 3.
This is also the reason why Xian Yuanzhu has such high regard for Lin Xian. Alright, he should wake up soon.
Once he wakes up, you can take him home directly.
He's perfectly fine now.
Xian Yuan Zhouji withdrew his hand and calmly explained to Lin Xian and Wang Li.
Thank you so much, senior. I'm so grateful. I really don't know what I would have done without you.
Upon hearing this, Wang Li immediately bowed deeply to Xian Yuanzhou, her voice trembling with tears, expressing her heartfelt gratitude.
It's alright, it's a fair exchange. You've raised a good son, so you can enjoy your retirement from now on.
Xian Yuan Zhouji said to Wang Li, in the end, it's all because of Lin Xian. If it weren't for him, such a powerful figure wouldn't have made a move.
Don't forget what I told you.
Before leaving, Xian Yuan Zhouji gave Lin Xian his last words of advice. Lin Xian also promised to improve his strength as soon as possible and strive to help his grandmother get rid of the goo poison. Luo Xian and Xian Yuanzhou hadn't seen each other for a long time, so Luo Xian left with her teacher temporarily to spend some time with him and would return in a few days.
Lu Jiyang,
you've asked for your death, so don't blame me for being ruthless. Lin Xian silently vowed to himself that he would never allow anyone to harm his family. No matter who they were, they must pay the price. On the other side, Mayor Lu Jingliang felt that something was amiss. Wang Shuang was getting very close to his youngest son, Lu Jiyang, which made him feel uneasy.
Do you know Lin Xian from Rukawa Academy?
Back at the villa, Lu Jingliang immediately pulled Lu Jiyang, who was lying on the bed, up and asked him questions.
Hearing his father's sudden question, Lu Jiyang rubbed his eyes and answered vaguely, yes, I know him. Isn't he that kid who just awakened his SSS level talent? Lu Jingliang sensed that something was off about his son's tone and attitude. Did you send Wang Shuang to harm Lin Xian's father this afternoon? Upon hearing his father's question, Lu Jiyang instantly sobered up and replied, how did you find out so quickly? Without saying much, Lu Jingliang slapped Lu Jiyang hard across the face.
The slap was quite forceful, swelling his face and drawing blood from the corner of his mouth. Having just been slapped that afternoon, and now receiving another slap from his father, he burst into tears on the spot.
You still have the nerve to cry? Do you know who's behind Lin Xian? Have I spoiled you? He's someone with SSS level supernatural talent, and you actually dared to mess with him? Seeing his son's foolish behavior, Lu Dingliang was furious.
If Lin Xuanjin made a move, their whole family would likely suffer.
I didn't touch him.
I sent Wang Shuang to his father and even gave him a bribe to keep him from telling anyone. How could they possibly know that I was the one who sent him? Lu Jiyang, still unconvinced by his father's scolding, retorted that he completely failed to grasp the seriousness of the matter.
You still think you're so smart, huh?
If you had really gone after Lin Xian, it probably wouldn't have been a big deal.
But you had to go and mess with his father. Do you know you've crossed his line?
Lu Jingliang roughly turned his son's head around and roared. Lin Xian isn't actually that scary right now. After all, he just has huge potential. But he has someone like Xian Yuanzhou behind him. Someone not everyone would dare to mess with.
What happened? Why are you two arguing so fiercely here, and you even beat the child like this? Hearing the arguing inside, Lu Jingliang's wife, Rin Feifei, came in.
Seeing the blood seeping from her son's mouth, she immediately questioned her husband, her tone accusatory.
It's nothing serious.
Go and make preparations, take him abroad immediately, and go find Jifei.
The sooner the better.
Lu Jingliang immediately told his wife that Lin Xian's primary target for revenge was definitely Lu Jiyang, so they had to leave as soon as possible, the farther the better. Ren Feifei pressed on relentlessly, determined to find out the whole story, otherwise, she would never have left so easily. Seeing his wife's persistence, Lu Jingliang had no choice but to tell her the whole whole story of the grudges between Lin Xian and his son. Even if Lin Xian is an SSS level ability user, he can't possibly control everything, can he? Our son didn't kill anyone, and the people who harmed his father have already been arrested. They have no evidence whatsoever. If they dare to touch us, I'll report them to the Alliance. After listening to her husband's account, Ren Feifei didn't think the matter was that serious, because as long as Wang Shuang didn't intervene, their son would be fine. What do you know, woman? Lu Jingliang retorted irritably. She had no idea how much of a threat Xianyuan Juzi posed to their family. With just a single word from Xianyuan Joji, our family is finished. Understand? Even the Alliance can't do anything about it. We must prepare quickly tomorrow, or we won't even be able to escape. Lu Jingliang glanced at them helplessly, then angrily left the room. He sat alone in the living room, constantly smoking imported cigars, his face full of worry. He never imagined that the territory ruled by a newly emerged SSS-level gifted superhuman would become his biggest hidden danger. Lu Jingliang originally intended to cultivate a good relationship with Lin Xian to improve his own political prospects. As Lin Xian's power grew, his career would become increasingly smooth. But now, all of this trouble caused by his son will be in vain. On the other side, Xianyuan Joji and Luo Xian sat in the aircraft, chatting about their recent experiences. I'll call the mayor and teach him a lesson. Xianyuan Joji took out his communicator and dialed a number. Investigate the background of Lu Jingliang, the mayor of Luchuan City. If there's even the slightest problem, cause him trouble. Do you understand what to do? Xianyuan Joji said to the person on the other end of the phone. Rest assured, Your Excellency, I guarantee your satisfaction. Upon hearing this, the other party immediately understood the mission requirements. They had done this kind of thing countless times. Actually, it has little to do with Lu Jingliang. It was mainly his son who caused the trouble. Luo Xian casually said to the teacher, if a son is not taught properly, it is the father's fault. His son dared to harass my student, he must pay the price. As for the rest, let that brat Lin Xian handle it. Xianyuan Joji nodded in satisfaction. He believed that as long as Lin Xian's strength increased to a certain level, his wife would be saved. Are you feeling alright, Dad? Lin Xian sat down next to his father, Lin Jian, and asked in a gentle tone. No, I feel much better than before. My mind is also much sharper. A level 8 peak ability master is indeed amazing. Lin Jian responded with a smile. After waking up, Lin Xian told his father the whole story on the way home. That's good. From now on, you don't need to go out to work anymore. I'll take care of you. You can just stay home and rest. Lin Xian said to his father. After this incident, he decided that he could no longer let his parents get involved, otherwise, no matter how strong he became, it would all be meaningless. You're still young. You haven't even graduated from college yet. How can you support us? Lin Jian shook his head. Although his son was incredibly talented, now was not the time to make money. Don't worry, I have a plan. If you don't agree, I'll stay at home and not go to school until you agree. Lin Xian stubbornly insisted on his own ideas and had already planned a way to make money. His parents had to listen to him. Seeing their son's determination, they knew they couldn't persuade him otherwise, and in the end, they had no choice but to agree. Lin Xian's plan to make money was to go to uninhabited areas to hunt monsters. On the planet Wanling, land and ocean each make up half the planet. On this land, humans occupy only about 40% of the area, while the remaining 60% is occupied by monsters. Humanity is divided into 5 countries, China in the center, Russia in the north, Australia in the south, the United States in the east, and the United States in the west. These 5 countries are not adjacent to each other and are separated by no man's land, which is occupied by the ocean or monsters, so each country faces enormous pressure. Moreover, scattered uninhabited areas exist within the country, inhabited by all sorts of monsters, whose overall strength far surpasses that of humans. Taking China as an example, safe zones are divided by city. Each city is surrounded by uninhabited areas, and the key to ensuring the safety of the city lies in the protective shield. This protective shield is naturally formed and cannot be destroyed by any monster, no matter how powerful. This is why all the cities on the planet covered by the shield remain safe and sound. Several neighboring cities form a province, and more than a dozen provinces merge into a country. This is the current state of the planet Wanling. Hunting monsters in the no man's land became the daily life and ultimate goal of all supernatural beings and practitioners. During the time Luo Xian accompanied Xian Yuanzhou, Lin Xian did nothing but cultivate his mental power, except for eating and sleeping. He hoped to reach the level of a second-level ability master as soon as possible. After a week of unremitting efforts, and with the help of the equipment given to him by Luo Xian to cultivate his mental power more quickly, Lin Xian's mental sea of consciousness finally accumulated a certain amount of energy. Although he was still some distance away from becoming a level 2 ability master, he had already seen the light at the end of the tunnel. That noon, just as Lin Xian finished his meal and was about to go into seclusion to cultivate, his communicator suddenly rang. Upon seeing that the caller ID showed it was his teacher, Luo Xian, he immediately answered the call. Hello, teacher, Lin Xian greeted first. How's it going? How's your cultivation progressing these past few days? Luo Xin asked from the other end. It feels great. The equipment you gave me, teacher, is so useful. I wear it while I sleep, and my mental energy can even cultivate automatically, Lin Xian said excitedly. This equipment has indeed greatly improved his cultivation efficiency, as long as it works well. Have you been following the news in Luchuan City these past few days? Luo Xin suddenly asked. Lin Xian was taken aback for a moment, then replied, no, what happened? Go check it out later. I estimate I'll be back in a few days, and I'll help you break through to level 2 ability master then. After saying that, Luo Xin hung up the call. Upon hearing his teacher's words, Lin Xian quickly checked the major news in the city over the past few days. Soon, he found a message that was related to him. The mayor of this city, Lu Jingliang, was punished with a major demerit for embezzlement and bribery. Although the amount was not large, and did not constitute a crime, the central government removed him from his post as mayor of Luchuan City as a warning to others. Upon seeing this news, Lin Xian realized that Lu Jingliang had been dismissed from his post. Is this a minor punishment to teach him a lesson? Lin Xian recalled his master's words at the hospital, not expecting the punishment to come so swiftly and directly. This was the highest-ranking official in a city, and he was dismissed from his post in just a few days. Strength truly is the greatest power, Lin Xian exclaimed again. His master possessed such power precisely because of his immense strength, which further fueled his determination to become stronger. Little Green, what do you need to upgrade your star level? Thinking of this, Lin Xian summoned Little Green. They hadn't had a proper chat since it finished resting. Xiaoqing is a saint-level pet beast, currently still in its infancy, so its improvement has a great impact on Lin Xian's strength. According to our inherited memories, as long as we absorb energy normally, we can improve. We don't need anything special, Xiaoqing explained to Lin Xian based on her inherited memories. All saint-level and god-level pets possess rich inherited memories, the contents of which far exceed those of ordinary humans, making them veritable encyclopedias. Does it also absorb the 5 elements like us? Lin Xian pressed for an answer. That method works, but it's very slow. Generally, we obtain energy by absorbing rare and precious materials, which is much faster, Xiaoqing patiently explained to Lin Xian. Absorb rare and precious materials? Where am I supposed to find those things now? Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's brows furrowed involuntarily. This is understandable, as Xiaoqing and the others, being saint-level pet beasts, have always been among the most precious beings in the world, with an endless supply of rare and precious resources around them. Therefore, in the process of continuous evolution, they have retained this way of obtaining energy, and simply relying on natural absorption is not very effective for them. However, the good news is that we have an extremely keen sense of rare and precious materials, making it easier for us to find their hiding places than you humans do. Xiaoqing finally brought Lin Xian some decent news. Their treasure hunting ability is indeed quite good. With a bit of luck, they might even find some rare treasures. But with our current strength, it seems quite difficult to make a living in the no man's land, Lin Xian said helplessly. He was only a level 1 beast tamer, and his combat power relied almost entirely on his pets. Actually, it's not that difficult. It's just that you can't act alone, master, because my current abilities are mainly supportive. I can only play a greater role in a team. Xiaoqing said this. He makes a lot of sense. On the planet Wanling, ability users and cultivators who venture into uninhabited areas usually travel in groups. It's extremely rare for them to go it alone. Unless they are high-level beast tamers, they can stand alone by virtue of their strong individual combat ability and the tacit cooperation between themselves and their pets. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have almost forgotten. I need to register with the Superpower Alliance to become a formal superpower user, and then find a hunting team so I can go to the no man's land with them. Upon hearing Xiaoqing's words, Lin Xian slapped his thigh, a sudden inspiration striking him. He hadn't paid much attention to Luo Xian before, as she was always around. Thinking of this, Lin Xian quickly got dressed, said goodbye to his parents, and rushed out. The Superpower Alliance is the largest non-governmental organization on the planet of all spirits, and also the most important group on the planet. It controls 99% of the superpowered individuals and cultivators, and can be said to hold the lifeline of the planet. The alliance has 5 headquarters in 5 major countries, branches in each province, and sub-branches in urban areas. All superpowered individuals and practitioners who voluntarily sign up will be registered by the alliance and will receive a monthly salary, the amount of which depends on their contribution to the alliance. There are 4 ways to gain contribution points: hunting monsters in no man's land, completing missions assigned by the alliance, leveling up, and making some kind of significant or special contribution. Contribution points can be exchanged for various resources within the alliance, including treasures, pets, equipment, high-tech weapons, and aircraft. Therefore, many psychics and practitioners are willing to join the alliance for these abundant resources. After all, joining the alliance does not restrict freedom. One only needs to abide by the relevant rules. For example, Wang Shuang once attacked a low-level ability user without cause, almost causing his death, which violated the alliance's rules. rules. Because the monsters are far stronger than humans, every human is a vital resource in the fight against them. The Alliance strictly forbids fighting among humans, and anyone who violates this rule will be sent to a no-man's land and must hunt down a sufficient number of monsters before being allowed to return. This is a form of punishment. Superpower Alliance Rukawa City Branch. At this moment, Lin Xian arrived at the branch hall alone and quickly completed the registration procedures. After registering his information, the staff handed him a badge. The badge is about the size of a palm, is white, and features a high-tech electronic display on the front. The back of the badge features a 5-pointed star and the letter D. What does this D represent? Doesn't it represent my supernatural talent level? Lin Xian asked the staff member in confusion. The staff already knew he possessed an SSS level supernatural talent, and they were very friendly towards him. This is your contribution level within the Alliance. When your contribution reaches a certain value, the system will change your badge. You can receive your salary every month with this badge. In addition, this badge also has communication and video recording functions. It serves as proof of your monster kills and allows you to check your contribution to the Superpower Alliance at any time. The badge can also be used to access the Alliance shop to browse and exchange various items. If the badge is lost or damaged, please come back to replace it as soon as possible. However, the badge is made of a very special material and usually does not break easily. You can simply wear it on your chest. The staff patiently explained to Lin Xian in detail that the badge was clearly powerful and of great significance. I understand. How do I join the hunting team? Lin Xian continued to ask. Go to the right side of the lobby and take a look. The scrolling screen there keeps updating information about the hunting team recruiting members. It has the captain's contact information. You can just contact the captain directly. The staff member pointed in the direction and said with a smile, "You're welcome." After understanding the process, Lin Xian walked towards the scrolling screen in the hall, wanting to see if there was a suitable team for him. Yufei hunting team currently has 4 members and is missing 1 ranged attacker. The requirement is a level 2 ability master or cultivator. Contact information, times. The Blazing Fire hunting squad currently has 3 members and is recruiting 2 more teammates. Priority will be given to support ability users or cultivators with reconnaissance skills. Contact information, times. Lin Xian stood in front of the scrolling screen for a while, but he didn't know which team he should look for. After all, he was a beast tamer, and the screen didn't explicitly state which teams were recruiting beast tamers. Xiao Chang, are you good at support? Can you go up and draw enemy fire? Lin Xian asked in his mind. He noticed that many hunting teams lacked frontline tanking members. Although my star rating isn't high, my support abilities are definitely not bad. As for drawing fire, look at my physique. Do you think I can do it? Xiao Chang replied irritably. Then let's look for hunting teams that only need support roles. They shouldn't be hard to find. Lin Xian thought to himself, recalling a few similar recruitment notices he had seen before. He looked up again at the scrolling screen in front of him. Just then, a gentle voice sounded in his ear. Lin Xian turned his head and saw a handsome young man who looked to be under 20 years old. Seeing that the other person had a kind face, Lin Xian responded politely. Are you looking for a hunting party? The man asked sincerely. Yes, I just arrived today and I'd like to join a hunting team. Lin Xian nodded and answered truthfully. Then why not join my hunting team? We're just missing a member like you, the other person suggested with a smile. Hearing his suggestion, Lin Xian was full of doubt. He hadn't introduced himself or talked about his abilities, so how did he know that their team needed a member like him? You didn't know me before, did you? How did you know your team needed someone like me? You don't even know my abilities, Lin Xian asked, puzzled. Who says I don't know? You're a gifted beast tamer. Even though you're only level 1, you're a great help to the team. The other person smiled broadly, knowing so much detail on their first meeting. How did you know? Did you hear me registering my information just now? Lin Xian asked in shock. I have a talent for detection, so I can clearly know your situation. Although I am only level 2 now, my information is still limited, the young man said proudly. If I were at a higher level, I could even know what pets you have, their skills, and even the details of their skills. You can even investigate information about monsters in the no man's land? Lin Xian asked immediately upon hearing this. Not only can we detect monsters, but we can also survey the surrounding environment and determine if there is any danger, so my hunting team should be the safest, the young man said confidently. The young man confidently stated that his ability was highly sought after, and since he couldn't choose freely, he simply formed a team and personally selected the members as the captain. For this reason, many superpowered individuals and cultivators are eager to join his hunting team, giving him a wide range of choices. That's really impressive. After listening to his introduction, Lin Xian couldn't help but sigh. Would you like to join my hunting team? The young man extended another invitation to Lin Xian, since beast tamers were highly sought after even in the no man's land. Sure, I haven't found a suitable hunting team yet. Lin Xian nodded. Having someone with such strong investigative abilities on the team would indeed avoid a a lot of trouble. Upon hearing Lin Xian accept the invitation, the young man extended his right hand and solemnly said, "Hello, my name is Yi Fan, and I am the captain of the Tianfan hunting team. Welcome to join our team." "Okay, I'll be right there." Lin Xian extended his right hand, and the two shook hands tightly. Lin Xian said, "Hello, my name is Lin Xian, and I am a level 1 beast tamer. I am very happy to join the Tianfan hunting team. I hope we can get along well with everyone and make the team great." As soon as they finished speaking, the two looked at each other and smiled, as if they had a tacit understanding of wishing they had met sooner. "Let's go. I'll take you to register so you can officially become a member of our team." Yi Fan pulled Lin Xian up and walked to the other side of the hall. Every hunting squad must register with the Alliance. Hunting squads are also ranked, and the higher the rank, the more rights they enjoy. The ranking system for monster hunting squads is similar to that for supernatural talent levels, with the order being D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. The higher the level, the better the treatment. In addition, team contribution and individual contribution are calculated separately. In the contribution shop of the Superpower Alliance, there are also individual shops and hunting team shops. In other words, if a hunting squad is rank A, newly joined members will automatically enjoy rank A privileges, but they will still have to earn their own squad contribution points through their own efforts. After completing the registration, Lin Xian and Yi Fan sat down and chatted for a while. "Since it's decided, I'm organizing a gathering for the 5 members of our Tianfan hunting team tonight. We can get to know each other and discuss our plans for the No Man's Land. Are you free?" Yi Fan asked, since the team had just been formed and the members needed to get to know each other. Lin Xian nodded, indicating that he had time tonight. "Okay, I'll let you know tonight." After confirming, the two left the hall of the Superpower Alliance branch in Rukawa City. It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon when Yi Fan dialed Lin Xian's communicator. 8 p.m. tonight. The meeting place is room 502 of the Lichuan Hotel in Lichuan Ward. Please be on time. Yi Fan spoke solemnly. "No problem, I'll be there on time." Lin Xian responded. "Then we'll meet there. See you there." After they finished speaking, they cut off the communication. Lin Xian glanced at the map of Lichuan City. His location, Pingchuan Ward, was in the south of the city, while the meeting place, Tachikawa Ward, was in the north of the city, and the two places were far apart. "We need to get going quickly. Public transportation is too slow." He hurriedly tidied his clothes and prepared to leave. It would be so much more convenient to have a private aircraft. Lin Xian couldn't help but sigh. Private aircraft are fast and not restricted by traffic signals, making them both quick and convenient. "Xiao Qing, as you grow up, will you be able to fly?" Lin Xian asked Xiao Qing in the pet space using his consciousness. "I am the Azure Dragon, of course I can fly. Actually, I can fly now, but I'm too small to carry you." Xiao Qing knew Lin Xian's thoughts. Riding the Azure Dragon would indeed be quite a sight. "I see. Then you should grow stronger so I won't have to squeeze onto the slow and crowded bus every day, unable to even get a seat." Lin Xian stood in the carriage, complaining with some dissatisfaction. Because it was rush hour, the bus was so crowded that he had to stand. The thought of having to stand for over an hour naturally made him want to complain. At approximately 7:40, Lin Xian finally arrived in Tachikawa Ward. After getting off the bus, he headed straight for the Tachikawa Grand Hotel. The hotel is not far from the station. It's about a 10-minute walk away. This hotel is so luxurious. Lin Xian stood at the hotel entrance, gazing at the towering building, and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "Kobayashi, I didn't expect to run into you as soon as I arrived." "Ha ha." Yi Fan stepped off his private aircraft and immediately spotted Lin Xian standing in front of the hotel. He ran over with a smile. Upon seeing Yi Fan appear, Lin Xian smiled and noticed that Yi Fan had arrived in a private aircraft, clearly indicating his extraordinary status. In Rukawa City, those who own private aircraft are either members of wealthy families, high-level superpowered individuals, or cultivators. Yi Fan's possession of a flying machine at such a young age, coupled with his status as a superpowered individual, undoubtedly demonstrates the formidable power of his family. "Come on, the rooms were booked a long time ago. It's 7:50 now, they should all be here by now." As Yi Fan spoke, he pulled Lin Xian inside. Soon, guided by the waiter, they arrived at room 502 of the hotel. As Yi Fan had said, the other 3 members of the Tianfan hunting team were already seated inside. The head seat was empty, clearly reserved for Yi Fan. To the left of the head seat sat 2 young men, and to the right sat a young-looking girl. Yi Fan pointed to the seat next to the girl and said to Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded and walked straight over, while Yi Fan sat down in the main seat. As soon as Lin Xian sat down, the girl glanced at him briefly before turning her gaze away. "Let's celebrate the successful formation of our Tianfan hunting team today. Cheers!" As the waiter brought the drinks and dishes, Yi Fan raised his glass to everyone, a bright smile on his face. The other 4 also raised their glasses and drank them down. After all, it was their first time meeting, and regardless of whether they could drink or not, this toast was a must. "Next, I'll introduce myself first, so we can all get to know each other and then gradually become more familiar with each other." Yi Fan put down his wine glass and began to introduce himself. "My name is Yi Fan, I'm 20 years old and I possess an S-rank supernatural talent, Insight. I'm currently a level 2 supernatural ability master. I have a cheerful and lively personality. As the captain of the hunting team, I hope to work hard with everyone to reach the SSS rank hunting team level. Yifan explained his Insight talent in detail. Although it was only S rank, its practical combat effectiveness was extremely strong, almost comparable to SS rank abilities. What's even more remarkable is that this talent appears even less frequently than the beast taming talent, which shows how precious it is. Next, Laoli, please introduce yourself. After Yifan finished speaking, he turned his gaze to the man on his left. The man had a resolute and composed face, a robust build, bright eyes, and thick arms. He looked like a martial arts expert. My name is Li Qing. I am 21 years old and I possess an S-level cultivation talent, Earth Element Mastery. I am currently a level 3 cultivator. I don't talk much, and my main responsibility is to protect and safeguard the team. His introduction was concise and clear. As he said, he didn't say much, but he gave people a sense of security. As an Earth Element practitioner, such a person is indeed reassuring. Standing behind him makes one feel at ease. Old Gua, it's your turn. After Li Qing finished his introduction, Yifan turned to the man beside him and said, My name is Gua Tao. Like Captain Yi, I am 20 years old this year. I possess an S-level superpower talent, Combat Proficiency. I am currently a level 2 superpower master. I have a mild personality and am good at close combat. The man, who looked to be of average build, spoke. His face was plain, with regular features. He wasn't handsome, nor was he ugly, but he gave off a very comfortable feeling. Linger, it's your turn to introduce yourself. After Gua Tao finished his introduction, Yifan turned to the girl on his right and said something. She has a pair of bright, expressive eyes, long and neat willow leaf eyebrows, and a lovely cherry-like mouth. Wearing a light blue dress, she has a beautiful figure and is definitely a stunning beauty with outstanding temperament. Greetings, brothers. My name is Xia Linger. I just turned 19 this year and possess S-level cultivation talent. I control both fire and metal elements. Currently, I am a level 2 cultivator. I enjoy lively gatherings and am also very skilled in ranged attacks. Xia Linger introduced herself to everyone with a smile. Control of both fire and metal elemental attributes? Upon hearing Xia Linger's self-introduction, Li Qing immediately showed a shocked expression. What's wrong? Is something the problem? Upon seeing this, Yifan quickly asked. It's nothing, just a little surprised. Shouldn't a talent that controls 2 elemental attributes be SS level? Li Qing voiced his doubts. After all, his single element control was already at the S level. Brother Li is right. Among my control of fire and metal elements, the affinity of fire element is slightly lower, which is why it did not reach the SS level standard, but the difference is indeed not big. Xia Linger explained patiently. Their cultivators' talents are mainly classified by their elemental affinity. For example, Li Qing's control over earth element reaches level S, which means that his earth element affinity is at least 80. For Xia Linger to be considered S level, she must have an affinity of over 60 for each element. To reach SS level, the affinity for both elements must reach 75. Linger's talent is already quite good. After all, people with SS level talent are extremely rare. Yifan said with a smile. The reason he chose the team members in front of him was because their talent level was all above S level, although he didn't know their exact level yet. Xiaolin, it's your turn to introduce yourself. After speaking, Yifan turned to Lin Xian, eager to learn about his talent, since he already knew about the other team members. I never imagined I was the youngest among us. Lin Xian scratched his head, a little embarrassed. The youngest of the others was 19, while he was only 18 and had only recently awakened his special ability. You're only 18? Guo Tao asked in surprise. Yes, I just turned 18, and my superpower talent has only recently awakened. Lin Xian answered truthfully. Upon hearing his words, the other 3 team members turned their gazes to him, seemingly questioning silently, would a child who had just awakened his superpowers become a burden to the hunting team? Yifan felt a little embarrassed and quickly explained. Although he is young and his level is low, he is a beast tamer. The moment the words beast tamer were uttered, everyone's expression changed immediately. After all, beast tamers are extremely rare. They have pet beasts and prefer to fight alone, but hunting teams desperately need beast tamers. Because beast tamers are not only powerful in combat but also have pet beasts by their side, they have a numerical advantage in battle, which greatly improves the safety of the entire hunting team. So when Yifan revealed that Lin Xian was a beast tamer, Li Qing, Guo Tao, and Xia Linger's expressions softened considerably. Let me introduce myself in detail. My name is Lin Xian. I am 18 years old. I have an SSS level ability, Unstable Evolution. I am a beast tamer. I have a saint level pet beast Azure Dragon, and I am good at support abilities. Lin Xian sincerely described his talents and abilities. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. Even the sound of breathing seemed to disappear, as if time had frozen. The other 4 members of the Tianfan hunting team all stared wide-eyed at Lin Xian, and even Yifan's mouth was agape, so wide that he forgot to close it. Seeing their expressions, Lin Xian coughed a few times and asked, brothers and sisters, monsters, did you hear me? You said you possess SSS level, supernatural talent? Hui Tao looked at Lin Xian in disbelief and asked tentatively. Lin Xian nodded, his tone firm. You said your first pet was a saint-level pet. Azure Dragon? Yi Fan was also full of surprise and asked again to confirm. Lin Xian nodded firmly in response. Wow, this is amazing. This is incredible. I can't believe I met you. Upon hearing Lin Xian's affirmative answer, Yi Fan excitedly slapped the table and stood up abruptly. He never expected that his trip to the Superpower Alliance Hall would lead him to encounter such a rare and talented team member. His luck was simply incredible. Xia Linger didn't say much, only uttering two words softly. It's been years since Rukawa City has produced an SSS level talent. I never expected to run into one here, and she's even my teammate. Guo Tao was also full of surprise, his smile filled with disbelief. Although Li Qing remained silent, his gaze towards Lin Xian was equally one of utter shock. Don't you dare run away. Don't abandon us just because you've reached a higher level. Yi Fan looked at Lin Xian and said half-jokingly. Although it sounds like a joke, it reveals the most realistic concerns. I can't guarantee anything, but I can assure you that I will only stay in the Tianfan hunting team for the rest of my life. Lin Xian understood the other person's thoughts and answered honestly. He knew he was exceptionally talented and that his future achievements might surpass those of the others present, so he couldn't guarantee he would remain in the team permanently. I understand. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. Yi Fan responded happily. The members of the Tianfan hunting team were shocked by Lin Xian's talent, and no one underestimated him because he was only 18 years old. In this way, the 5 members got to know each other after introducing themselves, and the next step was to learn more about each other's skills and abilities. Everyone shared the skills they had mastered and their effectiveness. The meal lasted until 11 p.m., and they finally agreed to enter the No Man's Land 3 days later, giving everyone 3 days to prepare. The members of the Tianfan hunting team all gathered in Pingchuan district of Luchuan City. Pingchuan district is located at the southernmost tip of Luchuan City, adjacent to the uninhabited area, but separated by a natural protective barrier. Anyone who is human can freely enter and exit through the entrances of the protective shield, but each entrance and exit is guarded by members of the Superpower Alliance. The Tianfan hunting team, with 5 members, has gone out of the city to hunt monsters. Yi Fan walked at the front, handed the team token to the superhuman guarding the gate, and spoke. The gatekeeper took the token, verified its authenticity, and then verified the identity of each member one by one. After confirming that everything was in order, they were allowed to pass, but before entering the No Man's Land, the gatekeeper gave Yi Fan a signal device. If you encounter any unsolvable trouble in the No Man's Land, immediately crush the signal device, and we will send reinforcements right away. Remember, you can only move around on the outskirts of the No Man's Land. Do not enter the core area. Your strength is not enough to deal with the monsters there. The gatekeeper solemnly warned them that the No Man's Land was extremely dangerous and that they must be careful. Thank you for reminding us, we will pay attention. Yi Fan replied, and then led the others out of Luchuan City. This was Lin Xian's first time leaving Luchuan City and entering the No Man's Land. Curious, he looked back after walking out. A huge, white, spherical light shield enveloped the area around and above Rukawa City. This light shield was not visible within the city and could only be seen in the uninhabited areas. So this is the natural protective shield. Lin Xian thought to himself. Lin Xian couldn't help but sigh. I really don't know how this barrier was formed, or why something like this would appear so naturally. Xia Linger walked to his side and said with a smile, shocked, aren't you? We were just like you when we first met you. Lin Xian nodded and sighed. Yes, who would have thought that the reason we humans can live well on this planet is because of this natural protective shield? When he said this, there seemed to be a hint of sarcasm in his tone, as if he were lamenting the helplessness of humanity. Xia Linger smiled and advised, don't think too much about it. With the development of humanity, we will one day completely eliminate monsters. After all, we have intelligence, while they lack it. Hearing this, Lin Xian felt a little relieved. This was indeed an area where humans were stronger than monsters. However, monsters also have many advantages, such as stronger physiques, faster cultivation speed, and unity. Because most monsters lack intelligence, they are better able to obey the commands of higher-level monsters and are exceptionally united. Therefore, in large-scale battles between humans and monsters, the monsters often gain the upper hand. Li Qing reminded everyone, we must be extra careful in this No Man's Land. It's not like the city, it's fraught with danger, and we also need to be wary of other hunting teams. As the oldest member of the team, he was the most familiar with the situation in the No Man's Land. Lin Xian was taken aback and asked in confusion, beware of other hunting teams? Brotherly, do you mean that conflicts might occur between our teams in this No Man's Land? According to the Alliance's rules, infighting among humans is strictly prohibited. Whether in cities or No Man's Land, violators will be severely punished. Li Qing said with a serious expression, of course. Although it's not common, once it breaks out, it will definitely be a fierce battle where it's a matter of life and death. Lin Xian was still puzzled. Why is this happening? Li Qing explained, because the badges on our chests have a video recording function. If If two hunting teams clash, only by eliminating the other side completely can their badges be destroyed. Otherwise, once the other side safely returns to the city, they can report them to the Superpower Alliance based on the video and the badge, and the consequences are self-evident. Li Qing told everyone this so that everyone would understand the stakes involved and to remind everyone to be careful. Lin Xian suddenly realized what was going on after hearing this. He hadn't expected that the badge on his chest would become a reason for killing each other. However, the video recording function was indeed indispensable. Li Qing continued, so we try to avoid getting entangled with other hunting teams. Theoretically, other teams would do the same, because once interests are involved, the worst outcome could occur. Although we only operate on the outskirts of the no man's land, we occasionally encounter valuable treasures or monsters, and this is the root of the conflict. Now that they've entered the no man's land, Li Qing must make everyone aware of the hidden dangers here. Yi Fan asked, does everyone understand? We must do exactly as Brother Li said. The group responded in unison that everyone takes safety seriously. As the senior, Li Qing gave many detailed instructions, which were undoubtedly valuable experience for Lin Xian, a newcomer. Yi Fan arranged the formation for everyone. Brother Li will go first, Lao Guo will bring up the rear, and the three of us will be in the middle. Keep this formation and don't wander off. Having two players with good close combat skills positioned at the front and back is a reasonable arrangement, as their reaction and protective abilities are stronger. The five quickly took their positions and headed towards the outskirts of the no man's land. As Lin Xian walked, he said, the air here is really unbearable. It seems to carry a pungent smell of blood. This was his first time entering a no man's land, and he found the air here particularly uncomfortable. Li Qing explained with a smile, you'll get used to it after a few days. This place is filled with the atmosphere of killing, so the smell of blood is naturally strong. Listening to Li Qing's words, Lin Xian silently wondered how many unknown dangers were hidden behind this smell of blood. The air in the no man's land is not only polluted, but the overall environment is also extremely harsh. Most of the uninhabited areas on the planet Wanling are ruins, deserts, barren islands, and jungles, which are completely unsuitable for human habitation and survival. The no man's land that Yi Fan's hunting team entered was mainly a wasteland. It was clear that this place had been a human habitat many years ago. Yi Fan led the other four into an abandoned alley. The passage was narrow, only 3 meters wide, and surrounded by collapsed houses that had turned into hard boulders after a long period of drying. Watch out, there's movement all around. As they walked, Yi Fan suddenly reminded the people around him. Upon hearing the warning, everyone immediately stopped and the five of them formed a diamond formation, cautiously observing their surroundings. A few seconds later, a group of similar-looking monsters slowly emerged from the ruins. They resemble scorpions, but are enormous, about 3 meters long, 2 meters high, and more than 1 meter wide. Each monster has a long tail with sharp, poisonous barbs at the end. They slowly approached, surrounding Yi Fan and his group of five, clearly regarding these 5 humans as their lunch. The moment the monster appeared, Yi Fan immediately activated his insight ability. Level 2 monster, Yellow Earth Giant Scorpion, Gregarious. Its ability is a poisonous stinger. Those stung will be poisoned, and the venom will paralyze their nerves. Its weakness is its head. He quickly explained the monster's name, abilities, and weaknesses to his team members. Fortunately, they were only level 2 monsters. If they were level 3, Yi Fan would not have been able to detect their weaknesses, since he himself was only a level 2 ability user. Understood. I'll protect everyone. Linger, attack the giant scorpion's head. Wu Tao, roam and provide fire support. Xiao Lin, assist as needed. Upon hearing Yi Fan's instructions, Li Qing immediately began to coordinate everyone. As the most experienced member of the hunting team, he naturally took on the responsibility of command. Xiao Qing, come out. Lin Xian summoned Xiao Qing directly, and he still doesn't understand what abilities Xiao Qing possesses. As soon as Xiao Qing appeared, she saw the group of ugly giant scorpions and her eyes were full of contempt. The disdain of a high-level pet beast for a low-level monster was obvious. Earth Protection. Li Qing acted decisively, activating his level 3 elemental skill, Earth Guardian. A yellowish-brown elemental shield appeared around the 5 people. This was a group defense skill. Although its power was not strong, it could greatly reduce the damage they received. Li Qing then cast a defensive spell on himself, gripping a hammer in his right hand and a shield in his left, before charging into the enemy ranks. Although he excels in defense, he is not without combat ability and his strength remains formidable. Wu Tao's special ability is Combat Proficiency, which has a strong enhancement effect on various weapons and constantly triggers passive amplification during battle. It is a special ability specifically designed for combat. He held a long spear and headed straight for the giant scorpion's head. Li Qing successfully attracted the attention of 4 giant scorpions and possessed a taunting aura, causing the scorpions to attack him exclusively. Despite being surrounded by 4 giant scorpions, Li Qing remained calm and composed, displaying remarkable agility despite his imposing stature. He dodged the attacks of the poisonous stingers, and occasionally, when an attack was about to hit him, he would quickly block it with his shield. Take care of Li Qing's giant scorpion first, Yi Fan whispered to Xie Linger. Linger. Xiao Linger immediately took out her staff, an essential piece of equipment for casting spells. Fireball. A huge fireball hurtled toward the giant scorpions surrounding Li Qing. The fireball, blazing with yellow flames, struck a giant scorpion on the head with the precision of a meteorite. A deafening explosion followed, sparks flew, and the giant scorpion collapsed to the ground. Their attack power is truly astonishing. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected Xia Linger's fireball to be so powerful that it could kill the giant scorpion in one hit. That's because Li Qing hit the giant scorpion's head with a heavy hammer earlier, and the fireball hit that injured area when it fell, causing it to explode and instantly kill the giant scorpion. Yi Fan saw it clearly and explained it to Lin Xian. Wood domain, spirit rejuvenation. Just then, Xiao Qing, who was flying beside Lin Xian, quietly chanted a spell and unleashed her power. A beam of emerald green light rapidly spread outwards from Xiao Qing as the center. Then, the light landed, and an emerald green halo appeared beneath the feet of the 5 members of the Tianfan hunting team, slowly encircling them, creating a fantastical scene. What effect will this have? Lin Xian, having not participated in the battle, was not entirely clear about the effects of the green light. It can help them restore their mental or spiritual energy. Li Qing has expended a lot of energy, and his earth elemental shield is almost gone. Look, isn't the earth elemental shield glowing again now? Xiao Qing said to Lin Xian. After listening to Xiao Qing's words, Lin Xian looked at Li Qing carefully and saw that his earth element protection skill had been reactivated and his defense had returned to its peak. On the other side, Wo Tao, wielding a long spear, fought 2 giant scorpions single-handedly, seemingly without any effort, as if he were honing his marksmanship. That's just how Lao Gui is. As long as the opponent isn't strong and won't threaten him, he'll fight for as long as possible to hone his skills. Yi Fan explained to Lin Xian. Although Guo Tao was only a level 2 ability user at this time, his combat power was definitely the strongest in the team, and even Li Qing would have difficulty completely defending against him in a one-on-one fight. With the support of Xiao Qing's domain, Guo Tao's mental strength became even more abundant, allowing him to treat the 2 giant scorpions as targets for training without any pressure. Golden Spear. While Yi Fan and Lin Xian were talking, Xia Linger unleashed her second elemental skill. A spear formed from condensed gold appeared in mid-air, its tip pointing directly at the 2 giant scorpions to Li Qing's right. With a flick of her staff, Xia Linger unleashed a powerful spear. Sizzle! Sizzle! The golden spear pierced through the head of one giant scorpion, then flew towards another, piercing its head once more before disappearing into the air. The heads of the 2 giant scorpions were pierced, and they collapsed instantly, dead. Watching the golden spear instantly dispatch the 2 giant yellow earth scorpions, Lin Xian couldn't help but marvel once again at Xia Linger's terrifying destructive power. Xia Linger killed all 3 giant scorpions around Li Qing, allowing him to focus all his efforts on dealing with the last one. He slammed his giant hammer down on the giant scorpion's head, and the scorpion crashed to the ground, raising clouds of dust. Old Gua, this place is all cleaned up now. You can finish up the rest over there. Seeing that all 4 giant scorpions were dead, Yi Fan shouted to Guo Tao. Guo Tao responded, okay. He twirled his spear, turned to the right, and thrust it like a dragon toward the head of a giant scorpion. The speed was extremely fast, gun shadows appeared in the air, and several gun tips pierced the giant scorpion's head like sharp nails. After easily dealing with a giant scorpion, Guo Tao drew his spear with his right hand, used the momentum to retreat, and performed a graceful turn in mid-air. Before anyone could react, Guo Tao's spear had already pierced the head of another giant scorpion, killing it instantly. After watching Guo Tao kill the 2 giant scorpions, Lin Xian couldn't help but admire him. Facing these 6 level 2 monsters, the yellow earth giant scorpions, the 5 members of Tianfan's team easily and quickly defeated them. A typical hunting team would never be this efficient, and might even pay a price. Because they lack Yi Fan's knowledge of monster weaknesses, Xia Linger's terrifying killing power, Li Qing's ability to fight 4 giant scorpions alone, and Guo Tao's ability to easily kill 2 giant scorpions, not to mention Xiao Qing's assistance. Let's go in. After all, 4 of them possess S-level talent, making their combat strength far superior to that of an average hunting team. Cut off the tails of these giant scorpions and give them to the Alliance in exchange for contribution points. Yi Fan told Li Qing and Guo Tao that only the 2 of them were best suited to do this job. After saying that, Guo Tao and Li Qing took action, cut off the tails of the 6 giant scorpions, and brought them back. To gain Alliance contribution points, there are 2 main methods: hunting monsters and exchanging useful materials obtained from monsters. These are the 2 key methods for hunting teams to acquire contribution points. A short while later, Guo Tao and Li Qing handed the 6 giant scorpion tails to Yi Fan. Yi Fan stored them in his storage ring. This storage ring was extremely rare on the Myriad Spirits planet, and he was the only one among the 5 who possessed it, so all the spoils of war would be entrusted to him for safekeeping. I didn't expect the Azure Dragon, the sacred beast, to have such a strong recovery ability. My mental energy was almost exhausted, making it difficult to unleash elemental skills, but with Azure Dragon's assistance, my mental energy quickly recovered a lot. While everyone was resting and adjusting, Li Qing smiled and said to Lin Xian, as the one who put in the most effort among the five. Li Qing felt it most keenly, which is why he made such a remark. The effect of this field is indeed fast in the first half minute, but after half a minute, the recovery speed will slow down significantly. Xiaoqing spoke to Lin Xian in her mind, and Lin Xian relayed the words to the other four. Being able to maintain this recovery speed for half a minute is already amazing. It's like I have double the mental energy for a short period of time, which is incredible. Li Qing's assessment remained fair and objective. Hearing Li Qing's praise, Lin Xian smiled. With Xiaoqing's strength, he felt reassured, knowing he wasn't useless in the team. Xiaoqing, we've been in this no man's land for a while now. Have you sensed any rare and precious treasures? Lin Xian asked in his mind, is this the real purpose of my coming to the no man's land? I sensed it, but I didn't tell you about the trouble you were in earlier. Xiaoqing replied that she did indeed sense rare and precious materials nearby, not far away. Lin Xian asked hurriedly, go northeast, keep going and you should find it. Xiaoqing replied. Lin Xian immediately relayed this important information to the other four. Are there rare and precious herbs in the northeast direction? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan asked incredulously. Yes, as a sacred beast, Xiaoqing is naturally sensitive to rare and precious materials. That's what it told me. Lin Xian explained to everyone. After all, there are very few beast tamers who can control saint-level pets, and everyone is unfamiliar with the characteristics of saint-level pets. Then we have to go and take a look. As long as we don't enter the core area, there's no reason to give up this rare treasure. Yi Fan smiled and said to everyone, how could we miss this opportunity? We'll set off once we've rested. Upon hearing this, Wei Tao immediately offered his suggestions. Everyone nodded in agreement. About 10 minutes later, the 5 members of the Tianfan hunting team set off again, this time heading straight for the rare and precious materials in the northeast direction. They maintained their original formation and steadily advanced northeastward, without encountering any monsters during this period. We should have arrived by now. Xiaoqing reminded Lin Xian that it sensed that rare and precious materials were nearby. The group stopped and looked around, but found no obvious traces of rare and precious materials. Watch out, there seems to be some movement ahead. Yi Fan was the first to become alert and reminded everyone. The 5 quickly tightened their formation, standing even closer together, all 5 pairs of eyes fixed on the front, wondering who had made the commotion. In the still air, a slight scraping sound suddenly came from the ground, mixed with a hissing sound. Before long, a dark purple cobra slowly appeared in front of the Tianfan hunting team. This cobra was long and slender, over 10 meters long, its thick body appearing exceptionally robust. It flicked its long, thin red tongue, its eyes fixed intently on the 5 people before it, standing motionless. Upon seeing this, Yi Fan immediately activated his insight ability. Level 4 monster, King Cobra, abilities unknown, weaknesses unknown. Yi Fan reported back to the group after his investigation. Since the other party was 2 levels higher than him, he could only obtain this much information. Although it wasn't much, it at least made everyone more vigilant. The sudden appearance of the level 4 monster, the King Cobra, brought Yi Fan and his Tianfan hunting team to a halt. Snake-like monsters are usually highly venomous, so please be careful and avoid being attacked by them. Yi Fan solemnly warned that one should be especially wary of the venom of snakes. Seeing that the 5-person team did not take the initiative but instead launched a fierce attack, the King Cobra realized that the King Cobra had taken the initiative. It was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, the snake's head flickered, and it was right in front of Li Qing, its fangs lunging straight at his abdomen. Li Qing was completely focused and reacted extremely quickly. The instant the King Cobra lunged, he had already raised his left-hand shield to block it. Clang! The shield was bitten through 2 small holes by the fangs, making a crisp impact sound. The other members of the Tianfan hunting team certainly wouldn't stand idly by and watch Li Qing be attacked, so they immediately launched a counterattack. Guo Tao drew his spear and precisely thrust it at the King Cobra's vital spot. Although Yi Fan couldn't pinpoint the weakness, everyone understood the principle of striking the snake at its vital point. The King Cobra failed to succeed, but felt threatened by the spear. Clever as it is, it quickly twisted its body and lashed out with its tail. With a loud bang, the snake's tail struck Guo Tao hard. Guo Tao focused on attacking, not expecting the King Cobra to have this trick up its sleeve. By the time he tried to dodge, it was too late. After all, he was only a level 2 ability user, and against a level 4 monster, the King Cobra, his speed advantage was obvious. Struck by the snake's tail, Guo Tao was thrown away, his back hitting the ruins and kicking up a cloud of dust. Fireball! As Guo Tao made his move, Xia Linger's fireball was already poised to be unleashed. The fireball slammed into the King Cobra's vital spot. Sparks flew and explosions shook the heavens, but the King Cobra easily dodged them with its agile movements, suffering no harm whatsoever. You guys step back. I'll hold it off. Seeing that Guo Tao and Xia Linger's attacks repeatedly missed, Li Qing loudly ordered the people behind him. Yi Fan, Lin Xian, and Xia Linger have limited self-defense capabilities, and the consequences would be severe if they were attacked. Be careful. Upon hearing Li Qing's words, Yi Fan quickly retreated with the 2 of them and reminded Guo Tao. Although they were reluctant to retreat, they understood that only by having Li Qing face the enemy alone could they concentrate on defense. defense. Li Qing quickly activated his earth element defense skill, wielding a heavy hammer and shield as he faced the king cobra. King cobras are highly intelligent. They understand that it is difficult to use their fangs to attack a shield, so they choose to fight back with their tails. The snake's tail lashed out swiftly, striking directly at Li Qing, who was charging towards it. Li Qing skillfully raised his shield to defend, but he did not expect that the shield would not be able to withstand this fierce attack. With a crack, the shield was instantly cleaved in two by the snake's tail and fell to the ground. Golden Spear. Xia Linger was not discouraged by the failure of the fireball. As the shield landed, she immediately unleashed a golden elemental spear. Although it was difficult to severely injure the king cobra, it bought Li Xin valuable time to adjust. It must be admitted that Xia Linger's elemental skill played an extremely crucial role. Originally, after the king cobra's shield shattered, it was preparing to attack Li Xin with its fangs, but the sudden appearance of the golden spear forced it to adjust its position to avoid being hit in its vital spot. Just as the golden spear was about to pierce the king cobra, it decisively abandoned its attack on Li Qing. With a nimble twist of its body, the spear passed through other parts of its body, without harming its vital spot. Guo Tao, who had just been flung away by the snake's tail, returned to the front, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating that the fall had caused him internal injuries. The spear moves like a dragon. This time, Guo Tao immediately unleashed the skills he had learned, lunging fiercely at the king cobra. He knew that without his shield, Li Qing would be almost powerless against the king cobra's attacks. This battle could only be won through offense. Guo Tao chose the perfect moment, just as the king cobra had dodged the golden spear and was no longer able to dodge quickly. His spear accurately pierced the king cobra's vital spot, instantly igniting hope in everyone present. However, no matter how hard Guo Tao tried, the spear couldn't penetrate the king cobra's skin. Although the aim was correct, it caused no damage whatsoever. It turns out that the king cobra also possesses the ability to strengthen its skin. Hard scales faintly appeared on its body, withstanding this fatal blow. Guo Tao's shot seemed to enrage the king cobra, which swung its tail with even greater force, striking Guo Tao hard. This time, Guo Tao was thrown even further, crashing heavily onto the ruins and rocks, spitting out a large amount of blood, and then collapsed to the ground unconscious. The sight of Guo Tao falling triggered shocked shouts from the Tianfan team members. His fall completely spurred Li Qing, who gripped the giant hammer tightly and swung it fiercely at the king cobra's head. Although Li Qing possessed formidable defense and decent close combat skills, his speed was lacking. Faced with an opponent as agile as a snake, his heavy strike failed to land effectively. The king cobra twisted its head swiftly, easily dodging Li Qing's heavy hammer. Immediately afterwards, its sharp fangs bit down hard on Li Qing's lower back. No matter how strong Li Qing's defenses were, once the toxin entered his body, there was no way to resist it. The king cobra's venom has an extremely strong paralyzing effect. Before long, Li Qing also collapsed to the ground, completely losing his ability to move. Li Qing, who had fallen to the ground, did not immediately lose consciousness. Instead, he turned his head to look at Yi Fan, and the other two gritted his teeth and waved his left hand with all his might to signal them to retreat quickly. Then he closed his eyes. Seeing Li Qing fall down as well, Yi Fan and Xia Linger cried out loudly. At this moment, Lin Xian was communicating with Shao Qing in the pet space. Shao Qing had not appeared since the start of the battle. Shao Qing, what are you doing? Lin Xian asked anxiously. Almost done. I need you to unleash your full mental power, otherwise you won't be able to deal with this king cobra at all, Shao Qing replied. He had already anticipated that the group would be no match for the king cobra and had deliberately prepared in advance. Then let's use it. As long as it kills this snake, we can use it however we want. Lin Xian agreed without hesitation, since he didn't have much fighting power at the moment anyway. Alright, but you will be in a short coma after losing your spiritual power. After saying that, Shao Qing flew out of the pet space, and Lin Xian fell to the ground and lost consciousness as promised. Seeing Lin Xian collapse inexplicably, Yi Fan and Xia Linger looked puzzled. Ignore him, take down this beast first. Shao Qing said to Xia Linger without hesitation. When I call you, immediately unleash your golden spear at the king cobra's vital spot. Xia Linger nodded, preparing to take action. After Shao Qing finished explaining, she rushed straight towards the king cobra. When the king cobra saw Shao Qing flying over, its eyes were filled with doubt, and it wondered why this thing felt so familiar to it. Azure Dragon's true form, Shao Qing shouted, her voice like thunder falling from the sky, shaking everyone to their core. Several dazzling cyan lights instantly appeared in front of the king cobra, Yi Fan, and Xia Linger, so bright that they couldn't open their eyes and see what was happening. As the azure light gradually dissipated, Shao Qing vanished without a trace, replaced by a massive azure dragon. This azure dragon was dozens of feet long, coiling in mid-air, surrounded by hundreds of lightning bolts, exuding a majestic aura, as if looking down upon the world. The sudden appearance of the azure dragon's true form made the king cobra tremble all over, and it felt an unprecedentedly powerful mental pressure. Snakes are considered to some extent as descendants of dragons, so when Shao Qing revealed the true form of the azure dragon, the king cobra could only feel fear in the face of a real dragon, and had no other thoughts. Linger, now! Xia Linger and Yi Fan were equally startled startled by the true form of the Azure Dragon. They had never seen a sacred beast before, let alone the legendary Azure Dragon. But when Xiaoqing's voice rang in Xia Linger's ears, she did not hesitate at all, waved her staff, and quickly released her golden spear. Golden spear! A golden spear shot straight at the King Cobra's vital spot. This time, the King Cobra didn't react at all, completely overwhelmed by fear. The mental pressure made it utterly defenseless. The spear pierced right through its vital spot, and the once invincible King Cobra finally fell to the ground, no longer possessing its former might. On its deathbed, it saw the dragon with its own eyes, and its life was complete. With the death of the King Cobra, the Azure Dragon's true form in the air vanished. It was already quite remarkable that Xiaoqing could maintain his true form for even a few seconds, considering he was only a 1-star level cultivator. If Lin Xian's spiritual sea of consciousness were not still vast, Xiaoqing would not have been able to unleash the Azure Dragon true form. Lin Xian will wake up on his own. Feed Li Qing the snake's gallbladder, and the snake venom will be neutralized. I need to rest too. I was too exhausted just now. After giving instructions to Yifan and Xiaolinger, Xiaoqing returned to the pet space on her own. Fortunately, Xiaoqing is a saint-level pet beast and can speak. Otherwise, when Lin Xian was unconscious, no one would have known how to communicate. Yifan quickly followed Xiaoqing's instructions, took out the gallbladder of the King Cobra, and gave it to Li Qing, who had just been poisoned and unconscious. Fortunately, the poisoning was short-lived, and the snake gallbladder has excellent detoxifying properties. As a core organ of a level 4 monster, the snake gallbladder is extremely valuable and highly beneficial to the human body. For Li Qing, this was undoubtedly a mixed blessing. If he hadn't been poisoned, he would have had to hand over the snake gall to the Alliance in exchange for contribution points, and he would only have received a portion of it, which was far less cost-effective than consuming it directly. Xia Linger then went to Guotao's side in the distance, gave him medicine to treat his internal injuries, and fed him some water. His condition should be fine. Yifan and Xia Linger moved the other 3 people to Li Qing's side. Since they couldn't move Li Qing's body, they had to bring the other 2 to him. Soon, Li Qing was the first to wake up. His good physical condition, coupled with the snake gallbladder he had ingested, naturally allowed him to wake up faster. He felt perfectly fine, even more energetic than before, and asked Yifan in confusion, "Wasn't I poisoned and unconscious? How come I feel stronger than before?" It must be the King Cobra's gallbladder that's working. After all, it's a core organ of a level 4 monster. As Yifan spoke, he pointed in the direction behind Li Qing. Li Qing turned around curiously and was immediately startled. Upon seeing the King Cobra's carcass, he jumped to his feet, his face filled with disbelief. "How did it die? Did you kill it?" Li Qing became increasingly puzzled. Guotao was already unconscious at the time, and he himself was also unconscious from poisoning. How could the remaining 3 people kill the King Cobra? It was his pet beast, Xiaoqing, who did it. Yifan looked at Lin Xian and said something meaningful. "Isn't Xiaoqing supposed to be powerless? How could she kill such a troublesome King Cobra?" Li Qing pressed on with even greater confusion. Yifan then told Li Qing the whole story in detail, which completely dispelled all his doubts. "So that's how it is. Saint-level pets are indeed formidable," Li Qing exclaimed sincerely, looking at Lin Xian who was still unconscious. "That's right. Just maintaining its true form for a few seconds was enough to terrify a level 4 monster to the point of being powerless. I can't even imagine how amazing Xiaoqing will be when it fully grows up." Yifan nodded in agreement. After witnessing that terrifying pressure firsthand, he understood why saint-level pets were the dream of beast tamers. While the group was talking, Guotao woke up from his coma. However, his injuries were much more serious than Li Qing's, as they involved internal organs and would be difficult to heal without proper rest. Like Li Qing, Guotao, after regaining consciousness, was also puzzled about how the King Cobra had died. Yifan then recounted the whole story. Guotao reacted just like Li Qing, his face showing shock, and his gaze towards Lin Xian held an added complexity. "You should rest first. We'll discuss the next steps after Xiaolin wakes up," Yifan said to Guotao. Guotao's internal injuries likely make it difficult for him to cope with the challenges ahead. Logically, they should leave the no man's land and return to Luchuan City. "I'm not as badly injured as you think," Guotao replied with a slight smile. Although the impact had caused serious consequences, he felt he could still continue fighting. "Don't be reckless. As long as you're alive, you can always rebuild. If you're injured, you should focus on recovering first," Yifan said firmly. As the captain of the Tianfan hunting team, he felt it was his duty to take responsibility. Hearing Yifan's unquestionable tone, Guotao immediately nodded in agreement. About half an hour later, Lin Xian finally woke up from his coma. Because Xiaoqing had previously drained his spiritual energy, he was forced into a coma and would only be able to wake up once his spiritual energy had recovered somewhat. Lin Xian gently patted his forehead. He had just woken up and felt a headache, but otherwise felt no discomfort. "You're finally awake. Are you feeling unwell anywhere?" Yifan asked with concern. According to Xiaoqing, Lin Xian was fine. "No, you killed the King Cobra?" Lin Xian immediately noticed the King Cobra's corpse and asked in surprise. Yifan shook his head and recounted the events that had occurred to him in detail. "Azure
Dragon's true form? Little Green transformed into Azure Dragon, and you actually killed the King Cobra in an instant? Is it really that fragile? Lin Xian was incredulous. The King Cobra was not only agile but also possessed defensive capabilities. Snakes are most afraid of dragons. They are considered to be among the dragon's descendants. Facing my true form, they have no right to resist. At this moment, Xiao Cheng appeared beside Lin Xian and explained to everyone. It's like when you face your dad. Do you have the urge to fight? That's roughly the idea. When the true form appears, the King Cobra loses all its abilities. Xiao Cheng said somewhat helplessly. Although she wasn't very good at describing it, snakes are naturally afraid of dragons, especially real dragons. Okay, I can barely understand. But why didn't you tell us sooner? We almost lost our lives. Lin Xian looked at Xiao Cheng, his tone reproachful. I need time to prepare, and the King Cobra attacked first, so I couldn't control it at all, Xiao Cheng explained helplessly. If the snake hadn't been in such a hurry to attack, he could have slowly absorbed the spiritual energy and easily killed it. Yes, Xiao Cheng is right. That King Cobra charged straight at me. Li Qing nodded in agreement. I know, but I hope we can communicate more in the future, Lin Xian said, looking at Xiao Cheng. I'll adjust gradually, Xiao Cheng replied sincerely. After all, their understanding was still lacking. What about rare and precious materials? Didn't we come here for rare and precious materials? Guo Tao looked at everyone and asked. It's nearby. This King Cobra must be guarding the rare and precious materials. It won't let other monsters or humans take them away easily. Xiao Cheng immediately explained to everyone that snakes have a weak ability to sense rare and precious materials, so there must be that treasure hidden here. Then let's split up and search. According to Xiao Cheng, there shouldn't be any danger around here. Yi Fan addressed the group. After all, this area was originally the territory of the level 4 monster, the King Cobra. In this uninhabited area, almost no monsters dared to easily venture in. After hearing the captain's words, everyone except Guo Tao immediately began searching the surrounding area. Soon after, Xia Linger discovered a small grass emitting a faint, clear light in a crevice of the ruins. It looks like it's here. Come and take a look. Xia Linger didn't take action directly, but instead called for everyone to come over. Everyone rushed over upon hearing the commotion, and Xiao Cheng flew to Lin Xian's side as well. What is this? It looks pretty ordinary. Li Qing stared at the small grass in the crack, asking with a puzzled expression, if it weren't for the faint light it was emitting, I really couldn't tell the difference between it and ordinary grass. Ambergris. Upon seeing the appearance of the grass, Xiao Cheng excitedly exclaimed, this is the 5-star treasure, dragon saliva grass. Let's pick it. Xiao Cheng said to Lin Xian. Should we just pull it out? Lin Xian walked over and asked Xiao Cheng. Yes, just pull it out. Upon hearing the command, Lin Xian swiftly uprooted the dragon's saliva grass with a swift stroke of his knife. At this moment, Xiao Cheng said to Lin Xian through her consciousness, you should discuss with them whether I can eat this dragon saliva grass. I should be able to advance to the 2nd star. This grass is quite old and has a lot of energy. Lin Xian hesitated upon hearing this. After all, they had come to the no man's land as a hunting team, and it seemed unreasonable for one person to keep all the rare treasures to himself. Anyway, you'll just use them to exchange for contribution points, so why don't you let me eat them first? That way, I can increase my combat power. You can treat it as borrowing them, and then give them more contribution points later. Xiao Qing continued to persuade it in its mind, saying that it really needed this ambergris. After all, the formation of dragon's saliva grass is related to dragon breath. When high-level dragons pass through this place, the dragon's saliva they left behind, after being exposed to wind and rain, absorbed the essence of the sun and moon and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and slowly grew into this precious grass. The longer it is aged, the stronger the energy it contains. Moreover, its energy is particularly suitable for dragons, since it is a crystallization of dragon saliva. Therefore, after Xiao Qing ate it, she was able to directly increase her star level. Okay, I'll go and discuss it with them. Lin Xian had no choice but to agree. The two completed the task quickly through telepathic communication, without wasting time with other team members. Brothers, I have a favor to ask. Lin Xian held the dragon's saliva grass, looked at everyone sincerely, and spoke earnestly. Hearing him say that, Yi Fan immediately understood his thoughts. You mean to say that I'll give you this ambergris, right? Yi Fan smiled and spoke for Lin Xian, saying what was on Lin Xian's mind. Yes, I know this dragon's saliva grass is very valuable. Giving it to the Alliance will definitely earn me a lot of contribution points. I won't take it for nothing. Wait a minute, Lin Xian was interrupted by Yi Fan before he could finish speaking. Xiao Lin, stop talking. Without Xiao Cheng, we can't possibly defeat the King Cobra. I have no objection to taking this dragon saliva grass. Yi Fan decisively stepped forward to express his opinion. Although the dragon's saliva grass was the team's spoils, without Xiao Qing's help, the entire team would probably have perished under the fangs of the King Cobra. Giving it to Lin Xian was no problem. That's right, and I've already obtained the gallbladder of a King Cobra, which is also a treasure. I fully support giving you the dragon's saliva grass. As soon as Yi Fan finished speaking, Li Qing, the team's elder brother, also agreed. agreed. Because of Xiao Qing, Li Qing had already consumed the most precious treasure from the king cobra, its gallbladder, so he would never covet the dragon's saliva grass again. I agree. Without Xiao Qing, my internal injuries would probably be irreversible, and I would most likely be a corpse by now. Based on that alone, the dragon's saliva grass is yours, and we have no objections, Guo Tao said, patting his body as he looked at Lin Xian with sincere eyes. That's what I think too. Our success in killing the king cobra has already contributed a lot to the team. As for this dragon saliva grass, it should belong to you, Xiao Linger concluded, her meaning clear. Killing a level 4 monster was almost an impossible task for their team, and they had accomplished it, which was a huge gain in itself. As for the dragon saliva grass, it rightfully belonged to Lin Xian, and he genuinely needed it. Hearing what his older brothers and sisters said, Lin Xian stood there, stunned. He hadn't expected them to support him so unanimously. This is a 5-star treasure, Lin Xian confirmed again. A 5-star treasure can be exchanged for at least 10,000 contribution points in the alliance, which is equivalent to several months' income for many hunting teams. We know that, but even the most precious treasures are not as valuable as our own lives. Yifan patted Lin Xian on the shoulder, as if trying to make him understand that surviving the king cobra's attack was the most important thing. Hurry up and put it away. What if we change our minds later? Guo Tao walked up to Lin Xian, casually stuffed the dragon's saliva grass into his pocket, and joked with a smile. Ha ha, exactly. Li Qing couldn't help but burst into laughter after hearing Guo Tao's words. Seeing that everyone had made up their minds, Lin Xian could no longer refuse and had no choice but to accept the dragon's saliva grass. Xiao Qing said that after eating this dragon's saliva grass, he should be able to advance to the 2nd star, which is why he tried so hard to get this treasure. Lin Xian then told everyone the truth. After all, Xiao Qing was the biggest contributor to the fight against the king cobra. You should have said so earlier. Xiao Qing's improvement in strength means an improvement in the overall strength of our hunting team, so of course we should give him the dragon saliva grass, Yifan said to Lin Xian. In this no man's land, strength is king, and any action that can improve the team's combat power should be encouraged. Xiao Qing didn't hold back either. After getting the dragon's saliva grass, she swallowed it in one gulp. The 5-star treasure instantly became her delicious meal. As soon as the ambergris entered Xiao Qing's body, his body began to change. Its size rapidly increased, reaching nearly 3 meters in length, with its scales becoming more defined and its claws gleaming, clearly resembling a real dragon. Xiao Qing has grown so much, Yifan and the others exclaimed in amazement as they looked at Xiao Qing's transformation. I wonder what new ability she'll have after reaching 2 stars. Lin Xian was more concerned about Xiao Qing's ability improvement. Previously, Xiao Qing was only 1 star, with limited skills and only 1 support aura. After a few minutes, Xiao Qing's evolution was finally complete. At this point, it seemed to have acquired the ability to carry people and fly. Let me show you my new ability, Xiao Qing said excitedly to everyone. Wood domain full of vitality. A green halo was released from Xiao Qing's body, instantly covering the 5 members of the Tianfan hunting team. A green halo surrounded each person, providing them with the most fundamental nourishment. It feels so good. It's like my body has reached its peak, Yifan exclaimed in amazement as he experienced the effects of Xiao Qing's aura. My internal organs seem to be repairing, and I feel very comfortable with no discomfort. Guo Tao, who was the most seriously injured, felt the effects most acutely, as he clearly felt his injuries slowly healing. Yes, the snake gall I absorbed before seems to be taking effect, and my physical condition is significantly stronger than before, Li Qing said excitedly, having never experienced such a miraculous recovery effect. Is this the wood element's healing method? It feels much more advanced than the water elements. Xiao Linger, who had a good understanding of the 5 elements, couldn't help but sigh after experiencing the effect of the halo. Seeing their expressions, Xiao Qing began to explain. The reason why the 5 elements are arranged in the order of wood, fire, earth, metal, and water is because the wood element is the beginning of the 5 elements. Its treatment focuses more on healing from the root, so the wood element has a very strong effect in treating internal injuries, which is incomparable to the water element. Water elements are better at healing external injuries, but my aura effect can not only heal internal injuries, but also nourish your bodies, which is why you feel so comfortable. It is a very powerful healing and recovery aura. Xiao Qing seemed quite proud. As a saint-level wood elemental pet, it possessed the strongest wood elemental characteristics, so its aura effect was naturally exceptionally powerful. After Xiao Qing used wood domain vibrant life, Wei Tao's original internal injuries were effectively treated. All members of the Tianfan hunting team have recovered to their peak condition, so they do not need to return to Luchuan City and can continue hunting monsters in the no man's land. For the next 5 days, they did not encounter any more level 4 monsters like the king cobra, and the journey was uneventful. Let's rest here tonight. We'll take turns keeping watch in groups. Linger, being a girl, doesn't need to participate. Yifan and his group arrived at a relatively open location and spoke to the others. Okay, then I'll team up with you, and Xiao Lin and Xiao Guo will team up. We'll take the first half
half of the night watch, and they'll take the second half. Upon hearing the captain's words, Li Qing continued, that's how we've been doing it for the past few nights. Yi Fan nodded. After saying that, the 5 of them began preparing the items they needed to rest, so that they could get a good night's sleep. By this time, it was getting dark, with only the afterglow of the sun illuminating the sky. Unbeknownst to the Tianfan hunting team, a squad was watching them from a tall, dilapidated building in the distance. Big brother, I've been observing them for 2 days. Their strength is average, and the key is that they're just a bunch of greenhorns. They should be excellent prey. A young man with a cigarette in his mouth and binoculars in his hand spoke to the middle-aged man sitting behind him. The man referred to as Big Brother was about 30 years old, with a thick beard and a long scar on his right cheek. He was toying with a long spear in his hand. It was a Class B combat weapon, far more powerful than ordinary weapons. Are there any women? Upon hearing his younger brother's words, the older brother immediately asked. Yes, nice figure, not sure about her face, but she should be pretty good looking. The younger brother holding the binoculars quickly replied with a smile. Good. Tell the second and third brothers to move tonight. The elder brother stood up, patted the younger brother on the shoulder, and gave instructions. Yes, brother. Should they all bring equipment? Upon hearing that his eldest brother was going to bring his second and third brothers along, the younger brother immediately asked. Take them all with you. After all, they are a hunting team. We can't underestimate them. The elder brother thought for a moment and then answered. All right, honestly, I can't wait any longer since we last made a move. The younger brother excitedly said that they hadn't made a move in a long time. Because there are few novices entering the no man's land, and most are experienced hunting teams, it's difficult for them to make a move. Now that we've finally found a target that meets our criteria, we have the opportunity to take action. Meanwhile, Yi Fan and his companions were completely unaware that they had become prey for others, and were still busy preparing for the night. At that moment, Lin Xian's communicator rang, and the caller ID showed that it was his teacher, Luo Xin. Teacher, why did you suddenly contact me? Lin Xian asked with a smile. She should still be with her teacher, Xian Yuanjiu, right? I just got back to Luchuan City. I was going to go to your house to find you, but your parents said you haven't been home for several days and haven't told them where you went, so I called to ask. Luo Xin said on the other end of the communicator, I've already entered the no man's land. I didn't tell my parents because I was afraid they would worry. Lin Xian explained to Luo Xin. Luo Xin guessed that he must have gone to the no man's land. Although she didn't show much surprise, she was still very worried. You're only level 1. Why are you in such a hurry to go to the no man's land? Are you going alone, or have you joined a hunting team? Luo Xin asked. I joined a hunting team. They're all very nice and quite strong, Lin Xian quickly explained to Luo Xin, not wanting his teacher to worry about him. What kind of people are they? What are their abilities? Luo Xin wanted to know the specifics of Lin Xian's team. Upon hearing the teacher's question, Lin Xian told her about the Tianfan hunting team. You're really brave. The oldest is only 21, and you dare to go to the no man's land? Do you know that the most dangerous thing in the no man's land is not the monsters at all? Luo Xin was furious after hearing this. She thought this team was a regular hunting team, but she didn't expect that they were all a bunch of greenhorns. I know, Brotherly said that other hunting teams in the no man's land are also in danger, but with the Alliance badge, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. Lin Xian quickly explained, wanting his teacher to understand that he was not unprepared. You don't know anything. What do you mean other hunting teams are dangerous? What danger are they? We're not afraid at all. The real danger is those desperate criminals, Luo Xin said angrily. Hearing this, Lin Xian knew that this group of people really didn't have much experience. A desperate fugitive? Lin Xian asked, puzzled. Anyone punished by the Alliance is sent to the no man's land. They don't have hunting squads, but they stick together for survival. They have no hope of going back, so besides monsters, their targets are the hunting squads that enter the no man's land. Killing them will allow them to seize a lot of food and resources, Luo Xin said seriously. More importantly, these desperados are mostly men who haven't seen women for years, so they crave them intensely, understand? Luo Xin said angrily to Lin Xian. These kids are really messing around. They were all quite talented and daring, and looking for thrills, so they formed a team and ventured into the no man's land. In fact, very few people who enter no man's land are that young. The average age of a hunting team is usually around 30. The reason Li Qing and his team were able to enter the no man's land was because of their outstanding talent. Other teams were willing to take them in. But sending these young people in as a team would be tantamount to suicide, which is why Luo Xin was so angry. We've been here for several days now and haven't encountered any of those desperate criminals, so we should be fine. Lin Xian thought Luo Xin was worrying unnecessarily. After all, they had been here for so long and hadn't encountered any trouble other than the king cobra, let alone the desperate criminals their teacher had mentioned. What do you know? Those desperate criminals often hide in the shadows and observe for a few days before deciding whether to make a move. Their understanding of the no man's land far surpasses that of ordinary hunting teams. Luo Xin roared, his voice full of worry. The less dangerous a place seems, the more likely it is that danger could strike at any moment. This is Luo Xian's profound understanding of the no man's land.
Send me your location, and I'll come over right now to pick you up.
We'll go again when you're at a higher level, Luo Xian said bluntly. She absolutely did not want her newly recruited students to die in the no man's land. Lin Xian knew that his teacher was in a bad mood, so he didn't dare to say anything more and could only agree. I'll get there a bit slower, since it's best not to ride a flying pet in a no man's land, as it's too easy to attract high-level monsters, Luo Xian said. She could only get there as quickly as possible, but she couldn't fly. Lin Xian didn't mind and simply replied, "You all stay where you are and wait for me to come over."
I understand.
Lin Xian nodded, his tone tinged with disappointment. He had originally planned to stay in this uninhabited area for a few more days, but his teacher told him to go back so early and even came to pick him up in person. Lin Xian had no choice but to tell Captain Yifan about it. Yifan was also surprised to hear this, not expecting that his teacher cared so much about Lin Xian. "Then we can only wait and see. We can't go against your teacher's wishes." Yifan understood Lin Xian's feelings very well and said to him that they were resting in place anyway and wouldn't wander around. As night fell, the bright moonlight shone through the clouds onto the deserted area, making it appear exceptionally bright. However, the nights here are much quieter than in the city. Apart from the occasional monster cry, almost no other sounds can be heard.
"Brother, we are all ready and can set off at any time."
In the distance, the four brothers were targeting the Tianfan hunting team and were already fully prepared to set off.
"Remember, that woman must be kept alive. Kill everyone else."
The leader reiterated to them that the woman's survival was more important than anything else.
"I understand. How could I not understand?"
The other three answered with smiles, clearly aware of the point. Of the four brothers, the eldest, who was exiled to a no man's land for murder, is the oldest among them at 39 years old. He is a level 5 early stage ability user and is skilled in using technological thermal weapons. The second brother was exiled for attempted murder. He is 37 years old, a late stage level 4 ability user, and is skilled in close combat. The third brother was exiled for rape. He was 34 years old, a mid-level level 4 ability user, and was skilled in control and defense. The fourth brother was imprisoned for trafficking in firearms. He was 30 years old, a level 4 early stage superhuman, and skilled in illusion magic. Their supernatural talents are not outstanding, their mental strength is average, and their cultivation progress is slow, placing them at a lower middle level. But having endured countless life or death battles, their crimes were unforgivable, and they were exiled for life, with no badges to use. Therefore, they became the most terrifying outlaws in the no man's land, even more terrifying than criminals who had the opportunity to return. The four set off late at night, around 10 p.m., and arrived near the Tianfan hunting team around 11 p.m. It's only the first half of the night, and Li Cheng and Yifan are on night watch while the others are resting in their tents. Luo Xian's earlier warning made Yifan extra vigilant, and as the team leader, he did his best to fulfill his duties.
"What's going on? There seems to be something approaching us from the west."
Yifan, who possessed the ability to perceive and investigate, suddenly sensed a dangerous aura and whispered to Li Cheng,
"Should we wake them up?"
Upon hearing the captain's words, Li Cheng reacted immediately and dared not delay. At this moment, it was likely not a monster, but a cautious human, and Yifan began to think of a way to deal with it. "You prepare the defense mode first, I'll go wake up the others." After speaking to Li Cheng, Yifan quietly entered the tent and woke up the others.
"Someone is approaching us?" Guo Tao asked in surprise.
"Yes, it seems there were 4 people, about 50 meters away from us, who stopped temporarily." Yifan clearly sensed the number of people and the distance between them, and informed them.
"Could it be that the desperados my teacher mentioned have really come?"
Lin Xian asked with an incredulous expression.
"People who come to this place around this time are most likely not good people. It seems they've spotted us." One of them went back to the tent.
The fourth brother used binoculars to observe the movements of Tianfan's hunting team and reported back to the others.
"They've discovered us? Impossible. I can't sense them at this distance. Could they be higher level than me?"
The eldest brother listened to the fourth brother's words and responded non-committally.
"They must be going back to their tents to get something."
The eldest brother's analysis makes sense. After all, they are still young, and their rank could never be higher than his. Fourth brother, set up the illusion first, and then we'll go over there.
The eldest brother gave orders to the fourth brother.
Although the fourth brother's illusionary abilities are not particularly sophisticated, they are quite effective against lower-level ability users, making it almost impossible for them to detect them.
"We need to go a little further. We're not quite there yet," the fourth brother said, then moved forward alone, with the other 3 following closely behind.
Meanwhile, the Tianfan hunting team was gathered in a tent discussing countermeasures. Suddenly, they noticed that the sky outside, which should have been pitch black, had suddenly lit up.
Li Cheng rushed into the tent in surprise and asked incredulously, "What's going on? I just blinked. How come it's already dawn?"
Everyone was equally surprised and rushed out of the tent to find out what had happened.
"Be careful not to go out. This is an illusion. Once you go out, you'll become sitting ducks."
Xiao Qing stopped the 5 of them in time.
Although it's unclear what methods the enemy used, the purpose of this illusion was undoubtedly to lure them out of the tent. Once outside, they would become the enemy's target, at their mercy. How can you be so sure? Lin Xian asked curiously. This illusion won't work on me. You're all still in the illusion. Those 4 people are standing right across from the tent. If you go out, you'll be mowed down by machine guns immediately, Xiaoqing explained clearly. Lin Xian asked, puzzled, then why aren't they firing now? The tents can't stop bullets. Yi Fan and his companions, of course, did not know why the people outside were not firing their guns, but they knew very well why. They had to ensure the woman lived and would never fire without confirming the target. If they accidentally killed her, they didn't know how long they would have to wait before finding the next suitable target. What do we do now? Their level is clearly much higher than ours. Yi Fan asked the others. Because he couldn't detect any information about the 4 people, he can only conclude that their ability level far exceeded his own. This illusion must have a limited duration. We need to wait for it to disappear and then take the opportunity to break out. I can carry you for a distance, Xiaoqing said. After reaching the 2nd star quality, his size increased and he could indeed carry people. However, there were 5 of them, so even if they could fly, they couldn't go very far, and it would consume a lot of energy. I'll stay here and hold them off. You guys follow Xiaoqing and get out of here quickly. Li Qing stepped forward without hesitation. As the leader of the team, he had to take on the responsibility at this moment. No way. How can I let you stay behind alone? Yi Fan shook his head in opposition. As the captain, he would never abandon any of his teammates. Didn't the guards give us a signal device when we went out? Can't we use it to summon the superhumans in the city? Lin Xian reminded Yi Fan, this signal device was for use in case of danger. Li Qing shook his head and explained, it can still be used against monsters, but this time we're facing humans. As soon as we use the signal device, they'll immediately detect it and kill us, and we won't be able to wait for reinforcements. Brother Li is right. If we use the signal device, those guys outside will know and take immediate action. We can't use the signal device now. Yi Fan nodded in agreement. They seemed to be stuck in a dead end. Just as the Tianfan hunting team was fretting over this, several horrific screams suddenly came from outside the tent. Then the illusion around them dissipated, and the sky turned dark again. Come out, you bunch of arrogant brats. A familiar voice came from inside the tent. It's my teacher. She just happened to arrive. Lin Xian rushed out excitedly upon hearing Luo Xian's voice. The other members of Tianfan's hunting team also followed them out of the tent. Sure enough, a woman in a black robe stood outside the tent, followed by a huge tiger and a jet black eagle. Behind the 2 pet beasts lay 4 corpses lying in pools of blood. Needless to say, it was Luo Xian who arrived. She summoned a tiger and an eagle, easily defeated the 4 criminals, and successfully rescued the 5 members of the Tianfan hunting team. Upon seeing Luo Xian, Lin Xian rushed over excitedly. Having just survived a life-or-death ordeal, seeing Luo Xian finally put his mind at ease. Seeing Lin Xian's silly look, Luo Xian rolled her eyes at him and said, "You're really audacious. You actually trespassed into this no man's land without even telling me first. Just because I'm not in Luchuan City, you don't consider me your teacher anymore? I swear, I really didn't mean that. I just wanted to train myself and also see if there were any rare and precious herbs that could help Xiaoqing improve." Lin Xian quickly and sincerely explained. He had no idea that this no man's land was hiding so many dangers. Luckily, I arrived in time. Otherwise, these desperate 4th level ability users could have wiped you all out. Thinking that if she had arrived a moment later, everyone would have been doomed, Luo Xian couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. I'm sorry to have troubled you again, teacher, Lin Xian said somewhat embarrassedly. Although Luo Xian had not been his teacher for long, she had already lent a helping hand many times and taken good care of him. Are you members of the Tianfan hunting team? Luo Xian turned to look at the people behind Lin Xian and asked. Greetings, senior. I am Yi Fan, the captain of the Tianfan hunting team. We are all Lin Xian's teammates. Yi Fan stepped forward respectfully to answer. Your talent is not bad, but you can't be so reckless. You must at least reach the level of a level 3 ability master before entering this no man's land. Luo Xian took the opportunity to criticize seriously. The more self-important a genius is, the more they need to be disciplined, otherwise they will always become arrogant and complacent. We know we were wrong. Yi Fan sincerely admitted his mistake. This time, a major incident almost occurred, and as the team leader, he had completely failed in his duty. Come back with me first. Once you've all reached level 3 or 4, come back to this no man's land to train. Your fate will be up to you then. With that, Luo Xian led the Tianfan hunting team toward Luchuan City. On the way, Lin Xian told his teacher about his experiences in the no man's land in detail. Luo Xian was very surprised. She didn't expect that Lin Xian would gain something from this trip to the no man's land, actually upgrading the Azure Dragon to a 2-star quality. It was truly unexpected. Lin, do you know why I am a beast tamer, but my teacher is a psychic? After returning to Luchuan City, Luo Xian called Lin Xian to her villa and asked. Hearing the teacher's question, Lin Xian shook his head. He had had this question for a long
time, but had never had the chance to ask it. You should have felt it when you went to the no man's land this time. When we beast tamers fight, our combat power mainly depends on our pets. We ourselves are almost useless, right?
With his experience in the no man's land, Luo Xian's words made Lin Xian understand even more.
Yes, sometimes I get so anxious watching my teammates charge to the front lines while I can only stand back and watch.
It's really painful.
Lin Xian nodded heavily, frankly admitting his helplessness. That feeling was maddening. It's not just you, every beast tamer feels this way, so we've all been trying to find a solution to this problem.
Luo Xian stood up and said earnestly to Lin Xian.
Could it be that he's cultivating some kind of mental ability? Lin Xian asked tentatively, since this was the most reasonable reason for his teacher to choose Xian Yuanzhou as his master.
That's right.
After thousands of years of research, beast tamers have discovered that their mental strength is generally stronger than that of other
ability users, Luo Xian explained.
Because they need to control their beasts, beast tamers have larger and stronger mental Cs than other ability users. But we don't possess the characteristics of a psychic ability user, so will this be effective? Lin Xian was full of questions. Lin Xian asked with great curiosity, since those superpowered individuals all possess talents such as mental penetration and mental control, while beast tamers did not have these abilities. We are certainly not as good as those psychics with mental talents, but we are definitely better than other types of psychics, and that is enough.
Luo Xian smiled and said to Lin Xian, everyone has their own expertise.
Beast masters are strong in beast taming. Mental skills are mainly used to enhance their combat power and self-defense capabilities, and are not the primary means of combat. After listening to Luo Xian's words, Lin Xian suddenly realized why Luo Xian was able to easily control Lu Jiang and his bodyguards. It turned out she had learned this kind of skill. Therefore, you also need to learn mental attack skills. With your powerful mental C, you are a natural-born powerful ability user, and sometimes you don't even need your pet to step in.
Luo Xian looked at Lin Xian and said that Lin Xian's talent was more outstanding than hers.
Not only herself, but even her teacher Xian Yuanjuzi had extremely high expectations for Lin Xian.
Now that you've explained it that way, I understand. So, what skill should I learn? Lin Xian nodded and asked Luo Xian for advice.
We superpowered practitioners or cultivators can learn a skill every time we level up, but that doesn't mean we can only learn one. It's just that the cost is relatively high, so many people are unwilling to learn more.
Luo Xian continued to explain to Lin Xian.
But teacher, my special ability doesn't allow me to learn any beast taming skills.
Can I learn other skills?
Lin Xian suddenly thought of this problem, since his skills were randomly assigned and he couldn't learn beast taming skills.
Your talent might prevent you from learning beast taming skills,
but it didn't say it wouldn't allow you to learn other types.
Are you stupid?
Luo Xian rolled her eyes at Lin Xian, then explained that other types of skills are very different from beast taming skills.
Hearing Luo Xian's words, Lin Xian asked incredulously, it's possible to do that? Isn't that a loophole?
I don't know, but judging from the description of your talent, you are not limited.
Luo Xian shrugged.
Although she wasn't sure, she felt it should be fine.
Then I'll give it a try. What skill should I learn?
Lin Xian asked again, but he himself had no clue and knew very little about other types of skills. Since you are my student, and I am Master Xuan Yuan's student, it is natural that you must learn the skills of our lineage. As Luo Xian spoke, she took out a piece of parchment from her storage ring, but it was completely blank. Drip your blood onto this parchment, and words will appear.
No one but you can see them. This is the rule of our lineage. As Luo Xian spoke, she handed the parchment to Lin Xian.
Although she didn't understand the reason, this was the rule she had always followed. Lin Xian took the parchment, his mind filled with doubt.
Was it really that magical?
No one else could see the contents except for himself.
He did as the teacher instructed, dripping the blood onto the parchment paper. Sure enough, as the blood was absorbed, many words slowly appeared on the parchment. Shouldn't the text appear by now? Since Luo Xian couldn't see the text, she asked Lin Xian.
It's here.
Does it say Divine Refinement Heart Sutra on it?
Lin Xian looked at the large characters in the upper left corner of the craft paper and asked the teacher for confirmation.
That's right.
The Divine Refinement Heart Sutra is divided into 9 levels. Just follow the method described in it and practice each level one by one. Luo Xian told Lin Xian that this was what she practiced, relying entirely on talent and comprehension, and there was nothing special to explain. After listening to Luo Xian's words, Lin Xian put away the Divine Refinement Heart Sutra and couldn't help but ask, Teacher, what level have you and Grandmaster reached in your cultivation? He was very interested in this and eager to know. I'm not very talented in this area, and I've only reached the late stage of the 2nd level. My master, on the other hand, has already reached the 5th level.
Luo Xian answered truthfully, and although the difference was quite large, the news shocked Lin Xian.
Grandmaster has only reached the 5th level, yet he has already displayed such formidable strength.
How astonishing would it be if he reached the 9th level?
Lin Xian simply couldn't imagine that Xian Yuanzhou was a level 8 peak ability master, only one step away from level 9, while he had only cultivated to the 5th level of the Divine Refinement Heart Sutra. This was simply incomprehensible. I knew you would have this question. I asked my master before, but he couldn't give a definite answer. He only said that no one in our lineage has ever been able to break through to the 7th level or above. Luo Xian answered Lin Xian in this way. In other words, the inheritors of their lineage could only cultivate to the 6th level at most. No one knew what the 7th, 8th, or even 9th levels of the Divine Refinement Heart Sutra looked like, nor did anyone know how powerful they would be. After listening to Luo Xian's words, Lin Xian became even more convinced that the Divine Refinement Heart Sutra was definitely an exceptionally powerful technique, but he didn't know if he would have the opportunity to cultivate it to a higher level. In the time to come, you should focus on cultivating the Divine Refinement Heart Sutra, which will rapidly enhance your mental strength. Once you advance to the level 2 ability master, you will be able to possess a certain level of combat power. Luo Xian gave Lin Xian these instructions because in the early stages of a beast tamer, the number of pets is small and the strength is not strong, even inferior to other types of ability masters. After all, you only have one fighting pet. How could it possibly compare to a nimble and clever human? Therefore, a beast tamer usually needs to have 2 pet beasts to be on par with other ability users, and only when they have 3 or more pet beasts can they possibly surpass other ability users. After obtaining the Divine Refinement Heart Sutra, Lin Xian set a new goal in his heart to continue to cultivate this technique while improving his superpower level. Upon returning home, he took out the Divine Refinement Heart Sutra and began to carefully study the mysteries of this technique, trying to understand why even a peak level 8 ability master could only cultivate to the 5th level. The Divine Refinement Heart Sutra. Refine your mind and elevate your mental state through spiritual power. Mental state is divided into 9 levels, and each breakthrough brings a significant improvement. First level, refining the mind, controlling mental energy to temper one's willpower. The second level, gathering the mind, breaking through the refining mind stage, bringing the mind to one point, focusing intently on nothing. The third level, calming the mind, breaking through the state of mental stillness, the mind becomes as firm as a rock, unwavering. Fourth level, locking the mind, breaking through the state of mental stagnation, locking the heart in one place, focusing emotions. Fifth level, tranquility of mind, breaking through the lock on the mind is as calm as the sea, unfathomable. Sixth level, a state of tranquility, breaking through to a state of stillness, where the mind is as clear as jade, unbreakable. Seventh level, earth core realm, breaking through the pure mind realm, my heart is as solid and unyielding as the earth. Eighth level, heavenly heart realm, breaking through the earthly heart realm, my heart is as vast as the sky, encompassing all things. Ninth level, the state of no mind, breaking through the heavenly mind realm, with a mind free of distractions, following the natural way, reaching the heavenly Tao realm. Lin Xian carefully studied every sentence in the Divine Refinement Heart Sutra, and every word was written exceptionally clearly. The descriptions of each level and the capabilities it offers are all clearly presented. He's actually reached the 9th level of the mindless realm, where words can become law. No wonder my master could only cultivate to the 5th level. After carefully considering it, Lin Xian finally understood why Xian Yuanzhou had only cultivated to the 5th level. Because the enhancement brought by each level of the Divine Refinement Heart Sutra is extremely powerful, it is of great help to the cultivator. For example, in the first level of the mind refinement realm, once successfully cultivated, the cultivator's mental strength will be as powerful as their spiritual strength, and their cultivation speed will be at least twice as fast. Once you break through the second level of mental focus, you can maintain your concentration forever, free from any external distractions, and your mind will always be in its best state. This also explains why Luo Xian can control others almost perfectly when using mental power, that is the effect of the second level of near mastery. No wonder the teacher said that as long as you practice this Divine Refinement Heart Sutra properly, your leveling speed will be astonishingly fast. It really is a heaven-defying technique. Holding the parchment, Lin Xian couldn't help but mutter to himself, isn't mental strength something that cultivators practice? Why are we, the superhumans, being forced to cultivate it? Lin Xian was quite puzzled by this, but he had no answer at the moment, and neither did Xian Yuanzhou and Luo Xian. However, since we're going to cultivate it anyway, let's just do it. In any case, this Divine Refinement Heart Sutra will never harm anyone. Moreover, on the Myriad Spirits planet, only their lineage possesses the method to cultivate the Divine Refinement Heart Sutra. So, for the next 3 months, Lin Xian almost never left his house, diligently studying the Divine Refinement Heart Sutra. He barely even went to Luchuan City High School, because he didn't really need it. Aside from occasionally visiting his teacher Luo Xian and meeting up with his teammates from the Tianfan hunting team, he almost always stayed at home, quietly improving his strength. Finally promoted to level 2 ability user. Finally, the day arrived, and Lin Xian successfully became a level 2 ability master. Holding the Divine Refinement Heart Sutra in his hand, he couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for this, it would have taken at least half a year to reach level 2. However, he also knew that he was still in the mind refinement stage and his strength had not undergone a significant qualitative change. Lin Xian was secretly puzzled. His spiritual power had improved rapidly during this period, but his mental strength level had improved slowly.
Never mind, I'll go ask the teacher first.
Having just been promoted to a level 2 ability master, Lin Xian immediately went to find Luo Xin, as she had previously instructed him to do so.
Cultivating the Divine Refinement Heart Sutra should not be viewed simply as an improvement in mental strength. The key is one's state of mind, and the most important thing is to understand the realm. This relies on comprehension, not effort. After learning about Lin Xian's cultivation method, Luo Xin solemnly emphasized it.
While improving one's superpower level relies on diligence and hard work, breaking through the Divine Refinement Heart Sutra depends more on comprehension, which is completely different from a cultivator's cultivation of mental strength.
Comprehension? I think I understand now.
After listening to his teacher's words, Lin Xian immediately understood that this thing was somewhat like the philosophy in Buddhist and Taoist culture on Earth, relying on sudden enlightenment rather than simple cultivation.
Isn't mental strength something that cultivators practice? Why should we, with our supernatural abilities, have to cultivate it?
Lin Xian had this question in his mind, but he hadn't found the answer himself.
Xian Yuanzhou and Luo Xin were equally confused. However, since he was asked to do it, he had no choice but to comply.
In any case, this Divine Refinement Heart Sutra would never harm anyone, and on the Myriad Spirits planet, only their lineage possessed the method to cultivate it. So for the next 3 months, Lin Xian stayed at home almost entirely to cultivate the Divine Refinement Heart Sutra, rarely even going to Luchuan City High School, because he didn't really need to. Aside from occasionally visiting his teacher Luo Xin and meeting with the members of the Tianfan hunting team, he devoted almost all his energy to improving his strength at home.
Finally promoted to level 2 ability master.
Finally, one day, Lin Xian successfully upgraded himself to a level 2 ability master. Holding the Divine Refinement Heart Sutra in his hands, Lin Xian couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for this thing, it would probably have taken at least half a year to level up to level 2. However, I am still at the mind refinement stage and don't feel any significant improvement. He was puzzled. His mental strength had improved rapidly during this period, but his mental strength and state of mind had improved unusually slowly.
Never mind, I'll go ask the teacher first.
After being promoted to a level 2 ability master, Lin Xian's first action was to find Luo Xin, since that was what his teacher had instructed him to do.
When cultivating the Divine Refinement Heart Sutra, don't just treat it as an improvement of mental strength. The more important thing is your state of mind and your understanding of the realm. This depends on your comprehension, not your effort. After learning about Lin Xian's cultivation method, Luo Xin emphasized this point in particular.
While one can improve their supernatural abilities through diligent practice, breakthroughs in the Divine Refinement Heart Sutra rely more on comprehension than sheer effort.
This is entirely different from a cultivator's practice of mental strength. Comprehension? I think I understand now.
After listening to his teacher's words, Lin Xian suddenly understood. He felt that this thing was a bit like the philosophy in Buddhist and Taoist culture on Earth, which relied on enlightenment rather than practice.
We can't rush this, it depends on luck. Now that you've reached level 2,
go find a pet and let it evolve first. Luo Xin said to Lin Xian. Her heart was actually more anxious than Lin Xian's. She was very curious to know what Lin Xian's pet would become after this evolution, since it was impossible for it to evolve into a saint-level pet every time, right?
Okay, let's go to the Rukawa City Exchange.
Hearing his teacher say that, Lin Xian immediately agreed, as he also wanted to see what his second pet would look like. The two returned to the stock exchange in Luchuan City, and this time no one like Lu Jiyang bothered them.
Let's choose this one. I feel like I have a connection with it.
Among the many 2-star quality pets, Lin Xian carefully selected one after another, and finally settled on the one in front of him. Unlike any known animal, its entire body is spherical, completely black, and has no limbs. Only its eyes, nose, and mouth are on the front of the sphere, making it look somewhat cute.
Luo Xin walked over to see what kind of pet beast Lin Xian had chosen. A round beast?
It has virtually no combat power. It's a 2-star pet beast with no attributes, mostly used for decoration and companionship. Luo Xin looked at the pet's description, her heart filled with doubt, not understanding why Lin Xian would choose this one.
Are you sure you want to choose it? It has almost no combat ability. Luo Xin confirmed with Lin Xian. This is it.
Anyway, I have the ability to evolve, so maybe it will be very powerful after it evolves. Lin Xian smiled and told his teacher that he felt a strong connection with this pet, which was why he insisted on choosing it. Hearing him say that, Luo Xin had no choice but to agree, since the key was still Lin Xian's unstable evolving supernatural talent.
Is your evolution truly unstable, or is there a pattern to it? Luo Xin asked very detailed questions. If there is a pattern, then this talent is probably even stronger than the data shows. I don't know.
My Shaoqing only evolved once, so there's no way to figure out any pattern. Lin Xian shook his head and said. Lin Xian shook his head. He had thought about this question before, but he had never been able to find the answer.
Just then, Luo Xin suddenly remembered something.
By the way, what skill did you randomly receive after you leveled up to level 2 Beastmaster?
Luo Xin almost forgot that Lin Xian's talent
talent had an additional effect. He would automatically gain a skill when leveling up. Invincible. The pet in battle can be immune to one attack indiscriminately, and each pet can only use it once a day. I just don't know if the effect of this skill will become stronger as the level increases. Upon hearing the teacher's question, Lin Xian replied that this was the second beast taming skill he had randomly acquired. Luo Xian looked at him and said bluntly, regardless of whether it will become stronger or not, its current effect is already absolutely abnormal. While this skill can't compare to the overpowered skills in Pet Paradise, it's still an extremely powerful skill. If skills were rated, this would be at least an S-level skill. Alright, let's go back. We've already bought this round beast. Go back and let it recognize its master and evolve. Luo Xian helped Lin Xian buy the spherical beast, her tone carrying a hint of concern. In fact, after visiting the No Man's Land, Lin Xian had already accumulated a considerable amount of funds, enough to buy this spherical beast. However, Luo Xian insisted on paying for it himself, saying that he would only bear all the expenses after Lin Xian was promoted to a level 3 beast tamer. No matter how Lin Xian tried to persuade her, he couldn't go against his teacher's wishes and could only follow her arrangements, while he focused on saving money. Soon, Lin Xian and Luo Xian returned to Luo Xian's villa, preparing to have their second pet recognize its owner and evolve. Following the procedure, Lin Xian dripped his blood onto the spherical beast. A short while later, a notification sounded in his mind. Do you want to evolve your pet? Lin Xian chose to evolve without hesitation. Actually, this evolution opportunity could also have been used on Xiaocheng. However, Xiaocheng is already a saint-level pet, so further evolution would be pointless. After all, the only level above saint is God, and the probability of evolving upwards is extremely low, so Lin Xian naturally didn't intend to let Xiaocheng take the risk. As the command to confirm evolution was given, a multicolored halo appeared under the feet of the sphere beast. A halo swirled and shone around the spherical beast, and its body began to slowly change. Its originally spherical body remained spherical, but its original all-black color gradually turned white. At the same time, 5 tiny horns grew from the top of its body, which were almost invisible unless you looked closely. There are no other changes. In other words, the evolved sphere beast is still spherical, only its color has turned white, its size is slightly larger, and it has 5 more small horns. The multicolored light disappeared, and the evolution of the spherical beast was complete. Having just evolved, it jumped directly into Lin Xian's arms and said in a voice like a baby, "Hello, master." Upon hearing this, Luo Xian jumped up in surprise. It can talk again. Could it have evolved into a saint-level pet beast? Luo Xian was completely baffled. Had saint-level pet beasts become so commonplace? How could they evolve so easily? A saint-level pet beast? Hearing the question, the round beast rolled its eyes at Luo Xian with its smooth body and bright eyes, and then said, "I am a god-level pet." What? Say that again. Luo Xian stared at it in disbelief. My inherited memories tell me that I am a god-level pet, and the only one at that, far superior to any saint-level pet. The round beast said, "The inherited memories will never go wrong." Then what kind of beast are you? Lin Xian asked impatiently. The chaos beast itself does not possess the 5 elements attributes, but it can control the 5 elements attributes. The round beast replied that this was precisely what made it special. Unlike the Azure Dragon, the chaos beast, although it has no elemental attributes, can control any of the 5 elements. Pet beasts without any of the 5 elements are very rare. They simply cannot control any of the 5 elements. How can you do it? Luo Xian asked, her face full of confusion. This is completely contrary to common sense. The chaos beast didn't answer her question. Instead, it jumped onto Lin Xian's head, burrowed into his hair, and stared at the water glass on the table. The water in the cup magically transformed into the shape of a water dragon, flying towards the sofa in the room and crashing into it hard. Then, the chaos beast used its consciousness to manipulate fire and set fire to the piles of discarded paper in the room. Alright, I know you can control the 5 elements, but stop destroying my house. Luo Xian quickly said to the chaos beast. If it wasn't stopped, the room would probably be ruined. Well, that's all there is to my ability. But for now, I can only control it in a simple way. Once my star level increases, its power will be even greater. Chaos Beast explained to Lin Xian and Luo Xian. As a god-level pet beast, he still had many skills and special abilities that he had not yet unlocked. Then I'll call you Xiao Yuan, since you're quite round anyway. Lin Xian quickly gave the Chaos Beast a name, Xiao Yuan, which suited its characteristics. Yes, master, from now on I will be called Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan replied happily to Lin Xian. After saying that, Xiao Yuan returned to the pet space on her own. Lin Xian clearly sensed that when Xiao Chang saw Xiao Yuan in the pet space, her first reaction was actually a little scared. Don't be afraid, his name is Xiao Yuan, he's my second pet. You two should get along well, Lin Xian reassured Xiao Qing in his mind. However, he did not know that Xiao Yuan, as a divine-level pet beast, had a bloodline and quality superior to Xiao Chang. This bloodline pressure naturally caused Xiao Chang stress, which she could not eliminate. Hello, Xiao Qing. Xiao Yuan ignored them and skipped over to Xiao Qing, greeting her happily. Although Xiao Yuan Xiaoyuan's greeting was sincere, Xiaoqing was unable to respond calmly. "Hello, my name is Xiaoqing." Xiaoqing tilted her head and looked at Xiaoyuan, feeling the pressure from her bloodline. "You're the wood element, right? It feels so familiar," Xiaoyuan said, jumping around Xiaoqing. "Are you a god-level pet? Why do I feel both suppressed and somewhat close to you?" Xiaoqing asked tentatively, because he couldn't find the answer in his inherited memories and could only ask Xiaoyuan. "Yes. As for the sense of familiarity, I can't quite explain it. As for the sense of oppression, I should be able to eliminate it." After hearing this, Xiaoyuan quickly searched through her inherited memories and knew that as a god-level pet, she would suppress non-god-level pets in terms of bloodline and quality. So she used the methods in her memories to suppress her god-level advantage. Sure enough, after adjusting her state, Xiaoqing felt much better. In fact, as a saint-level pet, Xiaoqing can suppress pets of lower level than himself, but he usually holds back and only used it once when dealing with the king cobra. Lin Xian listened to the conversation between Xiaoqing and Xiaoyuan in the pet space, his mind filled with questions, especially about Xiaoyuan. "What are your plans next?" Luo Xin asked. Lin Xian now had a second pet beast and should be considering his next cultivation plan. "Let's go back to the academy first, pass the year-end competition, and then we'll talk about other things," Lin Xian replied after thinking for a moment. With only a few days left until the year-end competition at Rukawa City Academy, he needs to go back and prepare. "That's right. After the year-end competition, you'll be moving up to the first year of high school. Representatives from the government and the military will contact you then to ask about your wishes." Luo Xian nodded and said, "This is a necessary procedure for all supernatural beings or cultivators. By the way, where did Lu Jiang go? I haven't seen him since the mayor was dismissed." Lin Xian asked curiously. Although several months had passed, he hadn't forgotten the disaster Lu Jiang had brought to his father, and he still had to settle the score with him. "He went abroad a long time ago. Lu Jingliang must have guessed something and sent him abroad early on, but he should come back." Luo Xian told Lin Xian that she and Xian Yuanzhou had already investigated Lin Jiang's whereabouts. "Why? He's already gone abroad, will he come back?" Lin Xian asked, puzzled. Since he's already abroad, he should be safer staying there. Wouldn't coming back mean facing their retaliation? Because his father, Lu Jingliang, lost his power after being dismissed from his post, people he had offended in the past would naturally seek revenge against him. So his two sons had to come back and find a way to get Lu Jingliang out of the country, Luo Xian explained. Lin Xian was focused on cultivation and didn't pay much attention to outside affairs. Luo Xian was the one who kept an eye on these things for him. Why doesn't his father just go abroad himself? He's been mayor for so long, he must have a lot of money, right? Lin Xian said directly. Based on this reason, the two sons of the Lu family didn't need to come back in person, because he can't get out. Luo Xian looked at Lin Xian and said with a smile. She didn't need to go into too much detail, but the meaning was clear. Xian Yuanzhou must have done something behind the scenes, and Lu Jingliang couldn't even leave Luchuan City, let alone go abroad. "I understand. Then I'll wait for the day Lu Jiang comes back." Lin Xian nodded, his tone firm. He would never let anyone who dared to harm his family get away with it. After exchanging a few words about everyday matters, Lin Xian bid farewell to Luo Xian, left the villa, and headed to Luchuan Academy. It's still pretty much the same as before. Lin Xian felt a little nostalgic. After all, he hadn't been back to the academy for several months. Walking along the academy road, someone suddenly said, "Isn't that Lin Xian, the one who awakened his SSS level supernatural talent?" Another student nodded in agreement. "It looks just like him. He looks exactly like the portrait on the wall." "A portrait hanging on the wall?" Lin Xian listened to their conversation and was puzzled. He had actually been hung on the wall. He strode over and asked the two students, "Hey, which wall did you mean by hanging on the wall?" "It's the wall of fame below the #1 teaching building in the college. Go see for yourself if you don't believe me," the student quickly replied. "Yes, it's been hanging there for a long time. Everyone in our college knows it. He's the youngest person on the wall of fame," another student added. After listening to their introductions, Lin Xian quickly ran towards the wall of fame. This wall of fame is the most famous place at Rukawa Academy. It displays portraits of all the outstanding alumni since the academy's founding, but they are all graduates. No current students have ever had their portraits displayed there. It's really up there. Lin Xian stood in front of the wall of fame and found that not only was he on it, but his portrait was the largest and the most conspicuous. Below the portrait was written, "Lin Xian, a genius beast tamer who has awakened an SSS level supernatural talent." Although it is short, these few words are very convincing. After all, SSS level talent is really rare. Seeing all this, Lin Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, thinking to himself that Shangwan really knew how to play games. Just then, a commotion came from above the #1 teaching building. It turned out that the students who had just finished class came out to relax and saw Lin Xian downstairs. "It really is Lin Xian. He looks exactly like the one in the portrait. He's so handsome. No wonder he's a genius who awakened an SSS level superpower. Stop being so infatuated. No matter how well you talk, he won't even even give you a second glance. The students in building number 1 were buzzing with discussion, and some even ran down to take a photo with Lin Xian. Seeing so many people, Lin Xian immediately felt uneasy. The lively noise attracted all the students of Lutuan Academy, who rushed towards Lin Xian as if they had seen an idol. No, we have no choice but to summon Xiaoqing. Seeing more and more students surging towards him, Lin Xian knew that he couldn't escape this time and had no choice but to fly away. No problem. With a thought, the little green dragon, already imbued with the aura of a blue dragon, appeared before him. Let's fly into the air. Lin Xian flipped over and sat steadily on Xiaoqing's back. Xiaoqing quickly carried Lin Xian to mid-air above the academy, successfully shaking off the students who were trying to surround him. Wow, Lin Xian's pet beast is actually a dragon. That's unbelievable. The moment the azure dragon appeared, the surrounding students erupted in excitement. They had only ever seen such a beast in textbooks before. To see it actually appear before their very eyes was simply unbelievable. That's a dragon. I wish I could sit on it. The students on the ground chattered amongst themselves, all secretly envious, wishing they could be the closest to Lin Xian so they could experience riding on the back of the azure dragon. How amazing that would be. Unfortunately, they didn't belong to that circle. After all, before Lin Xian awakened his supernatural abilities, no one in the academy considered him a friend. Let's wait until they start class before going down. Thinking back to what had just happened, Lin Xian muttered to himself, feeling somewhat helpless. What exactly was Shang Wen trying to do, catching him completely off guard? 10 minutes later, the school bell rang, and the students returned to their classrooms. Lin Xian then had the opportunity to go downstairs. He went straight to the principal's office and found Shang Wen. Xiaolin, why did you suddenly go back to school? You didn't even tell me beforehand. Upon seeing that it was Lin Xian, Shang Wen greeted him with a big smile, invited him to sit on the sofa, and personally brought him hot tea. Faced with the principal's enthusiasm, Lin Xian was somewhat puzzled. Although he possessed an SSS-level supernatural talent, he had never seen Shang Wen be so humble towards him before. During their last conversation in the office, Shang Wen hadn't adopted such a lowly posture. Principal, what's going on? Why is my portrait hanging on the college's wall of fame? Lin Xian asked directly. This has never happened before. This was decided in a meeting of the school leaders. Your talent is so outstanding, you were bound to be accepted sooner or later. Besides, you're basically not in the college now, so you'll be accepted directly. Shang Wen explained with a smile, which sounded quite reasonable. Although Lin Xian had official student status, it was practically the same as graduating. So, in the competition at the end of this year, I'll be facing Chen Chen. Is that alright? Lin Xian specifically confirmed with the principal that Chen Chen had repeatedly insulted his parents and even used his connections to discipline him. This was not something to be taken lightly. Upon hearing this, Shang Wen's expression changed slightly. What's wrong? Is it not allowed? Lin Xian was puzzled. Couldn't the principal handle such a small matter? No, Chen Chen has already dropped out of school, and he won't be in the competition at the end of this year. Shang Wen quickly explained that Chen Chen had left the school, and even the principal couldn't make arrangements for him. Dropped out of school? Why? Lin Xian asked in surprise. This result is too unexpected. It may be related to his uncle's dismissal. Just 3 days after his uncle was dismissed, Chen Chen submitted his application to withdraw from school. Shang Wen said that he didn't know the specific reason either, but Chen Chen's uncle was the dean of students at Lutuan Academy, which must have a lot to do with it. The head of academic affairs has been dismissed? What happened? Of course, it was due to a work error that caused a major problem, and the decision was made by a vote of the school committee. Shang Wen didn't elaborate, only mentioning that it was a huge mistake at work. It's not because of me, is it? Lin Xian stared into Shang Wen's eyes and asked tentatively. Shang Wen immediately shook his head and hurriedly said, how could it have anything to do with you? It's entirely his own problem. Seeing Shang Wen's expression, Lin Xian understood that his guess was correct, but the other party definitely wouldn't tell the truth. He didn't dwell on it too much. He could roughly guess what was going on anyway. What about the competition at the end of the year? Lin Xian took the initiative to change the subject. You don't need to compete anymore. You're automatically the first place winner in the year-end competition. Everyone else can just compete for second place. Shang Wen laughed and said, is there even a need to compare? No one can compare to Lin Xian. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Lin Xian quickly said, what's wrong with that? The school committee all agrees, and your classmates all approve of it, so there's definitely no objection. Shang Wen had already resolved all the issues. Lin Xian's first place was a sure thing. After hearing Shang Wen's words, Lin Xian understood that there was indeed no need for a competition, as his classmates were no match for Qinglong. Alright then, I'll come back next year when school starts. With that, Lin Xian stood up and prepared to leave the principal's office. Focus on your cultivation. Don't worry about other miscellaneous matters. Shang Wen said to Lin Xian with a smile. As the principal, he would naturally take care of these things for Lin Xian. After Lin Xian left, Shang Wenkai closed the office door, sat back in his chair, and thought of someone. Even the mayor has been dismissed. passed, so how can the dean of students stay at the school? The school committee isn't a bunch of fools. Xian Yuanjuzi doesn't dare offend anyone, Shang Wanwen muttered to himself. Ever since he met Xian Yuanjuzi at the hospital, he had immediately elevated Lin Xian to the highest position. Later, when Lu Jingliang was dismissed, Shang Wanwen realized something was wrong, so he found an excuse to remove the head of the teaching department. He avoided contact with anyone who had a grudge against Lin Xian. That was his bottom line. This saves a lot of trouble, no need for a competition. It's just that Chen Shen dropped out of school, so I don't have a chance to teach him a lesson for now. Lin Xian thought to himself, now he can focus wholeheartedly on cultivation. The only major thing now is waiting for representatives from the government or military to come to me, since the future path is closely related to them. I wonder what choice the teacher hopes I will make. Lin Xian really wanted to hear Luo Xian's opinion, but it was too early to ask now. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 2023 on the planet of all spirits has passed, and we have entered the year 2024 of the calendar of all spirits. March 19, 2024, All Souls calendar, 10 a.m. Lin Xian came to Luchuan Academy again, and this time he quietly entered Principal Shang Wanwen's office. Today is an important day for the Chinese government and military to question him. In China, all individuals who awaken S-level or higher supernatural abilities will be questioned by the government and military the following March. As for what to ask, only the person involved knows best. At this moment, 3 people were sitting in Shang Wanwen's office. Lin Shen, dressed casually, sat on the sofa, with one person sitting to his left and another to his right. The person to Lin Shen's left was wearing a black suit, was in his 30s, and had a smile on his face, giving off a friendly vibe. The person to the right front was wearing a green military uniform, about 40 years old, with bright, piercing eyes and a firm, focused gaze, appearing serious and dignified. Hello Lin Xian, I am Zhang Lian, the Deputy Director of the Supernatural Abilities Management Office of the Central Government of China, responsible for matters related to supernatural individuals joining the government. Zhang Lian smiled at Lin Xian and said gently, because Lin Xian awakened his SSS level supernatural talent, the Deputy Director came in person. Normally, it's the ordinary staff who are in charge. Director Zhang, hello. Lin Xian replied politely. Hello, I am Jiang Zhang, the representative of the Chinese military and the Minister of the Individual Combat Department of the Northern Military Region. Jiang Zhang's gaze was firm as he introduced himself word by word. Minister Jiang, hello. Lin Xian replied politely. Listening to their introductions, Lin Xian knew they were extraordinary individuals. One was a deputy director of the central government, and the other was a minister of the military region. Minister Jiang, may I speak first, as is customary? Zhang Lian turned his head and asked Zhang Zhang with a smile. Zhang Zhang nodded slightly and responded succinctly. Watching this scene, Lin Xian couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, no matter where you are or what era you live in, the military always has more deterrent power. Here's the situation. To ensure that geniuses can better serve the country and the people, our country will give you geniuses an opportunity to choose to join the government or the military very early on. You possess exceptional talent, 1 in a million, enabling you to do more for humanity. Naturally, you must shoulder greater responsibilities. Do you understand this principle? Zhang Lian asked Lin Xian. I understand. With great power comes great responsibility. I know this principle. Lin Xian nodded sincerely in reply. This answer clearly satisfied Jiang Zhang and Zhang Lian. Since some geniuses might not think this way, then I'll tell you what you need to do after joining the government and what rights you can enjoy. Zhang Lian straightened up and began to explain to Lin Xian in detail. After joining our national government, you are free to choose whether to stay in your original province or go to the central government. No matter where you choose, we will provide you with a luxury residential area in the local area to ensure that your cultivation is not easily disturbed and that your family is not threatened. At the same time, we will provide you with some of the resources you need for cultivation, as well as the material conditions you and your family need for living, so that you can concentrate on cultivation and improve your level as soon as possible. Although Zhang Lian's words were general, they clearly conveyed one meaning: to create the most comfortable cultivation environment for you. Of course, these benefits will depend on your talent level. The higher your talent, the better the benefits will be. Besides cultivation, what else do I need to do? Lin Xian asked curiously, clearly more concerned about the tasks he needed to undertake. You will need to do the following. First, serve in the central government or your original province, during which time you will not need to handle government affairs, but will mainly be on temporary assignment. Second, maintain the security of your region, such as dealing with sudden monsters. Third, when you reach a certain level, represent China in the secret realm of the Myriad Spirits planet. And finally, handle any emergencies that China encounters. Zhang Lian explained in detail the responsibilities Lin Xian needed to undertake, because he knew that what geniuses cared about most was freedom. After hearing this, Lin Xian understood that after joining the government, he would be a member of the Chinese government, enjoying certain rights and benefits, but he would also have to complete necessary tasks, such as going to the secret realm. Lin Xian had heard about the secret secret realm before. The secret realm of the Myriad Spirits planet was extremely dangerous, but it contained rich treasures and was a place where risks and opportunities coexisted. Entering the secret realm will be difficult if you don't join the government, but you can ensure your safety. Joining the government requires venturing into secret realms, where life and death are uncertain, making it a mixed bag of advantages and disadvantages.
Is this secret realm something I must go to after reaching a certain level? Lin Xian asked in detail.
Yes, we must go. It will allow you to improve rapidly, but the risks are also very high.
Zhang Lian nodded in agreement, knowing full well that the secret realm was the most important issue for geniuses.
One more thing, only after joining the government will you be eligible to exchange for the rarest and most precious treasures in China. The value of these treasures even exceeds that of the Superpower Alliance.
Zhang Lian concluded by saying that what was said was true.
Although the Superpower Alliance was the largest organization on the planet of 10,000 spirits, its foundation was far inferior to that of the 5 great nations. The ability users and cultivators of the 5 great nations remain most loyal to their own countries, so the best treasures in the secret realm are held by the governments of the 5 great nations. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He had no idea that the national government had its own treasure trove. However, to obtain treasures from the national treasury, one needs to accumulate contribution points, which can only be obtained by completing tasks issued by the national government. As for the national treasure trove, you can enjoy the same privileges as long as you join our country's military. Zhang Zhang, who was sitting to the side, spoke up at the right time because he knew that Zhang Lian had almost finished speaking.
What would it take for me to join our country's military? Upon hearing Zhang Zhang's words, Lin Xian asked him a question.
Actually, the rights you enjoy after joining the military are almost the same as those after joining the government. It's just that your city, Rokawa, belongs to the Northern Military Region, so you can only choose to join the Northern Military Region. However, your family members can freely choose where to live.
We will provide them with luxurious living conditions and military personnel to protect them, absolutely guaranteeing their safety.
Zhang Zhang spoke solemnly, emphasizing that with the protection of the military, the safety of his family was absolutely guaranteed, which was even more reliable than joining the government. Lin Xian nodded. This was something he cared about very much. After all, if he were to travel frequently, his parents' safety was his biggest concern.
However, if you choose to join the military, you cannot cultivate at home, you must enter the army. We will develop the most detailed training program based
on your talents and abilities to help you become the strongest ability master or cultivator.
It's just that the process will be more arduous and difficult.
Zhang Zhang looked at Lin Xian and said, word by word, life and training in the army naturally require adherence to strict military regulations.
Military-style training? Hearing this, Lin Xian asked curiously.
That's right, it can be called military-style training. The superpowered individuals or cultivators trained by our military are generally stronger than their peers at the same level. There is no doubt about that. Zhang proudly told Lin Xian that this was a major advantage of joining the military.
Besides these, what else do you need me to do?
Lin Xian continued to ask. He could accept military-style training. After all, he had served as a conscript on Blue Star and was familiar with military life. What you need to do is fulfill all the duties of the military, defend against monsters in no man's land, protect human homes, represent the Chinese army in international competitions, enter secret realms to carry out missions, and so on. Zhang Zhang made no secret of the fact that the duties of superpowered individuals or cultivators who join the military are exactly the same as those of soldiers. The only difference is the strength of the personnel assigned to them, depending on the difficulty of the mission. After listening to Zhang Zhang's words, Lin Xian realized that joining the military also required entering the secret realm, just like joining the government.
Does joining the military also require entering the secret realm? Lin Xian confirmed with Zhang Zhang. Zhang Zhang nodded and said, entering the secret realm is inevitable.
You don't need to worry too much. If you want to become a powerful ability user or cultivator, you must enter the secret realm. Unless you are content with the status quo and have no ambition, you can choose not to enter the secret realm. But in that case, our military doesn't need someone like you, no matter how strong your abilities are. Zhang Zhang's attitude was very clear, and his meaning was obvious. If you are a genius who is afraid of death, danger, and risk, you are not fit to be a soldier at all. His words are indeed reasonable. Without experiencing the trials of life and death, it is impossible to cultivate to the peak. Just like a towering tree, it cannot grow in a greenhouse. To grow tall, it must endure wind and rain. After listening to Zhang Zhang's words, Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, he shouldn't hesitate about entering the secret realm.
As long as he was strong enough, no secret realm could stump him. That's it. Do you choose to join the government, the military, or neither?
After Zhang Zhang finished speaking, he asked Lin Xian.
Let me think about it.
Lin Xian took a deep breath and spoke to the two people in front of him.
Okay, we'll wait for you.
Zhang Lian nodded. After all, this was a life-altering decision, and he needed time to consider it.
Lin Xian kept replaying Zhang Zhang and Zhang Lian's words in his mind.
Joining the government would would offer more freedom. Joining the military would require joining the troops, which would impose more restrictions, but would also grant greater power. That's the difference between the two. If I don't join either, I would lose the right to exchange for treasures in China's national treasury, and it would also make me seem irresponsible. In any case, I cannot choose this path. Lin Xian knew that as a Chinese citizen, he couldn't ignore his country and not make a choice. That would be incredibly irresponsible. Moreover, his teacher and grandmaster would certainly not agree to him remaining uninvolved. After careful consideration, Lin Xian told the two of them his decision. I intend to join our country's army. Lin Xian stood up, his gaze firm and solemn, and slowly spoke to Jiang Zhang, each word ringing with conviction. Jiang Zhang stood up after hearing this, his face full of approval, and extended his right hand, saying, "That's right, I'm very pleased with your choice." Lin Xian also extended his right hand and responded with a smile, "Actually, I am even more proud to be able to join the army." He had served in the military and had a special affection for the army, which was why he ultimately chose to join the military. On this planet of all spirits, strength is the standard by which everything is measured. Joining the army would not only improve his strength, but it was also his first choice. Congratulations, Lin Xian. Zhang Lian also stood up from his chair and congratulated Lin Xian with a smile. He knew very well that Lin Xian's choice was absolutely correct, because among these geniuses in China, 90% would choose to join the government. After joining the government, they not only enjoy more freedom, but also receive official positions, and are respected wherever they go. Gradually, these geniuses become ordinary. Those who choose the military often experience a qualitative leap and eventually become true pillars of China. Therefore, the fact that a genius can choose to join the military is undoubtedly a valuable asset to China, which is why Zhang Lian is so happy. I'm very sorry, I did not choose to join our country's government. Lin Xian apologized to Zhang Lian, feeling somewhat embarrassed. No need to apologize, you made the right choice. If it weren't for my own job and position, I would also want you to join the military. Zhang Lian quickly waved his hand and sincerely explained that he was also willing to open up to such a frank young man. You're joining the military too? Lin Xian asked with a hint of surprise on the other end of the communicator. Yes, I was also hesitant last year, unsure whether to choose the military or the government, so I put it aside for a year. After hearing that you joined the military, I decided to follow suit. On the other end of the communicator was Xie Linger from the Tianfan hunting team, her voice clear and crisp. So, we'll be going to the northern military region together then? Lin Xian asked. That's right. Once all the ability users and cultivators heading to the northern military region this year are ready, we will set off together. Xie Linger answered. That's good. We can look after each other. As Lin Xian spoke, she knew in her heart that as a girl, she would need to be taken care of after joining the army. Xie Linger had wanted to join the military before, but her elders disagreed, believing that as a girl, she didn't need to go to the military and wanted her to work in the government. Upon hearing that Lin Xian had joined the military, she took the opportunity to persuade her elders. With a beast tamer possessing SSS level supernatural talent by her side, the situation was completely different. Then prepare well, and see you then. Lin Xian responded with a smile. After they finished talking, they disconnected. Yi Fan, Li Cheng, and Guo Tao have already joined the Chinese government, but they are young and of low rank, so they haven't really fulfilled their duties. Linger and I have chosen the military. I wonder if we'll still be able to hunt monsters together in the future. Lin Xian thought to himself that once he joined the army, his time would definitely not be very free, and he would have to follow all the arrangements. However, he didn't think too much about it and could only let things take their course, prioritizing improving his strength first. It must be said that the Chinese military is extremely efficient. Just 3 days after Lin Xian decided to join the military, a luxurious residence was ready for him and his family to move in at any time. Xiaolin, are you serious? Can we really move to a wealthy neighborhood? Lin Xian's mother, Wang Li, looked at her son with disbelief and couldn't help but ask. Seeing his parents' shocked expressions, Lin Xian smiled and said to them, of course it's true. It's in the Manhwa community in Luchuan district. If I remember correctly, it should be villa number 606. He recalled the detailed address the military had given him and explained it to his parents. Son, do they all give you a mansion like this when you join the army? Old Wang's son next door also joined the army last year. Why haven't I seen them move in? Lin Xian's father, Lin Jian, asked with a puzzled look, not quite understanding the reason. It's normal not to understand, since the treatment Lin Xian received was something only those who had awakened S-level or higher talents could enjoy. Ordinary people simply couldn't access it. Dad, Uncle Wang's children joined the army voluntarily, so they will receive some special treatment, but not much. I was recruited as a special talent, so naturally my treatment is different. Lin Xian explained to Lin Jian with a smile, though he couldn't quite explain it himself, only using the term special talent to describe me. After we move there, will the cost of living be higher than here? I'm afraid our income won't be enough to support us, Wang Li worried. Although the government has provided housing, the cost of living is still a problem. Hearing his mother say this, Lin Xian sat down, took her hand, and comforted her. You don't need to worry about these things. The military will cover all expenses, including food, water, electricity, nanny, and housekeeper fees. You don't need to worry about anything. In addition, you will be given a sum of money to spend every month. Really? Lin Jian and Wang Li asked in unison, surprised. Really? Mom and Dad, don't overthink it. Your son has an SSS level superpower talent. He's a talent wherever he goes, so how could he be treated badly? Lin Xian said proudly. After all, this talent is 1 in a million, or even 1 in 10 million. Hearing him say that, his parents realized that they had almost forgotten that their son possessed an SSS level supernatural talent. Let's pack up today and move over tomorrow. They have all the appliances and furniture there, so we only need to bring some clothes and personal items. We don't need to bring too much. Lin Xian stood up and reminded his parents, worried that they might be reluctant to throw things away. After all, the villas allocated by the state are furnished with brand new and fully equipped furniture and appliances, so you can move in directly. Okay, then we'll tidy up a bit. After hearing her son's words, Wang Li and Lin Jian got up and went to the bedroom to tidy up. The two never imagined that one day they would be able to live in a villa in a wealthy neighborhood, all because they had a gifted son. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye, and Lin Xian called a moving company early in the morning. Actually, he didn't need to call a moving company since Xiaoqing could fly over with his parents, but they were worried about the hassle and there were a few bags of stuff, so Lin Xian decided to hire a moving company for help. Moving companies offer a one-stop service, delivering all belongings and people to the designated location. Mom and Dad, I'll go take a look first. You can come with the moving company people, Lin Xian said to Lin Jian and Wang Li as he watched the movers load the things onto the truck. Okay, be careful, Wang Li quickly reminded her. With Xiaoqing on my back, how could I not be safe? Lin Xian replied with a smile, then rode Xiao Chang and flew directly out of the window. Lin Jian and Wang Li then got into the moving company's car and drove from Pingchuan district to Luchuan district. The two districts are quite far apart and the journey will take some time. Brother, sister-in-law, you've moved to Manhwa community, right? That's the best community in our city, all villas. You used to live in a regular community, did you move in with relatives? The moving company clerk was puzzled, as he had never handled such an order before and didn't know the reason. We don't have such powerful relatives. We can only say that we had a good son, and the government allocated us a villa. Lin Jian replied with a smile. Hearing the young man's question, Lin Jian answered with great joy. Chapter 36 First Visit to the Villa. After hearing Lin Jian's explanation, the moving company clerk looked completely bewildered. Although he didn't quite understand what Lin Jian meant, he knew very well that it must be because their son was remarkable. Ordinary people like this guy, who doesn't yearn to soar to the top. But for people like them without a background, unless they awaken powerful superpowers, there is no chance of turning their lives around. Lin Xian had only awakened an extremely unusual D-level supernatural talent, and had no hope of turning his life around. So when he saw the spectacle of Lin Jian's family moving, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. On the other side, Lin Xian, sitting on Xiaoqing's back, had already arrived at villa number 606 in the Manhwa community of Luchuan district. The military already knew they would be moving in today, so they made arrangements for all the people inside and outside the villa. The villa is staffed with 1 butler, 2 chefs, 2 nannies, 2 gardeners, 2 drivers, for regular security guards, for senior military personnel, and 8 regular military personnel. This is all the staff at Lin Xian's villa. Although only Lin Jian and Wang Li live here year-round, the number of staff is extremely sufficient. Lin Xian was taken aback by the lineup. He hadn't expected so many people to be involved. The villa's butler, named Lu Zhou, was 40 years old and highly experienced. He possessed a D-level superpower, photographic memory. Whether it was ledgers, texts, or objects, he could remember them forever with just a glance, and without a single mistake. Young master, these are all the people in the villa. Please take a look. Lu Zhou led the staff from the villa to the courtyard, where they stood in a neat row in front of Lin Xian. Aren't there a lot of security guards and soldiers? Lin Xian stared at the 12 soldiers standing straight, pulled Lu Zhou aside, and asked in a low voice. Young master, the 4 security guards are mainly responsible for guarding the front and back gates of the villa, while the 12 soldiers are responsible for protecting the safety of the master and madam around the clock. Their duties are different, Lu Zhou explained patiently. Do we really need so many people? I think 4 soldiers would be enough. After all, they all have B-level or C-level superpowers and are quite strong. Lin Xian continued to ask. Young master, you may not be aware, but to ensure the safety of the master and madam, given past incidents of harm to the families of superhumans, we made this arrangement. This is also the standard configuration for the families of SSS level superhumans, Lu Zhou said respectfully. Actually, these 12 soldiers work in 2 shifts of 6, responsible for 12 hours of protection a day, which is a reasonable number. Alright, then let's do it your way. Just don't scare my parents, and let everyone do their own thing. After hearing the explanation, Lin Xian understood that since this was the standard procedure, he didn't need to say anything more. Yes, young master. After bowing to Lin Xian to say goodbye, Lu Zhou arranged arranged for everyone to get busy in the villa. About an hour later, the moving company's truck finally arrived at the gate of villa number 606 in the Manhwa residential area. Lin Xian, Lu Zhou, security guards, and soldiers were already waiting at the door. When Lin Jian, Wang Li, and the three movers got out of the car, they were also taken aback by the scene before them. So many people, and they're carrying equipment, the mover said in a low voice, sounding fearful. Don't be nervous, Uncle Lu, let them bring the things in. Lin Xian stepped forward, went to his parents' side, and instructed Lu Zhou. Yes, young master, please take the master and madam inside first, Lu Zhou replied respectfully. Lin Jian and Wang Li felt a little awkward when others addressed them that way, but they still followed their son into the villa. The villa covers an area of approximately 1,500 square meters, and it took quite a while just to walk from the front gate to the door. Did you bring the whole garden in? Lin Jian asked in surprise, looking at the various flowers, plants, and trees around him. Dad, you can plant some of your favorite plants and raise some animals. Do whatever makes you happy, Lin Xian said softly, hoping that his parents could live a comfortable and carefree life here. Lin Xian smiled and said to his parents, with 12 bodyguards in military uniforms following closely behind them. And so, Lin Xian and his family of 3 officially moved into the villa and became new residents of the wealthy neighborhood. When they first arrived, Lin Jian and Wang Li found many things difficult to adjust to, such as the rooms being too big, making it inconvenient to walk around and carry things. After a few days, they gradually got used to it and found that they didn't need to fetch things themselves at all. The nanny or bodyguard could handle it for them. Ah, this is so comfortable. So this is what life is like for the rich. Lin Jian and Wang Li lay on deck chairs in the courtyard, basking in the sun and sighing to each other. I'm just a bit too idle, and there's no one to chat with. Wang Li sighed, although there are people around, there's nothing to talk about, and there are no neighbors around, so it's really a bit boring. Take it slow. We just moved in. Once we get to know our neighbors, we'll definitely find people around our age. Lin Jian wasn't worried at all, thinking that he would naturally adapt over time. Meanwhile, Lin Xian has been spending the last few days with his teacher, Luo Xian. Because he's about to enlist in the army, he needs to communicate and interact with his teacher more often. Luo Xian secretly hoped that Lin Xian could join the army, as this would greatly help improve his strength. The only downside was that it would make it more difficult for the teacher and student to meet. After you join the army, they will reassess your talents in more detail than outside. They will send me a copy of the assessment results so I can take a look. Luo Xian had previously worked in the military and was familiar with the procedures, so he gave Lin Xian some instructions. Okay, is there anything I should pay special attention to after joining the army? Lin Xian had never been to the army and knew nothing about what it was like inside, so he could only ask his teacher for advice. You'll have to sign a confidentiality agreement once you're inside, so there are many things I can't tell you. Upon hearing the student's question, Luo Xian said helplessly that although she knew the inside story, she could not reveal it. It has to be kept secret? Lin Xian said speechlessly that he thought joining the army was all about cultivation, but he didn't expect to have to sign a confidentiality agreement. You'll understand once you go in. Remember to be humble in your personal life but ambitious in your work. The place is full of geniuses from the last decade. Improving your skills is the key. Luo Xian said earnestly that this was all she could tell Lin Xian. Upon hearing his teacher's words, Lin Xian immediately understood their deeper meaning. I've got it. Lin Xian nodded, indicating that he fully understood. 3 days later, Lin Xian bid farewell to his parents at the villa and boarded Zhang Zhang's aircraft. There were 6 people on board the aircraft. The aircraft's owner, Zhang Zhang, was in the middle of the front row, with a man in military uniform on each side. 3 people were sitting in the back row, Lin Xian in the middle, Xiaolinger, who was traveling with them, on the left, and a young man they did not recognize on the right. The 3 of you should get to know each other. This year, you are the only 3 people in Luchuan City willing to join the military. The number of people willing to do so is decreasing year by year. Zhang Zhang sighed slightly. All the other talented geniuses had chosen the government's side. If this continues, we may have to introduce mandatory policies. The young man sitting to Lin Xian's right spoke, his voice magnetic and pleasant to listen to. Things are fine now, but who knows what will happen in the future. Zhang gave a vague answer. However, Lin Xian's joining the military is a great achievement. Zhang Zhang's tone softened considerably when Lin Xian was mentioned. Lin Xian scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly, not expecting to be valued so much. You're Lin Xian, the beast tamer who awakened an SSS level talent? Upon hearing Zhang Zhang's words, the young man immediately turned to ask Lin Xian. I am Lin Xian. May I ask how to address you, brother? Lin Xian nodded and asked politely. My name is Liangrun, and my SS level superpower is spatial manipulation. The young man confidently introduced himself to Lin Xian. A space-type ability user? Upon hearing this introduction, Lin Xian was greatly surprised. Spatial ability masters are extremely rare, even rarer than beast tamers. However, these superpowered individuals possess extremely strong combat abilities. With their expertise in manipulating space, they are absolutely terrifying in battle. Liang Run's talent is also outstanding. If it weren't for Lin Xian, you might be the most talented one in this year's batch. Zhang Zhang, sitting in the front row, spoke to the three of them without turning his head. Of course, Xia Linger's talent is not bad either. Although she is only S rank, she can control two elements and her performance in actual combat is outstanding. As a soldier, Zhang Zhang values combat effectiveness more than mere supernatural talent, which is why he gave such an evaluation. So your name is Xia Linger. Hello, Linger. As soon as Zhang Zhang finished speaking, Liang Run immediately extended his right hand, stepping over Lin Xian to show his goodwill to Xia Linger. Seeing this, Lin Xian wondered to himself, aren't you being too obvious? I'm sitting right here, and you even met me first, yet you didn't shake my hand and went to find Linger instead? However, he did not voice his doubts, but simply smiled and extended his right hand to shake hands with his beloved. How old are you, brother Liang Ren? How should I address you? Lin Xian asked with a smile. I'm only 19, you can just call me A Liang. The man looked down at his hand being held and answered readily. Your surname is Liang? Then I'll call you A Liang. Lin Xian asked, puzzled. Right, you can't call me Aran, can you? The surname Liang is quite rare, so if you call me that, they'll definitely know it's me. Liang Ran answered frankly, but his eyes were still fixed on Xia Linger. That's true. Then let's look after each other from now on. After all, we're all from the same hometown now that we're out here. Lin Xian said with a smile. Of course, but did you and Linger know each other before? Liang Ran sensed that the relationship between the two was unusual, so he asked directly. We are good friends, and we are also members of the same hunting team. Lin Xian replied. Good friends? Not boyfriend and girlfriend? My beloved boldly pressed for answers, asking unexpectedly direct questions. Upon hearing this, Xia Linger, who had been silent all along, blushed instantly. Lin Xian paused for a moment before saying, we're good friends now. Hearing this, Liang Run nodded and did not ask any further questions. China's interior is divided into 5 military regions: the southern, northern, eastern, western and central military regions. Each military region covers different provinces. The northern military region is responsible for the 4 northern provinces, the southern military region for the 3 southern provinces, the western military region for the 4 provinces, the eastern military region for the 3 provinces, and the central military region for the 5 central provinces. Lin Xian and his 2 companions were heading to the northern military region to gather talented individuals with special abilities from the 4 northern provinces. The northern military district is located in Haleo province, covering a quarter of the province's area. Entry is strictly prohibited to outsiders. It is protected by a natural shield. In other words, the northern military district covers an area equivalent to 2 Rukawa cities. This is the location of the northern military region. You will be spending 80% of your time here from now on. The aircraft flew above the protective shield. Since Jiang Zheng's aircraft was already recorded within the military region would not attack them. However, if a monster or an unrecorded aircraft flies in, a warning will be given first, and if there is no response after 2 times, an attack will be launched. Lin Xian and his 2 companions looked out through the aircraft window and saw that the protective shield was filled with buildings, but other details were not visible. We entered from the north gate of the military region, which is closest to our department. As Jiang Zheng explained, he steered the aircraft toward the north gate. Is our department a one-man operation? Liang Ran asked Zhang Zheng curiously. It's called a single soldier combat unit, not a single person combat unit. Remember that, one word makes a big difference. Jiang Zheng said seriously to Liang Ran, this name absolutely cannot be wrong, otherwise it will be really embarrassing if word gets out. I understand, it's the individual combat unit. Liang Ran immediately changed his words. The minister's authority still made them wary. As they were talking, the aircraft arrived at the north gate of the military region. Zhang Zhang landed the aircraft smoothly and let everyone out of the cabin. Zhang Zhang led the group to the north gate of the military region, where they were allowed to enter after undergoing facial recognition. As soon as he stepped through the gate, the soldiers standing guard on both sides saluted in unison. Greetings, Minister Jiang. After Zhang Zhang returned the greeting, he continued walking inside, followed closely by 2 other soldiers. Lin Xian, Xia Linger, and Liang Run, who were visiting the military region for the first time, were filled with curiosity. They looked around carefully and found that the place was somewhat different from what they had imagined. Before transmigrating, Lin Xian had been a soldier on Blue Star. He originally thought there would be many soldiers training in the army and plenty of open space. But what I saw before me were rows of buildings, each with a different size and shape, seemingly serving a different purpose. The first thing we'll do after you join the army is conduct a detailed talent assessment. Follow me, Zhang Zhang said to them as they walked to a 2-story building. This is the physical examination center of the northern military region. There are several similar facilities within the military region, distributed in different directions, for convenient testing at any time. A detailed talent test? Lin Xian asked curiously. Previously, they only knew that they had awakened a special talent, but knew nothing else. That's right. All your information, including your talent and ability level, mental strength, strength and potential will be thoroughly tested and scored here, Jiang Zhang explained. Only by understanding your detailed talents can the most suitable training plan be formulated for you. These can all be measured? Lin Xian was greatly surprised to hear this. Of course, our human technology is quite advanced. It's just that resources are limited, so all advanced equipment and technology are prioritized for use by the militaries of various countries, Jiang Zhang explained. This kind of equipment doesn't exist outside because space and resources are limited, and the human living environment is too cramped. You can come here anytime in the future to test your overall strength. I guarantee you'll get an accurate answer, Jiang Zhang continued. This testing method will also allow them to see whether these geniuses have truly dedicated themselves to their training. As they talked, they walked over to a machine. Lin Xian, you go first. Take off your shirt and shoes and socks, lie down here, close your eyes, and don't move. Wait until I tell you when to move, Jiang Zhang said to Lin Xian as he turned on the testing machine. Lin Xian immediately did as instructed, taking off his shirt, shoes, and socks, and lying down on the mechanical bed. Standing to the side, Xia Linger looked at Lin Xian's bare upper body, her cheeks slightly flushed, and she gently turned her head away. You seem to enjoy exercising regularly, Jiang Zhang said approvingly, noticing Lin Xian's well-defined muscles, since most ability users and cultivators don't pay much attention to physical exercise. I guess you could call it a hobby, Lin Xian replied with a smile. He has always enjoyed working out and has never given up on this habit. Alright, the test is starting. Close your eyes and don't move no matter how you feel, Jiang Zhang instructed before pressing the switch. With a hum, the mechanical bed carrying Lin Xian slowly moved to the other end. Countless red lasers instantly scanned Lin Xian's body, continuously collecting his physical information. The screen in front of Jiang Zhang slowly began to display Lin Xian's detailed data. Age, 19. Superpower, currently at SSS level, and the maximum level is also SSS level. Mental strength, SSS level, current rating 88, potential rating 95. Mental strength, SSS level, current rating 95, potential rating 99. Willpower, SS grade, current rating 75, potential rating 89. Bloodline, SSS grade, current rating 5, potential rating 99. Muscles and bones, SSS grade, current rating 5, potential rating 99. Muscles, SSS grade, current rating 5, potential rating 99. Skin, SSS grade, current rating 5, potential rating 99. Strength, SSS grade, current rating 5, potential rating 95. Agility, SSS grade, current rating 6, potential rating 95. Ability level, SSS, current rating 25, potential rating 99. Overall combat strength, SSS level, current rating 3, potential rating 99. Overall rating, Super SSS level, current rating 2, potential rating 100. Jiang Zhang stared at the evaluation of Lin Xian on the screen and was immediately stunned. This kid's talent was so incredibly powerful, he never expected it. What was most shocking was the final overall assessment. The highest he had ever seen before was SSS level, and worldwide, only the strongest person recognized as the pinnacle of human combat power possessed this level. But now, an even more shocking rating has emerged, Super SSS level, which is truly unbelievable. Jiang Zhang was so shocked that he couldn't say a word, and the laser scanning Lin Xian's body stopped at that moment. Seeing that Jiang Zhang did not react for a long time, the soldiers standing on both sides stepped forward to remind him. Because only Jiang Zhang could see this screen, no one else present knew anything about Lin Xian's specific talents. Emperor Jiang, the scan is complete. The person next to Jiang Zhang whispered a reminder. Jiang Zhang then came to his senses, quickly closed the test results, and turned to Lin Xian, saying, "You can get up now, Lin Xian." Upon hearing the voice, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The entire testing process lasted about a minute. He quickly got dressed, walked up to Jiang Zhang, and asked about his test results. "After everyone has been tested, I'll talk to you in detail alone. You can wait here for now." Jiang Zhang said this. Faced with this astonishing test report, he still needed to carefully consider how to handle it. Moreover, to prevent any accidents, he planned to give Lin Xian a second check after examining Xia Linger and Liangren, just in case the machine had malfunctioned. Although the machine had been used for decades without ever having a problem, Jiang Zhang still decided to check it one more time. Lin Xian heard Jiang Zhang's words and had some doubts, but he didn't say anything and could only wait aside for the time being. Next, Liangren and Xia Linger underwent testing, and the results were in line with expectations. Liangren's final rating is S rank, thanks to his not only powerful supernatural talent but also his outstanding mental strength. The combination of the two gives him the potential to become a powerful supernatural master. Xia Linger's final rating of A level is quite good. After all, a genius who can reach or even surpass S level is enough to attract the attention of a country. Xia Linger's achievement of an A level rating already makes her one in 10,000 geniuses. Your overall assessments are both very good. I hope you will work hard in the military and strive for better development. Jiang Zhang smiled and said to Liangren and Xia Linger, "We will." Liangren and Xia Linger solemnly promised. "You take them them to our department first. Lin Xian, you stay here. After explaining everything, Zhang Zhang spoke to the two soldiers behind him. After saluting Zhang Zhang to say goodbye, the two left with Xie Linger and Liangren, leaving only Lin Xian and Zhang Zhang in the testing room. At this moment, Lin Xian was filled with doubt. He had no idea why Zhang Zhang wanted to keep him here. Lin Xian, take off your shirt and shoes and socks, lie down on this mechanical bed, I need to test you again. Zhang Zhang looked at Lin Xian solemnly and spoke slowly. Although Lin Xian still had doubts, he obediently did as instructed and did not ask any further questions. The machine ran smoothly when testing Xie Linger and Liangren before, so there shouldn't be any problems this time either. Zhang Zhang operated the machine again, following the exact same procedure as before. 2 minutes later, Lin Xian's test report appeared in full before his eyes, exactly the same as before. Overall rating, Super SSS level, current rating 2, potential rating 100. Zhang Zhang completely believed the test results this time. It seems this person truly is a super genius. Under Zhang Zhang's guidance, Lin Xian stood up, dressed neatly, and walked up to him. Xianbu, what were my test results? They both just got their reports, so why do I need to get a second test? Lin Xian couldn't help but voice all his questions. Zhang Zhang glanced at him and handed the test report, which had already been turned into paper, to Lin Xian. Lin Xian took the report and read it carefully. The data on superpowers, mental strength, willpower, muscles, bones, bloodline, strength, combat power, and comprehensive evaluation shocked him. Super SSS level comprehensive assessment? What does that mean? Lin Xian stared at the report, his mind filled with doubt. Was this machine really that powerful, even able to detect potential? And what did the final assessment represent? There's only one person in the entire world whose overall rating has reached SSS level, and he's currently the strongest person in the world. And your rating is even higher than his. Zhang Zhang told Lin Xian, word by word. He knew the test report couldn't tell the whole story, but it at least showed that Lin Xian's potential surpassed that of the current strongest person. Ha, no way. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian was stunned for a moment. He hadn't even realized the terrifying extent of his potential. You absolutely cannot tell anyone your test results. If anyone asks, just say your overall rating is SS. At the same time, I will help. You create a fake report to prove your statement. Zhang Zhang's tone was serious, emphasizing that this matter must not be leaked. What if my teacher and grandmaster ask? Lin Xian remembered that his teacher, Luo Xian, still wanted to see his report. Your master is Xin Yuan Zhouji, right? He can be trusted. As for the test results, you can decide whether to tell them the truth or a lie, but either way, you must make sure they don't spread it. Zhang Zhang said. He had conducted detailed background checks on each recruit, so he knew who was behind Lin Xian. After hearing Zhang Zhang's words, Lin Xian understood what he meant. He would never hide anything from his teacher and grandmaster. Minister Zhang, is this test reliable? I can understand it measuring my mental strength, but mental strength, willpower, physical strength, agility, and even bloodline, how does this machine measure that? Can it even measure a person's potential? I find it hard to believe. Lin Xian was still apprehensive. After all, it was just a machine. How could it possibly see so much? It can even measure potential? If it were that powerful, humanity would have been invincible long ago, wouldn't it? Most people who encounter this machine for the first time will have the same question as you. Let me explain its principle to you. Zhang Zhang listened and began to explain the secret of the testing instrument. Why are the monsters in the no man's land so strong? Why aren't your pets as powerful? Why is your superpower so strong, while others are only at the D level? Do you know the reason? Zhang Zhang asked. I was just lucky, Lin Xian replied simply. What other reason could there be besides luck? You are indeed lucky, but the fundamental reason for your strength lies in your genes. All of our special abilities come from genetic mutations, but your mutation is in a better direction, so you have stronger abilities. The monsters in the no man's land are the same, they are all formed from the genetic mutations of ordinary animals. The better the mutation, the stronger they are. The reason this machine can detect all your talents and potential is because it scans all the genes in your body, so it can accurately determine the potential of your various qualities. Take your bloodline, skin, bones, strength, and agility as examples. Your genes have undergone extremely benign mutations in these areas, which is why you possess such terrifying physical talents. If you focus on training in this area, in the future your punch may even have the destructive force of tens of millions of kilograms, and your body will be able to withstand the impact of the most advanced weapons. Zhang Zhang's tone was full of anticipation when he said this. After all, very few people can reach this level solely through physical strength. Listening to Zhang Zhang's explanation, Lin Xian finally understood that all his talents and potential were the result of a benign genetic mutation. Zhangbu, do you mean that I also have the potential to become such a powerful being? Lin Xian asked. Although he was a beast tamer, he always longed to possess great power himself. Of course, your physical talent and potential are the best I've ever seen. Looking across the entire world, you'd be hard-pressed to find another like you, Zhang Zhang excitedly told Lin Xian. In fact, Lin Xian didn't know that Zhang Zheng himself was a superhuman with extremely high physical strength. To be honest, Zhangbu, I also really want to make a breakthrough in this area, but apart from regular fitness training, I have no experience at all. Lin Xian was a little embarrassed, not knowing how to strengthen his physical strength. Don't worry about that. As long as you're willing, there will always be someone here to teach you, Zhang Zheng assured him. In the military, every cultivator's talent is nurtured to the fullest extent, maximizing their potential. This is their initial recruitment goal. What exactly is the use of bloodline? Why does it also have potential? Lin Xian was most puzzled by this aspect of the evaluation. Aren't everyone's bloodlines the same? Can dragon blood and human blood be the same? The higher your bloodline potential, the stronger the bloodline power you can withstand. Zhang Zheng immediately explained. Bloodline is a key factor in improving physical strength, responsible for transporting nutrients and maintaining physiological balance. To have a stronger body, you must have a stronger bloodline to support you. The bloodline of an ordinary human is certainly not enough, so although your bloodline score has high potential, its current performance is still very low. Zhang Zheng continued. Bloodline is the foundation of the body. To become stronger, you must first make your bloodline stronger. I see. The current scores on the test report are based on my status as a level 2 ability master, which shows the current level of my various indicators. Lin Xian suddenly realized why his mental strength score was quite high, while his strength and other scores were very low. That's right. For example, your strength score is only 5 points right now, which means that the force of your punch is equivalent to 50 kilograms. To reach the full score of 100 points, your punching force needs to reach 1000 kilograms. This 1000 kilograms is your limit as a level 2 ability user. Zhang Zheng used examples to make it easier for Lin Xian to understand. In the military, every genius must raise their current score in all areas to over 90 in order to be eligible for an upgrade. Zhang Zheng said to Lin Xian with a smile. Ha, no way? That's too exaggerated. Lin Xian was shocked. Most of his scores were only in the single digits. Getting all the scores above 90 would be the death of him. Even though he exercises every day and has a strong, muscular physique without an ounce of fat, his muscle score is still only 5 points. How exactly can one achieve a score of 90? However, given your special circumstances, we respect your choice. If you want to focus on becoming a beastmaster, the requirements for other skills can be relaxed. But if you want to develop in all aspects, that's a different story. Zhang Zheng looked at Lin Xian, knowing the difficulty of developing in all aspects, but once successful, he would become the strongest genius. Lin Xian knew in his heart that being a beast tamer was powerful enough, but what he craved was the ultimate. I've decided to develop in all aspects, but can your unit provide the training resources I need? Lin Xian asked Zhang Zheng with some concern, worried that the resource requirements during the cultivation process would be enormous. Don't worry about that, I will apply to my superiors. Our military will definitely guarantee the development of every genius, and besides, your potential is enormous, so you won't lack resources. Zhang Zheng smiled and assured Lin Xian that the Chinese military always kept its word. Okay, then I will definitely do my best. Lin Xian answered confidently. Looking forward to the day you shock the world. Zhang Zheng patted Lin Xian on the shoulder, his heart filled with anticipation for him. It definitely will. Since awakening his SSS level supernatural talent, Lin Xian was destined to be no ordinary beast tamer. He yearned for absolute invincibility and pursued the pinnacle of strength. Let's go. It's time to go to the Genius Rookie Training Camp. We can talk about the rest when we get there. After saying that, Zhang Zheng led Lin Xian away, reminding him along the way to only reveal that his overall rating was SS. The military region is divided into multiple areas and departments. The eastern region is mainly a training base for ordinary soldiers. There are many soldiers, and most of them have supernatural talents of level B or C, with occasional level A. The West District, on the other hand, is a training camp for genius soldiers, consisting entirely of S-class or higher superpowered geniuses, though the number of them is relatively small. These geniuses were primarily trained to develop individual combat skills and undertake more challenging tasks, forming the core strength of the military region. The West District is further divided into 3 camps: the Genius Newcomer Training Camp, the Genius Intermediate Training Camp, and the Genius Advanced Training Camp. Those who have just enlisted, like Lin Xian, are all in the Genius Newcomer Training Camp. After a year, they can be promoted to the Intermediate Training Camp after passing an assessment. The Northern Military Region governs 4 northern provinces, which contain hundreds of cities like Luchuan City. Every year, 300 to 500 superpowered individuals and practitioners enter the Genius Newcomer Training Camp. However, as more and more talented individuals tend to join the government, the number of people recruited into the military has decreased year by year. This year, only 248 geniuses were recruited from the 4 northern provinces. Including those who did not pass last year, the total number of participants in this year's Genius Newcomer Training Camp is 296. A genius who fails the first test will be expelled from the training camp if he fails the second test as well. They had 2 options: either become officers officers in ordinary units in the eastern part of the military region, or leave the military and become free agents. None of the three options are ideal because the Genius Newcomer Training Camp doesn't require taking on too many tasks and offers training resources provided by the military, making it the most comfortable of the three camps.
At this moment, all 296 geniuses stood in the square, waiting for Jiang Zhang's speech.
Standing on the stage in the square, Jiang Zhang looked at this group of talented newcomers and couldn't help but feel emotional, wondering how many of them would reach the top.
Welcome to the geniuses from the 4 northern provinces. I believe you already have a good understanding of our individual combat unit before you came in, so I won't waste any more words. I'll just emphasize one point: you are free to spar and challenge each other here, but real attacks are absolutely forbidden. Violators will be severely punished according to military regulations, without any leniency.
Jiang Zhang addressed everyone in a serious tone.
This rule was established because similar incidents had occurred before. Each genius was
cultivated at great expense by the military, and it would be a tremendous waste and unacceptable for them to die due to internal strife.
So this is a place for friendly exchanges, but we can't go too far, Jiang Zhang asked.
The 296 geniuses standing in the square responded in unison.
Alright, next we will assign you accommodations based on your test results. Once you arrive at your camp, someone will be there to greet you.
After saying this, Jiang Zhang left the podium.
He disliked rambling and always kept his speeches exceptionally brief.
The living conditions of these geniuses vary greatly. The higher the test results, the better the treatment they receive. Previously, no genius had ever appeared in the military with an overall rating of SSS, so SS was the highest level, and Lin Xian's overall rating was exactly at this level. Therefore, Lin Xian was assigned to the best residence among all the geniuses of the year, a detached villa numbered 109. Liangrun, who entered the training camp with him, was also assigned to the slightly smaller villa number 256 because his overall evaluation reached S level. Xia Linger's overall rating was only A, so she was assigned to a 100 square meter apartment at number 369. Fortunately, the three of them lived not far apart, so they could look after each other. He was assigned to a villa with a number starting with 1, so he must be a guy whose overall rating is SS. After assigning the accommodations, an old man from the Genius Rookie Training Camp said to the person next to him, "These veterans were all geniuses who failed the previous assessment. They are more mature than the new recruits who just joined this year and are more familiar with the rules of the training camp.
This year's group is quite strong. Not only are there people who have reached the SS level in the overall evaluation, but there are also 5 or 6 S level people.
The ranking competition in 6 months will probably be at our disadvantage," another old man said in a low voice. In theory, they had spent a year longer in the training camp than the newcomers and should be stronger, but they couldn't hide their lack of confidence. "We'll know when the time comes and we'll see their strength in a contest. There's no need to worry too much," another old man said calmly. He believed that although the newcomers had a high overall rating, they had a short training period and fewer resources than him, so why should they lose to them? In the talent training camp, there is usually a gap between the newcomers and the veteran talents who have stayed, and they look down on each other. The newcomers look down on the veteran geniuses for not even passing the assessment, while the veteran geniuses look down on the newcomers for having little training time and lacking strength and experience. Therefore, there are often constant frictions between the veterans and the newcomers, and it is unknown whether this is intentional on the part of the military. After learning where they lived, Lin Xian chatted briefly with Xia Linger and Liangrun before leaving the square together. Soon, the soldier led Lin Xian to the detached villa number 109. The villa covers an area of approximately 600 square meters and has 3 floors.
It boasts a beautiful environment and is staffed with dozens of soldiers.
To allow the geniuses to focus on their training, ordinary soldiers are assigned to handle daily tasks in the residential areas. The larger the residence, the more soldiers are assigned.
The soldier in charge of Lin Xian's daily affairs is named Zhao Liang.
He is the superior of all the soldiers here, but he does not act like a superior when facing Lin Xian.
"How should I address you?" Lin Xian asked as he entered. "You can just call me Zhao Liang. If you need anything in the future, just let me know."
"You can also ask me if you don't understand anything," Zhao Liang replied with a smile. He was responsible for Lin Xian one-on-one, while the other soldiers were under his unified management. "Then tell me about the rules of the Genius Rookie Training Camp." Lin Xian sat down, still unsure of what kind of place this was. Zhao Liang stood aside and began to introduce him to the general situation of the Genius Newcomer Training Camp.
"Actually, you don't need to do anything else here. You just need to focus on cultivation. If you need any cultivation resources, just tell me and I will apply to my superiors. As long as they are within the supply range, they will be provided free of charge.
In addition, you will receive 1,000 contribution points upon entering the Genius Newcomer Training Camp, which can be used to exchange for items in the military shop. You will also receive corresponding contribution points for each certain level of training progress you achieve.
This is how you obtain contribution points here."
Finally, 6 months after joining the Genius Newcomer Training Camp, there will be a ranking competition competition. The higher the ranking, the more contribution points you will receive. There will also be an assessment a year later, and only those who pass can enter the Genius Intermediate Training Camp. Zhao Liang explained the Genius Newcomer Training Camp to Lin Xian in extremely concise language. In fact, it was very simple. As long as you worked hard to cultivate, you didn't need to do anything else. It's that simple? Lin Xian asked incredulously. Yes, you only need to focus on your cultivation and complete your cultivation tasks. You don't need to worry about anything else. Zhao Liang nodded and said, for these geniuses, every country, military, and government will invest the greatest resources in the early stages to ensure their healthy development. Afterwards, Lin Xian talked with Zhao Liang for a long time and gained a deeper understanding of the new recruit training camp. About an hour later, the doorbell of Lin Xian's villa suddenly rang. Let's see who it is. Lin Xian wondered. Who would come looking for him so early? Zhao Liang turned on the screen and saw Jiang Zhang, the Minister of Individual Combat Department, standing outside the door. Minister Jiang has arrived. You must personally greet him, Zhao Liang said to Lin Xian. Jiang Zhang, as the highest-ranking officer of the Individual Combat Department, coming in person demonstrates the importance he places on Lin Xian. Upon hearing that it was Minister Jiang Zhang, Lin Xian immediately stood up without delay. He opened the gate himself, and the soldiers behind him saluted Jiang Zhang respectfully, saying, Greetings, Commander Jiang. Thank you all for your hard work. Please wait outside. Lin Xian and I have something to discuss. Jiang Zhang gestured for them not to be disturbed, then led Lin Xian into the house. Where? The environment is pretty good, isn't it? Jiang Zhang asked with a smile. It's fine, but it's a little uncomfortable living alone in such a big place, Lin Xian replied with a smile. The villa had an astonishing number of rooms, and it did indeed feel spacious for him alone. It's obvious you didn't look at the room carefully. This is a room I specially applied for you. It's equipped with a lot of high-tech equipment that can effectively assist you in your cultivation and recovery. This isn't available in other villas. It was specially made for you. Don't tell anyone outside, Jiang Zhang cautioned. After all, as a super SSS level genius, his treatment was unprecedented. Upon hearing Jiang Zhang's words, Lin Xian was taken aback. He hadn't expected the military to value him so much and act so quickly, arranging everything in just 1 hour. Don't overthink it. Focusing on your cultivation is the best way to repay them. Jiang Zhang patted Lin Xian on the shoulder again. Look what I brought you. Jiang Zhang suddenly produced a silver-white box, which was obviously taken out of his storage ornaments. He placed the box on the table and entered the password to open it. In the center of the box lay a test tube containing red liquid. Lin Xian stared at the test tube and couldn't help but ask curiously. Jiang Zhang sat down and solemnly said, Dragon blood. Dragon blood? Lin Xian exclaimed in surprise. Although he had never seen the actual item, he knew it was extremely valuable. In the Superpower Alliance's exchange shop, exchanging some dragon blood requires 1 million alliance contribution points, which is more than a superpower master might earn in a lifetime, thus demonstrating its rarity. Yes, your bloodline potential score is extremely high, and you are fully capable of withstanding the power of dragon blood, so the higher-ups and I decided to bestow this bloodline upon you directly. However, if you want to use it again in the future, you will have to exchange it with contribution points, Jiang Zhang explained. After all, Lin Xian's talent and potential should not be wasted. Just as Lin Xian was surprised, Xiao Cheng, who was in the pet space, suddenly said to him, Master, let me out. I want to talk to you. Hearing Xiao Cheng's voice, Lin Xian became even more puzzled, but he still summoned her. Due to limited space inside, Xiao Cheng had to shrink her size to be able to appear. Is this your dragon-shaped pet? Jiang Zhengjian reacted quickly to Xiao Cheng's sudden appearance, knowing that Lin Xian's first pet was a dragon, but he didn't know the specifics. I'm not just any ordinary dragon-shaped pet. I'm a saint-level pet, a azure dragon with the power of what attribute? Xiao Cheng proudly introduced herself to Jiang Zhang. Upon hearing Xiao Cheng's words, Jiang Zhang was stunned. A saint-level pet beast that also possessed the power of origin meant that it was more powerful than an ordinary saint-level pet beast. Jiangbu, this is my first pet beast, Xiao Cheng, Lin Xian said with a smile. Xiao Cheng, as a saint-level pet beast and possessing the power of what attribute, what is your status among dragons? Jiang Zhang asked curiously. He didn't know much about the hierarchy of dragons, but he knew that the distinction between noble and lowly among dragons was very clear. In my memory, apart from the dragon god who has never appeared, there is no one more advanced than me, Xiao Cheng replied confidently. Since the legendary dragon god has never appeared on the planet of 10,000 spirits, its azure dragon is the most powerful being. Then this 8-star quality Tyrannosaurus Rex blood must not be as good as your blood, right? Jiang Zhang asked immediately. The dragon blood he brought was taken from a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Minister Jiang, how can I use Xiao Cheng's blood? Absolutely not. Lin Xian understood Jiang Zhang's meaning immediately and shook his head in refusal. Xiao Cheng was as important to him as a brother or family member. How could he easily use its blood? Master, the reason I appeared is so that you can use my blood. After all, no dragon's essence blood is better than that of the azure dragon, Xiao Cheng said softly, looking earnestly at Lin Xian. It was originally an azure snake, and without Lin Xian, it would never have evolved into an azure dragon. Therefore, it was willing to give everything for Lin Xian, even if it was just a little bit of its essence blood. You mean essence blood? Zhang Zhang stood up and asked in surprise. That's right, it's about using my azure dragon essence blood to strengthen Master's bloodline, Xiao Chang answered confidently, her tone showing no sign of refusal. Xiao Chang, I don't want to use. Although he didn't know what essence blood was, Lin Xian still hesitated and was unwilling to use his own blood. Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Chang interrupted him. Master, I evolved into an azure dragon because of you. If you refuse to use azure dragon blood this time, I'm afraid I'll be unhappy forever and will always hold a grudge. Besides, you are the master of the azure dragon. Are you really going to use the blood of this hybrid dragon to strengthen your bloodline? This will inevitably affect our relationship, Xiao Qing earnestly advised. What he said made a lot of sense. The azure dragon was far more noble than the Tyrannosaurus rex. If Lin Xian used Tyrannosaurus rex blood to strengthen his bloodline might be suppressed when facing the azure dragon in the future, and the consequences would be unimaginable. After listening to Xiaoqing's words, Lin Xian finally understood the reasoning behind them. Will losing your essence affect you? Lin Xian asked with concern. Don't worry, Master. Since you are still weak, I only need to give you a drop of your essence blood. I can recover slowly, Xiao Chang replied sensibly. Although she is a green dragon, Xiao Chang still retains the personality of a green snake, lacking the arrogance often found in dragons. That's good. Lin Xian felt a little relieved when he heard that only a drop of essence blood was needed. The effect of a drop of azure dragon essence blood far surpasses that of this bottle of Tyrannosaurus rex blood. Ha, I didn't expect such an unexpected gain, Zhang Zhang said happily. The better the blood Lin Xian used, the faster he grew. Having made her decision, Xiaoqing took a drop of azure dragon essence blood from under her neck. The essence blood was pale gold, radiating a soft glow, with faint green veins showing through the gold. How do I use it? The drop of azure dragon essence blood placed in Lin Xian's palm brought a warm and comfortable feeling that neither dissipated nor flowed. As Zhang Zhang spoke, he led Lin Xian up to the third floor of the villa. There are 5 rooms on the third floor, all of which were specially prepared for Lin Xian's cultivation and recovery. Zhang Zhang opened the door to the first room and led Lin Xian inside. This room is equipped with 4 high-tech devices for you, which are used for muscle repair, strengthening bones and muscles, improving skin, and refining blood vessels. You just need to put the azure dragon's essence blood into it, lie here, and it will inject the essence blood into your body in the form of hematopoietic stem cells. Zhang Zhang introduced the equipment while directing Lin Xian to start operating it. Lin Xian was extremely cautious, not daring to relax for a moment. After getting ready, he took off his shirt and lay down inside. Several restraint straps popped out automatically, securing him firmly to the bed, and then a needle was inserted into his spinal cord. Lin Xian felt a piercing pain in his back. He clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and tried his best to endure the pain. Fortunately, the pain did not last long. About 5 seconds later, the needle was withdrawn from his spine, and the azure dragon's essence blood was successfully injected into his body. Since the azure dragon essence blood alters the bloodline through hematopoietic stem cells, it will take him some time to feel the specific changes. You just lie here and wait until your essence and blood cover your whole body before you move. Zhang Zhang did not untie Lin Xian, because past experience showed that the process of fusing with dragon blood was extremely painful, and being bound was actually safer. Lin Xian nodded in agreement. At this moment, he could already feel the azure dragon's essence blood slowly transforming his bloodline. The azure dragon's essence contains the essence of wood, which will not make you feel pain, but rather make you feel very comfortable, because the essence of wood can nourish your whole body. The reason why ordinary dragon blood causes pain is because its bloodline attributes are domineering. When it is forcibly integrated into the human bloodline, it will naturally cause conflict and bring severe pain. But my azure dragon essence blood won't have this problem. The wood attribute can easily suppress the domineering attribute of the dragon blood. Xiaoqing explained to Lin Xian and Zhang Zhang that only it knew these things. Humans had no idea. Really? How are you feeling? Zhang Zhang asked Lin Xian curiously. It is indeed very comfortable, like bathing in a spring breeze, without any pain. Lin Xian answered with a smile, saying that he could clearly feel his whole body undergoing tremendous changes. The essence blood of a saint-level pet is indeed powerful. If it were kept in the treasure vault, it would probably be worth 100 million contribution points. Zhang Zhang secretly calculated that this essence blood could greatly enhance human potential, allowing people to better fight against the monsters in the no man's land. Minister Zhang, this won't do. Xiaoqing is my friend. Lin Xian firmly stated that no matter how precious something is, Xiaoqing should not be forced to make such a sacrifice. I know, and besides you, I'm afraid no one else can fuse with the essence blood of a saint-level pet. Zhang Zhang said that Lin Xian's bloodline potential was extremely high, which was why he could withstand the azure dragon's essence blood. That's right. Even a genius would probably explode and die if they used my essence blood. Xiaoqing nodded in mid-air and said to the two of them, About an hour later, the sensation in Lin Xian's body gradually disappeared, and Jiang Zhang then helped him untie the restraints and put him on the bed.
How are you feeling?
Jiang Zhang asked anxiously. It's an unprecedented feeling, hard to describe, but my overall quality has definitely improved a lot. Lin Xian couldn't quite describe the feeling, only knowing that a powerful force was silently supporting him within his body.
That's the feeling of endless life.
From now on, as long as you're not instantly killed, you're basically invincible.
The wood element can heal all your injuries from the inside out,
Xiao Qing said to Lin Xian, as it was very familiar with the origin of wood attribute.
Great.
This way your safety is guaranteed, and you'll have more opportunities to grow. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Zhang was even more excited than Lin Xian, because geniuses are most afraid of dying young, and with the wood attribute source, Lin Xian's self-protection ability has obviously improved a lot.
The power of the wood element is also reflected in many other aspects. Master, you can discover them slowly in the future.
After speaking to Lin Xian, Xiao Qing returned to the pet space, looking somewhat tired. After all, losing a drop of Azure Dragon Essence blood at the second star stage was no easy feat for it. It's a pity I don't have any blood in my body, otherwise my essence and blood would definitely be the most suitable for my master. Although Xiao Yuan was in the pet space and could clearly perceive everything happening outside, he couldn't help Lin Xian because he didn't have any blood in his body. Even if you have blood, your master cannot withstand it now. Divine blood essence can probably only be controlled by a supernatural ability master who has cultivated to the peak. Xiao Qing said this to Xiao Yuan.
Although there is only one level difference between saint level and god level represents the pinnacle, and the gap between the two is like heaven and earth.
Outside the pet space, Lin Xian also noticed the conversation between Xiao Yuan and Xiao Qing, and then realized that Xiao Yuan had no blood in her body.
Could he be an energy being?
Lin Xian wondered to himself, but he didn't know the specific reason.
Come on, let's test your current physical condition again.
Jiang Zhang said to Lin Xian that he wanted to see how much Lin Xian would improve after fusing with the Azure Dragon's essence blood.
Shall we go to the testing center now? Lin Xian asked Jiang Zhang.
He himself was also very curious about the extent to which his strength had increased after fusing with the Azure Dragon's blood essence.
There's no need to go to the testing center anymore.
Because of your special circumstances, we've installed testing equipment directly in your room.
If you keep going to the testing center, your talent won't be able to be hidden.
As Jiang Zhang spoke, he led Lin Xian to another room on the third floor. The machines in this room were exactly the same as those in the testing center.
Lie down, I'll test you.
Jiang Zhang said that this testing machine can be operated by the user or by someone else. Lin Xian took off his shirt and shoes and lay down. The red laser began scanning his body, and about a minute later, the report appeared on the screen.
Age, 19. Superpower, SSS level, with the highest limit being SSS level. Mental strength, SSS level, current rating 88, potential rating 95. Mental strength, SSS level, current rating 95, potential rating 99. Willpower, SS grade, current rating 75, potential rating 89. Bloodline, SSS grade, current rating 99, potential rating 99. Muscle and bone, SSS grade, current rating 95, potential rating 99. Muscles, SSS grade, current rating 50, potential rating 99. Skin, SSS grade, current rating 50, potential rating 99. Strength, SSS grade, current rating 50, potential rating 95. Agility, SSS grade, current rating 50, potential rating 95. Ability level, SSS, current rating 25, potential rating 99. Overall combat strength, SSS level, current rating 65, potential rating 99. Overall rating, super SSS level, current score 60, potential score 100.
Jiang Zhang and Lin Xian stared at the report carefully and clearly saw that after fusing with the Azure Dragon's essence blood, Lin Xian's bloodline score soared to 99 points, which meant that his bloodline was already at the top level. At the same time, his physique is also close to perfect, with significant improvements in muscles, skin, strength, and agility. Why can the Azure Dragon's essence blood improve your bones and muscles so much, while the improvement in your muscles and skin, which are also part of your body, is so limited? Jiang Zhang looked at these data points with a puzzled expression. He simply couldn't understand it.
Hearing Jiang Zhang's question, Lin Xian also pondered the answer in his mind.
Having been quite familiar with the 5 elements knowledge on Blue Star before, he seemed to have found the key to the problem. Wood, as one of the 5 elements, corresponds to the liver in the human body, and also to tendons and bones. Therefore, when he merges with the essence of the Azure Dragon, his tendons and bones will undergo a qualitative leap.
I'm not sure, maybe the Azure Dragon's essence blood hasn't fully taken effect yet.
Although he already had a guess in mind, Lin Xian didn't explain further to Jiang Zhang. After all, he couldn't explain it clearly either, so it was better to just leave it as it was. It's very likely that you can go to a testing center in the future to test how strong your punches are, how fast you can go, and how much resistance you can withstand. You'll then be able to understand what level your body's strength is at. Jiang Zhang told Lin Xian that there were no machines here to test this data, and they would have to go to the testing center in the military. Lin Xian nodded, indicating that he understood. He felt that his current strength was quite strong, but he really couldn't say exactly what level it had reached. Lin Xian, if you plan to develop in all aspects, you probably need to choose a weapon. You can't always use your fists, right? Think about it carefully these few days, and then go to the contribution points shop to take a look. There are corresponding techniques there. Start practicing from the basics, and don't rush to speed things up. Zhang Zheng earnestly advised that the worst thing for a genius is to be impatient for success, for haste makes waste, and that being down to earth and steady is the right path. I will, don't worry. Lin Xian nodded in agreement, as he also deeply understood the importance of a solid foundation. After exchanging words for a while, Zhang Zheng left Lin Xian's villa, leaving Lin Xian with his own time to cultivate. At this point, Lin Xian already possessed the Divine Refinement Heart Sutra in terms of spiritual and mental strength, and therefore did not need any other cultivation methods for the time being. In terms of beast taming, he has the sacred beast Xiao Chang and the divine beast Xiao Yuan, which is more than enough. Therefore, what Lin Xian needs to improve most right now is his own strength. If he wants to develop in all aspects, he has to take care of all aspects. Which weapon should I choose? Lin Xian silently asked himself. He definitely wouldn't choose firearms. Among the many cold weapons, he felt that knives, swords, and spears were the most suitable. Let's use a gun. The longer the gun, the stronger it is. With my current speed and strength coupled with my superb marksmanship, I should be invincible. Lin Xian thought to himself that the reason he chose the spear was partly because he had been influenced by Guo Tao, who was an excellent spearman. Having decided on the weapon, Lin Xian sat on the living room sofa, took out his wristwatch, and brought up the military contribution points shop. A huge electronic screen appeared before him, its dazzling array of items overwhelming him. Displays all available weapon techniques. Lin Xian didn't want to go through them slowly. He only had 1,000 contribution points, so he only looked at those below 1,000. As soon as he finished speaking, all the weapon-related techniques he could exchange for appeared on the screen. The techniques for using knives and swords are the most numerous, while the spear ranks third, and is also one of the most frequently used weapons. What's going on? Lin Xian carefully browsed through each technique introduction, reading dozens of books in a row, but still couldn't find a suitable one. Mastering the basics of spear, 500 contribution points. Suddenly, he saw this technique book. The name was simple and unpretentious, and the contribution requirement was not high. He quickly opened the introduction on the homepage, and it was indeed a very basic book on spear techniques. The more basic the better. This is it. Lin Xian decisively exchanged 4 basic mastery of spears, since he knew nothing about it before, and the basics were the most suitable for him. Next, he used 500 contribution points to exchange for a decent spear in the shop as his first weapon. Northern Military Region, Genius Newcomer Training Camp, 2nd floor of the testing center. Lin Xian stood alone in front of the giant machine, preparing to test just how powerful his punches were. He clenched his right fist and swung it hard at the square black alloy material in the center of the machine. A loud bang rang out instantly, and the black alloy material dented slightly. Punching power, 3,605 kilograms. The force of Lin Xian's punch was immediately displayed on the screen. This is only 7/10 of the effort. With full strength, it should reach 5,000 kilograms. Lin Xian muttered to himself that although he had only used 70% of his strength, faint bloodstains had already appeared on the back of his hand. Because his skin wasn't strong enough, such a strong force could injure him, which was why he wanted to improve his physical strength. After merging with the essence of the Azure Dragon, his overall physical condition improved significantly, but he still needed to continuously cultivate to enhance his skin, muscles, and bones. Only when his overall physical qualities are improved to a certain level can he integrate more advanced bloodlines. The two complement each other. Based on conventional standards, a level 3 ability master who cultivates physical abilities can deliver a punch with a force of approximately 5,000 kilograms. In other words, Lin Xian's current punching power has reached the level of an ordinary level 3 ability master, which is quite good. Next, let's test the speed. Lin Xian walked towards another machine, preparing to measure his running speed. Speed, 86 meters per second. The test was for 1,000 meter sprint speed, and Lin Xian's performance was still excellent. Based on these two sets of data, his combat strength is already comparable to that of an ordinary level 3 ability user. Keep in mind, this wasn't even his limit at level 2, demonstrating just how astonishing his talent and potential in this area is. That's enough. Let's go back and continue practicing spear techniques. Currently, Lin Xian's daily schedule is extremely tight. He practices spear techniques in the morning, exercises his basic physical fitness in the afternoon, and cultivates his mental and spiritual strength in the evening. Aside from the necessary time for sleeping and replenishing energy, he never did anything unrelated to cultivation, giving it his all. He understood that since he had chosen to develop in all aspects, he had to put in more effort, otherwise his cultivation progress would fall far behind others. And so, Lin Xian repeated the same life day after day, until one day 3 months later. Just as I finished my afternoon meditation and was about to sit down to replenish my energy. Someone came to visit outside the villa. Upon hearing the doorbell ring, Lin Xian asked Zhao Liang through the communicator. He said his name was Liangrun, that he was your friend, and that he had something urgent to discuss with you. Zhao Liang immediately replied that Lin Xian's permission was required for entry. Upon learning that the visitor was a fellow villager named Liang, Lin Xian immediately instructed Zhou Liang to invite him into the villa.
Ah, Liang, why did you suddenly come to see me?
Lin Xian asked with a smile, surprised that the other party would take the initiative to come, since they didn't have much interaction.
You're quite the big shot. You've been staying indoors ever since you entered the Genius Newcomer Training Camp, and you don't participate in any of the activities. You're acting like a lone wolf. Liangrun looked at Lin Xian's living environment, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. He's not a big shot. He just wants to focus on his cultivation and doesn't want to waste time. Besides, we don't know each other well, so we wouldn't have anything to talk about if we got together. Lin Xian explained frankly that he simply didn't like joining in the fun. If you don't like joining in the fun, fine, but Linger is being bullied, and you're just going to sit idly by?
Seeing Lin Xian's indifferent attitude, Liangrun bluntly stated that this was the real reason he had come to find Lin Xian. Upon hearing Linger, Lin Xian realized that he had indeed neglected Xia Linger. After all, they were teammates, and Xia Linger had come to the unit with him. Therefore, he should take good care of her.
Linger was bullied? Who bullied her? Lin Xian quickly asked. In this army, is there anyone who dares to bully others? Who else could it be? Aren't they those old guys in the Genius Newcomer Training Camp?
You know, the male-to-female ratio in the military is
extremely unbalanced.
Linger, who was outstanding in appearance, became the focus of attention as soon as she entered the training camp this year.
Liangrun recounted the events to Lin Xian, who was completely unaware of what had transpired during the 3-month training camp.
Lin Xian frowned, sensing that the situation was not simple, and continued to press for answers.
We newcomers are alright. We've only been here a short time.
But those old guys have been in the army for over a year, so they're especially attentive to Linger. Linger knew they had ulterior motives, so she tried to avoid them. But after all, they were in the same training camp. She wasn't living in a villa, so she was always running into those people. Liangrun continued speaking, but had not yet gotten to the heart of the matter.
Just last night, the 3 elderly people living next door to Linger got together and drank some alcohol. They got so drunk that they didn't return home until they were completely tipsy. Can a supernatural being or a cultivator get drunk? With their mental strength, it's impossible for them to get drunk, right?
Hearing this, Lin Xian interrupted. Everyone here is a gifted psychic or cultivator. How could you possibly go back drunk in a daze?
You really don't understand at all.
They don't rely on superpowers to sober up. They deliberately enjoy the feeling of being drunk. They know that being completely drunk is not allowed in the military, yet they still knowingly violate the rules.
Liangrun said angrily.
Because everyone here is a superpowered individual, drinking is allowed in the military, but getting drunk is strictly prohibited.
Yet some people just don't listen to the rules.
The 3 drunken men happened to run into Linger, who had just returned from outside, and so they...
What happened? Did they attack Linger? Before Liangrun could finish speaking, Lin Xian excitedly stood up and interrupted.
No, those 3 were just harassing Linger, but Linger used a
fireball spell to burn them, immediately dispelling their drunkenness.
But they also threatened that Linger would become theirs sooner or later. Linger originally wanted to ask you for help, but she didn't know how to ask, so she came to me first.
I was furious when I heard that, so I went to argue with those 3 people, and ended up getting beaten up.
Luckily, I survived because of my spatial ability.
Liangrun helplessly told Lin Xian that although his supernatural abilities were not weak, he was still no match for those 3.
After hearing Liangrun's words, Lin Xian angrily shouted curses. He had assumed that this was a military base, where everyone was a talented superhuman or cultivator, and that they should all be focused on their own training. I never expected there would be such outrageous people here. Although nothing serious has happened yet, their words and thoughts are already disgusting enough.
Those 3 harassed Linger and even hit you? Doesn't the army care? In his anger, Lin Xian asked Liangrun, if you report this to higher-ups, you'll only get a reprimand. As long as no one dies here, it's a minor matter. The rest is beyond our control. After all, everyone here is a genius, and no one can control anyone else. Liangrun explained helplessly that this was a special rule of the Genius Training Camp.
Everyone was a genius, and it would be difficult to deal with anyone, so as long as it wasn't fatal, everything could be tolerated. No wonder Jiangbu spoke like that on the first day, so that's what he meant.
After listening to Liangrun's explanation, Lin Xian finally understood the true meaning of what Jiang Jiang said in public on the first day.
Linger is still in her room and doesn't want to come out, so I came to find you to see if there's any way to resolve this.
Liangrun didn't want to trouble Lin Xian, but he really didn't know who else to turn to. If he didn't intervene, Linger's situation would definitely become very difficult. What else can we do? We'll confront whoever bullied Linger. What are the names of those 3 who bullied Linger?
How strong are they?
Lin Xian directly asked Liangrun. Since the higher-ups aren't doing anything, let's solve this ourselves. It's simple and straightforward.
Su Fei, Ma Yan, and Fu Lin are all about the same strength, with an overall overall rating of around B. They always hang out together, and all of us new recruits dislike them. Lianren told Lin Xian that if he hadn't been at a low level and lacked effective attack methods, those three would definitely not have been his match. I just finished eating and am strolling around the square. Lianren said that the three of them were usually in the square at this time. Let's go. Let's find them. As soon as Lin Xian finished speaking, he picked up his spear and prepared to set off. Just let it go like that? Do you think the two of us can teach those three a lesson? Seeing Lin Xian's urgency, Lianren quickly asked, those three are level 3 ability users. They have many tricks up their sleeves. The two of us? No need. I'm enough on my own. You can just watch from the side. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly as he spoke confidently. Don't try to be a hero. I only asked you to talk to Minister Jiang because you have a good relationship with him. Lianren, of course, didn't believe Lin Xian had the ability to fight three people at once. She thought he was just impulsively trying to show off, so she said to him, no need, you just need to help me identify these three people. As Lin Xian spoke, he led Lianren out of the villa and headed towards the square. You're even more impulsive than me. I should have known better than to tell you. Seeing that Lin Xian was so stubborn, Lianren felt a little regretful. This guy was too impulsive, and there were many people in the square. If he caused a scene, he would become a laughingstock. The man looked worried and didn't know how to persuade Lin Xian. Before they knew it, Lin Xian and Lianren had arrived at the square. It was the post-meal rest time, and there were quite a few people jogging and strolling around the square, including veterans and newcomers from the Genius Newcomer Training Camp, as well as some soldiers. Where are the three of them? Lin Xian asked Lianren. There were quite a few groups of three here, and he couldn't tell which one was which. Knowing he couldn't persuade him anymore, Lianren could only help him find the three people. They're over there. Before long, Lianren saw the three people who had bullied Xia Linger. They were standing in the center of the square, very conspicuous. Let's go back first, tell Jiangbu, and then make further plans. The man finally offered his advice. You wait here, you don't need to show yourself, leave this to me. Lin Xian ignored Lianren's advice and walked straight to the center of the square. As he approached the three men, he stopped, slammed his spear into the ground, and shouted loudly, Su Fei, Ma Yan, Fu Lin, do the three of you know you were wrong? The three of them turned around in surprise when they heard their names called. Lin Xian's voice was loud and clear, and everyone in the square heard it clearly, immediately gathering around. Who is this person? He looks unfamiliar. The onlookers felt somewhat unfamiliar with Lin Xian, because he didn't usually interact with people, so naturally no one recognized him. Who are you? How dare you call us by our names? Don't you have any manners? Su Fei stepped forward and questioned Lin Xian. Politeness? You three have the nerve to talk about politeness? You have no shame. Lin Xian snorted coldly and cursed back fiercely. You brat, your mouth is so foul. Do you want a beating? Ma Yan, to Su Fei's left, wanted to make a move, but Su Fei held him back. Su Fei asked Lin Xian again, since there were many people here and he didn't want to make the first move. Apologize to Xia Linger and promise never to harass her again, or you won't be leaving here today. Lin Xian said, word by word, that this was his minimum requirement. The moment Xia Linger was mentioned, the onlookers immediately became interested. After all, Xia Linger was the most watched figure in the Genius Newcomer Training Camp. Is this another Xia Linger fan? They can't stand Su Fei and the others' behavior and want to stand up for Xia Linger. Probably commendable courage, but those three are not to be trifled with. People around them were talking amongst themselves. They knew a little about Xia Linger's situation and that Su Fei and his two friends were the ones who harassed her the most. This kid is probably in for a rough time. Everyone thought Lin Xian was quite courageous, but not very bright. After hearing Lin Xian's words, Su Fei and the other two finally understood his purpose. Ha ha ha, so that's why you came, brat. You've got some nerve, and you've got a sharp tongue too. Ma Yan laughed loudly and mocked Lin Xian. I'm too lazy to waste words with you. All three of you come at me together, so that people won't say I'm bullying the old-timers in the training camp. Seeing the three of them acting arrogantly, Lin Xian was too lazy to say anything more. Since they refused to apologize to Linger, he had no choice but to take action to help her get justice. You brat! If you want to embarrass yourself, don't blame us for bullying the newbie. Hearing Lin Xian's arrogant and conceited words, how could Su Fei and the other two swallow their anger? Especially since many eyes in the square were watching them intently. This kid is really arrogant, daring to challenge three people by himself. All three of them are superpower masters who are about to reach level 4. When Lin Xian challenged the three of them, the people in the square were all surprised. This was clearly asking for trouble. Lianren, who had been forcibly brought to the square by Lin Xian, was also mingling in the crowd, alertly preparing to use his spatial ability to help Lin Xian escape should he encounter danger. Lin Xian snorted coldly, not taking the three people opposite him seriously at all. He twirled the spear in his hand and charged straight at Su Fei. After 3 months of arduous training, Lin Xian's speed had exceeded 100 meters per second, and all that could be seen by the crowd was a blur. Before he could even blink, the spear had already pierced Su Fei's shoulder. You brat! You ambushed me! Su Fei felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. He looked down and glared angrily at Lin
Xian. You think I need to ambush you? If it weren't for the rules, this shot would have already pierced your throat. Lin Xian retorted coldly. He glanced at Su Fei, confident that he could kill him instantly. Su Fei is only good at controlling his supernatural abilities. Before he can use them, he is completely unable to defend against Lin Xian's fierce attacks. He's too fast. He's a physical ability user, but he's still a newbie. How could he be so fast? Fu Lin, who was standing next to Su Fei, said anxiously. He was also a physical ability user. As a superpowered master who is about to advance to level 4, Fu Lin's maximum speed is only 150 meters per second, while Lin Xian's speed is close to 100 meters per second, which is the limit of a level 3 superpowered master. How arrogant! Take this mental attack, Ma Yan shouted disdainfully. He is a mental ability user, which is perfect for countering physical ability users, because physical ability users generally have weaker mental strength. Ma Yan's eyes flashed white light as a mental attack struck Lin Xian's mind. Now, as Ma Yan's mental attack landed, Fu Lin immediately threw a punch to meet it. As a physical ability user at nearly level 4, his punching power is close to 10,000 kilograms. If he hits an unsuspecting person, it will cause internal organ damage at best and death on the spot at worst. However, this is a military unit, and Fu Lin confirmed that Lin Xian is also a physical ability user. Using only 60% of his strength would not be fatal. A mere trick. Lin Xian, seeing nothing amiss, made a fist with his left hand and forcefully blocked Fu Lin's fist. The two fists collided, and Lin Xian and Ma Yan were both knocked back several steps. The spear stuck in Su Fei's shoulder was also pulled out in the process. Su Fei snorted coldly, while Ma Yan looked shocked. It's impossible that it had no effect. Ma Yan stared incredulously at Lin Xian, who showed no reaction, and muttered to himself before preparing to activate the skill again. Stop wasting your energy, your mental attacks have no effect on me, Lin Xian said confidently to Ma Yan. He cultivates the Divine Refinement Heart Sutra, a technique that allows his spiritual power and mental power to communicate with each other, bringing him a tremendous advantage. For a mental attack to be effective against him, the attacker's mental strength and willpower must both be stronger than his. However, superpowered individuals only cultivate spiritual power, while cultivators only cultivate mental power. It is generally impossible for anyone to surpass Lin Xian in both. Therefore, although Ma Yan's mental strength was stronger than his mental strength was far inferior to Lin Xian's, and his mental attacks were completely ineffective against Lin Xian. Ma Yan wasn't the only one shocked. Fu Lin was also greatly astonished. That seemingly casual punch from his opponent was almost as powerful as 60% of his own strength. It was simply unbelievable. He's only been in the Genius Newcomer training camp for 3 months. Use whatever tricks you have up your sleeve. You're nothing special. Lin Xian looked at the three of them with a faint smile. After the brief probing, he quickly determined that Ma Yan and Fu Lin were not a threat at all. Seeing Lin Xian's performance, Liang Run was also dumbfounded in the crowd, never expecting Lin Xian to perform like this. The onlookers finally understood that the reason Lin Xian dared to fight 3 opponents alone was because his physical strength was exceptionally powerful, even able to ignore mental attack skills. He must be carrying some kind of treasure. That's why he was able to ignore Ma Yan's mental attack. Everyone speculated, as this was the most reasonable explanation they could think of. Little did they know that the power of the Divine Refinement Heart Sutra was so astonishing. I never expected that among this year's newcomers, there would be someone as amazing as you. You must be that mysterious genius with an overall rating of SS, right? Su Fei asked Lin Xian, enduring the sharp pain in his shoulder. If it wasn't him, he really couldn't think of anyone else with such strength. That's right, I am Lin Xian. Upon hearing Su Fei's question, Lin Xian nodded directly, readily acknowledging his identity. It's actually Lin Xian, that newcomer who never attends any gatherings. Upon hearing Lin Xian's confirmation, the crowd in the square suddenly realized that he was the super genius whose overall evaluation reached SS level. A genius with an overall rating of SS, is this terrifying? Everyone looked on with envy. Whoever you are today, you've made us 3 brothers lose face, and you'll pay the price. Despite Lin Xian admitting his identity, Su Fei showed no sign of backing down. He hadn't even truly made a move yet. Bring it on. I'd like to see what price you'll make me pay. Lin Xian replied coldly, completely unconcerned. Gravity has increased. Su Fei's right shoulder was injured, so he can only hold the staff with his left hand. A beam of yellow light shot out from the tip of the staff, rapidly spreading outwards from Su Fei. In an instant, Lin Xian felt the spear in his hand become much heavier, and his body inexplicably became clumsy. Is this a skill that can alter gravity? Lin Xian quickly realized the other party's ability. This kind of skill is a great threat to physical ability users, because once gravity is altered, speed and strength will be severely limited. Fu Lin, go and take him down, Su Fei said coldly. He controlled the gravity in this area. Only Lin Xian's gravity was amplified, while Fu Lin remained unharmed. Fu Lin wore a smug smile. Even if you have great physical strength, you won't be able to unleash your full potential under a sudden increase in gravity. Fu Lin rushed toward Lin Xian at lightning speed to
To onlookers, all they saw was a black shadow flash by. Lin Xian had already seen the opponent's fist and immediately prepared to dodge, but the gravity under his feet suddenly increased dozens of times. Although he could react, his body movements could not keep up at all. The punch landed squarely on Lin Xian's abdomen, causing him a sharp pain. However, after 3 months of training, Lin Xian's ability to withstand blows is extremely strong, and he has completely absorbed the essence of the Azure Dragon, making his physical fitness far superior to that of ordinary people. Fu Lin's 5,000 kilogram punch, though heavy, failed to cause any real damage to Lin Xian, at most causing some pain.
His resilience is truly remarkable. Fu Lin exclaimed in admiration upon seeing Lin Xian unharmed.
Lin Xian immediately tried to retaliate with his spear, but the doubled gravity slowed down his attack speed considerably.
Fu Lin easily dodged Lin Xian's attacks, then repeatedly and precisely struck the same spot on Lin Xian's body with his fists.
As the number of punches increased, Lin Xian would inevitably be overwhelmed and eventually be knocked down. Fu Lin continued his attack, and Lin Xian's expression grew increasingly grim. Under the suppression of several times the gravity, he was no match for Fu Lin. Lin Xian's expression changed.
It seems the situation is not good.
This change in gravity has a huge impact on physical ability users.
Lin Xian is probably going to suffer a great loss.
The onlookers saw that Lin Xian was constantly being attacked and was clearly powerless to fight back. Seeing this, Liang Ren in the crowd prepared to intervene, intending to use his spatial ability to take Lin Xian away. However, just as Liang Ren was about to take action, he discovered that Lin Xian seemed to be planning a counterattack as well.
I didn't expect you guys could manipulate gravity. It seems I'll have to use my real skills to deal with the three of you.
Despite the excruciating pain in his abdomen, Lin Xian calmly addressed them.
Real skill? Hearing this, everyone, including Su Fei, was shocked.
Could it be that his previous performance was not his full strength?
I forgot to tell you, I'm actually a beast tamer,
Lin Xian announced loudly. Immediately afterwards, a colorful light and a green light flashed simultaneously around Lin Xian.
The god-level pet beast Chaos Beast and the saint-level pet beast Azure Dragon immediately appeared in the square. The appearance of the enormous Azure Dragon startled everyone, while the petite Chaos Beast went unnoticed.
Xiao Yuan, help me break free from the gravity restriction. Xiao Qing, help me recover my body. As the two beasts appeared, Lin Xian called out to them in his mind.
Xiao Yuan is a Chaos Beast.
Although she has no offensive capabilities, she possesses two powerful support skills, element stripping and element designation. Element stripping can strip away all 5 elements in any area, making any skills and abilities related to the 5 elements in that area unusable. The element specification allows you to specify the 5 elements that can exist in any area. For example, you can leave only the earth element, while the other elements such as metal, fire, water, and wood cannot exist. The area that Xiao Yuan can control will continue to expand as her strength increases.
Element stripping.
The 5 horns on the small round head lit up simultaneously, and instantly all the 5 elements within the square disappeared. The doubled gravity applied to Lin Xian naturally disappeared. That was a skill related to the earth element. Su Fei suddenly realized that there was no earth element around him, and he was immediately unable to use any of the 5 elements related abilities. The realm of wood full of life. Immediately afterwards, a green light shone beside Lin Xian, and the injuries he had just suffered began to heal rapidly.
With the essence of the Azure Dragon and the original wood attribute, the recovery speed was extremely fast.
In just one breath, Lin Xian's body was fully restored.
It's my turn to fight back.
Feeling that his body had returned to its peak and he was no longer affected by gravity, Lin Xian immediately launched a counterattack against Fu Lin. Fu Lin was also dumbfounded. He never expected that such a strong superpowered master would actually be a beast tamer. Lin Xian swung his spear with incredible speed, striking Fu Lin squarely in the abdomen. This time, he used all his strength, given the opponent's exceptional physical resilience. Caught completely off guard, Fu Lin was sent flying by a single blow, landing not far away, right at Su Fei's feet. Fu Lin crashed heavily onto the plaza floor with a loud thud. Then, Lin Xian's figure blurred, leaving only an afterimage in his original position, but he had already arrived in front of Fu Lin.
Another heavy punch landed on Fu Lin's abdomen, shattering the floor and sending dust flying everywhere. Lin Xian is actually a beast tamer? That's outrageous. Then why is his physical strength so high?
The crowd in the square widened their eyes and couldn't help but gasp when they saw Lin Xian's sudden performance. I almost forgot that he is a beast tamer. Liang Ren had just realized that Lin Xian's previous battles had all been close quarters combat with his opponents, which made him momentarily forget that Lin Xian was originally a beast tamer.
Does he intend to pursue a multifaceted career?
Liang Ren muttered to himself. After all, well-rounded supernatural beings or cultivators are extremely rare, practically as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Amidst the gasps of amazement, Lin Xian completely rendered Fu Lin powerless.
After all, of the 3, Su Fei, Ma Yan, and Fu Lin, only Fu Lin could still contend with him at this moment. The other 2 posed no threat whatsoever. What other tricks haven't you used yet? Use them all.
Lin Xian looked up and stared coldly at Su Fei and Ma Yan in front of him, and said in a stern voice. Faced with Lin Xian's questioning, the two remained silent, their eyes shifting from confident and ruthless to astonished and bewildered. Remember, stay away from Linger from now on. If you dare to harass her again, this spear will be your death sentence. Lin Xian twirled the spear in his hand, giving the three men a stern warning. After saying that, he turned and left without even glancing at them. I never expected that you could take on 3 opponents and defeat the 3 veterans from the training camp. The two followed Lin Xian, still finding it hard to believe their performance. The 3 of them failed the assessment in the previous Genius Newcomer training camp, so their strength is naturally not strong. There is nothing to be proud of in defeating them. Lin Xian calmly said to Liangren, I have never taken people like Su Fei seriously. The man nodded in agreement. You should start cultivating too. With an overall rating of S, you have enormous potential. Don't waste it. Lin Xian turned to Liangren and said, this guy has spatial ability talent and high mental potential. As long as he is willing to work hard, he will definitely stand out in the Genius Newcomer training camp, but he just refuses to work hard. You're right. I've realized the importance of strength after this incident, and I will work hard to cultivate from now on. Liangren responded earnestly, saying that only with great strength can one protect those they wish to safeguard. Then I'll go back to cultivate now. If you encounter any problems you can't solve, feel free to contact me. When Lin Xian was almost at his villa, he said to Liangren, aren't you going to see Linger? Liangren thought Lin Xian would go to Linger's place, since yesterday's events had a significant impact on her. Lin Xian shook his head. I won't go. You go and have a good talk with her, and tell her that she can come to me if she encounters any problems in the future. Hearing this, Liangren was speechless, as Lin Xian's thoughts were different from his expectations. After saying that, Lin Xian left alone. He didn't go to find Linger because he knew in his heart that the two of them had gradually drifted apart. He knew that he and Linger were destined to be different. During the 3 months he was in the Genius Newcomer training camp, Linger didn't come to see him at all. Apart from what happened yesterday, she didn't come to see him either. Instead, she frequently attended various gatherings and got to know all kinds of geniuses. Although Lin Xian had hardly left his house for the past 3 months, his mind remained as clear as a mirror. Perhaps, Liang is the one who is truly right for her. With this thought in mind, Lin Xian completely let go of Linger. The two were destined to be nothing more than good friends. After figuring these things out, his state of mind suddenly changed, and he felt that his mental and spiritual strength had been qualitatively improved. He clearly felt his mental strength becoming more concentrated, his spiritual sea of consciousness expanding, and his spiritual power becoming even stronger. This should be the breakthrough of the first level of the Divine Refinement Heart Sutra, the refinement of the heart realm, and the attainment of the second level, the gathering of the heart realm. Lin Xian guessed that he must have made a breakthrough in the Divine Refinement Heart Sutra. He had been stuck on the first level before, but he didn't expect that after letting go of Linger in his heart today, he would immediately break through to the second level. Could this be what the teacher meant by comprehension? Is it because I gained some insight into this matter that I was able to make a breakthrough? Lin Xian pondered this in his heart. Regardless of the reason, a breakthrough was always a good thing. Once he reaches the state of mental focus, Lin Xian's cultivation speed will be even faster. However, since he also needs to develop in all aspects, his overall speed will probably be similar to that of an ordinary genius. Soon, news of Lin Xian's feat of taking on 3 opponents single-handedly in the plaza spread rapidly throughout the entire talent training camp. Not only did all the camp members know about it, but even the military's high command was aware of it. I didn't expect Lin Xian's strength to improve so quickly. In just 3 months, he was able to defeat 3 near level 4 ability users with the strength of a level 2 ability user. Jiang was sitting in his office, talking to himself. However, as the successor of Xianyuan Zhouji, he has a natural advantage in spiritual power. Ma Yan is not a big threat to him at all. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Lin Xian to defeat the 3 of them. Others might not understand the reason for Lin Xian's victory, but Jiang Zhang knew perfectly well. On the surface, it seemed that Lin Xian had defeated 3 seniors by himself, but in reality, he had defeated 2 old men in a 1-against-2 battle. After this incident, those old guys in the military should believe what I'm saying. Jiang Zhang smiled. He had put in a lot of effort to secure various special treatments for Lin Xian. The reason is simple. He didn't tell them that Lin Xian had been rated as a super SSS level, and the special treatment he applied for Lin Xian was backed by his own future and reputation. As long as Lin Xian can grow up, he will become our greatest asset, Jiang Zhang said firmly in his heart. He knew that the Wanling planet was facing great difficulties, which could only be solved by super geniuses, and Lin Xian was such a person. After this incident, Lin Xian's reputation spread rapidly throughout the Genius Newcomer training camp, and it remained a hot topic until the eve of the ranking competition. The ranking competition is equivalent to the midterm assessment of the Genius Newcomer training camp. The newcomers have been there for half a year, enjoying all the free training resources. 6 months have passed, and it is time to test the results of our cultivation. The first place winner in the ranking competition will receive 100,000 contributions contribution points. The second place winner will receive 70,000. The third and fourth place winners will each receive 50,000. The fifth to eighth place winners will receive 30,000. The ninth to 18th place winners will receive 10,000. The 19th to 148th place winners will receive 5,000. And the rest of the participants will only receive 2,000 contribution points. These are the total rewards for this competition. It's clear that the gap between first and last place is enormous. The rules are the same as in previous years. All the geniuses in the training camp will be randomly matched for one-on-one battles. The loser will be eliminated and the winner will advance to the next round. Zhang Zheng continued explaining to the geniuses. This rule had been in use for many years and had never changed. What if the number of people remaining is odd? Upon hearing the rules, a newcomer immediately asked a question. If there is an odd number of cases, randomly select one person and eliminate them immediately. Zhang Zheng's expression was serious as he answered directly. This is so unfair. If you're unlucky enough to be the second strongest player and run into Lin Xian in the first round, wouldn't that be terrible? Many newcomers complained that the rules were too reliant on luck. Even Lin Xian, who is widely recognized as the strongest, may be randomly eliminated due to bad luck. Luck is itself a part of strength and a very important one. Which of you geniuses here didn't achieve your amazing talent because of good luck? Zhang Zheng responded immediately to everyone's complaints. Here, we need to select the luckiest one from among many fortunate geniuses. Zhang Zheng made no attempt to hide anything from everyone, saying, without good luck, even the most brilliant genius can live a mediocre life. After hearing Zhang Zheng's words, the geniuses present fell silent, and could only silently pray that their luck would be better. The draw begins. Everyone, line up to receive your numbered balls. There are 2 numbered balls from number 1 to number 148. 2 people who draw the same number will face off directly in the first round. The random assignment of opponents relies entirely on machine operation, making any possibility of behind-the-scenes manipulation impossible. Soon, everyone received their numbered balls, and Zhang Zheng also received everyone's match results. He spotted Lin Xian's first opponent at first glance, a coincidence that was hard to believe. It was Ma Yan, who was skilled in mental abilities. I really want to. When Ma Yan saw that his first opponent was Lin Xian, he couldn't help but swear. He wished he could leave immediately. His luck was just too bad. Su Fei and Fu Lin, standing beside him, cast sympathetic glances at him, saying that it was truly a cruel twist of fate. Linger, your opponent isn't strong. After seeing the match information, Liangrun smiled and said to Xia Linger beside him. Xia Linger forced a smile and replied, it's alright. Although he answered verbally, his eyes kept secretly glancing at Lin Xian not far away. Liangrun knew that Lin Xian had deliberately distanced himself from Linger over the past few months, but Linger still harbored a sliver of hope for Lin Xian. However, he didn't care. With time, these fantasies would naturally fade. He would still stay by Linger's side, because she was the girl he fell in love with at first sight. At this moment, after 3 months of hard training, Liangrun's strength has greatly improved, and he has begun to show his talent in the Genius Newcomer Training Camp. After all, there are only a handful of geniuses with comprehensive strength who can be rated as S-level. After the matchups were confirmed, the battle for rankings officially began, with the games proceeding in ascending order of the numbered balls. The venue is spacious and can accommodate 5 matches at a time, allowing for a very fast pace. Athlete number 3, Lin Xian vs Ma Yan, please come to the stage. The referee of arena number 3 announced to the crowd. Upon hearing Lin Xian's name, everyone's attention immediately turned to him. 3 months ago, he had already been recognized as the strongest in the training camp. I surrender. After Ma Yan entered the arena, he did not hesitate to admit defeat to the referee. He did not want to be publicly humiliated by Lin Xian, so he simply surrendered. Lin Xian wins and advances to the next round. The referee showed no surprise and announced the result immediately. On the other side, on arena number 5, Liangren had just entered the arena. His opponent was a weaker superhuman, whose overall strength was significantly inferior to Liangren's. Space cutting. Liangren didn't have many attack moves at this moment, but this one move was difficult for most geniuses to withstand. Spatial cutting can distort the space around the target, causing direct damage. This attack ignores all defensive measures, so with this move, Liangren can quickly defeat his opponent. In terms of defense, Liangren can also teleport short distances, making it difficult for opponents to hit him. In one-on-one duels, he is almost invincible. This is so boring. We didn't even see Lin Xian make a move, and all the opponents surrendered. Those watching the game complained that it was boring. The battle for rankings has reached the 4th round, the stage of 36 to 18, and all 4 of Lin Xian's opponents have conceded defeat. They had no idea how to defeat Lin Xian, so they had no choice but to give up. After a morning of intense competition, the rankings of the top 18 have been basically determined, including 11 experienced veterans, as they have a higher chance of winning. Of the remaining 7 rookies, Lin Xian and Liangren are among them, while Xia Linger was unfortunately eliminated in the previous round. The remaining matches will continue in the afternoon. Everyone go back and rest first. The matches will will start promptly at 2 p.m. Anyone who is late will be disqualified. Zhang Zhang announced to everyone that there were not many matches left, and an afternoon would be enough to finish them. Now there are only 9 people left. Whoever is unlucky enough to be selected and eliminated will lose 20,000 contribution points. The geniuses watching from below the stage began to discuss among themselves as they looked at the remaining 9 people on stage. Of these 9 people, 6 were veterans and 3 were newcomers. Lin Xian and Liang both persevered until the end. We shouldn't be eliminated by the draw, right? I have a bad feeling about this, Liangren said softly, standing beside Lin Xian. After all, the difference in rewards between 9th and 8th place is quite significant. It shouldn't happen. Don't always think the worst. The more you think about bad things, the more likely they are to happen. Lin Xian reminded Liangren. This is the famous Murphy's Law. He himself always thinks positively about things. Start randomly selecting the eliminated contestants. Whoever is drawn will be the 9th in this competition. Zhang Zhang looked at the 9 people below the stage, a barely perceptible smile on his face. All 9 people are numbered. Lin Xian is number 6, and Liangren is number 7. As long as they don't draw those 2 numbers, they can smoothly enter the top 8. Zhang started the lottery machine, and 9 numbered balls spun continuously inside. 5 seconds later, he pressed the stop button. The numbered balls slowly came to a stop, and one of them rolled steadily out of the machine. Number 7. Congratulations to contestant number 7 for achieving 9th place in this year's competition. Zhang Zhang picked up the numbered ball, faced all the geniuses, and announced loudly, "Fuck you." Liangren cursed loudly, realizing that he had indeed become the unlucky 9th place and could only get 10,000 contribution points. Lin Xian glanced at Liangren helplessly. Luck is truly something else. Being chosen out of 9 is considered good luck. Liangren walked off the stage, filled with frustration and anger. He was originally quite strong. Had he not encountered Lin Xian, he would have been more than capable of reaching the semifinals. But the draw had unfortunately ruined his chances. There was nothing he could do about it. You've already done a great job getting this far. Don't overthink it, Xia Linger said, walking over to Liangren and comforting him. Sigh. I've always had bad luck since I was a child, so I'm always worried about these kinds of probability events, and sure enough, it happened. Liangren confided in Linger, his past experiences making him particularly worried. Linger comforted him a few more times, which improved his mood slightly. At this point, the remaining 8 people completed the draw for their groups. Lin Xian's opponent was none other than his old rival, Fu Lin. The first match of the quarterfinals, Lin Xian versus Fu Lin. The match begins, the referee announced to the crowd. Fu Lin's number was 1, so he was the first to step onto the court. I know I'm no match for you, but I just want to test my physical strength against you. After that, I'll admit defeat regardless of who wins or loses, Fu Lin said frankly, standing in front of Lin Xian. His words make a lot of sense. As a beast tamer, Lin Xian easily defeated Fu Lin with the help of his pet beasts, which is why he made this request. Sure, but in terms of physical strength, you wouldn't be my match, because I'm not the same person I was 3 months ago. Lin Xian nodded confidently. After 3 months of arduous training, he had fully absorbed the Azure Dragon's essence blood, and his physical strength had greatly increased. Then let's give it a try, Fu Lin said, and rushed straight towards Lin Xian. His speed was extremely fast, reaching 150 meters per second, which was already his limit. The crowd below the arena only saw a black shadow flash by, and Fu Lin instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian. He threw a heavy punch at Lin Xian's abdomen, using 90% of his strength, which weighed a full 9,000 kilograms. Lin Xian did not dodge. Although Fu Lin was fast, he could have avoided the punch, but he chose to take it head-on, wanting to test his current ability to withstand blows. Lin Xian wasn't wearing any protective gear, just ordinary clothes, and Fu Lin's punch ripped through his clothes around his abdomen. Fu Lin felt as if his fist had struck Lin Xian's abdomen, as if it had hit a hard, high-grade alloy material, making it impossible to add any more force to his fist. Lin Xian felt a slight pain in his abdomen, but it did not have any substantial impact on him. That's a bit too weak, Lin Xian whispered to Fu Lin, then took a step back, pushed off the ground with his right foot, and kicked Fu Lin hard in the waist with his left foot. His leg strike was incredibly fast. A dark shadow streaked through the air and instantly struck Fu Lin's right waist. Sensing the sharp kick, Fu Lin immediately dodged to the left, but due to the significant speed difference, he couldn't completely evade it. Lin Xian's left leg still struck Fu Lin's waist. With a loud thud, Fu Lin's body involuntarily tilted to the left. The sound was due to Fu Lin's defensive equipment, but the sheer power still caused him to lose his balance for a moment. Even though the equipment absorbed my power, I can still feel the impact. The force of his kick was at least 12,000 kilograms, and he's only a level 2 beastmaster. Fu Lin was secretly shocked. Lin Xian's performance at this moment far exceeded his expectations. Taking advantage of Fu Lin's slight tilt, Lin Xian knew that if he were to defend now, his reaction would be even slower. Without hesitation, Lin Xian launched another attack. His left leg had barely touched the ground when his right fist slammed into Fu Lin's body. Considering Fu Lin was wearing protective gear, he put all his strength into the punch. 14,000 kilograms kilograms of force slammed into Fu Lin's abdomen. Although his equipment absorbed 5,000 kilograms of the impact, the remaining force was still too much for Fu Lin to bear. Although Fu Lin is a physical ability user, his ability to withstand blows is far inferior to Lin Xian's. After all, the ability to withstand blows is difficult to improve through training and must rely on excellent bloodline, tendons, bones, skin and muscles. This punch sent Fu Lin flying dozens of meters, the force penetrating his muscles and causing his internal organs to tremble violently. A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth, and the pain in his abdomen and internal organs temporarily rendered him unable to fight. Upon seeing Fu Lin injured, the referee immediately ran over, asked a few questions, and then announced that Lin Xian had won the match. Fu Lin is considered a very strong physical ability user in the training camp, so how come he was knocked down by Lin Xian with just one punch? All the geniuses below the stage were shocked, and they didn't even see Lin Xian's movements clearly. I don't know. I can only say that Lin Xian is too strong. With his performance, who would believe he's a beast tamer? Other geniuses discussed among themselves, feeling that he didn't need the help of his pet beast at all. Little did they know that without the help of his pet beast Xiao Qing, Lin Xian would never have possessed such abnormal physical strength. And so, after the competition ended, Lin Xian successfully won the championship of this year's ranking battle, easily gaining 100,000 contribution points. Just as the battle for rankings ended and Zhang was standing in the stands preparing to speak, his communicator suddenly rang. Upon seeing that it was a call from the military region commander, he immediately answered, because commanders usually call about urgent and important matters. All the geniuses in the audience looked at Minister Zhang, only to see his expression growing increasingly solemn. Understood, I'll arrange for them to go there immediately. Zhang Zhang hung up the communicator after he finished speaking. He looked seriously at the group of students in the genius rookie training camp and said, the protective shield in Ning'an City, Haleo Province, is currently under attack by a large horde of monsters and requires military support. Since most of the members of the intermediate and advanced genius training camps are currently away, you will represent the military in this battle. Upon hearing this, the members of the genius newcomer training camp were stunned. None of them had expected that there would be an outing. Isn't the protective shield supposed to be impenetrable? A genius asked in bewilderment. This protective shield is naturally formed, and even the most powerful monsters cannot break through it. That's right. Although the protective shield won't be breached, it will be shaken, and the residents of Ning'an City will be severely affected. Therefore, we must stop the monster horde's movements in time. Upon hearing this question, Zhang Zhang gave everyone a detailed explanation. He then solemnly issued the order. Everyone, return to your rooms and prepare. Assemble in the military region's flight area in half an hour. No one is allowed to be late. Anyone who is late will have all their contribution points deducted and will be expelled from the training camp, never to be used again. Zhang Zhang's tone was unusually serious. The reason he emphasized this was that at such a critical moment, no one could be allowed to hold them back. Upon hearing his order, everyone gasped and quickly left the scene to prepare. The members of the genius rookie training camp were encountering this situation for the first time. Although they were unsure of what specific equipment to bring, they brought as much as they could and headed straight for the flight zone. The military's flight area is very large, with all kinds of aircraft neatly parked, varying in size, quality, and purpose. At this moment, Zhang was standing under a large aircraft, with 8 fully armed officers behind him, ready to go. All the geniuses from the genius newcomer training camp arrived one after another, and within half an hour, all 296 geniuses were in place. Zhang Zhang was satisfied with their efficiency in assembling and their sense of time. After directing everyone to board the aircraft, it flew towards Ning'an City in Haleo Province. The flight from here to Ning'an City takes about 10 minutes. During those 10 minutes, Zhang Zhang and the other 8 officers quickly distributed military-grade monitoring devices to all the geniuses. Pin the badge to your chest. It will record all your videos in the no man's land and pinpoint your location. If you encounter any danger that you cannot handle, immediately press the red button on the badge, and we will send someone to support you as soon as possible. Zhang Zhang addressed all the geniuses. Considering this was their first mission, he gave them a slightly more detailed explanation. You can work together as a group or operate alone, but please be sure to pay attention to your own safety. There are about 3 leader-level monsters commanding this monster horde. Our goal is to find and kill these 3 leader-level monsters. Once they are eliminated, the monster horde will automatically disintegrate, and the crisis in Ning'an City will be resolved. Zhang Zhang explained it to everyone in detail. Most monsters in uninhabited areas are not very intelligent, but leader-level monsters are different. They can control other monsters of their own kind to launch attacks, posing a great threat to humans. What's the star rating of the leader-level monster? Can we handle it? One of the geniuses asked. Most of them were level 2 or 3 ability users and cultivators, and they wanted to know if they had a chance of winning. You must understand that the star rating of a leader-level monster is not necessarily high, and its combat power may even be weaker. Their strength lies in their ability to command command. Based on the star rating of the monsters attacking this time, the leader monster behind them should be a 4 or 5-star monster, which is within your capabilities. As Jiang Zheng spoke, he understood that a group of monsters of this level could be easily dealt with by a high-level ability user or cultivator. However, the highest level of superpowered individuals in Ning'an City is only level 4, and their talents are not necessarily outstanding. Therefore, relying solely on local superpowered individuals and cultivators, it is impossible to deal with the monster horde in a short period of time, which is why they had to request military support. After hearing Jiang Zheng's words, the geniuses immediately understood that as long as it was a 4-star or 5-star monster, a group of them could handle it. Boss-level monsters usually have a crown-shaped mark on their heads, but there are always many other monsters of the same kind protecting them, so you must be extra careful when you move around. Jiang Zheng repeatedly gave instructions. After all, this was their first mission, and he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Since its inception, the members of the Genius Training Camp have rarely gone out on missions, a practice that has continued for nearly 20 years. This time, however, there was an opportunity to go out on a mission, and it's hard to say whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. On the positive side, it can increase experience and temper one's will. On the negative side, there is a risk of injury or even sacrifice, which is exactly what Jiang Zheng least wants to see. Jiangbu were about to enter the no-man's land of Ning'an City. 10 minutes passed quickly, and the aircraft had entered the uninhabited area of Ning'an City. The aircraft landed precisely in the no-man's land, about 30 kilometers away from the monster horde that attacked Ning'an City's protective shield. All members of the Genius Rookie Training Camp, seated inside the spacecraft cabin, are fully prepared and ready to exit at any time. Let me emphasize again, if you encounter a problem that you can't solve, press the red button on your badge and we will send someone to help you. If you need help from other training camp members, press the green button and members within a 10-kilometer radius will receive the message and come to your aid. Jiang Zheng emphasized this point one last time to the training camp members who were about to exit the cabin, his expression extremely serious. The 296 training camp members answered in unison, almost all of them extremely excited, rubbing their hands together, ready to fight at any moment. Jiang Zheng stood up, waved to them, and indicated that they could leave. 296 training camp members left the aircraft in an orderly fashion, splitting into groups of 3 or 5, and rushed toward the monster horde. Shall we go together? Lianrun led Xie Linger to Lin Xian's side and asked with a smile. Lin Xian answered without hesitation that as fellow townsmen, he was happy to travel with them so that they could look after each other, and more importantly, the two of them were trustworthy. So, Lin Xian, Liangren, and Xie Linger walked side by side. Considering that the two of them were moving slowly, Lin Xian deliberately slowed down. The monster horde attacking Ning'an City was mainly concentrated in the southwest of the protective shield. Just as Jiang Zheng said, it was being commanded by 3 leader-level monsters, and the attacking monsters were divided into 3 waves. The first wave consisted of land-based man-eating ants, all 3-star monsters, much larger than ordinary ants, each about a meter long, entirely black, frantically tearing at the protective shield with their teeth. The second wave consists of land-based spray flowers, also a 3-star monster. It resembles a sunflower but can continuously spray its internal fruit cores from the flower. The fruit cores are quite hard and extremely fast. The third wave consists of flamingos in the air, also 3-star level, with red and yellow bodies, short wings that require high-speed flapping to maintain balance, and the ability to breathe fire. The number of monsters is outrageous. Looking into the distance, the two saw a dense, dark mass of monsters ahead and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Jiang ordered us to take care of their leader directly. There must be at least tens of thousands of these monsters. Lin Xian also said that 200 or 300 people would have no chance against such a large number of 3-star monsters. But where is the leader of the monster horde? Is he mixed in with the monsters, or is he hiding somewhere else? The man was puzzled. Finding the leader would be no easy task. I've thought of a solution, but I don't know if it will work. Lin Xian suddenly had an idea, but he hadn't tried it and wasn't sure if it was feasible. Seeing that Lin Xian had an idea so quickly, Liangran asked with great interest. If He Fan were here, finding the leader would be much easier, but unfortunately he is far away in Luchuan City and cannot come. Lin Xian smiled slightly, said nothing more, and summoned Xiao Cheng. What's wrong, master? Xiao Cheng had been resting in the pet space and was unaware of the outside world, so she asked curiously. Since around here, are there any rare or precious natural treasures? Lin Xian asked. Dragon-like creatures have a natural sensitivity to rare and precious materials, and Xiao Cheng, having consumed such materials in the army, has advanced to the 3rd level, significantly increasing her perception range. Upon hearing Lin Xian's question, Xiao Cheng realized that they had actually entered a no-man's land. Yes, it should be directly north of US, about 20 kilometers away. Xiao Cheng immediately sensed the aura emanating from the rare and precious materials and promptly replied to Lin Xian. We have a clear goal. Let's go to the place Xiao Cheng mentioned. After listening to Xiao Cheng's words, Lin Xian spoke to Liangren and Xielinger. Go find rare and precious treasures? Aren't we supposed to be hunting boss-level level monsters? Liangren was full of doubt, not understanding why Lin Xian would take advantage of the opportunity of going on a mission to go find rare and precious materials. Xia Linger understood Lin Xian's intention because Xiao Qing had told them about it before in the Tianfan hunting team. There must be monsters guarding the rare and precious materials. In this large area, the 3 leader level monsters are the strongest. Therefore, the area around the rare and precious materials is likely being guarded by one of these 3 monster leaders. Xia Linger told her beloved what was on her mind and also explained the reasons for Lin Xian's actions. Linger is so clever. Lin Xian smiled and praised him, saying that only those who had fought alongside him could truly understand his thoughts. I see. This is not something an ordinary person could think of, and even if they could, it would be difficult to do. Liangren responded with a smile. After all, not everyone has a dragon-like pet. Having determined the general direction, Lin Xian and his companions immediately set off north. At their speed, they could cover 20 kilometers in about 5 minutes, since Xia Linger's speed was only slightly faster than that of an average person. The other members of the Genius Newcomer training camp did not have pet beasts like Azure Dragon, so they naturally could not find the location of the monster group leader directly and could only rely on their strength and luck to slowly find it. The aura of rare and precious materials is getting stronger. They should be nearby. As Xiao Qing spoke to Lin Xian and the others, it shrank in size and nestled against Lin Xian's shoulder. After all, Xiao Qing's actual size was enormous, and leaving it in the no man's land would make it too easy for monsters to target it, so Lin Xian shrunk it a lot to make it easier to move around. Hearing Xiao Qing's words, Lin Xian and the other 2 immediately stopped. Since the rare treasures were nearby, monsters could appear at any time. Lin Xian and his 2 companions stood in place, extremely vigilant. Lacking Yi Fan's ability to probe their surroundings, they could only cautiously guard against sudden attacks from monsters. Suddenly, there was a ripple in the air behind them. Liangren shouted a warning and quickly pulled Xia Linger down to squat down beside him. His cultivation focused on spatial abilities, making him extremely sensitive to air fluctuations. As a result, he noticed the monster approaching from behind earlier than Lin Xian and Xia Linger. Upon hearing Liangren's reminder, Lin Xian reacted quickly, twisting his spear sharply to block the attacking monster. Flamingos. Lin Xian finally saw clearly the 3 monsters that attacked them. They were flying flamingos. Flamingos are 3-star monsters, and they mainly attack in 3 ways: breathing fire, flying and charging, and attacking with their wings. Although its wings are short, they are exceptionally hard and sharp. Combined with its extremely fast speed, its wings are like daggers, possessing powerful lethality. Xiao Qing, restore your original size. Now that he had been exposed, Lin Xian immediately shrunk Xiao Qing back to its normal size. Xiao Qing, now at the 3-star level, was about 8 meters long. Xiao Qing is the key to dealing with these flamingos with strong flying abilities, since none of Lin Xian and the other 2 can fly. Fireball. After Xia Linger and Liangren dodged the flamingos' attack, they immediately joined the battle. However, the effect was not ideal because the flamingos were too fast, making it difficult for their attacks to hit the target. At the same time, 8 or 9 more flamingos flew towards this place. Clearly, the leader-level monster guarding the rare treasures is likely the leader of these flamingos. 10 flamingos attacked Lin Xian and his companions simultaneously. Some spat out scorching flames, some charged at them, and others slashed at them with their wings like blades. With his strong physique, Lin Xian easily deflected all the flamingos' attacks. Coupled with his agile reflexes, he was almost impossible to hit, even when attacked by multiple flamingos. Suddenly, a flamingo's wing slashed towards Xia Linger's neck. Lin Xian reacted swiftly, rushing forward and grabbing Linger tightly, saving her from a fatal blow. Meanwhile, Liangren was also attacked by 3 flamingos. Fortunately, he possessed the ability to teleport short distances, and with the protection of Linger and Lin Xian, he was able to nimbly dodge these ferocious attacks. This won't do, Lin Xian thought anxiously. Linger and Liangren simply couldn't handle so many flamingos at the same time. He had to ensure their safety first. Xiao Qing, take them both and fly them to a high altitude. Lin Xian's mind worked quickly, and in a short moment he came up with a solution: to have Xiao Qing carry Linger and Liangren to a high altitude. Because Xiao Qing's flight altitude far exceeds that of flamingos, as long as they fly away, she can concentrate on dealing with these enemies. Master, can you handle this by yourself? Xiao Qing asked anxiously upon hearing the order. Dealing with these little birds is a piece of cake. As long as I can ensure their safety, I'm at ease, Lin Xian replied confidently. Although the birds were flying in the air, he had a way to deal with them. Xiao Qing trusted her master completely, so since he said so, she naturally didn't need to worry. Liangren and Xia Linger exchanged glances, then looked at Xiao Qing, and finally obediently sat on his back. Hold on tight to my dragon scales, Xiao Qing reminded her, then quickly flew upwards at an astonishing speed, rising to the same height as the white clouds in the blink of an eye, a safe place that flamingos could never reach. Having confirmed that Linger and Liangren were out of danger, Lin Xian finally began to focus his attention on dealing with the flamingos. With no other targets, the 10 flamingos instantly surrounded Lin Xian, seeing him as prey to be slaughtered. The flamingos flapped their wings and suddenly swooped towards Lin Xian, who was waiting for this opportunity. Spear out, pear blossoms bloom, Lin Xian shouted, pointing his spear to the sky. He quickly spun the spear with his right hand, and the spear immediately burst into a dazzling white light, just like blooming pear blossoms. The white light transformed into countless illusory spears, piercing straight towards the flamingos that were rushing towards them. Flamingos' bodies are not hard except for their wings, and white light can easily penetrate their bodies. But Lin Xian understood that although the light pierced through them, it was not enough to kill them. It could only significantly reduce their flight speed and ability to maintain balance. Spear out, star strike. Lin Xian swung his spear once more, the tip of which shone with a dazzling light like stars. He moved swiftly, each spin of the gun precisely striking a flamingo's head. Each hit caused a flamingo to fall to the ground. The power of star strike far surpasses that of ordinary gun techniques. In the blink of an eye, all 10 flamingos fell to the ground, becoming the victims of Lin Xian's spear. The combat power of this pear blossom spear technique is indeed extraordinary. Lin Xian thought to himself. This was the first time he had used 2 moves from the pear blossom spear technique in actual combat, and the effect was unexpectedly outstanding. He spent 100,000 contribution points to exchange for this pear blossom spear technique in the store. It is extremely difficult to learn. One must be proficient in spear techniques, have strong mental power, and even have a certain affinity for the 5 elements. Lin Xian's body is infused with the essence of the azure dragon, which carries the origin of the wood element, giving him an extremely high affinity for the wood element. That's why he happened to meet the learning requirements for the pear blossom spear technique and decided to exchange it for the skill. As for the 100,000 contribution points required for the exchange, he borrowed them from Jiang Zhang, since he had no chance to accumulate that many contribution points on his own. However, after winning the championship in the Genius Newcomer Training Camp ranking competition, he will be able to pay back the 100,000 contribution points in one go. Bring them down, Xiaoqing. Lin Xian spoke to Xiaoqing in his mind. Generally speaking, a leader-level monster is guarded by more than 10 other monsters. Lin Xian took care of 10 of them in one go this time, so he should be able to handle the rest more easily. Therefore, he asked Xiaoqing to send the 2 of them back. Upon receiving the order, Xiaoqing flew back quickly, and the scene before her surprised both Liangrun and Xialinger. It was resolved so quickly? Liangrun stared at Lin Xian as if he were a monster. They had only been in the air for a few seconds, yet Lin Xian had managed to eliminate all the flamingos in such a short time? Lin Xian simply smiled at them without saying anything more. The corpses on the ground were the best answer. Where is the flamingo leader? Xiaoqing asked. Logically, the leader should be nearby, but we haven't found any trace of the flamingo leader in our sight. Hearing Xiaoqing's words, Lin Xian and the other 2 couldn't help but feel puzzled. The uninhabited areas outside Ning'an City are covered with lush vegetation, and the monsters are mostly plant-based or species adapted to forest life. But the area around them was relatively open, with no place to hide in sight. Where exactly was the flamingo leader directing the flamingos to attack them? Could there be another dimension hidden here? Liangrun offered his guesses to Lin Xian and Xialinger, but he could only speculate and was not certain. An alternate dimension? What's that? Lin Xian asked hurriedly. Space-type ability users can create alternate dimensions. Creatures in these alternate dimensions can see, hear, and sense the movements outside, but creatures in normal space cannot perceive what is happening inside the alternate dimensions. That explains why we can't find the flamingo leader, Liangrun explained. Could the flamingo leader create another dimension? Lin Xian countered by asking Liangrun. This flamingo is of the fire element, so it shouldn't have the ability to create other dimensions. Liangrun scratched his head and shook his head. Definitely not, but we really didn't see it. Another possibility is that the rare and precious materials here have the ability to hide and conceal themselves. Xiaoqing said that it could sense the aura of rare and precious materials, which meant that there was no alternate dimension here, otherwise it would not have been able to sense the existence of rare and precious materials. That's quite possible. If that's the case, how can we make it appear? Lin Xian felt that Xiaoqing's guess was more reliable, but if that was the case, they had to find a way to get the flamingo leader to show up. A wide-range attack is fine, or we can just wait. We can't stay hidden forever. Xiaoqing directly told Lin Xian that because of her inherited memories, she could quickly recall the weaknesses of such rare and precious materials. It seems like none of us have wide-area attack skills. Lin Xian and the other 2 exchanged glances, all aware of their own abilities. They indeed lacked the capacity for large-scale attacks. But if we wait, won't the flamingo leader run away? Xialinger asked. The leader-level monsters are quite intelligent. Don't they choose to run away when they feel threatened? Xiaoqing doesn't think so. Since it's directing the flamingos to attack the protective shield, it shouldn't be willing to leave easily. Moreover, the rare and precious herbs might have restricted its movements while it was hiding, preventing it from escaping. Xiaoqing said this, believing that the possibility of the flamingo leader escaping was very low. After listening to Xiaoqing's words, Lin Xian and the other 2 fell into deep thought. They had to come up with a good idea, otherwise they couldn't blindly unleash all their skills in this area. Report Report to Commander Jiang. All the flamingos attacking the protective shield of Ning'an City have suddenly stopped attacking, turned around, and flown north. Inside the aircraft, a soldier responsible for monitoring the movements of the monster horde outside the no man's land of Ning'an City discovered the anomaly and immediately reported it to Jiang Zhang inside the cabin. Did all the flamingos suddenly change direction? Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhang was startled and immediately turned on the locator in his hand to carefully observe what had happened in the northern area. Soon, he discovered that there weren't many training camp members in that direction, only about 30 people. Which direction is Lin Xian in? Could he be connected to them? Because of Lin Xian's special identity, he was clearly marked in Jiang Zhang's positioning system, which immediately led Jiang Zhang to think that this matter might be related to Lin Xian. Follow these flamingos and see where they're going. Jiang Zhang immediately gave orders to the soldiers controlling the aircraft. If these flamingos were indeed heading towards Lin Xian, then the situation would be troublesome, and they must be tracked down to the end. Understood, Ebe. Upon receiving the order, the soldiers immediately adjusted the aircraft's course, closely following the flamingo flock, and flew northward. At this moment, Lin Xian and his two companions were completely unaware of the situation outside and were still pondering how to make the flamingo leader appear. If Xiao Yuan could reach 3 stars, that would be great. Once she reaches 3 stars, she can unleash wide-range attacks. Xiaoqing sighed. It's a pity that Xiao Yuan can't advance her star level by devouring rare and precious materials. She can only rely on absorbing the 5 elements energy, which is much slower than expected. How about we use the most rudimentary method and let me use my spear to keep trying in this area? Lin Xian couldn't think of a better solution, so he could only say this. He couldn't very well press the green button on the badge and call over everyone from the surrounding training camps. No sooner had the words been spoken than a piercing sound suddenly came from afar, like the vibration of countless moths flapping their wings. Xiaolinger asked in surprise. She had never heard such a voice before, and as a girl, she couldn't help but feel afraid. The two stayed close to Xiaolinger. Although they didn't say much, this companionship made Linger feel much more at ease. More than 3,000 flamingos were like a huge dark cloud, easily blocking out the sunlight wherever they passed, and before Lin Xian and his companions could even cast a shadow, they were plunged into darkness. It looks like those flamingos that are attacking Ning'an City's protective shield. Xiao Chang, with the widest field of vision, gazed at the dense, dark flamingos flying in and spoke slowly. More than 3,000 flamingos quickly gathered directly above Lin Xian and his group. The dense flock of small red birds, viewed from below, creates a strong sense of oppression. They completely blocked out the sunlight, leaving not a single gap, making the area feel as if it were nighttime. But what bothered Lin Xian and his companions the most was not the darkness, but the sound waves produced by the synchronized vibration of the bird's short wings. When a large number of identical objects vibrate at the same frequency, the energy they release is extremely powerful. Although Lin Xian was physically strong and had a strong spirit and willpower, he still found it difficult to withstand this sonic resonance attack. My head is about to explode. Lin Xian felt a series of severe headaches, as if his head was being torn apart. No matter how hard he hit his head, the pain could not be relieved. The pain felt by Xiaolinger and her lover was even greater. Xiaolinger was so unsteady on her feet that she was leaning on Liangrun and could fall at any moment. The only one unaffected was Xiaoqing, because it could automatically block out this sound. Seeing Lin Xian in such agony, Xiaoqing made a bold decision. It manipulated its scales with its mind, and 2 pale green scales detached from its neck on their own. Xiaoqing flew the 2 scales to Lin Xian and said, "Master, stick the scales to your ears and you won't be affected by the sound anymore." Upon seeing the scales before him and hearing Xiaoqing's words, Lin Xian immediately took them with both hands and carefully placed them on his ears. Sure enough, as soon as the scales fell, Lin Xian felt a cool sensation, and the vibrations in his ears disappeared instantly. "Xiaoqing, can these scales be put back?" Lin Xian asked with concern. He noticed that Xiaoqing looked pained when the scales fell off. "No, but they will grow back, it just will take some time." Xiaoqing shook her head and explained that the scales of the Azure Dragon were precious treasures, each one extremely rare, so it would naturally take a long time to recover. After hearing Xiaoqing's words, Lin Xian understood that Xiaoqing had willingly shed those scales for his sake. What about Linger and Liangrun? Lin Xian was about to ask when he found that the 2 of them had collapsed to the ground and were in a temporary coma. They couldn't withstand the power of the resonance and have passed out, Xiaoqing said. Although they are still affected by the resonance while unconscious, it is much better than when they are awake. Lin Xian's heart tightened. He had to find a way to resolve the resonance emitted by the flamingos as soon as possible, but there were more than 3,000 of them. How could he deal with them quickly? Xiaoqing turned and pointed eastward, saying to Lin Xian. Following the direction Xiaoqing pointed out, Lin Xian was surprised to see that the flamingo leader, who had not appeared until now, finally showed its figure. Its size is no different from that of an ordinary flamingo, but it is entirely golden red, with whiter wings and a small golden crown on its head. Its bright black eyes darted around constantly, making it appear more alert than a typical flamingo. Is this the flamingo leader? What's that piece of wood under its feet? Lin Xian asked curiously. Besides the leader, Lin Xian also noticed that it was standing on a piece of wood that emitted a faint light. The log was cylindrical, about 1 meter high, and about the same thickness as an adult's body, with a few sparse branches growing on each side. A 7-star treasure, the Polonia wood. Xiao Qing immediately recognized the wood based on her inherited memories of rare and precious materials. This is the legendary rare treasure, and it can even grant it a concealment effect? Lin Xian asked incredulously. The Polonia tree does indeed possess special abilities, but only avian monsters or pets can activate it. Other types of monsters or pets that obtain it will only use it as a source of nutrition, Xiao Qing explained. Flamingos are avian, which is why they can trigger the power of the Polonia tree. So that's how it is. It is indeed a treasure, and we must get our hands on it. As a bird-like pet, Xiao Chang naturally wanted this Polonia wood very much, and Lin Xian became even more determined to achieve this goal. However, with more than 3,000 flamingos surrounding him, Lin Xian dared not make any rash moves. Why doesn't the leader send the flamingos to attack us directly? Lin Xian wondered. Faced with such a huge number, he and Xiao Chang would have no chance of winning. However, they stayed in the air and attacked by the resonance of their wings. Xiao Qing explained, "It has witnessed your strength and knows that the flamingos are no match for you, which is why it had them attack using this resonance method. It just hasn't realized that this move is no longer a threat to us. Leader-level monsters are always extremely cautious when facing humans." Just then, Lin Xian's communicator suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Jiang Zheng calling. "Minister Jiang, why did you suddenly contact me?" Lin Xian answered curiously. "Are you right below those flamingos?" Jiang Zheng discovered through location tracking that Lin Xian's position overlapped with the flock of flamingos. "Yes, we are at a standoff," Lin Xian said helplessly. The two sides were locked in a stalemate, neither willing to make the first move. After all, the flamingo leader was just waiting for Lin Xian to fall. "Do you need any help?" Jiang Zheng asked, seemingly believing that Lin Xian was not in extreme danger. "No need, I can handle it," Lin Xian replied firmly. Lin Xian understood Jiang Bu's meaning, but after a brief moment of thought, he decided to handle the matter personally because he had come up with a feasible solution. "Okay, press the button immediately if there is any problem, and I will come to your aid as soon as possible." After all, this was Lin Xian's mission, and Jiang Zhang would not easily intervene unless Lin Xian asked for help. After saying that, Lin Xian cut off their communication device. He was ready to take action because time was of the essence, and Liangrun and Xiaolinger could not continue to be affected by the resonance of the wings. "Xiao Qing, you take the two of them and force your way through the flamingos' encirclement to get them onto the aircraft at our training camp." After putting away the communicator, Lin Xian spoke to Xiao Chang. This was exactly his plan. He intended to deal with the flamingo leader alone. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Xiao Qing quickly turned around, her dragon eyes fixed on Lin Xian. "Master, how could I possibly leave you at a time like this?" Faced with the crisis, Xiao Chang would never leave Lin Xian. Moreover, with him there, the flamingo would have no chance of harming Lin Xian. Moreover, if they were to forcefully break through with two people, they could have taken Lin Xian with them. There was no need to leave him alone. "Listen to me, those two are completely incapacitated and can no longer withstand the resonance attack. Only you can guarantee their safety. I must stay and complete the mission of killing the flamingo leader. As for the other flamingos, they will naturally scatter and flee once the leader is killed." Lin Xian gently touched Xiao Qing's body while patiently explaining, "Because Xiao Qing still has one more chance to become invincible, which she can use to break through the flamingo encirclement. The Azure Dragon's physical strength is extremely high, and the flamingos cannot harm him at all." After listening to him, Xiao Qing remained silent for a long time before nodding solemnly. "I'll be right back after I send them out." After saying that, Xiao Qing used her 2 pairs of dragon claws to tightly grasp Liangrun and Xiaolinger, who were unconscious on the ground. Then, his body shot straight up, flying towards the flock of flamingos at an extremely fast speed. Just as Xiao Qing was about to collide with the flamingo, golden light suddenly enveloped his body. This golden light was Lin Xian's second beast tamer skill, the daily invincible moment, and now was the perfect time to use it. At the same time, the flamingo leader standing on the sycamore tree was shocked by Xiao Qing's sudden action, and his attention was completely drawn to Xiao Qing rushing down from midair. Everything was within Lin Xian's calculations. He knew that when Xiao Qing took off, the flamingo leader would be completely focused on her, which was the perfect opportunity for him to strike. At this moment, Lin Xian was about 100 meters away from the flamingo leader. At his speed, it would only take him less than a second to rush over. Moreover, he had already summoned Madoka, who was clinging to his back. Although she didn't have direct combat ability, her support capabilities were extremely strong. Element specification. The moment Lin Xian rushed in front of the flamingo, Xiao Yuan immediately used her skill. Assign all 5 elements in the surrounding area to the water element attribute. Instantly, the area within several dozen meters of Lin Xian became a world of water. The air was unusually humid, and the weight increased significantly. The purpose of doing this is clear: to limit the flamingo's ability to fly. Imagine, how could a bird possibly soar through the ocean. It's simply impossible. And while this area is an ocean, the water-rich air still significantly impacts the flamingo's flight. Spear out, Star Strike. The instant Xiao Yuan made her move, Lin Xian's spear also pierced towards the flamingo leader. From the moment they started to the moment they drew their guns, it only took a second. The flamingo leader's attention was still on Xiao Cheng, and it didn't have time to react at all. Therefore, Lin Xian's shot left the flamingo leader with absolutely no chance to dodge or defend. Lin Xian's Star Strike unleashed 120% of his power, nearly 17,000 kilograms. With the added power of the Star Strike, it would be at least 30,000 kilograms in terms of punching force. He aimed precisely at the flamingo leader's chest. Although he didn't know the specific weakness of the opponent, attacking the heart and lungs was basically the right move. Sure enough, this shot dealt a fatal blow to the flamingo leader. It involuntarily raised its head and cried out to the sky, letting out a piercing and painful cry that tore through the air with an exceptionally sharp sound. Facing the monsters in the no man's land, Lin Xian showed no sympathy whatsoever. With a flick of his right hand, he swiftly pulled the spear from the flamingo leader's body. Instantly, a large amount of blood gushed out from its body. Spear out, Star Strike. Taking advantage of the opponent's weakest moment, Lin Xian delivered another swift and powerful blow, slamming it hard into the flamingo leader's head. The flamingo leader originally wanted to escape quickly, but the surrounding air was humid and heavy, and it took much more effort than usual to flap its wings. But it is now so weak, where would it get the strength? So, before Lin Xian pierced its head, the flamingo leader issued its final command to all its companions in midair. Fight with all your might, kill this human at all costs. Then, it fell heavily from the sycamore tree, turning into a cold corpse. Seeing the flamingo leader killed by his and Xiao Yuan's surprise attack, Lin Xian smiled slightly. Everything was as he had expected. He dared not waste any time and immediately put the precious Polonia wood into his storage ring. From the moment he set off to the moment he successfully killed the flamingo leader, Lin Xian only took a little over 2 seconds, while Xiao Qing had just broken out of the flamingo's encirclement. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Qing spotted the aircraft's location at a glance with her excellent vision and flew over at full speed. Treat them immediately. I need to go back and help my master. As they approached the aircraft, Xiao Qing shouted loudly to Jiang Zhang inside, as the aircraft's hatch remained open. In midair, the flamingos originally intended to attack Xiao Qing, but upon receiving their leader's final order, they immediately turned around and charged towards Lin Xian on the ground. Lin Xian had just put away the Polonia wood when he turned around and was shocked to see all the flamingos rushing towards him. This sudden scene took him by surprise. Normally, the commands issued by boss-level monsters will gradually fade from the minds of ordinary monsters over time. Therefore, the leader will issue new orders every few days to reinforce the ordinary monster's memory of the orders. The command issued by the flamingo leader before its death was the latest instruction they had received, so the more than 3,000 flamingos carried it out without hesitation. Upon seeing the actions of the flamingos, Lin Xian instantly understood the situation. Without time to think, he resolutely decided to face the more than 3,000 flamingos alone. More than 3,000 flamingos charged at Lin Xian like fearless warriors. However, Lin Xian was alone. Although he was surrounded by flamingos, only a few dozen of them could actually attack him. Element specification. Xiao Yuan lay on Lin Xian's back. Being devoid of flesh and blood, she was completely unafraid of the flamingo's attacks and fearlessly helped Lin Xian unleash his support skills. They still surrounded Lin Xian with water elements, so that the flamingos could not use fire attacks and their combat power was greatly limited, since water counters fire. Lin Xian's biggest fear right now is fire attacks. As for the flamingo's impact and wing flapping, they can at most scratch his skin. The gun is drawn, and the pear blossoms bloom. Faced with so many flamingos, Lin Xian did not hesitate and immediately unleashed his group attack skill. Several white beams of light flashed from the spear in Lin Xian's hand. With each beam of light passing over a flamingo, a corpse fell silently to the ground. At this moment, Lin Xian was putting all his strength into every shot, and the water element's suppression of the flamingo made his attacks exceptionally powerful. Meanwhile, after sending Xia Linger and Lianrun onto Jiang Zhang's flying vehicle, Xiao Qing immediately flew towards Lin Xian's location. However, Lin Xian was already surrounded by flamingos, and from above he was completely invisible. Seeing this, Xiao Qing was anxious and didn't know what to do. Come back to the pet space, Xiao Qing. Lin Xian sensed Xiao Qing was very close in his mind and urgently sent the message. Upon hearing Lin Xian's voice, Xiao Qing's tense nerves immediately relaxed, and she quickly responded. A flash of white light, and Xiao Qing disappeared into the air, instantly returning to Lin Xian's pet space. Fly the aircraft there. Jiang Zhang, standing on the aircraft, noticed the unusual movements of the flamingo flock and immediately gave the order to the soldiers beside him. The sergeant quickly maneuvered the aircraft toward the flock of flamingos and hovered directly above them. At this moment, Lin Xian held a long spear and continuously stabbed one flamingo after another. His clothes had been torn to shreds by the flamingo's wings, and his body was covered in wounds, with hardly a patch of intact skin to be found. Blood seeped from the wound, staining him him crimson, as if he were draped in a blood-red coat. But this did not affect Lin Xian's speed in the slightest. Having reached a state of mental focus, he could maintain absolute concentration no matter what he did, making his marksmanship even more accurate. The flamingo flock was equally unwilling to give up easily. Whenever a corpse fell to the ground, other flamingos would quickly fill the void. In just a few dozen seconds, Lin Xian's spear pierced down 300 flamingos. Large amounts of blood gushed from the corpse, quickly staining a large area red, like a river of blood nourishing the trees here.
Master, the elemental designation and elemental stripping skills are on cooldown, Xiao Yuan reminded him. The skills can only be used for a limited time, and he would have to wait a few more minutes to use them again. Send Xiao Yuan back to the pet space, and Xiao Qing come out to assist me. Lin Xian gave the order without hesitation, wielding his spear as he did so. Wood domain, spirit rejuvenation. The realm of wood full of life. Xiao Qing manifested her enormous form and forcefully shook off the flamingos surrounding Lin Xian, giving him a brief respite. Xiao Qing then immediately used 2 healing skills to help Lin Xian recover his mental and physical strength, while also healing his wounds. Despite Lin Xian's extraordinary physical abilities, the continuous gun attacks still took a heavy toll, making Xiao Qing's timely recovery crucial. Despite having a new target, the flamingos still only attacked Lin Xian, because their orders were to kill this human. Xiao Qing's attack method was simple and direct. She swung her dragon tail and kept whipping the surrounding flamingos. Another 300 flamingos fell into pools of blood. Lin Xian felt a sharp pain in his right hand, and his breathing became increasingly rapid. Sitting beside the aircraft, Zhang Zhang stared at the blood-red lake on the ground, unable to hide his shock. What exactly is Lin Xian planning to do? Even in this situation, he hasn't asked for reinforcements? Does he really intend to take down these 3,000 flamingos all by himself? Thinking of this, Zhang Zhang felt a chill run down his spine. He knew that Lin Xian was currently only a level 2 ability user, and although he was close to breaking through to level 3, he had yet to succeed. In fact, Zhang Zhang had already made preparations. As long as Lin Xian pressed the red button on the badge, he would jump off the aircraft and easily deal with the more than 3,000 flamingos. However, Lin Xian did not do that, which surprised Zhang Zhang even more. Master, you are not in good condition. Please request backup. Xiao Qing could clearly sense that although these flamingos could not cause fatal damage to Lin Xian, after mastering fire attacks, they used the intense flames to make it difficult for Lin Xian to defend himself, which greatly slowed down the killing speed and made Lin Xian's condition obviously worse. It's alright, just hang in there a little longer. Xiao Yuan's elemental targeting skill will be usable soon. Lin Xian did not stop what he was doing, and continued to kill every flamingo around him with all his might. The flames spewed by the flamingo burned Lin Xian's body, the intense heat turning his skin black and red, and his entire body began to char. If it weren't for his extremely strong muscles and bones, he would probably have lost his ability to fight long ago. The skin injury was merely a minor injury, causing at most severe pain, but it did not seriously affect his combat ability. Lin Xian gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body. Fortunately, Xiao Cheng possessed astonishing healing abilities, otherwise, he would have collapsed long ago. What a madman! Zhang Zhang looked at the increasing number of flamingo corpses on the ground, his expression grave, and muttered to himself. Having single-handedly killed 700 or 800 flamingos, everyone knew that Lin Xian must be in a difficult situation, but even so, Zhang Zhang did not receive any distress signals. Element specification. Xiao Yuan rejoined the battle, and with his elemental targeting, the flamingo's attack power was instantly weakened. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Xian's fighting spirit was rekindled. In a life-or-death duel, when the enemy weakens, that is when he is at his strongest. If we don't fight now, when will we? Lin Xian shouted, and the azure dragon essence blood in his body seemed to be stimulated again, making him feel more energetic. So good. Is this what it feels like to break through your limits? He suddenly understood the source of his power. The prolonged battle allowed him to break through his own potential and achieve a new leap forward. Just like when a person starts running, they don't feel anything in their legs, but the longer they run, the more obvious the soreness becomes. When they persist for a certain period of time, the soreness disappears and is replaced by a feeling of comfort. This is a manifestation of breaking through the limits of the body. Lin Xian was in this state at the moment. The gun is drawn, and the pear blossoms bloom. Lin Xian used the pear blossom spear's area of effect attack techniques to quickly kill wave after wave of flamingos. After breaking through his limits, his speed and strength both improved significantly. With Xiao Yuan's element designation and element stripping combined, and with Xiaoqing's assistance, he took down more than 800 flamingos in one go this time. As the more than 800 flamingos fell, the corpses on the ground piled up like mountains, and the air was filled with a heavy smell of blood. Lin Xian and Xiao Cheng were covered in bright red blood, and the pools of blood on the ground were as deep red as a hellish inferno. For those below the 4th level of Superpower Master, the record for a single person to kill 1,586 monsters in a single instance in the No Man's Land is 1,586. Zhang Zhang said to the soldiers beside him. Yes, this record was set 200
200 years ago by the strongest person of that era. The sergeant answered truthfully. Judging from the current situation, Lin Xian should be able to break this record when he is a level 2 ability master. Zhang Zhang stared intently down below and slowly addressed the soldiers. Lin Xian is truly admirable. He hasn't requested any support yet. The sergeant was equally shocked by Lin Xian's performance, never expecting that a member of the genius rookie training camp would have such courage and strength. He is pushing himself to his limits. Only in this way can he unleash his full potential. Zhang Zhang said, word by word, and at this moment he finally understood why Lin Xian insisted on it so much. From a cultivation perspective, Lin Xian has reached a point where breakthrough is difficult, but to reach the limit of his potential, he must face a life or death test. Therefore, he chose this path, only seeking help at the very last moment. After slaying nearly 1,600 flamingos, Lin Xian's condition fluctuated again, and Xiao Yuan's skills went into cooldown. Master, I suggest requesting backup. Xiao Qing suggested again that there were still half of the flamingos in front of them, and given their current condition, they would indeed have difficulty dealing with them. I can still hold on, Lin Xian replied through gritted teeth. Lin Xian simply responded with 4 words, expressing his determination to Xiao Qing. Compared to before, Lin Xian's physical strength and endurance have decreased significantly, but his will and determination are stronger than ever. Having achieved a state of mental focus, Lin Xian remained completely focused throughout this intense life or death battle. This extreme focus caused his state of mind and mental strength to change once again, fighting with unwavering resolve and persisting to the very end, remaining steadfast even in the face of life and death. This is the core essence of a tranquil mind. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian immediately felt a huge change in his spiritual sea of consciousness, which became wider and deeper. Having never experienced such powerful mental energy before, Lin Xian felt that everything he thought could come true. He used his mind to send a strong mental force to the flamingo beside him. In an instant, the hundreds of flamingos around Lin Xian seemed to be frozen in place by a spell, suspended in the air, unable to move at all. What happened? Master, what's wrong? Xiao Qing asked in surprise upon seeing this. I've broken through the Divine Refinement Heart Sutra. Lin Xian explained succinctly to Xiao Qing. He didn't have time to say more. He had to take the opportunity to eliminate these flamingos. With his powerful mental strength, Lin Xian's killing efficiency greatly improved, but the consumption was also extremely high because there were too many targets. Xiao Qing, help me quickly restore my mental energy. Lin Xian urgently conveyed his request, as the current recovery speed was no longer sufficient. Would domain vibrant life? Xiao Qing unleashed her third skill, restoring a significant amount of Lin Xian's spiritual energy and healing his injuries. While this skill was powerful, it consumed a great deal of Xiao Qing's own energy, requiring a long recovery period afterward. Go back to the pet space first, leave this to me. Lin Xian knew that Xiao Qing needed to recover, so he told her to leave first. Knowing that Lin Xian had taken control of the situation, Xiao Qing returned to the pet space with peace of mind. Relying on his powerful mental strength, Lin Xian killed more than 800 flamingos again. However, his mental strength was exhausted, and he could no longer use the immobilization technique. He actually made Xiao Qing step down, yet he still managed to kill so many flamingos? Zhang Zhang's head almost exploded. Lin Xian's strength was becoming increasingly incomprehensible to him. However, he has already recorded Lin Xian's battle today and will study it carefully when he gets back. Xiao Yuan reappeared and used an elemental skill on Lin Xian. Although his mental energy was exhausted, Lin Xian was still able to kill the flamingo with his perfect marksmanship. Master, the skill is on cooldown, Xiao Yuan reported. At this point, there were only 300 flamingos left, and Xiao Yuan and Xiao Qing could no longer help. Lin Xian had to rely on himself for everything. Completely exhausted, Lin Xian relied on his unwavering will to stay afloat, his fatigue evident, and his hand holding the gun trembled incessantly. Exhausted, he struggled immensely against the last 300 or so flamingos. Without the aid of elemental targeting and elemental stripping, he found the flamingo's flames too much to handle. The burning pain on his skin was unbearable, and he swung his spear slower and slower, with less and less force. It often took him 3 or 4 thrusts to barely kill a flamingo. If it weren't for the amazing self-healing ability granted by the Azure Dragon's essence blood within him, Lin Xian would already be a corpse by now. Is this all we can do? A question arose in Lin Xian's mind. Is this the limit? He kept asking himself. Just a little bit more. I'll be able to wipe out all the flamingos. Lin Xian couldn't help but shout in his heart. He was unwilling to give up easily, even though he had already done his best. At this moment, his left hand was already on the badge, ready to press the red button and request support from Zhang Zhang. However, it seemed as if the heavens had heard his heartfelt words. A fierce wind suddenly swept through the no-man's land, and dark clouds, as black as ink, rapidly approached. Intermittent flashes of lightning and thunder in the distance seemed to be the prelude to victory. The strong stench of blood spread with the storm to every corner of the no-man's land, and huge raindrops fell relentlessly from the sky. Heaven has not forsaken me. Faced with the sudden downpour, Lin Xian felt a surge of fighting spirit and decisively lowered his left hand from his chest. During the heavy rain, the flamingo's flying ability was greatly affected and they were unable to use their fire skills. Destroy flamingo. In the rain, Lin Xian's fighting spirit was completely ignited and he wielded his spear like the wind. Only after enduring the baptism of torrential rain can pear blossoms bloom most dazzlingly. At this moment, Lin Xian was like a killing machine, single-minded, only wanting to kill all the flamingos in front of him. Commander Jiang, it seems Lin Xian is really going to succeed. The soldier accompanying Jiang Zhang said excitedly. The number of flamingos was gradually decreasing, and Lin Xian once again unleashed his potential in the heavy rain. That's right, he fought alone and killed more than 3,000 three-star monsters. If this news spreads, it will definitely cause a huge uproar on the entire planet. Jiang Zhang said with emotion. However, he could not hide this matter because Lin Xian would gain a huge amount of contribution points as a result, and all of this was recorded on video. The rain intensified, and Lin Xian's entire body was thoroughly washed clean by the rain. A few minutes later, Lin Xian's spear finally pierced the head of the last flamingo, and he pulled the spear out sharply. The flamingo's corpse fell to the ground with a thud, and Lin Xian also fell down, his right hand supporting him with his spear, and he was only able to support himself by kneeling on one knee. I succeeded. He knelt on one knee, panting heavily, and muttered to himself full of exhaustion and relief. Indeed, he succeeded, single-handedly killing more than 3,000 flamingos, setting a new record on the planet of all spirits. This is probably an unprecedented and unparalleled feat. Lin Xian strained to lift his head, gazing at the mountain of corpses, his heart filled with a sense of satisfaction. Rainwater mixed with blood flowed into every corner of the no-man's land, and for a long time to come, this land will be stained crimson. Let's go, there's no need for rescue anymore. Zhang Zhang stood up and said to the soldiers beside him. After confirming that Lin Xian was unharmed, he didn't need to stay any longer. The sergeant nodded and piloted the aircraft back to its original starting point. Lin Xian sat quietly amidst the pile of corpses, relying on the healing power of the Azure Dragon's essence blood to continuously repair the wounds on his body. About 10 minutes later, Lin Xian's injuries had completely healed, and even the skin that had been burned by the flames had returned to its smooth and delicate state. After recovering, he jumped out of the pile of corpses and came to a relatively clean place. He took out a brand new set of clothes from his storage ring and put them on. Looking back at the mountain of corpses, Lin Xian still couldn't believe that he had reached such a level. Beep 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 beep. Just as he was feeling sentimental, the badge on his chest suddenly sounded an alarm. Lin Xian quickly picked up the badge to check it. It turned out that members of the training camp had sent a distress signal about 8 kilometers away. It should be another boss-level monster. Let's go check it out. Lin Xian decided in his heart, and then rushed to the rescue location as fast as possible. After 2 breakthroughs to his limits, Lin Xian's top speed is now close to 200 meters per second. In other words, he only needs 40 seconds to reach his target. This ant leader is too troublesome. It has extremely strong defense and is guarded by 20 ant-like creatures. The squad leader, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the leader, said helplessly. They were a 10-person team who had discovered the leader of the man-eating ants a few minutes earlier. They originally intended to kill it, but they did not expect that the ants would be so powerful. 3 members of the 10-man squad were seriously injured and completely incapacitated, and were lying in the shade of a tree not far away receiving first aid. Of the remaining 7, 2 members sustained minor injuries, but they paid a heavy price to kill 3 ordinary man-eating ants. How will the remaining 15 man-eating ants and their leader deal with the current situation? I've already sent out a distress signal to the surrounding area, and reinforcements should be arriving soon, the captain reported to his team while using his weapon to fend off the attacks of the man-eating ants. Upon seeing this, the 2 injured members noticed that a man-eating ant was secretly attacking their captain and immediately shouted a warning. As a physical ability user, the captain reacted quickly, turning around to block a crucial blow for the team member who was being ambushed. The rescued team members gratefully thanked their captain. However, at this moment, the leader of the man-eating ants, who had not made a move for a long time, suddenly launched an attack, targeting this powerful captain. The 2 giant pincers under the feet of this man-eating ant leader are exceptionally sharp. If they were to strike a human, the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing the cannibalistic ant leader suddenly launch a deadly sneak attack from behind, several team members nervously shouted a warning to him. As the giant pincers were about to strike the captain, he had no time to dodge, and the other team members stared ahead in horror. They knew in their hearts that once the captain fell, the rest of them would probably not escape their fate either. However, just as the giant pincers were about to strike, the cannibalistic ant leader suddenly froze, standing still. What's going on? Everyone was shocked and incredulous at the sight before them. Hurry up! A hurried shout came from behind. Everyone turned around and saw that the person was Lin Xian, the champion of the genius newcomer training camp. Lin Xian, could he really immobilize the leader of the man-eating ants? The others discussed incredulously upon seeing Lin Xian's appearance. Upon hearing Lin Xian's reminder, the captain quickly dodged away from under the giant pincers. If Lin Xian hadn't arrived in time and used his powerful mental strength to immobilize the leader of the man-eating ants, the captain would likely have met his end. You all step back and leave these man-eating ants to me. Lin Xian walked up to the leader of the man-eating ants without hesitation and said to his team members without turning his head. Shouldn't we help? The captain asked worriedly. After all, these man-eating ants were not to be underestimated, and he was afraid that Lin Xian would not be able to handle them alone. Lin Xian drew his spear. Dealing with a leader of man-eating ants was now a piece of cake for him. He's too arrogant. It's a monster that even 10 of us struggle to deal with, and he dares to challenge it all by himself? A team member whispered to the person next to him, afraid that Lin Xian would hear him. He doesn't know how powerful the ant leader is yet. We'll see soon enough. Another person also expressed doubt, not believing that Lin Xian could easily break through the leader's defenses. Lin Xian couldn't hear their whispers at all. He had only one goal in mind: to kill the monster. Spear out, Star Strike. Taking advantage of the ant leader's inability to move, Lin Xian unhesitatingly unleashed his strongest attack on its head. This strike concentrated all his strength, and with the added power of the Star Strike, the impact force approached 40,000 kilograms, piercing deeply in a penetrating manner. The spear pierced straight into the skull of the man-eating ant leader, penetrating deeply. Pathetic, Lin Xian said coldly, then drew his spear and walked towards the 3 seriously injured training camp members without looking back. The corpse of the cannibalistic ant leader fell heavily to the ground with a loud thud. Its giant pincers and ant legs twitched a few times before it stopped moving completely. Those present witnessed this scene, their eyes wide and mouths slightly agape, uttering incredulous gasps. Shao Qing, heal them. Lin Xian noticed their shock, but without saying anything, he summoned Shao Chang and quickly healed the 3 of them. Several beams of green light surrounded them, and their external and internal injuries healed at a visible speed. Hurry back, I'm going to find the last monster leader. After giving these instructions, Lin Xian ordered them to clean up all the remaining man-eating ants. Watching Lin Xian's receding figure, the expressions on the faces of the 10 training camp members were varied and intriguing. Okay, as long as you're happy. One-hit kill on the cannibalistic ant leader? Just how strong is Lin Xian? He's terrifying. They were utterly astonished by the strength Lin Xian displayed. They were all members of the genius rookie training camp, so why was the gap between them and him so vast? He didn't even want the corpse of the cannibalistic ant leader. He's really carefree. The captain looked at the corpse on the ground and said with a wry smile, after all, the corpse of this man-eating ant leader could still be exchanged for some contribution points. All 3 monster leaders have been killed. All training camp members, return to the aircraft immediately and prepare for the return trip. Just as Lin Xian was searching for the leader of the flower-spraying blossoms, a notification sound suddenly came from the badge. Already killed? Fine, let's go back. Lin Xian felt a little regretful, as he had wanted to see for himself what the leader of the spraying flowers looked like. Upon hearing this news, the members of the genius newcomer training camp were stunned, since most of them hadn't even seen the leader monster. However, everyone had no choice but to obey the orders from above and immediately headed towards the aircraft. Why is one group of monsters missing from the attack on Ning'an City's protective shield? Where did the flamingos go? The returning training camp members noticed that a group of monsters were missing and asked each other in confusion, but no one knew the reason, and no one could get a clear answer from them. Everyone did an excellent job on this first mission. Not only did we kill 3 boss-level monsters in one day, but no one was killed. I am really pleased. Zhang Zheng addressed all the training camp members with a smile, and then gave Lin Xian a special look at the end. In fact, the most difficult opponent in this mission was the flamingo leader, because flamingo flocks can fly quickly, and the flamingo leader can quickly call for support to protect itself. The other 2 leader-level monsters do not possess this ability. The man-eating ants and the spraying flowers are slow-moving and cannot protect their respective leaders at the same time. Zhang Zheng thought the flamingo leader would cause a lot of trouble for the training camp members, but who would have thought that Lin Xian would take care of all the flamingos by himself? We will take back all your badges. We will count the number of monsters you have killed based on the videos recorded on the badges. Of course, the monster corpses you handed in will also be counted, and then we will exchange them for corresponding contribution points and give them to you. As Zhang Zheng spoke, the soldiers around him began to collect the badges from the members one by one. As for Lin Xian killing all the flamingos by himself, Zhang Zheng did not announce it on the spot, but planned to explain it to all the members via video after returning. Soon after, the aircraft returned to the northern military region, and the unexpected mission was successfully completed. Everyone, go back and get some rest. We'll meet in conference room 1 at 8 a.m. sharp tomorrow morning. Zhang gave instructions to all members. The exhausted group responded in unison, then dispersed and returned to their respective lodgings. Northern Military Region, Individual Operations Department, Conference Room Number 1. The conference room was spacious and could accommodate nearly 500 people. At this moment, all the members of the Genius Newcomer Training Camp were sitting here, waiting for Zhang Zheng to give them a summary report on their field mission. After a whole night, hundreds of sergeants watched all the videos recorded on their sergeant badges and calculated each person's
everyone's contribution. Everyone performed exceptionally well on this mission, and most importantly, everyone returned safely. Now it's time to distribute the rewards. Zhang Zhang stood at the very front, smiling broadly as he addressed everyone. Upon hearing the word reward, the training camp members' faces lit up with joy, as contribution points were indeed hard to come by. Since this mission has been successfully completed, each member will receive a reward of 1,000 contribution points. Zhang Zhang immediately announced the rewards for the first round. Everyone would receive 1,000 contribution points, regardless of whether they had killed any monsters. Despite the reward of only 1,000 contribution points, everyone was still very happy, especially those members who hadn't contributed much. Next, I will announce the additional contribution points each member will receive, which are the rewards they receive for killing monsters and bosses. As Zhang Zhang addressed the crowd, he gestured to the soldiers beside him, instructing them to announce the extra contribution points of each person. I will announce the results in order of contribution from lowest to highest. Please listen carefully. If you have any objections, please come to me after the meeting with video evidence or witnesses. The sergeant explained the rules concisely, since they were counting the number of kills in the badge recording videos, and there would inevitably be omissions. If a problem arises, the person involved must provide evidence of the monster's corpse and their teammates from that time for the claim to be valid. Minister Jiang, how should we distribute the contribution points for monsters killed together? Someone suddenly asked. When ordinary monsters are killed in a team, the contribution points are divided equally. When boss-level monsters are killed in a team, the contribution points are distributed according to individual performance. The sergeant quickly provided an answer, emphasizing that everything was conducted under the principles of fairness and impartiality. Any other questions? The sergeant continued. If there are no other questions, we'll announce the contribution scores. Everyone shook their heads, indicating that they had no objections. Okay, then I will begin to announce the contribution statistics for this mission. The sergeants reported one by one. Li Jun, 0 contribution. Chen Ping, 0 contribution. Lu Shuang, 0 contribution. Dozens of people had 0 contribution points because the mission ended before they could kill any monsters. It's not entirely their fault. In their pursuit of boss-level monsters, they deliberately gave up the opportunity to kill ordinary monsters. Wang Si, 10 contribution points. Begonia, 10 contribution points. Zhao Jian, 15 contribution points. Ma Yan, 200 contribution points. Fu Lin, 200 contribution points. The contribution scores of 200 members have been released so far, and the numbers are generally low. After all, killing a 2-star common monster only yields 100 contribution points. Killing a 3-star ordinary monster grants 200 contribution points. The contribution points for a boss-level monster are 100 times that of an ordinary monster of the same level. In other words, killing a flamingo will earn you 200 contribution points, while killing a flamingo leader will earn you 20,000 contribution points. Wu Lu has gained 1,000 contribution points. Danji has gained 1,200 contribution points. Niu Chang has gained 1,500 contribution points. The contribution scores of 10 people have not yet been announced. They all have more than 1,000 points, mainly because they worked together to kill the spraying flower leader, which is why they received higher contribution scores. Zhou Genoa has earned 2,600 contribution points. Zhang Xiu has gained 3,000 contribution points. At this point, everyone's contribution level, except for Lin Xian's, had been announced. They must have killed a boss-level monster to get a few thousand contribution points. They're really lucky. The crowd began to whisper among themselves. Yes, but it seems Lin Xian's contribution level hasn't been announced yet. Did you guys hear it just now? One member asked those around him. Lin Xian was the strongest in the training camp, so everyone was naturally interested in his contributions. I didn't hear it. They must have killed a leader-level monster. I estimate their contribution points should be around 20,000 to 30,000. Pretty much. These 20,000 to 30,000 contribution points are a considerable fortune for our new recruit training camp. Everyone rested yesterday and only gathered in the conference room this morning. They didn't know Lin Xian's actions in the no man's land, so they could only guess. Only Lin Xian's contribution score remained to be announced. The soldier glanced at Zhang Zhang, who nodded, signaling him to announce it directly. The member who made the highest contribution during this mission was Lin Xian, who earned a total of 698,600 contribution points. When the sergeant announced the number, everyone present, except for Lin Xian and Zhang Zhang, gasped in shock. For a newcomer, this is an astronomical figure. Who could believe that someone could make such a huge contribution in a single day? Over 690,000 contribution points? Did I hear that right? You heard me right. I heard that number too. Everyone was still astonished. They simply couldn't understand where such a contribution came from. Minister Jiang, was there a mistake in reading the contribution figures just announced? One member mustered up the courage to stand up and question Zhang Zhang. Lin Xian's contribution points are 698,600. There is absolutely no mistake. Zhang Zhang repeated the confirmation word by word, and
although everyone found it hard to believe, it was the truth. All eyes turned to Lin Xian, who remained seated calmly, his face expressionless, as if the matter had nothing to do with him. He is cultivated to the point of calming his mind, theoretically able to remain unmoved by anything he faces. Hearing Jiang Zhang's affirmative answer, everyone was shocked. No one believed that Lin Xian could obtain such a high contribution level. I understand your doubts, so I brought the complete recording of Lin Xian's contribution. There are 2 videos in total. One is the recording of his badge, and the other is the video I recorded from above. Jiang Zhang instructed the soldiers to play 2 videos so that everyone could witness the truth for themselves. Zhang Bu is still recording videos in the air. Could he have participated as well? Upon hearing Jiang Zhang's words, some training camp members began to have doubts. Let's wait and see. Since Minister Jiang Zhang has said so, they can only calm down and see how Lin Xian obtained nearly 700,000 contribution points. The first video started playing, showing Lin Xian killing more than 3,000 flamingos from a first-person perspective. Lin Xian was also curious about the recording quality, so he looked up to watch. The video begins with them discovering the flamingo leader, and it is only when more than 3,000 flamingos swarm in that the trainees realize the seriousness of the situation. From Lin Xian's perspective, the pressure brought by this dense flock of flamingos was extremely terrifying, a vast, dark mass. The footage then shows Lin Xian continuously killing flamingos. Because the camera is fixed to his chest, his expression cannot be seen, only the flamingos falling into the blood can be seen. Lin Xian finally managed to eliminate all the flamingos when the torrential rain arrived. Everyone watched the video and fell silent, unsure of what to say. Continue playing the second video, Jiang Zhang said to the soldiers, knowing that they were all still in shock. The second video was recorded by Jiang from the air. Although the specific details on the ground are not clear, the number of flamingos can be seen decreasing. After the number of flamingos decreased, the scene showed Lin Xian, who was covered in blood. They saw his exhausted yet helpless expression, and finally, his figure struggling with all his might in the torrential rain. This is why Lin Xian received 700,000 contribution points. He killed all the flamingos by himself, which made everyone's mission easier. Jiang Zhang addressed the crowd, who were still reeling from the shocking video. The scene was truly breathtaking. Moreover, Lin Xian killed the anteater leader in one blow, so no one should doubt it anymore. Jiang Zhang stood up and said firmly that he knew this news was hard for everyone to accept, but they could only accept reality. Everyone turned to look at Lin Xian. If there were any people who wanted to surpass him before, now they had completely given up on that idea. Lin Xian's combat power is truly astonishing. With only the level of a second-level ability master, he was able to complete such an incredible mission. It is unprecedented and will likely never be repeated. The meeting is over. Contribution points will be distributed to your accounts gradually over the next day. Go back and practice diligently. I hope everyone can pass the final assessment this year. Jiang Zhang said his final words to them before walking out and leaving with Lin Xian. Most people were still immersed in the video footage and lingered in the meeting room, with only a few leaving one after another. You should have already reached the limit of a level 2 ability user, right? Jiang Zhang asked Lin Xian. It should be. I plan to test all the data tomorrow, and if it meets the requirements, I'll prepare to advance to a level 3 ability master. Lin Xian nodded in response, knowing that he had reached the second level limit. Well, once you get the 700,000 contribution points, it's best not to spend them right away, but keep them for future use. Jiang Zhang reminded them that since the training camp provides resources now, they should save money wherever possible. Lin Xian naturally understood Jiang Zhang's intention and nodded in agreement. You seem to have changed a lot. Have you made any major breakthroughs? Jiang Zhang looked at Lin Xian's demeanor and asked with a puzzled expression. Yes, our lineage's unique cultivation method has made a breakthrough. As per Luo Xian's request, he could not reveal the contents of the Divine Refinement Heart Sutra to outsiders, and could only give this vague explanation. Oh, the mental cultivation method of Xianyuan Zhouji and his lineage is indeed amazing. Even the strongest people on our planet are very interested in it. Unfortunately, it is a top secret and cannot be passed on to outsiders. Jiang Zhang said that the spiritual power cultivation method of Xianyuan Zhouji's lineage is extremely famous throughout the entire Wanling planet. Even the strongest being on the planet is interested? Lin Xian became interested in this person because he was the only person on the planet Wanling to be rated as SSS overall, and he felt that he was slightly better in terms of talent and potential. Try not to talk about him too much. You can go back now. Just let me know if you need anything. After Jiang Zhang finished speaking, he didn't say anything more and told him to go back first. Upon returning to his residence, the first thing Lin Xian did was to check all his data. Age, 19. Superpower, SSS level, maximum SSS level. Mental strength, SSS level, current rating 99, potential 95. Mental strength, SSS level, current rating 99, potential 99. Willpower, SS grade, current rating 95, potential 89. Bloodline, SSS grade, current rating 99, potential 99. Muscles and bones,
SSS grade, current rating 99, potential 99. Muscles, SSS grade, current rating 95, potential 99. Skin, SSS grade, current rating 70, potential 99. Strength, SSS grade, current rating 99, potential 95. Agility, SSS grade, current rating 99, potential 95. Ability level, SSS, current rating 99, potential 99. Overall combat strength, Super SSS level, current rating 98, potential 99. As expected, he has reached the limit of a level 2 ability user. Except for his skin, almost all other stats are perfect. Looking at the test results, he muttered to himself. He couldn't improve his skin condition through any means, nor did he intend to dwell on it too much. Perhaps there would be ways to improve it in the future. I'll level up to level 3 ability master in the next 2 days, which will allow me to control one more pet beast. Lin Xian secretly resolved to advance as soon as possible and continue to explore his potential. 1 month after the Genius Rookie training camp was launched. At this moment, Lin Xian was lying on the mechanical bed in his room, which was used for bloodline evolution, preparing to evolve his bloodline once again. He is already a level 3 beast tamer, and his physical potential has been further enhanced. To break through the level 3 limit, he must fuse with a new bloodline. Little Red, is fusing with your vermilion bird blood essence really that painful? Lin Xian turned his head, looked at Xiao Hong beside him, and asked softly. Xiao Hong was Lin Xian's third pet. Sure enough, just as he expected, he signed a contract with a fire attribute flying pet, which then evolved into a fire attribute saint level pet, the vermilion bird. That's right, fire is the most violent of the 5 elements. My blood essence contains the origin of fire, so the violent energy within it is extremely strong. Master, you must grit your teeth and persevere, Little Red explained to Lin Xian in a gentle tone. Who would have thought that this fiery vermilion bird would have such a gentle attitude? I will. Lin Xian nodded, his heart filled with determination. At this moment, his limbs were firmly locked to prevent him from moving around during the fusion of the vermilion bird's essence blood. Immediately afterwards, the vermilion bird's essence blood was injected into his body. At first, Lin Xian did not feel anything unusual, but after a few minutes, a burning sensation spread throughout his body. It felt as if countless tiny flames were tempering his bones, muscles, and skin within his body. The pain caused Lin Xian to break out in a cold sweat. He clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and remained silent, enduring the torment of blood fusion with unwavering willpower. The fire attribute essence in the vermilion bird's blood essence continued to exert its effects within Lin Xian's body, and this power also had to be fused with the azure dragon's blood essence from before, making the process naturally extremely painful. Fortunately, the wood and fire elements are compatible, making their fusion relatively easy. However, precisely because of this, the pain Lin Xian felt was even more intense. About 2 hours later, Lin Xian finally felt the pain in his body gradually subside, replaced by a feeling of comfort. The tempering of the vermilion bird's essence blood greatly improved his physical fitness, while the azure dragon's essence blood was in the repair and recovery stage. Lin Xian used his consciousness to release the restraints on his body, stood up from the mechanical bed, and felt the changes in his body. My strength is much greater than before, he thought to himself. Although he had not yet tested his punching power, the explosive power accumulated in his body gave him a boost of confidence. Master, just as the azure dragon's blood essence grants you astonishing regenerative abilities, the vermilion bird's blood essence can bring terrifying explosive power. As long as you wish, any attack can unleash twice or even more power. The vermilion bird flew beside Lin Xian, carefully explaining to him. As saint-level bloodlines, their abilities were indeed extraordinary. Excellent. The saint-level bloodline truly lives up to its reputation, Lin Xian exclaimed with a hearty laugh, feeling that he would have no fear even when facing level 5 or even level 6 ability users. Little Red, how is the Paulownia tree growing? Lin Xian asked. Only then did he realize that the Paulownia tree was the vermilion bird's exclusive treasure. The vermilion bird can not only use all the abilities of the Paulownia tree, but it can also continuously increase its star rating as long as it perches on the Paulownia tree, provided that the Paulownia tree has sufficient energy. I watch it every day, and it's still growing slowly. If I could provide better water and nutrients, it would grow even faster, Xiao Hong replied. The Paulownia tree is now planted in the garden of Lin Xian's villa and requires careful care every day. Xiao Hong doesn't often stay in his pet space. In her spare time, she rests on the Paulownia tree. Okay, I'll go to the shop and see if there's anything suitable. After listening to Xiao Hong's introduction, Lin Xian decided to use the 700,000 contribution points. After all, Xiao Hong's growth was a boost to his own strength. He opened the contribution points shop and directly selected the treasure category. A dazzling array of treasures came into view, making Lin Xian secretly praise the strength of his motherland. How about this mountain spring water? It's a 4-star treasure. It can be taken orally or used for irrigation. This spring water comes from a spring in an uninhabited area. It is very rare. It can cure a variety of diseases when taken orally. The price is also not expensive. 1 liter liter only costs 10,000 contribution points. That's good. 10 liters should be enough for a long time. Xiao Hong nodded in agreement. Then I'll exchange it for 10 liters of mountain spring water. Lin Xian generously spent 100,000 contribution points. I still need to get some more health-improving products for my parents, he thought to himself. Lin Xian thought to himself, his mother had mentioned this to him a few days ago, saying that they wanted to have another child, but they were getting old and their health was not good, so they were not able to do it. After hearing this, Lin Xian realized that he would probably have difficulty being by their side often in the future, so having another child was indeed a good idea, otherwise his two elders would be bored out of their minds. More importantly, he himself was not yet married, and the prospect of having grandchildren seemed even more distant. Considering all these factors, Lin Xian wholeheartedly supported their idea. Why are the treasures that even low-level ability users can use so expensive? Lin Xian searched through all the treasures in the shop and found that the treasures with fewer usage restrictions required an unusually high amount of contribution points to exchange. This is actually quite understandable. Everyone wants to acquire such treasures for their loved ones, so sales and demand are very high. Given the supply and demand relationship, the price is naturally outrageously expensive. The remaining 600,000 contribution points can only be exchanged for a small bottle of 5-star treasure, the 10,000-year Lingji liquid. This ancient Ganoderma lucidum liquid can be taken by anyone. Take 1 milliliter every day, and after a week, your physical condition will be significantly improved. After a month, you will feel as if you are 10 years younger. After a year, your physical condition can be restored to that of a 20-year-old, and there are no side effects. This item is not needed by advanced ability users and cultivators, because they have ways to maintain their youth forever. Therefore, it is specifically prepared for low-level ability users and cultivators. This can be used. We can exchange it for better treasures for them when they have more contribution points. Lin Xian had already made up his mind. He would basically spend all 700,000 contribution points in one go. After merging with the Vermilion Bird's essence blood, Lin Xian came to the military region's testing center to see how far his punching power and speed had reached. Standing in front of the testing machine, he struck it with all his might, this time without using the explosive power of the Vermilion Bird's essence blood. Punching power, 56,232 kilograms. The display screen showed this astonishing number. It should be noted that only a level 5 superhuman could unleash such power. Not bad, let's try explosive power next. Lin Xian muttered to himself with satisfaction, then activated the power of the Vermilion Bird's essence blood within his body and struck the machine again. He clearly felt the terrifying power of that punch, but the backlash was also significant, since his physical abilities weren't quite that strong yet. Punching power, 136,827 kilograms. The numbers on the display screen soared to 6 digits, indicating that such punching power was close to that of a level 7 superpower master. No wonder I felt the reaction force of that punch was so strong. The power is just too exaggerated. Lin Xian stared at the astonishing numbers and couldn't help but sigh. It's best not to use this explosive power recklessly, or others might not be able to withstand it. He knew in his heart that against his current opponent, let alone an explosive punch, even a punch with only 50% of his strength would be enough to overwhelm him. He then tested the speed, reaching a maximum of 400 meters per second, but the Vermilion Bird's essence blood could not increase the speed. I'm already very strong. Although I'm only a level 3 Beastmaster now, I can easily defeat level 5 ability users or cultivators. If I summon all 3 pets, I should be able to deal with level 6. Lin Xian made a rough assessment of his own strength and felt that there were no loopholes, since he had no obvious weaknesses. It turns out that simple supernatural talent doesn't mean anything. Only a comprehensive evaluation can reflect true strength. Lin Xian then realized how accurate the comprehensive evaluation given by the testing machine was. It was precisely because he possessed a comprehensive evaluation of Super SSS level that he understood his own limits. Over the past month, Lin Xian continued to cultivate diligently in silence, while the fact that he had killed more than 3,000 flamingos in the no man's land became a hot topic of conversation throughout the military region and even among the top officials of China. Zhang, this is such a big thing. Why didn't you tell me? You kept it from me? At this moment, Zhang stood respectfully in front of a middle-aged military officer who was also wearing a military uniform. He was Tang Guangxing, the highest administrative officer of the Northern Military Region and the commander-in-chief of the military region. Commander, I'm also afraid that if the news leaks out, it will be detrimental to Lin Xian. Zhang answered truthfully, explaining that Lin Xian's strength was still weak and he couldn't protect himself well. Then you have to tell me, what does a comprehensive rating of Super SSS level mean? It means that our country has gained another top-level superpower master. It also gives our country more say among the 5 great powers. Tang Guangxing sternly rebuked Zhang. I know I was wrong. So, what should we do now, Lin Xian? Zhang immediately admitted his mistake, but dared not say more in front of the commander-in-chief. After pondering for a moment, Tang Guangxing said to Zhang, strength
strengthen his covert protection and never let outsiders know. Do not deliberately interfere with anything else and let him develop freely. Understood. I'll go back and make the arrangements immediately. Zhang Zhang readily agreed, as Tang Wanqing's intentions were entirely aligned with his own. After all, only the military region and the top echelons of China knew about Lin Xian's talent. Moreover, it has been clearly stipulated that Lin Xian's talent is not to be revealed to the outside world, so we can only let the outside world speculate. Also, Lin Xian must report to me immediately if he wants to leave the military region. His family must be protected by more people in secret, and they must not be allowed to suffer any danger. Before leaving, Tang Guanxing repeatedly gave Jiang Jing instructions. After all, judging from Lin Xian's past experiences, he valued his family extremely much, and he absolutely could not let them fall into danger. After receiving the order, Jiang Zhang immediately returned to arrange the relevant matters. At this time, Lin Xian was still immersed in diligent cultivation. Having chosen to develop in all aspects, he had to put in more effort than others. 5 months have passed, and the Genius Newcomer Training Camp is about to face its final assessment. This assessment is crucial to the future development of each member, so everyone is taking it very seriously. My fellow geniuses, you have spent a year in the new recruit training camp. You have all worked hard to hone your skills this year, and the military has met all your needs. Now, it is finally time to test your results. Zhang Zhang stood on the podium and spoke to everyone with great excitement. We will begin the final assessment in 1 week. Those who pass the assessment will be directly promoted to the Intermediate Genius Training Camp, while those who do not pass will remain in this training camp. Attention all members who have failed the assessment before. If you fail again this time, you will be expelled from the Genius Training Camp. I hope none of you will be eliminated. Zhang Zhang solemnly reminded everyone that being expelled from the training camp is a disgrace for anyone. However, based on the assessment results in recent years, very few people fail to pass for 2 consecutive years. This was the last meeting before the assessment, mainly to give reminders, and there were no other agenda items. The meeting ended quickly. Lin Xian wasn't worried at all. With his strength, if he couldn't pass the test, the other members would have even less chance of passing. After returning home, he had a brief conversation with his teacher Luo Xian and exchanged a few pleasantries with his family before immediately getting into training mode. Time flies, and the final assessment day has finally arrived. All members of the Genius Newcomer Training Camp gathered at the assessment building of the Northern Military Region. This building is not open to the public normally, only during the assessment periods for various training camps. Therefore, apart from a few elderly people, no one knows what's inside the building or what the assessments entail. The assessment is very simple. Enter the designated room, put on the sensor-equipped helmet inside, and you will enter the virtual world. Follow the prompts, and a score of over 60 points will pass. Zhang Zhang led all the members into the assessment building. Everything looked brand new because no one usually went in here. This assessment building is the most important place in the military region because the sensor helmets here are all replicas of the high-tech helmets in the secret realm. They are extremely difficult to manufacture and each one is very valuable, which is why they are valued so much. There are a total of 300 rooms in this building. You will enter one by one in order, and then the assessment will begin. Zhang Zhang told everyone that there were only 296 people in total, and the number of rooms was more than enough. Everyone unanimously stated that the vast majority of people here had never seen a virtual reality headset before, and were naturally filled with curiosity. Lin Xian walked straight into room number 1. The room was simply furnished, with only a table and a chair. On the table was a semi-transparent helmet, which shimmered with red light. He walked over and sat down. Seeing no other instructions, he had no choice but to put the helmet directly on his head. The helmet automatically adjusted its size as soon as it touched Lin Xian's head, fitting snugly against his skull. Then, Lin Xian felt as if his consciousness was being connected to something. Immediately afterwards, he seemed to enter a space where a rectangular panel appeared before him, filled with various options. Lin Xian tried clicking on a few options, but all of them gave him permission errors, so he had no choice but to select Final Assessment. A notification sounded in his mind. Lin Xian only needed to have a thought in his mind for the virtual helmet to sense his intention. Scan Lin Xian's body information. The notification sounded, and then sounded again a few seconds later. Scan complete. As soon as the notification sound ended, a virtual person with the exact same figure and appearance as him appeared in his mind. That's amazing. Lin Xian's consciousness could see the images in the virtual space, and looking at this virtual version of himself, he couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. He can even control the actions of this virtual avatar with his mind, making it walk, run, and punch at will. After 2 minutes of preparation, the assessment will officially begin. Kill as many targets as possible. The more kills you get, the higher your score. The notification sounded again, announcing that the final exams were about to begin. Is it another monster-killing contest? A smile appeared on Lin Xian's lips. This was precisely the subject he excelled at. He hadn't made any extra preparations. His only weapon was a spear, but there were no suitable weapons available available. Just as he was wondering, another notification sound rang out. Please select the weapon you wish to use. With a thought, a long spear immediately appeared in the virtual Lin Xian's hand. It's quite easy to use. He swung it a few times and was surprised to find it felt surprisingly comfortable, without any discomfort. The assessment begins. As soon as Lin Xian selected his weapon, the notification sound signaling the start of the assessment rang out. Not far away, a person who looked exactly like him appeared on the opposite side, also holding a long spear in his hand. You're trying to kill yourself? Lin Xian never expected that the target would be his own clone, rather than the so-called monster, which surprised him greatly. However, he quickly dismissed his doubts. After all, this was just a virtual space, and nothing was real. Lin Xian charged toward his opponent with his spear, delivering a swift thrust aimed at a vital spot, but his opponent reacted extremely quickly and easily dodged the attack. Their reaction time and speed are incredibly fast. They seem to be on par with mine. This shot revealed the opponent's strength, and Lin Xian gradually understood the true meaning of the assessment. He discovered that in this virtual space, strength, speed, and physical attributes were not advantageous. Defeating opponents relied on mastery of weapons and the application of mental power. After exchanging dozens of blows, the two virtual Lin Xians were still evenly matched. Realizing that he could not defeat his opponent, Lin Xian used his powerful mental strength to control him and then killed him. If you only cultivate physical abilities, you must have superior weapon skills to defeat your opponent. Lin Xian pondered to himself, no wonder most of the older people in their training camp were physical ability users, so this was the reason behind it. However, having had the experience from the first time, they naturally found this assessment much easier, as they had always placed great emphasis on this aspect of training. If I can only defeat my opponent with my marksmanship, it means my marksmanship is far from sufficient. The battle just now made Lin Xian realize this clearly, otherwise, he wouldn't have used his mental power. After killing one virtual Lin Xian, two more appeared immediately. Lin Xian still used his marksmanship to spar with them first. This was a good opportunity to hone his marksmanship and a rare chance to train. Although it was an assessment, he absolutely could not miss it. When he felt it was about time, he used his mental power to control the two of them and then killed them. Then three virtual Lin Xians appeared. They not only had superb marksmanship but also cooperated extremely well with each other. That was such a brilliant teamwork. The three of them combined completely overwhelmed me. Lin Xian found himself trapped in a circle of three people, unable to use his marksmanship skills at all, and even his defense seemed inadequate. However, he was not impatient. Instead, he focused on observing their marksmanship. Although he could not learn it directly, he could write it down and practice it slowly in the future. After Lin Xian memorized the three men's marksmanship techniques, he used his mental power to kill them all, thus successfully passing the test. Congratulations, Lin Xian, you have passed this test with a perfect score. You will be out of the virtual space in half a minute. After killing three waves of virtual Lin Xian received this notification. In this final exam, you only need to kill the first two waves of virtual targets to get 60 points and pass smoothly. As for the third wave of virtual targets, no one has been able to pass it so far. Just as Zhang Zhang had predicted, all 296 members of the Genius Newcomer Training Camp passed the final exam smoothly, including one who got a perfect score. This means they can all advance to the Intermediate Genius Training Camp, where they will face even tougher challenges. Passing the test would be great, but the thought of having to be in the same training camp as that freak Lin Xian is really stressful. Fu Lin said helplessly to Ma Yan beside him. Whenever I think of Lin Xian, an inexplicable sense of oppression rises in my heart, like a nightmare that I can't shake off. Don't even bother comparing yourself to him, you're not even in the same league. Ma Yan replied casually, comparing yourself to others will only make you miserable. You have to keep a calm mindset. On the other hand, after the assessment, Lin Xian took the initiative to find Zhang Zhang and made a suggestion. Zhangbu, I think I can go directly into the Advanced Genius Training Camp, because staying in the Intermediate Training Camp is meaningless for me. Lin Xian said sincerely, not out of arrogance, but because his strength truly far surpassed that of others. Zhang Zhang was taken aback when he heard the suggestion, since it had never happened before that someone had skipped a level to enter the training camp. Do you know what kind of people are in the Advanced Training Camp? Zhang Zhang countered that while the proposal wasn't impossible, it could easily provoke jealousy from the geniuses in the Advanced Training Camp. I know that there are many experts in the Advanced Training Camp, mostly level 5 or 6 ability masters and cultivators, and there is no one-year limit there. Lin Xian responded immediately. Newcomers and those in the Intermediate Training Camp can only stay for 1 year and must pass an assessment to be promoted, while those in the Advanced Training Camp do not have an assessment and can stay indefinitely as long as they do not exceed level 7. Therefore, the Advanced Training Camp has many experts, and there are also missions to enter secret realms, making the pressure of cultivation and survival much greater. Knowing all this, you still want to go? Zhang Zhang continued to ask. Lin Xian is really bold, and he has quite a few ideas. I want to go, because those people in the Intermediate Training Camp really don't motivate me at all. I need more pressure. Lin Xian sincerely told Zhang Jiang Zhang that he needed pressure to motivate himself to improve, just like when he faced those 3,000 flamingos. Only pressure could make him grow quickly. Moreover, Lin Xian was confident in his own strength, and he firmly believed that most of the geniuses in the advanced training camp were no match for him. Seeing Lin Xian's determined gaze, Jiang Zhang didn't say anything to refuse, and could only say, "I'll go ask the people above. If they agree, I have no objection." "Thank you, Commander Jiang. I'll go back and wait for news now." Upon hearing Jiang Zhang's words, Lin Xian smiled, knowing that these words meant there was a great deal of hope. After Lin Xian left, Jiang Zhang went to see Tang Guanxing, the commander-in-chief of the military region. "His suggestion is good. Let him go directly into the advanced training camp for geniuses, and inform all the members of the advanced training camp of this news." Tang Guanxing readily agreed to Lin Xian's idea and put a lot of pressure on him, which he did quite well. "Should we assign him a mission to enter the secret realm?" Jiang Zhang asked. "Not for now. We'll arrange for him to go to the secret realm once he reaches level 4. After thinking for a moment, Tang Guanxing said to Jiang Zhang, "No matter what, Lin Xian is only a level 3 beast tamer now. It's too early for him to enter the secret realm." "Understood. I'll take care of it right away." With Tang Guanxing's orders, Jiang Zhang's work went much more smoothly. As the first genius to surpass the training camp level, Lin Xian would likely cause quite a stir in the advanced training camp. Soon, news that Lin Xian had been directly admitted to the advanced genius training camp spread throughout the entire military region. Upon hearing this news, some were happy, some were annoyed, some felt it was only natural, and others thought it shouldn't have happened. "Ha ha, Lin Xian went straight into the advanced training camp. That makes things much easier for us." Fu Lin said happily that this news made him even happier than winning the championship. As Lin Xian's close friends, Liangran and Xiaolinger were shocked. Xiaolinger especially realized that the distance between her and Lin Xian was widening. However, the strongest reactions came from the members of the advanced genius training camp. They were mostly resentful of this genius who had skipped directly to the next level. A superpowered user who just reached level 3 can go straight into the advanced training camp? Are they treating us like trash? Several senior training camp members sat together, discussing the matter intensely, with one of them complaining bitterly. "Yeah, even if he can kill over 3,000 flamingos by himself, that doesn't break the rule, does it? Which of us can't do that?" The other person echoed, equally unwilling to accept the situation. "Can you kill more than 3,000 flamingos at level 2? At that moment, a voice came from behind them. It was Lin Xian, who had just entered the advanced training camp. Because they were in a common area of the training camp, Lin Xian overheard their conversation when he arrived there. "You are Lin Xian?" Upon hearing this, they guessed that the visitor was Lin Xian himself. "Yes, I wonder if you gentlemen have any advice for me?" Lin Xian's gaze was firm, without a trace of fear. Since he dared to take the initiative to make the suggestion to Jiang Zhang, he naturally had the courage to face these doubts. "I heard that you were the one who volunteered to join the advanced training camp?" The indignant genius questioned Lin Xian. "That's right, I brought it up myself because I feel I'm no less capable than you." Lin Xian spoke his mind with confidence, without any exaggeration. "How arrogant! Do you dare accept my challenge?" Hearing Lin Xian's arrogance, the man finally couldn't hold back and wanted to challenge him. Lin Xian actually wanted to exchange skills with them, so he was very happy to accept their invitation. "Since you want to see my strength, I'm naturally happy to oblige. You decide the time and place." Lin Xian answered with a smile, without a trace of fear in his heart. "Tomorrow at 3 p.m., arena number 1. Seeing Lin Xian's arrogance, the other party did not back down in the face of his imposing aura. "Then we'll meet there." After saying that, Lin Xian left without looking back. This kid is really audacious. He's invincible in the rookie training camp, so he thinks he can be king in the advanced training camp too? An old man from the advanced training camp stared at Lin Xian's arrogant performance and said coldly. His friend warned him, "But I heard he has a strong defense against psychic abilities, so you should be extra careful tomorrow." "I've heard that too." The man smiled slightly, showing no sign of panic. He can withstand a level 3 psychic, so how could he possibly withstand the mental skills a psychic close to level 6, unleash? He didn't believe that Lin Xian's mental defenses could reach that level. Meanwhile, Lin Xian returned to his room. He accepted the challenge not only to prove himself but also because he didn't want the veterans from the training camp to keep bothering him. This leap actually made them so unhappy. Lin Xian was a little puzzled. Cultivation is clearly his own business, so why should he care about other people? But there was nothing they could do. These people were all geniuses, proud and arrogant. They had climbed up from one training camp to another, so seeing Lin Xian's rapid progress naturally made them resentful. In other words, their mindset is not lofty enough, and they are quite different from Lin Xian now. The news spread quickly that Lin Xian was going to fight against the veterans of the training camp, and all the members who were not out on missions were looking forward to this match. It's almost 3 o'clock, time to head to arena number 1. Lin Xian, who was practicing his marksmanship, heard the alarm clock remind him that it was time. He quickly tidied himself up, got dressed, and left the room. The advanced training camp has a very spacious arena with dozens of arenas, making it convenient for everyone to practice practice and exchange skills. At this moment, the area below the number 1 arena was packed with people, all eager to see just how strong Lin Xian was, able to skip the intermediate training camp and directly enter the advanced training camp. Xin Fang is only at a slightly below average level in our advanced training camp. If Lin Xian can't even beat him, we'll go to Department Zhang and have him go back to the intermediate training camp to train. An old man made a suggestion to the crowd. Agreed, everyone echoed. If they can't even beat Xin Fang, they certainly don't deserve to stay here. Standing to the side, Xin Fang gave a helpless wry smile. He had become the quality inspector of the advanced training camp. However, he didn't say much, since the person who spoke was indeed stronger than him. What if I win? Lin Xian, who had somehow arrived at the edge of the arena, asked with a smile after hearing their conversation. Then you can stay. Everyone answered without hesitation, but they didn't think Lin Xian could win. Let me stay? Are you ministers or commanders-in-chief? Do you have that authority? You can make me stay if you want, and make me leave if you want to? Lin Xian sneered, his heart filled with sarcasm as he listened to their words. Lin Xian's words left the old people speechless, and their faces grew increasingly grim. Honestly, after being a genius for so long, do you think you can act lawlessly and be as free as you want? Lin Xian flipped onto the arena and coldly addressed them. It was understandable that he reprimanded them. These people were talking as if they were the masters of an advanced training camp, but in reality, they were not. Don't hold back. Teach this brat a lesson. Seeing that he couldn't win the argument with Lin Xian, an old man shouted at Xin Fang on the stage. Understood. I'll let this kid know that the advanced training camp is not a place for him. Xin Fang nodded in response, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Let's begin. You go first. Lin Xian gripped his spear tightly, stood there, and calmly spoke to Xin Fang. He has reached a state of mental tranquility and can maintain a calm mindset no matter what situation he faces, which is undoubtedly one of his greatest advantages. Then don't blame me for not speaking up for my brother. Upon hearing Lin Xian tell him to make the first move, Xin Fang didn't hesitate and actually launched the first attack. Mental pressure. As a psychic ability user, he directly used his most skilled technique, attempting to control his opponent by leveraging the difference in their mental strength. However, this move seemed to have no effect on Lin Xian, who remained standing steadily with a smile on his face. Xin Fang was momentarily flustered, not expecting Lin Xian to be able to withstand his attack. I didn't expect you to be a psychic ability user, but your mental strength doesn't seem to be very good. Lin Xian calmly said to Xin Fang. He has reached a state of mental tranquility, even surpassing his teacher Luo Xin. It is no exaggeration to say that superpowered individuals below level 8 are almost unable to launch a mental attack against him. The reason is simple. Cultivating the Divine Refinement Heart Sutra makes his spiritual power and mental power complement each other. Only when both of them are higher than his can he be harmed. You should just admit defeat, otherwise you'll suffer a huge loss if you get a backlash from the mental energy. Lin Xian reminded Xin Fang that if he wanted to, he could easily cause the other party to suffer a backlash and be injured. However, he did not use his mental power to retaliate, which is why Xin Fang was unharmed. What's going on? A near level 6 psychic ability has no effect on him? The people below the arena were astonished. They never expected that Lin Xian, who was only a level 3 ability master, would possess such a powerful mental defense. If you don't admit defeat, I'll kick you off the stage. Seeing that his opponent was unwilling to admit defeat, Lin Xian was also unwilling to waste time. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark shadow flashed by, and everyone heard a loud bang. They then realized that Lin Xian had appeared where Xin Fang had been, while Xin Fang had been knocked off the stage and crashed heavily to the ground. The sound just now was the sound of Xin Fang hitting the ground. Seeing Xin Fang so vulnerable, the geniuses in the advanced training camp were shocked. Lin Xian's speed had also impressed them. His physical strength has probably reached the level of a level 5 ability user. This is what a genius who cultivates physical superpowers said. What? He's a beast tamer, and his physical strength is this great too? Hearing this, the others were even more shocked, as they had thought that Lin Xian's physical strength was still at the level he had when he killed more than 3,000 flamingos. So, he never stopped exercising? Everyone suddenly realized that Lin Xian, as a beast tamer, had been constantly cultivating himself. Don't provoke him yet. You might be able to defeat him now, but what about in the future? That's true. Lin Xian is only at level 3 now, yet he already has such strength. When he reaches the same level as them, they will be completely different. Upon hearing this, the geniuses in the training camp realized the seriousness of the situation. From then on, Lin Xian's situation in the advanced training camp improved greatly. No one dared to provoke him easily anymore, and he was able to cultivate in peace. Time flies, and after more than half a year of hard work, Lin Xian's strength has been raised to level 4. At just over 21 years old, he reached the level of a 4th level superpower master. His cultivation speed was truly remarkable, thanks in large part to the assistance of the Divine Refinement Heart Sutra, which greatly accelerated his growth. However, he has not yet chosen to break through to level 4 directly, because Jiang Zhang once mentioned that after breaking through to level 4, he will be dispatched to the secret realm to carry out a mission. Therefore, he decided to leave the military region first, go home to see his parents, and also visit his teacher Luo Xin. After taking care of these matters, he returned to the military region, preparing to break through to the 4th level and enter the secret realm. In fact, he was also worried that if something unexpected happened in the secret realm, he would not be able to get over it if he didn't even have a chance to see his parents. That's why he made this decision. After Lin Xian told Jiang Zheng his idea, Jiang Zheng agreed and even specially sent a special aircraft to send him back to Luchuan City. Mom and Dad, I'm home. Lin Xian flew directly into the villa, sensed his parents' presence, and rushed towards them without hesitation. Xiao Xian, come quickly and see your little brother. Upon seeing Lin Xian return, Lin Jian and his wife were overjoyed and immediately pulled him to their second son Lin Qing's bedside, greeting him with smiles. Lin Xian returned at this time because he learned that his mother had given birth to a son a few days ago. He felt he had to come back and see his younger brother, as it was such an important event. He gently picked up his newborn brother, who was only a few days old, and looked at him sleeping soundly. A smile involuntarily appeared on his face. This child looked just like him. Mom and Dad, are you settling in well? Lin Xian asked with concern. I'm used to it. When I have free time, I go out to play cards and dance with my neighbors. It's quite fun. Now that Xiao Qing is here, life is even more enjoyable. Lin Jian said with a smile. Now that he has no life pressures and his body has returned to its youthful state, he is naturally in a particularly good mood. Seeing the happy smiles on his parents' faces, Lin Xian felt much more at ease. He had dinner with his family that evening, and the next morning he left the villa to find his teacher, Luo Xian. Luo Xian still lives in a rented villa in Luchuan City, living a very leisurely life. Lin Xian suddenly descended from the sky, landing behind Luo Xian, and shouted loudly, "You little rascal, you scared me half to death." Startled by the sudden sound, Luo Xian chuckled and scolded him a few times. There's nothing that can be done about it. Lin Xian's mental state and spiritual power are now higher than Luo Xian's. If he wants to, Luo Xian simply can't detect his movements in advance. Teacher, I should be going to the secret realm soon. Lin Xian told Luo Xian that since Luo Xian had been to the secret realm, she should be able to offer some advice. So fast? Hearing him say that, Luo Xian was taken aback, but quickly came to her senses. That's true. Now that you have the strength to enter the secret realm, your level is not so important anymore. I heard the survival rate in secret realms is very low. Lin Xian had only heard about it from others. There was no information about the secret realm in any books, nor was there any record of it. I see. It depends. There are many secret realms on the planet. Some have extremely high survival rates, while others have extremely low rates. It's hard to say. Luo Xian shook her head and explained that she herself had entered 2 secret realms. Moreover, even within the same secret realm, what I see in the opportunities one encounter will be completely different depending on whether I go in or you go in. Luo Xian told Lin Xian that this had already been proven in practice, and that the secret realm was indeed the most magical existence on the planet of 10,000 spirits. How could this be? Hearing her say that, Lin Xian was also surprised. He hadn't expected that there would be such a miraculous situation in the secret realm. So, which secret realm you enter and what you encounter inside depends entirely on luck. Luo Xian said helplessly, so I don't have any experience to share. But I think you've always been pretty lucky. Luo Xian smiled and said that she really admired the student's luck. Then I can only accept your kind words. Since the teacher said so, Lin Xian had no choice but to accept it. By the way, Lu Jiyang and his father are leaving Luchuan City tomorrow in a flying vehicle. Do you want to go and see them? Luo Xian asked. Back then, Lu Jiyang had almost caused his father to become a vegetable, and Lin Xian's resentment towards him had not yet subsided. Of course I'll go. They all have to die, including that Wang Shuang. Mentioning these 2 people, Lin Xian felt a surge of anger. They should still be living in the same place. After Lu Jiyang returned from abroad, he heard that you had joined the military region, so he stayed in Luchuan City. The fact that you are leaving suddenly tomorrow may be because someone knows that you have left the military region. Luo Xian voiced his speculation, which shows that the Lu family still has connections in the military. Teacher, please wait a moment. I'll go find them now and should be back soon. Now that he knew where Lu Jiyang lived, Lin Xian immediately summoned Xiao Chang and flew towards the Lu family's residence. At this moment, Lu Jiyang was having dinner at home with his father, Lu Jingliang, and a sumptuous meal was laid out on the table. Having lived abroad for a long time, Lu Jiyang still prefers Chinese food, so he enjoys every meal after returning to China. Dad, is that Lin Xian really that amazing? Is that video from the army real? Lu Jiyang asked his father while eating his delicious food. Absolutely right. So we need to leave quickly after we finish eating. It wouldn't be good for you if he suddenly showed up at our door. Lu Jingliang looked at his son, his tone full of helplessness. If he hadn't spoiled him so much, he wouldn't have gotten involved with someone like Lin Xian. There's no need to leave. He has to pay the price today. The father and son heard a cold voice as soon as the words were spoken. The sky outside suddenly darkened, and sunlight could not shine into the room through the window because Xiaoqing's huge body completely blocked the window. A figure burst through the window and landed in front of Lu Jingliang and his son. Lu Jingliang and Lu Jiyang exclaimed in unison, their faces filled with fear. They didn't think they could stand up to Lin Xian at all. Son, run! Lu Jingliang shouted immediately, preparing to rush towards Lin Xian to buy his son time to escape. However, he found himself standing still, unable to move. Dad, I can't move. Lu Jiyang also wanted to escape, but no matter how hard he tried, his legs were like nails to the ground, and his voice was filled with sobs. Lin Xian, I beg you, please let my son go. Your father got away with it in the end, didn't he? In desperation, Lu Jingliang sincerely pleaded with Lin Xian. What does my dad's well-being have to do with your son? If it weren't for him, would my dad be lying in a hospital bed? I didn't come here today with any intention of killing him, Lin Xian said coldly to Lu Jingliang. Upon hearing that Lin Xian would not kill him, the father and son breathed a slight sigh of relief. Tell me what you want, and I'll give it to you. I'll even die in his place, Lu Jingliang said urgently, willing to give anything as long as his son wasn't harmed. What use is it for me to die? I want Lu Jiyang to experience what it's like to be in a vegetative state, and I want you to feel the pain of your loved one becoming a vegetable. As soon as Lin Xian finished speaking, he glared at Lu Jingliang and launched a mental attack directly at his consciousness. Instantly, Lu Jingliang collapsed to the ground, still breathing but unconscious. Don't even think about finding someone to save him. I believe no one in China would dare to help you. If you try to find someone to save him abroad, I'll chase you all the way overseas, and then it won't just be one son who dies. Since you have connections in the military, you should know that I have the ability to do so. Lin Xian turned around, leaped up, and sat on Xiaoqing's back, warning her. After completing these tasks, Xiaoqing took Lin Xian away from Lu Jingliang's house and returned to their teacher Luo Xian's place. After Lin Xian left, the mental control over Lu Jingliang was finally lifted. He rushed over and knelt beside his son Lu Jiyang, hugging him tightly, tears streaming down his face. He firmly believed that Lin Xuanjin truly possessed this ability and could only do as the other party instructed. His son was clearly not dead, but completely unconscious. Lu Jingliang watched helplessly as his son lay beside him, his heart breaking. I'm sorry, it's Dad who's sorry. He picked up the fruit knife on the table, wanting to end his son's suffering with one stroke, but when the blade touched his son's body, his trembling hand finally dropped the knife. Meanwhile, Lin Xian returned to his teacher Luo Xian's residence, as he still had some things to discuss with her. It was resolved so quickly? Lin Xian returned in less than 5 minutes, and Luo Xian asked in surprise. Yes, it's resolved. I hope Wang Shuang is still alive and well in the no man's land. Lin Xian only had Wang Shuang as his enemy. In the past, he didn't have the power to avenge his father, but now, he finally had that ability. We were destined to meet again. I never imagined that your progress in cultivating the Divine Refinement Heart Sutra would surpass mine. I am truly ashamed. Luo Xian looked at Lin Xian, both happy and somewhat helpless, and said to him, just as you said, teacher, cultivation depends not only on luck, but also on comprehension. If I hadn't gone through that life or death battle with more than 3,000 flamingos, I wouldn't have been able to break through to the mindfulness realm so quickly. Lin Xian smiled and explained to his teacher. It was precisely in that extremely tense environment, where he was incredibly focused, that he successfully broke through. This is a good thing. With higher levels of mental and spiritual cultivation, the chances of survival in the secret realm will greatly increase. Luo Xian encouraged Lin Xian in this way. Really? Is there any specific connection between them? Hearing his teacher say that, Lin Xian couldn't help but ask curiously. I'm not entirely sure either, but I've heard that this secret realm is connected to an alien planet. The people there place great importance on cultivating spiritual and mental strength, so those with such abilities are more likely to gain benefits and survive when they enter the secret realm. Luo Xian was merely relaying the words of her master, Xian Yuanzhou, and she didn't know much about the specific details. After all, much of the secret realm's contents are top secrets of the planet, known only to the nation's highest leaders and the planet's top experts. I understand. After hearing what you said, my curiosity about the secret realm has grown even stronger. I can't wait to go in and take a look, Lin Xian said with a smile. In the past, he felt a little afraid of the secret realm, but now he was more and more excited, perhaps because his desire to become stronger had become stronger. Go ahead. After you return to the army this time, break through to level 4 and have your 4th pet beast. I believe you will be safe in the secret realm. Luo Xian encouraged them, expressing her confidence in the students' abilities. Okay, I'll go back and prepare properly. Remember to wear good equipment before entering the secret realm. This will increase your survival rate.
right. Luo Xian gave Lin Xian some final words of advice. I understand, teacher. Goodbye. Lin Xian sat inside the aircraft and bid farewell to Luo Xian. Looking at Lin Xian's back, Luo Xian had a vague feeling that when she saw him again, his strength would probably have surpassed hers. An overall rating exceeding SSS level. I never imagined that the most promising person on the planet would be my own student. Thinking of this, Luo Xian walked into the room with an incredulous smile. After visiting his parents and teachers at home, Lin Xian returned to the military region without any worries. Standing at the peak of level 3, he could advance to level 4 Beast Tamer at any time if he wished. Based on the pattern, this Earth attribute pet that my teacher gave me, which resembles a Qilin, is very likely to evolve into a Qilin. Lin Xian thought to himself, after all, the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird had come about in the same way before. However, he didn't know which Earth attribute pet resembled a Qilin, so he specifically went to find teacher Luo Xian. In his villa, Lin Xian successfully broke through to level 4, becoming a level 4 Beast Tamer, and also gained a new beast taming skill. Pet Possession. A pet can temporarily possess a user, granting the user all of the pet's abilities. The duration of possession depends on the user's mental strength. Possession does not alter the user's form or consciousness. The user simply gains the pet's abilities. This is a pet skill randomly granted by the system, and it is exceptionally powerful, undoubtedly a significant boost to Lin Xian's combat strength. Because he has a large number of high-quality pets, his combat power will be greatly enhanced if he can temporarily borrow their abilities. My third beast taming skill is pretty useless. It only speeds up the growth of my pets. I didn't expect my fourth skill to be so useful. Lin Xian muttered to himself, which could be considered as making up for the previous lack of skills. Then, he took out the pet that Luo Xian had given him. This is a 4-star Earth attribute pet named Golden Lion, whose size is closest to that of a Qilin. Because it was still young and small, it looked very cute. Lin Xian smiled as he looked at it and dripped his blood onto it. Instantly, Lin Xian and the little lion established a master-pet relationship. At the same time, a familiar notification sound rang in his mind. Should we use the opportunity of unstable evolution? Lin Xian answered without hesitation that a 4-star pet was clearly not enough, and it had to evolve no matter what. The 4-star Golden Lion has begun its evolution. As the notification sound faded, a 5-colored halo appeared beneath the feet of the Golden Lion in front of Lin Xian. The halo kept rotating around the Golden Lion's body, and as the halo rotated, its body also changed. Before long, a beast with a sheep-like head, wolf-like hooves, and a dragon-like tail, its body shimmering with multicolored light, appeared before Lin Xian. This is a Qilin? Lin Xian looked at its appearance, unable to hide his surprise. Master, hello. After the evolution was completed, the Qilin greeted Lin Xian. Are you the Qilin's sacred beast? Lin Xian asked. Yes, I am a Qilin, a saint-level pet beast. It nodded in reply. Then I'll call you Shaolin. Lin Xian had just finished speaking when he suddenly felt something was off. His surname was Lin, and many people usually called him Shaolin. If he named the Qilin Shaolin, wouldn't that be confusing? Okay, this name is good. However, it seems there's no chance to change it now. Qilin has already approved of the name. Okay, then I'll call you Shaolin. Lin Xian stopped worrying about it. It's just a name, as long as it's easy to say. And so, Lin Xian chatted with Shaolin for a while and learned about its abilities. More importantly, Shaolin contained the essence blood of a Qilin with Earth attribute origin. Having reached level 4, Lin Xian's bloodline potential and physical potential have both improved, and this Qilin essence blood is the key to enhancing his strength. The Qilin's essence blood contains the Earth element, which can transform Lin Xian's skin, muscles, and bones. When the Qilin's essence blood had fully fused with Lin Xian's body, he immediately felt his skin was completely renewed, smooth and firm, and even emitted a faint glow. Compared to before, Lin Xian clearly felt that his skin and muscles were much stronger, even comparable to high-grade alloy materials. Master, the essence of the Qilin blood can provide you with extremely strong protection. Your skin, muscles, and bones are all much stronger than before, the Qilin said. Moreover, the Earth elemental source grants you the ability to embrace all things. Embrace all things? What does that mean? How do you use this ability? Lin Xian asked. The wood attribute grants powerful regenerative abilities. The fire attribute brings explosive power. So what exactly is the Earth attribute? This ability doesn't require you to use it actively. It's always there. Any attack below your energy limit will not only fail to harm you, but will also be absorbed by you to replenish your energy. This is the Earth element's inclusive ability, the Qilin patiently explained. Earth is a rather special element among the 5 elements, and its fundamental power is extremely strong. You mean, if the other party attacks me with their mental energy, but the attack is not powerful enough to harm me, then their mental energy will be absorbed by me? Lin Xian probed. That's right, not only mental attacks, but also attacks of the 5 elements and energy attacks can be absorbed. Qilin nodded in confirmation. This ability is too overpowered. Lin Xian couldn't help but exclaim, it's just too unfair. Yes, that's why we Qilin have the title of invincible below the divine beasts. As long as the levels are
are equal, no one can harm us, the Qilin said proudly. This title of invincible below the divine beasts is not just a figure of speech.
Excellent. With this ability, I'm even more confident about entering the secret realm. Lin Xian laughed.
Although he was only a level 4 beast tamer, his mental
strength and willpower were extremely strong.
This ability to encompass all things was enough to make him invincible when fighting against a level 7 ability master. Tell Minister Zhang this news first, and after a few more days of preparation, I should be able to enter the secret realm. Lin Xian thought to himself, now everything is ready, only the final push is needed.
Right, I also need to get a set of equipment, but where do I get the contribution points? He was secretly annoyed.
Because of the training camp, his contribution points weren't high, so he needed to accumulate some first. He couldn't borrow from Zhang's department anymore. He felt a little embarrassed.
Age, 21. Superpower, currently at SSS level, and the highest level is also SSS level. Mental strength, SSS level, current rating 99, potential 95. Mental strength, SSS level, current rating 99, potential 99. Willpower, SS grade, current rating 96, potential 89. Bloodline, SSS grade, current rating 99, potential 99. Muscles and bones, SSS grade, current rating 99, potential 99. Muscles, SSS grade, current rating 99, potential 99. Skin, SSS grade, current rating 95, potential 99. Strength, SSS grade, current rating 99, potential 95. Agility, SSS grade, current rating 95, potential 95. Ability level, SSS, current rating 20, potential 99. Overall combat strength, SSS level, current rating 89, potential 99. Overall rating, Super SSS level, current score 85, potential 100. Normal punching power, 86,325 kilograms.
Explosive punching power, between 160,000 kilograms and 200,000 kilograms.
Speed, 500 meters per second.
The above is all the data obtained after Lin Xian reached the 4th level of Beast Tamer. Based on the tests, his physical attributes have significantly improved after fusing with the Qilin's blood essence. However, this is not his peak. Because the Qilin blood essence has not yet been fully fused, his strength will become even stronger over time. My physical fitness and strength should now meet the standards of a level 7 physical ability master, and my mental strength and
willpower are about the same.
So although I am a level 4 beast tamer, my strength is among the top level of level 4 beast tamers. Lin Xian silently confirmed this in his mind. It was roughly the situation. After all, an ordinary level 7 beast tamer usually had 4 pet beasts, and he currently had exactly 4.
I'm definitely aiming for the championship in this advanced genius training camp.
After all, the reward of 200,000 contribution points is very tempting. A smile finally appeared on his face. He had been wondering how to calculate contribution points, and only after asking Zhang Bu did he learn that the ranking competition was about to begin. The ranking competition rules in the advanced training camp are completely different from those in the newcomer training camp. There has always been a fixed list here, and all the geniuses are ranked on the list. Once the ranking competition begins, lower-ranked talents can challenge higher-ranked opponents, and a victory will allow them to take the opponent's place. However, to prevent everyone from vying for the top spot, a restriction was set: one cannot challenge opponents who are more than 50 places higher than oneself.
Therefore, to challenge for first place, you must be ranked at least 50th,
and so on. In the advanced training camp, reaching level 7 is considered graduation. Most members are level 5 or 6 ability users, with level 6 being the most numerous.
The list is out.
At this moment, more than 1,000 members of the advanced training camp gathered in the square. Because some members are frequently away on missions, the competition for rankings does not start at a fixed time. It is only held when all members are in the military region. A giant light screen descended from midair, and the names on the list gradually appeared from bottom to top, with those ranked lower showing up first.
1,438th place, Lin Xian, level 4. 1,437th place, Zhang Chao, level 5.
When most people saw that Lin Xian was at the bottom of the list, they couldn't help but laugh, because he was the only level 4 ability master.
His level is really low. I wonder what he's doing at the advanced training camp.
They were still unconvinced by Lin Xian's joining, as many people were unaware that Lin Xian had fought against Xian Feng. Lin Xian listened to their discussion but didn't care at all. He only cared about one thing: if he wanted to challenge for the number 1 spot, he had to defeat many opponents first.
This is such a hassle.
If only I could just challenge for first place, he muttered to himself, his eyes fixed on the number 1 spot. As the list was gradually released, people's attention to Lin Xian slowly decreased.
3rd place, Lu Bai, level 6. 2nd place, Tang Xiao, level 6. 1st place, Xiaodong, level 6. The top 3 on the list have finally appeared, and these 3 are recognized as the strongest in the training camp. They each possess powerful superpowers. Xiaodong is a beast tamer, Tang Xiao possesses rare mental superpowers, and Lu Bai is a cultivator with extremely high affinity for the 5 elements. All 3 were rated SS
overall and have been in the top 3 for 2 consecutive years. Fortunately, they are not far from graduation, and this year should be their last chance to compete for rankings. It seems Brother Xiao is about to break a record and become the first genius beast tamer to win the championship 3 times in a row in the ranking competition, Lu Bai said with a smile, standing next to Xiaodong. This kind of record is meaningless, it's just a matter of fate. Xiaodong replied without changing his expression, but in his heart he was thinking about Lin Xian. As fellow beast tamers, Lin Xian possessed a saint-level pet beast, the Azure Dragon, which aroused both envy and jealousy among other beast tamers. However, what Xiaodong didn't know was that Lin Xian, in addition to the sacred beast Azure Dragon, also had the divine beast Xiao Yuan, the sacred beast Xiao Hong, and Xiao Lin. Lin Xian never revealed these things to the public. Everyone only knew about the Azure Dragon. The ranking competition will officially begin tomorrow. The location will be the training camp's competition arena. After you return today, log on to the military regions website and register the opponents you wish to challenge. The first round of challenges will take place tomorrow, the officer on the platform announced to everyone. Due to the large number of participants, the system will allocate all challenges reasonably to avoid multiple people challenging the same person at the same time. If the challenged person loses, the other challengers must choose a new opponent. If the challenged person wins, they can continue to accept challenges from other challengers. If the same person is targeted by multiple challengers, those ranked lower will be given priority to challenge first. The final rule is that if someone fails to complete 3 consecutive challenges, they are eliminated and lose the right to continue challenging. Therefore, everyone is extremely cautious when choosing opponents, since most of them are strong players with high rankings, and the chance of failure is not small. I'm currently ranked 1438th, so I can only challenge players ranked within the top 50. I'll start with 1388th. Most of the lower ranked players have just come up from the intermediate training camp and aren't very strong, Lin Xian muttered to himself in the villa. After all, he was last, and according to the rules, he had priority regardless of who he challenged. Then let Zhang Yang be the first unlucky one. Lin Xian locked onto Zhang Yang, who was ranked 1388th, and prepared to use him as the first stepping stone for his own ascent. As the night passed, the students of the advanced training camp gathered at the arena, where dozens of arenas were set up for the battle to determine the rankings. With time running out, everyone jumped straight into the official competition without further ado. According to the system's arrangement, Lin Xian's duel with Zhang Yang was assigned to the central arena number 1, whether by luck or by design is unknown. You actually want to challenge me? Zhang Yang asked incredulously, standing in front of Lin Xian. There's nothing I can do. The rules dictate that I can only choose you, Lin Xian explained calmly. You mean I'm not worthy to be your opponent? Zhang Yang frowned and asked. Although Lin Xian didn't say it explicitly, that was the meaning behind his words. You can understand it this way. In my heart, not only you, but even the number 1, I have never regarded him as a real opponent. Lin Xian's eyes were firm, and his heart was full of confidence. Since the other party had asked, Lin Xian told the truth to avoid any further doubts. You're really talking big. With your level 4 superpowers? Zhang Yang retorted sarcastically. The audience below the stage also showed similar expressions. Lin Xian's words just now did indeed seem somewhat arrogant. Lin Xian simply smiled faintly and did not respond. The match begins. The referee's voice rang out, signaling that both sides could proceed. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lin Xian took the initiative and rushed to Zhang Yang at an extremely fast speed. His speed was so fast that people barely had time to react. Then a heavy punch landed on Zhang Yang. He didn't use his full strength in this punch, only half of his power. However, even so, Zhang Yang was still violently knocked off the stage. He didn't even have time to use his special ability before he fell off the stage. Lin Xiansheng. The referee immediately announced that Zhang Yang had been knocked out of the ring and was declared the loser. After saying that, Lin Xian easily jumped off the stage, walked to the side, took out a small device on his wrist, connected to the military region's network, and began to select his next opponent. The audience was so shocked by Lin Xian's performance that they were speechless. Isn't he a beast tamer? How come he's so fast and can knock someone off the stage with a single punch? I originally thought his physical strength was only at the level of a level 2 or 3 physical ability master, but his performance just now clearly showed that he was at least a level 4 physical ability master, right? The crowd began to discuss among themselves. Although Lin Xian had killed 3,000 flamingos single-handedly, they had always thought that he was only focusing on training his physical strength in the early stages. They thought that as time went on, Lin Xian would definitely turn his attention to cultivating his supernatural abilities, but they did not expect that he is still strengthening his physical strength. After all, who can truly understand Lin Xian's talent and potential? Just as everyone was marveling at this, Lin Xian easily defeated 2 more opponents, jumping to 1288th place in the rankings. The advanced training camp has many talented players and a large number of matches on the first day, but as time goes on, more and more players are eliminated, and the number of matches will naturally decrease. Lin Xiansheng.
Congratulations to Lin Xian for advancing to rank 988 on the leaderboard.
In the second day's ranking competition, Lin Xian successfully entered the top 1000 and has yet to suffer a defeat. His matches almost always ended in an instant. No one could withstand a punch or a shot from him.
Is this kid really that good? Brother Xiao, how far do you think he can go? Lu Bai asked Xiaodong.
The three of them have not yet participated in the competition, so they have been watching as spectators.
He's probably after my position.
Xiaodong stared at Lin Xian, and this thought involuntarily arose in his mind.
Targeting you? Impossible, right?
I think he'll only make it to 500th at most, Lu Bai said dismissively.
His sacred beast, the Azure Dragon, hasn't even been summoned yet. How many people in the training camp do you think can contend with the Azure Dragon? How could it only be 500? Xiaodong retorted.
They seem to have forgotten Lin Xian's identity, a beast tamer.
I almost forgot. This guy is a beast tamer just like you. Good heavens, he's not really after you, is he?
Lu Bai exclaimed in surprise. As Xiaodong's good friend, he was well aware of the power of beast tamers.
Let's wait and see.
I have a feeling he's not just after me, Xiaodong said calmly. Although he didn't know Lin Xian, he had a vague feeling that this guy was hiding some secret.
The two continued to watch Lin Xian on the arena, without saying anything more.
After a few days of competition, Lin Xian successfully entered the top 500, which amazed everyone in the training camp, but he still did not stop his pursuit of challenges. Facing opponents ranked in the top 500, Lin Xian began to use his weapon, a long spear, clearly indicating that he took these opponents quite seriously.
Lin Xian Sheng.
Congratulations to Lin Xian for advancing to 88th place. A few days later, Lin Xian surprised everyone by successfully entering the top 100. Even so, as a beast tamer, Lin Xian still couldn't summon any pet beasts.
Is he really a beast tamer? Who knows?
Even a level 6 physical ability master can't withstand 2 punches or a gunshot from him. A level 6 mental ability master has no effect on him at all.
And the skills of a level 6 elemental cultivator are almost ineffective against him. Just how strong is he?
After these rounds of competition, everyone gradually realized that Lin Xian had no weaknesses at all, and no matter what kind of attack method was used, it could not hurt him.
If I can beat the person ranked 38th, I can challenge for the top 3.
Lin Xian already had a plan in mind. He was not satisfied with just challenging the first place, but wanted to challenge the top 3. This way, he could accumulate more combat experience and completely win the recognition of everyone in the training camp.
Lin Xian Sheng.
As the referee announced the results again, Lin Xian finally jumped to 38th place, qualifying him to challenge for the top 3 spots in the advanced training camp.
Lu Bai, Tang Xiao, and Xiaodong have not been challenged by anyone so far because they are the only 3 in the entire advanced training camp whose overall rating has reached SS level.
He's here, Xiaodong whispered to Lu Bai beside him. After all, Lin Xian was already qualified to challenge them.
This kid, he's not going to pick on you directly, is he?
Lu Bai responded with a puzzled look. After all, this beast tamer, who hadn't even summoned a pet beast, was truly terrifying in strength. Xiaodong remained calm, not caring about the ranking. At this moment, the small device on Lu Bai's wrist beeped with an alarm. He checked immediately and found that the message came from the military region's website. Mr. Lu Bai, Lin Xian, ranked 38th, has issued a challenge to you. Please come to arena number 1 in 30 minutes to accept the challenge. Lu Bai stared wide-eyed at the message, never expecting Lin Xian to choose to challenge him directly.
That brat Lin Xian actually dares to challenge me?
Lu Bai said to Xiaodong. Sure enough, I guessed he didn't intend to come to me directly, but wanted to get the attention of the 3 of us first. Upon hearing Lu Bai's words, Xiaodong finally showed a glimmer of energy, whereas he had previously appeared indifferent and calm.
He couldn't possibly be planning to defeat all 3 of us, could he?
I have no chance against that sacred beast, the Azure Dragon.
Lu Bai looked bitter.
Although he was proficient in the 5 elements of wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, he was almost powerless against the Azure Dragon.
It's already good enough that you've seen the Azure Dragon.
Let's find a way to force Lin Xian to summon his pet beast first. Xiaodong replied that Lin Xian was already very strong, and it would be no easy task for him to summon a pet beast.
It might not be that easy.
When Lu Bai said this, there was a hint of insecurity in his tone.
30 minutes later, the other matches on the number 1 arena ended, and it was finally Lin Xian's turn to face off against Lu Bai. Lin Xian directly chose Lu Bai, who was ranked 3rd. I wonder if Lu Bai can beat him. It's hard to say. They are both SS level, but Lu Bai is a level 6 cultivator while Lin Xian is only level 4. Lu Bai should have the advantage. Moreover, Lin Xian was clearly affected when facing elemental skills before.
Lu Bai is the strongest elemental master in the training camp, so he should be able to win.
The crowd below the arena was buzzing with discussion.
Clearly, after several matches, they had come to acknowledge Lin Xian's strength but still favored Lu Bai. Lin Xian and Lu Bai took to the stage at the same time. Lu Bai was dressed in white and held a staff in his hand.
This staff was an excellent treasure.
It can not only speed up the release of elemental skills, but also enhance the power of skills, making it a powerful tool that Lu Bai relies heavily on. Because the top 3 made high contributions, their equipment was far far superior to that of the others in the training camp, which was precisely Lin Xian's weakness. The match begins. After the two players entered the arena, the referee, without elaboration, immediately announced the start of the match. Having learned from previous experience, as soon as the referee announced the start, Lu Bai immediately used gravity magic to try to stop Lin Xian from rushing directly to his side.
This gravity is really strong.
Lin Xian clearly felt the change in gravity. This time, the effect was far stronger than before.
Indeed, the same skill used by different people produced completely different results. Frost Storm.
Seeing that the gravity spell was effective, Lu Bai immediately used a more advanced elemental skill on Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt a chill rising around him, and the strong wind seemed to tear him apart. The ice blades mixed in with the wind grazed his skin, and fine blood seeped out. It should be noted that Lin Xian's skin and muscles had been enhanced at this time, yet bloodstains were still left behind, which shows that the attack power of this skill should not be underestimated.
Unfortunately, when facing Lin Xian, Lu Bai overlooked the powerful regenerative ability of the wood element, and these minor injuries healed quickly.
The recovery speed is incredible. The wound healed almost immediately after it appeared. The audience below the ring was astonished.
I have to admit that Lu Bai's elemental skills are quite impressive.
A barely perceptible smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. Despite the combined effects of gravity and the icy storm, he walked steadily toward Lu Bai step by step. Yes, he didn't choose to run away or jump. He just moved forward slowly, step by step, as if he were jogging.
This can't even suppress him?
Seeing this, Lu Bai's heart tightened.
The slowly approaching momentum was even more terrifying than a direct charge. Entangling Vines.
Since the first two skills failed to trap Lin Xian, Lu Bai used a wood attribute control skill again. Several thick vines suddenly shot out from the arena, tightly wrapping around Lin Xian's body, tightening continuously with Lu Bai's will.
I refuse to believe you can break free.
Lu Bai waved his staff, and the vines tightened, seemingly trying to strangle Lin Xian to death.
The skill effect is good, but unfortunately you've run into me.
Lin Xian spoke coldly from within the vines. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint green light emanated from his body, and the entwined vines gradually seeped into his body before disappearing without a trace.
What's going on? Where are my vines?
Lu Bai was shocked and his heart was in turmoil. They were absorbed by me as energy, replenishing my energy expenditure.
Lin Xian explained calmly.
The reason he can do this is because he possesses the essence of wood within his body, and all wood attribute energy that comes into contact with him will be neutralized by him. Moreover, he had just gained the ability to encompass all things from the earth elemental source, so the vines that should have been dissolved were instead transformed into his energy. This is the power of the five elements' origin. All the five elements' energy on the myriad spirits planet originates from this power, so he can easily neutralize energy attacks of this element.
Impossible.
After hearing Lin Xian's words, Lu Bai was stunned. He had never encountered an opponent who could neutralize elemental skills in this way.
Nothing is impossible.
As Lin Xian spoke, he walked up to Lu Bai.
If he wanted, he could easily defeat Lu Bai with the spear in his hand.
Being so close, Lu Bai felt immense pressure from the other person, almost making it hard for him to breathe. He didn't know where the pressure came from, but he involuntarily uttered those words, "I give up." Lu Bai's voice acknowledging defeat rang out, causing an uproar in the crowd below the arena. To everyone's surprise, Lin Xian did nothing, yet Lu Bai, who was about to advance to level 7, took the initiative to admit defeat. It should be noted that Lu Bai is about to advance to the 7th level of cultivation, while Lin Xian has only just entered the 4th level.
Lin Xiansheng. He has risen to 3rd place on the leaderboard.
After the referee announced that Lu Bai had conceded defeat, it was officially declared that Lin Xian had jumped from last place to 3rd place.
Lin Xian withdrew his oppressive aura.
The reason Lu Bai felt pressured earlier was because he deliberately projected his spiritual power, combined with the enhancement of the 3 elemental attributes of wood, fire, and earth, which caused Lu Bai's heart to waver. Cultivators cultivate mental strength, and the source of mental strength is elemental energy.
Lin Xian possesses the origin of 3 elemental attributes, thus he can easily influence the mental strength of cultivators. That's terrifying.
After stepping down from the stage, Lu Bai walked to Xiaodong's side, still looking shaken. He stood there like a demon king, and I instantly lost the will to resist. Lu Bai still couldn't understand why he felt that way, but that was the truth.
His mental strength and willpower are far superior to yours, Xiaodong said to Lu Bai.
As an observer, he could roughly guess why Lu Bai felt that way.
But he's only level 4, and a beast tamer at that. Aren't you all cultivating mental strength?
How come his mental strength is stronger
than mine?
Hearing Xiaodong's words, Lu Bai was even more confused.
Just who was Lin Xian? Did he really have no weaknesses at all? Has young Master Tang arrived?
Unable to answer Lu Bai's question, Xiaodong changed the subject. I haven't seen him since the start of this competition for rankings. Lu Bai had searched for Tang Xiao before, but had never been able to find him.
Could he still be in the 3rd secret realm and not have come out yet? Xiaodong asked with some worry after hearing Lu Bai's words. After all,
Tang Xiao had been in the secret realm for 3 months, so he must have either encountered a great opportunity or suffered a great difficulty. ready? I don't know. Lu Bai shook his head. On the other side, after defeating Lu Bai, Lin Xian chose to continue his challenge. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin Xian, Lu Bai is currently on a mission and cannot accept the challenge. Please choose another challenger. Upon seeing this message, Lin Xian was taken aback, not expecting that Tang Xiao was not in the military region. I originally wanted to try it myself to see if I could withstand his special mental abilities, but it seems I won't have the chance now. Lin Xian felt a little regretful, but it didn't matter to him, so he directly chose Xiao Dong, who was ranked first on the leaderboard, as his final challenge target. The small device on Xiao Dong's wrist beeped. Xiao Dong knew without even looking that Lin Xian had issued a challenge to him. You have 4 pet beasts, you should be able to force him to use his full strength, Lu Bai said to Xiao Dong. Now he didn't dare to easily believe that Xiao Dong had a sure win. I hope so. Just the sacred beast Azure Dragon alone will be difficult for my 4 pets to deal with, Xiao Dong said. If Lin Xian didn't summon any pets, he was sure he could win. But if Lin Xian did summon pets, the outcome would be uncertain. The next match is also the last match in this ranking competition. After this match, the competition will officially come to an end. I believe everyone is looking forward to this final match, because the two sides facing off are Lin Xian, who just defeated Lu Bai, and Xiao Dong, the champion of the ranking competition for 2 consecutive years. The officer's voice was loud and clear. This competition would determine the champion. Whether it was the dark horse Lin Xian who won the championship or Xiao Dong who won the championship for the 3rd time, it would be exciting. Let's welcome Lin Xian and Xiao Dong, 2 members of the Genius Training Camp, to the stage. The referee called out, and enthusiastic applause immediately erupted from the audience. Lin Xian and Xiao Dong stepped onto the arena. This battle was crucial in determining who was the strongest beast tamer. They are all beast tamers. Beast tamers are indeed powerful in combat. That's right, how can one person fight against multiple beasts? The audience below the stage were discussing among themselves, as beast tamers were extremely powerful beings among those with supernatural abilities, and their appearance was already rare. However, Lin Xian is different from other beast tamers. He is exceptionally strong and usually does not need his pets to appear. Both sides are ready. Shall we begin? The referee asked, standing between the 2 players. Lin Xian nodded, indicating that preparations were complete. On the other side, Xiao Dong didn't nod, but instead summoned Lin Xian and said, since we are both beast tamers, let's use our pets to decide the winner. How about it? Xiao Dong knew very well that Lin Xian was extremely strong personally and that he was no match for him. However, if they were to compete in the strength of their pets, that might be a different story. After all, Xiao Dong is a level 6 beast tamer and can control 3 pet beasts, while Lin Xian is only a level 4 beast tamer and can only control 2 pet beasts. However, Xiao Dong was unaware that Lin Xian, possessing the pet paradise skill, could control up to 4 pets. Then let's do it your way. Hearing Xiao Dong's suggestion, Lin Xian did not object. To be honest, he knew in his heart that his pet beasts were far more powerful than he was. The sacred beast Azure Dragon possesses powerful regenerative abilities, and its physical combat strength is also not to be underestimated. The sacred beast Vermilion Bird possesses extremely powerful burst attacks and also has the unique life-saving skill of being reborn from the ashes. The sacred beast Qilin is virtually invulnerable to blades and spears, and has an excellent suppressive effect on all beast-like creatures. As for the divine beast Chaos Beast, it is even more monstrous, possessing extremely powerful control over the 5 elements. If it so desires, it can be virtually invincible. Therefore, Lin Xian was naturally very happy with Xiao Dong's suggestion. He was still considering whether to summon all 4 pet beasts. Are both sides ready? Let's begin. The referee asked again. This time, Lin Xian and Xiao Dong nodded simultaneously, indicating that they were ready. The match begins. The referee announced loudly that the highly anticipated match had finally begun. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Dong summoned his 3 pet beasts. The 4-star pet, the 5-colored butterfly, is a flying pet with no attributes. It can use 5 elemental skills and is extremely rare. The 5-star pet, the white jade ape, is an earth-type pet. It has a down-to-earth and gentle personality, excels in defense and protection, has average attack power, but is physically strong. The 6-star pet, the saber-toothed tiger, is a metal-type pet. It has a bad temper, extremely fierce attacks, and high speed, making it a top-tier 6-star pet. 3 pet beasts appeared before Xiao Dong, each with its own unique characteristics and working together seamlessly, which was the key to his ability to win the championship for 2 consecutive years. Xiao Dong's 3 pet beasts are all top-tier in their respective star levels, and their strength is exceptionally powerful. However, Lin Xian possesses the sacred beast Azure Dragon, so his strength is probably not inferior. Although no one has seen Lin Xian's pet beast yet, the Azure Dragon's reputation is already widely known. Looking at the 3 pets summoned by the other party, Lin Xian was not familiar with them, but he knew in his heart that these 3 were definitely not as good as his own pets. Forget it, they'll have to see it sooner or later anyway, so I might as well show everyone my true abilities now. Lin Xian made up his mind. Since he would summon it sooner or later anyway, he might as well take this opportunity to let everyone fully understand his strength. Xiao Chang, come out. With a thought, Lin Xian sent Xiaoqing flying out of the pet space. A gigantic azure dragon descended upon the arena in an instant. Xiaoqing had risen to 4 stars and its size had increased significantly. Its body, several tens of meters long, emitted a pale green light and was surrounded by several light white clouds. Witnessing the sacred beast azure dragon up close, everyone in the arena gasped in amazement. Upon seeing this, Xiaodong's 3 pet beasts couldn't help but feel a bit of fear, which was the oppressive feeling brought by saint-level pet beasts. This is a saint-level pet beast, azure dragon. Lin Xian calmly introduced himself to everyone. Little Red, come out. Lin Xian waved his hand again, and Little Red flew out of the pet space. Thanks to the nourishment of the Polonia wood, Little Red Star's star rating has risen rapidly to 4 stars, and its size has also increased significantly. A loud cry echoed through the arena, a flash of fiery red light appeared, and a pair of giant wings slowly flapped. When they saw the second pet summoned by Lin Xian, everyone was surprised again, because it was in no way inferior to the azure dragon. This is a saint-level pet beast, the vermilion bird. Lin Xian introduced himself to everyone again, and as soon as he finished speaking, the entire arena erupted in cheers. The sacred beast vermilion bird? Are you kidding me? He actually has 2 saint-level pet beasts. The chatter among the crowd was incessant and couldn't be stopped. Who would have thought that Lin Xian actually had a second saint-level pet beast hidden away? Xiaodong, Lin Xian's opponent, was filled with shock on his face and fear in his heart, just like his 3 pet beasts. Xiaolin, come out. Lin Xian had anticipated their surprise, and amidst the chaotic discussions, he softly called out to Xiaolin. The sacred beast Qilin landed on the arena, stood in front of Lin Xian, and let out a deep and awe-inspiring roar. Although it is only a 2-star creature and not very large, its oppressive aura is in no way inferior to that of the azure dragon and the vermilion bird. It radiates a yellow light and stares intently ahead with piercing eyes. Xiaodong's pet saber-toothed tiger almost collapsed to the ground. The Qilin's suppressive effect on beasts was extremely obvious. This is a saint-level pet beast, a Qilin. Lin Xian's words once again shocked the entire audience, leaving everyone participating in the Advanced Genius Training Camp completely stunned. Some people even pinched their own thighs, wondering if they were dreaming. How could all of a beast tamer's pets be sacred beasts? This was beyond their comprehension. The azure dragon, vermilion bird, and Qilin appeared one after another. Everyone had long forgotten about the match and was more like listening to the introduction of a legend. Are they all sacred beasts? Xiaodong looked at Lin Xian and asked a question, clearly no longer interested in the competition. There's one more, but it's not a sacred beast. Lin Xuanpu responded frankly. You're only level 4, how could you possibly control 4 pet beasts? Upon hearing this news, Xiaodong was no less shocked than when he saw the 3 sacred beasts. My talent. Lin Xian did not offer any further explanation. Alright, since it's not a sacred beast, then summon it anyway. Xiaodong said helplessly. Fortunately, the last pet beast wasn't a sacred beast, otherwise I really wouldn't have been able to handle it. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Xiaodong would definitely think that the last pet beast was just an ordinary one. Xiao Yuan, come out. With a thought, Lin Xian sent Xiao Yuan flying out of the pet space. At this moment, Xiao Yuan is already a 4-star level. Although her size has not changed, the 5 horns on her head have become even larger. The chaos beast, radiating a dazzling array of colors, landed steadily on the Qilin's head. The Qilin could only silently endure it, letting the beast manipulate it at will. This was the majesty of a divine beast. This is a god-level pet beast, the chaos beast. Upon Lin Xian's announcement, Xiaodong nearly lost his balance and collapsed onto the arena. The crowd below the stage, including the referees and all the officers, stared wide-eyed and gaped, as if time had frozen, and they were all motionless. It took them a few seconds to come to their senses, and no one dared to question Lin Xian's strength anymore. What on earth is going on? Where did he get such a freakish pet? Did it fall from the sky? I can barely accept 3 sacred beasts, but what on earth is this divine beast? No wonder he never summons any pet beasts. Any pet beast would be stronger than him, right? The crowd below the stage chattered amongst themselves, their faces filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment, and they couldn't help but regret that they didn't have such good luck. Do we still want to compete? Lin Xian looked at Xiaodong and asked, with this lineup of divine beasts and 3 sacred beasts, I have left no room for my opponent to fight. Looking at the 3 pet beasts in front of him who were so frightened that they didn't dare to move, Xiaodong had no desire to compete anymore. I surrender. Xiaodong said helplessly that even if he wanted to fight head-on, his pets would not cooperate. Faced with Lin Xian's overwhelming lineup of divine beasts and 3 sacred beasts, they did not dare to make a move. Lin Xiansheng. Congratulations to Lin Xiansheng for winning the championship in this ranking competition. Anyone who wishes to challenge him can submit an application through the military region's website today. Those who fail to do so will be disqualified. The referee announced to the crowd, after seeing Lin Xian's lineup of pet beasts, who would dare to challenge him so easily. What's the point of challenging yourself? This is just asking for trouble. Everyone discussed among themselves, finally understanding Lin Xian's true strength. No wonder he dared to jump directly from the novice training camp to the advanced training camp. camp. Lin Xian turned and left. He had only one goal, to get those 200,000 contribution points. He didn't care about anything else. This kid is really flamboyant. Zhang Zhang and other high-ranking officers in the military region watched as Lin Xian summoned his 4 pet beasts in a grand manner, and they all sighed with admiration. However, given his current strength, such arrogance isn't necessarily a bad thing. Tang Guangxing told the other senior members that being able to easily win the Advanced Training Camp Championship showed that his strength was considered to be above average on Wanling Planet. His strength is enough to save his life, so his high profile doesn't have a significant impact. Just as the military leadership had predicted, news that Lin Xian possessed a combination of 1 god and 3 holy beasts quickly spread around the world. Almost all the top experts on the planet Wanling knew about his situation and began to look at him with new respect. Lin Xian, I never expected him to have such an opportunity. All 4 of his pet beasts are divine beasts and holy beasts. Xiao Xian has really taken on a good disciple. Xian Yuanjiu, who was traveling outside, was shocked upon hearing the news. He had a close relationship with Lin Xian, and the stronger Lin Xian became, the more he would benefit. His overall rating is above SSS level. His future is truly something to look forward to. Xian Yuanjiu's expectations for this grand disciple grew ever higher. As for Lin Xian himself, he was completely unaware of the huge sensation he had caused on the Myriad Spirits planet. After obtaining 200,000 contribution points, he directly redeemed a set of decent equipment in the contribution point shop, specifically to enhance his defense. With everything prepared, he set off for the secret realm. The planet Wanling has many mysterious realms of unknown origin, which existed long before the emergence of humankind. After research by scientists from various countries, they speculated that these mysterious places might be objects from outer space. Despite the advanced technology of the planet Wanling, they have never been able to fly beyond its surface because there is a massive protective shield enveloping the entire planet at an altitude of 100,000 meters. No high-tech weapon can penetrate this protective shield, and no matter how advanced the technology, it cannot fly out of this barrier. The people of Wanling Planet have never been able to figure out the origin and reason for the existence of this natural protective shield. However, as they explored the various secret realms more deeply, they gradually came to some conclusions. This was also the big problem that Luo Xin had mentioned to Lin Xian back then. It turns out that there are indeed many other planets outside of Wanling Planet, but their inhabitants cannot enter Wanling Planet because of this natural protective shield. This protective shield has existed since the birth of the planet and continues to change as the planet develops. It will actively protect all humans on the planet while preventing invasions from other planets. However, this protective shield can only exist for one era, or 120,000 years. After one era, the protective shield will completely disappear. At that time, monsters from the no man's land will easily attack human homes, and extraterrestrial humans will also invade. Because other planets have a longer development period and stronger technology and individual capabilities, the planet Wanling will become a helpless prey. This is precisely what all the top experts on the planet Wanling are most worried about right now, because the end of the era is not far away. Listening to Zhang Zhang recount the current crisis on the planet Wanling, Lin Xian realized that his planet had reached such a dangerous state. Is there a solution within that secret realm? Does every planet that just enters a new era have to be immediately invaded or even colonized by other planets? Lin Xian asked, feeling that this was too unfair. New planets were always at a disadvantage when facing old planets. There must be a way, but we haven't found it yet. Zhang Zhang admitted that although they had obtained some clues about interstellar space from the secret realm, they had not yet found a solution. Alright, then would it be easier to find the answer if I went to the secret realm? Lin Xian thought to himself, perhaps there really would be a turning point there. Lin Xian asked Zhang Zhang, it's possible. You are currently the most talented and promising person on the planet Wanling. Perhaps you will encounter some special opportunities in the secret realm, and you may even become the key to saving our planet. Zhang Zhang nodded and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's sudden appearance might be a glimmer of hope for the Myriad Spirits planet. Which secret realm should I go to? Lin Xian asked. Secret realm number 1. Zhang Zhang answered without hesitation. Secret realm number 1? Upon hearing this answer, Lin Xian was immediately taken aback. On the planet Wanling, all secret realms are numbered, and the size of the number represents the level of danger within the realm. The smaller the number, the more dangerous the realm. Therefore, the most dangerous of all the secret realms is secret realm number 1. Although it has the highest mortality rate, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Everyone who survives secret realm number 1 receives extraordinary benefits. Hearing that Zhang Zhang had asked him to enter the most dangerous secret realm number 1, Lin Xian could not hide his surprise. After all, he had no practical combat experience whatsoever. You'll go to secret realm number 1. Although the mortality rate is the highest there, it's actually a good thing for you, Zhang Zhang said solemnly, a decision unanimously made by the higher-ups. Why would this be a good thing for me? Lin Xian asked, puzzled. That secret realm offers many special privileges to your lineage of of ability users, and everyone who enters eventually returns safely, Jiang Zhang explained. They had no doubt about this, which was why they dared to make such an arrangement.
There's actually such a thing? Lin Xian was incredulous after hearing Jiang Zhang's explanation. Could it be that the secret realm really recognizes people?
He also remembered his teacher telling him that ability users with high levels of mental and spiritual cultivation would have more advantages when entering secret realms.
Yes,
the mystery of the secret realm far exceeds our understanding, and perhaps the rules we followed before are not entirely correct. Jiang Zhang looked at Lin Xian, his tone very serious.
I've told you everything. Whether or not you ultimately enter the first secret realm is up to you.
Entering the secret realm was originally the duty and obligation of the training camp members, but given Lin Xian's special talent and potential, the military region management specially granted him the right to choose. After listening to Jiang Zhang's words, Lin Xian pondered them repeatedly in his heart, and soon he finally made a decision.
I'm going to secret realm number 1, Lin Xian said firmly to Jiang Zhang. Since their entire lineage was safe and sound, what did he have to fear? Okay, then get ready, we'll leave the day after tomorrow morning. Jiang Zhang was overjoyed upon hearing the reply and said excitedly, then I'll head back now.
After the two finished discussing, Lin Xian left, waiting for the day after tomorrow. Northern Military Region, Aircraft Parking Area. At this moment, 3 members of the advanced training camp are gathered here.
They are all entrants to the number 1 secret realm, including Lin Xian. You can all go up now.
The officer told the 3 of them that everyone was ready and they were prepared for takeoff.
Why did you go to the number 1 secret realm? Isn't that the most dangerous place?
Lin Xian asked the 3 curiously from inside the aircraft. He vaguely remembered them. Their strength was mediocre, and going to the number 1 secret realm would likely be extremely dangerous. The 3 exchanged a helpless glance and replied, bad luck, we drew secret realm number 1. The 3 of them decided their destination by drawing lots. Fate played a cruel trick on them, and they were drawn to the most
dangerous secret realm, number 1.
Although they felt helpless, it was a task that they had to complete to join the training camp. From a broader perspective, this is also for the future of the planet Wanling. With only a few years left until the end of an era, various countries have introduced policies to significantly increase the frequency of supernatural beings and cultivators entering secret realms, with the goal of finding ways to protect the planet from invasion within these realms.
As a member of the planet Wanling, Lin Xian also had to make an effort.
Soon, the aircraft landed in an open area.
This is Qingmu City, Donghai Province, the easternmost city in China.
You will meet up with the others who are preparing to enter the number 1 secret realm here, and then take a submarine to the entrance of the number 1 secret realm.
The sergeant told the 3 of them that the Northern Military District's aircraft could only take them this far.
Lin Xian wasn't surprised by the soldier's words. After all, he had specifically looked into the situation of secret realm number 1 over the past 2 days.
The entrance to that secret realm lies on the seabed of the East China Sea, east of China.
Due to the large number and powerful nature of the sea monsters, only the most advanced submarines can safely reach the underwater entrance. Soon, the Chinese team, numbering around 20 or 30 people, had assembled and were ready to enter the first secret realm. Most of them were selected by lottery, with only a very small number having volunteered. Under the orderly command of the officers, everyone boarded the Xuanwu submarine one after another. This was the most advanced submarine in China, and even in the world. Its outer shell is made of top-tier alloys and equipped with the latest high-tech underwater attack missiles, capable of withstanding the immense pressure of the ocean at depths of hundreds of thousands of meters. Basically, no monster in the East China Sea can pose a threat to the Xuanwu. Lin Xian sat by the submarine window, gazing at the deep underwater world outside, his heart filled with curiosity. After all, this was his first time diving into the deep sea. Occasionally, they would encounter attacks from 1 or 2, or even a group of deep-sea monsters, but these were easily dealt with by the Xuanwu.
We are about to reach the entrance to secret realm number 1. Please follow the instructions and leave the submarine in one order.
An officer inside the submarine reminded everyone that since this was their first time entering the number 1 secret realm, these details needed to be explained clearly.
The crowd responded in unison.
Soon after, a loud impact was heard from the outside of the Xuanwu submarine. Upon hearing this sound, everyone inside the submarine tensed up.
Had they encountered some kind of giant sea monster? Don't be nervous, everyone.
This is the sound produced when the submarine docks with the external entrance of the number 1 secret realm. Seeing the tense expressions on everyone's faces, the officer immediately offered an explanation. This is a unique feature of the Xuanwu submarine, which has an exit designed specifically for the number 1 secret realm, allowing direct entry from the submarine and saving the trouble of wearing a diving suit.
After hearing the officer's explanation, everyone relaxed.
In this environment, everyone was exceptionally sensitive to any unusual reactions. After a period of shaking, the submarine finally stabilized.
All right, everyone line up and come with me one by one.
The officer stood up, walked to the front of the other side of the submarine, and called to the others. Following his instructions, the group moved in turn to the other side of the submarine. After walking for about a minute, the officer stopped and struggled to open the door beside him. As soon as the door opened, a beam of yellow light shot into the submarine, illuminating the entire interior.
Going out from here will take you to the outer perimeter of Secret Realm number 1. There are many detection devices there.
You just need to enter the devices, complete the detection, and you will be automatically teleported into the secret realm. The officer's statement implied that they did not need to perform any operations, everything was handled by the system. And so, everyone followed suit and exited the submarine through the main gate. Lin Xian was at the back of the line, and he waited until most of the people had left before it was his turn. The officer glanced at Lin Xian again. He was no stranger to him. This person, who possessed the divine beast combination of one god and 3 saints, was now the most dazzling genius on the planet of 10,000 spirits. As Lin Xian stepped out of the submarine, the dazzling yellow light dimmed, allowing him to see the outer perimeter of the number 1 secret realm. The area is small, but it's filled with high-tech elements, flashing with colorful lights. Cylindrical tubes are placed in front of you. Looking at the cylindrical pipes, everyone immediately understood that these were the devices used to test them. However, due to their fear of the first secret realm, no one dared to be the first to enter. Seeing that everyone was still hesitant, Lin Xian stopped hesitating and decisively walked into the nearest cylindrical pipe.
Testing begins.
A notification sound rang out in the main hall, and everyone looked in Lin Xian's direction. A circular halo rapidly circled around Lin Xian's body, bobbing up and down.
A few seconds later, a flash of white light appeared, and he disappeared into the cylindrical pipe. What happened to him? Was he teleported away?
Everyone was shocked to see Lin Xian suddenly disappear, because they had never seen or heard of such a situation before. After all, this kind of instantaneous teleportation is a spatial teleportation ability, which can be achieved with just one instrument.
This is indeed unbelievable for the people of Wanling Planet. However, since this is a secret realm, any abnormal situation is reasonable, as someone had reminded them of this before they entered.
With Lin Xian leading the way, the others followed suit and entered the instrument, disappearing quickly into the cylindrical pipe, just like him. On the other side, Lin Xian felt a flash of white light before his eyes, and the environment around him suddenly changed.
Where is this place? See for yourself.
At this moment, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar space. Surrounded by pitch blackness, he floated in this boundless night, where even moving his body became a luxury.
Many blurry objects also float in the distance, some in rings, some in ribbons, and some isolated.
They are composed of countless stones, and occasionally some stones can be seen flying by at high speed.
Could this be the universe?
Lin Xian looked at the unfamiliar scenery around him and made his own guesses. Just as doubts began to surface, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. A ring of stones in the distance seemed to be thrown by an invisible force, instantly magnifying in front of Lin Xian. Only then did he realize that the ring-shaped stone band was actually composed of countless planets, an astonishing number, probably in the millions, of varying sizes and shapes.
This must be a galaxy, right?
Lin Xian wasn't quite sure what to call this cluster of planets, so he could only consider it a galaxy in the universe for the time being. Once he could see the galaxy clearly, he zoomed in again. This time, the focus was on a massive planet in the galaxy, the largest one in the galaxy, radiating a cold, eerie blue light. It is surrounded by thousands of planets, which continue to rotate endlessly.
This should be a star, surrounded by its planets.
Lin Xian could only understand the scene before him based on his knowledge from his time on Earth, but he still didn't understand what the secret realm wanted him to see when it teleported him here. Next, the perspective zooms in, focusing on one of the planets. There are no other celestial bodies around this planet, only 2 moons, one blue and one red, slowly revolving around it.
Could these 2 satellites be its sun and moon?
Lin Xian was filled with doubts, but he couldn't find the answers at the moment. What puzzled him most was that the planet's outer layer seemed to be enveloped by something, a thick layer of white mist, like a cocoon. As the camera zooms in again, the planet becomes increasingly clear. At this moment, Lin Xian discovered a novel sight. Beyond the white mist that enveloped the planet, many spacecraft of various shapes were parked.
Are all of these spaceships?
Lin Xian gazed at these enormous aircraft he had never seen before, and secretly speculated about their size. The view zoomed in further, even allowing him to see the interior of the spaceship. These are all strangely shaped creatures. Looking at the various creatures on the spaceship, Lin Xian couldn't help but sigh. Some of them resemble centipedes, some monkeys, some robots, some octopuses, some are similar to ordinary humans, and some even look like plants. However, Lin Xian found it very strange that even though he was observing them, they seemed completely unaware of his presence. What's even more surprising is that Lin Xian can understand what they're saying.
This isn't because they're using the language of the
myriad spirits planet, but rather because their words are automatically translated into a language he can understand in his mind.
What on earth is going on? Who is translating for me?
Lin Xian was filled with questions, but he couldn't find any answers. However, he didn't have time to delve into the issue at the moment, because what he heard them talking about seemed to be closely related to him. The planet's cosmic protection period will probably probably end in about 5 years, and our mission is almost complete. It's so boring to stay here guarding it, a creature covered in tentacles said to its companion. Yes, it's not just us, many other planets have also sent people to guard this place. I wonder if some cosmic genius will suddenly emerge from here, another creature replied. They have been guarding this place for tens of thousands of years, just waiting for the moment when the planet's protection is lifted. Geniuses don't appear that easily. You'd probably only see one out of tens of thousands of planets. How could one just happen to be here? The creature shook its head. Moreover, according to the people up there, this planet is different from other planets, as if it holds some cosmic secret, another alien creature added, though he had only heard about it and didn't know the specific details. Listening to their conversation, Lin Xian suddenly realized that this planet was very likely the same Wanling planet where he was located. Could it be that what I'm seeing is the situation outside the Myriad Spirits planet? A chill ran through Lin Xian's body. If his guess was correct, then the crisis facing the Myriad Spirits planet was far more serious than anyone imagined. After Lin Xian finished reading these, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. The boundless universe that had surrounded him vanished instantly, replaced by a bare mountain wall. Where is this? Lin Xian was filled with doubt. Now he was finally standing on the ground. Looking around, he saw only bare mountain walls, which made him even more confused. Suddenly, a screen of light appeared before Lin Xian, on which several lines of text were clearly written. Mission triggered. Stay here for 100,000 years. The time flow here is 1 in 100,000 compared to the outside world. Completing the mission will grant you a reward, while failing the mission will result in your annihilation. Stay for 100,000 years? Lin Xian was utterly shocked by this requirement. He was only in his early 20s, and even counting his age before transmigrating, he was only about 40 years old. He couldn't help but mutter, this task is too outrageous. With his current strength, could he possibly live that long without eating, drinking, or resting? Seemingly sensing Lin Xian's doubts, a line of text immediately appeared on the light screen. Here, the body will not be affected by time and can remain in its current state indefinitely. Permanent preservation technology? Upon seeing this sentence, Lin Xian couldn't help but think of this term. To be able to permanently maintain one's current state, this was simply an incredibly advanced preservation technology. Mission begins. The light screen immediately notified Lin Xian, then disappeared into the mountain wall. Lin Xian thought to himself, this task is undoubtedly testing my patience and willpower, isn't it? He didn't know if he could complete it successfully, but in any case, he could only do what the task required. Since no one's bothering me, I'll practice my marksmanship. Lin Xian muttered to himself. Practicing marksmanship was the most suitable option in this environment. He had originally planned to use this time to cultivate his spiritual power, but he discovered there was no elemental energy here. In other words, although a full 100,000 years had passed, he was unable to cultivate supernatural abilities and could only focus on marksmanship. In the beginning, Lin Xian didn't find the absolute loneliness unpleasant. In addition, he was in a state of deep concentration, which allowed him to adjust himself well and adapt to the atmosphere. However, as time went by, especially after he had honed his marksmanship to perfection, he began to feel that this loneliness was gradually turning into a terrifying presence. Why won't you let me cultivate? Lin Xian sat there, his heart filled with bitterness, and couldn't help but ask himself questions. His marksmanship had been honed to perfection, and with nothing left to do, his loneliness grew stronger and stronger. 3 years have passed, 5 years have passed, 10 years have passed. Lin Xian slammed his fist against the mountain wall, trying to break it open so he would never have to endure this loneliness again. Unfortunately, no matter how much effort he exerted, the mountain wall remained unmoved, without a single crack. During this time, he went to great lengths, with Xiao Qing, Xiao Hong, Xiao Yuan, and Xiao Lin taking turns to keep him company, chat with him, and try to dispel his boredom. However, even Lin Xian, in his current state, finds it difficult to fully adapt to this completely enclosed space. He pounded the mountainside again and again, his roars echoing, his spirit nearly broken. But this was only 15 years ago. 100,000 years was still a long way off. Ugh, who designed this kind of test? Lin Xian roared with his head thrown back, clutching his hair with both hands, on the verge of going berserk. Time passed, and 20 years went by. Lin Xian's mind was on the verge of collapse, and he felt that he was only one step away from going completely insane. His 4 pets could also sense his condition, but they were helpless and could only anxiously guard him. Lin Xian, on the verge of madness, even began to hallucinate. It should be noted that his mental strength had reached the level of a level 7 ability master, yet he was still forced to hallucinate by loneliness, which shows how much of an impact this long period of isolation had on his spirit and will. He seemed to see Minister Jiang waving to him, and Xia Linger smiling at him. Familiar faces appeared before Lin Xian's eyes, and a smile gradually spread across his face, as if he were truly responding to their greetings. As one after another illusory figure appeared, Lin Xian's smile grew brighter and brighter, until finally his parents came into view. Xiao Xian, take good care of yourself out there. Don't worry about things at home. If we meet a suitable girl, we'll try dating her. We're all looking forward to having a grandson. The gentle nagging of Lin Xian and Wang Li echoed in his ears, and looking at their loving faces, Lin Xian felt incredibly warm inside. Being able to see my parents one last time before being wiped out is enough to make me content. At this moment, Lin Xian's spirit and will are on the verge of collapse. Once he completely collapses, he will become a living dead and eventually be annihilated by this secret realm. Wow! Wow! Just as he was about to break down, the clear cry of a baby suddenly rang in his mind. The cry was loud and clear, and Lin Xian immediately felt a strange power. It's my younger brother, Xiaoqing. Lin Xian suddenly regained his senses. It was his younger brother Lin Qing's crying that pulled him back from the brink of madness. I can't give up. If I give up, my parents and my newborn brother will become slaves to the aliens. Lin Xian had personally witnessed the scenery outside the planet Wanling, and he absolutely could not stand by and watch his home become a vassal of other planets. Isn't it just a test of my mindset? Then I won't think about anything. After regaining his senses, Lin Xian sat cross-legged, determined to spend 100,000 years in absolute solitude and never allow any negative emotions to fester. Because once negative emotions arise, feelings of loneliness are amplified infinitely, eventually leading to a mental breakdown. Having figured this out, he sat quietly, slowly emptying his mind completely, as if he didn't exist. This was the best way to pass the level. With his eyes closed and his mind focused on the heavens, Lin Xian, like an enlightened monk, began his true journey of self-cultivation. And this was just the beginning of the real test. After adjusting, Lin Xian once again adapted to this absolutely solitary environment, and without any distracting thoughts, entered a state of meditation. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Xian finally slowly awoke from his meditation. He opened his eyes and looked at the time displayed on the screen. More than 500 years have already passed? Lin Xian muttered to himself in disbelief, feeling as if only a few days had passed, but in reality, more than 500 years had gone by. For him, this was undoubtedly good news. I should have already reached the heart-locking realm of the Divine Refinement Heart Sutra. Lin Xian realized that his Divine Refinement Heart Sutra had improved again. His previous experience of almost having a mental breakdown had brought him to the peak of the mind-calming realm, while these hundreds of years of seclusion had enabled him to successfully enter the mind-locking realm. After entering the mind-locking realm, he was able to lock his mind in one place, which is why he was able to meditate for more than 500 years. His mind was more focused and single-minded than before. Then let's continue. Upon learning the time, Lin Xian returned to a meditative state. He found that the improvement in his mental state indeed allowed him to gain a deeper understanding of things. And so, Lin Xian, having entered a state of deep meditation, spent 10,000 years in quiet cultivation. Only 10,000 years have passed. At this moment, Lin Xian began to feel anxious again. After all, having already comprehended the mindfulness realm, he was already far ahead of other ability users and cultivators of the same level. Even so, he only completed 1/10 of the task. Thinking about this, a feeling of anxiety welled up in my heart. Actually, Lin Xian can't be blamed for this. He's still too young. Although he has a high level of ambition, the disadvantages brought by his age and experience still exist. However, Lin Xian is no longer in a state of mental collapse, which is another benefit of the mind-locking realm. It acts like a protective lock, effectively safeguarding the cultivator's mental state. However, his inner anxiety made it difficult for him to enter a meditative state again, and he found it hard to endure the long period of solitude. What should I do? What should I do? Lin Xian began to question himself, seemingly forcing himself into a state of meditation. But the more he thought about it, the harder it became for him to get into the zone. His eyes were tightly closed, his brows were furrowed, and sweat was beading on his forehead. He was clearly very anxious. After trying for an unknown amount of time, Lin Xian was still unable to enter a meditative state. Just as he was feeling extremely anxious, he suddenly saw 4 sleeping pets in the pet space. Sleep? Lin Xian suddenly remembered that in his previous life he had been suffering from poor sleep due to excessive stress. When the night is deep and quiet, he often suffers from insomnia and keeps urging himself to fall asleep. But the more I think about sleeping, the less I can fall asleep. Conversely, when I stop thinking about it, I can fall asleep quickly. Thinking about this, Lin Xian suddenly understood. The more you care about something, the easier it is to lose it. Suddenly, he had a new realization, and his state of mind changed once again. A state of tranquility? Lin Xian clearly felt a huge change in his spiritual sea of consciousness, and his mentality, mental strength, and state of mind were all improved. He understood that he had progressed from the state of locked mind to the state of tranquility. Once you reach a state of tranquility, it seems that your perception of the world changes. Lin Xian could sense this change, but he couldn't be completely sure about it given his current environment. In fact, the first 4 levels of cultivating the Divine Refinement Heart Sutra are one stage, and the middle 4 levels are another stage. Therefore, there is a bottleneck between the locked heart state and the tranquil heart state. Lin Xian unintentionally broke through his bottleneck here and reached the tranquil mind realm, which means he was at the same level as his master, Xianyuan Zhouji. Do you understand everything? The task at hand can be easily completed once one reaches a a state of tranquility, because at this level, 10,000 years of solitude is nothing.
Sure enough, Lin Xian entered a meditative state again.
This time, when he opened his eyes, 50,000 years had passed. 50,000 years. Seeing the time on the screen, Lin Xian was both shocked and excited.
With the conclusion of the second retreat, the task was finally completed successfully. Challenge successful, rewards stacked.
A notification sound rang out at just the right moment, echoing in Lin Xian's ears.
Rewards stacking? Does that mean the rewards won't be issued for the time being? Upon hearing this hint, Lin Xian was taken aback, finding it quite intriguing.
It also meant that even more challenges awaited him in the future. As the notification sound faded, Lin Xian's surroundings changed once again. The bare mountain wall completely disappeared, replaced by a cube that radiated colorful light. The space inside the grid was extremely spacious, and Lin Xian was standing in the center of it. In addition to the colorful light, countless points of light of different colors surrounded him. The light spots are all black, white, yellow, green, and red.
Could this test be related to the 5 elements?
Lin Xian gazed at the points of light surrounding him, making his own guesses. Just as he was pondering this, a screen of light suddenly appeared in front of him. Task triggered. Comprehend the essence of the 5 elements here and advance to the next level within 1 month. Time flow ratio is 100,000 to 1.
Success will grant rewards. Failure will result in annihilation.
The task prompt appeared as before, but this time the requirements were shocking.
Promoted 1 level within a month?
Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. Having just advanced to the 4th level of a psychic, reaching the 5th level within a month was virtually an impossible task.
The fastest time to advance from level 4 to level 5 on the Wanling planet would take at least a year, right?
He thought to himself that he wasn't in a hurry to improve quickly, since he had chosen a path of all-round development. But now the mission is before him, and no matter how unwilling he is, Lin Xian must attempt to reach level 5, otherwise failure will mean death.
Since there are so many elemental light spots here, the speed of absorbing elemental energy should be much faster, and the cultivation speed should also be much faster than outside.
Lin Xian comforted himself with this thought, otherwise the mission would have been impossible to complete. However, when he sat down to absorb this energy, he discovered that things were far from that.
What's going on? Why can't I absorb any elemental energy at all?
Lin Xian sat there, eyes wide open, muttering to himself in confusion.
Master, the 5 elements energy here seems to be of a higher level than the original attributes. Just as he was wondering, Chaos Beast Xiaoyuan flew out of the pet space and explained to him, more advanced than the original attribute? What does that mean?
Lin Xian looked puzzled and asked anxiously. I can't explain it clearly, but I'm certain that these 5 elements of energy are far greater than the energy within my body. Xiaoyuan shook his head, saying that he also had no way of knowing the specifics, and even the inherited memories could not find the answer. After listening to Xiaoyuan's words, Lin Xian realized that this mission was far more complicated than he had imagined. Just when he was at a loss, another screen of light appeared in front of him. Task prompt: only by recognizing, understanding, and comprehending the essence of the 5 elements can you absorb the chaotic 5 elements energy. Upon seeing this prompt, Lin Xian at least understood that the 5 elements energy here was called chaotic 5 elements energy.
Chaotic 5 elements energy?
Lin Xian and Xiaoyuan asked in unison. Although they didn't know exactly what this energy was, they were certain that it was far stronger than ordinary 5 elements origin energy.
Only by understanding the essence of the 5 elements can one absorb these energies.
The task prompts clearly state that in order to absorb the chaotic 5 elements energy, one must first understand its essence.
What is the essence of the 5 elements?
Lin Xian began to seriously consider this question. In his previous life, he lived on Earth and had some knowledge of the I Ching and the 5 elements, so his understanding of the 5 elements was not unfamiliar. The 5 elements refer to wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, which encompass almost everything in the world, whether in the physical realm or in the realm of consciousness.
But this shouldn't be the real essence.
Lin Xian thought to himself, since it's the essence, it must be the most intrinsic and core thing. The mechanism of creation cannot exist without birth, nor can it exist without restraint.
Without birth, there is no way for development. Without restraint, it will become excessive and harmful.
The cycle of birth and restraint continues endlessly, and thus the way of heaven and earth is infinite. He suddenly remembered a passage from an ancient book on earth, as if he had found the answer he had been searching for. Wood generates fire, fire generates earth, earth generates metal, metal generates water, and water generates wood. The 5 elements generate each other in turn, in a continuous cycle, forming an endless connection.
Wood symbolizes growth, fire represents upward movement, metal signifies contraction, water symbolizes downward movement, and earth signifies inclusiveness.
The essence of the 5 elements is actually the law of development and change of all things, the cyclical law of everything from birth and growth to death and dissipation, and finally to rebirth. Thinking of this, Lin Xian, who had extremely high comprehension, suddenly understood. The 5 elements are not merely used to symbolize all things, but rather to reveal the fundamental laws governing the development and change of things. Just as Lin Xian was grasping this principle, his body suddenly emitted a colorful light, and the surrounding light spots thoughts slowly gathered towards him. Can we begin absorbing this chaotic 5 elements energy? Seeing the changes in himself and his surroundings, a smile appeared on Lin Xian's face, clearly indicating that he had grasped the true meaning of the 5 elements. Lin Xian continuously absorbed the chaotic energy of the 5 elements into his body, and he could clearly feel his body undergoing earth-shattering changes. The changes this time were far more dramatic than when the blood essence of the sacred beast was fused before, with the most obvious changes being brought about by the 3 elements of wood, fire, and earth. Perhaps it's because my body inherently contains the original attributes of the 3 elements of wood, fire, and earth, so the feeling when absorbing the elements of metal and water isn't as strong. Lin Xian thought to himself, but he felt great at the moment. He could clearly feel his body evolving. At the same time, absorbing the chaotic 5 elements energy has greatly accelerated his improvement speed. If this trend continues, he is very likely to advance to level 5 within a month. And so, Lin Xian sat quietly, continuing to absorb the chaotic 5 elements energy. Soon, 28 days passed, and Lin Xian finally advanced to level 5, becoming a level 5 beast tamer. I should be able to easily defeat ordinary level 8 ability users or cultivators. As for peak level 8 ability users like my master, I estimate I can only manage to remain undefeated. Although he couldn't accurately assess his strength yet, Lin Xian already had a good idea of what he was doing. He had probably reached the peak of level 8. Challenge successful, rewards stacked. The notification sounded again, and just like last time, the reward wasn't issued immediately, but continued to accumulate. There are new challenges ahead. Upon hearing this notification, Lin Xian's heart tightened. This mission was getting increasingly difficult. Take this second task for example. If I didn't have a solid foundation, it would have been impossible to grasp the essence of the 5 elements so quickly. If the speed of comprehension is too slow, the mission requirements will not be met, and the person will inevitably be eliminated. Did those who entered the first secret realm before also face these challenging tasks? No wonder it's the secret realm with the highest mortality rate. Lin Xian pondered to himself, but then realized something was amiss. Jiangbu said that those who cultivated the Divine Refinement Heart Sutra survived in the first secret realm. Could it be that they also have a foundation in the 5 elements? Or is it that the challenges I've encountered are the most difficult? Upon reflection, he felt that these challenges seemed to have been designed specifically for him. With such difficulty, anyone else would surely have been unable to escape them. This must be related to that testing equipment. The better the talent, the more difficult the tasks they encounter. Lin Xian believed this was probably the only reasonable explanation, which is why he made this guess. However, the secret realm did not provide an answer, but instead changed Lin Xian's environment once again after this mission ended. The enormous cubic grid disappeared, replaced by a magnificent circular arena. Above the arena was a vast and boundless universe, dotted with starlight. Lin Xian stood on one side of the arena, surrounded by nothing. Choose a weapon. A notification sounded in his ear, and at the same time a light screen appeared in front of him, depicting various weapons. There were weapons from the planet Wanling, as well as weapons that Lin Xian had never seen before, which were clearly used by other beings in the universe. Although Lin Xian was not yet clear about the specifics of the upcoming challenge, he chose the spear without hesitation, because it was the weapon he was most familiar with. Lin Xian decisively chose the weapon he was used to. After he made his selection, the text on the screen immediately changed. Mission triggered. Defeat an opponent of equal level using a spear. During the duel, all supernatural abilities, mental strength, willpower, martial arts techniques, and skills will be sealed and unusable. 1-year time limit. Successful challenge yields rewards. Failure results in annihilation. Upon seeing this mission prompt, Lin Xian immediately understood that this test was entirely focused on marksmanship, as all other abilities had been sealed. It shouldn't be too difficult. After all, I've been practicing my marksmanship for many years in the first mission. He whispered confidently that even if he couldn't defeat his opponent for the time being, the gap wouldn't be too big. During the mission, you can click on the light screen at any time to summon your opponent. The reminder on the screen continued to appear, with the words "Summon Opponent" prominently displayed below. Lin Xian pointed to the spot as instructed. A white light flashed at the feet of the person opposite the arena, and after it gradually dissipated, a human who looked similar to Lin Xian stood there. He wore a white robe, had long black hair cascading down his shoulders, and distinct features. His eyes were fixed firmly on Lin Xian, and a black spear was slung over his back. Is this a real person, or a virtual illusion? Looking at the other person's expression and aura, Lin Xian felt that this person was more like a real person. Since you summoned me, why don't you make the first move? As if sensing Lin Xian's doubts, the man asked calmly. Hearing this, Lin Xian became even more certain that the other person was a real person. Since the opponent had let him make the first move, and he was carrying a life or death mission, he went with the flow, gripped his spear tightly, and charged forward. Although the mission sealed away superpowers and various skills, the body's inherent strength could still be utilized. Therefore, this trial not only tested his marksmanship but also his physical fitness. After reaching level 5, Lin Xian's physique improved significantly. The enhancement brought brought by the chaotic 5 elements energy he had absorbed before far exceeded what he had experienced. He was incredibly fast, the tip of his gun pointed directly at the white-clad man's throat, and he had already mentally rehearsed the next shot. Dawn broke too quickly. The man in white uttered those 4 words calmly. Before he finished speaking, the spear in his hand had already reached Lin Xian's throat. With just a little force, it could pierce his throat. I can't kill you now. If you still can't defeat me a year from now, this gun will take your life, the man in white said coldly, then disappeared from the spot. Lin Xian stood there, stunned, his eyes vacant, his spear still in the same position, unable to recover for a long time. Why? How could it be so fast? He was utterly shocked, unable to comprehend how the other party could possibly possess such speed. Could it be that his physique is far superior to mine? Based on his previous experience on the planet Wanling, Lin Xian never believed that anyone of the same level could have a stronger physique than him. But now we've clearly encountered this problem, and the gap is far greater than just a little. Master, there is no need to be impatient. You have just reached level 4 and then quickly rose to level 5 after entering. Neither the Qilin blood essence in your body nor the newly absorbed chaotic 5 elements energy has been fully transformed yet. Inside the pet space, Xiao Yuan gently reminded him. Lin Xian had experienced too much and had forgotten this for a moment, so Xiao Yuan specifically reminded him. Lin Xian, who was still puzzled, suddenly realized that this was indeed the case. That's true, I haven't had a chance to properly convert the energy in my body before. He patted his head, thinking that if he could completely transform these powers within a year, his physique would be no less than that of the man in white. Having clarified this point, Lin Xian was no longer anxious. His most important task at this moment was to completely convert all the energy in his body into his own strength. Only when all of this is completed can he truly be considered a level 5 beast tamer. Time is of the essence, we cannot afford to waste any time. With only 1 year to spare, Lin Xian dared not slack off in the slightest. He immediately sat down and began to transform the various energies he had previously absorbed. Whether it's the essence of a sacred beast or the energy of the 5 elements of chaos, both can greatly enhance his physical attributes. After all, the human body itself belongs to the 5 elements system. The chaotic 5 elements energy can not only strengthen his bones, muscles, skin and blood vessels, but also make his internal organs exceptionally tough. After several months of absorption and transformation, Lin Xian clearly felt a faint glow surrounding his internal organs. This chaotic 5 elements energy is truly powerful. It can even strengthen the 5 internal organs. This is something I never dared to imagine. He opened his eyes, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Back on the planet Wanling, he had never heard of any power that could strengthen the 5 internal organs. Feeling the tremendous changes in his body, Lin Xian felt that his physique had probably more than doubled. In other words, in terms of physical attributes alone, Lin Xian is now roughly comparable to a peak level 8 ability master. In addition to his previous improvements in mental state and spiritual power, he can now easily defeat level 8 ability users or cultivators. After all, he is well-rounded, while most superpowered individuals tend to specialize in only one area. Just as the teacher in Jiangbu said, only by entering the secret realm can one's strength achieve a leap forward. Lin Xian finally understood why both supernatural beings and cultivators had to venture into secret realms. Although the risks were immense, the rewards were truly enormous. On the other hand, those supernatural beings and cultivators who dare not enter the secret realm are destined to fail to reach the pinnacle of cultivation precisely because of their cowardice and fear. However, Lin Xian had no time to think about it at the moment. He had to get through the current difficulties first, otherwise all his efforts would be in vain if he was wiped out. Although his physical strength had increased significantly, Lin Xian was in no hurry to summon an opponent. He knew he needed to adapt to his body first and truly master this power before he could truly possess it. This is similar to many things in reality. Having something right in front of you or on your person doesn't mean you truly own it, only complete control means you truly own it. He took out his spear and practiced various spear techniques repeatedly to adapt to and control the changes in his body. 3 months later, Lin Xian was finally able to fully unleash the energy within his body, which meant he could challenge his opponents. Summon the opponent. He confidently tapped the prompt on the light screen, and the man in white reappeared in front of him. Although they hadn't fought yet, the man in white seemed to have sensed Lin Xian's change. Such a significant improvement in just a few months. That's impressive. No wonder you're so confident. The man in white was quite surprised to see Lin Xian's confident expression. However, these improvements alone are not enough to defeat me. Changing the subject, the man in white spoke to Lin Xian in a calm and confident tone. Then let's give it a try. Lin Xian didn't care about the other party's attitude at all and charged forward with his gun. This time was different from the last. His speed was now on par with his opponent's, and his strength and reaction time were in no way inferior. After several rounds of fighting, the two sides seemed evenly matched on the surface, but Lin Xian knew in his heart that he was at a disadvantage. His marksmanship is truly bizarre. The angle at which he shoots is extremely tricky, completely unlike any marksmanship I've ever seen. During the battle, Lin Xian kept thinking, it was this strange gun technique
technique that made him so difficult to defend against. After 100 moves, Lin Xian was finally defeated by his opponent in one move and was unfortunately defeated. This time, the man in white did not mock him, but silently disappeared from the spot. This time, Lin Xian was not discouraged at all, because the difference between them mainly lay in their marksmanship. As long as he could crack the opponent's marksmanship, he would have a chance to defeat him. The marksmanship is unpredictable and ever-changing. How should I counter it? Lin Xian began to ponder repeatedly. His aptitude for marksmanship wasn't high, so devising a strategy was indeed very difficult. He sat down and fell into deep thought, a state that lasted for a whole month. I understand. Although I won't create new marksmanship techniques, the strategy of using the same method to deal with all changes is always right. His marksmanship is unpredictable and varied, so I'll use the most basic and simplest marksmanship to face him. Lin Xian suddenly realized that everything has its opposite, and the opposite of complexity is often simplicity. But the premise is that I must not have the slightest fear. I must forge ahead fearlessly and be ready to die for my cause. He knew that if he couldn't do that, he would inevitably be controlled by the other side. Summon the opponent. Come with me. Lin Xian clicked the prompt on the light screen again. This time, he was confident that he could defeat his opponent. The man in white reappeared before Lin Xian, his face still expressionless. Only 1 month remains. If you cannot defeat me by then, death awaits you, the man in white said coldly. Time was of the essence, and Lin Xian's attempt to defeat his opponent through marksmanship was clearly unrealistic. Further words are useless. Lin Xian didn't respond, and suddenly rushed forward. This time, he was fearless. He stopped thinking about complicated marksmanship and used only the simplest techniques to counter the white-clad man's attacks, completely ignoring his spear. Has he gone mad? The man in white seemed shocked by Lin Xian's almost insane fighting style. However, Lin Xian did not stop at all, letting the opponent's spear attack him. Lin Xian's fearless attitude played a crucial role before the man in white failed to strike a vital point. So-called marksmanship is just a facade. What's truly formidable is one's spirit and mindset. Lin Xian now fully understood the true essence of marksmanship. No matter the weapon, as long as you have enough momentum, you can crush any technique. His idea worked as expected. After hundreds of moves, the white-clad man's offensive gradually turned into a defensive one. This means that Lin Xian's momentum has gained the upper hand. You lost. After the 681st move, Lin Xian's spear was pressed against the white-robed man's throat. The white-clad man's spear could only pierce Lin Xian's abdomen. In other words, if the two exerted their strength simultaneously, the result would be one dead and one injured. However, the one who died was the man in white, and the one who was injured was Lin Xian, so Lin Xian defeated his opponent. The man in white stared at the spear in Lin Xian's hand, never expecting that Lin Xian would actually defeat him in this way. That's right, you won. The man in white lowered his spear, a slight smile appearing on his face, and admitted to Lin Xian. Hearing this, Lin Xian lowered his gun and gasped for breath. He had been holding his breath for a while, so he was naturally out of breath afterward. Are you a real person? Lin Xian asked curiously, knowing that if he didn't ask, he might never have another chance. You'll know once you've passed all the tests. The man in white said nothing more and then disappeared from the spot. Pass all the tests? Does that mean there are still tests to come? Upon hearing this, Lin Xian understood that the trials of this secret realm were clearly far from over. Congratulations on passing the test. Rewards will be stacked. The notification sound rang in Lin Xian's ears again, and just like before, he could not claim any rewards, but could only keep accumulating them. Can this test be terminated on my own? Lin Xian asked loudly, though he wasn't sure if anyone would respond, but he had to try. If you voluntarily terminate the trial, all previous rewards will be forfeited, and you will be permanently banned from entering the secret realm again. Are you sure you want to terminate? Unexpectedly, Lin Xian heard a sentence that accurately answered his question. All rewards are void? That's outrageous. After hearing what the other person said, Lin Xian was speechless. He had already passed 3 tests. If he failed them all, wouldn't that be a huge loss? After all, each challenge was a matter of life and death. With this in mind, Lin Xian was naturally unwilling to give up on this test so easily. He answered sincerely that he would never make such a foolish decision. Mission triggered. Defeat your opponent. Limited time, 1 month. Any means are allowed. Success will bring rewards. Failure will result in elimination. After Lin Xian refused to end the challenge, a new mission immediately appeared, which seemed to be to test his overall combat ability. Mission prompt. Once you are ready, press the prompt to summon your opponent. As before, simply press the 4 large characters "Summon Opponent" on the screen, and your opponent will appear. 1 month to defeat your opponent by any means, which means I can use the Beastmaster's abilities now. A smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. As a level 5 beast tamer, although he only had 4 pet beasts, his overall strength was definitely not to be underestimated. Summon the opponent. He pressed the button on the light screen, and a white light flashed, revealing a strangely shaped creature on the arena. The creature had a human-like upper body, rugged features, a full beard, and 2 horns on its head. Its lower body resembles a dragon's tail, quite similar to Xiaoqing's tail. Is Is this a dragon man? Lin Xian thought to himself. This half-human, half-dragon appearance must be a dragon man. Make your move. The dragon man spoke first, and suddenly a pair of huge battle axes appeared in his hands. The battle axe was surrounded by lightning and emitted a white light, clearly indicating that it was an extremely precious treasure. Based on his previous experience, Lin Xian knew that his opponent's strength was not to be underestimated and he could not be careless. He gripped his gun in his right hand and charged swiftly toward his opponent. The weapons of both sides collided in midair, producing a deafening sound, and lightning spread rapidly along Lin Xian's body like a python. Lin Xian felt a wave of numbness, his spear was cleaved in two, and his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. The power is truly overwhelming. Lin Xian was secretly amazed. Although it was only a brief collision, the opponent's strength was clearly much greater. The dragon gave him no chance to catch his breath, its tail lashing out at Lin Xian's waist, sending him flying and crashing heavily onto the arena. As Lin Xian flew out, the dragon man followed closely behind, gripping his giant axe tightly with both hands, and chopped down at his head. Little Lin, possess me. Invincible, activate. Without hesitation, Lin Xian called out to Xiao Lin in his mind. The two communicated through their minds, wasting almost no time. The Qilin immediately possessed Lin Xian and activated its invincible skill. This is Lin Xian's special ability as a beast tamer. Each pet can use invincibility once a day. After being possessed by the Qilin, he can fully utilize the Qilin's abilities, so the invincibility effect immediately enveloped him. The giant axe struck Lin Xian on the head, making a metallic clanging sound, but it did not harm him because he was in an invincible state at the moment. It actually has an invincibility skill? The dragon man was shocked to see this, which gave Lin Xian a precious respite. He quickly rolled over and stood up. Since the opponent's physical strength was so formidable, Lin Xian decided to start from the mental level and attempt to exert mental control. The idea was good, but when the mental skill was tried to be applied to the dragon man, his dragon tail suddenly emitted a faint glow. Although my mental strength is not high, my dragon body grants me immunity to mental attacks. As the dragon man explained, he flew rapidly toward Lin Xian at an incredible speed. Lin Xian didn't have time to think. He quickly turned and fled, summoning Xiao Hong, Xiao Qing, and Xiao Yuan at the same time. The key to defeating this powerful body lay precisely in these pets. Xiao Yuan, specify the element. Xiao Yuan immediately used an elemental targeting technique, transforming everything around the dragon man into fire element. Instantly, all the lightning crackling in the dragonman's hand vanished without a trace. What? Seeing the changes in the giant axe in his hand and feeling the explosive fire elements around him, the dragon man was extremely shocked. Fire engulfs the heavens. Xiao Yuan did this so that Xiao Hong could unleash her powerful attack. Suddenly, Xiao Hong burst into flames, and hundreds of red rays of light rained down from the sky, covering the area around the dragon man. In an instant, countless flames burned around him, and the vermilion bird flame, radiating golden light, caused the dragon man intense pain. What terrifying flames! Faced with this high-temperature environment, the vermilion bird's blazing fire was extremely powerful, and the dragon people dared not be negligent in the slightest. Dragon God transformation! He roared, and his whole body burst forth with dazzling multicolored light, his aura suddenly becoming terrifyingly powerful, far surpassing anything he had ever done before. I can sense the aura of the dragon. Xiao Qing whispered to Lin Xian. As the azure dragon, he could sense the aura of the divine dragon, even though he had never actually seen one. The dragon man who had used the dragon god transformation seemed utterly unafraid of the vermilion bird's blaze, and charged directly through the flames toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian couldn't think of a better way to deal with it, so he could only choose to retreat first and avoid a direct confrontation. His dragon god transformation must have a time limit. As long as we can stall for that time, we can defeat him. Lin Xian thought to himself, theoretically, that should be the case. If there were no time limit, this task would probably be impossible to complete. Previously, the two were about the same speed, but after the dragon man used the dragon god transformation, his speed greatly increased, and he was about to catch up with Lin Xian. Little Yuan, possess me. When the opponent was about to catch up, Lin Xian immediately switched his possessed pet to Xiao Yuan. Since Xiao Lin had already used up his invincibility opportunity for the day, while the other pets had not yet used it, he chose to possess Xiao Yuan. Lin Xian's idea was simple and clear. He planned to use the invincible opportunity brought by his 4 pet beasts to exhaust the opponent's dragon god transformation time. After the dragon god transformation ends, join forces with your pets to defeat it. It must be said that Lin Xian's strategy was quite reasonable under these circumstances. The only uncertainty was how long the opponent's dragon god transformation could last. Lin Xian was indeed lucky. The dragon god transformation of the dragon man did not last long, and it could not maintain the transformation after only 2 attacks on Lin Xian. This was Lin Xian's chance to turn the tide. After the dragon god transformation ended, he immediately launched a fierce attack on the dragon people with his 4 pet beasts. I surrender. Ultimately, the dragon people could not withstand the fierce attack and had no choice but to admit defeat. I didn't expect your pet to be so strong.
strong. After admitting defeat, the Dragon Man left these words and disappeared from the spot. Mission challenge successful, reward issued. After the Dragon Man disappeared, Lin Xian heard an unusual notification sound, which seemed to indicate that a series of challenges had finally come to an end. Is it finally time to distribute the rewards? Lin Xian said excitedly. Having gone through 4 such difficult trials, each of which could have cost him his life, he was naturally overjoyed to finally receive the reward. Cosmic level divine weapon, flying dragon in the sky. A notification sound rang out, and a long spear appeared in front of Lin Xian. The spear is entirely black, with a lifelike dragon carved on its shaft. The handle is made of gold material, surrounded by gilding, and the spearhead is sharp and slender, emitting dazzling colorful light. Upon seeing this extraordinary spear, Lin Xian was overjoyed. Although he didn't know the exact level of this cosmic-grade divine weapon, it was definitely extraordinary. Cosmic-grade armor, 5-colored silkworm armor. Another cosmic artifact then appeared before Lin Xian's eyes. A colorful feathered robe resembling armor floated beside the flying dragon, radiating brilliant light and exuding an extraordinary aura. Cosmic-level treasure, dream wings. A pair of pure white wings appeared from the void, their entire body radiating a faint white light. The wings were incredibly wide, spanning tens of feet. Rewards have been distributed. You can use them now by performing a blood oath. The notification sounded again, and the environment around Lin Xian changed to a small wooden house, where the 3 cosmic-level treasures were placed on the table in front of him. Lin Xian disregarded everything else and immediately stepped forward to claim the 3 treasures as his own. Following the instructions, he dripped his blood onto the 3 treasures in turn, successfully recognizing them as his own and learning about their abilities. Long spear flying dragon in the sky, a cosmic-level divine weapon that can bring the user a power boost of 10 to 100 times, with the specific increase depending on the user's realm. At the same time, the spear has the ability to penetrate, pierce, and distort space. Space distortion? Lin Xian was puzzled by the effect, so he picked up his spear and thrust it forward. The moment the spear tip pierced through, Lin Xian clearly felt the spatial fluctuations around it. In other words, the spear can instantly change its position by using its spatial distortion ability the moment it is thrust out. For example, Lin Xian thrust his spear towards the enemy's abdomen, but the moment the spear tip reached the abdomen, it actually pierced the enemy's heart. This change is unavoidable because it is not achieved through speed, but through the distortion of space. A really cool surprise. After understanding this, Lin Xian couldn't help but smile and sigh. This would definitely be impossible for the opponent to defend against, unless the opponent himself possessed the power of space. 5-colored silk armor, a cosmic-level armor that significantly reduces the damage from attacks of the 5 elements while accelerating the user's absorption of the 5 elements' energy. The effect is SOSO, but it's useful for speeding up cultivation. Lin Xian commented that although it was a cosmic-level treasure, its effects were quite good. Dream wings, a cosmic-level treasure that grants the wearer the ability to fly at speeds up to 10 times their own limits. It can also trap opponents in an illusion during battle. It can actually be used in battle. This surprised Lin Xian, who had originally thought it was just a simple flight device. This is a real treasure. You know, on the planet of 10,000 spirits, you need to reach the level of a level 9 ability master to fly. Lin Xian sighed inwardly. Most people could only fly using flying machines or pets, but with these dreamlike wings, he could soar freely. Lin Xian was very satisfied with these 3 rewards, as they were all usable by him and could greatly enhance his strength. He wore the innermost layer of the 5-colored silk armor, and held the flying dragon in his hand. As for the dream wings, they are attached to the back and are not usually visible. They will appear immediately when the mind is moved, which is very convenient. With everything ready, Lin Xian pushed open the door of the cabin and went outside. The scene before him shocked him, because it was all too familiar. This is Earth, my home planet? Lin Xian stared blankly at the familiar mountains and surroundings before him. He grew up here in his previous life, and everything was exactly the same as before. He could even faintly hear the sounds of children playing not far away. Have I returned to Yangzhou City, Zhanghai Province, China, on Earth? Lin Xian closed his eyes excitedly, but when he opened them again, nothing had changed. He looked back at the wooden house and finally remembered that it was the same one he had seen in his previous life, located at the entrance of his hometown, Shurtsuan village. Lin Xian took a few steps forward, turned around and looked around. Everything was just as he remembered, without the slightest difference. Just then, several children wearing short sleeves and shorts ran up to Lin Xian. They were quite dirty, but had smiles on their faces, and looked to be about 7 or 8 years old. "Uncle, are you from outside our village?" the leading child asked with a smile, because they had never seen this person in the village before. Lin Xian was shocked to see the child in front of him speak. He looked exactly like himself when he was a child. "What's your name?" Lin Xian squatted down, patted the little boy's head, and asked with a smile. "My name is Lin Xian. Lin is in forest and Xian is in fantasy," the little boy replied with a smile. "Uncle, what about you? What's your name?" he asked Lin Xian in return. "Just call me Uncle Lin Phone," Lin Xian said with a smile. Because of the existence of this little Lin Xian in front of him, he could only temporarily change his name to Lin Feng.
Uncle also has the surname Lin. Can you tell us what it's like outside?
Little Lin Xian held Lin Feng's hand, his eyes full of anticipation.
Okay, Uncle will tell you.
Lin Feng affectionately patted his head and pulled him to sit on a stone at the entrance of the village. The other children gathered around, listening attentively as Lin Feng described the world outside the village. He talked for the entire afternoon, from noon until dusk, until the sun was about to set when Lin Feng realized that the children should go home for dinner. It's time to go home, otherwise your parents will worry, Lin Feng reminded him with a smile.
And what about you, Uncle?
Xiao Linxian asked doubtfully. After all, Lin Feng had just arrived in Shi village and probably didn't have any relatives.
Uncle, would you like to come to your house?
Lin Feng asked him, looking down at him.
Okay, it's just me, my parents, and me at home, but I don't know if I can cook enough,
Xiao Linxian said honestly, since his parents didn't expect Uncle Lin to come.
It's alright, Uncle will definitely have something to eat,
Lin Feng said with a smile, knowing that his mother in his previous life always cooked extra.
How did Uncle know? Xiao Linxian looked up and asked curiously. Let's go back and take a look.
Lin Feng was already a little anxious. After all, he hadn't seen his parents from his previous life for a long time and his heart was full of longing.
Xiao Linxian led Lin Feng back home along the path.
Lin Feng had walked this path countless times before, and now, walking it again, he was filled with endless emotions.
Dad, Mom, I'm back, and I brought an uncle with me.
Xiao Linxian excitedly pushed open the door and shouted loudly. Hearing the noise, Xiao Linchuan's parents rushed out, and all three of them were stunned when they saw Lin Feng. They were curious why this person looked so much like their son. Lin Feng looked at his parents from his past life, feeling immense joy, but he could only suppress his excitement, his eyes glistening with tears.
Hello, Uncle and Aunt. Although Lin Feng was not used to it, he could only use this unfamiliar form of address. Oh, who are you? Xiao Linchuan's parents asked politely, since the people in front of them were strangers. My name is Lin Feng. You can call me Xiao Lin, just call me Xiao Feng.
Lin Feng finally changed his address, because Xiao Lin was what they called Xiao Linxian, and so, Lin Feng settled down. He didn't know why the secret realm had sent him here, nor did he know whether this place was based on changes in his memories, or whether he had truly returned to his childhood. But being able to live with his parents from his previous life filled Lin Feng with immense joy.
Don't be so unreasonable. The inheritance Dad left behind should be divided equally among us brothers.
Besides, I was the one who took care of Dad while he was alive, and it was only in the last year that your family took care of him.
Now that Dad is gone, how can you take all of the inheritance?
Lin Xian's father, Lin Zong, said angrily on the other end of the phone.
The person he was talking to was Lin Zong's older brother, Lin Chang, who was also Lin Xian's uncle. The agonizing phone call has finally come.
In the courtyard, Lin Xian was playing with little Lin Xian when he suddenly heard those words coming from inside the house.
He immediately knew what was going to happen next.
Lin Zong's father, Lin Yu, had 200,000 yuan in savings before his death, and this money should rightfully belong to Lin Zong. Because Lin Yu was cared for by Lin Zong and his wife in his later years, before his death, Lin Yu's elder brother Lin Chang, in order to keep the inheritance for himself, took Lin Yu to the city under the pretext of treating their father's illness. However, they didn't take Lin Yu to the hospital at all. They just let him die at home and took the opportunity to steal Lin Yu's savings book.
Lin Chang had no intention of giving Lin Zong a single penny.
Lin Zong lived in the impoverished Shi village, almost destitute, and the money was crucial for them to send Lin Xian to school in the city. Therefore, Lin Zong personally went to the city to demand the inheritance from Lin Chang, and even went to court. Although he eventually got most of the money back, he was involved in a car accident on his way back and died on the spot. After that, Lin Xian grew up with the support of the inheritance left by his mother and grandfather. It was this money that enabled him to leave Shizhuan and receive a better education in the city. Therefore, Lin Xian knew that every time this phone rang, it meant that Lin Zong's life was coming to an end.
I'm going to the city to find him. I absolutely cannot let him take all this money.
Lin Zong told his wife firmly that it was not yet morning and they would arrive in the city by noon if they went in.
Okay, when you go there, don't make a fuss and speak politely.
Lin Xian's mother gave him instructions, fearing that something unexpected might happen again, since the city was not like Shizhuan and the situation was much more complicated.
I know.
Lin Zong changed his clothes as he spoke, preparing to go out. I'm also going to the city. I'll go with you. Lin Xian suddenly spoke up, determined to accompany his father no matter how cruel reality might be, vowing to save his life.
Hearing this, Lin Zong nodded.
After all, Lin Xian was a guest, and if he could enter the city, he might not stay at home any longer. From Shizhuan to Yangzhou City, you first go to the town, then take a special bus, which takes about 2.5 hours.
We're already in town. I need to go to my older brother's house. It's that way. What about you? After the two got out of the car, Lin Zong asked Lin Xian. We're not going that way, I'm going to the other side.
Lin Xian pretended that he had another destination and answered casually. Okay, be careful, I'm going now. After giving his instructions, Lin Zong headed towards his elder brother Lin Chang's house. Lin Xian avoided the crowd and rushed to Lin Chang's house, determined determined to find out why his uncle was unwilling to give his inheritance to his father. He knew nothing about this in his previous life, but this time, he was determined to uncover the secrets that he might never have been able to discover in his previous life.
Lin Chang's family lives in a small courtyard on the outskirts of Yangzhou.
Although it is not big, it is very tidy. Lin Xian leaped over the wall and silently slipped into the courtyard.
He arrived at the door and eavesdropped on the conversation inside.
Lin Zong lives in Shertsuan and doesn't need this money at all, yet he's shamelessly demanding it. Lin Chang sat down and said to his wife, in their eyes, the villagers only needed land to farm, and there was no need to spend money, since they were self-sufficient.
Yes, we live in the city, and everything costs money.
Your brother is really inconsiderate. He doesn't think about us at all.
Lin Chang's wife echoed his sentiments.
Hearing their words, Lin Xian couldn't help but sneer inwardly.
They were acting, determined not to give any inheritance to Lin Zong.
Having heard enough, Lin Xian didn't want to eavesdrop anymore and pushed open the door to go inside.
Who are you? What are you doing barging into our house in broad daylight?
Upon seeing a stranger suddenly barge in, Lin Chang stood up abruptly and angrily questioned Lin Xian. Lin Xian used his mental power to freeze Lin Chang and his wife in place.
He then extracted the location of the bank where the inheritance was located from Lin Chang's mental memory, and also obtained the bank card's password.
Lin Xian walked straight to the bedroom, and with a glance from the corner of his eye, the lock on the table popped open. Immediately afterwards, the drawer of the table opened automatically, and a green bank card flew in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian did not reach out to take the card, but instead walked back to Lin Chang and his wife. The two were utterly shocked to see the bank card floating in front of Lin Xian. When Lin Zong arrives, you must immediately hand over this bank card to him, and tell him the pin as well.
If he doesn't,
Lin Xian said, his gaze turning to the large television in the living room. Suddenly, a loud crash startled Mr. and Mrs. Lin. The television shattered into countless fragments, like porcelain falling, and scattered all over the floor. If you dare to disobey me, you will suffer the same fate, Lin Xian said coldly.
He manipulated the bank card to fly back to the desktop, simultaneously releasing Lin Chang and his wife from their immobilization.
The Lin couple were so frightened by Lin Xian's abilities that they dared not utter a sound.
How could they have imagined that someone in real life would possess such superpowers that seem to exist only in novels and movies? Did you understand?
Lin Xian stared at them, his voice heavy. These words struck Lin Chang and his wife like a thunderbolt, leaving them terrified and collapsing to the ground.
I understand.
Lin Chang stammered, his forehead covered in sweat. Lin Xian didn't look at them again, turned around, and walked out the door, but he didn't go far. He wanted to make sure that Lin Chang and his wife would do as he said. Not long after, there was a knock on the door, and the person who came was Lin Zong. Lin Chang's wife slowly walked to open the door, while Lin Chang cleaned up the broken pieces of the television on the floor inside the house.
Sister-in-law, you should understand why I'm here,
Lin Zong said to his sister-in-law as he walked, his face full of embarrassment. Lin Chang's wife silently led him into the house. Upon seeing Lin Zong enter, Lin Chang greeted him with a beaming smile. This unusual enthusiasm puzzled Lin Zong, as it seemed quite different from what he had expected.
Brother, you finally arrived.
This is Dad's inheritance. It's all in this card.
I haven't touched a penny. I've been waiting for you to come and collect it.
Lin Chang smiled and placed the green bank card in front of Lin Zong. Lin Zong looked at the bank card on the table, then at his elder brother and sister-in-law, his face full of doubt.
Are you really willing to give me the money? He couldn't help but ask. Don't say that. This money was originally yours. We just kept it for you for a few days.
Lin Chang quickly sat down next to him, stuffed the bank card into his pocket, and explained with a smile.
I didn't expect you to be so understanding. Before I came, I thought.
Lin Zong sighed, secretly realizing that he had been judging others by his own petty standards. However, he still didn't understand why she spoke like that on the phone if she was willing to give it to him.
The password is 789123.
Go to the bank, withdraw the money, and live your life well, Lin Chang instructed. Although he was unwilling, he dared not act rashly, remembering the scene of the TV exploding earlier.
Okay.
Lin Zong nodded repeatedly, then left his elder brother's house and headed to the bank.
Watching Lin Zong's retreating figure, Lin Chang and his wife exchanged a glance, their hearts filled with unspeakable bitterness. After Lin Zong left, Lin Xian reappeared in front of Lin Chang and his wife. Who's coming?
Upon seeing Lin Xian, the two were so frightened that they retreated repeatedly, huddling together tightly, their eyes filled with terror.
Well done.
Remember this in the future. Don't be too greedy, and don't try to take what doesn't belong to you, Lin Xian warned in a stern tone. Lin Xian looked at his uncle and aunt, said a few words to them without turning his head, and then transformed into a beam of light and disappeared before their eyes.
What exactly is his relationship with Lin Zong? Why is he helping him?
Lin Chang asked his wife, puzzled, after witnessing Lin Xian's astonishing strength.
Don't you think he looks a bit like your brother? Or even more like your brother's child, Lin Xian?
As a woman, Lin Chang's wife was very perceptive. The three of them did indeed look somewhat alike. Hearing his wife's words, Lin Chang finally realized that they did look very alike, but what did that prove? After all, Lin Xian was not even 10 years old yet. yet. Both Lin Chang and his wife felt aggrieved, with no one to confide in about their helplessness. Meanwhile, Lin Xian followed closely behind Lin Zong, ensuring he could safely withdraw the money from the bank and return to Shi village. China has a pretty good security situation, and Lin Zong didn't encounter any trouble along the way. Moreover, this time Lin Zong didn't need to stay in the city to fight the lawsuit with his elder brother. He could take a car back to Shi village on the same day, so there was no car accident and he returned to Shi village safely. Am I changing reality, or the virtual world? Lin Xian wondered, looking at the happy family of three. After all, he was still in the #1 secret realm. Blue Star, China, Zhanghai Province, Yangzhou City. At this moment, Lin Xian was staying in a youth hostel. Since he didn't have any currency that could be used on Earth, he can only stay in such an inexpensive place for the time being. This money was given to him by Lin Zong. It wasn't much, only a few hundred yuan. Judging from the prices at this youth hostel, Lin Xian could probably stay for a week without eating or drinking. I need to find a part-time job, just enough to support myself, Lin Xian muttered to himself as he sat in the hotel lobby. He was still in the first secret realm, but he didn't understand why the realm had brought him to Blue Star. But since he was still here, it meant that the realm didn't intend to let him leave. But with my current strength, I'm afraid no one on Blue Star can stop me, right? Lin Xian smiled wryly. Blue Star was still stuck in the early 21st century. Technology was developing rapidly, but no one there could cultivate. Brother, I've seen you sitting here idly these past few days. Are you looking for a job? At this moment, a man in his 30s sat down next to Lin Xian and asked politely. Although it's a youth hostel, it's not exclusively frequented by young people. Because of its affordable prices, it's mostly frequented by recent college graduates or people changing jobs, with more men than women. Yes, I'm looking for a temporary job, but I'm not sure what to do. Lin Xian nodded in response. In the hotel lobby, everyone sat together and chatted without feeling awkward, as they didn't need to know each other. I think you're good looking and have a good figure. How about you do some different work with me? I guarantee you'll make a lot of money, the other person whispered in Lin Xian's ear. He was right. Lin Xian was good looking, had a good figure and a good temperament, and looked to be no more than 20 years old, in the prime of his youth. A different kind of job? What kind of job? Lin Xian already had a guess in his mind, but he still wanted to hear what the other party had to say. To become a star. The other person replied immediately when they saw that Lin Xian was interested, but the three words were completely different from what Lin Xian had in mind. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's expression changed. He hadn't expected it to be a legitimate job. What's wrong? You didn't think I was talking about that kind of thing, did you? Seeing Lin Xian's reaction, the other party smiled and explained, knowing that he must have misunderstood. After all, these days, who wouldn't associate the word celebrity with something else? No, absolutely not. It's just that being a celebrity is easy, isn't it? Lin Xian pretended to be ignorant and quickly changed the subject. I'm a talent scout. If you become famous, I'll be your manager. As for whether it's easy or not, it depends on the person, but I think you're quite talented. The other person looked at Lin Xian with a sincere tone, because he could sense the unique aura of a star emanating from Lin Xian. I have talent? I didn't even realize it myself. Lin Xian looked down at himself and really felt that he didn't look like a star at all. In truth, Lin Xian himself was hardly aware that these were changes brought about by cultivation, making his aura far surpass that of ordinary people, easily attracting attention in a crowd. It was precisely because of this that talent scouts felt he possessed the potential to become a star. However, this was only the effect of Lin Xian deliberately concealing his aura. Don't think too much about it yet. Why don't you give it a try? I know people in the crew. For talent scouts, the cost of trial and error is negligible. If something isn't right, they keep looking. But once they find the right person, it's the road to wealth and fortune. Listening to what the other person said, Lin Xian felt a little interested. After all, he had dreamed of becoming an actor when he was young, but he never had the chance to try it. If possible, then let's give it a try. After some consideration, Lin Xian agreed to the other party's suggestion and went with him to a film crew in Yangzhou. Then what? Along the way, the two talked a lot, and Lin Xian learned that the other person's name was Han Feng, and also learned that the role he was auditioning for was the second male lead in a TV series. The second male lead? I have no experience at all. Isn't it a bit too hasty for me to go straight to auditioning for the second male lead? Lin Xian asked curiously. After all, people usually start from minor roles. Going straight to auditioning for the second male lead does seem a bit too fast. What are you afraid of? This is just an audition. It's not like you're going to get the second male lead role right away. There are hundreds of people auditioning every day, Han Feng explained. As long as the appearance is suitable, anyone has a chance to audition, but that doesn't mean they'll get the role in the end. Oh, what kind of script is it? What kind of role? Lin Xian continued to ask, feeling that he might not be suitable for playing a villain. It's a period fantasy drama script. The second male lead is the male lead's master. Because it's a fantasy genre, all the characters are eternally young. You're playing a seemingly young and handsome immortal who was actually thousands of years old. Han Feng recalled the general plot of the script and introduced it to Lin Xian.
From what you're saying, it must be a period fantasy idol drama, right?
Lin Xian immediately corrected him, since in his opinion, there was a big difference between fantasy dramas and fantasy idol dramas. The former focuses more on plot content, and the audience is interested in the story and fantasy elements. The latter places more emphasis on the actors' looks and chemistry between them, while the plot is less important.
Yes. It's a period idol drama, and the male lead is a popular young actor, Yang Yang.
Han Feng nodded in agreement.
This drama was destined to be a hit, just based on the male lead's fame. Yang.
Lin Xian was very familiar with the name. In his previous life, he was also a top-tier actor with good looks and temperament, but his acting skills were slightly lacking, and his facial expressions were not well controlled.
That's right, it's him. He has countless fans. You don't know how many new actors want to act in the same drama as him, but unfortunately, the opportunity is too rare. Han Feng sighed for those aspiring actors. If they could work with Yang, becoming a sensation would be almost guaranteed, and their value and status would instantly rise.
Lin Xian and Han Feng chatted as they drove in the taxi, and soon arrived at Yangzhou Film and Television City.
Come on, follow me to the film set.
Han Feng led the way, and Lin Xian followed behind, watching the busy figures of various film crews in the film and television city, feeling a mix of emotions.
Such a scene is unseen on the planet Wanling.
The humans there primarily defend against monster invasions, the entertainment industry is non-existent, and everything revolves around technology and cultivation. The planet I lived on in my previous life was different. People there didn't have much pressure to survive, and their spiritual pursuits were more diverse. Lost in thought, the two had already arrived at the film set.
Wait here for me, I'll go in and talk to the director. Han Feng led Lin Xian into a restaurant.
The entire floor was filled with young people, who all seemed to be there for auditions. Lin Xian stood aside and looked them over, but didn't think anyone was particularly outstanding.
You actually dared to bring someone with absolutely no acting experience, who hasn't even learned the basics, to audition.
Upon hearing Han Feng's introduction, casting director Wang of the production team showed a helpless expression.
There were already enough people auditioning,
and Han Feng specifically chose someone with no experience who didn't know anything about the process. This was clearly just creating trouble for himself. Director Wang, he does lack experience, but his temperament is a perfect fit for the role.
Could you give him a chance? Han Feng, still smiling, lay beside director Wang, trying to persuade him. I'll give him a chance this time because of you. I wouldn't even bother with anyone else.
After Han Feng's persistent pleading, director Wang finally agreed to give Lin Xian a chance, since Han Feng had previously recommended several promising young actors. About 2 minutes later, Han Feng returned to Lin Xian's side. Although Lin Xian and director Wang's rooms were separated by several walls, he could clearly hear their conversation.
It seems that being in the entertainment industry is not easy. You have to ask for help from others no matter what.
Lin Xian said to Han Feng with a smile.
That's outrageous. Which industry is easy? We're all just trying to make a living.
Han Feng didn't even glance back at him, and led Lin Xian directly towards the changing room.
There are so many people here, you could miss your audition opportunity if you're even a second late.
Pick a period costume to change into, preferably white, to match the character's temperament,
Han Feng advised. Lin Xian is currently wearing modern clothes, which is too different from the character. How he will look in ancient costume will determine whether he is selected.
Lin Xian quickly chose a white ancient costume based on Han Feng's suggestion. After changing his clothes, he pushed open the small door of the changing room and stood in front of Han Feng. Han Feng's eyes flashed with surprise upon seeing Lin Xian dressed in ancient costume.
Lin Xian's aura was noticeably enhanced after putting on the ancient attire.
His already perfect physique, coupled with the flowing white robe, made him look like an immortal descending to earth.
Good, really good. Just based on your looks and demeanor, I doubt anyone is more suitable for this role than you. The rest depends on your acting skills,
Han Feng said with a smile. In terms of acting skills, those who have studied academies have an advantage, but those who don't have their own strengths, they rely more on their inner selves, and once they immerse themselves in the role, their performances are more natural, without any deliberate traces.
Let's go, get in line. Han Feng led Lin Xian to the end of the line, where there were still more than a dozen people ahead of them. Are you nervous? Han Feng asked.
Lin Xian has absolutely no acting experience. It's inevitable that he'll be nervous facing the camera all of a sudden, Han Feng replied. Lin Xian smiled slightly. He looked to be 20 years old, but in reality, he had experienced 100,000 years of life and death
trials in the secret realm.
His temperament had long been tempered to be extremely firm, and tension was no longer a concern for him. Yes, many newcomers perform poorly when they face the camera for the first time because of nervousness,
Han Feng explained.
No, when you're fully engaged in something, you won't feel nervous at all. Lin Xian shook his head and told the truth.
As long as a person's mind is fully focused on the task at hand, other emotions cannot disturb them, and neither the camera nor their gaze will affect them.
That's good. After listening to Lin Xian's words, Han Feng suddenly felt that this guy was like a monster who had lived for a very long time, even though he looked young.
These are the lines you need to say
say for the audition. Memorize them first, and then deliver them with emotion as Director Wang instructs you. Han Feng handed Lin Xian a sheet of paper with lines to be used during the audition. The lines were few, but they all contained important information that could reflect the character's traits. Lin Xian took the lines and memorized them carefully. Some of the lines were even similar to those he had said on the Wanling planet before. After all, he had been the strongest in his realm. Next, soon, it was Lin Xian's turn to audition. Lin Xian slowly walked into the audition room, dressed in white. Although he did not wear makeup or dress up, his temperament was unmatched. When Lin Xian entered, Director Wang and the rest of the crew were immediately impressed. Lin Xian stood in front of the camera, his gaze fixed straight ahead. His eyes were not empty and lifeless, but rather sharp, as if they could see through everything. Where are they now? He deliberately released his previously restrained aura again, and the aura of a powerful figure instantly filled the entire audition room. Director Wang and the other crew members felt an inexplicable pressure coming from the air, and they didn't even dare to look Lin Xian in the eye. What a powerful aura! Director Wang couldn't help but sigh. This aura perfectly matches the character's setting. After all, the second male lead is portrayed as the strongest one in the drama. Tell me the lines you memorized. Director Wang spoke to Lin Xian without looking up. Lin Xian began reciting with a blank expression. When he read the lines that were highly individualistic and slightly pretentious, he used his energy to make them exude a sense of oppression. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. He was practically tailor-made for this role. Listening to Lin Xian's performance, Director Wang subconsciously praised him, saying that he couldn't find a single flaw and that Lin Xian was the perfect choice for the second male lead. Lin Xian got his wish and landed the second male lead role in the TV series. To keep him, the production team offered him a generous signing fee. Only then did he realize that actors could really earn so much money. Meanwhile, Han Feng, the talent scout who discovered Lin Xian, naturally became his agent, responsible for all his affairs. I'm going back now. Where are you going? Han Feng asked. Aren't you going back to the hostel? Han Feng asked curiously. The two of us came out of the hostel together today. Why hasn't Han Feng gone back yet? Why go there? Now that we've found you, there's no need to go to a place like that. Han Feng shook his head and said that he used to stay in hostels to find suitable young people, but now that he has found Lin Xian, he naturally doesn't need to go to such places anymore, and besides, he is not short of money. Okay, I'll head back now. See you here at 8 tomorrow? Yes, you can also stay at a hotel with me. Hostels are too crowded with all sorts of people. It's okay, stay for a few days first and then we'll see. Lin Xian declined the other party's suggestion and then walked alone towards the hostel. The distance from Yangzhou Film and Television City to the hostel where Lin Xian was staying was not short, but he wanted to see the city's night view, so he didn't take a taxi and walked slowly, looking around as he went. A vicious kidnapping has occurred at Yangzhou No. 3 Kindergarten. Police forces are to be dispatched immediately. How many suspects are there? Are they carrying weapons? About 6 suspects, all armed, including with bombs, are kidnapping a class of children. Let's go immediately. As Lin Xian approached the police station, he heard these urgent announcements. He stopped in his tracks. Such cases are extremely rare in China, given the country's strict ban on firearms. This shows that the 6 kidnappers are no ordinary people. Let's go take a look. Lin Xian now possesses extraordinary strength. Although he cannot be considered a god from mythology, he far surpasses ordinary people and is a powerful beast tamer. Since he possesses such abilities, he must bear the corresponding responsibility. Faced with such a heinous crime, if he hadn't encountered it himself, it would have been fine, but since he did, he should have offered his assistance. Looking around and seeing no other pedestrians, Lin Xian took out a set of black clothes from his spatial ring, put them on, and followed the police car to the scene of the incident. The kindergarten should have let out long ago, but because it was their anniversary, they held a special party. The area outside the third kindergarten was crowded with parents and onlookers, as well as police officers, special police, and armed police maintaining order. Lin Xian stood in a corner not far away, quietly observing the situation inside the kindergarten. With his abilities, he could easily spot the classroom where the 6 robbers were located. 6 robbers were armed with machine guns. 2 of them guarded the front and back doors of the classroom, 1 stood on the podium, 1 was at the back of the classroom, and the other 2 guarded the left and right sides of the classroom. The 2 suspects standing on the podium and behind it were holding explosives. They hid in a blind spot to avoid the threat of sniper rifles. There were only 2 young teachers in the classroom, a man and a woman, and the rest of the students were 20 or 30 children. The constant crying and screaming echoed in the classroom, but the suspects seemed completely oblivious. Prepare 10 million in cash and a helicopter within 10 minutes, or all these children will die here. The suspects repeatedly threatened the kindergarten through a loudspeaker, clearly aiming to extort money. After understanding the situation inside the classroom, Lin Xian began to listen to the instructions of the police chief. First, the cash and helicopter must be prepared as requested. Second, the snipers must find an opportunity to kill the prisoners carrying explosives. Third, all prisoners must be controlled simultaneously when the operation is carried out, otherwise the children's lives will be in great danger. danger. The director solemnly told the team leaders that the safety of the hostages must be guaranteed no matter what, therefore money and helicopters must be prepared. If the police fail to break through the prisoners' defenses within 10 minutes, the hostages' safety can be ensured through money and helicopters. It seems that the police are having a hard time dealing with these people, and it is almost impossible to kill or arrest all 6 suspects at the same time. Lin Xian thought to himself, snipers can't kill everyone at the same time. Once they take down 1 or 2, the remaining prisoners will definitely detonate the bombs or shoot the hostages without hesitation. Only I can take action. Lin Xian dressed in black, wearing a hat and a mask, revealing only his sharp eyes to avoid being captured by the media or cameras. At this moment, he had reached the peak of level 5, with a speed of 1,000 meters per second, more than 3 times the speed of sound. As long as he made a move, he could subdue all 6 suspects within a second. Just as all the police officers were racking their brains for a solution, they suddenly felt a strong, cold wind sweep by, which came and went quickly. Those gathered outside the kindergarten saw a dark shadow suddenly flash past inside the classroom. Immediately afterwards, all 6 suspects collapsed to the ground. They've all been subdued. Go in and rescue the hostages. Lin Xian's voice seemed to come from right next to me, but I couldn't find him anywhere. By this time, Lin Xian had already quietly slipped behind the kindergarten, and no one could catch a trace of him. Upon hearing this, the police officer holding binoculars immediately turned his gaze to the classroom, and sure enough, all 6 prisoners had fallen to the ground and were no longer moving. It seems they've lost their ability to move. We can go in and check. The police officer reported to the chief. Be careful when you go in case they retaliate. The chief gave the order. Things had developed too suddenly and were unbelievable. As expected, all 6 prisoners fainted, while the children were unharmed, and this extremely heinous case finally came to an end. Lin Xian changed back into his previous clothes and continued walking towards the youth hostel as if nothing had happened, as if everything that had just occurred had nothing to do with him. Inside the Yangzhou Public Security Bureau, a large number of police officers gathered around a computer, intently watching the video playing on the screen. Is this already the lowest frame rate? The director asked the technicians questions. Yes, it's already at the lowest frame rate, but I can still only see a black shadow. I can't even make out the shape, let alone the face. The technicians reported to the bureau chief that this was the limit of existing technology, but they still could not identify the man in black who had subdued 6 ordinary people in an instant last night. How fast must he be? After listening to the technician's words, the bureau chief understood perfectly well that it was impossible to find him based solely on the video footage. More than 800 meters per second. Judging from the speed shown in the video, it reached at least 800 meters per second, but the exact value cannot be determined. Upon hearing this number, everyone present gasped in astonishment. The speed was simply too outrageous. Over 800 meters per second? Can humans really reach that speed? Could it be that aliens have appeared? The director asked, his face filled with disbelief. This speed was beyond human capability. Even robots could not possibly possess such power. But that person spoke Mandarin last night. Is Mandarin the universal language? One police officer said, and it must be said that his words made a lot of sense. I will report this situation to my superiors immediately. Starting today, security must be strengthened throughout the city, and more personnel must be deployed to increase patrols. I don't think he'll only take action once. Faced with the current situation, this was the only way the bureau chief could give the order. What do you want to do? He secretly prayed that the man in black last night was someone harmless to the people and the country, otherwise, with his power, he might be able to overturn the situation of a country. Everyone nodded in unison, and then immediately began to deploy the tasks. Meanwhile, Lin Xian had already thrown himself into the intense filming of the TV series. After a few days on set, he gradually adapted to the environment. To be honest, filming a TV series is quite interesting. Lin Xian sat to the side, watching the busy people and the crew, a gentle smile on his face. Not far from him, many female extras were secretly watching him. From the first day they joined the film crew, they had been deeply attracted to Lin Xian. He's so handsome. I really want to be with him, a young woman said blushingly to the extra next to her. Don't overthink it. Who knows if he has a girlfriend? Someone responded doubtfully. Definitely not, otherwise how could he stay on set so freely? Another person retorted. Yeah, if I were his girlfriend, I'd definitely keep an eye on him all the time. Everyone chimed in, excitedly discussing this actor they'd never heard of before, clearly quite fond of him. Lin Xian could hear their whispers, but he could only pretend not to hear them, sitting quietly to the side and trying to avoid talking to them. Just then, he suddenly heard several people behind him talking about something. Have you heard? A strange man in black has appeared in our city? You mean what happened at the kindergarten a few days ago? I saw the news too. That mysterious man in black knocked all the criminals unconscious. Yes, that video is incredibly popular online now. Everyone wants to see what the mysterious person looks like, but all you can see in the video is a silhouette. Could it be that Superman and Spider-Man have appeared in our country? Or have aliens come? The group chatted excitedly. After all, they had only ever seen such scenes in movies before. Listening to their conversation, Lin Xian smiled awkwardly. He didn't know if he could be considered an alien. To be honest, although he couldn't be sure whether Blue Star was virtual or real, Lin Xian felt incredibly happy living here. This was a feeling he had never experienced on the planet of 10,000 spirits. But why couldn't I feel this kind of happiness when I lived on Earth in my previous life? Lin Xian wondered. Is it because we only learn to cherish things after we lose them? Or is it because we have the contrast with the planet Wanling that we understand the beauty of Earth? Or is it because we can only experience happiness now that we have no life or mental pressure? He silently pondered these possible answers. Perhaps they were all right, perhaps they were all wrong, or perhaps they could all be at the same time. However, the director's shout interrupted his thoughts. After a short rest, Lin Xian threw himself back into the intense filming. After a busy day, Lin Xian was finally able to return to the hostel. This was also his last day staying at the hostel. The hostel was crowded. Lin Xian stayed in the lower bunk of the 6-person room, while the other 5 beds were occupied by young people who were probably recent graduates. You're back so early today. Lin Xian pushed open the door to the 6-person room and greeted the 5 people who had already returned to their rooms with a smile. The past few days of getting to know each other had given them some insight into each other. They usually didn't return until after 10 p.m., but today they were back at the hostel before 8 p.m. With nothing else to do, of course I had to come back. The young man sleeping on the upper bunk above Lin Xian poked his head out, his tone full of dissatisfaction. What's wrong? You all look unhappy? Lin Xian sat on the bed and asked curiously, since they weren't usually like this. I interned for 3 months, and just when I was about to become a full-time employee, they fired us for some random reason, and they even owed me 2 months' salary. Who knows when they'll pay me? This is what happened, another young man said indignantly. The 5 of them were college classmates and had a good relationship, which is why they went to the same company for an internship. They never expected it to turn out like this. I worked myself to the bone for 3 months, putting in overtime every day, and in the end, my salary wasn't even enough to cover 3 months' accommodation at the hostel. Another boy angrily complained that this felt like he was working for free. Didn't you go to the company to discuss this? Listening to their complaints, Lin Xian asked, who can I find? The security guards let us in, but I can't find anyone in HR, finance, or the manager. Yes, I wanted to file a complaint with the relevant department, but I had to provide a bunch of complicated documents, otherwise they simply wouldn't accept it. These 5 college graduates, fresh out of university, were furious about this, but they were at a loss for what to do. What kind of company is this? How can they be so dishonest? Hearing them say that, Lin Xian asked curiously. Yanzhou Changhua Company is a large company, but who would have thought it would turn out like this? I heard they've scammed a lot of college students like us. The boy in the bunk above Lin Xian told him that he didn't know what kind of background the company had, and no one had ever taken care of it. Don't think about it anymore. Just treat it as a lesson learned. Be more careful when looking for a job in the future. Lin Xian smiled and comforted them, but he already had a plan in mind. That's all I can do. I have to find a new job again. What a hassle. Several college students sighed. Finding a job is indeed not easy, with a whole host of procedures including written tests, interviews, and follow-up interviews. Lin Xian pushed open the door and went out. Since it was still early, he decided to go to Changhua Company himself to find out about the management situation behind it. The company is not far from the hostel, which is why the 5 college students chose to stay there. At this time, the office building where Changhua Company is located is brightly lit, and it is clear that many people are working overtime. With his exceptional eyesight and hearing, Lin Xian quickly located the chairman's office. He stood outside the office building, then with a light leap flew directly to the 23rd floor and climbed in through the open window. What flew past the window? An employee who was working overtime suddenly caught a glimpse of a dark shadow flashing past the window. Curious, he went over to investigate but found nothing. Your eyes are probably tired from working overtime. Hurry up and pack up and go home to rest. The employee scratched his head and muttered to himself. In the chairman's office, he was alone at the moment, staring at the computer screen, checking the daily work reports sent by the managers. You're the chairman of Changhua Company? Dressed in black, wearing a hat and a mask, Lin Xian sat calmly on the sofa and asked this question. The sudden sound startled the chairman. Who are you? How did you get in? The middle-aged man, who was nearly 50 years old and slightly overweight, asked in alarm. Answer me, is it you, the chairman of Changhua Company? Lin Xian stared at him, his voice cold and carrying an unquestionable authority. What do you think you're doing? I'll call security if you don't leave. As the chairman was speaking, he was about to pick up the phone to call security, but his hand suddenly froze as he raised it. Why would your company cheat recent college graduates? Are you trying to teach them a lesson through your actions? Lin Xian stood up, walked to the chairman, put his hands on the table, and asked with a mocking tone. What nonsense are you talking about? The chairman immediately retorted, refusing to admit that the company had done such a thing. You won't admit it? Lin Xian tilted his head and stared at him. Clearly the other party wouldn't admit it until he was faced with a fatal blow. We didn't do what you're saying. The chairman was about to argue when his arm began to twist at an odd angle before he could finish speaking. The chairman couldn't make a sound because Lin Xian had controlled his vocal cords with his mind. His arms were twisted together like a pretzel. The chairman was covered in sweat, his face was flushed, and his mouth was wide open. He was in great pain.
Want to tell the truth? If you still don't, I don't mind crippling both of your arms,
Lin Xian said coldly. Upon hearing this, the chairman immediately nodded frantically, repeatedly expressing his agreement. After receiving confirmation, Lin Xian relaxed his arm, allowing him to regain his ability to speak. The chairman was bent over, panting heavily. Although his arm had recovered, the pain persisted.
Tell me, why did you do this? How do you plan to compensate me?
Lin Xian sat back down on the sofa and asked without looking up. Recent college graduates are proactive and tend to exceed their targets. Also, they are in their internship period and have low salaries, so we prefer to hire these kinds of employees. The chairman's arm hung limply, unable to move, and he could only explain through gritted teeth. Then, when their internship is almost over, we fire them for violating company rules and deduct 2 months' salary, which saves the company a lot of money, he continued. You are truly murderers who don't shed blood, sucking blood without killing. They can generate more profits, but you are unwilling to pay them the wages they deserve.
Do you even have the face to live as human beings? Lin Xian angrily rebuked. Many companies do this.
The chairman quickly defended himself, saying that this wasn't a practice unique to them. Lin Xian didn't move, but the chairman suddenly received a slap on the face.
Tell me, how do you plan to compensate them?
Lin Xian asked coldly.
I will make up for these people's 3 months' wages tomorrow and transfer it to their accounts. I promise they will never do it again.
The chairman was filled with fear because the man in black in front of him seemed to possess extraordinary power.
Tomorrow?
Call now and tell the finance department to make up for 3 months' worth of wages, Lin Xian said sternly.
Okay, but I can't move my arm. How can I fight? The chairman said with difficulty, unable to lift his arm at all. Do you only have arms? If you can't move your arms, can you use your chin, mouth, and feet?
Lin Xian rolled his eyes at him, showing no mercy.
Yes, I'll call right away.
After saying that, the chairman stood up from his chair, lifted the telephone receiver with his mouth, and then dialed the finance department's number with his chin, demanding that the wages be issued immediately. Remember, if a similar situation occurs again, I will throw you out of here. Lin Xian walked to the window, warned the chairman without turning his head, and then jumped down. Seeing Lin Xian jump out of the window, the chairman's eyes widened in shock. This was the 23rd floor. After doing all this, Lin Xian quietly returned to the youth hostel. The whole process took less than 5 minutes. His 5 college roommates were still lying in bed playing on their phones, completely unaware of Lin Xian.
How come there's suddenly 15,000 yuan in my salary card?
One of them suddenly sat up and said to everyone after receiving a text message notification. Upon hearing his words, the other students realized that they had also received the 15,000 yuan.
Has the company paid our back wages? It arrived in our account so quickly?
The group looked at each other, puzzled, completely unable to figure out what was going on.
However, receiving their wages was ultimately a good thing. Have you all received your salaries? Lin Xian asked, feigning excitement. It seems that the finance department is really efficient. Yeah, I was just complaining to you about it, and now my salary has arrived. It seems we misunderstood the company before.
The college students who shared a dorm room with Lin Xian explained that they simply couldn't believe that if it weren't for Lin Xian, this money would never have been issued.
It's good that you got the money. No matter what kind of company it is, you guys need to be more careful in the future.
Make sure you read the contract carefully so you don't get scammed. Lin Xian certainly wouldn't tell them the truth, but only reminded them to be more careful in the future.
You're right, we'll be more careful in the future.
With this money, we won't have to worry about food and lodging for at least a few months, and we can focus on finding our next job. They all had happy smiles on their faces. Although the money wasn't much, it was enough to last them for several months, which would be enough time for them to find new jobs.
By the way, Brother Lin, what do you do for a living? I've never heard you mention your job before.
The college student on Lin Xian's bed asked curiously. Although we've known each other for a few days, I've never heard him mention his profession. I just do some hourly work to earn some pocket money, and that's enough to cover my food and lodging.
Lin Xian lay on the bed, idly scrolling through his phone, and answered casually. But Brother Lin, you're so handsome and such a nice person. Haven't you ever thought about finding a rich woman?
One of the college students jokingly teased him. After all, Lin Xian's conditions were indeed quite good.
A rich woman? Not interested.
Lin Xian answered directly that what he pursued was not simple material things, but love that transcended life and death.
Brother Lin is truly different. We're just ordinary people. Ha ha.
Upon hearing his words, the college students couldn't help but burst into laughter and then resumed their conversation. Lin Xian lay there, listening to their conversation while staring at his phone, feeling quite relaxed. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Xian has been on Blue Star for 6 months. The TV series he participated in filming has also successfully wrapped up and will be released in about 6 months. By then, Lin Xian will no longer be an ordinary person, but a star with many fans fans and extremely high popularity. However, Lin Xian prefers to be called the black-clad hero. During those 6 months, he did a lot of good deeds in Yangzhou, helping the police catch criminals, assisting citizens in catching thieves, saving a suicidal person, and even participating in defusing a bomb.
It can be said that Lin Xian's appearance greatly reduced the crime rate in Yangzhou.
Whether it was petty theft or arson and murder, people had to think twice before running into this black-clad hero. Although he offered his help on several occasions, all people could see was a dark shadow and could not make out his appearance at all. Despite the viral videos of him helping others, no one knows his real identity, so everyone affectionately calls him the black-clad hero.
The black-clad hero is a Chinese superhero who always appears wherever help is needed. The black-clad hero? That's an interesting title.
Lin Xian watched videos about himself online in the hotel room, couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Now that he has received payment for the TV series, he is much more financially comfortable, so he has moved into a hotel in downtown Yangzhou for easy access to various places. He was scrolling through his phone out of boredom when he suddenly saw a news article about a natural disaster.
Recently, the southeastern coastal areas of my country have been hit by a typhoon.
Due to the extremely high level of this typhoon, it is highly likely to trigger tsunamis and other destructive natural disasters. The government hereby reminds residents in coastal areas, especially those near the sea, to evacuate their residences immediately.
No matter what, everyone must prioritize their safety and not be greedy. Evacuate in time to avoid serious threats to your life.
The staff in the video repeatedly emphasized the enormous damage caused by the tsunami and earnestly hoped that all coastal residents could survive the disaster. Upon seeing this message, a thought surged in Lin Xian's mind. He wanted to personally test his strength to see if he could withstand natural disasters on Earth. Natural disasters such as earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions possess enormous energy and are extremely destructive to humans and their homes. Even with the advancement of technology, humanity still seems powerless in the face of natural disasters. Therefore, protecting the natural environment is a responsibility that everyone on Earth must shoulder. With that in mind, Lin Xian changed into a black outfit without hesitation and left the hotel.
Yangzhou is not far from the southeastern coastal area of China.
With Lin Xian's extreme speed, he can arrive at the scene in a few dozen seconds.
He went directly to the coastline most severely affected by the typhoon. At this moment, Lin Xian's location was being ravaged by gale force winds of level 12 or higher.
No living creature dared to approach, and the original buildings were blown to pieces by the gale. The most terrifying thing was the sea in front of us, with its surging waves and huge waves crashing against the shore from time to time, as if a tsunami was about to erupt at any moment. The wind howled, carrying all sorts of debris, and the torrential rain poured down relentlessly. The place was like a living hell, inspiring fear in all who beheld it. Lin Xian stood alone on the beach, and no matter how fierce the wind swept past him, it had no effect on him.
Report: there are still residents who have not been evacuated from the Linchang coast of Yanqing City.
A staff member in military uniform stood up and reported to his superior. He was responsible for monitoring the evacuation of residents in the coastal area of Iwa City. With the tsunami approaching, it was essential to confirm that everyone had been safely evacuated.
What? Get satellite imagery of that area immediately. Upon hearing the report, the officer immediately ordered his subordinates to retrieve the satellite data.
They typically use satellite thermal imaging to confirm whether any residents remain unevacuated, since cameras and drones are difficult to use during a typhoon. In special circumstances, they will activate satellite video to capture images of a specific area within a specific time period. A few seconds later, a live video taken by the satellite was projected onto the large screen. The officer stared at the screen, his mind filled with astonishment. The harsh environment of typhoons, torrential rain, lightning, and seawater is on full display. However, a person dressed in black stood motionless on the shore, as if the dangers around him had no effect on him.
This is the black-clad hero?
Many staff members were staring intently at the screen. One of them, upon seeing the black-clad figure, immediately thought of the black-clad martial arts master who had recently become an internet sensation.
As the typhoon intensified, the sea became even more turbulent, with a giant wave hundreds of meters high surging in from afar. A tsunami is coming.
Everyone who saw the terrifying giant wave felt a chill run down their spines, knowing that once it made landfall, it would bring catastrophic consequences. Dream wings. Lin Xian summoned the dream wings, and a pair of pure white wings suddenly unfolded from his back, emitting a milky white light that contrasted sharply with his black clothes. With the help of his wings, Lin Xian slowly rose into the air and stood in midair.
He could clearly see the 100-meter-high giant wave rushing in from afar. Winged people? They can fly?
The people in the room were stunned by what they saw.
Does he intend to fight the tsunami all by himself?
Seeing Lin Xian's actions, the officer could not hide his surprise. Even if he has superpowers, it is impossible for him to defeat nature. At that moment, Lin Xian was unaware that he was being secretly watched, his mind completely focused on the tsunami before him.
Shao Qing, summon. Little Red, summon. summon. Shaolin, summon. Madoka, summon. Without holding back, he summoned all 4 of his pet beasts one by one. Since arriving on Earth, he had never let them show themselves, and today was the perfect opportunity to demonstrate their abilities. Dragon roars, Phoenix cries, and Qilin howls. The 3 sacred beasts gathered around Lin Xian, all at their strongest. Shao Qing has advanced to the 6th star level. In his complete form, he is over 100 meters tall, surrounded by auspicious clouds and lightning. Xiao Hong is also a 6 star. Although he is not very tall, his wings, which are 100 meters wide, are surrounded by blazing red flames. Even rain and seawater cannot get close to his body. Although Shaolin is only a 5-star character, he is exceptionally tall and has a pair of wings on his back that help him fly. Xiao Yuan perched on Lin Xian's shoulder, its 5 horns thicker than before, signifying its increased strength. Join me in fighting this tsunami. Lin Xian held the flying dragon in his hand and shouted at them. At this moment, everyone in the room was witnessing this scene, having completely forgotten about the tsunami. The sudden appearance of the azure dragon, vermilion bird, and Qilin left them stunned, their minds blank, completely unable to think. The tsunami rushed toward the coast of Linchang at an extremely fast speed. The first obstacle it encountered was the earthen wall summoned by the Qilin. As the saying goes, water can be contained by earth, only land can effectively control water. A massive earthen wall stretched across the sea, becoming the first line of defense built by Lin Xian and his group. A deafening roar resounded as a giant wave, hundreds of meters high, crashed violently against the earthen wall. The momentum and energy carried by the wave were astonishing, and the earthen wall was instantly shattered and disintegrated. Even so, the earthen wall consumed a significant portion of the giant wave's power. Despite the difficulty of performing well in the face of these surging waves, Xiaohong still gave it her all. Using the high temperature of the vermilion bird flame, he tried his best to evaporate the seawater. Although he could not completely dry the giant wave, he could weaken its power. Xiao Chang, relying on her strong physique, directly crashed into the giant wave. Although the effect was not significant, each impact of the 100-meter-long dragon contained extremely strong energy. The 3 sacred beasts each used their abilities to consume the energy of the giant wave, while Xiao Yuan continuously supplied them with the strongest energy. These pet beasts are buying Lin Xian precious time. At this moment, the flying dragon in Lin Xian's hand emitted a colorful light in the sky. He was constantly accumulating his own power, and this strike would be his strongest attack. With a single shot, mountains and rivers crumble. Lin Xian leaped into the air and plunged down, the tip of his spear pointing directly at the giant wave below. The moment the spearhead of the flying dragon touched the 100-meter-high giant wave, the multicolored light on the spearhead reached its peak. Those watching the video in the room saw the screen suddenly burst into dazzling multicolored light, which lasted for several seconds. Immediately afterwards, countless splashes of water erupted from the center of the giant wave. The towering 100-meter-high wave was actually shattered by Lin Xian's spear, turning into a shower of water that scattered into the sea. It took tens of millions of tons of force to barely defeat this tsunami. Lin Xian stood suspended in midair, watching the giant wave dissipate, and muttered to himself. This was not just his personal strength. Even with the amplification from the flying dragon in the sky, he could hardly unleash such terrifying power. It was Xiao Yuan's special ability that allowed her to inject all the energy from the other 3 sacred beasts into Lin Xian's body, resulting in this fatal blow. This was achieved by exploiting a single point to break through the overall defenses. To completely defeat them head-on, we'll definitely need much more energy. After truly confronting the immense power of nature, Lin Xiankai deeply realized the insignificance and powerlessness of humankind in the face of nature. Blue Star is a planet that is extremely suitable for indigenous people to live on. 70% of its surface is covered by oceans, and only 30% is continental. Of all the oceans, the Pacific Ocean is the largest, but it is also the least explored by indigenous peoples. It can be said that about 80% of the seabed in the Pacific Ocean remains undiscovered. This is because its depth is so great that neither human divers nor submarines can withstand the intense water pressure. In the deepest part of the Pacific Ocean stands a palace of modest size, surrounded by many unfamiliar sea creatures. A huge creature, resembling a turtle, was lounging lazily in the palace, its eyes fixed on the marine life swimming around it, looking quite content. My lord, something terrible has happened. At that moment, a sea creature swam over quickly and spoke in human language, its tone filled with an ominous premonition. What's the panic? What happened? The giant tortoise slowly raised its eyes and asked calmly. Just now, a human actually managed to break through a tsunami that was hundreds of meters high, the creature reported nervously. What? A human? Are you sure you didn't see wrong? Upon hearing this, the giant tortoise perked up and finally sat up from its reclining position. Its lower body is indeed that of a tortoise, with a huge shell on its back, while its upper body, or rather, its head, looks like a snake. I'm not mistaken, it really is a human. It has a pair of white wings, and is accompanied by a blue dragon and 2 other creatures I don't recognize. The sea creature reported its observations in detail, though it did not recognize the vermilion bird and the Qilin,
island, two sacred beasts. How could humans possibly possess the power to destroy a tsunami? And with the azure dragon by their side? Absolutely impossible. The snake-headed, turtle-bodied creature muttered to itself, completely disbelieving that humans on Earth could have such power, let alone a creature like an azure dragon. You go down first, I'll go and check it myself. It lay down again, secretly plotting something. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, located on the coast of Linchang, was unaware of the existence of the mysterious creatures deep in the Pacific Ocean. He successfully thwarted the tsunami, making a small contribution to the people of China. After resolving the tsunami crisis, Lin Xian returned directly to his hotel in Yangzhou City, changed out of his black clothes, put on his pajamas, and lazily lay on the bed, enjoying a rare moment of peace. In the control room, those who witnessed Lin Xian defeat the tsunami were still unable to calm down for a long time. Everything we saw today must not be divulged. The officer immediately gave the order, then quickly left the dispatch room with a copy of the video footage. Months have passed, but the legend of the black-clad swordsman continues to circulate. But unlike before, the black-clad hero will now also appear in disaster areas. Whether it's an earthquake, typhoon, or tsunami, the black-clad hero will always appear whenever disaster strikes. The Chinese leadership had long been aware of the existence of the black-clad hero, yet they still couldn't obtain any information about him. At the same time, the TV series starring Yang Yang and Lin Xian finally premiered. It broke viewership records as soon as it premiered, with Lin Xian's popularity far surpassing Yang Yang's. Overnight, Lin Xian became a household name, and countless young girls became his die-hard fans. This is too exaggerated. Lin Xian had just logged into Weibo when he received hundreds of thousands of private messages, and his number of followers skyrocketed from single digits to tens of millions in an instant. The constant notification sounds from Weibo almost scared him so much that he had to log out immediately and register a new account to browse Weibo. The two most popular figures in China today are actor Lin Xian and an unidentified black-clad swordsman. Standing by the hotel window, Lin Xian was filled with emotion. He never imagined that he could simultaneously become one of the most watched figures in the country under two different identities. Recently, tourists have reported seeing unidentified creatures in the sea off Linchang coast of Yanqing City in southeastern my country. It is advised to avoid staying in this area in the near future to prevent accidents. Suddenly, a news report came on the hotel's television. Although it didn't have any visuals, it still caught Lin Xian's attention. We just experienced a typhoon and a tsunami a while ago, and now, a few months later, unidentified creatures have appeared? Moreover, the authorities are advising everyone not to go there. Given China's consistent approach, this almost certainly means they have confirmed that there are indeed unidentified creatures there. Lin Xian silently speculated that if there was nothing unusual at all, the authorities wouldn't release such information. Let's go take a look tomorrow during the day. He made up his mind that perhaps some secrets were indeed hidden in the oceans of Earth. The next day, as soon as it was light, Lin Xian headed straight for the Linchang coast of Yanqing City. Several months have passed, the buildings damaged by the typhoon have been repaired, and the scenery remains pleasant. At this time, the outer perimeter of the Linchang coastline had already been strictly sealed off by the military, with cordons erected to prohibit anyone from entering. It seems there's something fishy going on. Seeing such a large-scale operation, Lin Xian sneaked in without hesitation, and no one could detect his presence. On the beach stood many soldiers in military uniforms, as well as several experts in white coats. Some were wearing diving suits, while the rest were only wearing swimming trunks. Lin Xian hid in a safe corner, using his exceptional hearing to carefully listen to their conversation. Professor Zhang, have you seen this kind of marine creature before? A man in military uniform asked a man in a white coat next to him. No, although it looks like a lobster, its internal structure is completely different, and its shell is much harder than a lobster's. Judging from its habitat, it is more like a deep-sea creature, but it appears in shallow water, which is very strange. Professor Zhang is clearly a marine biologist with extensive knowledge, recognizing almost all marine life, but he had never seen this giant lobster that was about 1 meter long before. After hearing Professor Zhang's words, everyone fell silent for a moment. The unknown marine creatures discovered in the past few days all have body structures that match the characteristics of deep-sea creatures, but why are they appearing one after another in shallow waters? Professor Zhang gazed at the sea, countless questions welling up in his mind. If it weren't for his physical limitations, he would have loved to go into the sea himself and find out for himself. Could it be the impact of natural disasters such as typhoons and tsunamis? The unit commander asked. Impossible, these natural disasters pose virtually no threat to the seabed environment. Professor Zhang shook his head and explained. Let's go down and take another look, a little deeper, and search the shallow beach carefully. We should catch any strange-looking creatures, preferably alive, so I can take them back to the lab for detailed research. After careful consideration, Professor Zhang decided to send people to sea again to investigate and look for useful clues. Upon hearing the order, the unit commander immediately directed the soldiers. Take fishing nets and tools and search the shallow waters to catch any suspicious creatures alive. A few of of you will dive into the deep sea and see if you find anything of value. Report back immediately if you do. After resting for about 10 minutes, the soldiers received orders to go into the water again to search for unknown creatures. Most of them were from the Navy and had been in contact with marine life for many years. Although their knowledge was not as extensive as that of professors, they could still identify what were unknown creatures. Lin Xian listened to their conversation from a distance, his mind filled with doubt. So many sea creatures suddenly appearing in shallow waters? Could something unusual have happened in the deep sea? He muttered to himself, guessing that with current human technology, reaching the very depths of the ocean is virtually impossible. This sea belongs to the Pacific Ocean. Could there be some secret hidden deep within the Pacific Ocean on Earth? Lin Xian could only come up with this explanation, which was also his deduction based on the situation of the Wanling planet, because there were indeed many unknown secrets hidden in the depths of the ocean of the Wanling planet. However, I have virtually no ability to fight underwater, he thought to himself, feeling somewhat helpless. Lin Xian knew that although he was powerful, the ocean and land were completely different environments. His abilities would inevitably be greatly reduced in the water. More importantly, none of his pets were suited to live in the sea. Only the azure dragon could barely adapt to the aquatic environment. If something really goes wrong on the seabed of Blue Star, Lin Xian will be powerless to help. Let's observe for a while. Hopefully, it's just a coincidence. Lin Xian still hoped that nothing unexpected would happen. About half an hour later, all the soldiers who had gone into the water came ashore, each holding several unfamiliar creatures in their hands. There are indeed many unknown marine creatures in the transition zone from the deep sea to the shallow sea. Yes, they seem to be controlled by some force, all swimming in one direction. It looks very strange. The two soldiers reported the unusual sights they had witnessed to the professor and their superior. You should go and rest first. After listening to their story, the officer told them to go back and rest, while the captured creatures were handed over to the professor for research. After the matter was settled, the group left. Xiaoyuan, let's go into the water and take a look. Lin Xian then took action, leaping into the sea. Xiaoyuan then appeared on him, and with her control over the water element, she was able to keep the space around Lin Xian free of seawater. In other words, although Lin Xian was in the ocean, wherever he went, there was air everywhere. Even without seawater, he could still breathe freely. It's just that his speed would be much slower than usual. This state can be maintained as long as the small circle's energy is not exhausted. As Lin Xian descended deeper and deeper, he discovered that many marine creatures were indeed swimming upwards instead of moving back and forth as usual, a phenomenon that aroused his suspicion. Xiaoyuan, can you sense anything unusual? After all, his perception was limited in the ocean. As a divine beast, Xiaoyuan possesses the 5 elemental origins and her perception naturally far surpasses that of Lin Xian. It seems like there's a familiar energy somewhere deeper and farther away. Xiaoyuan's tone carried a hint of uncertainty. The distance was too great, and her feelings were blurred. Familiar energy? Could it be the water attribute source energy you're familiar with? For Xiaoyuan, the only familiar elements are the 5 fundamental properties. Since she is in the sea, it can only be the water element. It's possible, but the distance is too far. Xiaoyuan stood on Lin Xian's shoulder, still unable to determine exactly what it was. Can we just go straight through from here? No, my energy will run out. Xiaoyuan answered honestly that unless Lin Xian swam there himself, but that would consume too much energy. Then let's fly into the air first, and then dive vertically into the sea. Will we have enough energy? Lin Xian asked again. That's enough. This will save a lot of energy. But can you withstand the pressure at the bottom of the sea? Xiaoyuan countered. The deeper you go, the greater the pressure at the bottom of the sea. It's extremely terrifying. I don't know, but I can only give it a try. If it doesn't work, I'll come up here first and go back down when I've cultivated to a higher level. Lin Xian wasn't worried about this issue at all. At most, he would take a step back and come back to it later. Okay, then we'll do it your way. Since Lin Xian had no problem, Xiaoyuan had no objections either. After reaching an agreement, Lin Xian swam directly to the surface of the water, as they were already far from the coast of Linchang. To make sure no one noticed, he summoned dreamlike wings. With its pristine white wings unfurled, it carried him swiftly across the Pacific Ocean, its target the very center of the Pacific. Are you sure the target is just below here? Lin Xian stopped in midair and asked Xiaoyuan. This is exactly the location that Xiaoyuan sensed. That should be right. The energy is right below us. Xiaoyuan affirmed that, given their current location, he couldn't be mistaken. Let's go down then. Hopefully we'll sink directly to the bottom of the sea. Lin Xian retracted his pair of dreamlike wings and began to slowly sink into the depths of the ocean. Guided by Xiaoyuan, Lin Xian continued to dive deeper into the ocean floor of the Pacific Ocean. As they dived deeper, Xiaoyuan's senses became increasingly intense. As they approached the depths of the sea, Lin Xian suddenly realized that the creatures here were remarkably similar to those he had found off the coast of Linchang. Could it be that all those unknown sea creatures swam here? Lin Xian was filled with astonishment. After all, this place is quite far from the coast of Linchang. In other words, even if these creatures keep swimming, it would probably take them several months to reach the coast of Linchang. If that's the case, then we can deduce that the time these sea creatures started swimming towards the Linchang coast was probably the moment I defeated the tsunami. Thinking about this, Lin Xian vaguely had an answer in his heart. It seemed that the root of typhoons and tsunamis was hidden deep in the Pacific Ocean. He felt no discomfort and continued to sink. After descending a further distance, he finally saw the small palace on the seabed of the Pacific Ocean. There's even a palace? Lin Xian was shocked. He never expected that such a building would be hidden in the deepest part of the Pacific Ocean. It was truly unbelievable. He couldn't imagine the shock that would be felt by the humans on Earth if they knew about this. Lin Xian slowly approached the palace and found that its structure was simple, but the materials were inexplicable and unidentifiable. When he arrived at the main gate of the palace, he was astonished to see a huge tortoise lying inside. The enormous creature also noticed Lin Xian. It found it unbelievable that a human had suddenly appeared there. Lin Xian carefully examined the giant tortoise in front of him. Suddenly, it transformed from a reclining position into its complete form, and he realized that it was a strange creature with a snake's head and a tortoise's body. With a snake's head and a turtle's body, it spoke human language, its deep voice emanating from within, causing the seabed to tremble slightly. The water attributes sacred beast Xuanwu? Lin Xian asked in surprise. Although this is Blue Star, the other party's form is exactly the same as Xuanwu, and Xiao Yuan feels familiar with it, so he directly asked questions. You actually know me? Xuanwu was equally surprised. He had never appeared in the sight of humans before, so how could he be recognized? At this moment, Xiao Yuan flew out from behind Lin Xian and approached Xuanwu alone, releasing the aura of a god-level pet beast without reservation. As a sacred beast, Xuanwu instantly felt the bloodline suppression of the divine-level pet beast, and a wave of fear surged in its heart. What are you? How can you make me feel the pressure of my bloodline? Xuanwu asked Xiao Yuan curiously. On Earth, he had never experienced such terrifying bloodline pressure. A divine-level pet beast, a chaos beast, possessing the 5 fundamental elements of wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. Xiao Yuan proudly raised its body and introduced itself to Xuanwu. You've mastered all 5 elemental origins? Xuanwu exclaimed in shock. No wonder he could sense a familiar aura emanating from Xiao Yuan. What is your purpose in coming here? You are not humans from Blue Star, are you? Xuanwu then turned to Lin Xian and asked. Humans on Earth could not possibly possess such power to dive to the depths of the Pacific Ocean on their own. This is the question I should be asking you. What exactly do you intend to do? Why are you driving the creatures here to the Linchang coast? Lin Xian did not answer directly, but instead asked Xuanwu. A special creature capable of destroying tsunamis has appeared there, so I deliberately sent the creatures here there in an attempt to lure it out. Xuanwu frankly revealed his thoughts. As he said, his goal had been achieved. Lin Xian had indeed been successfully lured over. Then why did you lure me here? Lin Xian asked curiously. Take me away from here. Xuanwu expressed his wish directly. He has been here for an unknown amount of time, doing almost nothing but sleeping every day, and has no desire to disturb human life. But he longed to leave this place. It was far too desolate, especially for an immortal monster like himself. It was unbearable. However, he himself did not possess that ability until Lin Xian appeared recently. Being able to defeat a tsunami-level creature and having an azure dragon by his side, Lin Xian was naturally the most likely candidate to take him away. So Xuanwu devised this plan to lure Lin Xian to find him. I can sense that you are very strong, even stronger than some of my pet beasts. Can't you leave here on your own? Lin Xian asked, puzzled. This, Xuanwu was probably already at the 8-star or even 9-star level. Logically speaking, he was no match for it. Why didn't it leave on its own? You are indeed powerful, but how can I leave? To land? I can only stay on this Blue Star, and you shouldn't be a creature of Blue Star, so I need your help to leave this place completely. Xuanwu answered truthfully. Although he could leave the ocean, he could not leave Blue Star. The technological development of Blue Star is slow, and humans cannot cultivate. He is an anomaly on this planet, and only by leaving Blue Star can he have a different life. I understand. Lin Xian nodded, completely comprehending Xuanwu's thoughts. If I want to take you away, you have to acknowledge me as your master. Can you accept that? After all, Xuanwu had made the request, so he had to make the conditions for taking you away clear. Only by recognizing himself as the master could Lin Xian store Xuanwu in his pet space and take him anywhere at any time. You must also be the master of the Azure Dragon, right? The fact that even a divine beast recognizes you as its master shows your extraordinary potential. For me to recognize you as my master should also be a good thing. The black tortoise nodded upon hearing Lin Xian's words. Although it resembled a tortoise, it was by no means stupid. In fact, it was quite intelligent, as water represents wisdom. A very wise choice. Xiao Yuan said approvingly. Following Lin Xian will definitely lead to a bright future. Then don't resist. I'll drip my blood on you, and you should be able to recognize me as your master, Lin Xian said as he slowly flew closer to Xuanwu. The methods of recognizing a master are generally the same, blood oath. Xuanwu thus became Lin Xian's 5th pet, perfectly solving his problem of not having having a pet after reaching level 5. A drop of golden blood flowed from Lin Xian's body and dripped onto Xuanwu. Because Lin Xian had previously fused with the energy of the 5 elements of chaos, the blood in his body was golden, making it quite rare. Although it wasn't quite as valuable as the essence blood of a sacred beast, it was nearly the same. In an instant, a mysterious connection was established between Lin Xian and Xuanwu officially became his 5th pet beast. Greetings, Master. Xuanwu greeted Lin Xian respectfully. I'll call you Xiaohei from now on. Lin Xian gave Xuanwu a fitting name, since Xuanwu was entirely black, so calling him Xiaohei was the most appropriate. Xuanwu nodded and then entered Lin Xian's pet space. When he saw Xiaoqing, Xiaohong, and Xiaolin, he was completely stunned. He never expected that there would be not only the azure dragon here, but also the vermilion bird and the qilin. The other pets also looked at Xuanwu, recognizing it as a water attribute sacred beast from their inherited memories. After taking Xuanwu as his pet, Lin Xian rushed out of the Pacific Ocean, where the feeling of being underwater was truly unbearable. The air outside is so much more comfortable, Lin Xian said with a smile, taking a few deep breaths of the air above the ocean. It looks like something's coming from over there, Xiao Yuan warned. This is the middle of the Pacific Ocean, where ships usually don't pass by. Lin Xian controlled the dream wings to fly high into the sky, avoiding being discovered by humans. It's just an ordinary cargo ship, probably sailing from the US to China. It won't cause any problems. Let's go back. Lin Xian didn't care and quickly returned to China. He had no more worries now. Little Black, are there any other mysterious places on Blue Star? Lin Xian asked Xiaohei in the pet space, knowing that it must know more than he did, given how long it had been on Blue Star. Yes, there is another very mysterious place. I have only heard of it, but I have never seen it. After a moment's thought, Xiaohei answered Lin Xian. Oh, where is it? Lin Xian asked curiously. There are places like this on Blue Star? The legendary Kunlun Wonderland. Xiaohei pronounced the name word by word. An ordinary person would never believe it, but Lin Xian, possessing superpowers, was different. Isn't that a legendary place? It can't possibly exist in reality. Hearing what Xiaohei said, Lin Xian also found it hard to believe. It was just a place name in Chinese mythology and legends, made up by historical figures. It really exists. I once came out of the Pacific Ocean specifically to look for it, but unfortunately I didn't find it. Xiaohei firmly believed in the existence of Kunlun Wonderland and continued to explain it to Lin Xian. If you can't find it, doesn't that mean it doesn't exist? Lin Xian shook his head, feeling that Xiaohei's statement was untenable. Master, if that place doesn't exist, then where did my underwater palace come from? It couldn't possibly have been built by humans. Xiaohei presented Lin Xian with a piece of evidence that convinced him. Didn't you build that palace? Lin Xian asked in surprise. How could I possibly have that ability? That palace has always existed, and it's extremely sturdy, reinforced by magic arrays around it. Xiaohei explained that he simply did not have the ability to build such a palace. What? Upon hearing this, Lin Xian could no longer sit still. If this was true, then that place in mythology might really exist. Moreover, I know the entrance to Kunlun Wonderland, but when I got there, I couldn't see anything, and even using magic was useless. Xiaohei told Lin Xian somewhat dejectedly that otherwise he would have found a way to leave Blue Star long ago. Where's the entrance? I'll go take a look. Lin Xian asked quickly. It's in the Kunlun Mountains in southwestern China. I can only give you the exact location once we get there. Xiaohei said that the terrain of Kunlun Mountain is complex, and they need to get there first before they can continue to give directions. Okay, let's set off now. Lin Xian didn't want to waste time, and he had nothing else to do at the moment. If he could enter the Kunlun Wonderland, he might have unexpected gains. More importantly, he might be able to meet those mythical figures, and even compete with them to see if he is stronger than them. Although it's faster on land, it's easier to attract attention that way, so flying with the dream wings is much better. Using high-altitude flight, Lin Xian quickly arrived at the Kunlun Mountains in southwestern China. The Kunlun Mountains are one of the largest mountain ranges in China, with an extremely harsh environment. They are covered in ice and snow all year round and are basically unsuitable for human habitation. Therefore, there are almost no people living near the Kunlun Mountains, but it must be said that many legendary stories in China have been closely related to the Kunlun Mountains from ancient times to the present. This also demonstrates that humanity is forever filled with curiosity and a desire to explore the unknown. However, due to physical limitations and limited technology, there has been very little exploration of the Kunlun Mountains to date. But now that Lin Xian has arrived, he wants to see what secrets are hidden here. Continue flying west. The entrance is near the center of the Kunlun Mountains. Xiaohei directed Lin Xian, who was still some distance from the entrance. Lin Xian continued flying as instructed by Xiaohei. The fog above the Kunlun Mountains was so thick that ordinary flying vehicles could hardly pass through. We're almost there. We can fly down a little. Xiaohei reminded Lin Xian that it was difficult to discern the exact location below from this height. One needed to get closer to the ground to see clearly. About 5 minutes later, Lin Xian finally arrived at the location Xiaohei had mentioned. Little Black, Are you sure we're here? Lin Xian looked around at the towering mountains that pierced the clouds and asked Xiao Hei. This is a valley, and there's nothing special about it.
This is it. The entrance to Kunlun Wonderland is right here. I just don't know how to get in.
Xiao Hei answered frankly. He only knew the general location, but he didn't know how to get in. Lin Xian stood still, knowing full well that brute force was absolutely not the way to find the entrance to Kunlun Wonderland. There must be some kind of mechanism hidden here. He looked up and surveyed the surrounding mountains. Strangely, there were exactly 5 mountains around him. He wondered if it was a coincidence or something else. Little Yuan, come out and feel around, see if there's anything different. Since something related to 5 has appeared, it is very likely related to the 5 elements.
Let Xiao Yuan sense it and maybe she can discover something.
A flash of white light appeared, and Xiao Yuan appeared on Lin Xian's shoulder. The 5 horns on the small round head slowly emitted 5 colors of light: blue, red, yellow, white, and black. The 5 colored light slowly flew towards the 5 surrounding mountain peaks, enveloping them in concentric circles.
So, did you find anything?
Lin Xian asked curiously, as he had never seen Xiao Yuan investigate so meticulously. Xiao Yuan was still sensing the 5 mountain peaks when she replied, "These 5 mountain peaks seem a bit unusual.
I'll tell you after I've investigated them."
Hearing Xiao Yuan's words, Lin Xian stopped disturbing her and waited quietly.
About 2 minutes later, Xiao Yuan withdrew her supernatural power, clearly indicating that the investigation was complete. Master, these 5 mountain peaks should be the entrance to the Kunlun Wonderland.
Although Xiao Yuan didn't know the specifics of the entrance, judging from the state of these 5 mountain peaks, it was undoubtedly the entrance. Why do you say that? Lin Xian asked, puzzled, as he himself did not sense anything special about these 5 mountain peaks.
These mountains may look ordinary, but each one contains a hidden elemental array.
The 5 arrays are interconnected, making them difficult for even superhumans to detect. Xiao Yuan explained that even if ordinary people on Blue Star came here, even superhumans from the planet Wanling would never discover the secret hidden in these 5 mountains.
Then how did you find out? Lin Xian asked curiously.
Because I have mastered the original attributes of the 5 elements, I can see the special features of these 5 magic arrays. Xiao Yuan continued, actually, Master, you will be able to sense these 5 formations in the future.
It's just that right now you only have the
original attributes of the 3 elements of wood, fire, and earth in your body, so you can't sense this kind of 5-element linked formation. Lin Xian had absorbed the essence of the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and Qilin, thus mastering the fundamental attributes of the 3 elements, wood, fire, and earth.
However, he had not yet mastered the fundamental attributes of the elements of metal and water. I see. That's why Xiao Hei couldn't discover the secret of these 5 mountain peaks when he came alone. After listening to Xiao Yuan's explanation, Lin Xian finally understood why Xiao Hei couldn't find the entrance to Kunlun Wonderland. In other words, to find the entrance and enter the Kunlun Wonderland, one must at least grasp the fundamental attributes of the 5 elements.
Thinking of this, Lin Xian's heart tightened. The threshold to enter the immortal realm was so high. Just how strong were the creatures inside?
That's right.
The creature that set up this magic circle is probably even stronger than me at my peak. Xiao Yuan frankly admitted that even the strongest divine beasts were inferior to her, which shows that Kunlun Immortal Realm is full of hidden talents.
Can we go in through the entrance?
Although the secrets of the 5 peaks have been discovered, how to enter them, and whether it is even possible to enter, remains a problem. I can activate the primal power of the 5 elements to make the entrance visible, but whether we can enter depends on whether there are other restrictions at the entrance.
That's all Xiao Yuan can do.
After all, finding the entrance is only the first step. Whether she can get in is another matter entirely. Lin Xian stood there, deep in thought for a long time. He hadn't wanted to rush in so easily.
However, he quickly reconsidered. He was still in the first secret realm, and perhaps this was just a test from the realm.
If entering meant certain death, then he would be violating the rules of the secret realm. After all, the secret realm only provides opportunities for those with superpowers to take on challenges, not to face certain death. Otherwise, the existence of the secret realm would lose its meaning. After figuring all this out, Lin Xian finally decided to have Xiao Yuan summon the entrance. Xiao Yuan's 5 horns once again shone with 5-colored light, flying towards the 5 mountain peaks. The difference this time was that the 5-colored light pierced directly through the mountains and entered their depths. Before long, Lin Xian felt the ground beneath his feet tremble continuously, and the 5 surrounding mountain peaks also began to shake slightly. After about 10 seconds, all the shaking gradually disappeared, and an oval-shaped star gate emitting a milky white light appeared in front of Lin Xian. This is the entrance to Kunlun Wonderland, Xiao Yuan said, looking slightly tired. Using the power of the 5 elements was still quite strenuous for him, and the energy consumption was considerable. Go back to the pet space and recover properly, Lin Xian said, noticing Xiao Yuan's weakness. Xiao Yuan then disappeared from Lin Xian's shoulder, while Lin Xian stood in front of the Stargate, preparing to step into this world that only existed in his imagination.
Kunlun Wonderland, I want to see what it's like inside.
Lin Xian mustered his courage and walked towards the Stargate. To his surprise, the Stargate offered no obstruction, and Lin Xian Xian easily stepped through. Once his body was fully inside the Stargate, the elliptical Stargate disappeared into the Kunlun Mountains, and everything returned to normal, as if nothing had ever happened. After entering the Stargate, Lin Xian suddenly felt as if something behind him had disappeared, and hurriedly turned around to look. A white light appeared and then disappeared, slowly vanishing before our eyes. The entrance must have dissipated, Lin Xian thought to himself. After confirming this, he turned around and focused all his attention on the interior of Kunlun Wonderland. When he saw the scene before him, his heart was filled with a tremendous surge of emotions. How could this be? Lin Xian was so shocked he couldn't speak. This place was nothing like what he had imagined, and it was completely different from the descriptions in the mythological novels of Blue Star. Indifferent and desolate. There was no beautiful scenery of blooming flowers and green willows before my eyes, nor could I hear the ethereal music. This place seems to have endured countless battles, sending a chill down one's spine. What's going on? Although Lin Xian had never seen the true face of the immortal realm, he knew very well that this was definitely not what the immortal realm should look like. He guessed that this place must have undergone a huge change to become so desolate. In order to find out what exactly happened in Kunlun Wonderland, Lin Xian summoned his dream wings and flew away into the distance. Colorful lights flashed continuously there, as if a fierce battle was taking place. Lin Xian flew over quickly, and as he got close, he hid behind a large mountain to secretly observe the situation ahead. Flame Demon, today I will perish together with you, a middle-aged man dressed in a gray-blue Taoist robe roared angrily. You are not worthy to perish with me. A man wearing a black cloak and engulfed in golden flames sneered as he hovered in midair. No sooner had the words left their mouths than the two engaged in fierce combat once more, their treasures clashing repeatedly, the energy they released distorting the surrounding space. Lin Xian hid in the shadows, unaware of their reason for fighting, but based on his intuition, he knew that this flame demon was no benevolent being. After hundreds of exchanges, the Taoist gradually found himself at a disadvantage, while the flame demon's momentum grew stronger. Little Black, come with me to help that Taoist. Lin Xian summoned Little Black and flew towards the flame demon with him. The reasons for choosing to send Xiao He into battle are twofold. Firstly, he is the strongest, and secondly, the opponent is skilled in fire-type attacks, while water is the perfect counter to fire. You filthy Taoist, prepare to die. The flame demon's gauntlet pointed directly at the Taoist's heart, its attack fierce. The Taoist had no time to defend himself, and he cried out in his heart, if this punch hits, I'm afraid I'll be sent to the Western Paradise. At this critical moment, Lin Xian arrived just in time, and the flying dragon in his hand blocked the Taoist's chest. The enormous impact shook the heavens and the earth. Lin Xian felt as if his right hand was almost shattered, and he almost threw flying dragon in the sky away. A divine artifact? The flame demon was extremely shocked to see that the flying dragon in the sky could withstand his strongest attack. Aside from divine artifacts, he couldn't think of any other treasure that could be so sturdy. The waters of the Styx. As the flame demon was shocked, the black tortoise unleashed its strongest killing move. Dark black water flowed down like a celestial river. This water is no ordinary water, it is the water of the Styx, which possesses powerful corrosive properties. Anything that touches it instantly turns into nothingness. The sacred beast Xuanwu. Seeing Xuanwu unleash the waters of the Styx river, the flame demon dared not be careless any longer and immediately flew upwards, trying to dodge the attack. But the waters of the river Styx are relentless, following closely behind. If we can't kill him, let's retreat. The Taoist knew the strength of the flame demon and that the man and beast in front of him were no match for him. To avoid unnecessary sacrifice, he pulled Lin Xian away by teleportation. Where is this? Lin Xian looked around and asked curiously. The surrounding environment is beautiful, with birds singing and flowers blooming, full of spiritual energy, far surpassing the battlefield from before. This is my grotto world, no demons can enter, so don't worry, the Taoist explained, sitting on the stone bench. A grotto heaven world? Demons? What do you mean? Lin Xian asked, puzzled. Upon hearing this, the Taoist was surprised that someone didn't even know these things. You really don't know? The Taoist priest asked in return. Senior, to be honest, I just entered the Kunlun immortal realm and only stepped in to save you when I saw you were in danger. Lin Xian confessed. Suddenly, the Taoist's eyes flashed with golden light as he carefully examined Lin Xian from head to toe. After a few breaths, he sighed, you shouldn't have come in here. This paradise has long since become hell, and there's no way out once you enter. No way out once you go in? Lin Xian was extremely shocked. If he went in and couldn't get out, wouldn't he be trapped forever? Tens of thousands of years ago, this place was indeed a fairyland, with a beautiful environment and abundant spiritual energy, where the immortals lived carefree. But suddenly a group of powerful monsters appeared, and they loved destruction and annihilation. Over the years, gods and demons have been fighting endlessly, and the fairyland has become what it is today. Now the demons have the upper hand, the number of immortals has greatly decreased, and most of those who survived are great Luo golden immortals who possess cave worlds, because they are absolutely safe in their own grotto heavens, while those low-level celestial immortals who failed to create their own grotto heavens are basically annihilated. The Taoist explained while sighing. I see.
see. Then why did you enter this place of no return? Lin Xian continued to ask, assuming there must be a way out. Because the Demon King has occupied the gate leading to the outside world, we immortals cannot get close at all, the Taoist said helplessly. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Lin Xian was speechless. Could this also be a task given to me by the secret realm? He quickly realized that since he was still in the secret realm, this was likely a challenge, just not explicitly stated. However, if I fail to complete it, does it mean I'll be trapped here forever, or killed by monsters? He wondered to himself, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Lin Xian knew perfectly well that if he failed to complete this mission, he would be trapped here forever. If that's the case, this mission is undoubtedly the most difficult one he's encountered since entering the secret realm. Senior, my name is Lin Xian. I wonder how I should address you. After talking for so long, Lin Xian realized that he had forgotten to ask the other party's name or title. You can call me Bodhi Daoist, the Daoist said calmly. He usually used this name in public, and there was no need to tell Lin Xian his real name. Lin Xian was startled, never expecting to encounter a celebrity, but his appearance was completely different from the descriptions in the novels he had read before. However, how could someone who has just entered the immortal realm and only reached the celestial immortal level possess a divine artifact? Bodhi Daoist asked curiously. After all, he had just witnessed Lin Xian's flying dragon in the sky technique, and if it weren't for a divine artifact level spear, it would have been impossible to withstand the flame demon's terrifying attack. A divine artifact? Celestial level? Lin Xian wondered. Wasn't the flying dragon in the sky a cosmic level divine weapon? How did it suddenly become a divine artifact? And what did his celestial level mean? Seeing Lin Xian's confused expression, Bodhi Daoist realized that he knew nothing about the situation in the immortal realm. The immortal realms here are divided into several levels from low to high: human immortal, earth immortal, heavenly immortal, mysterious immortal, golden immortal, great Luo golden immortal, and primordial. Golden immortal, Bodhi Daoist said slowly. Among them, only golden immortals and above can open up cave worlds, while primordial golden immortals are saints, the most powerful immortals in the immortal realm. He explained to Lin Xian the classification of immortal realms, which was completely different from the level system of superhumans on the planet of 10,000 spirits. So I'm only at the celestial immortal level now? Lin Xian asked incredulously, feeling that this level was much lower than he had imagined. Indeed, the celestial immortal level is considered low in the immortal realm, which is why I'm curious why you possess a divine artifact. Did you obtain it before entering the immortal realm? But that shouldn't be the case, as the worlds connected to the immortal realm are quite backward, and it's impossible for divine artifacts to exist there. Bodhi Daoist was still completely baffled. In his understanding, it was absolutely impossible to obtain a divine artifact outside the immortal realm. What level is this divine artifact? Is it extremely rare? Lin Xian continued to ask. Even a primordial golden immortal cannot forge divine artifacts. They are all naturally formed treasures of heaven and earth, extremely rare in the immortal realm. Whenever a divine artifact appears, it will attract the attention of various forces. Bodhi Daoist explained very clearly that divine artifacts are the highest level treasures in the immortal realm, so when Lin Xian's flying dragon appeared in the sky, it naturally attracted everyone's attention. I see. Lin Xian nodded, his mind suddenly clear. He now roughly understood that the first secret realm was far more powerful than this Kunlun immortal realm, while the myriad spirits planet was not much different from this immortal realm. After all, he was only a peak level 5 ability master, which was equivalent to a celestial immortal in this realm. In comparison, the difference between the two was not significant. Bodhi Daoist, why were we immortals so unable to resist the demons when they invaded? Was it because they outnumbered us, or was there another reason? Lin Xian asked curiously, wondering why the demons had such an advantage in the war between gods and demons. Alas, it can only be said that everything was within their calculations, but we just didn't realize it. Bodhi Daoist sighed and said, in fact, both sides are about the same in terms of strength and numbers. If there were still a primordial golden immortal in the immortal realm, our situation would definitely not be like this. Oh, where did the primordial golden immortal go? Hearing this, Lin Xian became even more curious. As the strongest combat force in the immortal realm, had the primordial golden immortal really disappeared? Just this year, before the demon invasion, the primordial golden immortals accidentally discovered the shattered void and found a way to reach a higher dimension. So they left the immortal realm and have been missing ever since, Bodhi Daoist recounted. Not long after they left, the demons suddenly appeared from nowhere, and a great war between gods and demons broke out. The demon king of the demon clan is as powerful as a primordial golden immortal, and our immortal realm has no one who can rival him, which is why we have gradually been defeated. Although there is only one level difference between a great Luo golden immortal and a primordial golden immortal, their understanding of the Tao is vastly different. Therefore, a great Luo golden immortal will inevitably be defeated when facing a primordial golden immortal, and at most can only hide in a cave world to protect himself. Bodhi Daoist said helplessly that he was extremely unwilling to see these things,
but that was the reality. It all seemed to be preordained. The moment the primordial golden immortals left the immortal realm, the demon clan launched a massive invasion. Could this also be a special arrangement by the secret realm? A test designed specifically for me? After listening to Bodhi Daoist's explanation, Lin Xian couldn't help but wonder. This idea seemed plausible, without any contradictions. So, it's really bad timing that you came into the fairy realm. Bodhi Daoist glanced at Lin Xian and shook his head slightly. It's alright. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. I have to face the misfortune I can't avoid. Maybe I can even kill the Demon King. Lin Xian replied with a smile. He had to think this way, otherwise he would never be able to leave this place, which was impossible for him. Bodhi shook his head, feeling that Lin Xian had merely uttered a boastful statement that lacked any sense of decency. How long have you been cultivating outside? As far as I know, the spiritual energy in the worlds connected to the immortal realm is extremely thin, making cultivation incredibly difficult. Your ability to enter here is truly a testament to your exceptional talent, Bodhi Daoist asked, well aware of this point. Theoretically speaking, it's impossible to cultivate in places with scarce spiritual energy. I started cultivating when I was 18, and now I'm 22, so I've been cultivating for 4 years, Lin Xian answered truthfully. After hearing Lin Xian's words, Bodhi Daoist stood up from the stone bench, his eyes wide with surprise, and asked, say it again, how many years? 4 years, Lin Xian repeated, looking at his exaggerated expression. 4 years? You cultivated from an ordinary person to a celestial immortal? Even if you were born in the celestial realm, it would take 400 years to reach the celestial immortal realm. Bodhi Daoist said incredulously. The celestial realm is rich in spiritual energy. Reaching the celestial immortal realm would require at least 400 years. Just how fast was Lin Xian's cultivation speed? The spiritual energy in the place where I cultivate is actually similar to this place, but I only used 4 years, Lin Xian answered honestly. Alright, if you truly possess such astonishing cultivation speed, coupled with a divine artifact in your possession, perhaps you really do have a chance to kill the Demon King. Bodhi's attitude suddenly changed. If Lin Xian is exceptionally talented, perhaps he could truly become the savior of the immortal realm. I'm quite confident about this, so I'd like to ask, is there a way to quickly improve one's cultivation level? Lin Xian asked directly, voicing his most pressing question. After all, the advancement from celestial immortal to primordial golden immortal sounded extremely difficult. Rapidly improve one's cultivation level? Upon hearing this, Bodhi Daoist fell into deep thought, constantly searching his mind for various possible methods. Yes, there are, but they're all occupied by the demons now, Bodhi said to Lin Xian after a moment's thought. Where? Lin Xian asked eagerly. As long as there was a place to improve, he would find a way to get in, even if it was occupied. 36 major grotto heavens and 72 minor grotto heavens. Bodhi pointed to Lin Xian and explained that these were all sacred places in the immortal realm, but now they all belong to the demon race. How do these places accelerate the cultivation process? Whether it's a large or small grotto heaven, the spiritual energy inside is much more abundant than outside, and the flow of time is also different from the outside world. Among them, the time flow ratio between the great cave heaven and the outside world is 100 to 1, while that of the small cave heaven is 50 to 1. In other words, 100 years of cultivation in the great cave heaven is equivalent to only 1 year in the outside world, Bodhi explained in detail. These places are the fastest places to cultivate in the immortal realm. Indeed impressive. What kind of people did the demon clan send to guard these places? Lin Xian continued to ask. The great cave heaven is guarded by the demon lord, whose strength is equivalent to that of a great Luo golden immortal. The small cave heaven is guarded by the demon general, whose strength is equivalent to that of an ordinary golden immortal, Bodhi said. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian immediately understood that it would be extremely difficult to force his way into these caves. What should I do then? Lin Xian pondered how to enter the cave heaven. If he could enter, his cultivation speed would increase significantly. Of course, there is an even more direct method, which is to take the elixir of immortality. Bodhi Daoist revealed another method to Lin Xian. High-quality elixirs can indeed achieve such effects. But Lin Xian shook his head and said to Bodhi Daoist, no, although that can improve one's realm, it will weaken one's combat power and have no practical significance. He was fully aware of the drawbacks of this approach, so naturally he wouldn't choose it. What exactly is the difference between demons and immortals? Lin Xian suddenly thought of a question. Since he was an outsider and could not be considered an immortal, could he pretend to be a demon? Upon hearing Lin Xian's question, Bodhi Daoist also realized this. Back when he was investigating Lin Xian's strength and realm, he had already discovered that Lin Xian did not possess a golden core formed through cultivation. I understand what you mean. From the perspective of us immortals, you really can't be considered an immortal, and demons shouldn't recognize you either. A hint of joy appeared on Bodhi Daoist's face. This could very well be the key to breaking the deadlock. What are the characteristics of those demons? Can I impersonate them? Lin Xian needed to confirm this. He would only be truly useful if he successfully disguised himself as a demon. Most demons cultivate their bodies, possessing great physical physical strength. They do not have a golden core within their bodies and can easily manipulate the elements. Immortals have weaker physical bodies, but they possess a golden core within them, have extremely refined control over the elements, and have some understanding of the great Tao. Bodhi Taoist explained to Lin Xian that this was the biggest difference between them and the demon race. After hearing this, Lin Xian felt that he had a good chance. After all, his physical strength was already extremely strong. Then I should be able to impersonate a demon, but I don't know if they have any other ways to tell the difference. Lin Xian thought to himself, what if they have some unique identification methods that even immortals don't know about? Demons all have identity tags and wear unique clothing. As long as you solve these two problems, they won't be able to spot the flaws. Bodhi Taoist assured Lin Xian that he was absolutely certain of this based on the memories of the demon race he had collected. Where do you get the ID tags and clothes? Lin Xian asked hurriedly. I have them all here. As he spoke, Bodhi Taoist conjured a black and red robe of the demon race and a black tag from his storage sleeve. These were deliberately left behind when we killed the demons. I never thought they would come in handy now. He handed them to Lin Xian as he spoke. Lin Xian took the clothes and immediately put them on. The black and red robe made him look like a demon. From the outside, there is indeed no difference. But are you also a body cultivator? I asked the Bodhi Taoist out of curiosity. Yes, my physical strength is also very strong, so impersonating a demon should not be a problem. Lin Xian nodded to show his confidence. He had a clear understanding of his own abilities. Alright, then I'll give you another token. If you encounter a Grand Luo Golden Immortal and find it difficult to deal with them, take out this token, and they won't make things difficult for you. Bodhi Taoist then handed Lin Xian a token that could prove his identity. Your considerations are truly insightful, Taoist. Lin Xian accepted the token. With everything prepared, he bid farewell to Bodhi Taoist and left the cave world. The nearest of the 36 great grottos is 500 kilometers to the south. Lin Xian rushed to his destination as quickly as possible, but he did not use the dream wings, because the demon race could not use such a treasure. Understood. The journey was smooth and uninterrupted, without any unexpected incidents. Sure enough, the area outside the great cave heaven was filled with demons. Lin Xian gazed at the demon army in the distance, pondering how to infiltrate their ranks. After all, the identity token given to him by Bodhi Taoist was only for a low-ranking member of the demon race, with limited authority, and he could not enter the interior of the great cave heaven. Let's go and see if there's any way to improve our status. Lin Xian walked openly into the demon crowd and stood in an inconspicuous corner. Because he was in the last row, no one noticed his presence. I'd like to announce 2 new rules for everyone. These were just established by the Demon King himself, and their purpose is to give you a faster chance to be promoted. Standing in the center of the crowd, the Demon Lord addressed the surrounding demons solemnly. Anyone who kills a Xianxian will be rewarded with 1 year of cultivation time in a small grotto heaven. Anyone who kills a Jingxian will be rewarded with 1 year of cultivation time in a large grotto heaven. Anyone who cultivates the blood demon body refining technique to the 5th level will be rewarded with 1 year of cultivation time in a small grotto heaven. Anyone who cultivates it to the 6th level will not only be rewarded with 1 year of cultivation time in a large grotto heaven, but will also be directly promoted to Demon General. The Demon Lord explained the new rules recently promulgated by the Demon King to all the demons in detail. The purpose of this was to enable the demons to cultivate more effectively, increase their strength, completely defeat the immortals, and truly occupy this land. As long as you meet the requirements, come here to take the test. Once you pass the test, you can immediately receive the corresponding reward. The Demon Lord emphasized this again. Hearing the Demon Lord's words, Lin Xian's face showed surprise. Could it be that these demons all use the body refining technique as the foundation of their cultivation? He quietly asked a demon beside him, "Brother, what level have you reached in your blood demon body refining technique?" The man replied, "Only the 3rd floor." Seeing that the other person's clothing was similar to his own, Lin Xian guessed that his physical strength was probably around the 4th level. Perhaps this blood demon body refining technique can also be helpful to me. Lin Xian thought to himself that his physical strength improvement had always relied on the essence blood of sacred beasts, and he did not have a systematic method of body tempering. But now it seemed that he had a new opportunity. Soon, the demon race entered a rest period, and Lin Xian took the opportunity to prepare to explore the contents of the blood demon body refining technique. He walked up to the demon and pretended not to understand, asking, "Brother, I feel like I'm stuck at a bottleneck when I'm practicing the blood demon body refining technique. Can you tell me what the core of this technique is?" The other person glanced at him but did not suspect anything. "I don't really understand it myself. I only heard the Demon Lord say that the most important thing in cultivating the blood demon body refining technique is to find high-quality blood to temper the body. The higher the quality of the blood, the more significant the effect. For example, if you can kill a Grand Luo Golden Immortal and use their blood to temper your body, your strength will definitely increase significantly. But unfortunately, they have cave worlds that are hidden very well," the demon explained patiently. After hearing this, Lin Xian was secretly surprised. surprised. It turned out that the blood demon body refining technique was so similar to his method of improving his physique. Then let's go. The only thing he hasn't fused with yet is the essence blood of Xuanwu, because he hasn't yet mastered the ability to convert Xuanwu's essence blood into hematopoietic stem cells. He can only wait until he returns to the planet of 10,000 spirits to fuse with it. To improve physical strength right now, the only option is to rely on the blood demon body refining technique. May I take a look at your blood demon body refining technique? Lin Xian asked tentatively. The other person looked slightly puzzled. We all have one, why do you need to see mine? Lin Xian hurriedly made up a reason. To tell you the truth, I accidentally lost it while on a mission before, and my cultivation progress has fallen behind, so I was anxious and wanted to borrow it to take a look. He then took out a small treasure from his storage ring and handed it over in exchange. He knew that demons loved these kinds of treasures. The other party took the treasure, glanced at Lin Xian, and then took out a booklet of blood demon body refining technique and handed it to him, saying, "Take a look at it first and return it to me later." Lin Xian happily took the booklet and carefully flipped through it. The blood demon body refining technique didn't contain much information, and he quickly memorized it all. So this is how body tempering can be done. According to the standards recorded above, the power of my punch has already reached the 5th level. No wonder that Balrog's punch hurt me so much. Their physical strength is truly terrifyingly exaggerated. That flame demon, as a demon lord, has probably already cultivated the blood demon body refining technique to the 8th level. Lin Xian handed the booklet back to the other party, and only then did he understand why this demon possessed such formidable physical strength. Without much thought, now that he had the qualification to enter the small grotto for cultivation, he planned to enter the grotto first and then cultivate there. Reporting to the demon lord, I have cultivated the blood demon cultivation technique to the 5th level. Lin Xian walked straight up to the demon lord and bowed respectfully. Oh, is that so? Then use all your strength to punch me. The demon lord stood up and spoke directly to Lin Xian. This is the simplest and most effective detection method, because the demon lord can easily sense the power exerted by the other party. Yes, sir. Lin Xian concentrated all his strength into his right fist and punched it fiercely towards his opponent's abdomen. This all-out punch landed on the demon lord, leaving him with no reaction. Instead, Lin Xian himself felt a wave of discomfort. The recoil was almost unbearable. Not bad. Not only have you reached the 5th level, but you've also entered the mid-stage. Show me your identity token so I can see your previous cultivation level. The demon lord was quite satisfied with Lin Xian's performance and said. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian quickly took out his identity token and handed it to the demon lord. Yellow leopard, early stage of the 3rd level. The demon lord scanned the information on the identity token using a secret technique. 3 years ago you were only at the early stage of the 3rd level. How come you've reached the middle stage of the 5th level in such a short time? How is that possible? The demon lord asked curiously. Such a rapid cultivation speed was something even he himself had never achieved, let alone an ordinary demon guard. Your Majesty, I was quite lucky before. I accidentally obtained the blood of a golden immortal, which is why I have improved so rapidly. Lin Xian quickly explained to the demon lord. Golden immortal blood? That makes sense. From now on, you'll follow me. The demon lord felt that this person was indeed talented and planned to teach him properly. Yes, sir. But I'd like to first enter that small grotto heaven to cultivate for a while. Lin Xian feigned joy, but in his heart he longed even more to enter the small cave. That's only right. Someone will arrange to take you there tomorrow. Tell me about it. The demon lord made a casual promise, but since this was a great cave heaven, he couldn't enter for the time being. Thank you, sir. Lin Xian was secretly delighted. Once he entered the lesser heavenly cave tomorrow, he would be able to use the Xuanwu essence blood to cultivate the blood demon body refining technique, and perhaps then he could break through to the 6th level. After all, Xuanwu is a sacred beast, and its essence and blood are of equal status to those of a great Luo golden immortal. Soon, the next day arrived, and Lin Xian was taken by a demon general to the nearest small grotto heaven. Go in and cultivate for a year. Then someone will come to summon you. The demon general stood at the entrance of the small cave and spoke to Lin Xian. Thank you, Lord Demon General. I'll go in right away. After saying that, Lin Xian crawled into the cave entrance. Everything went smoothly, and he did not encounter any obstacles. After entering the small grotto, Lin Xian realized that this was what a fairyland should look like. The spiritual energy is exceptionally abundant. Stepping inside, one feels refreshed and invigorated. Waterfalls cascade, flowers and plants flourish, and the environment is extremely elegant. The small cave was unusually quiet, with almost no other demons around, which greatly relieved Lin Xian, who had originally thought that other demons would be stationed there. Ordinary demons face numerous difficulties in entering the cave heaven, while high-ranking demons usually choose to cultivate in the large cave heaven, so the small cave heaven is rarely visited. Lin Xian found a quiet and secluded spot to sit down, and then summoned Xiao He. Little Black, I need a drop of your essence blood, just one drop. Lin Xian said to Xiao He. Just like before, a drop of essence blood was of great help to him. Yes, master. For Xiao He, say, a drop of essence blood has little effect. Immediately, a drop of pure black blood essence floated in front of Lin Xian. This Xuanwu essence blood contains the original attribute of the water element, hence its deep black color. Following the instructions of the blood demon body refining technique, Lin Xian needed to evenly spread blood all over his body and then recite the incantation to allow the blood to penetrate his body through his skin. He strengthens his skin, muscles, tendons, bones, and blood vessels from the outside in, which is a unique way of cultivation for demons. In fact, this is similar to the cultivation effect on the planet Wanling. However, the cultivators on Wanling rely on technological power to transform their bodies from the inside out, while the blood demon body refining technique transforms from the outside in. These two methods lead to the same goal, which is why Lin Xian was able to directly utilize the essence of Xuanwu. He first removed all his clothes, then slowly wiped every inch of his skin with Xuanwu essence blood. After he finished applying it, he began to recite the incantation from the cultivation technique. A few seconds later, Lin Xian felt his body subtly changing. The essence blood of the black tortoise, which possesses the original attribute of the water element, gradually seeped into his body, strengthening his physique. Water is the softest element in the world, and the fundamental properties of water make Lin Xian's body more flexible and agile. At the same time, the water element itself has a very strong ability to withstand impact, which further enhances its ability to withstand impact and strengthens it in a flexible way. Just like when it fused with the essence of other sacred beasts before, it always brings new power. The azure dragon's essence blood granted him astonishing regenerative abilities. The vermilion bird's essence blood brought him explosive combat power, while the black tortoise's essence blood granted him the magical ability to encompass all things. This time, the Xuanwu blood essence granted Lin Xian the ability to reflect damage. All the damage he received would be reflected back with equal force. In other words, the more you hit me, the more you hurt yourself. To put it another way, as long as Lin Xian's ability to withstand blows is strong enough and the opponent is relatively weak, the enemy will actually bring about their own destruction while attacking him. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Xian finally felt that the Xuanwu essence blood had been completely integrated and his physical fitness had improved significantly once again. Judging from my current physical condition, I should be equivalent to a level 9 ability user on the planet Wanling. He silently recited this conclusion in his mind. I'll take advantage of my time in the small cave to try and break through to the 6th level of a supernatural ability master, and I estimate that I can reach the strength of a golden immortal. The spiritual energy here is abundant, making it ideal for cultivation. The speed at which spiritual energy can be absorbed far exceeds that of the myriad spirits planet, so Lin Xian is full of confidence in breaking through to the 6th level. So he sat in meditation and cultivated in the small grotto. When he had cultivated for 23 years, he finally broke through to the level of a 6th level superpower master. At this moment, he could control one more pet, but the chances of acquiring a pet here seemed very slim. So this is what it feels like to be a level 6 ability master. Lin Xian was in a good mood, clearly feeling the huge difference compared to level 5. This is mainly due to his own strong talent and potential. With each level he advances, his strength increases significantly, which is far beyond what ordinary superpowered individuals or cultivators can achieve. I can now say that I have the strength of a golden immortal. A golden immortal here is equivalent to the top supernatural ability user on the myriad spirits planet. Based on his strength calculations, Lin Xian came to this conclusion because he could easily defeat a level 9 ability master or cultivator on the Wanling planet. However, above the golden immortals here are the great Luo golden immortals and the primordial golden immortals. It seems that the strength of the myriad spirits planet is far from enough in the universe. After entering this fairyland, Lin Xian realized that the concerns of the higher-ups on the myriad spirits planet were entirely justified. I wonder how many years have passed on the planet of 10,000 spirits. According to the time flow in the secret realm, it should be less than a month outside. He knew that although he had been in the first secret realm for a long time, the flow of time here was different from that on the myriad spirits planet, so he was not worried about anything. I should continue cultivating and strive to break through to the level of a peak level 6 ability master. Putting aside other thoughts, Lin Xian continued to focus on cultivation, as the time spent in the small cave was extremely precious. 27 years later, the time limit for the small grotto heaven finally ran out, and the demon general entered the small grotto heaven and summoned him out. Your time is up, go back now. The demon general didn't say much, only telling Lin Xian to leave on his own. Yes, thank you, demon general. Lin Xian responded politely as always, and then left. At this moment, he already possessed the strength of a demon general, but he still needed to remain low-key and not reveal himself easily. To enter the great cave heaven, I must explain to the demon lord that I have cultivated my blood demon body refining technique to the 6th level, but how can I explain my rapid progress? Simply saying I was lucky is clearly not enough. Lin Xian pondered in his heart that he had to come up with a sufficient reason to persuade the demon lord. Furthermore, if I want to improve my physical strength, I need to obtain blood of extremely high quality. But where can I get this
blood. Lin Xian was frustrated. The essence blood of a sacred beast was of a similar level to the blood of a Grand Luo Golden Immortal, and it was extremely difficult to obtain unless he shamelessly went to Bodhi Daoist to ask for it. Forget it, let's not think too much about it for now. Let's take it one step at a time. Maybe the opportunity will come in the future. Lin Xian decided to postpone his search for Bodhi Daoist and instead remain in the demon realm to observe whether other opportunities might arise. Soon, he returned to the side of the former demon lord. This demon lord was skilled in speed and was known as the Wind Demon by the demons. You're back? As soon as Lin Xian returned to Feng Mo's side, he arrived immediately, which was also Feng Mo's request. Yes, demon lord. Lin Xian stood respectfully beside Feng Mo and answered. Feng Ma sensed that Lin Xian's aura was much stronger than before and said, your strength has improved significantly again. Thanks to the demon lord's care, I made a breakthrough in the small cave, and my strength has increased accordingly. Lin Xian frankly admitted that his strength had improved, believing that this would earn him the attention of the demon lord and perhaps give him a chance to enter the great cave heaven. It seems I wasn't wrong. Your talent is indeed extraordinary. Feng Mo was very satisfied with Lin Xian's talent and performance. Having such a talented subordinate was extremely advantageous to him. After all, the demon race is far from being as united as it appears on the surface, and each demon lord has his own agenda. You flatter me, demon lord. Lin Xian responded modestly, but in his heart he felt that Feng Mo did indeed value him. Follow me, perform well, and you'll have plenty of opportunities for promotion in the future, understand? Feng Mo sat there, speaking to Lin Xian behind him without turning his head. I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Space cutting. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. He had been waiting to hear those words, so for the next few years, wherever Feng Mo went, Lin Xian followed him, clearly becoming an important confidant. During this time, Lin Xian learned a lot about the Demon Clan. The Demon Clan has a total of 36 demon lords and more than 100 demon generals, with great overall strength, and each demon lord has their own characteristics. He gradually realized that the demon race was not actually united. This superficial unity was only because the Demon King was in power, so the demon lords dared not act rashly. My lord, Lord Blood Demon's words are too impulsive. He seems to completely disregard the other demon lords. Lin Xian followed behind Feng Mo, unable to help but feel indignant on Feng Mo's behalf. The Blood Demon is the person the king values most, so of course he disdains ordinary demon lords like us. The Wind Demon snorted coldly. If it weren't for the Demon King's majesty, these demon lords would probably have devoured the Blood Demon alive long ago. My lord, since everyone cultivates the same technique, why does the Demon King value Blood Demon the most? Lin Xian asked curiously. He knew that all 36 demon lords cultivated the Blood Demon body refining technique and used roughly the same quality of blood, so why was the Blood Demon so favored by the Demon King? Upon hearing this, Feng Mo suddenly turned around and glanced at Lin Xian with an inscrutable expression, which made Lin Xian's heart tighten and feel somewhat guilty. However, Feng Ma did not show any unusual reaction, and simply said, because he is the only one among all the demon lords who possesses a divine artifact, and the attributes of that artifact are extremely compatible with him, so his strength far surpasses that of all of us. A divine artifact? I've never seen anything like it before. Lin Xian was astonished, never expecting that the Blood Demon would possess a divine artifact. According to Bodhi Daoist, divine artifacts are treasures that even a primordial golden immortal cannot refine. For a primordial golden immortal, a divine artifact is an unparalleled treasure. As a demon lord, Blood Demon's strength is equivalent to that of a great Luo golden immortal, yet he possesses a divine artifact. No wonder the Demon King values him so highly. Don't even mention you, I've only ever seen the divine artifacts possessed by the Demon King and the Blood Demon. Those things are just too rare. The Wind Demon also longed to possess a divine artifact, but unfortunately, he hadn't encountered the right opportunity. Such things could only be bestowed by heaven. I've heard that a young man with a divine artifact has appeared in this world. Do you know him, sir? Lin Xian asked tentatively, referring to himself as the young man. Feng Ma nodded and said to Lin Xian, Yenma mentioned that the guy was very weak and possessed a spear-like divine weapon, but he hasn't appeared since Bodhi Daoist took him away. Originally, the Flame Demon wanted to possess the artifact for himself, but he couldn't find the guy, so he could only send the message to all the demon lords. Lin Xian had already changed his appearance, and the demon lords could not recognize him at all. As expected, they're still eyeing my flying dragon in the sky. Lin Xian thought to himself. He needed to quickly improve his strength and strive to reach a level where he could defeat the Demon King. Huang Bao, you've been following me for a while now, and your strength is constantly improving. How far are you from the 6th level of the Blood Demon body refining technique? Feng Mo asked. It's not far off, but I lack high-quality blood, so I can't kill golden immortals and great Luo golden immortals, which is why I'm stuck. Lin Xian answered truthfully. In fact, he had already reached the 6th level, but he had been hiding his strength all along. Here's what we'll do. When we get back, I'll give you a drop of blood from a great Luo golden immortal. You'll break through to the 6th level first,
first, then enter the great cave heaven to cultivate for a year. After you come out, I'll bestow upon you the title of Demon General, and you can lead a team to hunt down those immortals. After thinking for a moment, Feng Mo decided to give Lin Xian this opportunity. After all, he had followed him for so long without getting any benefits, so this was an opportunity for him. Upon hearing Feng Mo's words, Lin Xian was overjoyed and immediately agreed. I am grateful for your kindness and guidance, sir. I will do my utmost to repay you. Feng Mo nodded, quite satisfied with Lin Xian. Soon after, the two returned to the Wind Demon's base. The Wind Demon conjured a small bottle out of thin air and handed it to Lin Xian, saying, there is a drop of blood of a great Luo golden immortal in here. It was obtained by me after I fought with all my might to kill an immortal who had just advanced to the great Luo golden immortal realm. You can take it and use it. Lin Xian took the bottle and asked Feng Mo, my lord, how much of a great Luo golden immortal's blood can I obtain by killing him? Theoretically, a person shouldn't have a lot of blood in their body, so why is this drop of blood from a great immortal so precious? Great Luo golden immortals have already comprehended the heavenly Tao. To kill them, their souls must be scattered. After their souls dissipate, their bodies will become part of the heavenly Tao, and in the end, only a few drops of essence blood will remain, Feng Mo explained. This is also why the blood of great Luo golden immortals is extremely rare. I see. I thank you for your gift, Demon Lord. Lin Xian suddenly realized and thanked the Wind Demon again. Go and cultivate, don't let my good intentions go to waste. Feng Mo nodded and waved his hand, signaling Lin Xian to use the drop of great Luo golden immortal blood to refine his body. Lin Xian bid farewell to Feng Mo and returned to his cave to begin cultivating the blood demon body refining technique. He took off all his clothes and carefully removed the drop of blood from the bottle. The blood of a great Luo golden immortal is golden yellow, radiating a faint golden glow. Compared to the essence blood of sacred beasts, it lacks the fundamental attributes of the five elements. Lin Xian slowly smeared the blood on every inch of his skin, silently chanting an incantation, and the blood began to gradually seep into his body. This feeling was completely different from when he fused with the essence of the sacred beast. Lin Xian did not feel anything special, but only felt as if something was quietly entering his body. After a long time, he finally felt that the blood had completely entered his body, but he still felt that something was wrong. However, since he had never fused with the blood of a great Luo golden immortal before, he was unsure what he should feel and didn't pay much attention to it. How is it? Has it completely fused with your blood yet? Whether by coincidence or something else, just as Lin Xian finished the fusion, Feng Mo walked in and asked him a question. Reporting to the Demon Lord, the fusion is complete. I feel I have reached the 6th level of the blood demon body refining technique. Lin Xian answered with a hint of joy. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt an unbearable pain surge through his body. From his bones, muscles, blood to his skin, every part of his body felt like it was being pierced by countless needles, causing him to collapse to the ground and scream loudly. Even Lin Xian, who possessed extremely high mental cultivation, found it difficult to endure such pain, and even considered ending his own life. A few seconds later, the pain suddenly disappeared. What's going on? Lin Xian slowly stood up, looked at Feng Mo, and thought that the pain must be related to him, so he asked. It's nothing. You did absorb the blood of a great Luo golden immortal, but I added our demon clan's strongest poison, the blood goo, to it. The Wind Demon looked at him and explained. My lord, why is that? Don't you trust me? Although he didn't know exactly what the blood goo was, Lin Xian's experience just now made him realize that this thing was definitely not a benevolent one. Of course I trust you, otherwise I wouldn't have bestowed upon you the blood of a great Luo golden immortal. Feng Mo walked up to Lin Xian with a smile and said, however, as my confidant, I must completely control you, which is why I planted this blood goo in your body. But don't worry, this blood goo won't affect your cultivation or strength improvement. As long as you remain loyal to me, this blood goo will be as if it doesn't exist for you. Hearing Feng Mo's words, Lin Xian cursed Feng Mo's ancestors for 18 generations in his heart, never expecting him to pull such a trick. If you betray me, I will activate the blood curse within you, and you will surely explode and die. I will naturally remain loyal to your highness the Demon Lord forever. Despite harboring murderous intent towards Feng Mo, Lin Xian could only humbly make promises to him at this moment. I must be wary of geniuses, just as the Demon King is wary of us. That's exactly how the demons operate, Feng Mo said. They have limited intelligence, yet they always use extreme methods to secure their position. Even those closest to you are not immune to your guard. Understood. Lin Xian could only swallow his bitterness, at a loss for what to do for the time being. Go cultivate in the great cave heaven, unleash your talent to its fullest potential, and you'll become my #1 henchman in the future. Ha ha. The Wind Demon laughed loudly as he turned and left, leaving Lin Xian alone in the cave. I never expected that the demons would have such methods. Lin Xian sat down, filled with remorse. If he hadn't been attracted by the blood of a great Luo golden immortal, he wouldn't have fallen into this trap. But there's nothing we can do about it. Blood goo is colorless, odorless, and has no scent. If the person who cast the goo doesn't reveal it, it's impossible to detect. Since it's a curse, there must must be a way to break it, but we don't know the specifics. With the matter settled, Lin Xian suppressed his regret and focused on finding a solution to the immediate problem. Go cultivate first. When you have the chance later, ask Bodhi Daoist or other demons to see if there is a way to remove the blood curse. At this moment, Lin Xian couldn't think of a better solution, so he could only focus on cultivation for the time being, since the opportunity to enter the Great Cave Heaven was rare. Perhaps as my cultivation level improves, this blood curse will dissipate on its own? Thinking of this, Lin Xian stood up and walked towards the Great Cave Heaven. The environment of the Great Cave Heaven is similar to that of the Small Cave Heaven, only much larger in scale, and the spiritual energy here is much richer. If I cultivate here for 100 years, I feel I can definitely reach the level of an 8th level superpower master. Lin Xian had this premonition as soon as he stepped into the Great Cave Heaven. The spiritual energy here was abundant, and coupled with 100 years of cultivation time, it was truly good news for him. By then, I should be able to possess the strength of a great Luo Golden Immortal. Perhaps then I can find a way to remove the blood curse from my body. He dared not waste a single moment, so he sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the spiritual energy here. In the 32nd year of his cultivation in the Great Cave Heaven, Lin Xian had already raised his realm to the 7th level supernatural ability master. At this moment, he felt very different from before, as if the gap between level 7 and level 6 was extremely large, although he couldn't quite put his finger on what the difference was. On the planet Wanling, the difference between a level 7 and a level 6 ability user is a significant dividing line. This is why the Advanced Genius Training Camp allows its students to graduate immediately upon reaching level 7, because a level 7 ability user can basically crush a level 6 opponent. Perhaps I already have the strength to challenge a Grand Luo Golden Immortal. Lin Xian carefully sensed the changes within his body, and from every perspective he felt a tremendous improvement. First, in terms of physical strength, having fused the essence of Xuanwu and the blood of a Daluo Golden Immortal, his strength far surpasses that before entering the Kunlun Immortal realm. Secondly, his superpower level increased from level 5 to level 7, his mental sea of consciousness expanded significantly, and his mental strength also increased dramatically. Finally, he had cultivated the Divine Refinement Heart Sutra to the 5th level. Although he had not broken through to the 6th level, he was at the peak of the Tranquil Mind realm and his strength was close to that of a level 9 ability master. In addition, he possesses 3 cosmic level treasures and 5 powerful pet beasts, making his overall combat strength almost comparable to that of a Grand Luo Golden Immortal. Even if there is still a gap between me and a Grand Luo Golden Immortal, it won't be too big. Besides, I still have several decades of cultivation time in the Great Cave Heaven, and this gap will be bridged sooner or later. Lin Xian silently thought to himself, if I want to achieve something, I must first understand my own strength. Having realized this, he continued to bury himself in his cultivation. As the centennial approached, with 3 years remaining until the full year, Lin Xian successfully advanced to the 8th level of supernatural ability master. In fact, his improvement speed was no different from that of the superpowered beings on the planet Wanling, except that time was accelerated here, and only 1 year had passed in the outside world. In the last 3 years, familiarize yourself with your current strength and practice your marksmanship, then you can leave. Lin Xian decided to stop improving his cultivation level during this period and instead focus on strengthening his combat abilities, because he had already clarified his goals after leaving the area. Time flies, and 3 years pass in the blink of an eye. Lin Xian is summoned out of the Great Cave Heaven. After leaving, he went to see Feng Mo. At this time, Lin Xian's strength was probably no less than Feng Mo's, so he had to deliberately hide his strength to avoid being exposed. Not bad, your strength has improved quite a bit again. Feng Mo was very satisfied with Lin Xian's improvement. Next, you can lead your men to hunt down Golden Immortal level immortals. Feng Mo said to Lin Xian, My lord, I wish to act alone. Lin Xian expressed his thoughts to Feng Mo because he already had a plan and it would be more convenient for him to act alone. Of course, but you have to be very careful, those immortals are extremely cunning. Upon hearing this, Feng Ma immediately agreed, stating that demons naturally tend to act alone. Thank you, sir. I'll set off now. After bidding farewell to Feng Mo, Lin Xian immediately left. He certainly wouldn't hunt down immortals, his target was all the demon lords of the demon race. The demons have incredibly strong physical bodies, but they are naturally immune to mental skills. To kill them, you must first break through their defenses and then destroy the demon core within their bodies. Only then can you completely annihilate a demon. Lin Xian still has a deep understanding of the demon race and knows exactly how to kill them. With my current strength plus the power of the cosmic level divine weapon Flying Dragon in the sky, I should be able to break through the demon lord's defenses. With this in mind, Lin Xian decided to find a target to test his idea. Among the 36 demon lords of the demon clan, the weakest is the green demon. He has only recently been promoted to demon lord, and his strength and physical condition are the weakest. Lin Xian's years of undercover work allowed him to learn the ranking of the 36 demon lords' strength from Feng Mo, which came in handy this time. Let's start with him. After thinking Thinking it through, Lin Xian headed towards the great cave heaven where the green demon was located. Green Goblin prefers to live alone, has an eccentric personality, is particularly infatuated with female immortals, is skilled in wind element, has average speed and strength but is very resilient. These were all things that Feng Mo told Lin Xian, which just goes to show that Lu Mo was a suitable first target. Lin Xian had already mastered the ability to change his appearance. When he arrived at the green demon cave, he changed his appearance, put on a white robe, and looked like an immortal at first glance. Two demon guards stood watch at the cave entrance, but Lin Xian easily killed them. Then, he stood outside the cave and shouted loudly, "Green Goblin, come out and face your death." Hearing the provocation, the green demon flew out of the cave, saw that it was just a young boy, and showed contempt on his face. "Where did this kid come from? Does he think he's lived too long?" Green Goblin's voice is effeminate and harsh, making it unpleasant to listen to. "Prepare to die." Lin Xian, wielding the flying dragon in the sky, instantly rushed to Green Demon's side. With a single shot, mountains and rivers crumble. The spearhead of the flying dragon soaring in the sky burst forth with a dazzling yellow light. Lin Xian exerted all his strength, and with the amplification of the flying dragon in the sky, this spear had at least hundreds of millions of tons of force, piercing into the green demon's abdomen with a piercing force. The demon's core is located in its abdomen. Green Goblin's eyes widened and his mouth gaped open, as if he couldn't believe that he had been killed by this young upstart with a single shot. His body began to emit a red light from his abdomen, his demonic core was pierced, and his cultivation collapsed instantly. The green demon slowly dissipated before Lin Xian's eyes, as if falling apart. The process was lengthy, yet he couldn't utter a single word. As expected, my current full-force attack can easily break through the monster's physical defenses. Seeing that he had killed the green goblin, Lin Xian smiled with satisfaction. The green goblin eventually vanished into nothingness, leaving only a small, round, red-glowing sphere suspended in the air. What is this? Is it his magic core? Lin Xian didn't quite understand the meaning of the sphere in front of him, so he put it into his storage ring, planning to ask Feng Mo or Bodhi Daoist for clarification later. After killing the green demon, Lin Xian quickly left the place. The demons would eventually discover that the green demon was dead, and this place was no longer suitable for him to stay. I need to find Bodhi Daoist and ask him some questions. After Lin Xian left, he went straight to the Bodhi Daoist's cave world, where he could enter directly with the token. "You're back so soon? What's wrong?" Bodhi Daoist smiled as he saw Lin Xian enter, but before he could finish speaking, he noticed Lin Xian's unusual behavior. "Your strength? You've actually reached the level of a great Luo Golden Immortal?" Lin Xian did not conceal his strength, and Bodhi Daoist saw through his changes at a glance. Only a few years have passed, and he has actually cultivated all the way from the Celestial Immortal level to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. This speed is truly unbelievable. I was able to cultivate in the cave for so long, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to improve so quickly. Lin Xian hurriedly explained to Bodhi Daoist, daring not to let the other party know how exaggerated his cultivation speed was. "That speed is already quite fast. I've never seen anyone cultivate so fast before, even in Kunlun Wonderland." Bodhi Daoist exclaimed, "This guy is indeed exceptionally talented." "I've come here mainly to ask you some questions," Lin Xian said, getting straight to the point. He also recounted his experiences with the demon clan in detail. "You killed Green Demon? And you were also infected with the demon's blood curse?" Bodhi Daoist was shocked and couldn't believe it, because both of these things were astonishing. "Yes, I should be able to kill the demon lord now, but is there any way to break this blood goo?" Lin Xian asked. After all, Bodhi Daoist had reviewed the memories of the demon clan, and there must be information about the blood goo in them. Blood goo is the most powerful goo poison of the demon clan. Its toxicity affects all parts of the body, including muscles, blood, tendons, bones, and internal organs. The one who casts the goo has absolute control over it, which can make the victim suffer a fate worse than death or cause them to explode and die. "There is no cure." Bodhi Daoist described the terror of blood goo to Lin Xian with a deep gaze. "There is no cure." These four words were like a bucket of cold water poured on Lin Xian's heart, making him feel a sense of despair. "This blood curse has no cure? Does that mean I'm forever controlled by the wind demon?" Lin Xian's heart wavered. If that were the case, why should he continue cultivating? Not entirely. Although there is no cure, according to the memories of the demons, as long as the one who cast the goo poison dies, the goo poison in your body will go out of control and will dissipate on its own soon, Bodhi Daoist continued. "In other words, the only way to remove the blood goo is for the person who cast it to die." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian immediately perked up. As long as there is a way to remove the curse, there is hope, and he already possesses the strength to kill the demon lord. That makes things much easier. I just need to find an opportunity to kill him, and the blood curse will naturally be lifted. Lin Xian smiled. "That being said, you must be careful. Detonating the blood goo is a matter of a moment, so when you kill him, be sure not to give him the chance to detonate it." Bodhi Daoist solemnly reminded him. "I always kill the demon lord as an immortal, so he definitely won't recognize me," Lin Xian said confidently. He believed that the wind demon wouldn't be able able to recognize him in a very short time, so it wasn't a big problem. So what do you plan to do next? Continue to kill the demon lord? After the green demon dies, the other demon lords will definitely become extremely vigilant. Bodhi Daoist understood the demon clan. After all, they had been enemies for tens of thousands of years. Although they were not particularly intelligent, they were extremely cautious. Yes, I will continue to kill the demon lord, constantly weaken the overall strength of the demon clan, and finally challenge the demon king. Lin Xian nodded firmly. If he wanted to leave Kunlun immortal realm, he had to kill the demon king first. Do you know the difference between a demon king and a demon lord? Bodhi Daoist asked. A demon king is equivalent to a primordial golden immortal among immortals, while a demon lord is a great Luo golden immortal. Although they seem to differ by only one realm, their strength is vastly different. Why could the demon king kill the demon lord in one move? I heard from Feng Mo that the demon king's body has undergone a qualitative change, and apart from divine artifacts, no power can harm him, Lin Xian replied, as this was what Feng Mo had told him. What you said is only part of the story. The demon king also has some understanding of the heavenly Tao. Killing him is much more difficult than killing the demon lord. Bodhi Daoist explained it very clearly. As an immortal who mainly comprehends the heavenly Tao, he could see that the demon king's understanding of the heavenly Tao was extraordinary. What exactly is the heavenly Tao you speak of? Do I also have some understanding of the heavenly Tao? Lin Xian couldn't help but ask, his heart filled with curiosity and longing. I've been listening to the other person talk about comprehending the Tao of heaven, but what exactly is the Tao of heaven? Just how powerful is it? The way of heaven is the rule, and I can't explain its specifics. As for you, I can sense that you have some understanding of the way of heaven, but it's not deep enough. This is the only explanation that Bodhi Daoist could offer, since he had not fully comprehended the Tao of heaven and could not explain its specific nature. He only knew that it was a kind of rule. Rules? I have them too, but I've never cultivated, nor have I ever comprehended the Tao. What's that noise? After listening to Bodhi Daoist's words, Lin Xian was still full of doubts and still did not understand what the heavenly Tao was. However, since you are an outsider, your cultivation methods may be different from ours. But since you have reached the level of a great Luo Golden Immortal, your cultivation method may be even more profound than ours. Bodhi Daoist was certain of this, and Lin Xian's rapid cultivation speed proved it perfectly. Lin Xian nodded in agreement. After all, in his opinion, this secret realm was far superior to the Kunlun Wonderland. The Myriad Spirits planet is even a cut above this fairyland, while Blue Star, it seems, has indeed fallen far behind. Taoist, I have one last question to ask you. Having spent quite some time there, Lin Xian prepared to leave and decided to ask Bodhi Daoist one last question. After I killed the green goblin, his body completely dissipated, but left behind a small red ball. What is this? What is it for? Lin Xian asked one last question. It can be refined to enhance physical strength. After refining a certain amount, it can bring about a qualitative leap. Bodhi Daoist replied that, in reality, immortals have killed demon lords very few times, so he was not very clear about the specifics. Moreover, I learned from the memories of the demons that the demon king himself seems to have refined quite a few of these demon lord cores. The Bodhi master continued, this point is quite crucial. The demon king killed the demon lord? Lin Xian found it hard to believe. The reason why the demon king is so powerful is twofold. First, because he has an understanding of the heavenly Tao, and second, because he has killed enough demon lords and absorbed a large number of cores. But after reaching a certain number, further absorption will no longer be effective, so the demon king no longer needs to continue killing demon lords. This is all that Bodhi Daoist knows. The competition within the demon clan is extremely fierce. I understand. I'll try it now and see how much it will improve me. As Lin Xian spoke, he took out the red core he had just obtained from killing the green demon. Just swallow it directly. The Bodhi Taoist told him that the method of use was extremely simple. Lin Xian did as instructed and swallowed the kernel in one gulp. Soon, he felt a warm current surge within him, spreading from his dantian throughout his body. He could clearly feel the warm current strengthening various parts of his body, and the effect was quite remarkable. After a while, the feeling disappeared, but Lin Xian still felt unsatisfied. These are truly treasures. It seems I need to continue absorbing these cores. Perhaps I can grow to the level of a demon king. Lin Xian smiled and said that the demon lord's core was indeed a good thing. Be careful. Bodhi Daoist reminded him that he was alone and could encounter danger at any time. I will. Goodbye. After saying this, Lin Xian left Bodhi Daoist's cave world, preparing to continue hunting down the demon lord. Meanwhile, on the demon side, Green Demon's subordinates quickly discovered the news of the demon lord's death and hurriedly reported it to the demon king. This incident caused a huge uproar within the demon clan. After all, 10,000 years had passed since the last demon lord was killed. In other words, the immortals of today are almost incapable of killing the demon lord, yet this time the demon lord has been killed. The demon king was furious, but he had no immediate solution. He could only order the other demon lords to be on high alert and to travel in pairs to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, However, the various demon lords didn't care about this at all. After all, it was only Green Demon who died. He was the weakest demon general who had just been promoted to demon lord not long ago. It was not surprising that he was killed by an immortal. However, what happened next made these demon lords unable to remain calm any longer. Based on the ranking of the demon lord's strength as described by Feng Mo, Lin Xian approached the 5 demon lords rank last in turn, easily killing them and obtaining 5 demon lord cores in succession. What? 5 more demon lords have died. The demon king stood up angrily from the stone bench. Since the moment they began their attack on Kunlun Wonderland, except for the initial period, such a situation had never occurred before. 5 demon lords. Who killed them? Could there be such a powerful being among the immortals? In his anger, the demon king began to ponder deeply. Logically speaking, this should not have happened. It was truly incomprehensible. Immediately summon all demon lords back for a meeting. The demon king ordered that a strategy must be devised now, and no more demon lords must be killed. Huang Bao, have you heard any news outside about the killing of several demon lords? At this moment, Lin Xian had returned to Feng Mo's side, and Feng Mo asked Lin Xian a question. Yes, sir, I have indeed heard about it, so I was very worried and rushed back to your side immediately. Lin Xian answered respectfully, but in his heart he was secretly plotting how to kill Feng Mo. After all, there is still a blood curse inside his body, and only by killing the wind demon will the blood curse disappear. Don't go out for now. There might be some changes among the immortals. Let's discuss it with the demon king before making any plans. Feng Mo said to Lin Xian, the consecutive deaths of 6 demon lords would cause anyone to feel worried. Thank you for your care, sir, I understand. Lin Xian responded immediately and then quietly withdrew. I must kill the wind demon quickly, otherwise it will be difficult for me to succeed once the demon lords become wary. Alone, Lin Xian kept plotting how to kill Feng Mo. This was something he absolutely had to do. However, Feng Mo's strength was only in the middle to upper range among the demon lords, and Lin Xian was not entirely confident that he could kill him in one blow. Never mind, I've absorbed the cores of 6 demon lords, so my strength has already increased. I should be fine. In the end, Lin Xian made up his mind that he had to take action before the wind demon went to the demon king, otherwise the subsequent actions would only become more difficult. When the demon king's messenger arrived at the wind demon's place, he delivered the demon king's message and then left. Huang Bao, I need to go to the demon king. I'm leaving this place to you. After giving Lin Xian his instructions, Feng Mo prepared to go to the demon king's place alone. While Feng Ma needed to regroup, Lin Xian took the opportunity to go ahead and secretly lay an ambush on the path Feng Ma was bound to take. This was the best time for him to make his move. The wind demon never expected to be attacked at this moment. After all, those who sacrificed themselves before were the weakest demon lords. After quickly packing up, Feng Ma left the cave and headed towards the demon king. Lin Xian, on the other hand, transformed into an immortal and hid not far from the wind demon cave. When the wind demon came into view, Lin Xian launched the first attack. Just in case, Lin Xian also used the Dreamlings. With the help of 2 cosmic-level divine weapons, killing the wind demon should be even easier. As a powerful figure among the demon lords, Feng Mo was extremely vigilant, and he quickly noticed Lin Xian's appearance. Sensing an attack from behind, Feng Ma immediately turned around. Seeing Lin Xian wielding the flying dragon in the sky, aiming straight for his abdomen, Feng Mo did not hesitate and quickly dodged to the left, avoiding this fatal blow. How dare you ambush me? The wind demon shouted loudly, and at the same time, a spiked club appeared in his hand. His reaction was indeed much faster than those demon lords. Although Lin Xian had anticipated that the other party would notice the sneak attack, he did not expect that Feng Mo's speed and reaction would be so swift. Since this was a life or death duel, Feng Mo did not relax at all, and swung his weapon fiercely at Lin Xian. The wind demon's greatest strength was speed. A black shadow flashed by, and his spiked club slammed down towards Lin Xian's head. Fortunately, Lin Xian's strength had improved by now, and he quickly raised the flying dragon in the sky in his hand to block the wind demon's attack. A divine artifact? You're the one the flame demon spoke of who possesses a divine artifact. When Feng Mo's spiked club collided with Phylon Zitian, he immediately realized that the opponent's weapon was extraordinary. So what if I am? You are going to die today. Lin Xian responded coldly, indicating that he had no way out. I didn't expect you to improve so quickly. Since you want to die, then I'll grant your wish. Having just tested the waters, Feng Ma didn't feel weaker than Lin Xian, so he was full of confidence. Moreover, killing his opponent would allow him to seize the divine artifact, so he naturally went all out. Both sides had their reasons for dying. The battle lasted for hundreds of rounds. Lin Xian aimed precisely at Feng Mo's abdomen with each attack, and a single hit would easily take his life. The wind demon aimed its attacks directly at Lin Xian's head. At this rate, I'm afraid I won't be able to kill him. He's extremely fast and has a tight defense. I have to find a way to distract him. Lin Xian thought to himself that killing the wind demon was far more difficult than killing the weaker demon lords. Little Black, come out and help me. Lin Xian called out in his heart, thinking that Xiao He, as the highest star pet among his beasts, would with strength approaching that of a great Luo Golden Immortal, could naturally become his powerful assistant. Xiao Hei flew out of the pet space, and a huge Xuanwu figure suddenly appeared behind Feng Yimou. The sudden appearance of the dark figure startled Feng Yimou, who hurriedly turned around and nimbly dodged Lin Xian's attack. What is this? Upon seeing Xuanwu's enormous body, Feng Yimou was also startled. Without hesitation, Xiao Hei immediately unleashed its skill. Dance of the Sticks. Countless black water columns suddenly appeared around Feng Yimou, completely surrounding him and leaving him nowhere to escape. Now, Lin Xian seized the opportunity and flying dragon soared into the sky, piercing straight into the belly of the wind demon. The wind demon, trapped in the river Styx, couldn't see the outside world at all and could only wave his spiked club in an attempt to disperse the water column. However, water is as soft as glue, and it is not afraid of brute force attacks. Every swing of the wind demon is like a mud ox entering the sea, having no effect on the waters of the Styx. We need to get out of here right now. The wind demon sensed danger and tried to escape the waters of the river Styx. The waters of the river Styx seemed to cling to him like glue, and no matter which direction he ran, the water column followed closely behind. Suddenly, the water column in front of Feng Yimou began to move, but he couldn't figure out what was going on. I will. Before he could react, Lin Xian's flying dragon in the sky had already pierced the wind demon's abdomen, striking his demonic core. Once the demonic core inside a demon's body is pierced, death is certain, though the demon will slowly dissipate in the process. At this moment, Lin Xian had reverted to his original form as a yellow leopard. Feng Yimou stared wide-eyed at the yellow leopard before him, his heart filled with shock. Unfortunately, he was unable to speak or detonate the blood goo within Lin Xian's body, and could only watch helplessly as he walked toward death. I have to thank you for providing me with so much information about the demons. Lin Xian, now transformed into a yellow leopard, said calmly, if you hadn't planted the blood curse in my body, perhaps I wouldn't have killed you in the end. These words truly reflected Lin Xian's true feelings. After all, Feng Yimou had treated him quite well, even gifting him the blood of a great Luo Golden Immortal. But since Feng Yimou had decided to kill, he had no choice but to pay with his own life. Feng Ma's death was truly a case of reaping what he sowed. A few seconds later, the wind demon completely disappeared into the world. Lin Xian absorbed the demon lord's core into his body, then quickly found a secluded place to absorb the wind demon's core while quietly waiting for the blood goo within his body to completely dissipate. About a day later, Lin Xian finally felt that the blood goo in his body seemed to have completely disappeared, and he breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect that absorbing the core of the wind demon would have such a far greater effect than absorbing the cores of ordinary demon lords. It seems that powerful demon lords are indeed more attractive. Lin Xian thought to himself, after all, powerful demon lords have cultivated for longer, so the energy contained in their cores is naturally much richer. However, this time, killing the wind demon will probably make the other demon lords extra vigilant. He also knew that this time, the significance was completely different from killing those demons before. Among the 36 demon lords, Feng Yimou was consistently ranked among the top 10 in strength, and could even be considered one of the top 5. Since Feng Yimou could be killed, the other demon lords would naturally be extremely cautious. Knowing this, Lin Xian had no choice, because the wind demon had to die because of the blood goo in his body. After reverting to his original form as a yellow leopard, Lin Xian returned to his original spot, still existing as a member of the demon race. With Feng Yimou dead, the demon king will most likely send him to guard the Great Cave Heaven here, at which time he will be able to enter the Great Cave Heaven to cultivate at any time. Moreover, I can secretly summon those great Luo Golden Immortals from the Immortal Realm to discuss a plan to counterattack the demon clan. Lin Xian already had a plan in mind, and then he would put it into practice step by step. After killing the wind demon, Lin Xian remained in his yellow leopard form and returned to the place where the wind demon was stationed, where he would take over. Feng Yimou originally had 5 demon generals under his command, and with Lin Xian, there are a total of 6 demon generals. The wind demon had previously valued Lin Xian highly, which caused the other 5 demon generals to dislike him intensely. However, due to the wind demon's authority, they dared not say anything. Summon all the demons here. I have something to say, Lin Xian said coldly as he approached a demon guard. Should we summon the demon general as well? The guard asked hesitantly. Lin Xian stared at him with cold eyes, and an icy aura, like that of a frozen prison, instantly pressed down on him, making the guard almost unable to breathe. I'm talking about all the demons, all of them. Lin Xian's tone was icy and lifeless. Yes, I'll go right away. The guard sensed that Lin Xian's aura was even more terrifying than that of the wind demon, as if saying another word would cost him his life, so he quickly responded and left. Lin Xian stood outside the Great Cave Heaven, quietly waiting for all the demons stationed there. Soon, demon guards and soldiers gathered before him. Where are the 5 demon generals? Lin Xian asked the guard beside him. We've already notified them, and they said they'll be here soon, the guard replied respectfully. Clearly, the 5 demon generals were deliberately late. They would not have shown themselves at all had the wind demon not left in order before his death. However, out of reverence for the wind demon, even though the wind demon was dead, they dared not act recklessly. At most, they would deliberately arrive late to show show their status. Lin Xian sat directly on the stone bench at the entrance of the Great Cave Heaven. This action shocked all the demons, because only the wind demons dared to sit on that stone bench. Facing Lin Xian, none of them dared to say anything. They could only secretly remember this matter and report it when Fomemo returned. Lin Xian completely ignored their thoughts. His strength was more than enough to easily kill everyone in front of him. Now, after a while, the 5 demon generals finally dragged themselves over. The demons stared intently at them, while Lin Xian remained seated, observing the 5 people. "How dare you sit in Lord Wine Demon's seat? You are truly audacious," one of the burly demon generals shouted sternly. "Humph, you're really making a mountain out of a molehill. Just because Lord Fuma has taken a liking to you, you think you can do whatever you want?" Another demon general roared, clearly furious at Lin Xian's actions. "Are you done talking?" Lin Xian remained seated as usual, offering no direct answer, but instead posing a question in return. "What kind of attitude is that? Sitting there, do you really think you've become the demon lord? Ha ha!" The demon general standing in the center of the 5 people loudly mocked Lin Xian. However, his laughter stopped abruptly before it could finish. The demon general stood there, head tilted back to the sky, mouth wide open, in a laughing posture, but no sound came out, for he was already dead. Lin Xian's right fist had pierced through his abdomen, directly extracting the demonic core from his body. A few seconds later, the demon general, still laughing, vanished into the world. Lin Xian quickly returned to the stone bench and handed the demon core in his right hand to the demon guard beside him. "Swallow it," Lin Xian said coldly. The guard's face was full of shock. He slowly took the magic core with both hands and immediately swallowed it. As a demon guard, swallowing a demon general's core directly would be a huge boost for him, and he would soon be able to advance to the level of a demon general. "Does anyone else want to speak?" Lin Xian turned to look at the other 4 demon generals and asked calmly. Seeing what had just happened and hearing Lin Xian's question, the 4 demon generals knelt down without hesitation and kowtowed to Lin Xian, saying, "My lord, we will never dare to do it again." Seeing them kneeling on the ground, Lin Xian stood up and slowly walked to them. "The 4 of you will kneel here as punishment for a year and remain here to supervise. I will go into the Great Cave Heaven to cultivate, and you can come and call me in a year." Lin Xian issued an order to all the demons. "Yes, sir." The demons immediately agreed with great awe. After saying that, Lin Xian turned around and prepared to enter the Great Cave Heaven. As he reached the entrance to the cave, he suddenly remembered something. "If the Demon King sends a messenger, just come in and call me." He gave instructions to the guard beside him who had swallowed the demon core. The guard was overjoyed and nodded immediately upon receiving the order. Lin Xian entered the Great Cave Heaven with satisfaction, and once inside, he put away his murderous demeanor from before. Among the demons, he must be decisive and ruthless, without hesitation, because everything here is based on strength. He made the 4 demon generals stay outside and kneel as punishment, in order to prevent them from running around, both to prevent them from causing trouble and to prevent them from discovering that the wind demon had disappeared. Lin Xian took the opportunity to cultivate for another year in the Great Cave Heaven. He plans to use this 100 years to break through to the 9th level of Superpower Master, at which time his strength should be close to that of the Demon King. Of course, this was just his plan. If he successfully reached level 9, he would gather all the immortals in the fairyland and prepare to launch a counterattack against the demons. "My biggest regret is that I can't control more pets. Strange, is it really true that there are no beasts in Kunlun Wonderland?" Lin Xian felt puzzled, as there should be beasts here. Otherwise, where would those immortals' mounts come from? But even after being in Kunlun Wonderland for so long, he had never seen any beasts. "Once I reach level 9, I must ask Bodhi Daoist if I can control a few more pet beasts. If I can face the Demon King, I will definitely have a chance of winning." Having figured this out, Lin Xian sat down and began a new cultivation journey. 2 months later, the Demon King's messenger arrived at the Wind Demon's encampment. Because the Wind Demon had not reported to the Demon King for a long time, the Demon King sent an envoy. "My lord, the Demon King's messenger has arrived." The guard, who had just been promoted to Demon General, cautiously entered the Great Cave Heaven and reported to Lin Xian. "I understand, you can go out now." Sitting cross-legged, Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes. After years of cultivation, his strength had improved once again. "Are you now the regional manager for Fengma?" The Demon King's messenger was equivalent to a demon general. Looking at Lin Xian, he could clearly sense the other party's power, which seemed to have reached the level of a demon lord. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Although the other party was not as strong as him, he was, after all, an envoy sent by the Demon King, so he still had to show him some respect. "Where is Lord Fuma now?" The envoy directly questioned Lin Xian. "Didn't Lord Fuma go to the Demon King's place? Before he left, he entrusted me with all the affairs here." Upon hearing the envoy's question, Lin Xian feigned surprise and answered, "But he hasn't arrived yet." The messenger was stunned upon hearing this, meaning that the Wind Demon had left this place but had not reached the Demon King's side. "No way? Lord Fuma has been gone for a long time. He should have arrived by now." Lin Xian continued speaking to himself, determined not to let the matter of the Wind Demon have anything to do with him. Hearing him say that, the Demon King's messenger already sensed that things were going badly. If that's the case, Lord Fuma has probably already fallen into the sage's trap, the messenger said in horror. Unlike the demon lord who died in battle before, the wind demon's strength is among the top of all demon lords. Impossible. Lord Fuma's strength is far beyond what Green Goblin and his ilk can match. Lin Xian still pretended to be unconvinced. What's going on? It's very likely that I need to hurry back and report to the Demon King. After speaking, the messenger prepared to leave. What about this area? Seeing that the envoy was about to leave, Lin Xian quickly asked. Judging from your strength, you are not weak either. You take care of this area for now, and I will make further arrangements after I have reported to the Demon King. The envoy said that this is the most appropriate solution at present. Very well, then we will follow the envoy's arrangements. Lin Xian readily accepted and said to the messenger, I will send someone to find Lord Fengma and see if we can find his whereabouts. Alright, but you must be careful. The strength of immortals should not be underestimated. After the messenger finished speaking, he quickly left. Lin Xian knew that the death of Fengmo would surely make the Demon Clan take the matter seriously. Therefore, he had to take action, and the first step was to gather all the immortals in Kunlun Wonderland. I'm going out to find Lord Fuma's whereabouts. You all stay here and don't wander off. Lin Xian gave orders to the demons, while he himself made an excuse to go find Bodhi Daoist. In the Kunlun Wonderland, he only knew the immortal Bodhi Daoist and could only consult him when he had something to say. Bodhi Daoist, can you summon all the immortals? Lin Xian asked. Yes, but it will take a while. It can't be too concentrated or too obvious, otherwise the demons will notice. The Bodhi Daoist answered truthfully, that's not difficult. Alright, then you should gather everyone first, and we'll discuss how to counterattack the demons. So urgent? Are you sure you can handle it? Bodhi Daoist did not expect Lin Xian to be in such a hurry. After all, tens of thousands of years had passed, and the immortals were not so anxious. I killed the wind demon, and the demon clan will definitely take it seriously. It's too difficult for me to act alone. I must band together. Lin Xian explained. You killed the wind demon? Bodhi Daoist was greatly surprised upon hearing this, but quickly calmed down, as he was already used to Lin Xian's astonishing actions. Yes, so now we have a chance to counterattack. Lin Xian nodded. It was the perfect time to launch a counterattack. Okay, I'll notify the other immortals right away. They'll come as soon as they hear. Since that was the case, Bodhi Daoist readily agreed. After all, Lin Xian's ability to easily kill the demon lord had a huge impact on the battle. Please send me a message first. I have another question to ask you. Lin Xian said to Bodhi Daoist. Soon, Bodhi Daoist used his divine sense to inform his friends about the matter, and they then passed it on to other immortals. I've already sent it. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Bodhi Daoist said to Lin Xian. I want to know, why are there no beasts in this fairyland? That shouldn't be the case. Lin Xian finally voiced his doubts. After all, he had been here for so long and hadn't seen a single beast. Bodhi Daoist gave him a slightly profound look and replied, of course there are, and they are all very powerful, but they are kept in a very special place. Ha, where are they? Lin Xian's curiosity was piqued. What exactly was that special place? They are all imprisoned in the beast realm. No one can enter or leave. Bodhi Daoist looked at Lin Xian earnestly, his tone sincere. He would never have revealed this secret to a stranger. Although Lin Xian's origins are unknown, the fact that he killed so many demon lords is enough to prove that he is definitely not a demon. The beast realm? What is that place? Where is it? Why can't I go in or come out? Hearing this unfamiliar place name, Lin Xian was completely confused and quickly asked. The beast realm is an extremely special place in the immortal realm, a place perfectly suited for the survival and development of beasts. Almost all the mounts and celestial beasts in the immortal realm come from there, Bodhi Daoist explained. However, as the primordial golden immortals continued to leave, the strength of the immortals in the immortal realm declined. To prevent the invasion of beast creatures, the last primordial golden immortal sealed the beast realm when he left. This means that only when there is an immortal in the immortal realm who has reached the level of a primordial golden immortal can they open the beast realm. Similarly, if any beast in the beast realm could reach the level of a primordial golden immortal, they could also open the beast realm. Bodhi Daoist carefully explained to Lin Xian, which was why beasts could not be seen in the immortal realm. I see, no wonder I've never seen any beasts before. May I go to the entrance to the beast realm? After hearing Bodhi Daoist's words, Lin Xian suddenly understood. It must be said that the primordial golden immortals of Kunlun Wonderland were indeed very thoughtful. Before leaving by breaking through the void, they had already made preparations to prevent possible troubles for the Wonderland. However, they never expected that the demons, who came from nowhere, would occupy the Kunlun Wonderland. Alright, I'll take you there right away. After saying that, Bodhi Daoist led Lin Xian away from his cave world. The demon race has become extremely cautious due to the sudden fall of 6 demon lords and has not taken any action for the time being. Therefore, Bodhi Daoist and Lin Xian did not encounter any demons along the way. It seems that your killing of those demon lords has indeed dealt a heavy blow to the demon race. They are much
quieter now. Bodhi-Daoist clearly felt that the number of demons he encountered along the way had greatly decreased. It's the calm before the storm. Maybe they're preparing some countermeasures. Lin Xian felt uncertain and became even more eager to improve his strength, not wanting to give the demons too much breathing room and preparation time. You're right, we need to hurry up and take action. Bodhi-Daoist nodded in agreement with Lin Xian's view. After emerging from Bodhi-Daoist's grotto heaven, the two flew southeast towards Kunlun Wonderland. The entrance to the beast realm was located there, on the very edge of Kunlun Wonderland. The edge of the fairyland is always shimmering with colorful clouds, as dazzling as the aurora borealis on the blue planet. Where exactly is the entrance to the beast realm? Lin Xian looked at the dazzling multicolored light in mid-air, but could not detect any trace of the entrance. There must be a restriction, otherwise the demons would have discovered the entrance long ago, Bodhi-Daoist explained. Compared to the demons, immortals are most skilled in various restrictions, spells, and grotto heavens. It was through these means that the great Luo Golden Immortals were able to avoid being killed by the Demon Lord or the Demon King. The demons, on the other hand, were able to survive the attacks of the immortals thanks to their superior physical strength. This stalemate lasted for tens of thousands of years until Lin Xian's appearance broke the deadlock. After saying this, Bodhi-Daoist quickly formed a hand seal and chanted incantations. Suddenly, a white light flew out from his hand, and Lin Xian realized that there was an invisible and intangible barrier in front of him. The white light struck the barrier, which then appeared and slowly opened before them like a gate. The barrier has been broken. The entrance to the beast realm is inside. Bodhi-Daoist stood still, not going in, but turned to Lin Xian and said. Lin Xian walked to his side and gazed at the scene inside, which was completely different from the outside. The endless darkness resembled a void, with only an oval stargate standing within it. However, the stargate seemed to be sealed by some kind of power at this moment, and the surrounding light was dim and without luster, which was obviously the entrance to the beast realm. To break the seal, must one reach the realm of a primordial golden immortal? Lin Xian turned his head and asked. That's right, this is a seal set up by the primordial golden immortals, and only they can break it. Bodhi-Daoist nodded in confirmation. He and other great Luo golden immortals had tried many times but failed to break the seal, so he was certain that it was correct. Then how can we break the seal? Lin Xian pressed for an answer out of curiosity. The seal is actually a manifestation of the rules of heaven. When your understanding of heaven reaches an extremely high level, you can easily break it with just a thought. Bodhi-Daoist patiently explained that this was precisely the most commonly used sealing method in the immortal realm. I see. Can I break it with brute force? Lin Xian asked again, knowing that his understanding of the heavenly Tao was far from sufficient, but his greatest strength was still his physical power, and he wanted to know if he could force his way through with that. Bodhi-Daoist was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, unsure how to respond, for they had never tried or seen such a method before. I really don't know. None of us immortals are good at breaking seals with physical strength. He shook his head helplessly and could only let Lin Xian try it himself. Then I'll be the first to try it. Without hesitation, Lin Xian took out the cosmic level divine weapon, Flying Dragon in the sky. Please step back first. I'm afraid I might lose control of my strength and hurt you. He said to the Bodhi-Taoist behind him that the other party's physical strength was far inferior to his own, and if he were to be affected, the consequences would be unimaginable. Bodhi-Taoist retreated to a safe distance and flew even higher, wary of a power capable of easily killing a demon lord. Having confirmed that the other party was in an absolutely safe place, Lin Xian mobilized all his energy. At this moment, he unleashed a full-force attack, combining the explosive power of the vermilion bird bloodline with the amplification from the flying dragon in the sky, easily reaching the level of hundreds of billions of tons. Compared to when he entered the secret realm before, Lin Xian's power has increased several times over. Such a massive amount of energy was released through the tip of the flying dragon sky spear, resulting in astonishing destructive power. With a single shot, mountains and rivers crumble. This is the strongest single target attack in the pear blossom spear technique, capable of amplifying its power by about 5 times. This strike has now reached Lin Xian's limit. A beam of white light struck the stargate in an instant, but there was still no hope of breaking through the seal. The stargate trembled slightly, and Lin Xian's all-out attack failed to break the seal as he had hoped. It only shook slightly, without a single crack. Lin Xian stared in shock at the stargate before him, his heart filled with astonishment. He had never expected that the seal left by the primordial golden immortal would be so indestructible. Is it only through a profound understanding of the way of heaven that one can truly unravel this mystery? He was puzzled. He had always believed that one force could overcome all laws, so why did he seem so powerless in the face of the heavenly Tao? Thinking about this, Lin Xian began to doubt whether he should pay more attention to comprehending the rules of the heavenly Tao. Seeing that Lin Xian had finished his attack, the Bodhi-Taoist, who had retreated to a distance, quickly flew back. Seeing that the stargate was still intact, he realized that Lin Xian's attempt had failed. It seems that only by reaching the level of a primordial golden immortal can the seal on the entrance to the beast realm be broken. Bodhi-Taoist said to Lin Xian, judging from the power Lin Xian displayed in his attack,
attack just now. His strength is indeed astonishing. I thought. Just as Lin Xian was about to speak, a faint sound suddenly came from the Stargate at the entrance to the Beast Realm. No, your attack just now seems to have loosened the seal on the Stargate a little. As someone who understood sealing better, Bodhi Daoist immediately sensed something amiss from that faint voice. What? Hearing Bodhi Daoist's words, Lin Xian was also taken aback. He had also heard the voice, but did not understand what it meant. Bodhi Daoist remained silent for a long time, standing there pondering deeply. Then he said to Lin Xian, your attack is close to the level of a primordial golden immortal. If you had truly reached that level, your attack just now should have been able to break the seal directly. The loosening of the seal indicates that Lin Xian's attack was enough to threaten the seal, but not enough to break it in one blow. I understand. That means my all-out attack just now actually touched the threshold of the Hunyuan golden immortal level of attack power. Having figured this out, Lin Xian felt much happier. It seemed that both the path of power and the laws of heaven were actually on the same level. It is not necessarily true that those who comprehend the laws of nature are stronger than those who cultivate power. Yes, if you try a few more times, you should be able to break the seal on this entrance to the Beast Realm. Bodhi Daoist nodded in agreement. From this, he could tell that Lin Xian's strength was probably far beyond his own, and he was not far from becoming a demon king. Okay, but each strike consumes all my strength, so I have to rest for a while between each attack. Lin Xian said to Bodhi Daoist that he didn't know how many all-out attacks would be needed to completely open the seal on the entrance to the Beast Realm. There's no rush, we have plenty of time, but once the seal is broken, a large number of beasts will likely swarm out. At that time, the immortal race, demon race, and beast race will probably erupt into an even greater conflict. This was a worry in Bodhi Daoist's heart. The beasts and the immortals were not entirely of one mind. Previously, it was only because of the disparity in strength that the beasts were powerless to resist. Because none of the beasts have reached the level of a primordial golden immortal, at most they are only equivalent to a great Luo golden immortal, so as long as there are primordial golden immortals in the immortal realm, the beasts will always be suppressed by the immortals. This is why some beasts were domesticated as mounts for immortals. But now that all the primordial golden immortals have left the immortal realm, the beasts no longer fear them. If they join forces with the demons, the immortals will find it even more difficult to turn the tide. Bodhi Daoist told Lin Xian about these concerns one by one, and whether or not to break the seal was entirely up to Lin Xian to decide. After hearing this, Lin Xian fell into deep thought. So the relationship between the immortal clan and the beast clan was actually like this, not as harmonious as he had imagined. Bodhi Daoist, among these beasts, are there any sacred beasts of the metal element, such as the white tiger, or beasts of the same level as the white tiger? Lin Xian asked, because he needed the essence blood of beasts of this level. As long as he had such a beast, he would not hesitate to break the seal. After a moment's thought, Bodhi Daoist replied, yes, there are even beasts of a higher level than the white tiger. I can be certain of that. Upon hearing this, a glint of light flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. If he could obtain a pet beast of the same level as the Chaos Beast, that would be ideal. Does a beast of this level have any preferences or weaknesses? Lin Xian continued to ask, but Bodhi Daoist shook his head. He was not familiar with the habits of those beasts. After all, he did not have a mount yet. Master, leave the task of communicating with them to us. We know each other very well. Xiao He, Xiao Qing, Xiao Hong, and Xiao Lin spoke to Lin Xian together in the pet space. Although they were in different spaces, they could find each other's information in their respective inherited memories. Although Xuanwu was subdued on Blue Star, his inherited memories are interconnected with those of the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and Qilin on the Myriad Spirits planet, and the images presented in those memories all match their respective characteristics. In other words, although these animals did not grow up in the same space, their inherited memories are interconnected. This can only mean one thing: the ancestors of these beasts with inherited memories must have lived together, but some changes occurred later, which caused them to be scattered to various planets in the universe. Alright, I can still control 4 pet beasts now. As for how to get them, that's up to you. Hearing their words, Lin Xian's worries lessened considerably. After all, as creatures of the same kind, their communication should be smoother and easier. Bodhi Daoist, then I've decided to break the seal on the entrance to the beast realm. Having obtained the promises of the beasts, Lin Xian finally decided to forcibly break the seal on the entrance to the beast realm. Although the situation that Bodhi Daoist was worried about might occur, Lin Xian believed that he could raise his strength to a higher level. Once one reaches the level of a primordial golden immortal, it will be easy to regain control and restraint over these beasts. After clarifying these thoughts, Lin Xian made up his mind to forcibly break the seal on the entrance to the beast realm. Alright, as long as you think it's in your best interest. After all, the current situation in the immortal realm is beyond the control of both the demon clan and the immortal clan. The only way to regain control of the immortal realm is to rely on you. Neither of us can win easily. Bodhi Daoist nodded in agreement with Lin Xian's decision. Currently, the demon race and the immortal race are evenly matched within the immortal realm. realm. Perhaps releasing the beast race could bring about a turning point. At this moment, Bodhi-Daoist only hoped that the beasts would remember their past relationship with the immortals and stand on the same side as the immortals. He also hoped that the existence of these beasts could truly help Lin Xian improve his strength. Lin Xian began to attack the seal at the entrance to the beast realm with all his might, putting all his strength into each attack, barely managing to loosen the seal even a little. After each attack, he had to replenish his energy. Fortunately, the spiritual energy in the fairyland was abundant, and the recovery speed was quite fast. In this way, Lin Xian used all his strength to bombard the seal 7 times in a row, and the power of the seal was depleted by 90%. Xiaoqing, Xiaohei, Xiaolin, Xiaohong, come out now. Before launching the final attack, Lin Xian summoned all 4 sacred beasts, Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and Qilin. He summoned them because if the white tiger flew out of the entrance to the beast realm, he might not be able to find it among the many beasts. However, if the white tiger notices the 4 sacred beasts at the entrance, it is likely to approach them on its own initiative. 4 sacred beasts appeared from the pet space. After a long period of absorption and cultivation, they had all reached the 9-star level, which was basically their peak state. To achieve further breakthroughs, an even rarer opportunity is needed, and such opportunities are rare and hard to come by. Standing at a distance, Bodhi-Daoist was once again shocked when he saw the 4 sacred beasts that suddenly appeared. No wonder he wants to enter the beast realm. It seems he's only missing a white tiger among the 5 elemental sacred beasts. Bodhi-Daoist thought to himself that the 5 elemental sacred beasts were once renowned and powerful in their immortal realm, and could even form a 5 elemental grand formation. However, as time passed, some left the fairyland, and some died there, so now the fairyland can no longer gather all 5 elemental sacred beasts together. Therefore, Bodhi-Daoist was also unsure whether the white tigers still existed in the beast realm. As for why he answered Lin Xian so confidently before, it was mainly because he didn't want the other party to waver. Even without the white tiger, there are indeed beasts in the beast world that are stronger than the white tiger. The 4 of you stay together. If you see the white tiger appear, stop him. If he comes to you, try to keep him here. Lin Xian gave instructions to his 4 pet beasts, which was undoubtedly the most urgent task at hand. Master, we know what to do, Xiaoqing said to Lin Xian. As the pet beast that had been with Lin Xian the longest, he understood his master's thoughts very well, and was also the most intelligent of the pet beasts, apart from the chaos beast. Xiao Yuan, with your current strength, if you were to fully unleash the divine beast's pressure, could you suppress the vast majority of beast-like creatures? Lin Xian suddenly realized this and immediately asked Xiao Yuan in the pet space. Pretty much. As long as the other party isn't a divine beast, it will definitely be greatly affected, Xiao Yuan answered confidently. As a divine beast who controls the origin of the 5 elements, he could naturally do this with ease. Then you should come out too. Once the entrance to the beast realm opens, release the divine beast's pressure. That way, those beast creatures will naturally not dare to act rashly, and the situation can be prevented from getting out of control. Lin Xian thought this was a good idea, since having a divine beast to guard the place was much less troublesome than fighting alone. As Xiao Yuan agreed, she flew out of the pet space. Standing on Lin Xian's shoulder, his figure and the 5 horns on his head have become much larger, and his strength has naturally increased significantly. With a single shot, mountains and rivers crumble. After everything was arranged, Lin Xian finally unleashed his full power once again. This time, when the flying dragon pierced the stargate at the entrance to the beast realm, the stargate emitted a deafening tearing sound. At the same time, Lin Xian could hear countless roars coming from inside the stargate. The dark stargate was cracked like a mirror, and white light slowly shone through the broken cracks. Lin Xian immediately called out to the little round figure on his shoulder. The stargate has turned completely milky white, which means the entrance to the beast realm has been fully opened. Upon hearing the warning, Xiao Yuan immediately released the pressure of a divine beast, but Lin Xian felt nothing at all. Ha! What's going on? Contrary to Lin Xian's expectations, no beasts emerged from the entrance to the beast realm after it opened. Bodhi-Daoist flew over quickly and, looking at the open entrance to the beast realm, said to Lin Xian, they probably don't dare to come out. Afraid to come out? Upon hearing this, Lin Xian was taken aback, then suddenly realized what he meant. The seal was open from the outside, indicating that a celestial being at the Hanyuan Golden Immortal Realm had appeared in the fairyland, so naturally, beasts dared not act rashly. At this moment, they were facing the powerful being who had broken the seal, which was why they were unusually quiet. So, I'm the only one who can go in? Lin Xian asked Bodhi-Daoist. I have never been to the beast realm before, so I don't know what it's like inside. Yes, the intelligence of most beasts is comparable to that of you and me. You can express your thoughts to them, and they will naturally make their choices. With Lin Xian's strength, entering the beast realm will not pose any danger, especially since he has so many pet beasts protecting him, said Bodhi-Daoist. Alright, then I'll go in. Taoist priest, would you like to come along? Lin Xian looked at Bodhi-Daoist and thought that he didn't seem to have a mount yet. If he could find a suitable mount, it might be more convenient. Bodhi-Daoist shook his head and said, I won't go in. I'll return to the cave heaven world. world. The other immortals will arrive one after another and will wait for you there. Yes, be careful and wait for me to come back. Lin Xian gave instructions, then stepped directly into the beast realm, and all his pet beasts followed him in. Upon seeing them enter, Bodhi Daoist set up a restriction, once again concealing the entrance to the beast realm to prevent the demons from discovering it. Of course, Lin Xian will not be affected by the restriction when he comes out, because the restriction set up by Bodhi Daoist is one way. After doing all this, Bodhi Daoist quickly left. He needed to return to explain everything to most of the immortals in the fairyland. The task of delivering the message should have been completed. Lin Xian led his pet beasts into the beast realm. As soon as he looked up, he froze on the spot, utterly shocked by the scene before him. Countless beasts gathered at the exit of the beast realm, clearly aware that someone had broken in. Lin Xian looked at these beasts and was momentarily speechless. The beasts around him were equally shocked, for they saw the azure dragon, the vermilion bird, the black tortoise, and the qilin. Did you break the seal on the exit? Just as the atmosphere became awkward, a dragon-shaped creature flew down from the sky and landed in front of Lin Xian. His body resembled that of a blue dragon, but it was entirely black. His head, however, resembled that of a human, with his left and right eyes being different colors, one white and one black, making him look extremely strange. Master, he is also a divine beast, Xiao Yuan whispered on Lin Xian's shoulder. Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. No wonder the other beasts were so respectful to him. It turned out that this was a divine beast. I broke the seal. Lin Xian nodded in acknowledgement. Strength was the most basic requirement for subduing the creatures here. But I don't sense any primordial golden immortal aura on you, the human-faced, dragon-bodied divine beast asked in confusion. I haven't reached that level yet, and I'm different from those immortals. Even if I became a primordial golden immortal, you wouldn't be able to sense it, Lin Xian told him frankly. To gain their trust, he chose to tell the truth. Oh, you mean you're not an immortal? The other person was even more confused, not understanding the meaning behind Lin Xian's words. Can we talk alone? Lin Xian asked, not wanting the other beasts to know his origins. The other person stared at Lin Xian for a moment, and finally agreed, okay, come with me. After saying that, he led Lin Xian away from the scene and instructed the other beasts not to make any rash moves for the time being. They arrived at a lonely mountain, where no one was around. Zhulong, what brings you here? As soon as I landed, another beast-like creature appeared. When he appeared, space was distorted, seemingly teleporting, but it didn't quite seem like it. Even stranger, this beast had an exaggerated body shape, no head, only a torso, 6 legs and 2 pairs of wings, and its voice came from an unknown source. He broke the seal on the exit of the beast realm, but he is not a primordial golden immortal, Zhulong reported to him. Upon hearing this, the other person trembled slightly, seemingly somewhat surprised. What's next? He asked eagerly. He wants to speak with us alone, Zhulong replied. Then let's talk. I'm very interested. Me too. The two exchanged a brief greeting. May I ask your honorific titles? Lin Xian asked, as he was still unaware of their identities. The one with a human face and a dragon's body is Dijiang, while the one with 6 legs and 4 wings is another Dijiang. Lin Xian had heard of these two divine beasts, but knew little about them. They were far less famous than the 5 elemental beasts on Blue Star. So it was them. Xiao Yuan and the other sacred beasts only reacted after hearing these two names. Didn't you just say you didn't know them? Lin Xian asked curiously. They all said they'd never seen them before on the way, and couldn't find them in their inherited memories. So why do they know now? I only remember their names, but not their images. Xiao Yuan and the others explained to Lin Xian that they were also helpless, as they only recognized the name but not the appearance. Are they good? Lin Xian asked Xiao Yuan and the others. Incredible. A time beast and a space beast. Extremely rare to actually encounter two here. Xiao Yuan said to Lin Xian. They are extremely rare, powerful, and control a portion of the power of space and time. Time-space divine beasts. Lin Xian immediately became interested. He had to find a way to get these two divine beasts to follow him. Time-space abilities would definitely be of great help in battle, and could even turn the tide of battle. Greetings, both of you. I know you have questions in your hearts. I will now tell you my origins in detail. Lin Xian began to earnestly tell Zhulong and Dijiang everything about himself, hiding almost nothing and frankly revealing his abilities. After hearing Lin Xian's words, the two divine beasts remained speechless for a long time, too shocked to express themselves. No one expected that other dimensions actually existed. Moreover, in order to convince them, the Chaos Beast and the other sacred beasts also provided the most compelling testimony for Lin Xian. Especially the Chaos Beast, as a divine beast, his words completely convinced Zhulong and Dijiang to believe Lin Xian. If you want to go out with me, you have to acknowledge me as your master. Only then can you enter your pet space and go to other worlds? Zhulong asked again. Yes, that's how Xuanwu became my pet, and I did bring him here, Lin Xian answered sincerely. He believed that these two mythical beasts must be full of curiosity about the outside world. They had stayed here for a long time without any relatives or attachments. Therefore, Lin Xian tried his best to persuade them to travel with him. Zhulong and Dijiang exchanged a glance. Although Dijiang had no head, he seemed to possess the five senses, which surprised Lin Xian. He might be using spatial power to perceive the outside world, Lin Xian guessed, but he didn't understand why.
What you said isn't entirely unacceptable. We do want to find something new.
We've been in this beast realm for too long and have nothing left to hold us back, Zhulong said to Lin Xian. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's face lit up with an excited smile, and he was overjoyed.
However, you have to agree to one condition.
With a sudden change of tone, Zhulong made a request to Lin Xian.
Please speak, both of you.
I will do my best as long as it is within my power, Lin Xian replied. After all, they were two divine beasts, so it was normal for them to make such a request. If we obtain any treasures in the future that can help us break through the limitations of divine beasts, they should be given priority for our use. Zhulong stated their conditions, which sounded simple.
Upon hearing this condition, Lin Xian was startled.
On the surface, it seemed harmless, but for him, it was a big problem.
Because he controls many pet beasts, Ruozulong and Dijiang would be newcomers if they were willing to follow him.
Before them, Lin Xian already had a divine beast, Chaos Beast. Based on the principle of first come, first served, and considering his feelings for Xiao Yuan, if he were to obtain such a treasure, he should give it priority to Xiao Yuan.
Master, I can agree to their request. I don't mind.
Xiao Yuan was very sensible and took the initiative to express her opinion so as not to put Lin Xian in a difficult position. The other pets are currently only sacred beasts, so this problem doesn't exist for the time being, but they are also full of doubts about Lin Xian's attitude, especially Xuanwu, which has only recently become a pet. Lin Xian turned and glanced at Xiao Yuan, then shook his head at Zhulong and Dijiang.
Gentlemen, if that's your condition, I'm sorry, I cannot agree to it.
Lin Xian's attitude was firm, as if to tell them there was no room for negotiation.
Why?
Faced with Lin Xian's rejection, Zhulong seemed to have anticipated it and asked calmly, because they have been with me through so much and we have developed a deep bond, I would never sacrifice their rightful benefits just to make them my pets.
I can't do that.
Lin Xian explained earnestly to Zhulong and Dijiang. It can be said that Lin Xian's current strength is closely related to his pet beast. Without their selfless dedication, their willingness to provide him with his essence and attribute source, he would never have been able to reach his current level. Therefore, if he becomes stronger in the future and has the ability to repay these pets, he will definitely help them gradually become stronger as well.
If they can give you this, why can't we, the two divine beasts, give it to you?
After listening to Lin Xian's story, Zhulong continued to ask questions. He was telling the truth.
As divine beasts of time and space, once he and Dijiang recognized Lin Xian as their master, the benefits they could bring him would far exceed those of other sacred beasts.
I have the ability, but not the feelings. Faced with Zhulong's question, Lin Xian answered firmly, leaving no room for negotiation.
All the pets, including Xiao Yuan, felt a warmth in their hearts upon hearing his reply.
Xiao Cheng, in particular, as Lin Xian's pet who had been with him the longest, felt the deepest emotions. Especially when Lin Xian killed more than 3,000 flamingos at that critical moment, he still considered his own safety. For this reason alone, Xiao Cheng was willing to give everything for him, even her life. That's right, hearing you say that, being your pet must be quite wonderful. Zhulong suddenly revealed a smile. Although the smile was not pleasing and was even somewhat ugly, it was indeed a rare sight. Hearing this, Lin Xian was startled.
Could it be that the request he made just now was actually a test from Zhulong and Dijiang? What do you two mean?
Lin Xian wasn't sure about his guess, so he asked directly.
Having a master like you seems acceptable.
Moreover, even a divine beast like the Chaos Beast is willing to follow you wholeheartedly and take the initiative to think of you, which shows that you usually treat them very well,
Dijiang explained.
Actually, when Xiao Yuan took the initiative to persuade him not to make things difficult for Lin Xian, they had already made up their minds.
Divine beasts are proud and self-respecting.
It is no coincidence that the Chaos Beast would consider Lin Xian's feelings, unless Lin Xian treated him extremely well. With Lin Xian's answer, Zhulong and Dijiang finally believed that he must be a good master.
Are you two really willing to become my pets and come with me to see the world? Upon hearing Dijiang's words, Lin Xian was overjoyed and, not knowing what to say, immediately asked. Zhulong nodded, and Dijiang also agreed in a deep voice.
Great, then please do not resist. I need to perform a blood oath ceremony. Seeing that they had agreed to become his pets, Lin Xian said,
Okay, you do it.
At this point, Zhulong and Dijiang no longer cared about their status as pet beasts. They longed for the wonderful world outside. After all, the beast realm and the fairyland were too small.
Lin Xian quickly completed the entire ceremony.
The time-based divine beast Zhulong and the space-based divine beast Dijiang successfully became Lin Xian's 6th and 7th pet beasts. Because they were already at the level of divine beasts, Lin Xian's talent still could not be triggered. He discovered that his evolution talent was unusable against saint-level and god-level pets, indicating that the upper limit of this talent was limited.
Zhulong and Dijiang called out to Lin Xian.
After being recognized as masters, they felt a profound sense of submission welling up from the bottom of their hearts. This feeling was inexplicable, and even they, as divine beasts, did not understand why.
From now on, let's just call you Zhulong and Dijiang. It's not good to change your names anymore.
Lin Xian smiled and told them that he felt no name would be suitable and that since they had lived for so long, they would definitely prefer their original names.
It will be all right.
Zhulong and Di Jiang said in unison that they would follow Lin Xian's arrangements. Lin Xian had obtained 2 divine beasts in one go, but he was still unable to calm down. Everything had gone too smoothly, it was like a dream, and he probably wouldn't even dare to dream of such a smooth journey.
Is there really a gold attribute sacred beast, the white tiger, in the beast realm? Lin Xian asked Zhulong and Di Jiang.
They were most familiar with the beast realm and naturally knew the whereabouts of the white tiger.
Yes, it's far from here, but his time is almost up, Zhulong replied.
As one of the most powerful sacred beasts below the divine beasts, the white tiger has always been a pillar of the beast world. They are naturally familiar with his existence, but now the white tiger has reached the end of his life.
Is its life coming to an end?
Lin Xian repeated in surprise, never expecting that the sacred beast white tiger's lifespan was so short.
Let us take you to see it.
After saying that, Zhulong led Lin Xian toward the place where the white tiger was. Normally, the white tiger is responsible for guarding the western part of the beast realm, so he was currently lying on the grass atop a high mountain in the west. He looked listless, his skin was quite loose, and he was clearly very old.
Zhulong, you've arrived. Baihu greeted in a hoarse and aged voice.
I brought my master to see you, Zhulong said calmly.
Your master? You actually acknowledged a master?
The white tiger was shocked upon hearing this and moved its body slightly.
You know that you can take me away from the beast realm and the immortal realm. Both Di Jiang and I want to go out and see the world, Zhulong said gently.
As a partner who had fought side by side for many years, he couldn't help but feel sad when he saw Baihu like this.
Yes, leaving here might not be a bad thing.
White Tiger lowered his head, his mind now free of any other thoughts.
Senior White Tiger, is there really no hope?
Lin Xian looked at White Tiger with pity, but didn't know if there was any way to save him. Zhulong shook his head and said, unless he can break through the limitations of the sacred beast, there will be no way to save him once his time is up. Lin Xian knew the lifespan limits of beasts. Sacred beasts lived for 10 epochs, divine beasts for 20 epochs, and one epoch was 120,000 years.
Higher levels than divine beasts might exist, but he didn't know the specifics. Zhulong, since you are leaving, take my child with you. I don't want him to stay here, Baihu said.
It is extremely difficult for a sacred beast
to produce offspring, and even if they do, they are often downgraded.
Only his child is still a sacred beast, Baihu, which is truly fortunate.
He's still young, should we take him away? Zhulong asked. You've all left, and I'm nearing my end.
It's not safe to leave him here. I'm afraid his bloodline will be taken by other beasts before he even grows up, the white tiger said worriedly.
He had originally intended to
entrust the little white tiger to Zhulong so he could leave in peace. Now that Zhulong and Di Jiang were both leaving, it was too dangerous for the little white tiger to stay here. He had no choice but to go with them.
You're worried about this too? Then would you be willing to let him acknowledge my master as his master? Zhulong asked.
You and Di Jiang have both recognized your master, so I trust you. The white tiger entrusted the cub to Lin Xian as if entrusting its orphan to a guardian spirit. The little white tiger was small, about the size of a 4 or 5-year-old child, and looked very cute. It was fast asleep at the moment. Senior White Tiger, please rest assured, I will take good care of him and ensure his healthy growth, Lin Xian solemnly promised, and at the same time, his pets appeared from the pet space. Seeing so many familiar sacred beasts, the white tiger felt relieved, thinking that the little white tiger should be carefree. Xiao Chang and the others found the little white tiger adorable and took a great liking to it.
After acknowledging Lin Xian as their master, they accompanied him into the pet space.
In the future, the little white tiger will thrive under the careful care of its many pets. All of Lin Xian's pets will dote on it, but that's another story. Let's go then, let the white tiger leave here quietly. Zhulong said this to Lin Xian, and then led him away from the place. Watching their receding figures, the white tiger finally felt relieved and could now quietly await the end of its life.
How can you break through the barriers of the saint or god levels?
Seeing the white tiger's appearance just now, Lin Xian was unwilling for his pet beast to leave him when its life ended, so he had to help them break through the limitations. It's very difficult, very difficult. The exact timing is hard to determine. We can only sense it when the opportunity arises. Zhulong responded in this way. All they could do was wait, but there were far more opportunities in the outside world than in staying here.
Understood. Lin Xian nodded.
In any case, only by improving his own strength could he bring them a better future. He has now adopted 3 pet beasts as his masters, and his strength has greatly increased.
The next step is to use the essence and blood of Zhulong and Di Jiang to cultivate and see if we can break through to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm in one fell swoop and have a final showdown with the Demon King. Listen up, everyone. The outside world is in the midst of a fierce war between immortals and demons.
Anyone who is willing to join us in annihilating the demons can come out with us. If you don't want to, you can stay in the beast realm and try not to go out, because it is still very dangerous outside. Di Jiang and Zhulong, as leaders of the beast realm, are calling upon all beast creatures to go to the outside world to support the immortals. If they can gain their assistance, the immortals will surely have an absolute absolute advantage in this war between immortals and demons.
I do. I'd love to. I'm going too. Staying here is so boring. Upon hearing Zhulong and Dijang's words, many beastmen expressed their willingness to go out and assist in the battle.
Most of them were quite powerful, with peacocks and rocks being either sacred beasts or slightly inferior to them. Their formidable fighting strength will undoubtedly have a significant impact on the course of the war.
Alright, let's set off together and get ready for a big battle.
Feeling the enthusiasm of the beasts, Zhulong said excitedly.
However, everyone will have to wait a little longer. When I return, it will be time for everyone to go on a great battle.
Because Lin Xian still needed to cultivate for a while, Zhulong could only offer this reminder.
They've been detained for so long, what's a little bit of time? Brother Zhulong, please give us your orders anytime, and we'll be ready. The beasts echoed in agreement, clearly showing their great respect for Zhulong and Dijiang.
Seeing this scene before him, Lin Xian sighed inwardly.
The defeat of the demon race should be just around the corner. At this stage, everything is ready except for the final push.
As long as they reach a level of strength capable of fighting the Demon King, the Immortal Clan will surely prevail with the help of this powerful external force. Lin Xian gained a lot from this trip to the Beast Realm. He not only won the support of the Beast race, but also obtained 3 pet beasts as he wished, 2 of which were divine beasts. Back in Bodhi-Daoist's celestial realm, a large number of immortals had already gathered. Upon learning of Bodhi-Daoist's whereabouts, they rushed over immediately. Bodhi-Daoist also recounted the events to them in detail, while Lin Xian still had one last thing to complete.
Taoist, I need to undergo final seclusion and cultivation, which will take about a year.
Lin Xian spoke privately to Bodhi-Daoist, saying that this cultivation session was of utmost importance.
Are you cultivating inside the large cave? The Bodhi-Daoist asked. Yes. You all discuss and plan first. After this trip, I should be able to compete with the Demon King.
Lin Xian nodded. He was mainly responsible for dealing with the Demon King.
As for how to deal with the demons, that was up to the immortals to plan. Okay, then go ahead. We'll consider these issues.
After the two finished speaking, Lin Xian left and returned to the Demon Clan, where he entered the Great Cave Heaven to begin his cultivation, using the identity of Huang Bao.
Both Zhulong and Dijiang, the 2 divine beasts, offered their divine beast essence blood to Lin Xian. However, unlike other sacred beasts, they did not master the fundamental attributes of time and space.
Therefore, these 2 drops of divine beast blood do not contain any original attributes. They are merely pure divine beast blood.
On Lin Xian's left and right hands, a drop of golden blood floated, crystal clear and radiating a dazzling light. Its energy even seemed to surpass that of ordinary sacred beast blood essence.
Theoretically speaking, the power of divine beast essence blood is infinitely close to that of blood at the level of a primordial golden immortal,
which will definitely greatly enhance my abilities.
Lin Xian stared at the 2 drops of divine beast essence blood in front of him and muttered to himself. After all, this was the highest quality essence blood he had obtained since he began cultivating, and he really had no idea how effective it would be. Following the steps of the blood demon body refining technique, Lin Xian first extracted the essence blood of the candle dragon, evenly smeared it all over his body, and then began to recite the incantation for the technique. After reciting the incantation, he immediately felt the essence of the divine beast slowly merging with his body. Unlike the previous fusion with the essence of sacred beasts, this fusion with the essence of the candle dragon brought a burning pain, stinging every inch of skin and gradually penetrating deep into the bones and blood. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and endured the excruciating pain for a full 6 months until the pain gradually subsided and the divine beast's essence blood completely merged into his body. He felt his physical condition was significantly stronger than before, his entire body brimming with power. If he were to break the seal at the entrance to the beast realm now, he was confident he could shatter it with a single blow. It really brought about a qualitative leap. Lin Xian's face lit up with an excited smile.
Although it lacked the support of attribute essence, and couldn't bring other special effects, the improvement in physical strength brought by the divine beast's essence blood was truly astonishing.
Based on his experience, the effect of 1 drop of divine beast blood essence is equivalent to 3 drops of sacred beast blood essence, a difference that is quite enormous. Lin Xian did not rush to merge with Dijiang's essence blood, but instead focused on familiarizing himself with and adjusting his body. After all, he could cultivate for a full 100 years in this great cave heaven. 20 years later, Lin Xian had fully mastered his current physical strength and the moment had finally come to fuse with the essence blood of Emperor Jiang. 20 years later, Lin Xian, who had fused with the essence of 2 divine beasts, experienced a qualitative leap in his overall demeanor. It feels like I could destroy the world with a flick of my wrist. He stared at his fists, as if sensing boundless power. If he wanted, he could even shatter the heavens and earth here with a single punch. Could it be that the power those primordial golden immortals used to shatter the void is similar to what I have now? Lin Xian wondered to himself.
The
only difference was that they relied on their understanding of the heavenly Tao to shatter the void, while he relied on his powerful physical body. Although his strength has greatly improved, Lin Xian did not waste this precious time in the great cave heaven. Having already already reached the level of a 9th level ability master. He finally reached the pinnacle of the 9th level ability master after a century of cultivation. However, when he tried to break through and become a level 10 ability master, he found that no matter how hard he tried, it was as if he was stuck by something and could not break through. Why is this? Is this the limit for a superpowered individual? Lin Xian wondered. According to his memory, the highest level a superpowered individual or cultivator on the planet of 10,000 spirits could reach was only level 9. Level 10 superpowered individuals were just legends, and no one had ever truly reached that level. Perhaps there's some kind of limitation, he muttered to himself. Although he didn't understand why, he felt that his inability to break through level 10 was definitely not his fault. Forget about that for now. With my current strength coupled with a cosmic level divine weapon, I should be able to kill the Demon King. Lin Xian stood up and walked towards the outside of the Great Cave Heaven. After cultivating within the Great Cave Heaven for a year, 5 demon generals and other demon guards were now respectfully awaiting his arrival outside the Cave Heaven. Welcome back, sir. As soon as Lin Xian stepped out, the demons immediately bowed and paid their respects to him. Lin Xian glanced at them coldly, said nothing, and with a thought, a flying dragon appeared in his hand. The gun is drawn, and the pear blossoms bloom. The spear danced in Lin Xian's hand, and several streaks of white light flashed past his eyes. In an instant, all the demons were struck by the white light, and in the blink of an eye, they all perished, turning into demonic cores. I have no grudge against you, but your actions are far too cruel. Every time Lin Xian saw a demon, he would think of the blood curse that the wind demon had placed on him. Their brutal and ruthless nature made Lin Xian determined to subdue them on behalf of heaven. He left without looking back, reverting to his original appearance. Now he no longer needed to hide his identity. Lin Xian returned to the Bodhi-Daoist's grotto world, where many immortals of the immortal race had gathered. Although Lin Xian did not know them, he recognized many immortals who were recorded on Blue Star, such as the Barefoot Immortal, Erlangshan, and Tongtian Jiaozhu, who were all very distinctive beings. They also noticed Lin Xian and sensed the aura emanating from him. You've become much stronger, Bodhi-Daoist exclaimed with delight upon seeing Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded in response. With my current strength, how do I compare to that Demon King? As soon as Lin Xian stepped out, all the demons immediately bowed and paid their respects to him. Lin Xian glanced at them coldly, without saying a word. With a thought, the flying dragon spear appeared in his hand. The gun is drawn, and the pear blossoms bloom. The spear flashed, and several streaks of white light swiftly passed before his eyes. In an instant, all the demons were struck by the white light, and in the blink of an eye, they all perished, turning into demonic cores. We had no enmity, but you were too ruthless. Whenever Lin Xian saw the demons, the blood curse that the wind demon had placed on him would come to mind. Their brutality and ruthlessness made Lin Xian determined to subdue them on behalf of heaven. He left without looking back, reverting to his original appearance, and now there was no need to hide his identity anymore. Lin Xian returned to the Bodhi-Daoist's grotto world, where all the immortals of the immortal race had gathered. Although Lin Xian did not recognize them, there were many immortals in front of him whom he had seen in the records of Blue Star. Characteristic immortals such as the Barefoot Immortal, Erlangshan, and Tongtian Jiaozhu are all included. They also noticed Lin Xian and sensed the aura emanating from him. You've become much stronger, Bodhi-Daoist said with delight upon seeing Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded in response. With my current strength, can I compare to that Demon King? Since Lin Xian had never fought the Demon King head-on, he could only seek advice from the immortals who had fought the Demon King or witnessed his actions. It should be stronger, not weaker, Bodhi-Daoist said based on the aura he sensed. That's good. When do you plan to launch a counterattack against the demons? Lin Xian asked. As usual, first use the divine artifact map of mountains and rivers to trap the Demon King for a period of time, then deal with the Demon Lord and the Demon General, and finally isolate the Demon King. Bodhi Master explained that this was a strategy they had tried before. However, because they were unable to break through the Demon Lord's body, the Immortal Clan was defeated once the Demon King broke out of the mountain and river map. But this time is different. With the help of Lin Xian and the Beast Race, facing the Demon Lord and the Demon General will be much easier, because Lin Xian has the ability to kill them. You actually possess a divine artifact capable of controlling the Demon King? Lin Xian asked in surprise. When the primordial golden immortals left, fearing unforeseen circumstances, they left behind a divine artifact, but it could only trap the Demon King for a period of time. Bodhi-Daoist explained that sealing artifacts are less powerful than offensive ones. At best, they can only buy time. If I can trap him, I can kill the Demon Lords one by one. You only need to deal with those Demon Generals. Lin Xian said confidently that if the Demon King were not present, he would be able to slaughter the Demon Lord. Bodhi-Daoist nodded in agreement. Once the remaining members of the Demon race are eliminated, we will form a grand formation of the immortal race to limit the Demon King's strength. At that time, you should be able to easily kill the Demon King. Bodhi-Daoist said that although the immortals did not have the power to kill the Demon King, they could restrain him. Alright, I'll send Zhulong and Dijan with the Beastmen brothers right away. Lin Xian summoned 2 divine beasts and ordered them to go to the Beast Clan to gather their members who were willing to fight. Everything was ready, and they were about to set off to launch their final counterattack against the demons. Fairyland, the stronghold of the demon race.
Demon King, something terrible has happened.
Immortals are flying this way, and they're bringing with them many strange creatures.
A demon general hurriedly knelt before the Demon King and reported urgently, "What? They're actually going to counterattack us."
Upon hearing this, the Demon King stood up from the stone bench in shock, a look of panic on his face. Since the deaths of those demon lords, the Demon King had a vague sense of unease, especially after the fall of the Wind Demon, which made him even more vigilant. He had already recalled most of the demons, which means that all the demon lords and demon generals are now gathered together in the demon stronghold. Summon all demon lords and have them lead their demon generals to assemble at the foot of the mountain immediately.
There was no time to panic. The Demon King decisively gave an order to one of his demon guards. Since the enemy was coming, they had no choice but to fight.
Upon receiving the order, the guard immediately rushed out.
Could it be that they have already figured out a way to target me?
Or has one of them broken through to the realm of the primordial golden immortal? The Demon King wondered to himself.
If the opponent cannot deal with you, there is no way to talk about a counterattack. It's impossible for an ordinary Grand Luo Golden Immortal to kill the Demon Lord. It seems that a new primordial golden immortal must have appeared among them.
Combining the fact that the Demon Lord was killed earlier, the Demon King could only draw this conclusion. Even when facing a primordial golden immortal, he dared not be certain of victory. A primordial golden immortal possesses an extremely profound understanding of the heavenly Tao. While they might not be able to kill themselves, they could seal themselves using the rules of the heavenly Tao. If that were to happen, it would be far more painful than being killed. The Demon King had considered this point very thoroughly. Between him and the primordial golden immortal, neither could kill the other, but the other could seal him, while he could not seal the other. This was his fatal weakness.
If it really comes down to a last resort, then I'll have no choice but to use that method.
The Demon King had already made up his mind. Even if he lost this battle, he would have a way out.
Soon, all the demon lords had assembled.
Since Lin Xian had killed several of them earlier, the number of demon lords was now less than 30. They were arranged in 2 rows, with the most powerful demon lord, Blood Demon, standing at the very front, dressed in a red robe and possessing a divine artifact.
Demon King, what are your orders for summoning us here? Blood Demon asked on behalf of the demons.
The Immortal Clan has gathered all its immortals and is flying towards us, the Demon King said calmly. Upon hearing the Demon King's words, the demon lords gasped in surprise. They had anticipated a counterattack from the immortals, but they hadn't expected it to come so swiftly.
No need to panic. Now that they've come, we'll fight them to the bitter end.
We repelled them before, and they'll surely repeat the same mistake this time.
The Demon King confidently encouraged his men.
However, the demon lords were not so optimistic. If it weren't for the deaths of several demon lords, especially the powerful Wind Demon, they would never be so worried.
How could they not be worried in the face of this situation?
Even so, the demon lords were helpless, because the Demon King controlled their lives and deaths, and they had no choice but to fight a desperate battle.
The Demon King is absolutely right.
We will surely make them suffer a crushing defeat. The demon lords could only respond in hushed tones. Within the Kunlun immortal realm, above the Yendang Mountains, hundreds of immortals stood on white clouds, followed by nearly 1,000 birds and beasts.
36 great Luo golden immortals stood in a row at the very front of all the immortals.
Standing in front of Luo Jingxian and the others was Lin Xian, dressed in a white robe and holding a flying dragon pen.
The Time Beast Julong stood to his right, the Space Beast Di Jian guarded his left, and the Chaos Beast nestled on Lin Xian's shoulder.
On the other side were the demons, led by the Demon King. Since most members of the demon race focus on body cultivation, only the Demon King and more than 20 demon lords can fly on the clouds.
The rest of the demon generals and guards can only stay on Yendang Mountain below the clouds. The Demon King is invincible. The Demon King is invincible. The demons will prevail. The demons will prevail.
The shouts of the demons below the mountain were deafening, as they raised their arms and cheered for the demons, their voices soaring into the sky. The two sides remained locked in a stalemate for a long time, but neither made the first move. Because the demons were wary of the large number of immortals and the help of the beastmen, they never dared to start a war. Lin Xian's original intention was simply to let the other party make the first move. Since the other party was unwilling to make the first move, he had no choice but to take the initiative. He said a few words to the immortals behind him, and then his figure blurred as he rushed into the demon camp like a black shadow. Seeing Lin Xian charging directly at him, the Demon King immediately stood at the forefront, ready to confront him head-on. He secretly wondered just how strong Lin Xian was, that he could kill so many demon lords.
Your opponent is it?
Just as the Demon King was preparing to confront it head-on, a great immortal suddenly spoke up to remind him. A scroll of pictures, accompanied by a dazzling array of colorful rays, flew into the sky and landed right on the Demon King's head.
The Demon King was immediately shocked.
Having not attacked the Immortal Clan for a long time, he seemed to have forgotten the existence of this divine artifact, the map of mountains and rivers. The scroll then unfurled world, and several beams of multicolored light burst forth, shining upon the Demon King, who instantly vanished into thin air. What an amazing treasure! Lin Xian was also surprised to see the Demon King being controlled by the mountain and river map, but he had no time to think about it at the moment. With a thrust of the spear, mountains and rivers crumble. The spear in his hand danced like a serpent, thrusting straight at a demon lord before him. Now that Lin Xian's strength has greatly increased, his speed and power far surpass what they used to be, leaving the demon lord with no time to react. With a roar from Lin Xian, a demon lord fell to the ground. This sight made all the demon lords gasp in shock. This guy's strength was simply too great. Flying Dragon strikes again, and another demon lord is instantly killed. Everyone, attack him with all your might, a demon lord roared. Faced with such terrifying attack power, they had no choice but to work together to fight Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian was not fighting alone. He had countless immortals and beastmen allies behind him. The weaker immortals and beastmen attacked the demon generals and guards on the mountain directly. The great Luo golden immortals and the sacred beasts fought alongside Lin Xian. Although they could not easily kill the demon lords, they could cause them great trouble. In the sky, colorful lights intertwined and shimmered. The sacred beasts withstood the demon lords' attacks with their strong physiques, while the immortals used a variety of spells and magical artifacts to continuously restrict the demon lords' movements. But what truly terrified the demon lords was the elusive Lin Xian. Every time he strikes, he can easily take the life of a demon lord. In just a few breaths, the demon cores of 10 demon lords appeared in midair. All the demon lords were now caught in a dilemma. They wanted to escape but couldn't, and they wanted to fight but were powerless to turn the tide. If this continues, we will surely die. We might as well self-destruct. Blood Demon, as the most powerful member of the demon lords, was still able to barely hold on thanks to the divine artifact in his hand. But he knew that the situation was hopeless, and only self-destruction could deal a devastating blow to the enemy. After all, once the demonic core within the demon lord's body explodes, the resulting energy is enough to severely injure a Grand Luo Golden Immortal. The simultaneous self-destruction of more than 10 demon lords could indeed kill many Grand Luo Golden Immortals. Faced with Lin Xian's terrifying destructive power, this was the last effort they could make for the Demon Clan and the Demon King. The other demon lords had made up their minds and were also preparing to self-destruct. Lin Xian had anticipated that the demon lord would have a self-destruction method and had taken precautions in advance. Just as they were about to detonate the magic core, Zhulong appeared and made his move. Time slowdown. As a time-based divine beast, Zhulong possesses 4 attack methods: time slowdown, time acceleration, time freeze, and the alternation of day and night. Among them, time deceleration can significantly slow down the flow of time within a specified area, the extent of which depends on the user's strength. At present, the Zhulong can slow down the flow of time by a maximum of 10 times. Immediately, all the demon lord's movements became much slower. What used to be a self-destruction that took less than a second now takes a full 10 seconds. Die, all of you. Unaffected by the time slowdown, Lin Xian used those 10 seconds to easily kill all the demon lords. One after another, red magic cores floated in mid-air, yet none of them were able to successfully self-destruct. More than 20 demon lords perished, leaving only the blood demon, who possessed a divine artifact, to survive alone. Lin Xian originally intended to kill him, but the artifact had defensive properties, which allowed him to turn into a pool of blood without being harmed. Lin Xian's attacks were completely incapable of killing him. Then let's banish him, Di Jiang suggested. Lin Xian nodded. He couldn't let the blood demon, whom he himself couldn't kill, stay in this immortal realm, or he would surely become a great threat in the future. Spatial turbulence. The spatial divine beast Di Jiang unleashed its spatial power, opening a small spatial gate in front of the pool of blood, inside which lay endless darkness. No! A spatial force enveloped the blood, sending it directly into the spatial gate. The moment the gate closed, the blood demon roared in despair. According to Di Jiang, he didn't know what was in that spatial turbulence either, only that any creature that entered it could never return. Moreover, various divine punishments will randomly descend from within, and those who are struck by them will either die or be seriously injured, making it extremely terrifying. With the blood demon exiled, all the demon lords of the demon clan were dealt with. As for the demon generals and guards on the mountain, they were all killed one by one. The crimson blood stained the entire Yendang Mountains, making it the most resentful place in the fairyland, and it was later renamed Demon Devouring Mountain. In just a few minutes, all the demons except the Demon King were wiped out. Now all that's left is the lonely figure in the landscape painting. Judging by the time, he should be breaking through the artifact soon. Form the 36 Heavenly Dippers formation. Bodhi Daoist instructed the other 35 great Luo Golden Immortals. All the great immortals responded in unison. Immediately, 36 white rays of light surrounded the mountain and river map. Centered on the mountain and river map, there are 4 great golden immortals in each of the 8 directions. Of the 4 people in each direction, one is the main person and the other 3 are assistants. The 3 assistant Grand Luo Golden Immortals gathered their magical power to the main Grand Luo Golden Immortal. How is this possible? The 8 main Golden Immortals then spread their magical power around, forming the 36
36 Heavenly Gang formation. Those trapped in this formation would need 10 times the combined power of 36 great Luo Golden Immortals to escape, something even Lin Xian couldn't accomplish in his current state.
This power is terrifying.
Lin Xian was shocked as he felt the pressure of the magic array taking shape, especially since he was still outside the array. The pressure would have been even stronger if he were inside it. Previously, no one could rival the Demon King, so even forming such a powerful magic array was of no use,
because the immortals in the formation are unable to move.
But Lin Xian's appearance allowed the magic array to play a crucial role.
With it, the Demon King's strength was not only limited, but he didn't even have a chance to escape.
Break!
A deafening roar resounded as the Demon King finally broke free from the mountain and river map. He gripped a giant axe, his eyes burning with rage. If he didn't also possess a divine weapon, escaping from this map of mountains and rivers would be utterly delusional.
His past experiences made him most afraid of being trapped, and at this moment his heart was full of resentment. But when he saw the scene around him, his resentment gradually turned into shock.
You actually killed my demon lord.
The Demon King's voice trembled as he looked at the more than 20 red magic cores floating in the distance. How could he have imagined that they would kill more than 20 demon lords in such a short time?
Your turn next.
Lin Xian charged straight into the formation, stood in front of the Demon King, and said coldly,
You killed them all? Who exactly are you? Even immortals cannot penetrate the demon lord's body.
The Demon King stared at Lin Xian, his eyes bloodshot. He sensed Lin Xian's extraordinary nature but did not understand where the other party came from.
I'll tell you the answer when you're dead.
Lin Xian snorted coldly, lightly twirling the flying dragon in his hand as it hurtled straight towards the Demon King. Within this 36 Heavenly Gang formation, Lin Xian's strength remained unaffected, only the Demon King was restricted. Lin Xian charged toward the Demon King, who immediately raised his giant axe to defend himself.
It's actually a divine artifact.
The giant axe collided with the divine weapon of the flying dragon, and both were unharmed. Only then did the Demon King realize that the spear in Lin Xian's hand was also a divine weapon. Lin Xian didn't say much and continued his fierce attack on the Demon King. Due to the suppression of the magic circle, the Demon King's speed and power could not be used to their full potential. The Demon King's strength was already inferior to Lin Xian's at this moment, and with the influence of the magic array, Lin Xian had always held the advantage from the beginning.
If this continues, I'm doomed. The Demon King was secretly on guard.
If it weren't for the giant axe in his hand that could withstand the attack of the flying dragon in the sky, he would have been killed by Lin Xian long ago. But this only temporarily stopped the enemy's offensive. If the battle continued, he would be defeated sooner or later, so he began to think about escaping. Where there's life, there's hope. The Demon King acted decisively, using a secret technique to escape from this place and head towards the exit of the Kunlun secret realm to enter other worlds. However, this 36 Heavenly Gang formation seals off all directions, making it impossible to escape unless spatial secret techniques are used. After the Demon King used his secret technique, he found himself still trapped in the magic circle and unable to escape.
What?
The Demon King's expression changed drastically, and the fear of death swept over him instantly.
Still trying to run?
Lin Xian saw the struggle flashing in the Demon King's eyes and knew that the other party intended to escape, but the Demon King was already trapped.
Lin Xian sneered and launched another fierce attack.
The Demon King was filled with fear, and his fighting power gradually declined, making it impossible for him to keep up with Lin Xian's pace. Although he possessed a stronger body than the Demon Lord, he was covered in wounds from Lin Xian's attacks. He kept a close watch on the location of the Demon Core, preventing Lin Xian from finding an opportunity to pierce it.
This is outrageous. The relentless onslaught, coupled with his inner fear, gradually caused the Demon King's mind to collapse. He roared and prepared to detonate his own magic core. Self-destruction became his only option as he approached the brink of collapse. Clearly, Lin Xian had not initially anticipated that the Demon King would choose to self-destruct. The self-destruction of a demon's core is enough to severely injure a Grand Luo Golden Immortal, let alone a Demon King. The Demon King's core self-destruction can easily kill a Grand Luo Golden Immortal, and even a Hunyuan Golden Immortal with a strong physique will be instantly killed by the explosive energy. The energy released by the self-destruction of the Demon Core is hundreds of times more powerful than the Demon King's full-force attack. An explosion of this magnitude could even cause devastating damage to the Kunlun Wonderland itself.
The explosion's immense energy meant that Lin Xian, being the person closest to the Demon King, had to bear nearly half of its power.
Ha ha ha, even if I die, I will take you down with me. As the Demon King self-destructed, he let out a final roar.
A terrifying white light rapidly spread from the Demon King's center, and anything touched by the white light instantly turned to dust. Too close to dodge, Lin Xian could only immediately use his 5-colored silkworm armor to try and block some of the explosive damage. The moment the white light touched Lin Xian, he felt as if his body was being cut by a sharp blade, and then a strange energy surged into his body.
Then, Lin Xian's consciousness disappeared first. Wake up!
A voice rang in Lin Xian's ears. He slowly opened his eyes, a sharp pain shooting through his head. He involuntarily pounded his head
head with his hand, trying to relieve the pain. Suddenly, he remembered, wasn't I just hit by the energy from the Demon King's self-destruction? Since his consciousness dissipated before his body, he was unaware of what happened next. Well, just as Lin Xian was trying to recall, a warm, peaceful yet dignified voice rang in his ears once again. The sound pierced through his eardrums and reached Lin Xian's brain. In an instant, his headache completely disappeared. Lin Xian, still in shock, quickly sat up. The sight before him was unbelievable. A giant, hundreds of feet tall, sat cross-legged directly in front of Lin Xian. He wore a pure white robe, his body radiating a seven-colored light, and countless geometric symbols floated around him. Due to his enormous size, Lin Xian could not make out his face. Faced with this giant, Lin Xian felt an inexplicable surge of reverence that made him want to kneel down, so he dared not look directly at him and could only glance around. There were 3 other people standing beside him, about the same height as Lin Xian, but their appearances shocked him greatly. I see. It's actually them. Lin Xian stared intently at the 3 people, who turned out to be people he had met before. One of them was the white-clad man I had seen during the spearmanship test, another was the dragon man in the comprehensive test, and the last one was even more unbelievable. He was the wind demon that I had killed in the Kunlun Wonderland. Looking at the 3 people, and then back at the giant, Lin Xian was overwhelmed with shock and disbelief, completely unable to comprehend what all of this meant. Lin Xian, do you know where you are? And do you know who I am? The giant's voice rang out again, asking Lin Xian. If he hadn't seen these 3 people, Lin Xian would have had no way to answer. But now, he had his answer. This place should still be within the secret realm. You must be the master behind the secret realm, Lin Xian replied respectfully. Sensing the other party's powerful aura, he could only lower his head and dare not look directly at him. Throughout an era, many cultivators have entered the secret realm, but you are the first to see me, the giant said, not directly confirming Lin Xian's guess. May I ask how I should address you? And why did you lead me here? Lin Xian was filled with doubts, but facing a powerful figure, he could only cautiously probe with his questions. I know you have many questions, and they will all be answered here. As for how to address me, just like the 3 of them, call me master, the giant said slowly. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian felt no resistance whatsoever. Every word from the giant struck the depths of his heart like a heavy hammer. Lin Xian wanted to refuse the title, but before he could even think of it, the thought was instantly erased. What's going on? I can't even think about it? He was full of doubts. The other party only said one sentence, yet he was powerless to resist. The Divine Refinement Heart Sutra that you cultivate was created by me personally. Based on this, you should acknowledge me as your master. The giant seemed to see through Lin Xian's thoughts and explained that it was better to clarify some things rather than force him. What? Lin Xian was shocked again, never expecting that this powerful technique was actually created by the other party. No wonder Jiang Zhang said that cultivators who practice the Divine Refinement Heart Sutra would not be in mortal danger when entering the number 1 secret realm, so this is the truth. Given this, it's reasonable to acknowledge him as my master, since I have indeed practiced the techniques he created. Lin Xian knelt down and kowtowed, respectfully saying, from now on, I will be the 5th personal disciple of the white-clad God King Su Wendian. These 3 are my senior brothers, whom I have met before. When the giant saw that Lin Xian was willing to acknowledge him as his master, he revealed his identity, saying that the 3 people were also his disciples. White-robed God King Su Wendian? Lin Xian was unfamiliar with this title. He had never heard of this person on Blue Star or Wanling Star. Next, I will answer all your questions. After being accepted as a disciple, Lin Xian was qualified to know all the secrets about the myriad spirits planet and the universe. All of Lin Xian's doubts will be answered here, whether they are about the secret realm, the planet of 10,000 spirits, or the mysteries of the universe. The planet of 10,000 spirits is less than an epoch old, yet it is an extremely unique planet in the universe. Once its natural defenses are gone, numerous forces from across the universe will quickly flock to fight for it. What's so special about it? Lin Xian asked curiously. Because it is not only a planet, but also the tomb of a god king. The white-robed god king's voice was like a thunderclap, striking Lin Xian's heart and making him tremble. The words tomb of the god king seemed to contain extremely profound meaning. You must really want to know just how strong the god king is, and what's the deal with this god king's tomb, right? The white-robed god king asked Lin Xian in return. Master, that's true. According to our planet's records, the highest level we've ever reached is only level 10. We have no idea about the realm of a god king. Lin Xian answered truthfully. Based on the cultivation history of the myriad spirits planet, this was indeed the case. Your planet is not yet connected to the universe, so it's normal that you don't know about the realm divisions in the universe. In the universe, all cultivators are divided into 5 realms: mortal, heaven, Tao, spirit, and God. The white-robed god king patiently explained the level divisions of cultivation in the universe to Lin Xian. This was the first time Lin Xian had heard of such a classification, and he began to vaguely guess that the god king was probably someone who had cultivated to the highest level. But if it has already reached the highest level, why would there still be a god king's tomb? What you call a level 10 ability master is a cultivator in the universe who has just broken through the mortal level and entered the celestial master level, while ability masters who are not yet level 10 are equivalent to mortal level cultivators in the universe. The white-robed God King continued to explain, this is the correspondence between the cultivation levels of the myriad spirits planet and the universe. Master, what exactly is the celestial master level? Lin Xian wondered. Didn't they just say there were 5 major realms, mortal, celestial, Tao, spirit, and God? Besides the mortal level, the other 4 major realms are further subdivided into 3 levels, Master, Venerable, and King. After the white-robed God King finished speaking, Lin Xian finally understood. In other words, the cultivation levels in the universe are divided as follows. Mortal level, Celestial Master, Celestial Venerable, Celestial King, Taoist Master, Taoist Venerable, Taoist King, Spiritual Master, Spiritual Venerable, Spiritual King, Divine Master, Divine Venerable, Divine King. Judging from this level, cultivating to the God King realm is by no means easy. Do you know why you feel unable to break through after reaching the 9th level of supernatural ability master? That is, why you can't advance from the mortal level to the celestial master level? The white-robed God King knew Lin Xian's situation better than he did himself. Master, I don't know. I just feel like I'm stuck and can't break through. Lin Xian shook his head, his heart filled with doubt. To break through from the mortal level to the heavenly level, one must have some understanding of a certain law. Your strength is not weak now, but your understanding of any law is only average, so you cannot break through to the next realm. The white-robed God King bluntly pointed out Lin Xian's lack of understanding of the laws. Disciple doesn't understand. Is it necessary to comprehend the laws of cultivation? Is it not possible to cultivate physical strength? Lin Xian still had doubts and asked his master. Physical strength itself is a law. In the universe, all cultivators must comprehend the laws, which are divided into 3 levels, the white-robed God King explained. There are only 7 first-class laws: the law of power, the law of chaos, the law of spacetime, the law of yin and yang, the law of spirit, the law of creation, and the law of destruction. Second-class laws are numerous, such as the laws of space, the laws of the 5 elements, the laws of death, the laws of life, and the laws of the soul. Third-class laws are even more numerous, such as the laws of water and ice. The higher the level of the law you comprehend, the stronger you become. The deeper you cultivate a certain law, the higher your level will be. When you completely comprehend a certain law, it means you have become a god. The words of the white-robed God King pierced Lin Xian's heart and were deeply engraved there. At this moment, Lin Xian finally understood the true meaning of the laws of the universe. After becoming a god, a cultivator can reach the realm of immortality. If one can fully comprehend one law, one becomes a god master. If one fully comprehends 2 laws, one becomes a god venerable. And if one fully comprehends 3 laws, one becomes a god king. I, Suinian, the white-clad God King, am the number 1 God King in the universe, and the only God King who has fully comprehended the 3 first-class laws. To let Lin Xian, whom he had just taken as his disciple, understand his power, the white-clad God King revealed his true strength without any concealment. Upon hearing his master's words, Lin Xian couldn't help but gasp, the shock in his heart lingering for a long time. I have fully comprehended the laws of spacetime, chaos, and spirit. Every word I utter represents a part of the rules of the heavenly Tao. That is why you cannot feel any resistance when you hear what I say. Taking this opportunity, the white-clad God King explained to Lin Xian why his words had to come true, because those words themselves were the rules. After hearing all this, Lin Xian fully understood the essence of the universe cultivation system and deeply appreciated his master's power. Therefore, if you want to break through to the celestial master level, you must first comprehend a certain law. Judging from your talent, the easiest one should be the law of spirit, followed by the law of power, while the law of chaos is the most difficult. This is precisely why I took you as my disciple, because you have the potential to fully comprehend the 3 first-level laws. The white-robed God King pointed out Lin Xian's strengths and frankly explained why he valued him. Lin Xian was once again shocked, never expecting that he possessed such heaven-defying talent. After all, the other party was the number 1 God King in the universe. His judgment could not be wrong. Of course, I might be wrong, but based on the test I've given you, I'm willing to believe you. The white-robed God King seemed to understand Lin Xian's inner thoughts with every word he spoke. Your disciple will certainly live up to your high expectations. Lin Xian firmly assured the white-robed God King that the bright path before them had been laid out, and the next step was for him to decide how to walk it. Now that I've said all that, you should understand why the planet of 10,000 spirits is called the Tomb of the Gods. Since Master has explained the rules of cultivation in the universe, the name Graveyard of the God King is not difficult to understand. Could it be that even the God King perished here? Lin Xian was puzzled, but he didn't voice it, because his master had just said that becoming a god meant being immortal and indestructible. The cemetery does not refer to the fall of a god, but is a metaphor. The God King is sealed here, forever trapped in this place. At this point, the white-robed God King sighed softly, his tone full of helplessness. Master, you are so powerful, how could you be trapped here? Lin Xian was completely puzzled. How could a God King, who could should represent the rules of heaven, be imprisoned here. Because we God Kings pursued greater breakthroughs and wanted to transcend the heavenly Tao, we were ultimately punished by the heavenly Tao and forever imprisoned in its cage. You call this a secret realm, but in reality, it is the heavenly prison that seals the God King. Although we are in the prison, we still possess the God King's abilities, but we cannot break free from the constraints. The planet of 10,000 spirits was born along with hundreds of heavenly prisons, hence the name Tomb of the God King. Within each of these secret realms lies a God King. All forces in the universe covet this planet so that their people may enter the secret realms and inherit the legacy of our God Kings. Having said this, the white-robed God King finally cleared up all of Lin Xian's doubts. He received the most detailed answers regarding the secrets of the myriad spirits planet and the universe. Master, how can we prevent forces from other planets from invading the myriad spirits planet? After listening to his master's explanation, Lin Xian understood the truth, but he still couldn't solve the problem. You entered the secret realm to solve this problem, right? As soon as Lin Xian stepped into the secret realm, his master was exposed, and no secret could be hidden from him. Master is indeed omniscient. Lin Xian sincerely exclaimed, the number one God King in the universe is indeed terrifying. It's very simple. As long as your planet is controlled by a certain force, people from other planets will naturally not dare to act rashly. As the white-robed God King spoke, a golden token flew to Lin Xian's front. Lin Xian looked closely and saw that the token was wide at the top and round at the bottom, radiating a dazzling golden light with the character, Spirit, clearly engraved in the center. This is a token I used when I founded my sect in the universe, called the Spirit God Sect. It is one of the three great sects and the most powerful force in the universe. The white-robed God King explained the origin and purpose of the token to Lin Xian in detail. When your planet's natural defenses are about to disappear, simply use this token to create a new protective barrier. Any foreign forces attempting to enter Wanling Star will immediately sense that this is Lingxian sect territory. At the same time, the Spirit God Sect will also receive an alert and send people to patrol. I will make the necessary arrangements then. After hearing his master's words, Lin Xian knelt down and kowtowed again, respectfully saying, thank you, master. Wanling Star is finally saved. But the priority should still be improving our strength. On the surface, people from other planets will naturally not dare to easily invade, but it's hard to say what they might do in secret. Only when you truly become strong can you protect your home. The white-clad God King understood that the secret realms on Wanling Star were extremely tempting, and that aliens would surely risk offending the Spirit God Sect to infiltrate them. Your disciple understands and will certainly not let master down. Lin Xian solemnly promised that he longed to possess power as great as his master. Once you reach the celestial master level, you can venture into the universe. That's where you'll truly grow. Lin Xian is now the strongest on Wanling Star. If he wants to go further, he must set foot in the universe. I will try my best, but there is still one question I don't understand. If Lin Xian's last question remains unanswered, he will find it hard to let go of his worries. You're asking if the blue planet you returned to in the secret realm was real, right? Master, you are right. This is indeed the case. I dare not hide it. I am originally from Earth, and my soul transmigrated to this planet. Lin Xian frankly revealed his identity and background. I have known this since the moment you stepped into the secret realm. The white-robed God King was not surprised at all. In this secret realm, no one could keep a secret. As for whether that blue star is real or not, do you think it matters? Xuanwu is still in your pet space. Illusion and reality can be relative or interconnected. I won't answer that now. You'll understand when your spiritual laws reach a certain level. The distant voice of the white-robed God King echoed in Lin Xian's mind, leaving him completely bewildered. Can the virtual and the real be relative, or can they coexist? At this moment, Lin Xian did not understand the profound meaning in his master's words at all. After all, he had not even touched the basics of spiritual laws, while his master had already fully comprehended them. You can leave now. Once you're out, kill all the beast kings on Wanling Star, and the monster's strength will be greatly weakened. Once their natural defenses disappear, the monsters will no longer pose a threat to humans. Before Lin Xian left the secret realm, the white-robed God King gave him repeated instructions. Thank you for your guidance, master. If I wish to see you, may I simply enter the secret realm directly? Lin Xian asked the final question. If I need to see you, I will take the initiative to find you. You don't need to come looking for me. The white-robed God King's meaning was obvious. I can come to you, but you can't come to me casually. Disciple understands. Lin Xian kowtowed again, and when he looked up, he was already at the exit of secret realm number 1. Master, does junior brother really have that ability? After Lin Xian left, the dragon-like creature asked curiously. Judging from the test, he has extremely high comprehension. If he can't even do it, then there's something wrong with the heavenly Tao. Upon hearing this, the number 1 secret realm shook violently, as if issuing a warning to the white-robed God King Su Wentian. Although it is the heavenly Tao, you can only trap me. There's no need to complain like this, the white-robed God King said calmly, his words clearly directed at the heavenly Tao's cage. He has fully comprehended the 3 first-class laws and become a part of the heavenly
Heavenly Tao. Therefore, the Heavenly Tao cannot kill him, it can only trap him. As soon as he finished speaking, the shaking of the secret realm gradually subsided, and it seemed that even the Heavenly Tao carried a touch of human emotion. Lin Xian was standing at the exit of the secret realm. He had been under too much pressure and hadn't had time to carefully check his body. His strength is still at the same level as before, and all his pets are still here. Xuanwu, Dijiang, and Zhulong are all still around. Could it be that the Blue Star and Kunlun Wonderland I visited really exist? Lin Xian wondered to himself, if that place is a fantasy, then shouldn't the pets I obtained there also be fake? But they are all real. Lin Xian was deep in thought about this problem, while outside the number 1 secret area, inside the Chinese submarine Xuanwu, everyone was getting a little anxious. Has Lin Xian not come out of the secret realm yet? More than 2 months have passed. We can only stay here for 3 months at most before we have to return, an officer said worriedly. He understood very well how important Lin Xian was to China. Yes, if they're still in the secret realm after 3 months, they'll be treated as dead, another officer chimed in. Their submarines could only stay for a maximum of 3 months. Once the time was up, they had to leave and wait for the next group of personnel to arrive. But this time it's quite strange. Apart from Lin Xian, everyone else who entered the number 1 secret realm came out safely. This is the first time we've encountered this. Everyone was very surprised. After all, the number 1 secret realm has the highest mortality rate, bar none. Just as they were talking, the hatch next to the submarine finally opened, and the officers who had been scouting for movement immediately rushed to the door. Lin Xian. Upon seeing that the person who entered was indeed Lin Xian, the officers finally showed excited expressions. Lin Xian, who had just entered the submarine, was stunned for a moment. He was not sure how long he had been in the secret realm, and he did not expect them to be so excited. Have I been inside for a long time? Lin Xian hurriedly asked, afraid that he had stayed in the secret realm for too long and that the myriad spirits planet had undergone a great change. It's been quite a while. It's been 2 months and 21 days since today, an officer replied, his memory of the time being clear. Hearing this time, Lin Xian felt a little more at ease. It's only been a little over 2 months, so it's not too bad. A relieved smile appeared on his face. It's not exactly short either. Almost everyone who went in with you came out in less than a month, several officers said as they returned to the submarine. Lin Xian looked around and was surprised to find that not a single person was absent. Moreover, they all had smiles on their faces, clearly indicating that they had made a good harvest. Now that everyone had arrived, the Xuanwu began its journey, preparing to return home. Just as the submarine was starting up and preparing to depart, a loud bang was suddenly heard outside, and the inside of the submarine shook violently. Except for Lin Xian, everyone else lost control of their bodies and fell off their seats. The officer in charge of operating the submarine immediately activated the defensive and offensive systems, and simultaneously reviewed the surrounding footage, instantly identifying the source of the impact. Octopus, the King Octopus. It's the King Octopus. How did it find its way here? Isn't it supposed to be hiding deep in the ocean? The officer exclaimed in shock. There are no monsters of this magnitude on the seabed of the East China Sea. If the Octopus King were to attack, the submarine would not be able to withstand even a few impacts from it. Sure enough, the spot where the Octopus King had struck the submarine had already cracked. A few more impacts and the submarine would be destroyed. It's over. They were suddenly faced with a situation they had never encountered before, and they didn't know what to say. But one thing was certain, they and the submarine were about to perish at the bottom of the sea. You all stay put and don't move around. After giving his instructions in a calm tone, Lin Xian summoned Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan, make sure the submarine doesn't take on water. I need to go out and kill that Octopus King. Lin Xian said to Xiao Yuan, because if he wanted to break through the submarine and get out, seawater would inevitably rush in, and he had to rely on Xiao Yuan to block the seawater. Leave it to me, and be careful yourself. Lin Xian, that's the king of octopuses. Even if it's on land, let alone deep in the ocean, the strongest person on our planet can't do anything to it. An officer, upon hearing Lin Xian's intention to force his way into the Octopus King's territory, immediately warned him. The strongest on the planet? I hope this Octopus King can withstand my shot. A flash of white light appeared, and flying dragon in the sky appeared in Lin Xian's hand. With his spear in hand, Lin Xian easily cleaved open the submarine's door as if it were just for show, and charged straight at the Octopus King. This Octopus King was enormous, dark red in color, and covered with countless tentacles, the shortest of which were hundreds of meters long, and the longest even thousands of meters long. A golden crown adorned its torso. The submarine didn't take on water. Thanks to Xiao Yuan's protection, although Lin Xian broke the submarine door, no seawater rushed in, which shocked everyone inside the submarine. Lin Xian's gaze was resolute as he stared at the Octopus King before him. Its strength was merely that of a great Luo Golden Immortal, the peak level of a 9th level ability master, utterly insignificant to him. Spear out, Star Strike. Lin Xian's figure transformed into a streak of light on the seabed, as if the deep sea posed no obstacle or pressure to him. In the blink of an eye, flying dragon in the sky had pierced through the Octopus King's body, hitting its vital point. Vulnerable. Lin Xian calmly drew
drew his spear and casually stored the Octopus King's corpse in his storage ring. The people inside the submarine were stunned and speechless as they witnessed Lin Xian kill the underwater overlord with a single shot. "I'll take you up." Since the submarine was much slower than Lin Xian, he flew beneath it and gave it a powerful push, propelling it straight towards land. "Just what is his strength?" a superpowered individual asked in horror. "I just went to a secret realm, and my strength has increased so much since I came back." "He must be the strongest on the planet right now, right?" another ability user said in a trembling voice. In just a few minutes, Lin Xian led the submarine from the seabed to the land, and after launching the submarine, he quickly left, leaving behind a still shocked crowd. With such strength, Lin Xian's first action was to go find Xian Yuanzhou to fulfill his promise. "Master, I've arrived." The sudden appearance of Lin Xian shocked Xian Yuanzhou. Your strength?" Xian Yuanzhou could sense that the other party far surpassed him, and was also much higher in the cultivation realm of the Divine Refinement Heart Sutra, which he found hard to believe. "Master, I've come to heal the housewife." Lin Xian smiled and said, his heart filled with gratitude for his master. If it weren't for his master, his father would probably still be lying in his sickbed. Okay. Hearing Lin Xian's words and sensing his strength, Xian Yuanzhou nodded excitedly. Lin Xian summoned Shao Chang, the azure dragon, a sacred beast that had reached its peak strength. Dealing with a mere goo poison was a piece of cake for the azure dragon. Several beams of green light danced around Xian Yuanzhou's wife. In no time, she fully recovered and was even healthier than before. After all, the wood element has great healing properties. Seeing his beloved, who had been in a coma for many years, finally awakened, tears, a rare sight in many years, streamed down Xian Yuanzhou's face. He held his beloved tightly, as if afraid she would leave him again. This scene deeply touched Lin Xian's heart. After the two of them had chatted for a while, Xian Yuanzhou turned to Lin Xian and solemnly expressed his gratitude. "Master, this is all I should do. You don't need to thank me." Lin Xian quickly replied, "If it weren't for Xian Yuanzhou's intervention, I would never have had the chance to learn the Divine Refinement Heart Sutra, let alone all the subsequent opportunities." "Speaking of gratitude, I should be the one thanking you. What exactly is the source of your strength?" Xian Yuanzhou asked curiously. He remembered that before Lin Xian entered the secret realm, he was a level 4 ability master. "Grandmaster, I am now a peak level 9 ability master, only one opportunity away from level 10. My combat power is even stronger. I have just killed the Octopus King of the Sea." Lin Xian told Xian Yuanzhou about his true strength without any concealment, because he was going to hunt down all the monster kings on the Wanling planet one by one, and this identity could no longer be hidden. "What? You actually managed to kill the Octopus King?" Xian Yuanzhou was shocked upon hearing this, finally realizing that his grand disciple was already the strongest being on the planet. After all, even Chen, the strongest being on the planet, did not have the ability to kill the monster king. At most, he can only fight it to a draw, with no clear winner. "Yes, I can easily kill it with a single blow. Master, I need your help to contact the highest levels of the Chinese government and tell me the locations of all the monster kings. I want to eliminate them one by one, so that the planet will no longer fear those monsters." Lin Xian's tone was calm yet resolute, which was precisely the reason he had come to visit his master. Xian Yuanzhou, by virtue of his status, could easily contact the highest levels of the Chinese government. Hearing Lin Xian's calm words, a surge of hope welled up in Xian Yuanzhou's heart. The savior of the myriad spirits planet had finally appeared. "Okay, I'll contact them right away." Xian Yuanzhou was overjoyed. His lover had awakened, and the planet had a chance to be reborn. All of this was thanks to his beloved grand disciple. Not long after, Xian Yuanzhou said to Lin Xian, "Let's go, I'll take you to the highest level meeting in China." "It's too slow. Just tell me the location, and I'll take you there directly." Lin Xian refused Xian Yuanzhou's suggestion to take him on a flying vehicle, as the speed was simply not fast enough. The top floor of the Huagua government building in Jingzhou City, Shanha province, Xian Yuanzhou announced the destination. Lin Xian nodded, then carried Xian Yuanzhou on his back and arrived at the top floor of the Chinese government building in just 2 seconds. "So fast?" Xian Yuanzhou was shocked when he landed. Although he expected it to be fast, he did not expect it to be this fast. "This isn't my maximum speed yet." Lin Xian smiled slightly. After all, he was carrying someone on his back and couldn't fly too fast. The two waited for 10 minutes before all the meeting participants finally arrived. Seated at the head of the round table was Chen, the strongest being on the planet. As a Chinese, China held the highest authority since he became the strongest being on the planet. "You're Lin Xian? Can you really kill the monster king?" Chen stared at Lin Xian, his tone tinged with doubt. "Tell me the locations of all the emperors, and I'll go and kill them one by one. You can just watch the live stream here." Lin Xian disliked this kind of questioning, so instead of answering directly, he made his request. Everyone looked at Chen, and no one dared to object to Lin Xian's suggestion. "There's a monster king, the Titan Mighty Ape, in the uninhabited area outside Jingzhou City," Chen said helplessly. After all, with so many people present, he could only let his strength speak for itself. "Okay, give me 10 seconds. After saying that, Lin Xian put on his live streaming badge and quickly quickly left the conference room. All eyes in the conference room were focused on the large screen. In the blink of an eye, the scene shifted to the Titan mighty ape. This Titan ape possessed immense strength and an extremely robust defense. Even when Chen used all his strength, he could only inflict minor injuries on it. It was simply impossible to truly kill it. Spear out, Star Strike. However, on the big screen, Lin Xian's single shot pierced through the Titan ape's head. The spear pulled out its head, and the Monster King crashed to the ground. Lin Xian put its corpse into his storage ring and then returned to the conference room. He sat there and calmly addressed the crowd. The whole process takes no more than 5 seconds. 1 second to fly and travel, 2 seconds to lock onto the target, and 2 seconds to kill. The movements were swift and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Everyone present swallowed hard, especially Chen, who felt a mix of emotions as he watched Lin Xian easily slay the Monster King. The Monster King who could fight him so fiercely was killed so easily by Lin Xian. Doesn't that mean that Lin Xian can also easily defeat him? Go on, tell me the locations of all the Monster Kings. After we've killed them, I have something more important to say. Lin Xian knew everyone was shocked, but time was of the essence. After killing these Monster Kings, he still had to tell everyone the truth about the universe. Having witnessed Lin Xian's strength, no one dared to doubt him anymore and immediately revealed the locations of all the Monster Kings on the Myriad Spirits planet, including the uninhabited areas on land and the depths of the sea. You wait here. After you've killed them, I'll tell you about the universe. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from the conference room, leaving behind only the stunned executives and Chen, the strongest person on the planet. 1 day later, on the planet Wanling, in Jingzhou City, China, in the conference room on the top floor of the Chinese government building. Today's meeting room is filled not only with several of China's top executives, but also with senior managers from 4 other countries, all gathered at the invitation of the Chinese government. But the real protagonist is not these powerful and influential figures, but the newly risen strongest being on the planet of 10,000 spirits, Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian sat firmly in the main seat of the round table, while the former strongest person on the planet could only sit next to him. Looking around at everyone, Lin Xian's expression was solemn, showing none of the excitement or exhilaration that the strongest should have. Everyone's faces were full of doubt. Since Lin Xian returned from the secret realm, his strength has increased greatly. What was the reason for this? I know you have many questions, and now I will answer them one by one and arrange the tasks that you must carry out next. Lin Xian spoke seriously and earnestly, and everyone listened attentively. Afterwards, Lin Xian told everyone present the truth about the universe that his master had taught him without reservation, so that they could understand what the universe was really like. However, he did not mention that the planet Wanling was actually the tomb of the God King, for fear that everyone would be too shocked. After hearing Lin Xian's words, everyone was shocked, especially after learning about the classification of universe levels. Their reaction was even stronger. You're saying your current strength isn't even at the mortal level in the universe? Sitting next to Lin Xian, Chen looked incredulous. Although he had entered the secret realm many times, he had never heard of the division of universe levels. Yes, without comprehending a certain law, I cannot break through to the heavenly level. I am only at the peak of the mortal level. Lin Xian nodded. In other words, once the natural protection of the Myriad Spirits planet is gone, other forces in the universe will surely annihilate them if they attack. If the planet's defenses are removed, wouldn't our planet be completely defenseless given its overall strength? A high-ranking official in China asked with concern, his greatest worry being the survival of the planet. This is exactly what I wanted to tell you. In the secret realm, I have obtained a method to protect the planet of all spirits. Once the natural protection disappears and aliens invade, we need not worry too much. Lin Xian did not reveal the specific method to them, but simply said. Hearing his words, everyone's worries were greatly relieved, but they also became curious. What method could prevent alien invasion? As for the specific methods, I cannot tell you, but it is enough for you to believe that I have the ability. Lin Xian saw through their thoughts and said those words directly, dispelling their idea of continuing to ask questions. Next, there are 2 main things you need to do. He paused, scanned the crowd, and then continued. First, all countries should organize cultivators to launch a large-scale hunt for the monsters in the no man's land. Yesterday, I wiped out all the known monster kings on the planet. Without the protection of the kings, the monsters in the no man's land are much weaker and easier to deal with. I hope this task can be completed within a year, because when the natural protection disappears, we must ensure that humanity becomes the master of this planet. This is a necessary and extremely important task. After all, once the planet's natural defenses disappear, the defenses of each city will also be removed. At that time, if a large number of monsters still exist in the uninhabited areas, it will undoubtedly be a disaster for ordinary people. It's actually not difficult. Without the protection of the Emperor, the monsters will be greatly weakened, making it much easier for cultivators to hunt them. A high-ranking official from China nodded in response, saying that this was exactly what they had been wanting to do, but the Monster King's strength far exceeded that of humans, making it difficult for them to act. The second thing is equally equally important. I need you to gather all the cultivators who possess the following talents, those related to the 7 laws of power, chaos, yin and yang, spirit, space and time, creation, and destruction. All cultivators who practice these 7 laws must be sent to China. I will personally educate and guide them. Lin Xian explained the second task to everyone, which was closely related to the future development of the Myriad Spirits planet. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel puzzled. Although they had just learned about the laws, they didn't understand why only cultivators related to first-class laws were selected. Why only cultivators related to first-class laws? Are cultivators of second-class and third-class laws too weak? A high-ranking member of a foreign nation politely asked Lin Xian. Only cultivators who master the first-class laws can gain extraordinary benefits in the secret realm. I need them to enter the secret realm and contribute to our planet. Lin Xian explained frankly that this was information he had learned from his master. Because every secret realm on the Myriad Spirits planet is inhabited by God King level powerhouses. Although they cultivate different laws, they share one thing in common: they have a special preference for cultivators who cultivate first-class laws. This is because cultivators of first-class laws can ultimately merge with the heavenly Tao and become a part of it, just like the white-robed God King Su Wendian. As for the second and third tier laws, even if fully comprehended, one can only grasp the rules themselves and cannot become a component of the heavenly Tao, nor can one make one's words become law. The difference between the two is enormous. I understand. But while power, spirit, and spacetime are relatively easy to understand, how do we distinguish between chaos, destruction, creation, and yin and yang? Another foreign executive immediately asked. These terms sounded very vague, and they couldn't accurately determine whether a cultivator's talent was related to these laws. Chaos is the fusion of the 5 elements, not just one of the 5 elements. Yin and yang represent opposition, and the innate nature contains 2 contradictory poles. As for destruction and creation, there are very few cultivators of these 2 laws even in the universe, so we can leave them aside for the time being. Lin Xian explained it to them one by one. This was also the basic knowledge about the laws that his master had taught him. After explaining this to the high-ranking officials of various countries, they finally understood that this planet of 10,000 spirits was nothing more than a tiny ant in the universe, and if it wanted to avoid being easily slaughtered, it could only rely on a powerful being like Lin Xian. Alright, I've said everything. After you go back, immediately arrange to clear the monsters from the no man's land, and at the same time send cultivators who meet my requirements to China. After giving his final instructions to everyone, Lin Xian transformed into a streak of light and left the scene. Because he still had an important task to complete, to find his final pet beast. Perhaps with his 9th pet beast, he would have a chance to advance to the celestial master level. Lin Xian didn't have any special requirements for this last pet, so he randomly picked one and used evolution directly, not caring what it evolved into. Should we use unstable evolution? Upon seeing this prompt in his mind, Lin Xian chose yes without hesitation. Multicolored light flashed on the ordinary pet, and a moment later, a special pet appeared in front of Lin Xian. She was covered in soft, white fur, had 9 short tails on her back, 2 beautiful and captivating eyes on her head, and wore a golden crown on her head. Hello, master. A seductive voice escaped her lips, and her 9 tails swayed gently. What level of pet are you? Lin Xian asked, as this seemed to be his first female pet. With the help of my master's abilities, I evolved into a 9-tailed celestial fox, a divine-level pet beast. The 9-tailed celestial fox answered truthfully. A 9-tailed celestial fox, a divine-level pet? Lin Xian was shocked. He hadn't expected that his last pet would be a divine-level one. He was really lucky. What are your main abilities? What are you good at? Lin Xian continued to ask, as divine beasts usually have extremely strong performance in certain areas. Master, I am a spiritual divine beast, possessing mental abilities such as control, confusion, and illusion. The 9-tailed celestial fox explained. As a spiritual divine beast, she possesses exceptional talent in this area, making her extremely rare and comparable to divine beasts like Zhulong and Dijiang. That's good. From now on, I'll call you Xiaojiu. You're my 9th pet. After hearing her introduction, Lin Xian gave her a name, Xiaojiu, which sounded quite fitting. I'll do as my master says, so I'll be called Xiaojiu. The 9-tailed celestial fox's eyes and tail swayed gently, seemingly expressing its fondness for the name. Then go into the pet space and get to know my other pets, but they're all males. Lin Xian said this to Xiaojiu, secretly wondering if it would have any impact on her. For us, gender is irrelevant. After answering, Xiaojiu returned to the pet space and got to know the other pets. After acquiring his last pet beast, Lin Xian devoted all his energy to comprehending the laws. My master said that I am most likely to comprehend the laws of the spirit, but why don't I feel anything at all? Lin Xian pondered in his heart. Although he had a great talent for cultivating the Divine Refinement Heart Sutra, his master had told him that the Divine Refinement Heart Sutra was just a cultivation method and had no necessary connection with comprehending the laws. What exactly are the laws of the spirit? He sat quietly in his room, pondering the question over and over again. Reality and illusion are both interconnected disappointed and opposed. Why does master say this? Lin Xian pondered his master's words repeatedly in his mind, feeling that there was some kind of hint hidden in them. At this moment, Lin Xian was focused solely on comprehending the laws, having abandoned cultivation altogether. For him, cultivation was meaningless, only comprehending the laws was the key. Xiaolin, someone is looking for you. Just then, Lin Xian's father, Lin Jian, pushed open the door and came in, speaking to his son. After settling all his affairs, Lin Xian returned home to live with his family, comprehending the laws while enjoying the warm time spent with his parents and brothers. Oh, I'll go take a look. Upon hearing his father's words, Lin Xian followed him downstairs, wanting to see who would be visiting at this time. Chen, what brings you here? Lin Xian was somewhat surprised to see that it was Chen who came to visit, because their relationship was not good and they had almost no interaction except for official business. Can we talk alone? Chen stood up and said to Lin Xian with great sincerity. Okay, come up with me. Feeling Lin Xian's sincerity, Chen didn't put on any airs and followed him into his room, where no outsiders would disturb them. Is there something you need? Lin Xian asked Chen to sit down and took the initiative to ask. I'd like to ask you some questions about cultivation. I wonder if you'd be willing to answer them for me. Chen spoke somewhat nervously. After all, he had previously harbored doubts about Lin Xian, and Lin Xian had already replaced him as the strongest person on the planet. He always felt that it was unlikely that Lin Xian would be willing to communicate with him. Of course, I would be very happy to. You are very talented, and the stronger you are, the more beneficial it will be to the development of our planet. Lin Xian smiled and said to Chen, without any other thoughts in his mind. Really? I thought you would. Seeing Lin Xian's sincerity, Chen asked incredulously. I know what you're thinking, but I've already made a plan. Would you like to hear it? Lin Xian sat down and looked at Chen seriously. Upon hearing this, Chen was filled with curiosity and couldn't help but wonder what he was planning. Our planet's natural protection will disappear in 2 or 3 years. At that time, I will go to space, and the protection and management of the planet will still depend on you. Lin Xian said this. As the former strongest being on the planet, Chen made many contributions to the myriad spirits planet, and his strength and character are trustworthy. That's why Lin Xian made this plan. Under these circumstances, the stronger Chen is, the better. You actually want to enter the universe? According to you, our strength is only at the bottom level among universe cultivators. Upon hearing Lin Xian's plan, Chen asked curiously, feeling that there was no need to be in such a hurry. Even so, only by entering the universe can we grow faster and gain a deeper understanding of it. Lin Xian spoke frankly about his thoughts, which were also what his master, the white-clad God King, expected of him. Okay, I finally understand why you were able to surpass me at such a young age. You have a heart that is never satisfied and constantly strives for strength. Looking into Lin Xian's determined gaze, Chen finally understood why he could become the strongest person on the myriad spirits planet at such a young age. Hearing Chen's praise, Lin Xian smiled slightly. The reason he possessed such great strength at such a young age was mainly due to the long period of cultivation he spent in the secret realm, where the flow of time was completely different from that of the outside world. If things continue at a normal pace, it might take Lin Xian decades or even centuries to surpass Chen. Getting back to the main point, what problems have you encountered in your cultivation? Lin Xian asked, then changed the subject and went straight to the point. What I don't understand is, why is there such a big gap in strength between us when I'm now a level 9 ability user? My talent is SSS level, and my overall assessment has also reached SSS level. This was what puzzled Chen the most. Theoretically, 2 ability users of the same level should not have such a huge difference in strength unless their talent levels are very different, but both he and Lin Xian's talents are SSS level. Lin Xian was taken aback when he heard Chen's question. He hadn't expected the other party to ask such a question. My overall rating is super SSS level, possibly far exceeding SSS level. I have made progress in strength, spirit, and chaos, so my overall combat power is very strong. Lin Xian could only explain it this way. Although Chen was also well-rounded, he still lagged behind Lin Xian in various aspects. In terms of strength alone, Lin Xian used the essence blood of sacred beasts and divine beasts containing attribute origins to strengthen his body, while Chen did not have such conditions at all, so the difference in their physical qualities was naturally very large. In terms of spiritual cultivation, Lin Xian has reached the peak of the 5th level of the Divine Refinement Heart Sutra, a feat unmatched on the myriad spirits planet. Moreover, he has not yet reached the heavenly rank, yet he has already stepped into the peak of the 5th level. Such talent is extremely rare even in the universe. As for the chaos aspect, although Lin Xian did not deliberately cultivate it, the 4 elemental attributes he possessed and the chaos 5 elements energy he absorbed were beyond Chen's reach. Chen simply did not have such a foundation, so he could not be compared with Lin Xian at all. It is precisely because of these reasons that Lin Xian's strength far surpasses Chen's, and Lin Xian is unable to pass on these advantages to Chen. Lin Xian briefly told Chen about these events, and only after listening did Chen realize that Lin Xian had actually had so many extraordinary encounters. So that's how it is. Although we're at the same level, your physical attributes are far superior
superior to mine," Chen exclaimed. He knew he only had talent, while Lin Xian's acquired resources were far too powerful, so powerful that it was almost impossible to find anything similar on the Myriad Spirits planet, especially the blood essence of sacred beasts and divine beasts, which only appear in legends, but Lin Xian actually possessed them. So don't overthink it. Looking across the entire universe, there aren't many people as lucky as me. Lin Xian could only comfort Chen like this. After all, being chosen by the universe's #1 God King meant his luck was bound to be good. I understand. Then I'll focus on my cultivation and comprehend the laws. As long as I can grasp the laws, my strength will naturally increase significantly. Chen stood up and bid farewell to Lin Xian. Although he hadn't learned much substantial knowledge, he at least understood why Lin Xian was so powerful. Various countries sent cultivators who met Lin Xian's requirements to China. Lin Xian gathered them together and explained the importance of comprehending the laws to them before letting them enter the secret realm. Although there were life-threatening dangers in the secret realm, their talents were all related to first-class laws, and theoretically, the God King in the secret realm should pay attention to them. The white tiger, originally a cub, quickly grew into adulthood thanks to the blessing of rare and precious materials. It also offered its own white tiger essence blood to Lin Xian. Like other sacred beasts, this white tiger essence blood contained the primordial attribute of the metal element. Following the method of the blood demon body refining technique, Lin Xian fused the essence blood of the white tiger into his body, further enhancing his physical strength. The elemental gold granted Lin Xian extreme speed, greatly enhancing his movement, attack, and flight speeds. At the same time, since the 5 elements of wood, fire, earth, metal, and water have been integrated into his body, he can feel that his body seems to have undergone some subtle changes. What is this feeling? Lin Xian clearly sensed the 5 elemental origins within his body generating and circulating in sequence. With a thought, the 5 elemental origins within his body can transform into any one of these elements, and the energy of that element is extremely powerful. In other words, if Lin Xian suffers serious injury, he can convert all the 5 elements' energy in his body into wood element to quickly repair his body, with an effect several times stronger than before. If you want to unleash tremendous power, you can transform all the 5 elements into fire element and strike with all your might, increasing its power by dozens of times. This is terrifying, Lin Xian exclaimed in astonishment upon sensing the changes within his body. In other words, despite only merging with the white tiger's blood essence, his strength had increased dozens of times compared to before. This is precisely the enormous change brought about by the fusion of the 5 elements, and it is also the prototype of chaos. Could it be that Master meant this when he said I was most likely to comprehend the law of spirit, followed by the law of chaos? Lin Xian wondered to himself. Contrary to the white-robed God King's prediction, he was the first to comprehend the rudimentary form of the law of chaos. Perhaps it's because I learned about the 5 elements on Earth before I transmigrated, which makes it easier for me to comprehend the laws of chaos. Lin Xian could only explain. Currently, he has only grasped the rudiments of the laws of chaos. He is still far from truly understanding them completely. But as long as one can truly comprehend it, one's strength will surely rise rapidly to the celestial master realm. There is less than a year left before the natural protection of the planet Wanling disappears. In this final year, leaders of various countries are extremely anxious, as they cannot be certain whether extraterrestrial forces will truly not invade once natural defenses disappear. However, since Lin Xian arranged for that group of cultivators to enter the secret realm, although a very small number of them failed to come out alive, most of the cultivators who returned safely had significantly improved in both strength and knowledge. From this perspective, those high-ranking officials had no choice but to trust Lin Xian's judgment. Mom and Dad, from today onwards, you will be living here. Because the natural protection of the Wanling planet was about to disappear, Lin Xian brought his parents and younger brother Lin Qing to a residential area in downtown Jingzhou City, China. This was the safest place on the entire Wanling planet, since Chen also lived there. After all, he was about to leave the planet, and he had to ensure the safety of his family before taking that step. Is something about to happen? Lin Jian asked. Although Mr. and Mrs. Lin are advanced in years, their health and spirits are better than before. This is because Lin Xian has given them rare and precious medicinal herbs, which, while not ensuring eternal youth, guarantee longevity. It's nothing, it's just that this place is safer. Lin Xian smiled slightly upon hearing his father's words, but said nothing more, so as not to worry them. Besides, as Lin Xian's parents and the parents of the strongest person on the planet, they shouldn't know too much, lest someone try to trick them into revealing information. Xiaolin, you're already very strong now. Your parents can't help you much anymore. Wherever you go, you have to be careful. Lin Jian spoke earnestly to his son. His son was now so strong. As parents, they were both happy and helpless, and had no further advice, only silently praying for his safety and health. Dad, Mom, don't worry. I will be very careful for your sake. Feeling the care of his family, Lin Xian felt a surge of warmth in his heart. This was probably the last bit of tenderness he could feel. Also, you're not getting any younger. Shouldn't you find someone? Many people around her want to introduce
introduce their daughter to him, but Lin Xian has refused them all, which worries her. She wonders if her son has other plans.
Mom, there's no rush now.
When the time is right, we'll naturally get to know each other. Lin Xian understood his parents' desire for companionship and care, but he knew he would be developing his career in the universe, and it would be difficult to find a suitable person on Wanling planet.
Perhaps he could meet someone he liked in the universe. After chatting for a while, Lin Xian returned to his room alone to continue comprehending the laws. He is now only a little bit away from comprehending the laws of chaos. Once he succeeds, he will be able to enter the realm of Celestial Master. Xiao Yuan, what exactly is the difference between the 5 elements and chaos?
Lin Xian summoned Xiao Yuan and asked, full of doubt. As a chaos beast, Xiao Yuan's name contains the word chaos, so she should be related to the laws of chaos. It would be most appropriate to ask her for guidance.
I'm not quite sure either. My ability is innate. I don't need to comprehend any laws at all.
Xiao Yuan could only shake his head helplessly when he heard such a profound question. He didn't need to think about these things at all.
Your abilities are related to the 5 elements, so how do you see yourself as different from Xiao Qing and Xiao Hong? Lin Xian knew that Xiao Yuan didn't understand the laws, so he asked her in a different way.
Xiao Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. The difference is that I can use any elemental power at will, and even control all elements at the same time. In short, I can do whatever I want without any restrictions, and they can only use the power of the 5 elements they possess, which is relatively limited.
This is Xiao Yuan's opinion, and it is indeed the case.
After listening to Xiao Yuan's words, Lin Xian began to ponder his own situation. He also possessed the power of the 5 elements within him, which could be transformed through mutual generation and restraint, but he was still far from being able to control them at will.
Does this mean that only by reaching a level like Xiao Yuan's can one truly comprehend the laws of chaos?
He seemed to understand where the threshold of the laws of chaos was, but to actually achieve that was another difficult task.
How can I use the power of any element at will?
Lin Xian was filled with countless thoughts. He closed his eyes and carefully felt the surging power of the 5 elements within his body.
Chaotic 5 elements energy?
He suddenly thought of a question, which was the chaotic 5 elements energy he had absorbed before. At that time, he perceived the essence of the 5 elements, which enabled him to absorb the power of the chaotic 5 elements. The essence of the 5 elements is actually the law of the development of things.
So, what is the essence of chaos? Theoretically, chaos should have come first, followed by the 5 elements. But what existed before the laws governing the development of things?
Lin Xian's thoughts gradually extended in this direction. He abandoned all his previous ideas and firmly believed that as long as he could understand the essence of chaos, he would surely be able to comprehend the laws of chaos.
Is it patterned or irregular?
He suddenly opened his eyes and everything became clear. The essence of the 5 elements is the law of development of things, while the essence of chaos is the absence of rules, with everything in a state of disorder and chaos.
This is the initial state of chaos.
The true form of chaos immediately appeared in Lin Xian's mind. It was the most primordial form of chaos. The moment this thought flashed through their mind, the entire planet Wanling shook violently, but it did not trigger any natural disasters. Everyone on the planet Wanling felt this unusual tremor, their hearts filled with unease and fear, yet they had no idea what had happened. Lin Xian, however, sat calmly, already sensing the arrival of the heavenly Tao laws in his heart. The 5 elements within the body began to merge with each other, gradually converging into a milky white energy, which was the power of chaos.
Once Lin Xian comprehends the law of chaos, he no longer possesses the power of the 5 elements, but rather the power of chaos that transcends the 5 elements.
This marks Lin Xian's successful breakthrough from the mortal level to become a celestial master level cultivator.
More importantly, he has comprehended a first-class law.
Master, junior brother has broken through to the celestial master realm. In the first secret realm of the myriad spirits planet, a young man dressed in white, the eldest disciple of the white-clad god king and Lin Xian's senior brother, respectfully reported to the white-clad god king.
Oh, even faster than I expected. What kind of law did he comprehend to break through?
The white-robed god king immediately asked. Because he was bound by the heavenly Tao's cage, he was unable to perceive the movements of the outside world and could only rely on his disciple to report. Master, it is the law of chaos.
The law of chaos?
I thought he would comprehend the law of spirit first, but it seems he hasn't truly grasped the essence of the spirit yet. Upon hearing this, the white-robed god king's tone revealed a hint of disappointment, but it was also within his expectations.
After all,
Lin Xian cultivated the Divine Refinement Heart Sutra, which theoretically made it easier for him to comprehend the laws of the spirit.
You continue to protect him.
If the people from the spirit god sect arrive, report to me immediately.
The white-robed god king gave the order. Yes, master. The young man in white responded and then disappeared into the secret realm.
At this moment, Lin Xian was still immersed in the excitement of being promoted to celestial master. He clearly felt the difference between himself and the past, and his whole body was full of inexhaustible power.
More importantly, he is now able to manipulate the 5 elements of the universe.
With a thought, a golden flame appeared in his palm, containing wisps of chaotic power. Chaotic fire. Although it contains only a trace of chaotic power, its power far surpasses that of ordinary flames. Lin Xian stared at the flame in his palm. Having comprehended the laws of chaos, he understood just how powerful the power of chaos truly was. As his cultivation level continues to improve, the chaotic 5 elements within his body will become increasingly pure. When he fully masters the laws of chaos, these 5 elements will all be transformed into pure chaotic energy, no longer distinguishing between wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. The planet's natural defenses are about to disappear. We need to conduct another round of inspections in the uninhabited areas. Having already cultivated to the celestial master realm, Lin Xian was not in a hurry to continue cultivating, but instead prepared to deal with the risks brought about by the disappearance of the protective barrier. Once the natural protection disappears, the protective barriers around the planet Wanling will also dissipate. If high-level monsters still lurk in the uninhabited areas, it will undoubtedly pose a great threat to humanity. Lin Xian's first destination was the uninhabited area near his hometown, Luchuan City. The no-man's land has undergone a dramatic transformation compared to a few years ago. With the large-scale elimination of monsters, humans have begun constructing various buildings, making the area much more prosperous than before. However, those active here are primarily cultivators with considerable strength. To encourage the development of uninhabited areas, governments around the world have introduced generous welfare and benefits, which has led to an exceptionally rapid pace of development in these areas. The efficiency is indeed very high, and the no-man's land is no longer what it used to be. As Lin Xian soared through the air, he looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. As he flew over a building, he suddenly heard someone below calling out the name Wang Shuang. Wang Shuang? Could it be the same Wang Shuang who nearly made my father a vegetable back then? Lin Xian looked down and, sure enough, it was Wang Shuang, the psychic ability user who had once attacked his father. He survived all these years. He actually didn't die in the no-man's land. He's still alive. Lin Xian had originally planned to give up searching for him, because very few people could survive for 3 years in the no-man's land, so he naturally assumed that the other person had perished. But who would have thought that Wang Shuang not only didn't die, but also became a squad leader and one of the key members in developing the no-man's land, trying to wash away his past and return to the ranks of normal cultivators. I never thought I'd be able to avenge my father with my own hands. Lin Xian snorted coldly, transformed into a white light, and instantly flew to the building, appearing silently behind Wang Shuang. At this moment, Wang Shuang had 7 or 8 team members standing in front of him. As the team leader, he was busy assigning tasks to them. Captain, someone suddenly appeared behind you. The team members were startled by Lin Xian's sudden appearance and hurriedly reminded Wang Shuang. Upon hearing this, Wang Shuang turned around. He recognized Lin Xian immediately, as Lin Xian's appearance had remained unchanged for many years. Lin Xian, what are you doing here? Wang Shuang was shocked by Lin Xian's sudden appearance. After all, he was a level 5 peak mental ability master, yet he had not noticed Lin Xian's mental fluctuations at all. This meant that Lin Xian either had a way to hide his fluctuations or that his strength far exceeded his own. Because Lin Xian had never allowed the high-ranking officials of various countries to reveal his true strength, the people on the planet Wanling did not know who had killed those monster kings, nor did they understand who had suddenly become so powerful. Therefore, Wang Shuang had no way of judging Lin Xian's actual strength. I'm here to kill you, of course. I remember clearly the ugly face you had when you harmed my father and refused to admit it. Lin Xian stopped and coldly addressed Wang Shuang. I know you're not weak, but you're dreaming if you think you can kill me. I haven't survived in this no-man's land for so many years by luck. Wang Shuang listened without fear, confident that she still had a chance of survival in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled faintly and said, as long as you can escape from here, I will spare your life, no matter what means you use. Extremely arrogant. Wang Shuang snorted coldly and immediately tried to escape using his escape technique, but no matter how hard he tried, his feet remained firmly planted on the ground, unable to move. How is this possible? Even a level 7 monster can't control me. How can you immobilize me? Wang Shuang stared wide-eyed at Lin Xian, fear rapidly spreading through her. Since you can't escape, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lin Xian stared intently at Wang Shuang, as if watching a farcical clown performance. No, you can't kill me. Feeling threatened with death, Wang Shuang trembled all over and shouted desperately, why can't I kill you? Lin Xian asked in return with great interest. The Chinese government and the Superpower Alliance have already punished me for harming your father, and I am currently developing uninhabited areas, contributing to the planet of all spirits. According to the regulations, I am innocent. Wang Shuang trembled as he recounted his situation to Lin Xian, emphasizing that he had been punished before and was now in the process of earning merit. According to the rules of the government and the alliance, he was already considered innocent. Talk to me about contributions? Talk to me about rules? Then I'll teach you a lesson and make sure you die knowing exactly what's going on. Lin Xian slowly walked up to Wang Shuang, his eyes flashing with a cold killing intent, which made Wang Shuang feel a chill run through his body. I killed all the monster kings on this planet by myself. Can your contribution compare to mine? Lin Xian uttered these words casually, his tone relaxed and confident. Upon hearing this, Wang Shuang's legs, which were barely supporting her, instantly went weak and she almost collapsed to the ground. As for the rules, what I'm talking about now are the rules recognized by all governments and the superpower alliance. Do you understand? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian turned around without turning back to Wang Shuang. Suddenly, a golden flame ignited beneath Wang Shuang's feet. The flames touched his body, and the intense pain caused him to let out a heart-wrenching scream. However, the flames did not engulf him instantly, but began to slowly devour his body from his feet. The piercing screams echoed in the desolate area. Wang Shuang even wanted to end his life, but in front of Lin Xian, he was powerless to move or even blink. When Lin Xian uttered his last words, Wang Shuang knew there was no escape, but he never expected to die so tragically. If he could do it all over again, no matter how much the young master of the Lu family offered him, he would never lay a hand on Lin Xian's father. Unfortunately, life is unpredictable. There are no what-ifs or regret pills. Under the slow, eroding influence of the chaos flame, Wang Shuang's body gradually disappeared. As for the team members behind Wang Shuang, after seeing this scene, they lost the ability to think and just stood there blankly, not daring to even breathe. A few minutes later, Wang Shuang was completely reduced to ashes, scattered on the ground. After Wang Shuang died, Lin Xian used various methods to erase the memories of those team members. When they came to their senses, Lin Xian had already disappeared without a trace. What's going on? It looks like you just woke up from a nap. Several team members scratched their heads, muttering to themselves in confusion. Where's the captain? Where did he go? I remember he was standing here just now. Suddenly, everyone realized that Wang Shuang was gone, and only a pile of black ash remained on the ground. They frantically searched everywhere, unaware that Wang Shuang had already turned to ashes. Having personally ended Wang Shuang's life, Lin Xian felt a sense of relief, as if a wish had been fulfilled. After several hours of patrolling, Lin Xian discovered that the uninhabited areas on the planet Wanling were basically under development, and there were almost no large monsters. Once the planet's natural protection is completely gone, the uninhabited area and the previous protected area can be seamlessly connected without any major problems. After seeing everything, Lin Xian finally felt relieved. Now he only needed to wait for the planet's natural protection to dissipate, at which time he could activate the protective barrier that his master had given him. As time went on, the natural protection of the planet Wanling gradually thinned and became transparent, a fact that everyone noticed. Countries took the opportunity to release some information about the universe to the public, and also revealed when natural protective barriers were expected to disappear. Although the news caused a great uproar among the people, everyone was able to accept it. After all, they were all cultivators and had been mentally prepared. The planet's natural defenses are finally disappearing. Let's prepare to fly our spaceship in. The spaceships that had been stationed outside the natural protective shield of the planet Wanling were already poised to launch, waiting for the shield to disappear before rushing in and taking over this special planet. Currently, there are an astonishing number of spaceships parked outside the planet Wanling, numbering at least tens of thousands. These spaceships come from various cosmic powers, with the vast majority being alien forces located relatively close to the planet Wanling. In the universe, apart from the three strongest divine sects, the five great divine kingdoms are also extremely powerful. These five divine kingdoms control almost all regions of the universe, and each divine kingdom's territory is further divided into multiple cosmic kingdoms. Within each cosmic kingdom, there are tens of thousands of star systems. Beneath each star field are several star systems, and within each star system are countless planets. At this moment, almost all the planets that can appear outside the planet of all spirits are other planets in the Halley Galaxy. It's about time we used this token. Lin Xuanfei hovered in mid-air, holding the token his master had given him, preparing to activate it. After all, the natural protection of the myriad spirits planet was about to disappear. After he claimed the token as his own, he threw it into the air while chanting the incantation taught by his master. The token transformed into a white streak of light, rapidly covering the entire planet and enveloping it completely. After several flashes of light, the barrier disappeared from Lin Xian's sight, transforming into an invisible shield that protected the myriad spirits planet. This newly established protective barrier obeys only Lin Xian's orders. Without his permission, no one, inside or outside the barrier, can break through it. Unless a god-level cultivator intervenes, the barrier will remain indefinitely. After confirming that all the barriers were in place, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief and waited for the natural protective barrier to dissipate. A month later, the protective barrier of the spirit god sect was completed, and the natural barrier of the myriad spirits planet finally disappeared completely. This special planet, known as the Tomb of the God King, has been completely exposed to to the universe. The vast majority of humans on the planet Wanling witnessed the moment the natural protective barrier dissipated. However, what came into view after the barrier disappeared was not the vastness of the universe, but rather one strangely shaped spaceship after another in the sky. These spaceships were so numerous and dark that they blocked out the sun, plunging the planet Wanling into endless darkness. What exactly are those things? The people of Wanling planet looked at the numerous spaceships filling the sky and asked many questions. Just as they were puzzled, the spaceships sped toward them. Clang! A silent impact rang out as all the spaceships crashed into the hidden protective barrier of the Myriad Spirits planet. White ripples surged across the barrier, yet the barrier remained unbreakable, firmly protecting the Myriad Spirits planet. This time, it was the aliens' turn to be shocked. Didn't the natural protection disappear? How can there still be a protective barrier? Inside the spaceship, alien beings of various races raised questions, completely baffled. At this moment, Lin Xian ascended into the air. He had reached the Celestial Master Realm and was able to fly freely. Unless he encountered a planet with exceptionally strong gravity, he was omnipotent. This planet now belongs to the Spirit God sect. No extraterrestrial beings are allowed to enter without permission. Trespassers will be considered to have provoked the Spirit God sect and will be hunted down by the Spirit God sect forever. Lin Xian's voice echoed throughout every corner of the Myriad Spirits planet and was clearly heard by all extraterrestrial beings. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge, spirit, character appeared on the protective barrier, radiating a dazzling golden light. This was the unique symbol of the Spirit God sect's barrier. It really is the protective barrier of the Spirit God sect. The aliens, who were initially skeptical, immediately believed it to be true upon seeing the symbol. The Spirit God sect acted so swiftly? Many alien beings were puzzled. It seems they have inherited the legacy of the white-robed God King. An alien being remarkably similar to humans speculated that otherwise, the scene before them would be inexplicable. The number one God King in the universe, the white-robed God King Su Wentian. Upon hearing this name, everyone gasped. His strength was immense. The mere title was enough to send chills down their spines. I know why you want to enter the planet of 10,000 spirits. As long as you are willing to make a deal with me, I will allow you to enter the planet. Lin Xian had already made his own plans, but he had never told anyone else, including high-ranking officials in various governments. Upon hearing his words, the various factions reacted in different ways. Upon hearing this, the high-ranking officials of the 5 major nations of the planet of all spirits and the Alliance of Supernatural Abilities appeared extremely shocked. He never discussed this with us. Yes, such a significant decision was made without prior notice, and was decided unilaterally on its own? Several senior executives were clearly not satisfied with Lin Xian's approach. Do you think he needs to tell you? Even if he did, would you dare to object? Chen sat to the side, sneered, and shouted sharply. With Lin Xian's current strength, destroying the Myriad Spirits planet would be a piece of cake. There was no need to discuss it with these people. Chen's words left everyone speechless. Lin Xian's strength was beyond doubt, and his words were the only sacred decree of the Myriad Spirits planet. Of course, all the cultivators on the Myriad Spirits planet also heard this, most of whom did not recognize Lin Xian. Isn't that Lin Xian? Liang and Xia Linger stood together, now happily married. When they saw Lin Xian flying in the air, their faces showed extreme shock. He can actually fly now? Xia Linger's gaze was fixed on Lin Xian in the air, and countless complex emotions surged in her heart, but in the end they all vanished into nothingness. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the alien creatures were the most delighted, because they were eager to have the opportunity to enter the planet of 10,000 spirits. Currently, the planet of 10,000 spirits is under the control of the Spirit God sect, and no one dares to forcibly enter. Even God-level cultivators dare not act rashly, because as the strongest force in the universe, their perpetual pursuit inspires despair. Those who wish to enter can park their spaceship 1 light-year away from the planet Wanling and then come alone. Each planet can send a maximum of 1 person. I will not receive those exceeding this number. Lin Xian continued speaking to the alien creatures, explaining that he would not allow these spaceships to remain at close range for extended periods, to avoid posing a threat or causing oppression. Almost all the alien creatures chose to follow Lin Xian's arrangements because they genuinely desired to enter the planet of 10,000 spirits. The method of entry was no longer of great importance. A very small number of spaceships have not yet evacuated, and it is unknown what those alien beings are planning. If they do not evacuate within 1 solar day, they will forever lose the right to enter the planet of all spirits. Lin Xian spoke with great force, and he had to use these words to intimidate them. After saying that, he transformed into a streak of light and entered the conference room. He believed that the extraterrestrial beings would make the best choice, and he was convinced that the secret realm of the planet All Souls held a great attraction for them. As you have probably already seen, there are many different kinds of life in the universe, and they are very interested in our planet. Lin Xian stood on the stage and addressed the governments of various countries and the high-ranking officials of the Superpower Alliance. Therefore, we must take advantage of this to exchange for what we need from them, such as advanced spaceships that can fly fly in space, universal currency, cultivation methods, and precious equipment. Lin Xian's gaze was firm. His purpose in doing this was to enable the myriad spirits planet to develop faster and not to rely on the protection of the spirit god sect forever.
What is their purpose in coming to our planet? Would they be willing to trade with us? A senior leader raised a question.
For the sake of the secret realm, for the inheritance within the secret realm,
They will definitely trade with us, they'll ask for anything. The benefits the secret realm brings are limitless.
Lin Xian said confidently that he firmly believed these alien creatures would be willing to pay a huge price to gain access to the secret realm in order to improve their strength.
But what if everyone who comes in is very powerful?
Another senior official continued to question the unpredictable consequences if the protective barrier were breached.
I've naturally taken that into account, so only mortal-level alien creatures are allowed to enter the planet. Anyone who exceeds the mortal level is strictly prohibited from entering.
Lin Xian explained to everyone. Although he was powerful, in order to prevent an uncontrollable situation, he decided to only allow mortal-level cultivators to enter. After hearing his words, no one asked any more questions or argued.
Is everything alright? Then proceed as I request. After saying that, Lin Xian left the conference room.
The next day, Lin Xian returned to the sky above the planet Wanling. There were no spaceships outside the protective barrier, indicating that his words from the previous day had a powerful deterrent effect. Instead, many alien creatures remained there, with varying appearances, but most of them were extremely similar to ordinary humans, with almost no difference between them. It seems that everyone is genuinely interested in entering the secret realm of our planet.
I know your purpose, but the secret realm itself has restrictions.
Only mortal-level cultivators are allowed to enter, and those above the mortal level cannot enter. Lin Xian smiled and said to the alien creatures that, in reality, the secret realm did not have such a restriction, but that was all he could say.
These words caused an uproar among the alien creatures.
Most of them were heaven-level cultivators, and according to this rule, it meant that they could not enter the myriad spirits planet at all.
In that case, if we can't even get in, what's the point of talking about a deal?
An alien creature boldly questioned Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled and replied, "You can send the geniuses from your own planet into the secret realm. I believe they will gain even more."
Everyone was stunned.
Theoretically, the higher one's talent, the easier it is to obtain the inheritance of the secret realm.
They're so weak. What if they get killed as soon as they go in? Another alien asked worriedly, also fearing they were being led astray. What benefit would I gain from killing mortal cultivators?
What I need are resources, not heads. Lin Xian answered directly. Given the current state of the universe, there are very few cultivators in this galaxy with greater talent than him. After hearing this, no one doubted him, since he must have outstanding talent to be chosen by the spirit god sect.
We can't give you both the person and what you want at the same time. Can you accept that?
Lin Xian had anticipated their response, so he answered directly.
That's easy.
I'll let them in first, and then you can give me the things when they come out of the secret realm and are ready to leave.
That should be fine, right?
After all, he controls the passage through the protective barrier. Entry and exit both require his permission, so this is entirely feasible.
That would be acceptable.
The alien creatures nodded in agreement, silently approving of the plan. Because the number of secret realms is limited, only one mortal-level cultivator is allowed to enter at a time.
Only after he comes out can the next one enter. You can discuss the order yourselves.
Lin Xian said this to avoid uncontrollable situations.
Upon hearing this, the alien beings had no choice but to comply. After some discussion, they decided to enter the planet of 10,000 spirits in order of planetary strength. Within the Halley Galaxy, the most powerful planet is Rum. This planet has existed for a long time, possessing advanced technology and strong cultivation capabilities. It has even produced Spirit King-level cultivators. The representative from planet Rum stepped forward, stood in front of Lin Xian, and asked, "What do you want?" It's very simple. First, I need detailed information about the universe, and I need you to give it to me now.
Lin Xian revealed the first thing he needed, which was not valuable but crucial.
That's easy. I can give it to you right now. Is there anything else you need? The other party nodded. As a newly formed planet that had just come into contact with the universe, they did not yet know much about many things.
I need a spaceship of cosmic scale, or an equivalent amount of universal currency. Lin Xian stated frankly that, besides intelligence, spaceships were the resource he urgently needed.
A cosmic-class spaceship? What are you talking about? The best spaceship on our planet is only Class B.
To find a cosmic-class spaceship, you'd have to go to a much larger star system or region. Upon hearing Lin Xian's request, the other party immediately refuted it, clearly stating that their planet could not possibly possess a spaceship of that size. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian immediately understood that cosmic-level technological products were almost non-existent within the galaxy.
Since the best you can get on your planet is only a B-class spaceship, then I'll take a C-class spaceship.
Lin Xian no longer insisted on being the absolute best. Anything that was good enough would be fine.
Class C spaceships?
We have them, but in very small numbers.
How about we give you a Class D spaceship, along with some universal
universal currency. The planetary representative considered that a Class C spaceship was extremely valuable to them, and it was not feasible to measure it by price, but giving them a Class D spaceship would be acceptable. A Class D spaceship? What about its performance and flight characteristics? Lin Xian asked. Although I know the classification of spaceships, I don't know their specific performance. I will give you a better model from the D class, which can fly freely within the star system and can also withstand attacks from the celestial level. The other party replied that he also hoped to reach a good deal with Lin Xian in order to continue attracting talented cultivators to the secret realm. Alright, then we'll do it your way. A Class D spaceship plus universal currency and cosmic intelligence. Go and bring over the people who meet the requirements. Lin Xian nodded, not uttering any more words. After all, this was his first transaction with extraterrestrial beings, and there would be many more opportunities in the future, so he should be able to obtain a considerable amount of universal currency. 2 suns later, the planet Wanling welcomed its first extraterrestrial being, a mortal cultivator from the planet Rum. Lin Xian also obtained detailed cosmic data as he had wished, so that's how the universe is divided into regions. Lin Xian only truly understood the structure of the universe after looking at the cosmic map and regional divisions. His planet, Wanling, belongs to the Halley Galaxy, which contains millions of planets. Some of these are uninhabited special planets, some are commercial planets, but most, like Wanling, are ordinary planets. Thousands of galaxies similar to Halley's galaxy together form a star field called the Ed star field. The Edder star field is extremely vast, and the most powerful star system within it is the Newland star field, which controls the other star systems in the Edder star field. Hundreds of vast star systems similar to the Edward star system formed a cosmic kingdom called the Qianqing Cosmic Kingdom. The Universe Kingdom has the right to issue currency, so the currency used in the Qianqing Universe Kingdom is the Qianqing coin. The Qianqing Universe Kingdom is under the jurisdiction of the Yengu Divine Kingdom, one of the 5 great divine kingdoms. Therefore, the location of Lin Xian's Wanling planet in the universe is Yen Valley Divine Kingdom, Qianqing Universe Kingdom, Aid Star Region, Halley Galaxy, Wanling Planet. Within the Qianqing universe, only Qianqing coins can be used, while the most universal currency in the universe is the Universe Coin. 1. Universe Coin can be exchanged for 1.1 Qianqing coins, and conversely, it takes 1.2 Qianqing coins to exchange for 1 Universe Coin. The Cosmic Coin is jointly issued by the 5 great divine kingdoms and is the highest level currency recognized throughout the universe, while the Qianqing coin can only circulate within the Qianqing universe. After reading all this, Lin Xian finally understood the current situation of the Myriad Spirits planet. This planet, Wanling, is truly insignificant in the face of the universe. A single star system contains millions of such planets. He couldn't help but sigh, realizing that the road ahead of him was indeed still very long. The vast majority of the universe is divided among the 5 great divine kingdoms, yet even so, the 5 great divine kingdoms are not the strongest forces in the universe. The truly most powerful forces in the universe are the 3 great divine sects, the Spirit God sect, the Tao God sect, and the Heavenly God sect. Among them, the Spirit God sect is the strongest, followed by the Tao God sect, and the Heavenly God sect is the weakest, but the overall strength difference is not significant. Although the 3 major sects have extremely limited territories in the universe, how can they possess such great power? Lin Xian was also filled with doubts until he carefully read the entire introduction and realized that the 3 major divine sects had a huge number of god-level cultivators, accounting for almost 80% of all god-level cultivators in the universe. It should be understood that each god-level cultivator possesses immense power. They can easily destroy a galaxy. Those who cultivate to the level of a god emperor can create their own universe, directly rivaling an ordinary universe nation. If one reaches the God King realm, one becomes part of the heavenly Tao, and one's words become law. A single sentence can cause a cosmic kingdom to collapse in the universe. Unless one is at the same realm, no one can defeat one. Therefore, with the power of these god-level cultivators, the 3 major sects naturally became the 3 strongest forces in the universe, and the 5 great divine kingdoms dared not act rashly. As time went by, the 5 great divine kingdoms gradually became the representatives of the 3 great divine sects, responsible for managing the entire universe, but major decisions were dominated by the 3 great divine sects. The status of the 3 great sects in the universe is indeed unassailable. No wonder those alien creatures dared not act rashly as soon as they heard that this was the territory of the Spirit God sect. Lin Xian smiled slightly. Only by truly understanding the whole picture of the universe can one deeply appreciate the great influence of the 3 great sects. At the same time, Lin Xian also figured out the classification standards for technological weapons and equipment treasures in the universe, which are as follows: F, E, D, C, B, A, Cosmic Level, S, SS, SSS. Among them, the Cosmic Level lies between the A and S levels, serving as a transitional level. Even Cosmic Level treasures are extremely precious in any universe, often arousing the envy of countless people, thus offering exceptionally high value for money. Cosmic grade treasures not only outperform A grade treasures, but their prices are not much higher, and their effects can even rival those of S-grade treasures. According to this information, the 3 cosmic-level treasures I have are all excellent and practical, especially the dream wings. These kinds of flying treasures are extremely rare and sought after. At first, Lin Xian thought he was penniless in the universe, but after learning about the situation, he discovered that as long as he sold any one of the universe-level treasures, the universe coins he got would be enough to easily buy tens of thousands of ordinary planets. After a period of time, Lin Xian finally figured out the situation of the entire universe, and when he stepped into the universe, he would not be completely ignorant. He then sent all this intelligence to high-ranking government officials in various countries, so that they could also understand the basic structure of the universe. As for the ordinary people of Wanling planet, it is not advisable to let them know this information for the time being. After all, their strength is not yet sufficient to set foot on outer space, so it is better for them to stay here and cultivate in peace. A month later, the first alien creature to enter the planet of all spirits finally emerged from the 37th secret realm. Lin Xian led him into the sky, where representatives from Planet Rum were already waiting. Alright, he's already out of the secret realm. As for how much inheritance he received, that depends on his own fortune. You can hand over the items to me now. Lin Xian had the representative from Planet Rum stand behind him, and only allowed the cultivator to leave after confirming that all the items were correct. The items are all in this storage ring, you can check them yourself. The other person took out a spatial storage ring and handed it to him. Lin Xian reached through the protective barrier, took the storage ring, and carefully examined it using his mental power. There was indeed a fairly new-looking spaceship inside, along with a bunch of Qiancheng coins. According to the previously agreed price, Lin Xian needs to be paid 100,000 Qiancheng coins, which is equivalent to the price of an ordinary D-class spaceship. After confirming that the items delivered by the other party were correct, Lin Xian released the first cultivator to enter the Myriad Spirits planet. Take this spaceship and study it. See if you can replicate it. If it works, it can also serve as a learning model. Lin Xian said this to the high-ranking leaders of various countries. This is the first Class D spaceship, which he prepared specifically for the planet Wanling for research purposes. After all, in order to establish a foothold in the universe, in addition to the strength of cultivators, the level of technology is also crucial. Everyone was naturally curious about the spaceship, and upon hearing Lin Xian's words, their faces immediately lit up with joy. Researchers from all countries should work together to study this. If our planet doesn't have all the materials needed to build the spaceship, we must compile a complete list and submit it to me. Lin Xian continued to explain that he would soon be going to other planets to see if he could help them purchase these materials. After explaining these matters, Lin Xian continued to trade with other alien creatures. Senior brother, this junior brother is quite clever. He actually used the secret realm of the Myriad Spirits planet as a way to make money. The senior brother, who had been secretly observing Lin Xian, remarked that such an operation was something most people couldn't come up with, and yet he handled it perfectly. It's about keeping the planet safe while satisfying the alien species. However, once the people from the spirit god sect arrive, this tactic won't work anymore. The eldest brother took a sip of the wine from the planet Wanling, and it tasted quite good. Almost every alien creature takes about a month to enter and leave the secret realm, so Lin Xian's accumulation of Qiancheng coins is not fast. A year later, he had only accumulated about 1 million Qiancheng coins, which was theoretically quite a lot. After all, an ordinary planet with a population of about 10 billion would only produce about 5 million Qiancheng coins a year. Isn't it a bit cheap to offer an entry opportunity to a secret realm for 200,000 Qiancheng coins? Lin Xian thought to himself, I've been trading for over a year. Why do I feel like I've lost money? Even though I haven't done anything directly. Let's go to the trade planet first, buy some things ourselves, and then come back to confirm our impressions. Lin Xian decided to leave the planet Wanling and go to the nearest commercial planet to take a look. He summoned Chen, who was now close to reaching the Celestial Master realm, but it was hard to say when he would be able to take that step. However, apart from himself, Chen is the strongest on the Wanling planet. After he leaves, Chen will be in charge of the planet's affairs for the time being. Are you sure you want to go to another planet? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Chen asked again. Lin Xian nodded. We have the spaceship and the Qiancheng coins. It's time to go and see other planets. But is it really safe to go out now with our strength? Chen was somewhat worried. After all, Lin Xian had just broken through to the Celestial Master realm. In the Halley system, my strength should be fine, and I'm going to a trading planet. These kinds of planets are strictly controlled, so there's basically no danger. Lin Xian explained. After all, there are only a handful of trading planets in each star system. If those places are not safe, no one will dare to trade there, and economic development will be severely hampered. To avoid this situation, the security controls on the commercial planet are extremely strict. Alright, since you've made up your mind, then go ahead, but make sure you go and come back as soon as possible. I'm worried something might happen. Although Chen had not yet broken through to the Celestial Master realm, he was still uneasy. Of course, he should be back in less than a month. Lin Xian nodded. It was would only take a look at the prices, and by some necessities, it wouldn't take too much time. After explaining everything, Lin Xian boarded a Class D spaceship. This spaceship is extremely easy to operate, requiring no complicated procedures. Simply input the destination, and the spaceship will fly automatically. The higher the spaceship's class, the farther it can fly automatically, but Lin Xian is currently only active within the Halley system, so a Class D spaceship is perfectly adequate. Head to the Divine Kingdom of Yen Valley, the Universe Kingdom of Qianchang, the Star Region of Ade, and the planet Neri in the Halley Galaxy. Lin Xian reported the destination to the spaceship's intelligent operating system.
Destination located. Planet Nuri is a commercial and trade planet.
According to regulations, the spaceship must be docked in a designated area.
Please select a docking point.
A few seconds later, the intelligence system responded, and 10 selectable docking points appeared before Lin Xian's eyes. Since Lin Xian had never been there before, he could only choose one randomly, so he chose docking point number 5 on planet Nuri.
Selection complete. Passengers, please sit firmly and hold on tight. The spaceship is preparing for takeoff.
A notification sound rang out, and Lin Xian sensed the spaceship beginning to charge its energy. About half a minute later, the energy charge was finally complete. After all, this is only a Class D spaceship, with a long energy storage time and a relatively fast burst speed. However, it is still much faster than the most advanced spacecraft on the planet Wanling. A white light rose from the surface of the planet Wanling, broke through the protective barrier, and headed straight into space. After entering space, the spaceship became much more stable. Lin Xian sat inside and could hardly feel that the spaceship was actually flying. It was just like sitting on the ground, without any discomfort. As it was his first time riding in a spaceship, he couldn't help but feel a sense of novelty.
The planet Wanling is about 10,000 light-years away from the planet Nuri.
It would take about 10 solar days to reach it by this D-class spaceship. For the next 10 days, Lin Xian had nothing to do but cultivate in peace. In the past year, he had hardly cultivated at all, busy with affairs on the Myriad Spirits planet.
My current realm is the early stage of the Celestial Master realm.
I can even put up a fight against a Celestial Venerable who has not yet comprehended a first-class law. Lin Xian briefly assessed his own strength. After all, he had advanced to the Celestial Master realm by comprehending the Chaos Law, a first-class law, and his combat power was comparable to that of an ordinary Celestial Venerable. If he could comprehend another first-class law while still at the Celestial Master level, his strength would increase dramatically, enough to rival a heavenly king.
This is the power of a first-class law.
If he could comprehend all three laws, the law of chaos, the law of spirit, and the law of power, he would be virtually invincible among the heavenly realm, even if he were only at the Celestial Master level. However, this is extremely difficult. Soon after, Lin Xian's spaceship arrived at the 5th docking point on planet Nuri. After safely docking the spaceship, Lin Xian stepped off. As soon as he landed, he felt that the gravity of this planet was significantly greater than that of the Myriad Spirits planet. This gravity is estimated to be 1.5 times that of the planet Wanling. Under such gravity, my speed and strength will be greatly reduced. Lin Xian felt the gravity while talking to himself.
As this was his first time on an alien planet, he had to adapt to the environment. Changes in gravity would undoubtedly affect a cultivator's strength. That was an indisputable fact.
After a few minutes of adjustment, Lin Xian finally adapted to the gravity. He stepped out of the docking area, and the prosperous scene of the planet unfolded before his eyes. Various aircraft and creatures flew in mid-air, densely packed yet orderly, without the slightest chaos.
This is the sense of order brought about by advanced technology. All aircraft are controlled by an intelligent operating system, with
flight routes preset and the ability to quickly change direction when encountering other aircraft, ensuring absolutely no chaos. At this moment, Lin Xian did not possess such an advanced aircraft and could only rely on his own flying ability to move around the planet. If his speed was not fast enough, it would be a real ordeal. I need to open an account at the Universe Bank first and deposit these Qiancheng coins into it for easy use. Lin Xian flew straight towards the Universe Bank. After all, carrying 1 million Qiancheng coins in cash was really inconvenient. There are many banks in the universe, but according to the regulations of the 5 great divine kingdoms, only those at the level of a universe kingdom or above are allowed to establish banks. Therefore,
within their respective universes, each person can use the bank established by their own universe, such as the Qiancheng Universe Bank established by the Qiancheng Universe.
Alternatively, one can choose to use the 5 Gods Cosmic Bank, a cosmic bank jointly established by the 5 great divine kingdoms. It is the largest bank in the universe, with operations spanning various commercial and trade planets. Lin Xian was heading to the 5 Gods Universe Bank. The minimum account opening amount for this bank was 500,000 universe coins, and Lin Xian had enough funds to meet that requirement.
Soon after, Lin Xian arrived at the 5 Gods Universe Bank building, following the map's directions.
The building was magnificent, 6 stories high, and dozens of guards stood at the entrance, all of whom were clearly cultivators at the Celestial Venerable level. The constant stream of cultivators coming and going is enough to show that the Five Gods Universe Bank has a very large volume of business. Lin Xian landed on the ground, then walked into the bank's spacious lobby and lined up according to the electronic signs. Although there are many people handling business, the processing speed is extremely fast because the hall is full of automated business processing machines. Since this was Lin Xian's first time handling business, requiring him to open an account and obtain a card, his request could only be processed by a human operator. Soon, it was his turn to go to the counter. "Hello, what service do you need?" the staff member asked without looking up. "I want to open an account, get a card, and then deposit money," Lin Xian replied succinctly. "Please tell me the specific information about your planet and your name, then stare at the machine in the window. It will collect your physical information." The staff member explained the account opening process. Lin Xian gave the detailed location of the Myriad Spirits planet and also told him his name. The staff quickly located the planet Wanling, a planet that just connected to the universe. "You're the first person to come here to do business." The staff member seemed a little surprised. Such customers were extremely rare. Lin Xian smiled and responded, "Okay, I'll help you register your information, and then you'll have a universal identity. In the future, wherever you go, you can use this identity to handle all kinds of business." The staff explained that this cosmic identity is equivalent to an ID card, proving the holder's identity. Soon, the staff completed all the registrations. Lin Xian's identity information was a rather long string of numbers, but for his memory, such numbers were easy to remember. "How much do you want to deposit?" the staff member asked. 1 million Xiancheng coins. Lin Xian said as he took out 1 million Xiancheng coins from his storage ring and handed them to the other party. After taking the money, the other party continued to ask, "Do you need it exchanged for cosmic coins?" "Not for now." Lin Xian shook his head. If he exchanged it for cosmic coins, he would lose some Xiancheng coins, which was unnecessary. "Alright, the deposit has been credited to your electronic account." The staff member handed Lin Xian a tiny badge, which would be his identification mark from now on. Due to the excessive length of the identity information, the 5 great divine kingdoms introduced these identity badges. Each person's badge is unique. The badge can fully represent the person. Having it is equivalent to having multiple functions such as depositing money, withdrawing money, registering, recording, and authenticating. Lin Xian put the badge into his storage ring. In the future, he wouldn't need to take the badge out. He could simply swipe it into the machine, which was extremely convenient. After completing the procedures, Lin Xian officially became a member of the universe, walked out of the Five Gods Universe Bank, and prepared to head to his next destination. "Next, I'll go to the materials store and sell everything on the list they gave me," he thought to himself. Scientists on the planet Wanling have completely dismantled the D-class spaceship and discovered that most of the metals inside are not found on Wanling. Because manufacturing a Class D spaceship requires a large amount of Class D alloy, and the planet Wanling simply does not have the capacity to produce such alloy. Therefore, the scientists compared these alloys with the alloys on the intelligence list one by one, and finally handed over the list of alloys that needed to be purchased to Lin Xian. On the planet Nuri, exchanges, auction houses, acquisition centers, banks, and other venues for the exchange of goods and financial transactions are ubiquitous. Near the Five Gods Universe Bank, there is a large materials procurement center that specializes in buying and selling various basic materials, such as alloys, plants, and so on. "What would you like to buy? We have everything you need." As soon as Lin Xian stepped into the building, a young-looking man greeted him with a smile and asked him questions warmly. "Are there any discounts for bulk purchases of alloy?" Lin Xian went straight to the point. There are many material procurement points on planet Nuri, and they usually offer preferential policies to attract customers. Buy more than 100,000 Xiancheng coins in a single transaction and get a 10% discount, more than 300,000 Xiancheng coins and get a 20% discount, more than 1 million Xiancheng coins and get a 30% discount. The young man answered immediately. Clearly someone who asks this question usually has a large purchasing volume, hence his excellent attitude. Hearing about the preferential policies, Lin Xian felt it was a good deal. The total price of the alloy he planned to buy was about 350,000 Xiancheng coins. "Okay, let's prepare according to this list." As Lin Xian spoke, he handed the other party an electronic list, which detailed the types and quantities of the required alloys. Upon seeing the list, the young man smiled with satisfaction. He hadn't expected the order to be worth over 300,000 Xiancheng coins. If the deal went through, he would receive a 3% commission on the total order amount, which was almost half a year's salary for him. In the Halley Galaxy, an average person's monthly salary is about 1,200 Xiancheng coins, and the price of an average house is generally around 200,000 Xiancheng coins. In other words, the price of a Class D spaceship is equivalent to half a house. Lin Xian had a vague feeling that something was not quite right. So, D-class spaceships should be extremely rare, but why do they seem to be few in number? This question lingered in his mind, but he still couldn't figure out why. Soon, the young man brought out all the alloy pieces one by one. Lin Xian quickly checked the items and found nothing missing or damaged, indicating that the merchant was quite honest. After all, in a commercial and trade-oriented world, integrity is the foundation of a merchant's business. Otherwise, if a business encounters problems, it will quickly be suppressed by its competitors and find it difficult to make any progress.
How much is it in total? Lin Xian asked. The total is 367,529 Qianqing coins. After the 20% discount, you only need to pay 294,023 Qianqing coins. You only need to pay 294,000. The young man smiled and said this while taking out a machine that displayed the number 294,000.
Lin Xian was very satisfied with the price. He swiped his storage ring lightly, and 294,000 Qianqing coins were immediately deducted from his electronic account.
Thank you for your patronage, and welcome to visit us again.
After the transaction was completed, the young man was overjoyed, thinking that if he had orders like this every day, buying a house would be just around the corner. After storing the alloy in his storage ring, Lin Xian completed his second mission on planet Nuri. Next, he was going to the slave trading center to buy some high-quality slaves so that he wouldn't have to worry too much about the affairs of the planet Wanling when he entered the universe. However, slaves were not cheap, so he had to buy the alloy first, and then decide how to purchase slaves based on the remaining Qianqing coins. There are 3 slave exchanges on planet Nuri, because only the 3 major theocrats in the universe have the right to open slave exchanges. In other words, any commercial trading planet can have a maximum of 3 slave exchanges, each belonging to one of the 3 major divine sects.
Why are only these 3 major sects allowed to operate slave exchanges?
Because the slave trade is the most profitable industry in the universe, with almost no cost but extremely high selling prices. Lin Xian arrived at the slave exchange belonging to the Spirit God sect. As a member of the Spirit God sect, he could enjoy certain discounts when purchasing slaves. The slave exchange established by the Spirit God sect on planet Nuli is enormous, holding all kinds of slaves from every corner of the universe. Sir, what type of slave do you require? As Lin Xian stepped into the exchange hall, a staff member approached him with a smile and asked him in a friendly manner, "What types of slaves are there?"
Lin Xian asked curiously. He wasn't clear about the classification of slaves.
"It seems this is your first time here. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lyons, and I'm one of the staff members of this exchange. I'm responsible for greeting guests, introducing you to relevant information about slaves, and assisting you in completing your purchase." As Lyons spoke, he led Lin Xian to a sofa area in the lobby to sit down. Slaves are roughly divided into 3 categories. The most common are combat slaves, who can provide protection for their masters and serve as guards or bodyguards. The second category is life management slaves, who can help their masters handle various complex affairs, such as accounting, personnel management, etc. The third category is entertainment slaves, who can be abused and played with by their masters according to their preferences.
Lyons explained these 3 types of slaves to Lin Xian in detail.
Of course, there are also some slaves with special functions, but those are relatively rare. After listening to his explanation, Lin Xian was surprised that the slaves were so clearly divided, with almost every kind of duty assigned to them.
How are these slaves controlled? Won't they rebel against their masters? Lin Xian asked curiously.
Although he had heard some things about it in intelligence reports, he still wanted to understand it more clearly. Of course they won't resist. Their brains have been implanted with special restrictions made by the Spirit God sect, and the slave owners control how to manipulate these restrictions, making the slaves
obey any command.
With just a thought, they can kill them.
More importantly, if the master dies, the restrictions in the slave's brain will automatically detonate, and the slave will also perish. This restriction ignores cultivation level. Even if the slave master is only a mortal cultivator, he can easily kill a slave who is a heavenly cultivator, Lyons said with full confidence.
After hearing this, Lin Xian finally understood that the master used this kind of restriction to control the slaves.
How much does a slave cost?
Lin Xian asked. This was his biggest concern. Among combat-type slaves, a heavenly-level slave who has comprehended a third-tier law costs approximately between 100,000 and 1 million cosmic coins. A heavenly-level slave who has comprehended a second-tier law costs around 500,000 to 5 million cosmic coins.
Life management-type slaves
generally cost around 200,000 cosmic coins. As for recreational-type slaves, the price depends on factors such as the slave's appearance, physique,
and abilities, Lyons answered truthfully.
As for the prices of higher-level slaves, he didn't elaborate, leaving it for Lin Xian to ask later.
As expected, slaves aren't cheap.
Lin Xian thought to himself, are there any slaves who have comprehended the first-class laws? He asked again, though he knew he couldn't afford them, he still couldn't help being curious. Yes, but they are extremely rare and will not appear in the slave exchange. They occasionally appear at auctions, with a starting price of 1 billion cosmic coins.
Lyons looked at Lin Xian with a firm gaze and answered solemnly, starting at 1 billion cosmic coins. Upon hearing this astronomical price, Lin Xian couldn't help but gasp. He estimated that this
was the price for a celestial master-level cultivator. If the cultivation level were higher, the price would only be more astonishing.
All cultivators who comprehend first-class
class laws are geniuses in the universe. Their prices are naturally high and they are in high demand. They are usually traded through auctions, Lions explained to Lin Xian. After all, cultivators who comprehend first-class laws have extremely strong combat power, far surpassing others at the same level. Can I ask a question that has nothing to do with buying and selling slaves? Lin Xian asked tentatively. Please speak, I will tell you anything I know. Lions could tell that Lin Xian was a cultivator who had only recently come into contact with the universe, so he was happy to tell him more. Since they have comprehended the first-class laws, why have they become slaves? This is hard for me to understand. Lin Xian was filled with doubt. Logically speaking, cultivators who comprehend first-class laws should be sought after by major powers, so how could they become slaves? This isn't really a huge secret. Let me explain it to you in detail, Lion said with a smile, explaining to Lin Xian. This has to do with the origin of slaves. Most slaves come from slave planets. In other words, all the cultivators on those planets are slaves. This is because the people on those planets are born with restrictions set up by the three major divine sects, and these restrictions are automatically passed on to the next generation through reproduction, generation after generation. At this point, Lions felt a wave of sadness wash over him. The restriction can actually be passed down to the next generation. That means the offspring of a slave will still be a slave. Even if he comprehends a first-class law, his status still cannot be changed? Lin Xian asked in surprise. So this is how the status of a slave is passed down from generation to generation. It's too cruel. That's right. Slaves with poor talent can only stay on slave planets to cultivate food and feed newborn slaves. Those with slightly better talent will be sold after they cultivate to the heavenly level. The slave trade has virtually no cost. It's a pure money-making business, which is why the three great sects can firmly control this industry chain. Lions explained the origins of slavery to Lin Xian in detail, and couldn't help but marvel at how the slave trade was the most profitable business in the universe, since it incurred no costs. How did the slave planet come to be? Why would a planet become a slave planet? Lin Xian asked in confusion, wondering if his Wanling planet might also become a slave planet. There are generally two paths. One is that a newly formed planet has just entered the universe and the cultivators are too weak, so it is designated as a slave planet. The other is that a cultivator on a planet commits an extremely serious crime, and the three major sects will punish him and turn the planet into a slave planet. Lions explained that almost all slave planets in the universe were formed in these two ways. Hearing this, Lin Xian breathed a slight sigh of relief. He was, after all, a disciple of the white-clad divine King Su Wendian. Surely he wouldn't end up in such a state. Therefore, almost no cultivators in the universe dare to offend the three great sections. Once a planet is designated as a slave planet, it's a punishment worse than death. Lion said to Lin Xian with deep emotion, watching the people of his planet become slaves forever. Such punishment was truly cruel. Lin Xian nodded in agreement. No wonder no one dared to act rashly after he said that the myriad spirits planet belonged to the spirit god sect. It turned out there was such a severe deterrent behind it, even worse than being hunted to death. Thank you for your detailed explanation. This is the first time I've ever heard of the origins of slaves. Lin Xian said with a smile, thanking Lions. No need to be so polite, it's nothing. May I ask what kind of slave you'd like to buy? Lions quickly replied with a smile, as Lin Xian was a guest and he naturally wanted to receive him warmly. I'll buy a few slaves who have comprehended the third-level laws and reached the celestial master realm. Are there any discounts for people from the spirit god sect here? Lin Xian asked immediately after answering. Yes, this slave exchange belongs to the spirit god sect. Since there are no costs associated with buying and selling, members of the spirit god sect enjoy a 30% discount when buying slaves. Lions said, slightly surprised. Could this newcomer in front of him also be a member of the spirit god sect? 30% off? That's such a great discount. Lin Xian was overjoyed. If it were true, he could buy a few more slaves, or even choose a few with better aptitude. After all, he still had over 600,000 Xiansheng coins. Are you really a member of the spirit god sect? Lions asked respectfully. Lin Xian nodded and took out the sect token that his master had given him. It was the symbol of the spirit god sect. A golden token? Lions took the token, his pupils dilating suddenly, and exclaimed in surprise. He never expected that the young man in front of him would possess the highest level golden token in the spirit god sect. Seeing the shocked expression on the other person's face, Lin Xian immediately realized that the token his master had given him was no ordinary item. Is there a problem? Something's not right? Lin Xian asked, puzzled. He himself didn't know the secret behind the token, so he could only ask the other party. Lions respectfully returned the golden token to Lin Xian and patiently explained. Cultivators in the spirit god sect are divided into 4 levels: black, purple, red, and gold. The golden token in your hand means that you are a cultivator at the highest level of the spirit god sect, or someone very close to the highest level. Furthermore, those who hold a gold token can enjoy a 90% discount when purchasing slaves. Lions added. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian was immediately
immediately excited. Buying slaves at a 90% discount? Then I can buy a heavenly level slave who has comprehended a level 2 law. This is undoubtedly fantastic news. The safety issues of the planet Wanling can be easily resolved immediately. Come with me, I'll take you to choose a slave. After learning Lin Xian's identity, Lions became even more respectful, lowering his posture considerably and not daring to sit on equal footing with Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't mind and followed him up to the second floor of the slave exchange. What kind of slaves do you want? I'll take you to see them, Lions asked again. Based on the amount of Qiancheng coins he had, Lin Xian said, I want 2 celestial master level slaves who have comprehended the second level of laws, 5 heavenly king level slaves who have comprehended the third level of laws, and 2 slaves for life management. These items together cost approximately 600,000 Qiancheng coins. Alright, please come with me into this room. This is where the celestial master level slaves who have comprehended the second level of laws are imprisoned, Lions said, leading him into the first room on the left. The room was filled with many slaves, most of whom looked human, dressed in tattered clothes, and none of them seemed very old. Are there any here who are about to break through to the heavenly venerable realm? Lin Xian asked Lions in a low voice. After all, the other party knew more about the slaves than he did. Lions understood that Lin Xian wanted to buy those slaves who were about to advance to the heavenly venerable realm at the price of a heavenly master. If an ordinary person made such a request, he would certainly be ignored, because there are no such slaves here. However, Lin Xian was of noble status, possessing the spirit god Sek's golden token, and held an extremely high position, so Lions naturally dared not refuse. Candace, you two come out here. Lions directly called out the names of the 2 slaves. Among these slaves, only the 2 of them have the potential to advance to the heavenly venerable realm, making them extremely cost-effective. Upon hearing their names called, 2 slaves immediately came out from behind. One of them was a burly man, about 2 meters tall, and it was Haz. The other person, of average build, was Candace. Lin Xian asked them, what laws have you each comprehended? What realm are you currently at? The 2 replied respectfully, greetings, esteemed guests. I have comprehended the law of physical energy and am at the late stage of the celestial master realm. Dear guest, I have comprehended the 5 elements law and am at the late stage of the celestial master realm. Hearing about the laws they had comprehended, Lin Xian felt fairly satisfied, as they were somewhat related to his own understanding. Then those 2 will do. As for the other slaves I need, I'll trouble you to choose them carefully for me. I won't look at them myself. Lin Xian turned to Lions and said, confident that the other party would select the most cost-effective slaves for him. I certainly will. Please go to the payment counter and wait there. I'll bring these slaves down to you later, Lions replied with a smile, his attitude still respectful. After saying that, Lin Xian left the room and went to the payment counter in the lobby on the first floor. About 5 minutes later, Lions brought the chosen slaves to Lin Xian's side. The selection has been made, 2 celestial master level slaves who have comprehended the second level of laws, 5 heavenly king level slaves who have comprehended the third level of laws, and 2 slaves to manage daily life. Please take a look. Lin Xian examined the slaves. Almost all of them retained human appearance, which pleased him greatly. 6 of them were male, and 3 were female. He asked a few simple questions and was even more satisfied, because these slaves were almost all in the late or peak stages of cultivation and could break through at any time. How much is it in total? Lin Xian was very satisfied with this batch of slaves, so he asked Lions about the price. After the 90% discount, the total is 640,000 Qiancheng coins. This discount is crucial. Without it, Lin Xian wouldn't have been able to buy so many slaves. Lin Xian quickly handed over the Qiancheng coins to the other party, and at the same time obtained the restriction to control these slaves. This is a mental restriction. With just a thought from Lin Xian, any slave could perish. It is incredibly domineering. Could this restriction have been invented by my master? Lin Xian wondered to himself. After all, his master was a god king who had fully comprehended the laws of the spirit. Such an ability was entirely possible. Greetings, master. After Lin Xian was granted the restriction, the 9 slaves immediately bowed to him. They clearly felt that the young man in front of them had completely taken control of them. Okay, come with me. Lin Xian said goodbye to Lions and then left the slave exchange. At this moment, Lin Xian only had tens of thousands of Qiancheng coins left, and nothing to buy. He has already purchased a large quantity of grade D alloy materials, which should be enough to build a spaceship. If he can build a spaceship on his own, the future development of the planet Wanling will be greatly boosted. As for these 9 slaves, Lin Xian planned to leave them all on Wanling planet to take on the important task of protecting the planet. In this way, he can leave with peace of mind and go out into the universe to gain some experience. After careful consideration, Lin Xian led the 9 slaves straight to docking point number 5 on planet Newly. Because the D-class spaceship is small, it only has 3 seats inside, 1 main seat in the first row and 2 secondary seats in the second row. The 9 slaves can only squeeze into the 2 seats in the back row and the space next to them. You guys can squeeze in for now. We'll be on the planet of 10,000 spirits in 10 days, Lin Xian said, sitting in the head seat of the first row. Yes, master. No matter how
how crowded or uncomfortable it was, they dared not complain and could only endure until they reached their destination. During the 10 days of space travel, Lin Xian learned a great deal about the slaves and knew roughly what level their strength was at. Upon learning that Lin Xian was actually a genius who had comprehended a first-class law and was also a disciple of the spirit god sect, their respect for him deepened even further. Soon, the spaceship arrived at the planet Wanling, and the scene was normal, with nothing unusual.
"You're finally back,"
Chen said happily when he saw Lin Xian get off the spaceship.
"You're back in less than a month. Nothing must have happened, right?"
Lin Xian asked with a smile.
No, the aliens who entered the secret realm hadn't come out yet when you left,"
Chen said.
Lin Xian nodded, then said to the 9 slaves behind him, "From now on, when I leave the planet of 10,000 spirits, you will have to listen to him, understand?"
"Yes, master,"
the slaves replied in unison. "Who are they?"
Chen looked at the group of people behind Lin Xian, feeling curious.
Their relationship with Lin Xian was clearly extraordinary.
These slaves were bought from the slave exchange, and they're quite strong.
"You'll be in charge of them from now on, so I can go out into the universe to train with peace of mind," Lin Xian said.
Lin Xian turned around and, while explaining the ins and outs of the matter to Chen, led him toward the China National Conference Room. He explained everything to Chen in detail, and also made it so that all the slaves would be under Chen's management from now on. More importantly, he gave Chen access to the protective barrier of the Myriad Spirits planet, so that Chen could completely replace him and take over all the work. As for the Qiancheng coins earned from the alien creatures, Lin Xian instructed Chen to have the slaves go to the Five Gods Universe Bank every year to deposit these Qiancheng coins into their own accounts. This batch of Qiancheng coins can only be kept and used by Lin Xian personally, because no one else on Wanling planet has yet mastered this ability. He also assigned some tasks to the 9 slaves, 2 of whom were specifically responsible for protecting his family, while the rest were to be assigned by Chen. Lin Xian made this arrangement for 2 purposes: first, to allow Chen to carry out the mission with confidence and boldness, and second, to provide some supervision
over Chen.
After all, these slaves were far stronger than Chen, and if Chen behaved inappropriately, Haz and Candace could intervene in time to stop him.
"Contact me immediately if anything happens,"
Lin Xian solemnly instructed Haz and Candace.
Due to the mental barrier between slaves and masters, they could communicate mentally no matter how far apart they were.
"We understand, master," Haz and Candace responded in unison, bowing deeply to Lin Xian. Finally, after spending a few days at home with his parents and younger brother, Lin Xian embarked on his cosmic journey once more. This time, his destination was not a commercial trading planet, but a body refining planet.
The body refining planet is quite unique in the universe.
Its gravity is extremely strong, making it unsuitable for ordinary life but ideal for cultivators
to train their bodies.
In particular, those cultivators who have comprehended body refining laws regard this place as a sacred place for cultivation.
All body refining planets in the universe are controlled by the 3 major divine sects, making it a surefire way to make money. Cultivators who wish to stay on a body refining planet must pay in cosmic currency. The longer the stay, the higher the cost.
In the entire Halley galaxy, the only planet for body refinement is Able, which is more than 100,000 light-years away from the planet Wanling. Considering that the distance between Wanling planet and Able planet is over 100,000 light-years, and based on the speed of a Class D spaceship, the journey would take hundreds of solar days. Therefore, Lin Xian could only engage in brief meditation and cultivation inside the ship. The laws of spirit and the laws of power, I still have no clue about them. Lin Xian sat quietly. His purpose in going to the body refining planet was to comprehend the law of power and elevate his strength to a higher level. As for the law of spirit, he hadn't yet found a breakthrough. Lin Xian was stuck at the peak of the 5th level of the Divine Refinement Heart Sutra, unable to break through the bottleneck to the 6th level, which made him somewhat anxious. His master once told him that once he comprehended the 6th level, he would be invincible among heavenly level cultivators.
"I'm very confused about the mental bottleneck. Why am I stuck? Didn't master say that this part should be relatively easy to break through?"
Lin Xian was filled with doubt. "Master, perhaps my essence and blood can be of help to you." Just then, Xiaojiu suddenly spoke up in the pet space. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Xian realized that he had been so busy these past 2 years that he had completely forgotten about Xiaojiu.
"Have you reached the peak of your cultivation?" he asked.
Because he hadn't paid attention to his pet's growth for a long time, Lin Xian was unaware of Xiaojiu's current situation.
"Yes, master. The resources you provide are so abundant that the upgrade speed is extremely fast," Xiaojiu explained.
"If I fuse your essence and blood into it, will it help me comprehend the laws of the spirit?"
Lin Xian asked curiously.
Although Xiaojiu is a divine-level pet beast, her essence blood should not contain any profound laws, similar to the situation of Zhulong and Dijiang.
"I'm not sure either, but it should help. You might want to give it a try."
Xiaojiu flew out of the pet space and took out a drop of divine beast blood from her body, handing it to Lin Xian.
The divine beast essence blood of the 9-tailed celestial fox is golden yellow, with a trace of flowing pink aura mixed in, which is significantly different from the divine beast essence blood of Zhulong and Dijiang.
Jiang. Could it be that Xiaozhou's essence blood contains laws of the spiritual realm? Lin Xian took the drop of divine beast essence blood and carefully observed the flowing pink aura, a question that arose in his mind. Without hesitation, Lin Xian followed the instructions in the blood demon body refining technique and incorporated the divine beast essence blood of the nine-tailed celestial fox into his own body. At the beginning of the fusion, he did not feel anything unusual, and his whole body felt comfortable. However, as the fox spirit blood gradually seeped into his brain, Lin Xian noticed an unusual change. His spiritual sea of consciousness gradually expanded, and a large amount of spiritual power was integrated into it. What is this? He was surprised to find that a tiny and rudimentary world model had appeared in his mind's sea of consciousness, and it was completely empty. Could this be the legendary spiritual world? Lin Xian was shocked and suddenly realized that he had finally comprehended the laws of the spirit. He realized that although the spirit may sound ethereal, it is actually real. When one's spiritual world becomes powerful enough, it becomes indistinguishable from the real world, and one is currently only a budding prototype. Whenever a cultivator comprehends a first-level law, the heavenly Tao will react accordingly, and Lin Xian is no exception even though he is currently inside a spaceship. Several planets near his location experienced slight tremors, a sign that he had successfully comprehended the laws of the mind. About 2 hours later, the divine beast essence blood of the nine-tailed celestial fox was completely integrated into Lin Xian's body. This fusion did not significantly improve his physical strength, but it brought about a great breakthrough in his mental state. So this is what it feels like to comprehend the laws of the spirit. Lin Xian clearly realized that he should now be invincible against a heaven-level cultivator. After comprehending the laws of the mind, he was able to easily trap ordinary heavenly-level cultivators. Whether he made them fall into an illusion or lose themselves in it, he could turn them into fish to be slaughtered. Of course, if he encounters an opponent who has also comprehended spiritual laws, such as the laws of the void or the laws of the environment, although they are not first-class laws, they are related to spiritual laws, and Lin Xian's mental control effect may fail. After all, his understanding of the laws of the mind is still in its early stages, merely at the introductory level. Having comprehended 2 first-class laws, I feel an even closer connection with the universe. Lin Xian was filled with pride. At this moment, he has mastered 2 first-class laws. Although his realm level has not yet improved, his strength has greatly increased. As a comprehender of first-class laws, he inevitably exudes a sense of pressure when facing cultivators who have not comprehended first-class laws. This is because the heavenly Tao is composed of first-class laws, and the other laws are derived from the 7 first-class laws. Therefore, cultivators who comprehend first-class laws are theoretically closer to the heavenly Tao than those who do not. Afterward, Lin Xian began to focus on cultivation, striving to familiarize himself with how to control the chaotic power within his body and his spiritual world. According to this pattern, each time a first-class law is comprehended, a corresponding internal entity will appear within the body, he secretly speculated. When comprehending the laws of chaos, chaotic power appears within the body. When comprehending the laws of spirit, a spiritual world appears within the sea of consciousness. So, what will happen after comprehending the laws of power? Lin Xian was filled with anticipation and eager to find out the answer. After all, he felt that he was not far from comprehending the laws of power. Day after day, Lin Xian quietly devoted himself to cultivation in the spaceship. Finally, on the 113th solar day after leaving the planet Wanling, the spaceship arrived at the only body-refining planet in the Halley Galaxy, planet Abel. Lin Xian chose to dock the spaceship at position number 1. As soon as he stepped out of the hatch, he felt an extremely strong gravitational pull. This gravity is too strong. As soon as he stepped out of the spaceship, his body felt unbearably heavy. The gravity of this planet was at least 100 times that of the planet of all spirits. To walk or fly normally on planet Abel, one must have a strong physique, otherwise, the powerful gravity would be enough to deform the body of an ordinary cultivator and even cause serious damage to the internal organs. Therefore, those who can come here to cultivate are all cultivators with considerable strength. Lin Xian could only walk with difficulty by constantly being alert and keeping all his muscles tense. It is indeed an excellent place for cultivation. Even walking requires all one's strength. He smiled bitterly and muttered to himself. As soon as he stepped off the spaceship, 2 staff members quickly approached him. "Hello, please show your identification information." The staff took out a scanning device to verify Lin Xian's identity. "You need to prepay 1 million Xiancheng coins for a year of training on planet Abel. If you leave early, we will refund the corresponding amount based on the actual training time." After scanning his identity, a staff member explained the rules and prices to Lin Xian. These are the standards set by the 3 major sects, and the cultivation costs on the body refining planet are extremely high. Moreover, planet Abel is only a basic level body refining planet. Although its gravity is 100 times that of an ordinary planet, it still charges 1 million Xiancheng coins per year. If it were a higher level body refining planet, the cost would be even higher. That's incredibly profitable. Upon hearing the price, Lin Xian's heart tightened, and he couldn't help but sigh sigh at how many cultivators would be deterred by it. How much of a discount can I get if I have a token? He took out the golden token of the spirit god sect from his pocket. Since the body refining planet was under the management of the three major divine sects, this token must be useful. Upon seeing this, the staff looked at the golden token in Lin Xian's hand in surprise, and hurriedly took it to carefully examine its authenticity. After confirming that everything was correct, their attitude immediately became much more respectful. As a disciple of the spirit god sect with a golden token, you can try out the body refining planet for free without paying any fees. Free to use? Upon hearing this, Lin Xian was overjoyed, not expecting such a pleasant surprise. The body refining planet was designed for cultivators to improve their strength. As a disciple of the spirit god sect, I naturally enjoy the privilege of using it for free. The staff explained that, after all, the Lingxian sect also hopes that its disciples can have better opportunities for cultivation. I understand. So, how should I begin my cultivation? Lin Xian asked curiously. There doesn't seem to be anything special about this place. Come with me, I will take you to the training ground. One of the staff members spoke and then led Lin Xian away from the first docking point. After walking for about 2 hours, Lin Xian felt that he had exhausted a lot of energy and physical strength because walking continuously under such great gravity was extremely tiring. Finally, they arrived at a magnificent palace. This is the training ground. This palace covers tens of thousands of square kilometers, and almost all the cultivators on the planet gather here. The staff member introduced the palace to Lin Xian as they led him inside. Upon entering, one sees a large arena surrounded by many empty seats. This is the arena for cultivators to spar and compete. Sometimes, these sparring sessions attract many spectators. You will gradually become familiar with it in the future. The staff member led him deeper into the palace while talking to him. You need to register your information here. The system will record your entry time and current physical strength. They came to a machine, and the staff member spoke to Lin Xian. Since this was the rule here, Lin Xian followed the staff's instructions, first swiping his identity information on the machine, and then standing on the machine. Within seconds, the machine's display screen showed Lin Xian's relevant information. Physical strength, beginner heavenly level. Strength, 1.1 cosmic units. Speed, 0.8 cosmic velocity. Defense, 1.0 cosmic units. Time of entry into the body refining planet, 314th solar day of the 4795th year of the 39,826th cosmic calendar. Abel's body refinement planet ranking, 1653. Seeing the data on the screen, Lin Xian was surprised. Although he had previously learned about statistical units in the universe, he hadn't expected his value to be so low. Your physical strength isn't particularly high, the staff member said with a smile, looking at Lin Xian's stats. After all, in the universe, power and defense are only one cosmic unit, which is basically the lowest level and seems quite weak. That's why I came here to cultivate. How many people are here? Lin Xian replied with a smile, unaware that his data was so low. In fact, his true combat power is far greater than that, because he also possesses the explosive power, speed, and defensive capabilities granted by the bloodline of the sacred beast, which means that he will be even stronger in battle. There are fewer than 1,700 people in total, so you're near the end of the line, the staff member said, noting that the number of people was not large. Looks like I need to step up my efforts. Lin Xian shrugged, only able to make such a self-deprecating remark. Let's go, let's keep going. After registering, the staff led Lin Xian into the palace. This building has all kinds of mechanical equipment. You can train here anytime, as long as no one is using it, the staff member said, pointing to a building in front of them. Afterwards, they passed several more buildings, most of which were for cultivators to live and rest, and one of them was a canteen. Food is no longer a necessity for cultivators, but to meet everyone's taste preferences, we still have a canteen. You can go in and eat anytime, and all the food is free, the staff explained. In other words, almost all the facilities in this palace are free, and cultivators only need to focus on their cultivation. Considering this, a cost of 1 million per year is quite reasonable. Lin Xian memorized everything the staff said so that he could use it for his future living and cultivation. They walked for a while longer and finally arrived at Lin Xian's residence. You will be living here from now on. As the owner of the spirit god sect's golden token, your living conditions will be the best in the palace, the staff member said as he led him to the gate of a huge manor. Lin Xian stared at the magnificent manor before him, deeply shocked, but he didn't show it on his face. He simply said, "Alright, are there no other rules?" He finally confirmed with the other party. There aren't any special rules here. Everyone's here to cultivate. However, I must remind you that if a cultivator challenges you to a duel, don't accept it head-on. Always check if the opponent's ranking is close, otherwise you'll suffer a loss, the staff member solemnly advised. This is crucial. I understand. Once you're on the ring, no one will care if you live or die, right? Lin Xian nodded and asked. Yes, not only in the arena, but the life and death of cultivators on this planet are not under our control. No matter how noble their status, we are powerless to change it, the staff member explained helplessly. helplessly. This was a rule of the three major sects, and as staff members, they naturally dared not disobey it. Now that you mention it, I understand. Thank you for reminding me. Lin Xian smiled and thanked the staff before walking into his manor. The estate is extremely large, with a magnificent villa in the center. It takes quite a distance to walk from the estate entrance to the villa. Having such a big house isn't necessarily all good. Lin Xian shook his head, muttering helplessly to himself. Because of the strong gravity, every step required a great deal of effort, and just traveling made him feel very tired. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Lin Xian finally entered the villa, slumped onto the sofa, and prepared to rest. It would be really difficult to live a normal life here before my physical strength improves, Lin Xian thought to himself. After a brief adjustment, Lin Xian began his long journey of physical strength cultivation on planet Able. Of all the laws of cultivation, the law of power is the most arduous, because it requires not only rigorous physical tempering but also the comprehension of its underlying principles. Therefore, throughout the entire universe, very few cultivators are capable of truly understanding and practicing the law of power. It can be said that, apart from the law of creation and the law of destruction, among the other 5 first-class laws, the law of power has the fewest practitioners. Under the powerful gravity of planet Able, Lin Xian cultivated diligently for 3 people. I feel a slight improvement, but not a significant one. Lin Xian shook his head in dissatisfaction as he sensed the changes in his body. Because his physical strength has reached a bottleneck, he must comprehend the relevant laws to break through in order to continue to improve. Unfortunately, he has not yet comprehended the corresponding laws in terms of physical body and strength, which means he has not yet broken through to the heavenly level. As for why the instrument tests showed that his physical strength had reached the initial stage of the heavenly level, it was because Lin Xian's physical strength was already at its peak in the mortal level, reaching its limit, which was why he barely reached the initial stage of the heavenly level. Just as Lin Xian was feeling dissatisfied with this, the doorbell suddenly rang inside the villa. Someone's looking for me? Upon hearing the voice, Lin Xian felt a deep sense of doubt. He was a complete stranger on this planet Able, so why would someone come looking for him? Could it be a staff member? With these questions in mind, Lin Xian walked down from the second floor of the villa, turned on the display screen at the door, and wanted to see who the visitor was. When the screen lit up, he saw a burly young man, shirtless, wearing shorts, and barefoot, staring at him with a grin. "Hello, who are you?" Lin Xian asked politely through the screen. "Hello, my name is Nafan. You must be Lin Xian? I'd like to discuss something with you," Nafan replied with a smile. Lin Xian had a vague feeling that the other party's intentions were not good. "I would like to challenge you to a contest, with a stake of 100,000 Xianqing coins. I wonder if you would be willing to accept." Nafan stated his purpose directly, revealing that he wanted to challenge Lin Xian to a duel. Lin Xian had no intention of challenging any cultivators on this planet, but when he heard the stakes were as high as 100,000 Xianqing coins, he was tempted. After all, money was what he needed most at the moment. "What's your ranking on the leaderboard?" Lin Xian wanted to know the other party's strength first. He wouldn't accept a challenge if the ranking was too high. This wasn't because Lin Xian was afraid of losing. With his current strength and the laws of spirit and chaos, defeating the cultivators here wouldn't be a problem. He simply didn't want to reveal his true power. "My ranking is similar to yours. I'm ranked 1532nd, Navan answered truthfully. In fact, his strength on planet Able was relatively weak, and he generally did not dare to take the initiative to challenge others. But he's currently short of money and urgently needs funds, otherwise he'll have to leave. That's why he took the initiative to find Lin Xian, who had just arrived, hoping to make some money off him." Hearing the opponent's ranking, Lin Xian was quite satisfied. The two sides were evenly matched, and he could challenge someone of this level without using the power of the laws of spirit and chaos. Relying solely on physical strength, one could potentially gain new insights into the laws of power during combat. This was precisely Lin Xian's intention. "Okay, when and where?" Lin Xian agreed readily. After all, he could still afford 100,000 Xianqing coins, so even if he lost, it wouldn't be a problem. "If you're free right now, let's go now. We can go to the arena up ahead together." Nafan told Lin Xian that he didn't want to schedule another time. Now was the best time. "Okay, wait for me a moment, I'll be right out." Lin Xian nodded, thinking to himself, what could possibly happen on this planet, and readily agreed. After quickly changing his clothes, Lin Xian walked out of the villa. After 3 months of adaptation and training, walking normally on planet Able was no longer a difficult task for him. He opened the gate of the manor and walked out. Only when he stood next to Navan did he truly realize the difference in their physiques. Nafan was nearly 2.5 meters tall and almost twice the width of Lin Xian, with strong, muscular build. Standing next to him, Lin Xian looked like a helpless child. Are you really someone who cultivates physical strength?" Nafan looked at Lin Xian's petite figure and asked with a surprised expression. Hearing this, Lin Xian looked slightly embarrassed and could only nod and say, "We can't judge a book by its cover." Nafan's doubts are understandable. Cultivators who focus on physical strength usually have a robust and muscular build like him, making Lin Xian's ordinary physique quite rare. "Then let's
let's go. Na Fan walked in front, with Lin Xian following closely behind, and the two of them headed towards the large arena at the very front of the palace. After walking for more than an hour, we finally arrived at the ring. The two stood on opposite sides of the arena, hundreds of feet apart. Are there any rules in this arena, or can we fight however we want? This is my first time challenging you, so I don't know the rules yet. Lin Xian took the initiative to ask Na Fan. There are no rules, any means are acceptable, it all comes down to who wins in the end. Navan replied that the arena allowed any means necessary, as long as one could win. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian took out his spear, flying dragon in the sky, as he was more skilled with spear techniques than with his bare hands. Navan carried no weapons, clearly, his body was his strongest weapon. Ready? If you're ready, let's begin. Navan shouted from the opposite side. Ready? Let's begin. Lin Xian responded immediately. There were no referees in the arena, everything was decided by the challengers themselves, and the outcome depended solely on their own judgment. Let's begin. Navan shouted, marking the official start of the competition. As the weaker party, Lin Xian charged directly at his opponent. With his speed, he arrived in front of Na Fan in an instant. Spear out, star strike. Lin Xian thrust his spear straight into the opponent's abdomen, giving it his all. What? When the flying dragon pierced through Na Fan's body, Lin Xian's face showed great surprise. The spear seemed to have struck a hard rock, completely unable to penetrate Na Fan's physical defenses. Too weak, insufficient speed and power. Sensing Lin Xian's attack, Na Fan's lips curled up slightly, and he said to him with a hint of sarcasm. As he spoke, Na Fan clenched his right fist and suddenly punched Lin Xian in the abdomen. Navan's punch was incredibly fast. Lin Xian couldn't react at all. Keep in mind this was Abel, a planet with gravity 100 times stronger than normal. Such speed demonstrated his formidable strength. Navan's giant fist slammed into Lin Xian's abdomen, sending him flying hundreds of feet away. If it weren't for the strong gravity here, Lin Xian would probably have been knocked off the stage. Lin Xian crashed heavily onto the stage, feeling his internal organs churning violently, and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. How could there be such a big difference? Lin Xian was shocked. Lin Xian's injury was not serious, after all, his recovery ability was extremely strong, and this punch was not enough to cause him much damage. What he couldn't understand was how someone ranked so low could possess such formidable physical strength. Ha ha, another newbie has been fooled by this Navan. Just then, several cultivators gathered around the arena. Seeing Lin Xian being knocked down, they began to discuss the incident heatedly. This Navan definitely has the ability to be in the top 10, but he just doesn't go for the test, so his ranking on the machine has always been in the 1500s. He's used this trick to swindle a lot of money from newbies. That's right, I was fooled by him too, but I just couldn't beat him. His defense, speed, and strength are all too strong. The 5 or 6 cultivators watching all said the same thing, clearly indicating that this was not the first time Na Fan had done something like this. Listening to their discussion, Lin Xian finally understood that Na Fan had been deliberately pretending to be weak, playing dumb to take advantage of others. Lin Xian coughed up a mouthful of blood, slowly stood up, his eyes sharp as blades, staring intently at Na Fan with ruthless intent. Don't look at me like that. It's not my fault you're brainless. Seeing Lin Xian's angry expression, Na Fan smiled slightly, not feeling that he had done anything wrong. Just admit defeat and transfer the 100,000 Xiancheng coins to me directly, and you'll suffer less. Na Fan tried to persuade him, his tone full of contempt. Their strengths were simply not on the same level. No matter how hard Lin Xian tried, he couldn't possibly defeat him. Hearing the other party's provocation, Lin Xian asked calmly, "What? Want to take another punch from me?" Na Fan looked at Lin Xian's expression and felt a little displeased. It seemed that he was indeed somewhat unconvinced. Then try punching me again. Lin Xian calmly and without any panic issued the challenge. This person is really strange. How dare he speak to Navan like that? The cultivators below the arena looked puzzled upon hearing Lin Xian's provocation. Was he stunned by that punch? Navan's second punch could probably kill him outright, another person said. After all, Navan used only 3/10 of his strength in his first punch, just to teach the other party a lesson and make him immediately hand over the money. Na Fan, standing on the arena, was extremely displeased by Lin Xian's provocation. No one had dared to speak to him like that for many years. Want to die? I'll grant your wish. Na Fan clenched his right fist, ready to charge at Lin Xian, but found that he couldn't move no matter what he did. What's going on? Navan tried to move his body, but found that he could not turn his arms, legs or even his head. Why aren't you moving? Are you scared? Don't you dare? As Lin Xian asked the question, he slowly approached Na Fan. What despicable methods did you use? Na Fan asked in alarm, watching Lin Xian approach step by step. The audience below the stage was stunned by what they saw and had no idea what was going on. Do you think that cultivators who cultivate power-based laws cannot cultivate other talents? Lin Xian asked, getting closer and closer to Na Fan. You cultivate spiritual laws? But you're only a celestial master-level cultivator. How could you control me, a peak celestial venerable? Na Fan questioned, puzzled. They could all sense Lin Xian's level. There was no way he could control him. I'm not cultivating mental
mental laws, but mental laws themselves. Do you understand? Lin Xian said coldly, although it's only a single word different. The difference is like heaven and earth. A first-class law, a law of the mind? Nafan and the cultivators below the stage exclaimed in unison. Now you understand? It's too late. Lin Xian stood in front of Nafan and said coldly, so what if it's a first-class law? You can only trap me. What can you do to me? Having understood Lin Xian's strength, Nafan was no longer worried. This was because cultivators who comprehend the laws of the mind at lower levels don't possess strong offensive capabilities. At most, they can only trap or control others. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian revealed a meaningful smile. Is that so? Then let me see just how strong your physical body really is. As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of golden flame appeared in front of Lin Xian, with wisps of chaotic energy mixed in with it. Upon seeing the sudden golden flames, Naven felt a surge of inexplicable fear. He didn't know what kind of flames they were, but he clearly sensed that they could harm him. It's chaos flame. The gray aura within this flame is the power of chaos. Someone below the arena recognized the flame and exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Staring at Lin Xian on the arena, they were too shocked to speak. Isn't the chaos flame something that only cultivators who have comprehended the laws of chaos can use? A cultivator asked with a puzzled expression. That's right, which means he not only comprehended the laws of the mind, but also the laws of chaos. The knowledgeable cultivator spoke calmly, but the shock on his face was hard to hide. He actually comprehended 2 first-class laws? Only then did they realize that this cultivator who had just set foot on planet Abel was an absolute genius. At this moment, their gazes toward Naven were filled with sympathy and pity. The chaotic fire slowly approached Nafan, who could feel the terrifyingly hot temperature. If the chaos fire were to touch his body, his flesh would probably turn to ashes in an instant. I know I was wrong. I admit my mistake. Please forgive me. I'll never do it again. At this moment, Nafan had no other thoughts in his mind. He immediately apologized to Lin Xian and begged for forgiveness. He never expected that he would run into such a tough opponent. The combat power of someone who could comprehend 2 first-class laws was simply beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators like himself. You only realize you were wrong now? Weren't you just trying to lecture me? Lin Xian snorted coldly at his pleading look. This kind of person is a typical bully who preys on the weak and fears the strong. He bullies the weak but acts like a dog to be manipulated when faced with the strong. I won't do it again. I'll never do it again. Naven wanted to shake his head, but he couldn't move, so he could only repeatedly promise. 1 million Xiancheng coins. Otherwise, I'll let you taste the power of the chaos flame. Lin Xian didn't really want to kill him. After all, the other party was only after money. Since he wants to make money, then make him hand over the money. That will make him feel worse than if you killed him. Upon hearing the figure of 1 million Xiancheng coins, Nafan's heart tightened. Where would he get that much money? This was his savings for a year on planet Abel. I don't have that much. Ah! The moment he uttered the words, the chaos fire touched his abdomen. Suddenly, a black hole appeared in Naven's abdomen, from which wisps of white smoke billowed out, and the smell of burning filled the air. Think it over carefully. If you can't come up with the money, don't even think about leaving here alive today. Lin Xian left no room for negotiation. If they couldn't come up with the money, they would die here. The painful burning sensation he had just experienced made Nafan afraid to resist any longer, but he really couldn't come up with that many Qiancheng coins, because he had just paid for a year's worth of fees and had spent exactly 1 million. Don't do anything. Call the staff over. I'll leave now, and they'll return the Qiancheng coins to me, then I can give you 1 million. Nafan said to Lin Xian in a panic. That's a good idea. Okay, I'll call the staff over. Lin Xian felt that what the other party said was true, so he immediately used his communicator to contact the staff on planet Abel and asked them to come to the arena. Seeing Lin Xian's powerful performance, no one dared to make a sound below the arena for fear of provoking this extraordinary new master. A short while later, the staff member who had been in charge of receiving Lin Xian arrived. When he saw the scene before him, he was also stunned. He knew about Nafan's performance here and was also aware that Nafan's strength was extraordinary. He had been pretending to be weak while actually being strong, but he did not expect that Lin Xian would actually force Nafan into a corner. Are you sure you want to leave planet Abel? The staff member asked Naven one last time to confirm. Okay, I'll leave now. Give me my money back, and I'll give it to him right away. Naven couldn't bear the feeling of being stuck any longer and hurriedly confirmed with the other party. This is 980,000 Qiancheng coins, which have already been refunded to your account. The staff quickly transferred the Qiancheng coins to Nafan's account. Then, Lin Xian took out his miniature electronic device, set a transfer limit of 1 million, and placed it on Nafan's miniature electronic device. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian's account had 1 million Qiancheng coins. The money has arrived. Please release me. Looking at the 1 million Qiancheng coins he had transferred to Lin Xian, Nafan felt as if his heart was bleeding, but at least he had saved his life. Remember, as long as I, Lin Xian, am still here, you must never show your face again. Lin Xian said coldly to Nafan, and then released his mental control over him. Once free, Naven jumped off the ring without looking looking back and ran straight to his spaceship as if afraid that others would see him in such a disheveled state. After saying a few words to the staff, Lin Xian left directly. Curious about what had just happened, the staff inquired with the cultivators below the arena. They then told Lin Xian about the strength he had displayed in detail. He's comprehended the laws of spirit and the laws of chaos, 2 first-class laws? The staff member was shocked again. Although they knew Lin Xian was of noble status, they never expected him to have such talent. Yes, the problem is that he has extremely high talent in these 2 laws, yet he still comes here to cultivate physical strength. Does he want to comprehend the 3rd first-class law, the law of strength? A cultivator said curiously. They really couldn't figure out Lin Xian. That's quite possible. These kinds of geniuses usually pursue the strongest power, another cultivator said. Although they themselves were not geniuses, they had seen from countless geniuses in the universe that their pursuit of power was endless. If he really comprehended 3 first-class laws, wouldn't he be on the same level as the white-clad God King? After all, among countless cultivators in this universe, only the white-clad God King Su Wentian has comprehended 3 first-class laws. That's true, but comprehending 3 first-class laws is extremely difficult. I don't think this person will succeed. Another cultivator sighed softly. Having ideas doesn't mean you can succeed. After listening to their conversation, the staff member glanced at Lin Xian's departing figure and seemed to have guessed his origins. As for Lin Xian, he felt quite gratified after receiving 1 million Xiancheng coins. Although it wasn't a lot of money, it would definitely be very useful for the Wanling planet, which urgently needed development. Back at the villa where he was temporarily staying, Lin Xian continued to comprehend the laws of power. Why would Naven think my physique doesn't resemble that of a cultivator who practices the laws of power? Lin Xian wondered. Does immense power necessarily require a large physique to be displayed? Or is it that a large physique is a prerequisite for great strength? He thought about many things, including the ancient mythological figures on Earth. Those who cultivated the laws of power seemed to have enormous physiques, such as Pangu and Quafu. With this in mind, Lin Xian continued to comprehend and explore the relationship between the body and power. The reason why my power is stronger than that of cultivators at the same level is because my body has evolved by fusing the bloodlines of many saint-level and god-level pets. Lin Xian analyzed the connection between the 2 based on his own situation. Although the size hasn't increased, the quality has definitely improved a lot. After much thought, Lin Xian gradually grasped some clues. After a period of in-depth analysis, he finally came to the answer. The body is the foundation of strength. Both speed and power must rely on a strong physique as a prerequisite. If a person wants to achieve extremely high speeds in the universe, then their body must withstand the powerful gravity of the universe. To unleash tremendous power in the universe, the body itself must possess the ability to store and release that power. The body is like a large basin. How much it can hold depends entirely on the size of the basin. If a cultivator's body is merely a small basin, no matter how strong their explosive power, they cannot possess truly formidable strength. Upon realizing this, Lin Xian immediately understood the core of the law of power. The law of power is not only a first-class law, the strongest among the laws of power, but also a part of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, my body itself should be a part of the universe, a manifestation of the heavenly Tao. With a sudden realization, Lin Xian understood that only the strongest body could truly comprehend the laws of power, and the strongest body was based on the universe and the Tao of heaven. As soon as the thought flashed through his mind, he immediately felt his body undergo a tremendous transformation. Every component of the body, whether it be skin, muscles, tendons, blood vessels, or even cells, is undergoing a qualitative leap and becoming completely different. Lin Xian could feel that his body was like a miniature universe, and if he cultivated it to the extreme, it could even be as vast as the universe. Is this the law of power? Rather than the law of power, it should be called the law of divine body, because the body is the foundation of everything. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. After a long period of contemplation, he finally comprehended this 3rd first-class law. Just as he comprehended the law of power, the entire planet Abel suddenly trembled. This cosmic phenomenon was a natural reaction when one comprehends a first-class law. Someone has comprehended a first-class law? Could it be Lin Xian? Since Lin Xian defeated Nafan, his reputation has spread throughout planet Abel and even reached several planets in the Halley Galaxy. After sensing the anomalies on planet Abel, the cultivators there began to speculate. After successfully comprehending the first-class law, Lin Xian entered the cultivation stage, striving to adapt to his current physical condition so that he could exert his maximum strength in future battles. Meanwhile, within the secret realm of planet Wanling No. 1, at the white-clad God King's location, Master, junior brother has truly comprehended 3 first-class laws. The young man dressed in white, as the eldest disciple of the white-clad God King, excitedly reported to his master. He had been following Lin Xian closely and knew everything about Lin Xian's actions. Upon learning that Lin Xian had successfully comprehended the law of power, he immediately rushed back to report. Hearing his eldest disciple's words, the white-robed God King finally showed a slight change in expression. Excellent.
Excellent. To comprehend 3 first-class laws in such a short time is an excellent start. The white-clad God King rarely praises anyone, not even his own disciple, but this time he made an exception and praised Lin Xian, which shows that Lin Xian's performance was indeed extraordinary. Master, if junior brother's situation is exposed, he might be hunted down. The eldest disciple asked with some concern. After all, some forces in the universe are skilled in this. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be hunted down, but not Lin Xian. The white-robed God King answered confidently, having made up his mind. Why? The eldest apprentice was puzzled. Because of his pets. After a brief explanation, the white-robed God King said, the people from the spirit god sect should be arriving at the myriad spirits planet soon. You don't need to follow Lin Xian for now. When the people from the spirit god sect arrive, bring him to see me. Yes, master. Upon receiving the order, the eldest disciple immediately departed, flying to the skies above the planet Wanling to await the arrival of the Lingxian sect's envoy. After another month of training, Lin Xian's control over his body has significantly improved. Now, his body can freely grow larger or smaller, but the extent of growth is limited. He can only grow to be a giant 100 meters tall. His increased size means his strength will increase significantly, but that doesn't mean he won't be powerful in his normal form. The law of chaos grants me the power of chaos to circulate within my body. The law of spirit allows a complete spiritual world to be born in my sea of consciousness, and the law of power gives my body the potential to become a universe. The 3 first-class laws have different abilities, but I clearly feel that when you fully comprehend them, they are all closely related to the world and the universe and are inseparable from each other. Lin Xian thought to himself, although he had not yet fully mastered any first-class laws, this connection was becoming increasingly clear. Go to the machine and test it to see what level my data has reached. Thinking of this, Lin Xian got up and left the villa. Now, even in an environment with gravity 100 times stronger than normal, he could still walk easily. The gravity of planet Abel had almost no effect on him. There was no one in front of the testing machine, so Lin Xian stood on it. Soon, the data was displayed before his eyes. Physical strength, peak heaven level. Strength, 101.1 cosmic units. Speed, 99.8 cosmic velocity. Defense, 110.0 cosmic units. Time of entry into the body refining planet, year 4796, 39826 of the cosmic calendar, 128th solar day. Abel's body refinement planet ranking, 2nd place. Upon seeing these figures, Lin Xian's face showed an expression of disbelief. So strong? All the data have reached the level of a heavenly level cultivator. He was clearly only at the celestial master level, but the data he tested showed that he had reached the peak of the heavenly king level. The perfect statistic for a heavenly king level cultivator is 100 cosmic units, and Lin Xian has slightly surpassed the standard. This means that, based solely on his physical strength, he can contend with ordinary heavenly king level cultivators. With the amplification from the vermilion bird bloodline and the flying dragon in the sky, the power of my full force attack can exceed 1000 cosmic units. This is a realm that only Dao venerable cultivators can reach. Lin Xian was thrilled. He hadn't expected that simply comprehending the law of power would lead to such a huge increase in his strength. Just as he was shocked by these data, the planet Abel suddenly began to shake violently. What's going on? Has someone comprehended a first-level law? He assumed that it was because a cultivator had successfully broken through to the next level that such a commotion had occurred. However, this is not the case. This shaking was not limited to Abel, but affected the entire universe. All planets were trembling. At the same time, the once bright sky suddenly turned black, leaving Lin Xian speechless with astonishment. What on earth happened? It was daytime just a moment ago. How did it suddenly turn dark? His doubts grew stronger. Just as he was puzzled, a huge golden list suddenly appeared in the dark sky. Lin Xian involuntarily looked up. The golden list emitted a dazzling golden light and slowly unfolded, revealing lines of large black characters. Greetings to all the geniuses in the universe. The cosmic genius battle, held once every million years, is about to begin. All cultivators who have cultivated for less than 1 million years are welcome to register. Registration will be conducted via a personal identification miniature device, and the registration period will last for 1 month, after which the registration channel will be closed. All applicants will go through 3 stages in sequence: the Galaxy Selection Competition, the Starfield Elimination Competition, and the Universe Nation Qualification Competition. In the end, each Universe Nation will select 3 of the strongest cultivators to participate in the final God Kingdom Positioning Competition. Through the Divine Kingdom Ranking Competition, all geniuses will receive a final ranking, and based on this ranking, the 3 major divine sects and 5 major divine kingdoms will bestow the most generous rewards, including equipment, treasures, and cultivation slots. May all cultivators achieve brilliant success. Once all the contents of the golden list were fully displayed, the list disappeared into the air, and the sky returned to brightness from darkness. Looking at the information on the list of successful candidates, and recalling the scene when the list was displayed, Lin Xian felt extremely shocked. What kind of strength is required to make this golden list visible to all cultivators? cultivators in the universe at the same time. Lin Xian knew that this golden list could be seen by everyone in the universe, but he didn't understand the principle behind it. Perhaps only a god king could do it. The cosmic genius battle. Should I participate? The thought flashed through his mind. Now that he was already a disciple of the spirit god sect with a golden token, did he still need to participate in the cosmic genius battle? Lin Xian had some doubts in his heart, but he quickly figured them out. Since Master hasn't come to me on his own initiative, it means I can decide this matter myself. With my Master's abilities, he must know the whole story. Since he didn't come to me, it means I have the power to make the decision. Then let's participate. It'll be much more interesting to compete against all the geniuses in the universe. A smile appeared on his face. As a cultivator who had comprehended 3 first-class laws, Lin Xian considered himself a genius, although his current realm was slightly low. After all, most of those powerful cultivators who have cultivated for a million years, with their exceptional talent and abundant resources, have already reached the level of Dao Venerable or even Dao King, while I have just embarked on the path of cultivation, so I am naturally at a disadvantage in terms of realm. Lin Xian took out his personal identification miniature device, which was powerful and had all the functions of communication, money transfer, identification, registration, and inquiry. Lin Xian, a cultivator from Yengu Divine Kingdom, Qianshang Universe Kingdom, 8 Star Region, Halley Galaxy, and Wanling Planet, a mid-level celestial master cultivator, do you confirm your registration for the Universe Genius Battle? The miniature device used to verify Lin Xian's personal identity was activated. Lin Xian nodded in confirmation without hesitation, showing great interest in this battle of geniuses. Registration successful. Please stay tuned for competition updates. With his registration successful, Lin Xian's training phase on Planet Able was basically over. After all, he needed to focus all his efforts on preparing for the Cosmic Genius Battle. However, the existing Class D spaceships are too slow and take too much time to get anywhere, which is obviously not enough. So he decided to go to a commercial trading planet to buy a higher class spaceship. Are you sure you want to leave Planet Able? When the staff asked Lin Xian, they guessed that Lin Xian was participating in the Cosmic Genius Battle. Well, this place won't be of much help to me. I need to go back and prepare properly. Lin Xian responded with a smile. You definitely need to prepare well. Good luck. The staff waved goodbye, and Lin Xian boarded the spaceship and flew towards Planet Newly. The journey from Able to Nuri takes approximately 90 solar days. During this time, Lin Xian can only cultivate peacefully inside the spaceship. All geniuses who have registered for the Halley Galaxy Selection Competition, please travel to Planet Ida within 1 year. The Galaxy Selection Competition will officially begin 1 year from now. Those who do not arrive at that time will be disqualified from the competition. Lin Xian received this notification on his 60th day aboard the spaceship. A year is plenty of time. He muttered to himself that he felt he had enough time to make thorough preparations. Soon after, he returned to the planet of business and trade, Nuri Planet, and this time headed straight for the spaceship exchange. Could you tell me the price of a Class C spaceship? Lin Xian asked the staff directly. Hello, there are 2 types of Class C spaceships. Standard production costs 400,000 Xiansheng coins, and fine production costs 500,000 Xiansheng coins. Upon hearing the price, Lin Xian nodded to indicate that he could accept it. What about the price of a Class B spaceship? Lin Xian currently held over 2 million Xiansheng coins. If he could buy a Class B spaceship, it would be perfect. After all, a Class B spaceship's flight speed is almost twice that of a Class D spaceship. Class B spaceships come in 2 types. One is a standard type, which costs around 1.5 million Xiansheng coins, and the other is a finely crafted type, which costs around 1.7 million. Then what's the difference between them? Lin Xian asked. The meticulously crafted spaceship uses better materials, is faster, and has stronger protective capabilities, making it difficult for even cultivators below the Dao King level to damage. It also has more space and a more beautiful appearance. The staff patiently explained to Lin Xian the differences between ordinary and exquisite production. Then take me to see one of those meticulously crafted Class B spaceships. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's interest was piqued. He was looking for a spaceship that could travel even faster. Okay, please follow me. The staff members perked up immediately upon hearing Lin Xian's words. After all, selling such an expensive spaceship would mean a substantial commission for them, so they were naturally happy. The 2 quickly arrived at the display area of the Class B spaceship. These 10 spaceships are all meticulously crafted Class B spaceships. Which one do you prefer? Lin Xian looked at the 10 spaceships in front of him. Judging from the size of the space alone, they were at least twice as big as his previous D-class spaceships. Their appearances were also quite cool and stylish, making it hard not to want to buy them. Let's go with that one. He quickly selected a black spaceship that resembled a rock spreading its wings. This spaceship is priced at 1.78 million Xiansheng coins. You can pay here and take it with you using your spatial ring. The staff member smiled and told Lin Xian that the purchase process was very simple. Lin Xian nodded and did as instructed, paying the money and successfully obtaining the spaceship. With this Class B spaceship, Lin Xian
Xian's travel within the Halley Galaxy became much more convenient. In fact, Lin Xian had already comprehended the law of power and was capable of flying freely in the universe without relying on a spaceship. But he knew that personal flight was extremely physically demanding, far less comfortable than traveling in a spaceship. Moreover, his speed couldn't keep up with this Class B spaceship. After buying the spaceship, Lin Xian immediately set his destination as the planet of 10,000 spirits, since he needed to go back and take a look before heading to planet Ida. It's definitely much faster. Lin Xian couldn't help but sigh. This meticulously crafted Class B spaceship traveled from planet Nuli to planet Wanling in just 3.5 solar days, significantly faster than a Class D spaceship. Having just arrived on the planet Wanling, Lin Xian was about to find Chen to inquire about the latest situation here. But as soon as he stepped off the spaceship, he saw two people standing in front of him. Senior brother? What are you doing here? The young man in white looked at Lin Xian with surprise and curiosity. He was none other than Bai Yue, the eldest disciple of the Silver God King Su Wentian and a mid-stage God King cultivator. Beside Bai Yue stood a young, beautiful woman who looked exactly like a human. She had a perfect figure, perfectly proportioned features, and gazed tenderly at Lin Xian with a faint smile on her lips. Let me introduce her. She is also Master's disciple, your fourth senior sister, named Yue. Bai Yue smiled and said to Lin Xian. Previously, Yue hadn't been by Su Wentian's side, so Lin Xian had never seen her before. Upon hearing the introduction from his senior brother, Lin Xian quickly bowed and respectfully said, "Greetings, senior sister. No need to be so polite, you can just call me Yue." Yue approached Lin Xian, looked him over carefully, and responded with a smile. Let's just call her senior sister. Lin Xian felt that using honorifics was more appropriate for a first meeting, and that it wouldn't be too late to change the way people addressed each other once they were more familiar with each other. She was the last disciple Master took in before he was trapped. She hasn't been cultivating for long, but she has exceptional talent. You two will probably be together often in the future. As the senior disciple, Bai Yue really hoped that his two junior brothers and sisters, who were both still single, could get together. Yes, senior brother, Lin Xian replied. Lin Xian responded immediately, clearly still somewhat reserved in front of his senior brother. Yue came here mainly to check on the situation of the Myriad Spirits planet, and she will also visit Master in the secret realm. She should reveal some information afterward, so let her tell her. My mission is complete, so I won't disturb you two any longer. Goodbye. Bai Yue noticed Lin Xian's unease and took the initiative to leave, giving Lin Xian and Yue space to talk alone. Lin Xian and Yue also said goodbye to their senior brother, and then took Yue back to their own home. Lin Xian's parents were overjoyed to see that he had brought such a beautiful girl, but Lin Xian didn't dare to say much. He only told them that the two were fellow disciples and that he had important things to discuss, and then went straight upstairs. Can fellow disciples be together too? Lin Xian's mother asked with a smile. Lin Xian sat leisurely, enjoying the peaceful life before him, and said calmly, "Let the children handle their own affairs, we can't interfere." Lin Xian led Yue to the second-floor hall, but felt it wasn't appropriate to take her to the bedroom, so he chose to sit here instead. Senior sister, is there something you want to talk to me about? Lin Xian asked proactively. Regarding the ownership of the Myriad Spirits planet, Yue replied. Since the Myriad Spirits planet belongs to the Spirit God sect, then everything here should rightfully belong to the Spirit God sect. Hearing this, Lin Xian had a vague sense of unease, but on the surface he could only ask, what are the Lingshan sect's plans? According to the elders, the Myriad Spirits planet is an extremely special planet, a great treasure to all forces in the universe, Yue explained. Therefore, the Spirit God sect will definitely take over this place and give priority to its disciples to come here to cultivate and receive its inheritance. Yue looked at Lin Xian and explained the opinion of the Elder Council of the Spirit God sect. Because the sect master Su Wentian was trapped in the Heavenly Tao cage, the Elder Council was responsible for all affairs of the Spirit God sect. However, my master is still here. The elders sent me here to hear my master's opinion before making any plans. Yue added that the elders must respect Su Wentian's opinion. What did master say? Lin Xian was very concerned about his master's attitude. If his master agreed, he naturally wouldn't object. He said that the entire Spirit God sect must follow your arrangements regarding everything concerning the Myriad Spirits planet. When Yue said those words, Lin Xian was so shocked he could hardly believe it. In fact, not only him, but Yue and all the elders of the Spirit God sect had not expected their master to say such a thing. Really? Lin Xian asked, unsure. Really, that's why I wanted to hear your thoughts. Yue nodded in confirmation. Since her master had given such an instruction, the Lingshan sect would certainly comply. Actually, my idea is very simple. The fact that so many cultivators at the peak of the God King realm are trapped on the Myriad Spirits planet is definitely a valuable resource. If we can make good use of it, the Spirit God sect will surely gain huge benefits from it. Lin Xian began to reveal his feelings to Yue. However, the native inhabitants of the planet Wanling are weak and unable to survive independently in the universe. My idea is that, on the premise of protecting them, I am willing to share this most benefit with the Lingxian sect. This was Lin Xian's true thought. He knew that he alone could not enable the indigenous people to achieve the development they deserve, at least not in the short term, so he had to rely on the help of the Spirit God sect. You mean, you want the Spirit God sect to send people to help you protect the planet, and you're willing to share the profits with the Spirit God sect? Yui asked, understanding Lin Xian's intention. Yes, I am now selling the slots to enter the secret realm for 200,000 Xiansheng coins. In fact, the price can be higher, so I am willing to split the profits with the Lingxian sect at a 70/30 ratio. Lin Xian clearly stated his thoughts. This was his bottom line. If the Spirit God sect could not accept it, he would continue to sell entry slots into the secret realm in the existing manner. 70/20/10? How is it divided? Who gets it? Yui asked curiously. The Spirit God sect takes 70% of the profits, I take 20%, and the remaining 10% will be left to the Myriad Spirits planet for technological development, so that cultivators can have better cultivation resources, Lin Xian explained to Yui. In fact, he could have demanded a 70/30 split, but since the secret realm originally belonged to the Myriad Spirits planet, it would be unfair to monopolize it just because he was the strongest. After listening to Lin Xian's words, Yui carefully considered the situation. This was still a considerable profit for the Spirit God sect, only a portion needed to be given to Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian was, after all, the disciple of sect master Su Wendian and had comprehended 3 first-class laws. If Su Wendian were truly unable to intervene in the future, he would most likely become the new sect master of the Spirit God sect. Letting the sect master earn some money seemed perfectly reasonable. Wait for me a moment, I'll go contact the elders. Yui felt that this plan was perfectly acceptable and decided to tell the elders about Lin Xian's proposal. Alright, then senior sister, please make the contact. I'll go out and brew you a pot of tea. After saying that, Lin Xian left the room, allowing Yui to communicate with the elders of the Spirit God sect alone. About 10 minutes later, Lin Xian re-entered the room. By then, Yui had already reached an agreement with the elders. So, senior sister, are the elders willing to accept my proposal? Lin Xian asked while pouring tea for Yui. They completely agree with the profit-sharing method you mentioned, but they also have a few requirements that require your consent, Yui replied. Since the other party agreed to share the profits, everything was easy to discuss, and Lin Xian was quite satisfied. First, disciples of the Spirit God sect and native inhabitants of the Myriad Spirits planet can enter the secret realm for free, Yui stated the elders' first condition. Of course, there's no need to say it, I would have done the same anyway, Lin Xian replied with a smile. After all, they were all family, so it was only natural that they could enter the secret realm for free. Secondly, they will set the price for entering the secret realm and be responsible for collecting payments. They will share the profits with you and the Myriad Spirits planet every 3 years, Yui continued. This request was quite normal. Lin Xian pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, it's reasonable for them to set the price, after all, they understand the value of the universe and the secret realm better. I can also accept a profit-sharing arrangement every 3 years. Finally, your protective barrier needs to be removed, and you should use the Spirit God sect's grand formation instead. No matter how strong the opponent is, they cannot break through this formation, Yui stated her final request. That's no problem, but who controls this formation? Can we enter and exit freely? Lin Xian asked doubtfully. The Great Formation is uncontrolled, and anyone can freely enter and exit. It will only resist all forms of attack, Yui replied. Can the safety of the original inhabitants be guaranteed? Lin Xian asked with concern. The name of the Spirit God sect is the best guarantee. I believe no one wants their planet to become a slave planet, Yui said with a smile. Indeed, the punishment was extremely severe. As long as members of the Spirit God sect were here, all cultivators in the universe had to abide by the rules of the Spirit God sect. This was a symbol of strength. In that case, I have no reason to disagree, Lin Xian said to Yui with a smile. Having the Spirit God sect manage the secret realm was indeed more appropriate than him managing it alone. Since you agree, I will convey your decision to the elders of the Spirit God sect, and they will immediately send people to take over this place, Yui said, nodding. Are you planning to participate in this cosmic genius battle? Yui asked Lin Xian. Yes, I think this is a great opportunity to hone my skills and also to meet geniuses from all over the universe, Lin Xian answered frankly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. In terms of talent alone, you are probably the most outstanding being in the universe right now, but you haven't cultivated for long enough, and the gap is still obvious compared to those geniuses who have cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years. This was precisely what Yui was most worried about, because the time spent cultivating was also crucial for improving her strength. Listening to Yui's words, Lin Xian realized that his current level was indeed too low, but he couldn't find a better solution for the time being. So when I came out, my master asked you to go to him. He would help you adjust the flow of time so that you could make up for your lack of level and realm before the start of the cosmic genius battle. Yui smiled as she looked at Lin Xian's slightly worried expression. Really? Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's heart blossomed with joy. His master master's willingness to lend a helping hand was undoubtedly the best news. Of course it's true, just go in from here. As Yui spoke, she waved her hand, and a teleportation portal appeared in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian stared at the teleportation portal in front of him and asked curiously, "If I enter the portal, will I be able to go directly to my master?" Yui nodded and explained, "That's right, you'll see master as soon as you go in." "Senior sister, do you cultivate the laws of space?" Lin Xian couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. "I cultivate the laws of spacetime and yin-yang, both of which are first-class laws, but I am still no match for you." Yui replied with a smile that she could summon such a simple spatial portal at will. "Senior sister is amazing." Lin Xian sincerely praised him. After all, being able to cultivate two first-class laws at the same time was a talent that was far beyond the reach of ordinary people. "Go quickly, don't keep your master waiting too long," Yui urged. Lin Xian said no more and stepped into the teleportation portal. When he passed through the portal, he was already standing in front of his master, the white-clad god king Su Wentian. "Greetings, master." Lin Xian immediately bowed and greeted him. Compared to their first meeting, he felt significantly less pressured now that he was facing his master. Because he has already comprehended three first-class laws, his connection with the heavenly Tao has become deeper, and the heavenly Tao has also helped him share some of the pressure. "You did well. You will continue to cultivate here. The flow of time here is a million times faster than outside. A few months of cultivation here is equivalent to hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation outside. In this way, you will have no difference in cultivation time compared to other geniuses." Su Wentian's voice remained solemn and sacred, inspiring awe and leaving no room for doubt. "Yes, master." Lin Xian excitedly kowtowed to his master in gratitude, and then began to cultivate diligently. Time flies. Over the past hundreds of thousands of years, Lin Xian has climbed from the intermediate level of Celestial Master to the peak of Heavenly King, but breaking through to the Tao level is still fraught with difficulties. "Alright, it's time for you to come out. To break through to the Tao level, you need to comprehend the laws at a deeper level." Before leaving, the white-robed God King Su Wentian reminded him that the key to breaking through to a higher realm lies in a deeper understanding of the laws, and Lin Xian has not yet reached that level. When Lin Xian was sent back to the Myriad Spirits planet by his master, the Spirit God sect had already taken complete control of the place. The Spirit God sect's grand formation was completed, and a large number of Spirit God sect disciples were stationed in the skies above the Myriad Spirits planet, responsible for guarding the entire planet. "Let me introduce you. This is Yuri, the person in charge of this mission sent by the Spirit God sect." Yui led Lin Xian to a middle-aged man and introduced him. "Hello, I am Lin Xian." Lin Xian took the initiative to greet the other party. "Hello, I'm Yuri. This is my price list. You can take a look at it first, and I will charge according to this standard from now on." As Yuri spoke, he transmitted the price list to Lin Xian's receiver. Lin Xian's face immediately showed extreme surprise when he saw the first one. "Secret Realm number 1, 100 million cosmic coins. That's way too expensive." 100 million cosmic coins? Lin Xian asked Yuri in shock, completely unexpectedly finding the price to be so outrageous. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Yuri and Yui exchanged a smile and said, looking at it from another angle, "Going in might allow us to obtain the inheritance of the universe's #1 God King. Is spending this 100 million worth it?" Lin Xian was stunned for a moment before he realized that not only 100 million universe coins, but even 1 billion universe coins would be acceptable. On a cosmic scale, 100 million cosmic coins is nothing. Cultivators have long lifespans, giving them ample time to accumulate wealth, so this price is actually quite reasonable. Yui further explained to Lin Xian that only a newcomer like him, who had just stepped into the universe, would think that 100 million universe coins was an exaggerated number. "I see." After listening to their explanations, Lin Xian finally understood. He then began to check the prices of other secret realms. Most of the secret realms are priced between 10 million and 100 million universe coins, which is frankly much higher than the price Lin Xian had set beforehand. "You were only targeting cultivators in the Halley Galaxy before, so it's normal for your prices to be low. But now we're going to be dealing with cultivators from the entire universe, so naturally we have to set the prices higher." Yuri told Lin Xian that different customer groups naturally have different prices. "Okay, let's do it your way. After all, you guys really know the market better." Lin Xian laughed and said that he was too lazy to worry about it anyway, as long as he could get a share of the profits in the future. "We've tested each secret realm. Any cultivator below the god level can enter, and the number of people who can enter is virtually unlimited. With this capacity, the speed at which you can make money will definitely be astonishing. You need to be mentally prepared." Yuri reminded Lin Xian that the secret realm could accommodate many cultivators, so the speed of making money would naturally be very fast. "Ha ha, that's not a problem. The more money the better." Hearing Yuri's words, Lin Xian laughed heartily. After all, what he lacked most right now was money. Having just entered space, he hadn't yet found a suitable way to make money. "Aren't you going to participate in the Cosmic Genius Battle? The selection competition in the Halley Galaxy starts in 2 months. months. We should set off. Yui turned to Lin Xian and said. Lin Xian looked at Yui and asked in surprise. Yes, let's participate together. I also signed up for the Cosmic Genius Battle. Yui smiled and said to Lin Xian. I see, I thought you had participated before. Lin Xian was surprised to find that his fourth senior sister had not yet experienced the Cosmic Genius Battle. I have only cultivated for a little over 500,000 years, while the Cosmic Genius Battle is held only once every million years, so I never had the chance to participate before. Yui explained to Lin Xian. I understand. Let's go together then. My spaceship or yours? Lin Xian asked. Logically, I should use my own spaceship, but Yui's spaceship is more advanced, so I asked. Take my seat. My spaceship is fast. It'll only take a few seconds to get to Ida in the Halley Galaxy. Yui said. A few seconds? Lin Xian was shocked to hear this, as this place was millions of light years away from planet Ida. My spaceship is S-class, with the ability to travel through wormholes in spacetime, allowing me to instantly reach any planet within the galaxy. Yui explained that this ability to traverse wormholes far exceeds the speed of ordinary flight. No wonder S-class and above spaceships are so ridiculously expensive. They have such powerful functions. Lin Xian suddenly realized why these spaceships were so expensive. After a brief chat, Lin Xian went home to say goodbye to his parents, then met with Chen, explained some things, and then boarded the S-class spaceship with Yui. Yui's spaceship is pure white, shaped like a large fish, and has a spacious interior that can accommodate hundreds of people. Destination: Yen Valley Divine Kingdom, Shancheng Universe Kingdom, Edward Star Region, Halley Galaxy, Planet Ida, Dock Number 3. After Yui confirmed the flight path, the spaceship immediately started. The S-class spacecraft launches extremely quickly, soaring into space in just a few breaths. Begin traversing the wormhole. A voice prompt sounded, and Lin Xian felt the spaceship shake slightly. Then he heard a second prompt. Destination reached. Really that fast? Lin Xian couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It was simply unbelievable. In just a few seconds, they had flown from planet Wanling to planet Ida. Of course it's true. Let's go out quickly. This planet must be very lively right now. Yui smiled and spoke to Lin Xian as she let him off the spaceship. Sure enough, just as Yui had said, as soon as they stepped out of the spaceship, they saw countless spaceships docked there, so numerous that they couldn't count them all. As the two walked out of docking point number 3, they were greeted by a variety of aircraft that filled the entire area. Let's find a place to settle down first. We still have 2 months to prepare properly, Yui said to Lin Xian. Okay, what kind of place do you like to live in? Lin Xian asked with concern. After all, Yui was a woman, and he needed to take extra care of her. A relatively quiet place will do. Given the large number of cultivators on Ida Star, finding a relatively quiet place to stay is already considered quite good. Lin Xian quickly searched for a location that met Yui's requirements on the electronic map of Ida Star. He quickly selected an area where estates were available for rent. The environment was beautiful, but the rent was quite expensive. Let's go here then. The rent is reasonable, considering you've just arrived in the universe. I'll cover the cost. Yui was very satisfied with the place and smiled as she spoke to Lin Xian. After all, a monthly rent of 1 million Xiancheng coins was simply unaffordable for Lin Xian. The two did not intend to use a flying vehicle, and relied on their own speed to reach their destination in less than a minute. Minimum lease term of 6 months, deposit of 1 million Xiancheng coins. The staff explained to Lin Xian and Yui. Then let's rent it for a year. Yui spoke decisively, and then transferred a large sum of Xiancheng coins, swiftly and without the slightest hesitation. They really are rich. Watching Yui spend money, Lin Xian sighed inwardly. As a core member of the Spirit God sect and a disciple of the White-clad God King, Yui naturally has no shortage of money. The annual dividends given to her by the Spirit God sect alone are an astronomical figure. For her, the cost of renting the estate was a drop in the ocean. Soon, they moved into the manor. Although the manor wasn't large, the environment was excellent, and it was equipped with a butler, nanny, servants, etc., so they hardly had to worry about anything. They waited quietly there until the Galactic Selection Competition officially began. 1 week before the Galactic Selection Competition, Yui and Lin Xian's personal identity microdevices simultaneously received a notification. Attention all geniuses participating in the Halley Galaxy Selection Tournament. The number of participants has reached tens of billions, therefore the competition format is set as a survival elimination tournament. All contestants will be randomly assigned to 100 regions, with an equal number of participants in each region. Within each region, contestants can freely fight each other, earning 1 point for every genius defeated. Ultimately, the top 10 contestants in each region will advance to the next round of selection. The survival elimination tournament will take place in a virtual universe where the strength is exactly the same as in reality. Once a player is killed, they will be immediately kicked out of the virtual universe and considered eliminated. The survival elimination tournament lasts for a year, and participants must try their best to eliminate as many opponents as possible to accumulate points and ensure they can advance to the next stage. After learning about the process of the Halley Galaxy Selection Tournament, Lin Xiankai truly realized realized the sheer number of cultivators participating in the cosmic genius battle. Hundreds of billions of cultivators are participating in the competition, and this is only a small part of the Halley Galaxy, Lin Shen said to Yui in surprise, his face full of disbelief. Yui was already used to this. After all, she had a deep understanding of the universe and had long expected this to happen. Some star systems have trillions of participants in the competition, which is very common in the universe. You'll have to get used to it. This was the only thing Yui could say to Lin Xian. Though the words were straightforward, they were utterly true. In the universe, all kinds of resources can become scarce, but cultivators are never in short supply. After hearing Yui's words, Lin Xian's mood calmed down a lot. He realized that his shock at the number was simply due to his limited knowledge. Which zone were you assigned to? Yui asked, because each participant's zone had been determined after the notification was issued. Lin Xian glanced at the notification and replied, I'm in District 98. My number is Gujmian 7865. Well, we're not in the same district. I'm in District 3. It seems we'll have to rely on our own abilities for this first round of selection, Yui said with a smile to Lin Xian. Each district only admits the top 10, and with their strength, making it into the top 10 shouldn't be a problem. For the next period of time, the two of them stayed in the virtual universe, repeatedly simulating training and familiarizing themselves with the environment. This virtual universe is a world jointly developed by the three major sects, and any cultivator who has reached the heavenly level or above can enter it. Once inside, the virtual universe will scan all of the cultivator's information, granting him all the abilities he possesses in the real universe, a truly powerful feature. Therefore, the virtual universe is specifically used to host large-scale events and is not open to the public at other times because maintaining it is both complex and resource-intensive. Time flies, and the selection competition in the Halley Galaxy has officially begun. All participants have accessed the virtual universe on planet Ida and are waiting for the competition to begin. At this moment, Lin Xian and Yui had also entered the virtual universe, ready to step into the competition arena at any time. Teleported to the competition venue, District 98. Once a cultivator arrives at the competition venue, the competition officially begins, and they can hunt down other participants. A notification sounded in his ear, and with a flash of white light, Lin Xian's figure vanished instantly. In the blink of an eye, he was standing atop a high mountain, the location of District 98. To ensure fairness, all 100 competition zones are on identical planets with completely identical environmental conditions such as gravity and air density, and each planet has approximately 100 million participants. Upon arriving at the competition venue, Lin Xian gripped Flying Dragon in the sky tightly, ready to go into battle at any moment. With his ability to comprehend the laws of the mind, he can easily pinpoint the location of all participants in the entire competition arena. Then I'll make you my first target. He quickly located a cultivator who was only 1 kilometer away from him. Lin Xian, possessing the law of power, holds an absolute advantage in speed. Among cultivators of the same level, apart from those who have comprehended the law of spacetime, no one can outrun him. Before the other party could react, Lin Xian had already swiftly flown behind him. I'm sorry. Lin Xian's Flying Dragon soared into the sky and struck instantly, easily piercing the opponent's skull. In the virtual universe, only attacking the crown of the head, the top of the head, is effective in defeating a cultivator. Attacks on other parts of the body are ineffective. Once the crown of the head is hit, the system determines the opponent's death and immediately removes them from the virtual universe. A blue and white light flashed in front of Lin Xian, and the contestant left the arena with regret. Lin Xian thus successfully earned a point. With his current strength, he is virtually invincible in the Halley Galaxy. At the peak of the Heavenly King realm, coupled with combat techniques based on 3 first-class laws, unless an exceptionally extraordinary genius emerges, no one can shake his position. Relying on his powerful detection abilities, Lin Xian easily located the nearest cultivators and sent them out of the virtual universe one by one. Therefore, in District 98, Lin Xian's personal score rose extremely quickly, far exceeding that of other participants in the same district. Look, the match has only been going on for an hour, and Lin Xian from District 98 has already surpassed 1,000 points. Since this round of the competition will not be broadcast live via Galaxy, viewers can only see the changes in the scores of all participating players, but cannot watch the actual competition footage. The other cultivators in the Halley Galaxy were closely watching the changes in their points, discussing Lin Xian's rapidly increasing score. The highest score in other regions is only 400 or 500 points. How could he have increased his score so quickly? Indeed, he earns over 1,000 points per hour, which averages out to 16 or 17 cultivators per minute. In other words, Lin Xian can kill an opponent in just a few seconds. This is outrageous. Does he think he's killing other cultivators like prey? Everyone was incredulous and shocked by Lin Xian's performance. Some even suspected that the scoreboard was malfunctioning, since who would have thought there would be such a freakish cultivator? At this moment, Lin Xian and the other contestants from District 98 had no idea that in the real world, everyone's attention was focused on their competition. These contestants are too weak, mostly at the mid-stage of the heavenly venerable realm.
They can't withstand a single blow from me.
Lin Xian stood atop the mountain, looking down at his feet, and muttered to himself,
"This is actually quite normal.
After all, galaxies are just low-level units of the universe, and it's almost impossible for them to produce unparalleled geniuses.
The real powerhouses are all in cosmic kingdoms and divine kingdoms."
If Lin Xian wants to encounter a true opponent, he must advance to a later stage of the competition. In the third competition area, Yu Yi's score was far ahead of the second place, but her kill speed was obviously not as fast as Lin Xian's. This is not because Yu Yi is weaker than Lin Xian, but because she has not comprehended the laws of the mind and is unable to quickly lock onto her target. But once she spots a target, she can instantly teleport to their side and kill them. Having simultaneously comprehended the laws of spacetime and yin-yang, Yu Yi displayed exceptionally formidable combat prowess.
The yin-yang principle governs the power of yin and yang.
Every planet in the universe has two satellites, the sun and the moon, from which the power of yin and yang originates. The yin-yang principle combines the principles of the sun and the moon, and is one of the 7 first-class principles. It is extremely difficult to comprehend because it contains enormous contradictions. Cultivators who can comprehend the laws of yin and yang hold an extremely high position in the universe, possessing exceptionally strong combat power, recovery ability, and control. With the laws of spacetime in her left hand and the laws of yin and yang in her right, Yui dominated the competition area number 3, leaving no one unscathed in her wake. Yui from competition zone number 3 and Lin Xian from competition zone number 98 have such a huge lead in points compared to everyone else.
Could they really kill other cultivators so easily?
The audience in the Halley Galaxy was very interested in the two and eager to see them compete.
However, due to regulations, the first round of matches will not be broadcast live within the galaxy.
Soon after, the first day of the competition ended, and Lin Xian's personal score reached 103,632 points, ranking first among all the contestants. Yui is in second place on the leaderboard with 79,413 points, about one-third less than Lin Xian. The third place went to a cultivator named Aled, who had only 187 points, far behind Lin Xian and Yui. Subsequently, the points gradually decreased, especially the cultivators in the 3rd and 98th competition areas, whose points were dismal due to the presence of Lin Xian and Yui. The first round of the competition will last for a year. Based on Lin Xian's current scoring speed, he will be able to obtain more than 30 million points by then, and will undoubtedly be able to enter the top 10 in this competition area. Therefore, in the following competitions, Lin Xian and Yui became the two contestants most watched by the audience in the Halley Galaxy. However, it was noticed that Yui's points growth rate slowed down significantly in subsequent matches, while Lin Xian was still able to maintain an extremely fast points accumulation rate. This is because, as the number of cultivators in the competition area gradually decreased, it became increasingly difficult for Yui to find targets, and her score naturally declined. In contrast, Lin Xian had already mastered the exact locations of all the cultivators, so he didn't need to search for them at all and could easily gain points. 6 months later, Lin Xian's points reached 20 million, which means that he alone killed 1/5 of the contestants in the 98th competition area.
This shocked all the viewers in the Halley Galaxy and also aroused great interest from many high-level managers. Who exactly are Lin Xian and Yui? How come I've never heard of them before?
A middle-aged man sat at the head of the conference table and asked the crowd.
I don't know.
The planet they registered on was Wanling Planet, which is a special planet under the Lingshan sect. The other person replied.
That's all I know.
This is not surprising. After all, Lin Xian has just joined the universe and there is very little information about him, and as a special disciple of the Spirit God sect, Yui's information is strictly kept secret in the universe, so no one really knows her. Judging from their behavior and background, they are probably indeed from the Spirit God sect. The middle-aged man said in a low voice after hearing this.
If they are from the Spirit God sect, why bother starting from the Star System selection tournament?
They could directly participate in the final God Kingdom positioning tournament, he retorted, frowning. As members of one of the 3 major sects, they are qualified to directly enter the final competition, depending on their status within the sect.
Perhaps it's to let them train and accumulate experience.
That was the only guess that everyone could make, since it was hard to believe that 2 such talented cultivators would appear in the Halley Galaxy at the same time.
But this is a good thing for us. If they achieve good results in the future, they can also bring glory to the Halley Galaxy, and the Flame Valley Divine Kingdom will definitely give them generous
rewards. The middle-aged man showed a gratified smile, because Lin Xian and Yui both represent the Halley Galaxy, and as long as they achieve excellent results, the galaxy will naturally benefit.
That's right. Everyone nodded in agreement.
Soon, a year had passed, and the point standings for all 100 competition regions were clear. The top 10 players in each region advanced to the next round, while the rest were eliminated. Among them, Lin Xian, as the first place in the 98th competition area, has a terrifying score of over 50 million. In other words, he single-handedly eliminated more than than half of the opponents in the area, firmly holding the top spot on the overall leaderboard. Yui, the first place winner in the third competition area, has also reached 20 million points, ranking second in the overall points leaderboard. Looking at their scores alone, it's hard to see an extreme difference between them. But once you compare their scores with those of the third place team, you'll see how terrifying their strength is. The third ranked player on the overall leaderboard only has a score of 39,000, which is thousands of times higher than the scores of Lin Xian and Yui. This shows just how powerful the two of them are. I can't wait to see the next round of the competition. Just how much strength are Lin Xian and Yui hiding to get such high scores? Almost all the spectators in the Halley Galaxy were thinking the same thing. On planet Alan, at the manor where Lin Xian and Yui reside, I didn't expect your points to increase so much faster than mine. Yui looked at Lin Xian in front of her, a hint of surprise on her face. Although Yui only comprehended 2 first-class laws, her realm was slightly higher than Lin Xian's, having reached the mid-stage of Dao Venerable. She also made a further step forward in the depth of her comprehension of laws than Lin Xian. However, even so, her score was far lower than Lin Xian's, which surprised her quite a bit. The main reason is that you don't have a way to quickly lock onto targets, so you have to spend more time searching for them, while I can lock onto all targets within the competition area. Lin Xian explained to Yui with a smile. It was precisely because of this advantage that he saved a lot of time and thus obtained a higher score. If we meet in the next round, I won't go easy on you just because you're my senior, Yui said to Lin Xian half-jokingly, because they might indeed meet in the next round. It's really hard to say who will win. Lin Xian glanced at her and replied with a smile. Soon after, they received notification of the second round of the competition. All the geniuses who have advanced to the second round of the Halley Galaxy selection competition. Hello to the 1,000 contestants who have advanced to the second round. This round of the competition will be divided into 2 groups. The top 5 in each competition area will be in the upper group, and the 6th to 10th place will be in the lower group. The competition adopts a one-on-one elimination system, with the winner advancing and the loser being eliminated. Each match consists of 1 player from the higher-ranked group facing off against 1 player from the lower-ranked group. The competition will officially begin 1 solar day later. Please enter the virtual universe on time. All subsequent matches will be broadcast live simultaneously within the galaxy. Wishing all the geniuses the best of luck. According to the rules, 500 people will be eliminated in the second round, and the remaining 500 people will advance to the third round. Looking at these competition rules, it's impossible for us to meet in the second round, Yui said to Lin Xian with some regret after reading the rules. Senior sister, stop thinking about meeting me all the time. Why don't we advance together? Lin Xian felt that his senior sister had a strong competitive spirit. It seemed that she had her eye on him because he had a slight lead in points in the first round. Of course we'll advance together, but I still want to defeat you. Yui glanced at Lin Xian and said proudly. As a genius, she was naturally arrogant, and her competitive spirit was even stronger when she encountered an equally matched opponent. Alright, I'm ready anytime. Lin Xian wasn't going to back down either, and could only wait for the opportunity to fight. The second round of the competition has officially begun. This round can be watched live, and the match between Lin Xian and Yui naturally became the focus of attention. The Halley Galaxy live streaming platform simultaneously broadcasts 500 matches, and viewers can freely choose which matches to watch. The percentage of viewers who chose to watch Lin Xian and Yui's match was as high as 99.98%, with almost everyone focusing on the two of them. In this round of competition, Lin Xian's opponent was a mid-stage Heavenly King cultivator who had comprehended a third-grade lightning law, possessing considerable speed and destructive power. You're Lin Xian? The one who got 50 million points in the first round, his opponent asked, staring at Lin Xian. He knew in his heart that he was unlikely to win, but he could only bravely accept the challenge. That's right, you go first. Lin Xian was full of confidence, with a smile on his face, not taking his opponent seriously at all. Alright, then I'll see just how strong you really are. The opponent no longer held back and charged directly at Lin Xian. Having cultivated the laws of lightning, he charged forward with lightning speed, his body sparkling with dazzling electric light. His ability to enter the top 10 in the first round of points shows that his combat power is indeed remarkable, especially his fierce attacks. It's just a pity that he encountered Lin Xian. The lightning law belongs to the third-class laws, which is a branch of the second-class 5 elements laws, but among the third-class laws, its power is quite strong. Unfortunately, Lin Xian comprehended a first-class law, the law of chaos. The law of chaos encompasses the 5 elements and various other mutated elements, such as wind, thunder, and ice. It would be almost impossible for someone who cultivates this type of law to harm Lin Xian with these powers, unless their cultivation level is far superior to Lin Xian's. The opponent before him was only at the mid-stage of the Heavenly King realm, and his cultivation level was even lower than Lin Xian's, so naturally he could not pose any threat to him. What? His lightning fist struck Lin Xian, but it vanished instantly, like mud sinking into the ocean. Lin Xian lowered his head slightly, looked at the other party, and said with a faint smile, "You're lightning elemental power cannot harm me. Before he finished speaking, a golden spear made of chaotic gold suddenly appeared behind him. The spear pierced through the opponent's head, and the man immediately turned into a white light and vanished in front of Lin Xian, kicked out of the battlefield by the virtual universe. Lin Xian shung. A victory notification appeared on the live stream screen. All the spectators were stunned by Lin Xian's performance. Most of them simply couldn't understand why Lin Xian was completely unharmed. However, a small number of viewers recognized that the golden spear was made of chaotic gold, with traces of chaotic power within its gold color. The law of chaos. Lin Xian has comprehended the law of chaos. That's why that person's lightning element couldn't harm him at all. Those viewers who learned that Lin Xian had comprehended the law of chaos quickly spread the news. Soon, all the cultivators in the Halley Galaxy knew that Lin Xian was a genius cultivator who had comprehended the first-class law, the chaos law. No wonder he was able to get such an amazing score in the first round of the competition. Lin Xian didn't care at all. Now that he had participated in the cosmic genius battle, his talent would eventually be known to everyone. On the other hand, Yu Yi's match still attracted a large audience. Yu Yi's opponent in this round also cultivates the third-grade law, the young fire law, and is at the late stage of the Heavenly King realm, making him a top cultivator in the Halley Galaxy. The young fire law is a branch of the second-class law, the sun law, and belongs to the powerful laws among the third-class laws. However, it is completely powerless against Yu Yi. Unlike Lin Xian, who held back against his opponent, Yu Yi directly used the power of the Yin-Yang law to send her opponent out of the virtual universe. She raised her right hand, and two beams of black and white light suddenly descended from the sky, intertwining and exploding instantly. The power of the Yin-Yang eruption directly shattered the opponent, who was then expelled from the virtual universe. The first-class law, the Yin-Yang law. Yu Yi has comprehended the Yin-Yang law. She's even more monstrous than Lin Xian. The audience in the Halley Galaxy, who knew about Yu Yi's talent, were shocked. It was simply too outrageous. The probability of two cultivators comprehending first-class laws appearing in the same cosmic genius battle from a small galaxy like Halley's Galaxy is astonishingly low. It is worth noting that in countless previous cosmic genius battles, only 5 cultivators from the Halley Galaxy had ever comprehended first-class laws, and the fact that 2 of them appeared in this battle is truly unbelievable. But theoretically, the Yin-Yang law should be stronger than the Chaos law, and judging from Yu Yi's realm, it seems that she is also at a higher level than Lin Xian. Why is her score so much lower than Lin Xian's? After learning about the 2 individuals' situation, many viewers couldn't help but have questions. Could it be that Lin Xian's comprehension of the Chaos laws is only a partial understanding of his power? Is he still hiding his true strength? Some people began to speculate that, after all, Lin Xian shouldn't have gotten such a high score just by relying on the power of chaos. Possibly, but it depends on the upcoming matches and whether he can give it his all. The audience was eager to witness Lin Xian's true strength, but it seemed unlikely. Even without going all out in the 3rd round, he could easily advance using only the power of the chaos law. And so, Lin Xian and Yu Yi joined hands once again to enter the next round of the competition. After the 2nd round of competition was completed, the rules for the 3rd round were announced directly on the live streaming platform, so that not only the participants but also the viewers could see them clearly. Attention all the geniuses who have advanced to the 3rd round. This round is also the final round, where the Halley Galaxy will ultimately select 10 geniuses to participate in the upcoming Interstellar Elimination Tournament. Therefore, this round is no longer a direct confrontation between participants, but rather a test of their potential ceiling. 500 talented contestants will enter the trial tower in the virtual universe and continuously challenge higher levels. The top 10 will be selected based on the number of levels reached, while the remaining 490 will be eliminated. If a player of the same level appears and it does not affect their advancement, they will advance or be eliminated together. If it does affect their advancement, a one-on-one tiebreaker will be held, with the winner advancing and the loser being eliminated. The competition will officially begin 1 solar day later. All participants are requested to prepare. Once inside the trial tower, all means may be used. We hope all the talented individuals can perform at their best. Spots are limited, so please give it your all. After reviewing the rules for this round, neither the audience nor the participants were surprised, as the entire process was no different from before. The trial tower of the virtual universe? Have you ever been inside? Lin Xian asked Yu Yi, as he knew nothing about the specifics of the trial tower. Yu Yi shook her head and said, "The virtual universe is only open during the competition. I have never participated in the competition before, so I don't know anything about the trial tower. Judging from the name, the trial tower should be more challenging as you go higher, which should make it quite interesting. Should we go all out and reveal our full strength in the trial tower?" Lin Xian asked again. Since they are not directly competing against other players, should they show their true level and do their best to climb to the top? Yu Yi replied, "There's no need. Just challenge to a similar level. As long as we secure a spot and enter the Starfield Elimination Tournament, that's enough. There's no need to fully reveal our strength now." She knew in her heart that if they used used all their strength, they could achieve a very good ranking, not to mention the Galaxy Selection Tournament, even the God Kingdom Positioning Tournament. That's true, then I'll listen to you and just challenge myself to a similar level. Lin Xian nodded in agreement. On the next solar day, all 500 contestants entered the virtual universe. This round of the competition was once again broadcast live in its entirety. In other words, viewers in the Halley Galaxy can see each contestant's performance in the trial tower in real time. Of course, as before, the challenges of the 500 contestants will be conducted simultaneously, and the audience can only choose to watch one of them. The trial tower challenge rules are as follows. Entering the trial tower marks the start of the challenge. You can only enter the next level after successfully completing the first level. There is no rest or adjustment time in between. If you die, you will be kicked out of the virtual universe. You can also voluntarily exit, but you cannot re-enter after exiting. Each participant has only one chance to enter the trial tower. There is no time limit, and the only ways to leave are death or voluntary exit. The simultaneous voice prompts for all 500 participants indicate that the challenge ends once they leave the trial tower. There is no time limit within the trial tower. Once you are ready, you can enter the trial tower and the challenge can begin at any time. The notification sounded again. The 500 contestants were already ready. As soon as the notification ended, they entered their respective trial towers almost simultaneously. Lin Xian and Yui also entered the trial tower. Their performance in the trial tower became the focus of attention for the audience in the Halley Galaxy. Almost everyone was paying attention to their progress in the challenge. The trial tower of the virtual universe is an extremely valuable form of testing created by the three great divine kingdoms within the virtual universe. The trial tower is said to be a tower with an infinite number of floors, with each 10 floors corresponding to a level. For example, floors 1 to 10 are the celestial master level, meaning that the creatures guarding the tower are basically at the celestial master level. However, the strength of the guards increases with each floor they ascend, and the 10th floor is the limit of the celestial master level. Anyone who can successfully pass the 10th level of the celestial master level possesses talent that is absolutely top tier in the entire universe. Following this logic, the 11th to 20th floors correspond to the heavenly venerable level, the 21st to 30th floors correspond to the heavenly king level, and Lin Xian is currently at the peak of the heavenly king level. In other words, if Lin Xian can pass the 30th level, it means that he belongs to the strongest group among cultivators of the same realm in the universe. Of course, this does not mean that he cannot challenge higher levels. As long as he is strong enough, he can break through the 40th or even 50th level of the trial tower while still at the peak of the heavenly king realm. After understanding the tiered rules of the trial tower, Lin Xian and Yui roughly knew which tier they could stop at. Almost all the viewers in the Halley Galaxy were focused on the challenge between Lin Xian and Yui. Lin Xian and Yui passed through the first 10 levels of the trial tower with ease, almost effortlessly. When facing the tower guardians, they killed them instantly, leaving the guardians no chance to retaliate. They easily traversed the 11th to 20th floors, just as before. In their eyes, the difference between a heavenly king and a heavenly venerable was almost negligible. The other 498 cultivators, although they were able to pass the first 10 levels, were eliminated when they reached the teens. Although most of these cultivators were at the heavenly king level, their actual combat strength was far inferior to that of the tower guardians because they had failed to comprehend higher level laws, which made them significantly weaker. More than 100 people have already been eliminated, but Lin Xian and Yui are still moving forward with ease. Seeing how relaxed they are, the audience knows that the next 10 floors will not pose a threat to them. More than 100 people were eliminated before the 20th floor, and many of the remaining cultivators only managed to pass the 20th floor with great difficulty. Therefore, when they reached the 21st and 22nd floors, nearly 300 more people were eliminated. In other words, out of these 498 challengers, only 30 or 40 will actually make it to the 23rd floor of the trial tower. At this moment, Lin Xian and Yui had easily passed the 30th floor and successfully entered the 31st floor. From here on, the tower guardian's strength increased to the Tao Master realm. For Yui, a tower guardian of this level was no threat at all, because she herself was at the mid-stage of Tao Venerable and was far ahead in both level and comprehension of laws. Although Lin Xian's cultivation level was slightly lower, he still managed to kill gods and Buddhas in his path with his powerful law of power and law of chaos, and his speed of clearing the level was in no way inferior to Yui's. Finally, on the 25th floor, apart from Lin Xian and Yui, all 498 other cultivators were eliminated. They're all out. This is the true strength of the cultivators in the Halley Galaxy. The audience in the Halley Galaxy knew that in previous Galaxy Selection tournaments, cultivators were basically eliminated at the 25th or 26th level, which was their true level. As for Lin Xian and Yui, they still don't understand why two such extraordinary cultivators would suddenly appear in the Halley Galaxy. Lin Xian and Yui are still challenging. They've reached the 40th floor, which is the peak of the Tao Master level. Everyone stared excitedly at the live stream, anticipating their performance. performance. Based on their previous performance, they should be able to pass this floor smoothly as well. However, the scene they expected did not occur, because Lin Xian and Yui both chose to voluntarily withdraw from the trial tower, locking their scores at the 39th floor. Is this a deliberate attempt to hide their strength? Everyone was stunned by their decision, not expecting the two to stop on the 39th floor in such a tacit manner. Even the Halley Galaxy administrators who were watching the livestream were surprised that Lin Xian and Yui would voluntarily choose to withdraw from the trial tower. It seems their strength is enough to easily pass the 40s or 50s of the trial tower. Even in our Edward Starfield, this level would be among the top tier, an administrator exclaimed. Although Lin Xian and Yui kept a low profile and concealed their strength, anyone with a keen eye could see that they definitely had the ability to pass the 40s or even 50s, and such talent was among the best in the entire Starfield. Excellent! This year's Halley Galaxy is likely to become famous throughout the universe. Two such promising cultivators have emerged all at once. The Supreme Administrator said with a smile, regardless of where they came from, they would ultimately bring honor to the Halley Galaxy. Have the top 10 cultivators come over and explain the upcoming arrangements to them. He continued to instruct the others that these 10 cultivators would be heading to the Newland Galaxy to participate in the Starfield Elimination Tournament. Soon, 10 cultivators, led by Lin Xian and Yui, gathered together and met with the highest-ranking administrators of the Halley Galaxy. Normally, they had no opportunity to meet these people. These administrators wielded immense power within the Halley Galaxy and could formulate policies at will, provided they did not violate the fundamental rules of the three major divine sects. Of course, they themselves are also quite powerful, basically at the peak of the Tao King realm, but it is extremely difficult for them to make further breakthroughs. Upon seeing these administrators, the other 8 cultivators bowed to them. Lin Xian and Yui, as the highest-ranking figures in the Spirit God sect, would never bow to these people. Moreover, in terms of both status and strength, they far surpassed these managers before them. Therefore, neither Lin Xian nor Yui would lower themselves to these people, whether in terms of status or strength. The Halley Galaxy administrators didn't mind that Lin Xian and Yui didn't bow to them, because they knew that the two were very likely from the Spirit God sect, and it was perfectly reasonable for them not to bow to them. Congratulations to you 10 cultivators for becoming the best in this star system selection competition and successfully advancing to the elimination stage of the 8-star region. The highest administrator of the Halley star system congratulated them with a smile. As the top 10 in the Halley Galaxy selection competition, you will receive a reward of 1 million Xianqing coins and a Class B spaceship. In addition, each of you will become the Supreme Administrator of an ordinary planet. As for which planet you choose, you can report to us within 2 solar days. The Supreme Administrator explained the reward details in detail. The first 2 rewards seemed ordinary to Lin Xian and Yui, but the third reward caught Lin Xian's eye. He hadn't expected such a benefit. The other 8 cultivators were overjoyed and bowed to the administrator again to express their gratitude. To be honest, what they valued most about making it into the top 10 was not the qualification for the Starfield Elimination Tournament, because even if they entered the next stage, they would most likely only be cannon fodder. What they truly desire is to become the Supreme Administrator of an ordinary planet. Having this identity means that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they will not lack money or cultivation resources in the future, because most of the planet's revenue belongs to the highest administrator. All cultivators on the planet would serve him, and he could formulate all sorts of policies that benefited him. Becoming the highest administrator of the planet was undoubtedly the reward that ordinary cultivators dreamed of most. Because our planet is quite far from the Newland Galaxy, you only have 2 solar days to adjust and prepare. After 2 solar days, you must gather here and set off together for the Newland Galaxy, the Supreme Administrator continued to inform the 10 cultivators. Although the competition takes place in a virtual universe, which anyone in the universe can enter, to give the participants a sense of realism, the competition requires them to arrive at a designated location. Then you all go back and prepare. Lin Xian and Yui, stay behind for a moment, the top administrator said to everyone. Upon hearing this, the other 8 cultivators left one after another, leaving only Lin Xian and Yui to face the highest management of the Halley Galaxy alone. May I ask where you two come from? You are not cultivators from our star system, are you? The attitude of the highest administrator of the Halley Galaxy softened considerably, and he inquired with Lin Xian and Yui. Since you asked that, you must have already guessed where we came from. I am indeed not from your star system. I am just accompanying him to participate in the competition, while he is indeed a cultivator from your star system. Yui didn't let Lin Xian answer. Instead, she directly and frankly responded to his question. Oh, which planet in our galaxy does Lin Xian come from? The highest administrator of the Halley Galaxy immediately turned to Lin Xian and asked with great curiosity. Wanling Planet, a new planet that has just entered the universe, is now under the control of the Lingshan sect. Lin Xian simply replied that it was no secret, as the entire universe would soon know the news. Upon hearing Lin Xian's answer, the highest administrator of the Halley Galaxy Galaxy suddenly realized that there was indeed such a planet and it was very famous. However, he did not expect that such a talented cultivator would emerge from this planet. May I ask what your identities are within the Spirit God sect? The highest administrator of the Halley Galaxy took the initiative to ask a question. Yui took out the golden token and calmly said, "We are all people who possess golden tokens." Upon seeing the golden token, everyone present immediately stood up, bowed respectfully, and said, "We were unaware of the arrival of our two esteemed guests. Please forgive our intrusion. It's alright, just don't reveal our identities. Just treat us like ordinary people." Yui was already used to this kind of scene. The golden token of the Spirit God sect had extremely high authority in the universe, which was something that a small star system could not contend with. In other words, Yui could easily replace these managers right now, without any reason, if she wanted to. "Understood, I will follow your instructions in everything," the highest administrator of the Halley Galaxy quickly assured him. To be honest, he had never seen a cultivator possessing a golden token from the Spirit God sect in his entire life. "We'll take our leave now, but the two sons will come back another day." Yui nodded in acknowledgement, then left with Lin Xian. After watching the two leave, the managers slowly sat down, each with sweat beading on their foreheads. They're actually holders of the golden token. Their status in the Spirit God sect is so high, yet they're participating in the Cosmic Genius Battle. They could easily have directly entered the Cosmic Nation qualifying tournament. The highest administrator of the Halley Galaxy found it hard to understand. In addition to the qualifying spots from each Cosmic Nation, the three major divine sects each possessed internal privilege quotas. Therefore, in every Cosmic Genius Battle, there had never been a situation where a disciple of one of the three major divine sects had to start from the lowest level selection rounds. Yui said she was just accompanying Lin Xian to the competition. Lin Xian is a cultivator from our star system who just entered the universe and probably hasn't even been to the Spirit God sect yet. Another cultivator's guess was quite accurate. Wanling planet, such a special planet appearing in our Halley Galaxy, it's hard to say whether it's a blessing or a curse. Fortunately, the Spirit God sect has taken over it, which saves us a lot of trouble, the highest administrator of the Halley Galaxy said calmly. However, for them, with the arrival of the Spirit God sect, their administrative authority over the Halley Galaxy would naturally be restricted and they could no longer act arbitrarily. Soon, 2 suns passed and the 10 cultivators gathered on time. Now that all 10 cultivators have arrived, please follow me. An administrator led the way, guiding 10 people away. Travel to the Newland system required a spaceship, and the best spaceship in the Halley system was a cosmic-class spaceship. This spaceship is one level lower than the one Yui was on, but it is not slow. It will take about 5 solar days to reach the Newland system. The Newland galaxy is the largest galaxy in the Ed Star region and holds absolute power within it. Within the Newland galaxy, there is a planet specifically inhabited by the galaxy's administrators, called Kent. Almost all those who wield power and resources in the Newland system reside on Kent, hence the planet is almost devoid of skyscrapers, instead dotted with spacious manors and an extremely sparse population. A tiny minority enjoy the planet's abundant resources, making it a veritable paradise. This interstellar elimination tournament is being held on the planet Kent, where geniuses from all star systems in the Edward Star region will compete against each other. The Edel starfield has a total of 3,652 star systems. The top 10 from each star system will enter the Starfield Elimination Tournament, which means that a total of more than 36,000 contestants will gather on Kent planet. The number of participants even exceeded the original inhabitants of Kent, which shows how low the population density is here. After a long journey of 5 solar days, the cultivators of the Halley Galaxy finally arrived at Kent. The Halley system is located in a remote area and is relatively weak overall. It does not hold a high position in the Edstar system, so they were assigned to live in a remote area of the planet Kent. The environment on Kent is amazing. The air is so much better than on all spirits. It's practically a paradise. After living here for 2 solar days, Lin Xian truly realized how habitable Kent was, far surpassing Wanling planet in every aspect. That's only natural. The population here is sparse, and most of the resources are transported from other planets, so the environment is naturally superior. Yui explained to Lin Xian that planets like this are not uncommon in the universe, and powerful cultivators may even monopolize an entire planet just to enjoy its perfect natural environment. The competition won't start for a few more sunny days. Let's go out for a walk, Lin Xian suggested. The beautiful natural environment of Kent planet has attracted many cultivators, and they have spent almost all of the past few days traveling around. Great, it's good to have nothing to do. Going out for a walk is a good idea. Yui nodded in agreement. Although cultivation is important, one cannot devote oneself to it blindly. Appropriate relaxation is equally necessary, especially for someone like Lin Xian, who has already reached the peak of the Heavenly King level. Cultivation is no longer enough to bring about breakthroughs. Only by comprehending the laws can he make progress. In this situation, a relaxed mindset and a pleasant mood might be more helpful to him. After Yui changed her clothes, was, the two went out together to savor the natural beauty of Kent Planet. They first arrived at the most famous forest on the planet Kent. The vegetation here was lush and the scenery was enchanting. Many cultivators liked to stay here because the environment was suitable for cultivation. It's really beautiful, and it feels so good to relax both body and mind. I haven't felt this comfortable in a long time. Lin Xian walked along the forest path, looked around, and felt the atmosphere. The pressure in his heart gradually dissipated. I can tell you were under a lot of pressure before, probably because of the Wanling planet incident. Although Yui didn't know about Lin Xian's past, as a cultivator on a newly formed planet, he would inevitably face immense pressure as the planet's protection period approached. But she herself was quite different. Yui was exceptionally talented from a young age and became the disciple of the white-clad god King Su Wentian. Everyone around her respected her and treated her very well. She has never felt pressure, has always maintained a peaceful mindset, and her life has been relatively easy. Yes, the pressure is indeed immense. If I hadn't met my master, I don't know what I would have done. Lin Xian nodded in agreement, speaking frankly about his feelings. If you don't mind, tell me about your experience. I don't know what you've been through before. Yui smiled and started the conversation. The environment was indeed suitable for discussing personal topics, so she took the initiative to bring up the subject. Do you really want to hear it? Lin Xian hesitated. After all, he had never told anyone about these things. Yui looked at him and nodded to indicate that she was willing to listen. Alright, let's start with my experience of soul transmigrating. Lin Xian then began to recount the entire process of his soul transmigrating to the planet of 10,000 spirits to Yui, who was standing beside him, with almost no omissions. Yui listened intently. From her father's accident to joining the genius training camp, then entering the secret realm, and her experiences on Blue Star and Kunlun Wonderland, every single thing shocked her. So this is how geniuses on a planet are honed step by step. After listening to Lin Xian's story, Yui smiled and told him that what shocked her the most was the content of her master's test for him. But to be honest, master's test for you was really too strict. If it were me, I'm afraid I wouldn't have passed it at all. Yui frankly told Lin Xian that according to her master's standards, finding a suitable candidate would be extremely difficult, even across the entire universe. She never expected him to be chosen from such a small planet. I can't say whether it was difficult or easy. Back then, in order to survive, I had to do everything I could to push my limits. Fortunately, I succeeded in the end. Lin Xian responded with a smile, his heart filled with emotion as he recalled those experiences. No wonder you're so talented, it's all because you were forced to be. Pressure really is the best catalyst. Yui felt the hardships and perseverance Lin Xian had endured, and couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. But now the hard times are finally over. I have comprehended 3 first-class laws, my strength is increasing day by day, and I have also entered the universe to learn more about its mysteries. Everything feels better and better. Lin Xian has always had a peaceful mindset. Now, having gone through hardships, he lives a relaxed and happy life, free from the pressures of the past. Yui wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't speak, only hoping that he could enjoy the good times he had. Lin Xian and Yui continued their journey through the great forest. This spiritual conversation helped them understand each other better, and Yui's gaze towards Lin Xian subtly changed. Young master, that woman over there has a really nice figure, and she's probably pretty too. Not far behind them, 5 or 6 young people were chatting, and one of them stared at Yui and said, "Go and make them stop. I'm taking that woman away." The young master stared intently at Yui's perfect figure. Clearly, she was his type. Upon hearing the young master's order, his slaves immediately shouted loudly to Lin Xian and Yui, "You two, stop right there. Don't move." The voice was loud and clear, and Lin Xian and Yui, who were not far away, could hear it clearly. Was he talking about us? Lin Xian asked Yui curiously. Maybe, let's see what they're up to first. Yui stopped first, stood still, and said to Lin Xian. Lin Xian also stopped and turned to look behind him. The appearance and aura of those people made him immediately judge. They look like a bunch of thugs. Looking at their casual walking posture, Lin Xian said to Yui, "They really do look like some thugs. You go back to my young master. Get out of here." The slave first pointed at Yui and shouted something, then pointed at Lin Xian and said a second thing. Upon hearing these 2 sentences, Lin Xian and Yui exchanged a smile. It turned out that this group of people had their eyes on Yui. "Why should I go back with your young master?" Yui wasn't angry. Instead, she smiled and asked in return, "Because my young master has taken a liking to you. In the Aether Starfield, every woman my young master has set his sights on is his." The slave said proudly, clearly indicating that Yui was not the first, nor would she be the last, that his young master had taken a fancy to. "Oh, may I ask who your young master is?" "We are from a small place and have no idea," Yui asked, feigning timidity. "My young master is the most beloved youngest son of Kelton, the highest administrator of the Edward Starfield, young master Key King." The slave immediately introduced his young master's identity to Lin Xian and Yui. In the Edel Starfield, this identity was indeed of great importance. After all, as the highest administrator of the Starfield, he wielded immense power within it. He could easily have any woman at all, let alone one, so that's how it is. A mere young master isn't worthy of telling my junior brother to get lost. Yui's expression changed drastically, and her tone became much colder. As soon as she finished speaking, a spatial blade suddenly appeared on the slave's body, and one of his arms was instantly severed. The sudden, sharp attack made the slave cry out in pain. He clutched his shoulder wound with his other hand and quickly used a skill to stop the bleeding. As cultivators, external injuries like severed arms are not difficult to heal and are not fatal. Yui's actions were simply intended to teach this group a profound lesson. How dare you! You dare to lay a hand on my people! The young master shouted angrily when he saw that the woman had actually attacked his men. Bright daylight, blatantly stealing a woman, and daring to speak so rudely, you deserve to be punished. Lin Xian, who had been silent until now, finally spoke, coldly addressing Kaijin. At the same time, a powerful mental force struck Kaijin and the others, rendering them all immobile. Lin Xian slowly approached, coldly observing them. He gritted his teeth in hatred for those who bullied others by abusing their power. What do you want to do? Kaijin asked in a panic when he found himself unable to move. What do you want? Of course, I want to teach you a lesson and show you what you should and shouldn't do. Lin Xian replied coldly, then slapped Kaijin hard across the face. The slap contained the power of the law and was extremely powerful. With just that one slap, Kaijin's left cheek immediately swelled up like a big steamed bun, and several of his teeth were knocked out. Slap, slap, slap. 3 more slaps landed in quick succession, turning his face red and swollen, like a pig's head, and almost all of his teeth fell out, none of them spared. You, I will make you wish you were dead. After being so humiliated, Kaijin roared at Lin Xian, but his words became slurred due to the pain, and he could not hide his anger. Alright, we're from the Halley Galaxy. You're welcome to come find us anytime. It would be best if you brought your father, who can't discipline his son, alone. Yui walked over and said to Kaijin with a smile. She didn't take the supreme administrator of the small star system seriously at all. You just wait. My dad will make you regret this. Kaijin's face was badly swollen, but his mouth remained stubborn. He had already begun to imagine the scene of torturing Lin Xian and Yui. I hope so. Lin Xian smiled slightly, and then a chaotic fire appeared, flying straight towards the space between Kaijin's legs. Ah! Kaijin let out a terrible scream, feeling a sharp pain between his legs, as if his life was about to be taken away. You really know how to have fun. Yui couldn't help but laugh as she saw Lin Xian's actions. A man who only cares about women deserves this punishment, so he won't dare to openly steal women again. Lin Xian turned around, ignoring the clowns behind him, and explained to Yui. Our mood has already been ruined, let's go back. They'll probably come knocking on our door soon, Yui said. They certainly won't let this go easily, especially since she had already identified herself. Alright, let's go back and wait for them. Lin Xian agreed. If they returned late, the other cultivators in the Halley Galaxy might suffer. After saying this, the two left the Great Forest. Kaijin and the others were only free to move around after Lin Xian left. Edel Starfield, Newland Galaxy, Kent Planet, Kelton Manor. Kelton, the highest administrator of the Ader Starfield, has been unusually busy these past few days because Kent has welcomed genius cultivators from various star systems, making this an unusually busy period for him. He had almost nothing to worry about on a daily basis, living a life of luxury, surrounded by beautiful women, served by slaves, and enjoying all the riches and honors. Father, you must avenge me. Just then, a shrill cry came from not far away, and Kelton immediately told the beautiful woman next to him to step back. What happened? How did you end up like this? Seeing his youngest son, Kaijin, covered in a mess, Kelton asked in surprise. Father, I was just in the Great Forest when 2 cultivators assaulted me. They even burned my manhood. King knelt at Kelton's feet, recounting his ordeal in pain. Although his injuries had long since healed, he deliberately made himself look miserable. What? Who dares to harm you within my Edward Starfield? Didn't you tell them your identity, young master? Kelton was furious. He glared fiercely at the slaves behind King and asked urgently. Father, I told them, but those 2 said that even if you were here, they would dare to fight alongside you. Kaijin immediately replied that his purpose was to incite his father's anger and hatred. Outrageous! Where did this ignorant fool come from, thinking he's in his own galaxy and daring to be so arrogant? Kelton was furious. Now, Kent was a gathering place for genius cultivators from various star systems, and some of them, overestimating their own strength, didn't take Kelton seriously. Do you know where they're from? Kelton asked. I know, it's from the Halley Galaxy. Kaijin answered hastily. Halley Galaxy? That's just a remote and weak galaxy. How dare it mess with my son? Upon hearing this, Kelton snorted coldly. He already knew about the Halley system. It was weak, yet dared to cause trouble on Kent. They were simply asking for trouble. Go and fetch Norton and the others. Let's go to their estate in the Halley system together. Kelton gave direct orders to Kaijin. Norton was his personal slave, a powerful figure ranking among the top in the Edstar region. Upon hearing his father's words, Kaijin's face lit up with joy. With Norton around, those 2 cultivators from the Halley Galaxy would surely pay a heavy price. Yes, father, I'll go right away. Kaikin quickly quickly got up and ran towards another part of the manor. The slaves responsible for protecting him knelt on the spot, heads bowed, trembling, silent as if trembling in fear. "You bunch of useless trash. You can't even protect the young master. What good are you?" Kelton angrily rebuked them. "Master, spare us. Those two are far too strong. We simply cannot fight back." The slaves hurriedly tried to explain, but Kelton refused to listen to their explanations. "Go down and accept your punishment. Experience all the tortures 10 times over." Kelton gave the order expressionlessly, as if it were a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, several slaves collapsed to the ground, knowing full well what those tortures meant. Experiencing torture 10 times is no different from being killed 10,000 times, but they are slaves after all and can only obey their master's orders. Afterwards, Kelton and King, along with several slaves led by Norton, flew towards the manor in the Halley system. The Halley system was weak, and the manor was located in a remote place. After a period of flight, they finally arrived. "Norton, get them all out here," Kelton said coldly to Norton. Norton replied respectfully, then stepped forward and raised both hands. Suddenly, several bolts of lightning descended from the sky, striking the Halley Galaxy Manor, their deafening roar echoing throughout the entire planet Kent. Upon hearing the sound, the cultivators all took to the air. When they discovered that the heavenly lightning originated from the Halley Star System Manor, they flew towards it, eager to find out what had happened. "What's going on?" The cultivators inside the Halley Galaxy Manor looked bewildered and hurriedly came out of the house, flying into the air. Lin Xian and Yui were among them. When they looked at Kaijin across from them, they immediately understood that the highest administrator of the Edward Starfield had come to them in person. It must be said that the action was indeed quite swift. "Commander Kelton, why are you treating our manor this way?" Tom, the person in charge of the Halley Galaxy this time, immediately flew forward upon seeing the arrival of the highest administrator of the Edward Star region and asked with a smile. At this moment, many cultivators from other star systems had gathered around, all of whom had come to participate in the Star Domain Elimination Tournament. "Why, you'll have to ask the cultivators in your galaxy what they did to my son and what inappropriate things they said." Kelton's face was grim as he spoke to Tom, enunciating each word clearly. As soon as Kelton spoke, the onlookers realized that he had come to demand an explanation. "This, sir, what are you talking about? We've only been on Kent for a short time. How could we have offended your young master?" Tom looked puzzled, completely unaware of what had happened, and could only ask Kelton. "As the person in charge of the galaxy, you know absolutely nothing. That in itself is a grave offense." Kelton offered no explanation, staring coldly at Tom and speaking in an icy voice. Hearing this, the onlookers were secretly taken aback. They had heard that Kelton was not to be trifled with, but they did not expect him to have such a fiery temper. The highest administrator of a star system convicts others without even distinguishing right from wrong. He's truly an oddball among administrators. Just as Tom was wondering how to respond, a cold, sharp voice came from behind him, which Kelton and all the onlookers heard clearly. With the sound, Lin Xian and Yui flew from behind to the front and stood next to Tom. It was Yui herself who spoke first. "Father, it's those two." Upon seeing Lin Xian and Yui approach, Kaijin immediately pointed at them and addressed Kelton. "You two are the ones who hurt my son and insulted me?" Kelton coldly questioned Yui and Lin Xian, who were facing him. Tom, who was standing to the side, started to worry for Kelton and his son when he saw the two of them, because he knew Yui and Lin Xian's identities. "I hurt your son, but I didn't insult you. We just told him to bring you here so we could see what kind of person could raise such a beast." Lin Xian completely ignored him and replied without any mercy. He deliberately raised his voice when he spoke, so that all the cultivators watching could hear him clearly. How dare he speak like that to Kelton's face? Isn't he afraid of getting killed? Although the onlookers agreed with Lin Xian, such blatant defiance of Kelton would likely lead to trouble. Everyone had this thought in mind. After all, in the Edward Starfield, Kelton was all-powerful and killing a few people was no big deal for him. As soon as Lin Xian finished speaking, Norton stepped forward, raised his right hand, and sent a ball of lightning flying toward Lin Xian. "Oomph, a mere trick." Lin Xian didn't even blink. He extended his right index finger and gently touched the lightning ball, which immediately dissipated into the air. Norton was shocked by what he saw. As a cultivator at the peak of the Tao King realm, this lightning ball was his signature move, yet it was so easily neutralized? The onlookers exclaimed in surprise, knowing full well Norton's strength. He was quite famous in the Edward Star region, but now, his attack was so easily neutralized by the opponent, which proves that the opponent's strength far surpasses Norton's. But he's here to participate in the cosmic genius battle. He's only been cultivating for less than 1,000,000 years. How could he possibly be stronger than Norton? Everyone was filled with doubts. Lin Xian was clearly not as simple as they had imagined. Lin Xian comprehended the law of chaos and possessed the power of chaos, making him virtually immune to all elemental attacks. Unless the opponent also possessed the power of chaos or was at a much higher level than him, they could not threaten him at all. Norton, at the peak of the Tao King realm, was clearly not strong enough. If he were at the Spirit Master realm, he could pose a certain threat to Lin Xian. "Why aren't you saying anything? Are you scared?" Lin Xian asked with a cold smile. Humph, arrest those two. Kelton stopped wasting words and directly ordered the slaves behind him. Upon receiving the order, the slaves did not hesitate and immediately surrounded Lin Xian and Yui. Although their individual strength was inferior to Norton's, their combined magic array was enough to trap them. However, for Yui, who had comprehended the first-class law, the law of space, such an encirclement was utterly inadequate. Come with me. Yui grabbed Lin Xian's hand and instantly teleported, appearing behind Kelton and Kaijin. Kelton, as far as I know, your son Kaijin has abducted tens of thousands of women in the past 500,000 years. If they were slaves, so be it, but they were all legitimate cultivators. You act arrogantly and domineeringly because of your power in the Edward Starfield. Don't you know that this has violated the rules of the 5 great divine kingdoms? Yui asked sharply and solemnly. According to the cosmic laws established by the 5 great divine kingdoms, no cultivator may force other cultivators to do things they do not want to do for any reason, nor may they kill cultivators at will. Only the 5 great divine kingdoms and the 3 great divine sects have the right to judge and execute killings. Other forces can only capture and imprison. Violated the rules? They were all there voluntarily. My son didn't force them at all. Kelton argued without changing his expression, refusing to admit his son's wrongdoing. Humph, like father, like son. Yui replied coldly. Jesse, come out here. Seeing that the other party refused to admit it, Lin Xian directly called out the person in charge. This female cultivator named Jessie was a contestant who recently came to planet Kent from another star system to participate in the Cosmic Genius Battle. She was forced by Qi King and lost her most precious thing. He intended to atone for his sins with his death, but was rescued by Lin Xian and Yui, and was thus brought here. Kaijin, you forced me to be with you, it wasn't my choice at all. Jessie stood beside Lin Xian, bravely rebuking him, wanting everyone to see Kaijin's ugly face and beastly behavior. When they saw a witness appear, Kelton and Qi King were taken aback for a moment, then realized what was happening. So what if I force you? What can you do to me? Kaijin taunted the 3 with a smile. In the Edder Starfield, he feared no one. This belief never wavered. Looking at Kaijin's smug expression, Yui's killing intent surged suddenly. A flash of white light appeared, and Kaijin had vanished from Kelton's side, suddenly reappearing between Yui and Lin Xian. You're incredibly audacious. Release my son. Kelton was terrified when he saw his son being so easily taken from the other side, and he roared at Yui. Release him? He has already admitted to violating the rules of the 5 great divine kingdoms and should be executed according to regulations. Yui coldly replied, determined not to let Kaijin go. Slowly burn him to death with the fires of chaos, she ordered Lin Xian, vowing to let everyone witness how this heinous Kaijin would die here. Lin Xian nodded, and a ball of chaotic fire immediately appeared under Kaijin's feet. To make him feel the burning of this flame, it had to start from his lower body. Father, save me, save me, they're going to kill me. Hearing his son's screams, Kelton never expected that the two would be so audacious as to use the death penalty in full view of everyone. Why aren't you all rushing to save the young master? Kelton shouted anxiously to all the slaves around him. Upon hearing their master's command, the slaves, led by Norton, immediately rushed towards Yui and Lin Xian. However, as they approached Lin Xian and Yui, they seemed to have encountered some kind of barrier and were unable to move forward. Seeing them approach, Lin Xian couldn't help but ask Yui curiously. This is a spatial barrier I set up. They haven't mastered the laws of space. If they want to break through, their realm must be far superior to mine. Yui explained. As one of the first-class laws, the power of the spacetime law is self-evident. Norton and the others attacked the barrier frantically, but to no avail. Under the control of Yui and Lin Xian, Kaijin was completely unable to move. Chaotic fire raged across his body, and screams of agony echoed throughout his body. The onlookers gasped in shock at Lin Xian and Yui's actions. Where did these two get the nerve to offend Kelton? Is there even a need to guess? It's obviously based on strength. Even Norton couldn't handle them. Just how strong are they? The crowd was buzzing with discussion, eager to see how far the two would go and how things would end. Quickly, summon the guards from the Edel Starfield. When Kelton saw that the flames on his son's legs had spread to his thighs, he immediately shouted an order to Norton. Norton received orders and transformed into a bolt of lightning, preparing to fly to another planet. However, just as he took off, it seemed as if he had hit something. The lightning was bounced back, and he crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. What happened? Kelton was shocked and hurriedly asked. There's something in mid-air. Norton hurriedly replied that it was hitting that thing that caused his injury. Upon hearing this, Kelton and all the onlookers involuntarily looked up. A deafening roar came from the sky, and a huge spaceship, accompanied by flashes of lightning, slowly descended. The spaceship was enormous, entirely black and red, and as it landed, the crew gradually came into view of its details. A huge spirit character is engraved on both sides of the fuselage, radiating a dazzling red light. An SS-class spaceship. Could it be the enforcement team of the Spirit God sect? Those cultivators with a little knowledge immediately recognized the spaceship's origin and exclaimed in surprise to tell everyone. Upon hearing the reminder, everyone suddenly realized that the only sect in the universe universe that could be marked with the character spirit was the Spirit God sect, one of the three great sects. Judging from the size and structure of the spacecraft, it is indeed an SS-class spaceship capable of freely traveling between intergalactic nations and arriving at its destination almost instantly, regardless of its origin.
Those who use SS-class spaceships are mostly law enforcement teams from the Spirit God sect.
The Spirit God sect's enforcement team is led by a God King, with 2 Peak God Venerable Cultivators as vice-captains. The team members consist of 3 Peak God Masters and 7 Peak Spirit Kings, making them extremely powerful. As the highest administrator of the Edel star system, Kelton naturally recognized the spaceship, but he never expected it to appear on his home planet Kent. The spaceship came to a steady stop in midair, and 3 members of the law enforcement team slowly stepped out. They stood suspended in midair, their cold gazes fixed on Kelton and Ki King below. Kelton, Kajin, according to the report, your actions have violated the rules of the universe.
Please come with us. The head of the enforcement team spoke to Kelton and Ki King in an extremely calm tone. The whistleblower was clearly Yui. Without him, the enforcement team wouldn't have been able to arrive so quickly. Of course, they wouldn't reveal Yui and Lin Xian's identities, they would simply announce it to the public in this way. Injustice. My son and I have been wronged.
Upon hearing the enforcement team's words, Kelton immediately sensed something was wrong and hurriedly protested loudly. Whether it's a case of injustice or not, we will thoroughly investigate and find out, the law enforcement team member calmly responded. They will follow procedure to bring the Kelton father and son back first, thoroughly investigate their past behavior, and then they will naturally reach a final conclusion. At this moment, Kelton completely disregarded his son Ki King's condition.
Given his past actions, once he was brought back, the death penalty was almost a certainty.
Gritting his teeth, Kelton turned around without hesitation to escape to another planet. As long as he could escape, he would have a chance to survive. Seeing Kelton trying to escape, Yui immediately scolded him. How dare you run away in front of the law enforcement team? You're just asking for trouble.
When each law enforcement team makes an arrest, they first seal off the surrounding space. No matter what methods the other party uses, they will absolutely not be able to escape the cordon.
As expected, Kelton flew westward for a distance before crashing into the spatial barrier. Trying to escape. The law enforcement officer sneered, reached out and grabbed Kelton and Ki King, instantly pulling them back to his side, where they could no longer resist.
After capturing the two,
the enforcement team did not linger and ignored Yui and Lin Xian to avoid others discovering their connection with the Spirit God sect, and left Kent Planet directly. Following an investigation and evidence collection, the Spirit God sect will publicly announce the crimes and punishments of Kelton and his son, and appoint a new supreme administrator for the Starfield.
They just took Kelton and Ki King away like that? The crowd was stunned.
They had never seen footage of the Lingshan sect's enforcement team in action, so they were naturally shocked.
Could they be connected to the Spirit God sect? Is that why the enforcement team arrived so quickly? Some people began to speculate.
But this is just speculation, no one has concrete evidence. After all, anyone can report law enforcement, the only difference is the speed of response. Despite the arrest of the highest-ranking administrator of the Edward Starfield, the elimination rounds of the Starfield continued as scheduled. However, after this incident, everyone realized that the 2 cultivators from the Halley Galaxy were exceptionally powerful, and even Norton was no match for them. In other words, with their strength, it's no surprise that they easily made it into the top 10 of the Starfield Elimination Tournament. Soon after, the rules for the Starfield Elimination Tournament were announced, and as the name suggests, it adopted a large-scale elimination method. The rules for the first round of the competition are as follows. All participants will be assigned to the same planet, and the competition will last for 1 year. During this year, each kill will earn 1 base point, as well as half of the points already held by the killed participant. The player who is killed loses 1 base point and half of their existing points, but their points will not fall below 0. In addition, players who are killed will not be kicked out of the virtual universe, but will randomly respawn in other areas of the planet and continue the game. For example, if player A has 10 points and player B has 100 points, after it kills B, in addition to the base 1 point, A will also get half of B's points, which is 50 points. Therefore, A will get a total of 51 points, while B will lose 51 points. Throughout the year, no player will be kicked out of the virtual universe. The top 100 players in the final rankings will advance to the second round.
These are the rules for the first round of the Starfield Elimination Tournament.
They seem simple, similar to the first round of the Galaxy Selection Tournament, but the specific rules are quite different. Since there are only about 30,000 participants in the Starfield Elimination Tournament, all players can respawn an unlimited number of times.
In this round,
this ensures that the top 100 players are those with the best skills, minimizing the impact of luck and unexpected factors. Moreover, this competition will last for a whole year, which is quite long, allowing strong players to accumulate as many points as possible. No one was surprised by this competition format and rules, as previous competitions had used the same method without any changes. On the third solar day following the announcement of the rules, the first round of the Starfield Elimination Tournament officially kicked off. Lin Xian Xian and Yui entered the virtual universe together, and they were born in the same place.
Should we start hunting them right away? Lin Xian asked Yui beside him.
No rush, let's cultivate here for half a year before making a move, Yui replied, shaking her head.
Upon hearing Yui's answer, Lin Xian was puzzled for a moment. Why did it take so long to cultivate? Why?
Doesn't that mean we've missed out on a lot of opportunities to earn points? He asked, puzzled. Yui explained with a smile, at the beginning, everyone had very few points, so even if we killed others, we wouldn't get many points. After more than half a year, everyone accumulated more points, and each time we killed someone, we could get half of their points.
Wouldn't that be twice as effective with half the effort? After hearing Yui's explanation, Lin Xian immediately understood. So that's how it is.
Due to the rules of the game, killing someone is only worth 1 point at the beginning, but later on, killing someone can earn hundreds or thousands of points, so the points accumulate much faster.
Moreover, they can cultivate during this time, and if someone comes to them willingly, they will naturally not let it go.
The first round of the Starfield Elimination Tournament was broadcast live simultaneously throughout the entire Edward Starfield. All viewers could choose to watch from the perspective of any player or from the main perspective. Therefore, the audience in each star system of the Edward star system basically only focuses on the contestants from their own star system and observes how they perform in the first round.
The competition has been going on for a month. How come Lin Xian and Yui still have 0 points? They've been sitting there cultivating without moving. The audience in the Halley
Galaxy were most concerned about Lin Xian and Yui, but after watching for a long time, they could see that they had been cultivating the whole time and hadn't made a move at all.
Who knows? Are they at a critical stage of their breakthrough? Or do they have other plans? Everyone speculated, but they didn't know Lin Xian and Yui's true thoughts.
Soon, half a year passed quietly, and Lin Xian and Yui still only had a few dozen points, ranking at the bottom of more than 30,000 contestants, and their ranking remained unchanged.
Are they going to give up the competition?
Half a year has passed, and the first place has already surpassed tens of millions of points, while the two of them only
have a few dozen points. The audience in the Halley Galaxy was extremely anxious and worried for them. If this continued, they would definitely be eliminated. However, some astute viewers had already guessed their intentions and said, are they planning to fatten up their opponents before making their move? Doing so requires absolute strength, otherwise, it's no different from voluntarily forfeiting the match.
That's true. As long as you're strong enough, you can fatten up your troops before killing them, because if you kill all the top-ranked players and get half of their points, you can immediately climb to the top. However, if one's strength is insufficient, even if ranked 3rd or 4th, one wouldn't dare to do so, because being killed by someone stronger would result in losing half of one's points. After dying 2 or 3 times, one's points were almost 0. So, Lin Xian and Yui were very confident in their strength, which is why they chose to fatten up their forces before killing them. But this is, after all, a Starfield Elimination Tournament.
What if a cultivator stronger than them appears? Nobody can say for sure.
The people of Halley's Galaxy were still worried for Lin Xian and Yui, because they didn't know their true strength. But Lin Xian and Yui were well aware of all this, which is why they dared to make such a bold move.
With less than 3 months remaining in the first round of the Star Domain Elimination Tournament, Yui and Lin Xian finally ended their secluded cultivation. The hunt may begin.
Yui turned to look at Lin Xian, a slight smile playing on her lips. Lin Xian nodded, then activated his mental laws to instantly pinpoint the exact locations of everyone on the planet. He shared the location he had discovered directly with Yui. Upon receiving the message from Lin Xian, Yui's face showed shock, and she exclaimed, I never imagined that the laws of the mind could have such a use.
I only know a little bit, but it's more than enough for this game.
Although Lin Xian has comprehended 3 first-class laws, his level is still shallow, and he can only barely cope at this stage.
Alright, let's each start hunting our targets. With your help this time, my score will definitely not be lower than yours.
Yui still vividly remembers the time when she was behind Lin Xian in points. This time, with the mental sharing, she can save a lot of time in finding prey.
Then I wish you good luck in advance, senior sister.
Ha ha. Lin Xian said with a smile that he didn't care about the score, as long as he could advance to the next round smoothly. After saying that, the two left the spot. One turned into a streak of light and flew into the distance, while the other disappeared without a trace.
Look, Lin Xian and Yui have finally started their operation.
The audience in the Halley Galaxy breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing this scene. It would have been truly disappointing if the two strongest cultivators in their galaxy hadn't intervened.
They've finally taken action. I wonder what their final ranking will be.
Everyone stared intently at the live stream camera, carefully watching Lin Xian and Yui's every move. Lin Xian went directly to the cultivator who was closest to him. Although he didn't know how many points the other person had, he didn't care. As long as he killed him, the points would be his. Upon seeing this, the other party's face showed shock. The incident involving Kelton and his son had shown them the strength of Lin Xian and Yui.
Although they didn't know their names, they knew they were extremely powerful. Sorry, I'm taking half of the points you have.
As soon as Lin Xian finished speaking, a flying dragon appeared in the sky in his hand, and a streak of light flashed past the other party's eyes. The flying dragon pierced his skull in an instant. The speed and power brought by the law of power made it impossible for ordinary cultivators to resist. Congratulations to Lin Xian for obtaining 368 points. The notification sounded, and Lin Xian only gained 368 points after killing this cultivator, which showed that the other party was ranked low among more than 30,000 cultivators. Lin Xian didn't care. His goal was to kill all cultivators within 3 months, and he wouldn't let anyone he encountered go. On the other side, Yu Yi's kills were equally astonishing. Just as she said, with Lin Xian's mental sharing, her efficiency far surpassed that of the last match. Having comprehended the laws of space and time, she could instantly teleport to her opponent and then use the terrifying power unleashed by the laws of yin and yang to instantly kill the target. Congratulations to Yu Yi for gaining 12,629 points. Yu Yi's first target score was quite high, earning her over 10,000 points, and so, Lin Xian and Yu Yi's points began to rise rapidly. Almost every target they encountered was killed with a single blow, posing no threat whatsoever. Yu Yi's points are increasing really fast. She's already in the top 1,000, but there's still a considerable gap between her and the top 10. While everyone was watching Lin Xian and Yu Yi's killing spree closely, they were also keeping an eye on the changes in the points rankings. After 3 days of hunting, Yu Yi's score has squeezed into the top 1,000, while Lin Xian is hovering around 3,000. They were unlucky and never encountered any cultivators with particularly high scores, so their ranking remained low. The audience in the Halley Galaxy were discussing that the two were not gaining points as their kills did not have many points to begin with. Look, Lin Xian seems to have encountered the cultivator ranked 3rd on the points leaderboard. Just as everyone was having a heated discussion, a member of the audience suddenly shouted, "The 3rd-ranked cultivator? He has over 50 million points. If Lin Xian can kill him, he can directly gain over 20 million points." Everyone's attention instantly focused on Lin Xian's image. "I just don't know if he can defeat his opponent. After all, the opponent's strength is definitely not bad." Some viewers were worried for Lin Xian, since his opponent's score was so high that he must be very strong. No matter what, Lin Xian must defeat his opponent. If he gets counter-killed, he'll have almost no hope of advancing. One viewer solemnly stated that since Lin Xian and Yu Yi had not taken any action before, they were not allowed to be killed after this. Their deaths would mean someone was stronger than them, and each death would result in a 50% loss of points, making point accumulation even more difficult. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze became even more tense, seemingly even more anxious than Lin Xian himself. When Lin Xian faced his opponent, he also felt that the opponent's strength far exceeded that of the cultivators he had encountered before. He is at least at the Tao Venerable realm, but it's unclear what laws he has comprehended. Lin Xian had already made a preliminary assessment of the opponent's strength. As a cultivator who had comprehended the spiritual realm, he was particularly sensitive to this kind of information. "You're the one who could block Norton's attack?" Upon seeing Lin Xian, the other party immediately recognized his identity and was quite wary of him. After all, Lin Xian had comprehended the law of chaos, and his strength was by no means ordinary. "I hope your points will satisfy me." Lin Xian did not answer the question, but simply said, "Arrogant. Does he really think that just because he can defeat Norton, he can run rampant in this Ader starfield?" The other party responded confidently, his tone full of provocation. Then, he suddenly rushed towards Lin Xian. As a cultivator at the Tao Venerable realm, his speed was extremely fast, far exceeding that of ordinary heaven-level cultivators. But what they faced was a heavenly king-level cultivator who had comprehended 3 first-class laws. The power law granted Lin Xian an increase in speed, enabling him to be evenly matched with his opponent. Although he did not have the upper hand, he was by no means inferior. "Your speed is almost the same as mine?" The opponent's attack failed to hit Lin Xian, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. "A cultivator who has comprehended the laws of chaos, how can his speed be so fast?" I clearly felt that he was only at the heavenly king level. The 3rd-ranked cultivator was puzzled. Lin Xian's speed was clearly unusual. "Spear out, Star Strike." Lin Xian continued to use the Pear Blossom Spear technique, as he had not yet mastered more advanced spear techniques. Gun techniques are crucial for practitioners. Exquisite techniques can greatly amplify attack power, potentially by 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, or even more. Just like Su Wentian's self-created Divine Refinement Heart Sutra, it can enable cultivators who comprehend the laws of the spirit to increase their spiritual attack power by hundreds of thousands of times, reaching the realm where words can become law and one can do whatever one wants. Sensing the powerful force of Lin Xian's attack, the opponent dared not take it head-on and quickly increased his speed, successfully dodging the attack. It seems his comprehension is related to speed. Lin Xian gradually came to a clear conclusion. If he wanted to deal with such a cultivator, he would have to rely on the laws of the mind, unless he could be faster than the opponent. "Let's see how long you can hide." Lin Xian decisively used his mental laws, staring intently at his opponent, and a powerful mental force instantly invaded his opponent's mental sea. At this moment, Lin Xian's spiritual sea of consciousness had become a miniature world, far surpassing those cultivators who had not comprehended the laws of the spirit. Therefore, he was able to use the laws of the spirit to firmly lock down his opponents. This kind of lock is on a mental level, preventing the other person's brain from issuing any commands to the body, turning them into a helpless victim.
What's going on?
The cultivator ranked third on the leaderboard was greatly shocked to suddenly lose control of his body.
Could this guy also have mental attack methods?
He suddenly realized that Lin Xian not only comprehended the chaos law, but his mental attacks were also exceptionally powerful.
Humph, prepare to die.
Lin Xian roared, unleashing his flying dragon in the sky technique, piercing through the opponent's skull and killing the third-ranked player. Congratulations to Lin Xian for gaining 22,597,361 points. The notification sounded, and the points were instantly credited to his account. Lin Xian's ranking jumped from the back row to 5th place.
So many points.
Lin Xian was overjoyed to hear that a huge number of points had been deposited into his account.
He hadn't known his
opponent's points before the kill, only guessing based on their cultivation level, and he hadn't expected the amount to be so astonishing.
Look, after he defeated the third-place finisher, Lin Xian has risen to 5th place.
The audience in the Halley Galaxy was thrilled, as he was the only cultivator in their galaxy to enter the top 100.
Yes, now people from other star systems will have to pay attention to our Halley Galaxy. Ha ha.
The cultivators of the Halley Galaxy were even more excited than Lin Xian himself.
On the leaderboard, the Halley Galaxy icon will be displayed next to Lin Xian's name. This small galaxy has never been noticed by the outside world before.
As they expected, the audience in other star systems in the Edward Starfield also noticed the sudden appearance of Lin Xian, the 5th person.
Lin Xian from the Halley Galaxy suddenly soared to 5th place, and the original 3rd place dropped to 6th. Does that mean Lin Xian killed the 3rd place?
The audience from the Edward Star region discussed among themselves, astonished. Just as they were shocked by Lin Xian's sudden rise, the rankings underwent another major change. Mute, who was originally ranked first in the Newland Galaxy, suddenly dropped to 2nd place, causing all the cultivators behind him to move down 1 place in the rankings.
Another cultivator from the Halley Galaxy.
Everyone exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the change in the rankings.
This girl named Yui actually killed Mutter? Mutter had always been number 1 and had never lost, yet Yui took him down? But who is Yui? I've never heard of her before. What's even stranger is that Yui and Lin Xian are both cultivators from the Halley Galaxy. Isn't that galaxy extremely weak?
People were puzzled and couldn't understand why the rankings had changed so drastically in such a short period of time.
No, we need to switch to Lin Xian and Yui's first-person perspective immediately to see just how strong they are.
Everyone agreed and switched their viewpoints from the current screen to watch the twos match. When they saw Lin Xian's livestream, they were all shocked, because an unbelievable scene was unfolding before their eyes. Mute, who had just been killed by Yui, happened to appear beside Lin Xian after being reborn.
In other words, they were now witnessing a battle between the dark horse Lin Xian and the former number 1, Mute. At this moment, almost all the viewers in the Edel Starfield were watching Mute's live stream, because he, who had just been defeated by Yui, had reappeared beside Lin Xian. What was that woman doing? Was she using the yin-yang principle? The power of the explosion was astonishing. The newly reborn Mutter was still shaken. The power of the yin-yang laws unleashed by Yui still terrified him. My points dropped by half. That's disgusting. These competition rules are so unfair, Mute thought to himself.
Whenever his points increased significantly, he felt that the rules were reasonable, but once he lost half of his points, he immediately felt that there was something wrong with the rules. Regardless of the rules, as long as everyone adheres to the same principles during the competition is fair. As long as you are strong enough, you can stand out within the rules.
We need to catch up on the points quickly.
Mute muttered to himself that although he had suffered heavy losses in points, he was still firmly in the top 10 of the standings and should have no problem advancing to the second round. However, based on the experience of previous Starfield elimination tournaments, there is a qualitative difference between the top 4 in the first round and the remaining 96. The top 4 in the first round will directly qualify for the Cosmic Nation qualifying tournament, while the remaining 96 cultivators will need to go through several rounds of competition to compete for the final 6 spots. Therefore, the top 4 in the first round have a huge advantage and can participate in far fewer matches. As Mute thought about these things, he suddenly noticed a cultivator beside him. Judging from the energy fluctuations, the cultivator's realm had reached the peak of
the Heavenly King realm.
Although there was still a gap between him and the peak of the Tao Venerable realm, the cultivator's strength was not to be underestimated.
Use you to replenish my points first.
Mut glared angrily at the cultivator beside him, then suddenly roared and charged straight at him. His chosen opponent was naturally Lin Xian, who had just climbed to 5th place. Seeing Mute rush towards him, Lin Xian did not hesitate. He also sensed the high level of Mute's cultivation and dared not relax his vigilance in the slightest.
That's pretty fast.
Mutter was astonished by the speed Lin Xian displayed. To possess such speed at the peak of the Heavenly King realm was truly the mark of a genius.
But speed is useless powerless against me. With a loud shout, a white light flashed before Lin Xian's eyes, and he vanished in an instant. When Mutter reappeared, he was already behind Lin Xian, his large sword aimed straight at Lin Xian's head. Instant teleportation. Lin Xian sensed a strong energy fluctuation coming from behind him and immediately realized that the other party had comprehended the laws of space. The laws of space can turn the tide of battle, and the attacks of such cultivators are often unexpected and difficult to defend against. Fortunately, Lin Xian had comprehended the laws of the mind, which gave him some restraint over the laws of space, because he could sense the mental fluctuations of the other party. Although Mutter used the laws of space to teleport, his mental fluctuations remained around Lin Xian, meaning the mental fluctuations must have appeared before he actually did. In other words, Mutter must first think of the destination before he can teleport, and Lin Xian can then judge his landing point in advance through mental fluctuations. Based on this, Lin Xian quickly twisted his body and used the flying dragon in the sky technique to cleverly dodge the opponent's fatal blow, while simultaneously stabbing the flying dragon in the sky into Mute's chest. What? Teleportation? He actually managed to react? Mut was utterly shocked. He never expected that a cultivator at the peak of the Heavenly King realm would possess such astonishing reaction speed. There are many things you wouldn't expect, Lin Xian coldly said to him, and with a forceful pull of his right hand, he suddenly ripped the flying dragon in the sky out of Muti's chest, and a spurt of blood immediately gushed out. However, the injury was not fatal to Mutter. It was merely a superficial wound, as it did not hit his head. It seems I underestimated you. Mutter glanced at the wound on his chest, then glared at Lin Xian, his tone filled with ruthlessness. Since that's the case, then I'll use my strongest move to send you to your death. Muttered these words slowly. As the strongest genius in the Newland galaxy, he certainly did more than just master the laws of space. 5 elements space. Mute raised his broadsword high in his right hand and shouted in a booming voice. Instantly, 5 colors of light, green, red, yellow, black, and white flew out from his body, rushing straight towards Lin Xian and tightly surrounding him. These 5 colors represent the 5 elements of wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, and they constantly surround Lin Xian. Lin Xian, who was in the center, could actually feel the integration of spatial laws within it. In other words, Mutter comprehended 2 secondary laws, the 5 elements law and the space law. What's even more impressive is that he actually created a skill that merges these 2 laws, and fusion skills that transcend laws are often extremely powerful. One has to admire Mutter's talent. He was able to create a skill that fused 2 laws within a million years. No wonder he is called the strongest genius in the Newland galaxy. Mute is too strong. He actually comprehended 2 second-tier laws and even fused them together. The spectators watching the match exclaimed in surprise, never expecting that Mutter had such a powerful move hidden in his hands. But it's strange, if he has such skills, how could he lose to that Yui? Seeing this, everyone was even more confused. How could someone with such strength like Mute be defeated by Yui? Just how strong was Yui? The only possibility is that Yui has comprehended a first-class law. Many viewers expressed their speculations, since only a first-class law could defeat Mute, who had combined the laws of the 5 elements in space. What you say makes sense. Otherwise, how could Mutter have lost in the Starfield Elimination Tournament? Most people agree with this conjecture, since the power of first-class laws far surpasses that of second-class laws, and even the fusion of second-class laws would be difficult to match. Mutter's self-created 5 elements space tightly surrounded Lin Xian. The laws of space excel at sealing off, while the laws of the 5 elements are responsible for attacking. This set of skills is more than enough to deal with the vast majority of cultivators, and the opponent is simply powerless to resist. But against Lin Xian, this move was clearly far from enough. A smile appeared on Mutter's face. He was confident that Lin Xian was doomed. He looked at Lin Xian as if he were a lamb to the slaughter. However, just a few breaths later, Mutter's smile suddenly vanished, because the 5 elements energy he unleashed was completely absorbed into Lin Xian's body. How is this possible? Mutter looked at Lin Xian in shock and couldn't help but ask loudly. Lin Xian's Qilin bloodline can absorb the 5 elements of energy, but it had never been used before. A mere trick. Judging by your points, you must have quite a few. Half of them are mine now. Lin Xian glared at Mute, and the Chaos Gold Energy Spear instantly appeared behind Mute. The spear easily pierced through Mute's skull, and he vanished in a flash of white light. Congratulations to Lin Xian for gaining 51,384,297 points. A notification tone sounded in my ear. More than 50 million? Lin Xian was shocked. Although he had guessed that Mute's score was not low, he did not expect it to be more than 100 million. In fact, Mute originally had more than 200 million points, but Yui took half of them, so now he only has a little over 100 million left. Lin Xian's ranking jumped from 5th to 3rd, still more than 50 million points behind 2nd place. Lin Xian actually defeated Mutter too. The audience in the Aid Starfield gasped in shock. This most talented cultivator in the Newland galaxy had actually been killed twice in a row. Moreover, both of his defeats were against cultivators from the Halley galaxy. This Lin Xian seems to have comprehended 2 first-class laws, which should be the Chaos Law and the Power Law. Anyone with discerning eyes could see Lin Xian's talent at a glance. Although the law of power wasn't explicitly displayed, judging from his cultivation level and astonishing speed and strength, only someone who had comprehended the law of power could reach this level. 2 first-class laws? That's way too outrageous. Hearing this analysis, everyone was utterly shocked. They could still recognize the laws of chaos, but they truly couldn't discern the laws of power. That Yui should also be like that. She most likely comprehended the laws of spacetime and the laws of yin and yang. Someone continued to analyze for everyone, because he had just watched Yui's competition and found that she used the yin-yang principle very obviously, and the shadow of the spacetime principle was also present. 2 cultivators who have comprehended first-class laws? And from the same galaxy? Is the Halley Galaxy the savior of the universe? The audience in the Edelweiss region was completely incredulous. The odds were just too outrageous. No matter what, those two will definitely emerge victorious in the cosmic genius battle. Yui is the most reliable, but Lin Xian's cultivation level is a potential problem. This audience member is a longtime fan of the cosmic genius battle and knows the competition very well. In past genius battles, there have always been cultivators who comprehended 2 first-class laws, but they were almost always at the Tao Venerable level or higher. To achieve good results, Lin Xian is currently only at the peak of the Heavenly King realm. His potential is certainly good, but he is not yet mature enough. Amidst the discussions, Lin Xian and Yuyi's scores continued to climb. Their ability to defeat Mute proved they were the strongest here. In less than a month, Yui and Lin Xian firmly secured first and second place in the standings, because their points total is more than 10 times that of the third-place finisher. And the third-place finisher is none other than Mutter, whom they have defeated consecutively, who is also working hard to catch up in points. Finally, the first round of the elimination tournament in the Eder Starfield came to a successful conclusion. Yui topped the points rankings, followed closely by Lin Xian, and then Mute. These 3 are undoubtedly the 3 strongest geniuses in the Edel Starfield. They, along with the 4th-place finisher, have earned the qualification to directly enter the Cosmic Nation qualifying tournament. The remaining 6 spots will be selected from the remaining 96 cultivators through 4 rounds of individual arena competitions. Senior sister, this time you have finally surpassed me as you wished. Lin Xian smiled and said to Yui. With the help of mental sharing, Yui's hunting efficiency improved significantly, thus giving her the lead in points. Even so, I was just lucky. If you had encountered that Mute first and killed him, you would be number 1 now. Yui smiled slightly in response. It wasn't until after the competition that they learned Mute was originally in first place. Moreover, he happened to encounter both Yui and Lin Xian in succession, which allowed Yui to maintain her lead and ultimately win the championship. Yeah, I wonder when I'll be able to participate in the Universe Nation qualifiers. Lin Xian asked expectantly. He couldn't wait to enter the Cosmic Kingdom, because that was where the real powerhouses gathered, and there were even cultivators who had comprehended first-class laws. It should be about a month from now. Once the remaining 6 spots are confirmed, we can go together. After a moment's thought, Yui gave Lin Xian a brief answer. Soon, 2 weeks later, the top 10 teams in the Eder Starfield Elimination Tournament were determined. Among them, 2 cultivators each from the Halley Galaxy and the Newland Galaxy entered the top 10, while the other 6 came from 6 different galaxies. It's fair to say that the Halley Galaxy was the biggest dark horse in this elimination round of the Eder Star region. In the past, almost no cultivators from their star system could make it into the top 10, but this time they actually secured 2 spots, and even swept the top 2 positions. Yui and Lin Xian are indeed exceptionally strong. Now, let's see how they perform in the qualifiers for the Universe Nation. If they can squeeze into the top 3 of the Qianchen Universe Nation, it will become the pride of the Halley Galaxy for a long time. The audience from the Halley Galaxy shouted excitedly, as this was a dream they had been waiting for a long time. Lin Xian, Yuri just contacted me. They've completed all the preparations and are ready to start promoting themselves throughout the universe. The Myriad Spirits planet will be bustling with activity from now on, Yui messaged Lin Xian. After several years of adjustments, the Myriad Spirits planet was finally about to make its mark in the universe. You're only starting the promotion now? Lin Xian asked in surprise, as he had thought it had already begun. Yuri told me that he deliberately chose to promote himself after the start of the qualifiers in the Universe Nation because he wanted to take advantage of your popularity. Yui explained with a smile, adding that this point was crucial. Using my influence? He hopes I will achieve good results in the competition? Lin Xian immediately understood Yui's meaning and asked. That's right. The higher your ranking and the more spectacular your performance, the greater the influence of the Myriad Spirits planet will be, and the more people will want to go there. So you must go all out in this competition. Yui nodded and emphasized that this was indeed very meaningful. Lin Xian, as a newcomer to the universe, has shown such performance, which will surely arouse their strong interest in the Myriad Spirits planet. In this way, they can make more profits by taking advantage of the secret realm. I will do my best. Lin Xian assured Yui, no matter the reason, he would give it his all. Soon, the top 10
from the 8-star region were finally revealed, and they will represent the 8-star region in the qualifying competition for the Qiancheng Universe Kingdom. The Cosmic Kingdom qualifying tournament was both exciting and difficult, and in the end only the 3 strongest cultivators would be selected to participate in the final God Kingdom positioning tournament. Hundreds of star domains and thousands of cultivators are vying for these 3 spots, making the competition extremely fierce. The 8-star region is of average or below average strength in the Qiancheng Universe Kingdom, making it extremely difficult for them to enter the top 3 in each qualifying round. As the top 10 in the 8er starfield, they will also receive corresponding rewards, but for Lin Xian and Yue, these are not considered great gifts. Although the prize money was 10 million Qiancheng coins, Lin Xian no longer cared about this amount of money at this moment, because he would soon be able to obtain more wealth from the Secret Realm's dividends. After a short rest, the 10 of them boarded a spaceship bound for the Latour Galaxy. The Latu Galaxy is one of the managed star systems of the Qiancheng Universe Kingdom. It is a large-scale system with numerous powerful cultivators. Dao-level cultivators are everywhere here. Spirit-level cultivators are also common, and you can even occasionally encounter God-level cultivators. Within the Latour Galaxy, almost no one dares to cause trouble, since there are too many low-profile cultivators here, and one might accidentally offend someone with powerful backing. Settling in the Latour system is no easy feat even on planets beyond the 10th ring sphere, radiating outwards from the central planet. The cost of permanent settlement would be at least tens of millions of Qiancheng coins. As for permanent residency on the central planet, it would cost at least hundreds of millions of Qiancheng coins, and even then, it would be very difficult to obtain. Why is it so expensive? Because it boasts the most advanced cultivation and educational resources in the entire Qiancheng universe, and offers the best security. Settling here ensures a peaceful future and is extremely beneficial for future generations. This qualifying competition for the Qiancheng Universe Kingdom is being held on Latu Planet, the central planet of the Latu Galaxy. Thousands of geniuses from various star systems gathered here to present a top-notch visual feast for the audience of Qiancheng Universe Kingdom. Everyone, please follow me. As soon as Lin Xian and his group disembarked from the spaceship, staff members came forward to lead them to the rest and living areas. Cultivators from the 8er starfield, please settle down here. We will cover all your living expenses from now on. The staff led Lin Xian and the others to a manor, assigned them accommodations, and said, as expected of the Universe Nation, they're so generous. They've covered all living expenses. One practitioner remarked that this saved a lot of expenses, which naturally made him feel exceptionally happy. Yue and Lin Xian lived right next to each other, making it very convenient for them to meet. How about we go check out the auction house? After spending a day on planet Latu, Yue suggested to Lin Xian, an auction house? Shouldn't it be located on a commercial and trade planet? Lin Xian asked curiously, thinking that there shouldn't be such a place on this planet, Latu. Ordinary auction houses are indeed located on commercial and trade planets, but the largest auction house in the Qiancheng Universe Kingdom is located on Latu Planet. Yue explained with a smile. Oh, why is that? Lin Xian asked in confusion, because he had never heard of this before. This is how all the universe nations arrange things. The central planet is the most prosperous, has the most wealthy people, and the largest flow of customers. Therefore, the largest stores of various institutions in the universe nation will be located on the central planet. After all, the central planet is vast, far larger than the planet of all spirits. Yue explained to Lin Xian in detail that all of this was for the purpose of making money better and more conveniently. Okay, then why go to the auction house? Lin Xian continued to ask. Because geniuses from all star regions gather here, and there are also a large number of people who come specifically to see this place. The flow of visitors is exceptionally high during this period. In order to make more money, the auction house will put up its most top-tier treasures for auction at this time. More people means higher bids, so why not make some money? Yue looked at Lin Xian and smiled, saying that the people of the 3 great divine sects were all experts in making money. After all, when it came to the richest forces in the entire universe, none other than them could compare. What you say makes sense. Let's go take a look. Lin Xian nodded. He had never been to an auction house before, so he couldn't help but feel a little curious. Since entering the universe, with 3 universe-level treasures, as well as ample cultivation resources and techniques, he has not gone to the auction house. Moreover, he has limited funds. He can afford to buy ordinary items, but it would be quite difficult for him to buy things at an auction house. Since it was Yue who suggested this, let's go and see what kind of existence the largest auction house in the Qiancheng Universe Kingdom really is. It's also good to know the market value of treasures in the universe, so that I can have a clear understanding of prices. Latu Planet, Latu branch of the Flame Valley Auction House. This is the largest auction house on planet Latu. In the universe, most large auction houses are controlled by the 5 great divine kingdoms. Because only the 5 great divine kingdoms possess enough top-tier treasures for auction houses to trade, the largest auction houses in each universe are not backed by their respective universe kingdoms, but by the 5 great divine kingdoms. The auction house's profits profits mainly come from acquiring treasures, reselling them at auction, and collecting commissions. Although the profits are not as high as those from the slave trade and the body refining planet, they are stable and frequent, resulting in a considerable total income. Lin Xian and Yui soon arrived at the location of the Latu branch of the Yin Valley auction house. The auction house occupies a vast area and is hundreds of meters high. Its exterior looks sullen and imposing. People came and went in a constant stream, some to participate in the auction, and others to sell their treasures. Let's go inside, Yui said to Lin Xian. She holds a certain position in major auction houses throughout the universe. Therefore, as soon as the two entered, they were arranged into a prestigious luxury private room, which was fully equipped and comfortable. Here, they can watch each item being auctioned on a large screen in front of them. It also allows you to adjust the viewing angle and distance, making it very convenient to carefully observe every detail of the auctioned items. It's such a treat to come out with you. Lin Xian thought to himself, this treatment is indeed extraordinary. Lin Xian sat next to Yui and said with a smile that he felt like he was being kept by a rich woman. You'll become like that soon, Yui said with a smile. As one of the profit sharers of the spirit god sect, her income was naturally astronomical, which was why she could do whatever she wanted. Lin Xian has not yet officially joined the spirit god sect. When he goes back to register, he will enjoy the same treatment as Yui. More importantly, Lin Xian himself controls the profits from the myriad spirits planet's secret realm, and his income will only be higher than Yui's. Listening to Yui's words, Lin Xian finally understood that in this vast universe, besides one's own strength, having a useful identity is equally crucial. At least for a cultivator's development, this is extremely advantageous. To give an example, if Lin Xian and Yui had the same talent, but their identities were completely different, Lin Xian was a newcomer with no background, while Yui was an important member of the universe's #1 power. Under these circumstances, it won't be long before Yui's strength far surpasses Lin Xian's, because she will have access to almost unlimited resources. Soon, the auction officially began. Today, geniuses from all star regions of the Qiancheng Universe Kingdom have gathered on planet Latu, and the auctions are packed every day. Therefore, auction houses prepare highly gimmicky treasures every day to attract more participants. Today's auction theme is Beast God. Although Lin Xian did not know what the Beast God specifically represented, he knew that Yui was very interested in it, which showed that it must be an extremely rare treasure. Welcome everyone to the Latu branch of the Yin Valley auction house. Without further ado, let's present the first treasure of our auction. The host was a beautiful woman with a great figure and a stunning appearance, who always had a warm smile on her face. As she finished speaking, two female staff members pushed a small cart forward. On the cart was a rectangular object, completely covered by a black cloth, so no one present could see what it was. The starting price for the first item in this auction is 1 billion Qiancheng coins, and each bid must be at least 10 million Qiancheng coins. The beautiful host announced to everyone. The first item is going to start at 1 billion Qiancheng coins? That's outrageous. Upon hearing the price, Lin Xian asked Yui in surprise. This auction is definitely not a place that ordinary people can come to casually. The first few and last few items are usually the most expensive, while the middle ones are cheaper. That's how auctions work. Yui explained that, after all, people's attention is usually focused on the opening and closing of the auction, while the items in the middle are relatively cheaper. So that's how it is. I wonder what's under the black cloth that's worth 1 billion Qiancheng coins. Lin Xian was filled with curiosity. What would be the first item to be auctioned? The starting price of 1 billion was already quite astonishing. After the host announced the price, everyone in the room was startled and their interest was piqued. They stared expectantly at the items on the stage. The first item up for auction is a celestial master-level slave who has comprehended a first-class law of power. The host announced loudly, while forcefully pulling off the black cloth covering the item. The first item up for auction was a slave, but no ordinary slave. It was a slave who had comprehended the first-class law. Within a star field, it is extremely rare to find a cultivator who has comprehended a first-class law, so this slave is extremely valuable. However, he is currently only at the celestial master level, and it will take a lot of time and resources to help him grow. Therefore, the owner who bought this slave will find it difficult to exert his strength in the short term. He will only have real value after reaching the Dao level. The slave stood in the cage, his upper body naked, his feet bare, his skin fair and delicate, wearing only a pair of black shorts. He was very strong and had a typical human appearance. His face was masculine and powerful, befitting his identity as a cultivator who had comprehended the laws of power. This slave is named Ramos, and he comes from a slave planet. He has mastered the law of power and is definitely his master's most capable bodyguard. Moreover, he is very young and has already broken through to the celestial master level within 100 years, with unlimited potential. The starting bid is 1 billion Qiancheng coins, absolutely worth every penny. The host enthusiastically introduced the slave's greatness to the audience, but such a price was simply unaffordable for ordinary bidders. To buy such a slave, basically only distinguished customers sitting in the private box are qualified to make a bid. As Ramos stood on the auction stage, the crowd below buzzed with discussion. passion. To be honest, they all longed to acquire this slave with astonishing potential. Unfortunately, the starting price deterred them. As the host predicted, only the VIPs in the private boxes had the ability to raise the price. 1.1 billion Xiancheng coins. Yui sat on the sofa and directly quoted a price. This sudden offer left Lin Xian momentarily bewildered. You really want to buy this slave? It doesn't seem necessary, does it? Lin Xian asked curiously. After all, Yui herself was a powerful expert who had comprehended 2 first-class laws, and she didn't need to rely on Ramos's protection at all. Moreover, Ramos's strength could never surpass Yui's, so such protection would be meaningless to her. Furthermore, after buying him, it would take a lot of resources to train him, which is not worthwhile from any perspective. It seems you still have many blind spots in your understanding of cultivation. Yui smiled and responded to Lin Xian's question. She had originally thought that Lin Xian had a thorough understanding of cultivation. What does that mean? Lin Xian's expression immediately became confused, completely failing to understand the deeper meaning behind Yui's words. No wonder Master wanted us to be together, so that's the reason. Yui smiled and looked at Lin Xian. She hadn't understood why her master had made such an arrangement before, but now she suddenly realized. Senior sister, stop keeping me in suspense. You're giving me a headache. Lin Xian smiled wryly and said, what does buying this slave have to do with cultivation? Among the laws you've comprehended, is there a law of power? Has he also comprehended a law of power? Yui looked at Lin Xian seriously and asked. This question didn't need an answer. Everyone knew the answer. Lin Xian nodded obediently, agreeing. Then let me ask you, do you think the two of you have grasped the same laws of power? Yui's question stunned Lin Xian. He had never thought about it carefully before. As a first-class law, how could the law of power be any different? Lin Xian could only answer based on his own understanding. Since it was a first-class law, everyone should have grasped the same thing. First-class laws are the highest-level laws. They are part of the heavenly Tao, but they contain a wealth of content. For example, the laws of space-time include the laws of time, the laws of space, and the dimensional laws that they merge into. The laws of time are further subdivided into different laws such as time stillness, time reversal, and time flow. The laws of space encompass teleportation, fragmentation, and the Sumerian meson, and the laws of dimensions include various laws such as dimensional reduction and dimensional increase. The law of space-time alone contains such complex content. Do you think I can comprehend it all? I've only grasped a part of it. When we say that we have comprehended the first-level law, we mean that we have grasped the overall framework of the law at that level, not all the details it contains. Yui patiently explained to Lin Xian the differences between first-class, second-class, and third-class laws, as well as what comprehension of first-class laws specifically meant. To give an example of the laws of space and time, if I only comprehend the content of the laws of space when I break through from the mortal level to the heavenly level, then what I have mastered is actually a second-class space law, not a complete first-class law of space and time. Similarly, if I only comprehend the contents of the laws of time when I break through, then I will only master the second-level laws of time, not the complete first-level laws of space-time. If I break through from the mortal level to the heavenly level and comprehend the contents of the laws of time, space, and dimensions, then I will have truly comprehended a first-class law, the law of space-time. Moreover, you only need to comprehend a small part of each part, which is why it is extremely difficult to fully comprehend a first-class law. The vast majority of cultivators can only comprehend one part. This is why there are so many cultivators in the universe who have comprehended second-class and third-class laws. After Yui finished speaking, Lin Xian finally understood the specific differences between the various levels of laws. He also realized that his ability to simultaneously comprehend the 3 first-class laws of power, chaos, and spirit was precisely why Su Wendian regarded him as the strongest genius in the universe. I see. So you mean that buying Ramos actually helped me comprehend the law of power? Lin Xian asked Yui with a smile, secretly glad that his senior sister had participated in the auction for his sake. That's just one point. Another point is that cultivators who comprehend first-class laws, regardless of their status, should be controlled by our 3 major divine sects as much as possible, because once they cultivate to the god level, their combat power far exceeds that of other god-level cultivators, Yui continued. Of course, there is a third point. He can also protect you very well. After all, the law of power has obvious advantages in defense and protection. It was for these reasons that Yui decided to participate in the auction. She was determined to buy Ramos. Feeling Yui's thoughtfulness, Lin Xian felt a warm current surge in his heart. Although she was his senior sister, she was always so meticulous and considerate towards him. Looking at Yui beside him, Lin Xian felt an unusual emotion rising in his heart. 1.2 billion Xiancheng coins. After Yui called out the price, someone quickly followed suit and raised the price to 1.2 billion Xiancheng coins. For a slave who has comprehended the first-class law, this price is far from enough, and it will continue to rise. 15 billion Xiancheng coins. Yui was incredibly assertive, not raising the price little by little, but directly increasing it by 300 million in one go. This sudden offer shocked shocked everyone present. That voice is so confident. 1.5 billion Xianqing coins, a 300 million increase in one go. Is she telling everyone that she's rich and powerful? People discussed the matter and made various speculations about the woman's identity. The speed at which the price was being raised was truly alarming. It suddenly increased by 300 million. Is she trying to scare me? Upon hearing Yu Yi's quote, the VIP client in another private room immediately turned grim, clearly dissatisfied. 2 billion Xianqing coins. He directly raised the price by 500 million, which was even more generous than Yu Yi's offer. Upon hearing this offer, the entire audience gasped in amazement once again. What do they think money is? Adding 500 million in one go? Where did their money come from? How can they be so rich? Spending billions is as casual as saying a word to them. People were talking amongst themselves. Although everyone who could enter this auction was considered wealthy, their wealth was nothing compared to the VIPs in the private rooms. Because all banks and auction houses in the universe have interconnected internal systems, auction houses have a clear understanding of everyone's financial situation and allocate seats according to wealth. The richer you are, the closer your seat is to the front, while those with little money can only sit on the periphery or even stand. Of course, they are qualified to participate in auctions, but they are simply not qualified to participate in auctions with such exorbitant prices. He's quite wealthy, he's even bidding against you, Lin Xian said to Yui. Although he didn't have much money himself, after spending so much time with Yui, he always felt that she could come up with as much money as she asked for. 3 billion Xianqing coins. Yui smiled faintly and casually quoted the price. Upon hearing this number, the entire audience gasped in shock. The price far exceeded the market price for slaves who had comprehended first-class laws. Generally speaking, the price of a heavenly-level slave who has comprehended the first-class law is around 2 billion Xianqing coins, and at most it will not exceed 2.5 billion Xianqing coins. Yu Yi's offer far exceeded the normal price, which surprised everyone present, as it meant spending several hundred million more. That little girl is really ruthless. Upon hearing Yu Yi's offer, the man who had originally bid 2 billion couldn't help but speak up. He didn't want to waste any more money. 2 billion was already a very high price, and any more would be a waste of money. 3 billion Xianqing coins, once. 3 billion Xianqing coins, twice. The host called out with a smile, deliberately slowing down her speech on the last occasion to give the other bidders time to think. However, this price was already far above normal levels, and practically no one would bid anymore. Judging from Yu Yi's determined tone, she was clearly determined to win. 3 billion Xianqing coins, 3 times. Congratulations to the guest in room number 3 for successfully winning the first item, a celestial master-level slave who has comprehended a first-class law. The host finally announced the winner of the first item to everyone, and Yui got the slave as she wished. Everyone turned to look at the third private room on the second floor. Although they couldn't see what was happening inside, they were even more curious about her. Next, we will proceed with the auction of the second item of the day. Please stay tuned. After Ramos was pushed off the stage, the second item was immediately brought out. It was small in size and was also covered by a black curtain. This second item is an unprecedented treasure in the history of the universe. It is also one of the most precious and rarest items in this auction. The host made these remarks before even lifting the black cloth, clearly intending to whet everyone's appetite. Upon hearing the words unprecedented, everyone's curiosity was immediately piqued. After all, the universe has existed for a very long time, and almost all rare treasures have appeared at auctions. The fact that the host dared to boast like this indicated that the item was extremely rare. Moreover, this treasure is closely related to our universe's great God King, the white-robed God King. As soon as the host finished speaking, everyone present stood up in shock, their eyes fixed on the auction items covered by the black cloth, their hearts pounding. Is it related to Master? Upon hearing this, Lin Xian was startled and turned to look at Yui beside him. She simply smiled faintly and said nothing more. As we all know, an era ago, a momentous event occurred in the universe that shocked the world. More than 100 God Kings suddenly disappeared without a trace. Later we realized that the disappearance of these God Kings was closely related to the heavenly Tao. Now, with the addition of a new planet, the planet of all spirits, all these mysteries are finally revealed to us. As the host spoke, the screen behind the auction stage suddenly lit up. Everyone could clearly see that on a small planet in the Halley starfield within the Edel starfield of the Flame Valley Divine Kingdom, many cultivators dressed in the robes of the Spirit God sect were busy at work. After their restoration, all of the more than 100 secret realms on the planet Wanling have been revealed to the surface, with a large sculpture standing at the entrance of each realm. Lin Xian stared wide-eyed at the myriad spirits planet before him. He never imagined that the planet would undergo such a tremendous change in just a few years since he left. We can see that in each of the more than 100 secret realms on the planet of 10,000 spirits, there is the figure of a God King. They disappeared back then precisely because they came here to find their own successor. More importantly, the cultivators born on this planet are exceptionally talented, with over 50% of them comprehending second-tier laws. This shows just how much change the arrival of these God Kings has brought to them. Because mortal cultivators cultivators all enter secret realms to obtain treasures, cultivation techniques, and even the inheritance of god kings. As soon as the host finished speaking, the image on the screen suddenly disappeared. Listening to the host's narration and looking back at the scene just now, everyone present was shocked. Who would have thought that there was such a planet in the universe that could accommodate more than 100 god kings to reside together? After hearing my introduction, I'm sure everyone will be very interested in this planet of all spirits. Don't rush, the second item we're going to auction is a rare treasure that's closely related to this planet. As the host spoke, he lifted the black cloth covering the table, revealing a gleaming gold card lying quietly on a tray. Everyone stared at the gold card on the tray, their faces full of doubt. What secret did this gold card hold? Everyone must be wondering what the purpose of this golden card is, right? The host gently held up the card so that everyone could see it clearly. However, there were no special markings on the card, and everyone was still full of doubts. This card is engraved with a unique restriction of the spirit god sect. With it, one can enter the number 1 secret realm of the Myriad Spirits planet. Secret realm number 1 is the largest secret realm on the Myriad Spirits planet, where the universe's number 1 god king, the white-clad god king, is hidden. As soon as the host finished speaking, everyone was shocked again. The secret realm where the white-robed god king was located was undoubtedly the most precious intangible treasure in the universe. Cultivators who enter the number 1 secret realm have the opportunity to receive the white-robed god king's blessings, including treasures, cultivation techniques, and even his mantle. According to the spirit god sect, a native of the Myriad Spirits planet has become the 5th personal disciple of the white-robed god king. He is also participating in this cosmic genius battle. The host's information clearly came from someone in the Lingshan sect, otherwise, she would never have known such details. The reason the spirit god sect disclosed these things was to make everyone understand the value of this secret realm and to arouse their desire to enter it. Yuri, you've exposed my identity. Lin Xian smiled wryly to himself, thinking that once the host said that, the audience would go back and check, and they would immediately know that he, from the planet of 10,000 spirits, was the 5th personal disciple of the white-clad god king. Among the cultivators participating in the cosmic genius battle, only Lin Xian came from the Myriad Spirits planet, and his strength was unmatched. They'll find out sooner or later anyway, so why not spread the word now? It will greatly benefit the value of the secret realm, and your profits will naturally increase accordingly. Yui smiled and explained to Lin Xian that his identity would be exposed sooner or later, so it was better to use his identity and strength to create momentum for the Myriad Spirits planet's secret realm, so that the auction price could rise. Will there be any dangers entering the secret realm? After hearing the host's introduction, everyone's heart raced. Everyone dreamed of receiving the white-clad god king's inheritance, a gift from the strongest being in the universe. Even if they couldn't inherit his skills, getting his techniques would still be a great gain, but their safety was a major concern for them. Danger is definitely present, and only cultivators below the Tao level are allowed to enter. According to the Lingshan sect, the survival rate in the secret realm is about 80%. The host relayed the news about the Lingshan sect truthfully without any concealment. How could it be 80%? Absolutely impossible. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian immediately retorted that the survival rate of the number 1 secret realm was at most in the 20s, and an 80% survival rate was simply deceiving everyone. Do you still think it's one of those secret realms from before? Upon seeing this, Yui chuckled and covered her mouth, saying, "What do you mean? The secret realm can change?" Lin Xian asked, puzzled. All the secret realms on your planet were personally set up by the god kings within them. But after we took over, we contacted all the god kings and asked them to significantly reduce the difficulty of the secret realms. Unless you encounter a cultivator with exceptional potential, everyone who goes in will receive some rewards, but they won't be able to access the true core. Yui patiently explained that apart from the 3 major divine sects, no other force in the universe could master such a method. To contact the god king in the secret realm, one must at least reach the god king realm and command the god king within the secret realm. Only the 3 great divine sects can fulfill such conditions. Moreover, almost all of these 100+ god kings were from the 3 major divine sects, so that's how it is. You've put in so much effort for this secret realm. Lin Xian himself hadn't expected the spirit god sect to have devised so many plans and made so many changes. He had thought it would just be a simple publicity stunt. Making money is a must. We have to find ways to get cultivators in the universe to willingly spend money. This is one of the important reasons why the 3 major sects have been able to develop to their current scale. As one of the core members of the spirit god sect, Yui was quite familiar with these situations. Today has truly been an eye-opening experience. No wonder the 3 great sects are so wealthy and powerful. Lin Xian said with a smile that he had to admit that the 3 major sects were definitely the most powerful in the universe when it came to making money. No wonder Yui was so rich. The people at the auction were very satisfied with what the host said, because an 80% survival rate was already quite high. Although only cultivators below the Tao level can enter, that is enough, because their families or forces must have cultivators who meet the requirements, and this is exactly the kind of opportunity they need. The starting starting bid for the ticket to the Myriad Spirits Planet number 1 secret realm is 100 million Shencheng coins. Each bid must be at least 1 million Shencheng coins. Auction begins. After the host finished introducing all the information, the auction officially began. To be honest, the starting price wasn't particularly high. 110 million Shencheng coins. No sooner had he finished speaking than someone made a bid. 120 million Shencheng coins. Before anyone could react, someone else offered a new price. Everyone values this ticket highly. If they can obtain the white-robed God King's inheritance, it's worth any amount of money. 150 million Shencheng coins. Prices rose rapidly and continued to climb without any sign of stopping. At this moment, Lin Xian asked Yui, who gets the money from these auction tickets, the auction house or the spirit god sect? He didn't understand the intricacies of the business. If the tickets sold for 200 million Shencheng coins, how would that money be distributed? We have already sold this ticket to the auction house for 200 million. No matter what the final price is, the auction house will make a profit and we will only receive 200 million Shencheng coins. Yui explained that auction houses make money in this way. They buy at a fixed price and then sell at auction, which is basically a sure thing. Sometimes they can even make several times or dozens of times the difference. We sell tickets to all the major auction houses in the universe for around 200 million universe coins each. This time, the one-time income exceeds 200 billion universe coins. This time, the main focus is on promotion, while also observing the price people are willing to pay for the tickets. In the future, we will know roughly where the market price is. Yui explained to Lin Xian in detail that this was Yuri's idea. Moreover, this was only the income from the first secret realm. The other 100+ secret realms would also attract cultivators. So I've actually already received over 40 billion universe coins? After hearing Yui's words, Lin Xian asked in shock. Yes, the profits are distributed every 3 years. I estimate that you will receive at least hundreds of billions of cosmic coins in this first round of profit distribution. Yui looked at Lin Xian and said with a smile, this number is absolutely astronomical in the universe. Lin Xian gasped. Although he had great potential, he never expected that making money would be so easy. It's important to understand that many talented and promising cultivators who want to make money have to pay a huge price. They have to search for treasures in dangerous places and then sell them. Making money is a risky business. He never expected that he could easily obtain hundreds of billions of universe coins without doing anything. Did you find it hard to believe when you first heard it? Upon hearing Yui's question, Lin Xian nodded, thinking to himself, this is too incredible. I thought so at first too, but you'll get used to it eventually. You really can't spend all the money. The universe is so big, and the spirit god sect has countless ways to make money, all of which are highly profitable. We core members can't possibly be short of money. Yui, as someone who had been through it all, said frankly to Lin Xian. Lin Xian understood this perfectly. After all, he knew from his time on Earth that the higher up in society one was, the faster one could accumulate wealth, and Earth's population was only a few billion. Looking at the entire universe, such a massive population means that those at the top possess immeasurable wealth, a wealth they could never possibly exhaust. 200 million Shencheng coins. While Lin Xian and Yui were talking, the ticket price had already been auctioned off for 200 million Shencheng coins. This amount was enough for the auction house to break even, and every subsequent transaction would be pure profit. 210 million Shencheng coins. At this moment, Yui also joined the bidding, shouting out her bid. However, she didn't actually want to buy the ticket. Rather, she deliberately inflated the price to encourage others to continue bidding. 230 million Shencheng coins. The senior staff in the private room finally began to call out their price. 250 million Shencheng coins. The auction continued, and the price kept climbing. Once someone in the private room spoke, the price no longer increased simply, but rose rapidly. The host smiled, because the higher the price, the more commission she would receive, so naturally she hoped the price would continue to rise. Soon, ticket prices soared to 500 million Shencheng coins, far exceeding the expectations of the auction house in Yui. It actually reached 500 million. It seems that everyone's longing for the number 1 secret realm is far greater than I imagined. Yui said to Lin Xian. She probably underestimated the attraction of this secret realm. Of course, they may not know how difficult it is to obtain the inheritance after entering the secret realm. Perhaps as more and more people enter the secret realm, the ticket price will actually decrease, Lin Xian said to Yui. If people who enter don't receive the inheritance, they will naturally start to have doubts and won't want to waste their money anymore. Don't worry, what you're describing will absolutely not happen. The spirit god sect will only keep the price up or even higher. It will never let it drop. Yui assured Lin Xian confidently, hearing his concerns. The spirit god sect wasn't that foolish. Ultimately, the ticket to enter secret realm number 1 was sold for 550 million Shencheng coins and acquired by an auctioneer in VIP room number 6. Yui and Lin Xian were extremely satisfied with the high price they were able to sell their items for. If other auction houses could achieve similar results, the prices they would fetch when selling to auction houses in the future would also rise accordingly. It seems your income will be quite good in the future. Yui teased Lin Xian with a smile. Once his identity is confirmed in the spirit god sect, his income will definitely see a qualitative leap. Hearing his senior sister's words, Lin Xian smiled awkwardly. After all, he hadn't received the money yet, otherwise he would have at least auctioned off a good treasure for his senior sister. The auction will continue after the second item is auctioned. The third item will be auctioned next. As is customary at auction houses, the first three items are usually extremely valuable treasures, attracting considerable attention. Therefore, this third lot still aroused strong interest. The staff pushed the third item onto the auction stage. This time, the item was cube-shaped and covered with a black cloth, making it impossible to see the internal details. This third item for auction is a very practical treasure. Although it is only S rank, it is extremely practical and in no way inferior to SS rank treasures. The host introduced to the audience with a smile. It is indeed quite rare for an S rank treasure to have the practicality of an SS rank treasure. This third item is an S grade treasure, the wood source divine crystal, the host announced loudly, simultaneously lifting the black cloth covering the item, revealing its true form to the crowd. On the tray was a cube-shaped glass container, and the wood source crystal was embedded in the very center of the glass container. This wood source crystal is light green throughout, radiating a dazzling light that bathes the entire glass vessel in a green glow. Its shape resembles a drop of water, pointed at the top and round at the bottom, about the size of a fist, and contains a lot of flowing green energy, making it look mysterious and unpredictable. Seemingly sensing the power of the wood source divine crystal, Xiao Qing, inside Lin Xian's pet space, suddenly awoke and excitedly said to Lin Xian, "It can help me break through to the god level." Lin Xian was taken aback when he heard Xiao Qing suddenly say this. How could Xiao Qing, who was so far away from the wood source divine crystal, still sense its aura? Can it help you break through to the god level? Lin Xian asked Xiao Qing to confirm. If Xiao Qing could break through to the god level, it would also be a boost for him. Moreover, once Xiao Qing breaks through to the god level, his lifespan will be greatly extended. Although he will not achieve immortality, it will still be an excellent improvement. That's right, this wood source divine crystal is exactly what I need, Xiao Qing said to Lin Xian. He himself was not sure if he could buy it, but he really wanted it. I understand. Don't worry, this wood source divine crystal will definitely be yours, Lin Xian assured Xiao Qing, but to make this happen, he still needed Juyi's help, since he didn't have much money on hand right now. Senior sister, can you do me a favor? Lin Xian asked Yui. This was the first time he had ever asked for help. Oh, you've never asked me for anything before. Just tell me what you need help with. Yui teased Lin Xian with a smile, thinking that this guy would never ask her for anything. Could you help me bid for this wood source divine crystal? I really need it. Lin Xian spoke his mind, which was no problem for Yui at all. Is this considered helping out? If you want it, I'll take a picture and give it to you. It won't cost much. Hearing Lin Xian make this request, Yui seemed a little disappointed, feeling that it was impossible. I'll have to pay this money back to my senior sister later. She's already helped me so much, Lin Xian said sincerely. Over the years, his expenses, as well as the money he just spent to buy Ramos, were basically all covered by Yui. Why are you being so formal with your senior sister? This money is rightfully yours to spend, but you know his current situation, so I'm doing it for him. Don't say anything more to me, or I'll just leave, Yui said, feigning anger. Although she said that, her reason was quite valid, because Su Wentian hadn't given Lin Xian much material support. Those cosmic-level treasures were rewards Lin Xian received after passing the test. They were hardly a gift. Alright, then I'll follow your arrangements, senior sister. Since Yui had already put it this way, Lin Xian naturally couldn't refuse anymore. He secretly remembered that he would spend more money on his senior sister in the future. That's more like it. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Yui's expression finally returned to normal. As everyone knows, this wood source divine crystal is an extremely rare treasure in the universe. Those who have comprehended the elemental laws can use it to cultivate their understanding, and those who haven't can carry it with them, because it can greatly enhance a cultivator's recovery ability, which is equivalent to having an extra life. The host explained the power of the wood source crystal to everyone present. As a natural treasure comparable to SS grade, its effects were indeed incredibly tempting. This extraordinary treasure has a starting price of 1 billion Xianqing coins, and each bid must be at least 20 million. The auction is now officially open, the host announced loudly. 1.5 billion Xianqing coins. As soon as the host finished speaking, Yui immediately shouted out her price, which was a full 500 million higher than the auction price. It's her again. She's the customer from room number 3. Who is she? Is this how auctions are always held? She doesn't give anyone else a chance to bid. Upon hearing that familiar voice, everyone present began to discuss it, as Yui's performance was truly dazzling. 1.55 billion Xianqing coins. Even so, the price of this wood source divine crystal has not yet reached its peak and still has a lot of room for growth, so there will inevitably be people who continue to raise the price. 2 billion Xianqing coins. When someone called out a higher price, Yui didn't hesitate and immediately made a second bid, which was 500 million more than the previous one. She's exaggerating too much. Is she showing off her wealth to us? Everyone was speechless at Yuyi's actions. Although her behavior wasn't against the rules, it gave off an air of superiority that made people uncomfortable. 21 billion Xiancheng coins. Another guest in a private room quoted his price, clearly also wanting to obtain the wood source crystal. 3 billion Xiancheng coins. Yui was not to be outdone and directly shouted out a price far exceeding the market price. The market price of wood source divine crystal is around 2.6 billion, so 3 billion is obviously too high. Is her money different from ours? When buying that slave, the price was much higher than advertised. Is this even human? Is she making money? Everyone could only shake their heads in exasperation at Yuyi's behavior. It was simply outrageous. If there were more people like her, wouldn't the prices of goods in the universe be thrown into chaos? But Yui didn't care at all. She was not short of money, and her actions alone would not affect market prices. In fact, the reason she spent so lavishly this time was because Lin Xian was by her side. She wanted Lin Xian to know that she was willing to spend money on him. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, Lin Xian truly felt this sentiment. 3 billion Xiancheng coins once. 3 billion Xiancheng coins twice. 3 billion Xiancheng coins 3 times. When Yui called out the price, the host didn't wait for anyone else to bid, because basically no one would be willing to waste money. This price is enough to buy this wood source divine crystal. Congratulations to the guest in room number 3 for successfully bidding on this wood source divine crystal, the host announced with a smile. Everyone was speechless and helpless. This woman was truly wealthy and powerful. Thank you, senior sister. Lin Xian said to Yui with heartfelt gratitude that she was indeed willing to spend money on him. Don't mention it. As long as it's useful to you, I'm willing to pay any price. Yui responded calmly, her meaning clear. Money isn't important, what's important is you. Feeling his senior sister's concern, Lin Xian's gaze towards Yui became increasingly different. After the first 3 items were sold, many of the subsequent items were sold for less than 100 million Xiancheng coins. Nothing particularly eye-catching happened, so Lin Xian and Yui watched the show while chatting idly. It wasn't until the very last item of the auction was brought out that Yuyi's expression became serious. This was exactly the item she had been waiting for. The final item of this auction is about to be revealed, and I'm sure all the bidders here today are here for it. Although it is extremely valuable, its appearance in the universe always sparks the most heated discussions. It is the most famous among SSS class treasures. Having seen the theme of this auction, I'm sure you've already guessed what it is. Let's give a warm round of applause to welcome this final item, the host announced to the crowd in the most enthusiastic tone. Without a doubt, this final item was the treasure everyone had been most eagerly anticipating. A burst of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. After all, the purpose of everyone's visit was not for the auction itself, but to see this final item up for auction. They understood that the price of this treasure was far beyond their means, but they would be content just to see it once. This shows just how attractive this final item was. Lin Xian, however, still did not know what this was. However, he noticed that Yui also had a look of surprise on her face, an expression he had never seen before. This SSS grade treasure is extremely rare, capable of surprising even the core members of the Spirit God sect. It's probably a rare find even within the Spirit God sect itself. As Lin Xian pondered this, he became even more curious about the last item up for auction. What kind of mysterious object was it? Amidst enthusiastic applause, the staff pushed the last item onto the auction stage, still completely covered by a black cloth. However, as soon as this item appeared, the 9 pets in Lin Xian's pet space immediately reacted strongly. Is this the aura of the ancestral god? Di Jiang was the first to ask. That's right, it's the aura of the ancestral god. There's no mistake, the chaos beast immediately echoed. As divine level pet beasts, Lin Xian was puzzled as to what exactly this beast god they spoke of was. The 9 pet beasts were extremely excited, as if they had encountered a treasure. The host placed his hand on the black cloth and announced loudly to the audience, the final item of this auction, the SSS level treasure Blood of the Beast God, has a starting price of 10 billion cosmic coins. Each bid must be at least 100 million cosmic coins higher. That's right, this time the host said cosmic coins, not Xiancheng coins, which means that the starting price of this Blood of the Beast God is approximately equivalent to 12 billion Xiancheng coins, an astronomical price. At this moment, Lin Xian finally saw clearly what this Blood of the Beast God really was. A drop of bright red blood floated in mid-air, emitting a dazzling array of colors. The blood contained intricate patterns and auras, and was about the size of a thumb. It really is the blood of the ancestral god. The chaos beast, Dijiang, Zhulong, and nine-tailed celestial fox exclaimed in unison, their expressions extremely excited. Isn't this the blood of the beast god? Why do you call it the blood of the ancestral god? Lin Xian couldn't help but ask, as he had never heard them mention this before. Master, although we are called god-level pets by you, we are still very weak among the beast race. The chaos beast began to explain to Lin Xian in detail, all of which came from their inherited memories. We are currently only at the peak of the Heavenly King level, which is of limited help to our master. However, if we can complete an evolution evolution, our strength will be comparable to your peak Tao King level. This level of strength belongs to the beast venerable level among the beast race. After completing the second evolution, its strength will be equivalent to that of a peak spirit king, which is the level of a beast king. If one can complete the third evolution, one's strength will reach the peak level of a god king, which is the realm of a beast god. Chaos Beast Xiao Yuan meticulously explained to Lin Xian the ranking system of the beast race, which was completely different from the universe cultivator system. The beast race only had a few levels: ordinary, beast lord, beast king, and beast god. I see. So this beast god's blood is the blood from the beast god himself? Lin Xian asked immediately after hearing Xiao Yuan's explanation. No, this is just the blood of an ordinary beast god. The blood of the beast god being auctioned this time is the blood of the ancestor of the beast race, who is countless times more powerful than an ordinary beast god. Xiao Yuan explained. The ancestor of the beast race is called the ancestral god by us, and you call him the beast god, but you are actually referring to the same being. If an ordinary beast god is already comparable to a peak god king, then just how strong is this progenitor of the beast race? After hearing Xiao Yuan's words, Lin Xian felt a sense of unease. Could it be that the strength of the beast clan ancestor far surpassed that of the peak god king? Yes, the progenitor is extremely powerful. Even the strongest god king among you cultivators is no match for him, Xiao Yuan said firmly, because our progenitor coexisted with the universe. Even the strongest god king in your universe has only comprehended 3 first-class laws. But do you know how many first-class laws our progenitor comprehended? Xiao Yuan asked rhetorically, her words filled with pride and awe. 4 first-class laws? Or even 5 first-class laws? Lin Xian dared not think too much about it, but since the ancestor was born with the universe, his strength was naturally not to be underestimated. There are 7. The progenitor mastered all the first-level laws. Therefore, he is the embodiment of the heavenly Tao in the entire universe. Xiao Yuan's words shocked Lin Xian. What? Lin Xian was incredulous. He never imagined that the progenitor of the beast race was actually the spokesperson for the heavenly Tao. However, after the birth of the universe, the power of the progenitor gradually weakened over time. Whenever a cultivator who comprehends a certain first-class law appears in the universe, the power of the progenitor will weaken accordingly. When a cultivator fully masters a certain first-class law, the progenitor will lose the power of that law. Xiao Yuan continued, therefore, after all 7 first-class laws of the universe were fully comprehended by cultivators, the progenitor finally disappeared from the universe, leaving only his bones and blood. Among them, there are 10,086 drops of ancestral god's blood, 108 drops of ancestral god's essence blood, and 36 ancestral god's bones. Xiao Yuan recounted in detail the entire process of the beast race's progenitor, from birth to death. After listening to Xiao Yuan's words, Lin Xian finally understood that such a story was hidden in the universe, but he had never seen any trace of it in the universe intelligence. And the evolution of our beast race depends on these things. Absorbing the blood of the ancestral god allows us to evolve into a beast lord. Absorbing the essence blood of the ancestral god allows us to become a beast king. Absorbing the bones of the ancestral god allows us to ascend to the level of a beast god. Therefore, there can only be a maximum of 36 beast gods in the universe, because there are only so many bones of the ancestral god. Xiao Yuan concluded by saying that this was also the reason for their excitement, because even obtaining just a drop of the ancestral god's blood would allow them to evolve to the level of beast lord. Since the blood of the ancestral god is so important to your beast race, why do we cultivators still fight for it? Lin Xian asked in confusion, since this thing is so important to the beast race, why do cultivators covet it so much? Because whether it is the blood of the ancestral god, the essence of the ancestral god, or the bones of the ancestral god, they all contain part of the profound mysteries of the 7 first-class laws. By studying these relics, cultivators can comprehend first-class laws. This is the wonder of the ancestral god. Even after his fall, what he left behind remains an extremely precious treasure. I understand. Then, can we cultivators absorb the blood of the ancestral god? Lin Xian continued to press for answers, wanting to know if he could absorb the blood of the ancestral god in the same way he absorbed the essence of the beast clan. Well, it's hard to say for sure. It's definitely not possible for others, but you, master, might be able to. Xiao Yuan thought for a moment before answering Lin Xian truthfully. After all, he couldn't be completely sure since he hadn't tried it himself. Why can't others do it? Lin Xian asked curiously why Xiao Yuan was so sure. Because the inherited memories record that a cultivator at the God King level once tried to absorb the blood of the ancestral god but ended up exploding and dying without even a chance to be resurrected. Xiao Yuan frankly stated that the record is real, and Lin Xian can verify it as long as he checks it. Then why is it possible for me to succeed? Lin Xian pressed on, asking, if even the God King has no hope, what makes it possible for me? Because you, master, have absorbed so much of our essence and blood. In terms of physical structure, you are almost no different from the beastmen. Xiao Yuan stated the truth bluntly. Although Lin Xian was not a pure beastman, his bloodline, bones, muscles, skin, internal internal organs, and even spirit had been completely transformed by the essence of beastmen. He was already half-orc, and there was no precedent for this in the universe. After hearing this, Lin Xian suddenly realized that if it weren't for the 9 pet beasts contributing their essence and blood, he would never have such strength. Moreover, the 3 first-class laws he comprehended were indeed closely related to these essence blood. Should my development path be the same as that of the orcs? Such a question arose in Lin Xian's mind. Although he could not be sure yet, he had begun to have some doubts. Therefore, Master, I hope you can auction off this blood of the beast god. Xiao Yuan expressed her opinion that with the blood of the beast god, Lin Xian's first pet beast would be able to evolve to the beast lord level. This, Yui will probably bid on it. She plans to use it to comprehend first-class laws, so we'll see what happens next. Hearing Xiao Yuan's words, Lin Xian could only respond in this way. After all, he was currently short of money, while Yui was clearly determined to obtain the blood of the ancestral god. He was at a loss and could only wait and see what Yui's attitude would be. Perhaps he would have a chance to buy it back after Yui finished her research. No matter what, I have to thank my master. Xiao Yuan smiled and spoke to Lin Xian. Thank me? I didn't do anything. Lin Xian was completely bewildered by Xiao Yuan's gratitude. Because we saw the blood of the ancestral god, we at least saw hope. Di Jiang spoke up, saying, that's absolutely right. Where there's hope, there's possibility. If we don't get it this time, there will be another time, and another time after that. Upon hearing Di Jiang's words, Lin Xian immediately understood. For them, the blood of the ancestral god was indispensable, regardless of their talent. Just seeing it meant they had a chance to advance, and this hope was extremely important to them. Don't worry, I will definitely help you all advance to the beast god realm in the future. Lin Xian confidently assured them that his potential came from them. He promised that once he became stronger, he would do everything in his power to help them evolve to their full potential. 111 billion cosmic coins. While Lin Xian was talking with his pets, the auction for the blood of the ancestral god was in full swing. The starting price was extremely high, and only guests in the private rooms could participate. Those in the audience could only listen and watch. Yui was generous, directly raising the price by 1 billion, demonstrating her wealth to everyone. 115 billion cosmic coins. The people sitting in the private rooms of the largest auction house in the Qiancheng universe were all extremely wealthy, and someone immediately raised the price. 130 billion cosmic coins. Yui remained expressionless and continued to raise the price without hesitation. She was determined to obtain the blood of the ancestral god, no matter the cost. 140 billion cosmic coins. Another auctioneer also made a firm bid, seemingly determined to compete with Yui. 150 billion cosmic coins. For Yui, money was just a number, and she didn't hesitate to raise the price again. The audience below listened to the astronomical price tag with envy in their eyes. They may be wealthy cultivators in the star field or rich individuals in the universe, but compared to these top tycoons, the difference is like heaven and earth. Naturally, they greatly admired Yui's lavish lifestyle and her seemingly insatiable wealth. 160 billion cosmic coins. More bidders joined the bidding war, all eager for the blood of the ancestral god. After all, this thing could very well lead to the emergence of several powerful individuals in a family who have comprehended first-class laws, resulting in an astonishing improvement. 200 billion cosmic coins. Yui said no more and directly raised the price to 20 billion cosmic coins. This is already an astronomical price for the blood of the ancestral god. The usual auction price is around 17 billion. Yui's offer was 3 billion higher than expected, which is an astonishing figure for the vast majority of families in the universe. Of course, for the core members of the spirit god sect, this amount of money is nothing. 200 billion cosmic coins at a time. 200 billion cosmic coins twice. 200 billion cosmic coins 3 times. Congratulations to the guest in room number 3 for successfully bidding on this drop of beast god's blood. The host was beaming with excitement. The high price this drop of beast god's blood fetched earned her a substantial commission. Inside the auction house, everyone stared in shock at VIP room number 3. This woman had made 3 bids, each time extremely generous, and each bid exceeded the market price. This shows that she is no ordinary person, but a cultivator with extremely abundant wealth. Sitting next to Yui, Lin Xian was also impressed by the aura she exuded when she was shopping, and secretly hoped that he could have such courage in the future. With the beast god's blood falling into Yui's hands, the auction officially came to an end. Yui ultimately won the bid for 3 items: Ramos, the slave who had comprehended a first-class law, the S-class treasure wood source crystal, and the SSS class treasure blood of the beast god. The first 2 treasures were gifts for Lin Xian, while the last one was for Yui's own use. After the auction, Yui led Lin Xian to the trading area, completed the transfer of Qiancheng coins and universe coins, and personally accepted the 3 auction items. This is Ramos's spiritual imprint. Refine it. This is a wood source divine crystal, which I'll also give to you. Yui handed the 2 items to Lin Xian, and then put the blood of the beast god into her storage ring. Lin Xian readily agreed and immediately refined Ramos's spiritual imprint, making Ramos his slave. Greetings, master.
Ramos stood behind Lin Xian and bowed respectfully. Let's go back. Lin Xian nodded slightly and then returned to their manor in the Ader Starfield with Yui. The estate has dozens of spacious villas, and Yui and Lin Xian chose to stay in the same villa. After returning home, Yui didn't say much and went straight to her room to begin comprehending the blood of the beast god she had just obtained. Lin Xian then handed the wood source divine crystal to Xiao Chang, allowing him to break through on his own. As for himself, he planned to talk to the slave Ramos about cultivation. Have you just entered the celestial master realm? Lin Xian looked at Ramos in front of him and asked. Although he didn't know the other party's exact cultivation level, he could sense that Ramos's understanding of the laws of power was inferior to his own. Reporting to Master, I comprehended the law of power a year ago and reached the celestial master realm. Ramos stood respectfully in front of Lin Xian, and because he was much taller than Lin Xian, he had to bow and lower his head to respond. What are the components of the laws of power that you have comprehended? According to Yui, the first-class law consists of many parts. Which ones did Ramos comprehend? The law of strength is mainly composed of 3 parts: body, speed, and strength. In terms of body strength, I have only comprehended the ability to recover. In terms of speed, I have only comprehended reaction speed, and in terms of strength, I have only comprehended core strength. Ramos carefully reported his understanding of the laws to Lin Xian. After listening to his description, Lin Xian fell into deep thought. He seemed to have grasped all of these points. I feel there's a significant gap between the laws I've grasped and his. I need to give it a try. With that thought in mind, Lin Xian said to Ramos, I want to test your abilities. My cultivation level is far higher than yours, so I will only use 30% of my strength to attack you. Yes, master. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Ramos immediately took a few steps back, stood firmly, and began to circulate the power of the laws he had comprehended. Lin Xian summoned a flying dragon in the sky and used 30% of his strength to stab Ramos in the abdomen, precisely avoiding a vital spot. Ramos felt a sharp pain immediately, but he endured it without making a sound. Lin Xian drew his spear, and a stream of blood flowed from Ramos's abdomen. About half a minute later, Ramos' abdominal wound had fully healed. Your recovery ability far surpasses that of cultivators at the same level, but compared to me, there is still a significant gap. Seeing this, Lin Xian knew that there was still a great gap between the two. Master, you have also comprehended the law of power? Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Ramos asked in surprise. Yes, but the laws I've comprehended seem to encompass all aspects of the laws of power. All parts of the law of power? Ramos repeatedly exclaimed. This is just too incredible. My body is exceptionally strong in defense, recovery, and size. I also have abundant strength throughout my body. In terms of speed, both my reaction and offense are equally outstanding. Lin Xian said this to Ramos, therefore he felt that he should have already grasped all parts of the law of power, but the depth was not enough. According to the master, as long as your realm improves, you will be able to fully comprehend the law of power. Ramos answered truthfully. Such cultivators are extremely powerful because as long as they can comprehend all parts of any first-class law, they have virtually no weaknesses or shortcomings. This is the power of first-class laws, which is why cultivators who can comprehend first-class laws are so highly regarded. It seems that's indeed the case. Lin Xian nodded. He even suspected that he had already grasped all the parts of the laws of chaos and the laws of spirit, which might be related to the fact that he had melted so much beast blood essence. Is this the true path that cultivators should take? The thought flashed through Lin Xian's mind, but the predecessors in the universe could not verify it, so no one had ever chosen to cultivate in this way. Lin Xian was the first in the universe. After all, no other cultivator could possess so many pet beasts. Alright, you can go now. Feel free to ask me any questions you have about cultivation, and just let me know if you need any resources. After figuring this out, Lin Xian asked Ramos to leave, as he needed to calm down and think things through more carefully. Yes, master. Ramos respectfully agreed, bowed, and left. Not long after, Xiao Chang returned to Lin Xian's side. Having absorbed the wood source divine crystal, he underwent significant changes. Xiao Chang was originally entirely blue, but now it has turned a bluish-gold color. Its scales have become more delicate, and a few simple patterns have been added. A small crown has appeared on its head, and its dragon claws have also turned gold. Besides the change in appearance, Lin Xian also clearly sensed an increase in Xiao Chang's strength. Previously, Xiao Chang was at the peak of the saint level, equivalent to the peak of the mortal level in humans. Xiao Chang has now evolved to the peak of the god level, which is equivalent to the peak of the heaven level in humans. She is on the same level as the chaos beast Di Jiang, Zhulong, and the nine-tailed heavenly fox. Xiao Chang, how strong are you now? Lin Xian sensed the change in Xiao Chang and was overjoyed, so he asked. It should be equivalent to the peak of the heavenly king level among humans who have comprehended the second-tier laws, and even slightly better, because my physical strength is unmatched by cultivators of the same level. Xiao Chang excitedly told Lin Xian that he was now close to the strength of the dragon god in his memory, and with the racial talent of the beast race, his combat power was comparable to that of a peak heavenly king level cultivator who had comprehended a first-class law. That's right.
Right. So, if Little Red and the others want to evolve, they'll need the corresponding divine crystals? That's right. Fire Source Divine Crystal, Earth Source Divine Crystal, Gold Source Divine Crystal, Water Source Divine Crystal. With these, they can evolve to the god level. Further evolution requires the blood of the ancestral god. Xiaoqing replied that compared to Xiaoyuan and her batch of god-level pets, they needed to evolve one more step. Fortunately, these elemental crystals aren't expensive, so Lin Xian should be able to obtain them easily. As for the blood of the ancestral god, that will truly depend on strength and luck. Okay, I'll get them for you one by one. Lin Xian smiled and assured Xiaoqing. Thank you, master. After Xiaoqing finished speaking, she returned to Lin Xian's pet space. For the next 3 days, Lin Xian did not see Yui. It wasn't until noon on the 4th day that Yui finally arrived at the villa's lobby. How are you? I've been a little worried about you these past few days since you haven't come out. Upon seeing Yui, Lin Xian couldn't help but ask with concern. To be honest, after not seeing Yui for so many days, he felt something was missing and couldn't sit still. However, he felt awkward barging into her room, since it was Yui's private space and he couldn't enter without permission. This blood of the beast god is not something I can use. Yui plopped down on the sofa, handed the bottle containing the beast god's blood to Lin Xian, and asked, "What does this mean?" Lin Xian took the bottle with both hands, looked at Yui with a puzzled expression, and asked, "The laws contained in this drop of beast god's blood are related to the laws of chaos. I didn't find them useful to myself, so I'm giving them to you. You can study them carefully." Yui explained that this is the drawback of buying the blood of the beast god in one's own name. If the law is not something you comprehend yourself, it's basically useless, but if it's something you buy from a family or power, it will generally be effective regardless of what the law is, because there are many people who can comprehend it. Then you can take this opportunity to comprehend the laws of chaos. Didn't you just comprehend 2 first-class laws? Lin Xian said. Talent? You're the only one in the entire universe who dares to use the word talent with me. What do you think a first-class law is? Even if you showed me the entire chaos law right now, I still wouldn't be able to comprehend it. Yui replied irritably. Her talent is among the best in the entire universe. After all, the laws of spacetime and the laws of yin and yang are both extremely difficult to comprehend among the first-class laws, especially the laws of yin and yang, which very few people understand. Therefore, Yui was already a genius among geniuses, but she encountered an even more abnormal being like Lin Xian. After all, since the birth of the universe, only Su Wenyan and Lin Xian have comprehended 3 first-class laws. Why? Lin Xian didn't understand. Could it be because of a lack of talent? Because I don't understand it. To put it simply, I don't have the aptitude for it, so watching it is pointless, Yui admitted. She understood that comprehending the laws relied on insight, or more precisely, insight in a certain aspect. Without insight in that aspect, it would be impossible to grasp the essence of the laws. Okay, can I tell you something? Lin Xian asked. What is it? Just say it. Yui remained lying down, thinking about how to comprehend deeper levels of the laws. After you've seen this drop of the beast god's blood, could you give it to my pet? It can evolve if it absorbs it. Lin Xian looked at Yui. After all, these were her things, and he had to ask her first how he wanted to use them. This drop of beast god's blood is useless to me now. It's yours to use as you please. It has nothing to do with me, Yui said calmly, neither agreeing nor refusing, but simply handing over all the power to Lin Xian. Hearing this, Lin Xian felt a warmth in his heart. Perhaps it was because Yui had too much money and didn't care at all, but in his eyes, Yui was really good to him and respected him. She didn't act superior just because he didn't have money now. Of course, this is also related to his own talent. He feels very comfortable spending time with him over the past few years. Alright, then I won't stand on ceremony. Knowing Yui's personality, Lin Xian stopped refusing and put the beast god's blood into his storage ring. The qualifiers for the universe nation should be starting soon. You'd better perform well then, since the entire universe is watching you, Yui reminded her. After all, Lin Xian has already been widely publicized to promote the role of the secret realm, and his performance in the competition will inevitably attract the attention of the entire universe. Of course, Lin Xian replied with a smile. Just then, their personal identification miniature device received a notification. To all the talented cultivators participating in the Cosmic Nation qualifying tournament, after intense and fierce elimination rounds across 289 star regions, a total of 2,089 geniuses have entered the Cosmic Nation qualifying tournament. Among these nearly 3,000 geniuses, only 3 will ultimately be able to represent the Qiancheng Universe Kingdom in the Divine Kingdom positioning competition. Therefore, our competition rules must ensure that the 3 selected are the most talented and skilled cultivators. Therefore, we assigned identical opponents to all participants, which ensured the fairness of the competition and prevented strong players from being eliminated due to bad luck. This competition will take place in the trial tower in the virtual universe, and the guardian of the first floor is a Dao Master level cultivator who has comprehended a second level law. The challenge will last for a full year, and participants can enter the trial tower an unlimited number of times. Each time a guardian is defeated, the participant participant can advance to the next level. There is no penalty for failure. Contestants can continue to challenge until they defeat their opponent. At the end of the year, each participant will be ranked according to the number of floors they have passed in the trial tower.
The top 3 will represent the Qiancheng Universe Kingdom in the Divine Kingdom positioning competition.
If there are cases where the number of levels cleared is the same and affects advancement, an additional match will be held, which will be a one-on-one individual arena battle. The competition will officially begin tomorrow at noon and will last for a year. We hope that all participants will give their best.
These are the rules of the Cosmic Nation qualifying tournament.
They are simple and clear. There are no direct battles between participants, and all matches are held within the trial tower.
The guardian of the first level is actually a Peak Dao Master cultivator who has comprehended a second-level law.
Lin Xian exclaimed in surprise. The starting point of the challenge was indeed not low. After all, the contestants are all geniuses from various star regions, so their starting point is naturally very high, otherwise, it would be too easy from the beginning, Yui explained to Lin Xian. However, for the two of them, such opponents were not considered too strong.
Judging from past competitions, what level are the cultivators who make it into the top 3 usually at?
Lin Xian asked proactively, since Yui had more information. In the Qiancheng Universe Kingdom, the top 3 are usually at the peak of the Dao King realm, comprehending first-class laws, and combining them with 1 or 2 second-class laws.
Their strength is roughly like that, Yui said.
The Qiancheng Universe Kingdom is of medium to high strength within the Yin Valley Divine Kingdom, and the top 3 are basically all cultivators who have comprehended first-class laws.
Peak of Dao King, and has even comprehended a first-class law? Senior sister, you must be no match for them, right?
Lin Xian was somewhat shocked after hearing this. After all, Yui was only at the mid-stage of Dao Venerable, and there was still a gap in their realms.
Without using high-level treasures, I can at most guarantee not to be defeated. To defeat or even kill them, I must use high-level treasures, Yui admitted.
Frankly, after all, her opponents had comprehended first-class laws, and the difference in their realms was obvious, making it difficult to win without treasures. Yui's words also mean that Lin Xian cannot enter the top 3 at present, because he is only at the peak of the Heavenly King level, and his realm is a whole major level lower.
Wouldn't I be in great danger?
Lin Xian was worried. With his strength, he could easily make it into the top 10 in the Universe Kingdom qualifiers, but he was not good enough to make it into the top 3.
It's not just a little dangerous, it's absolutely dangerous.
You'll have to work incredibly hard this year, Yui warned with a smile. If Lin Xian wants to break into the top 3, he must break through to the Heaven level and reach the Dao level. With his talent for comprehending 3 first-class laws, he still has a chance to break into the top 3.
Okay, I'll do my best. Lin Xian nodded.
After all, cultivators throughout the universe were watching him, and he couldn't afford to let them down. During their conversation, the personal identification miniature device pushed another list to them, which recorded the names, origins, and current trial tower levels of 2,810 participants. Since the competition has not yet started, everyone's current level is 0, but Lin Xian's name stands out, with his origin listed as the planet of 10,000 spirits.
Cultivators from all over the universe saw this list, especially those in the Qiancheng universe.
After learning that Lin Xian came from the Myriad Spirits planet, they all set up reminders for the walkthrough video. In this way, as long as Lin Xian enters the trial tower, these people will receive a notification and watch his livestream in real time. This Lin Xian is actually from the planet of 10,000 spirits. I heard he even entered the first secret realm and obtained the inheritance of the white-clad God King. Many cultivators have begun to discuss Lin Xian. After all, the entrance ticket to this secret realm is a well-known item in the auction house. Even cultivators from other cosmic nations will pay special attention to Lin Xian.
If he performs well, the tickets for this secret realm will likely sell even better, and the attention it receives will be even greater. I wonder what his actual strength is. Is he really a laughingstock, or does he actually have some skills? As one of the most promising cultivators in the Qiancheng universe, he stared coldly at Lin Xian's name and spoke. His name is Gowen.
He has comprehended the first-class law of chaos, and has also mastered the second-class laws of life and space. His realm has reached the peak of Dao King, making him a strong contender for the top 3. He had heard of Lin Xian's name even before the competition started, which made him interested in him. After all, Lin Xian's popularity in the Qiancheng universe was extremely high, which inevitably made several powerful geniuses somewhat dissatisfied.
They were all strong contenders for the top 3 and naturally did not want to be overshadowed by outsiders.
Moreover, Lin Xian comes from a small planet that has just been connected to the universe, which means that his cultivation time is at most a few 100,000 years, and his cultivation level is definitely not very high. Therefore, they did not think Lin Xian could enter the top 3, and their attitude was naturally one of contempt or even disdain. Lin Xian returned to his room, took out the blood of the ancestral god that Yui had given him, and examined it carefully. This drop of blood is covered with many patterns and various symbols, making it quite difficult to understand.
Yui can understand all of this? She even discovered that the blood contains information
information about the laws of chaos? Lin Xian was filled with doubt. He couldn't understand the meaning of the symbols and patterns in the blood at all. At this moment, Chaos Beast Xiaoyuan flew out of the pet space and explained to Lin Xian, "Master, these patterns and symbols are the characters that our beast race uses to record information. Beastman script and human script can be converted to each other in the universe, which is why Yui understands it. Master, you haven't looked into it, so naturally you can't see it." Xiao Yuan carefully explained that Lin Xian was unaware of this because he had only recently entered the universe. In other words, the symbols and patterns in the blood of the ancestral god are not incomprehensible mystical entities. I see. So what do the patterns and symbols in this drop of ancestral god's blood mean? Lin Xian asked, knowing that Xiao Yuan could understand, so he asked it to tell him. This contains the 5 elements section of the chaos laws, but the description of the metal element is of no use to you. Xiao Yuan answered honestly, because Lin Xian had already grasped the overall content of the chaos laws, and the information about the gold element alone was meaningless to him. Yes, I feel that the 3 first-class laws I've comprehended are quite different from those of other cultivators. Should I also fuse with the blood of the ancestral god? Lin Xian asked Xiao Yuan, feeling that he was different from ordinary cultivators and that his path to comprehending the laws should also be different. Based on our inherited memories, you are not yet able to fuse with the blood of the ancestral god. You must first fuse with our blood. Xiao Yuan said that although Lin Xian's body was already no different from that of the beast race, his current realm was too low, and he was not qualified to perfectly fuse with the blood of the ancestral god. You mean, you should break through first, and then I'll fuse with your essence blood after your breakthrough, just like before? Lin Xian immediately understood what Xiao Yuan meant and quickly confirmed it. That's right, so that you can absorb the blood of the ancestral god in the future. Xiao Yuan's words make a lot of sense and are of great significance to Lin Xian. If he were to rashly fuse with the blood of the ancestral god before everything was in order, he might be in mortal danger. You're right. Then I'll give you this ancestral god's blood for now. You can fuse with it first, and then we'll talk about it after you break through to the beast lord level. Lin Xian handed the blood of the ancestral god to Xiao Yuan. He thought that if Xiao Yuan could break through to the beast lord realm, it would be easier for him to advance to the top 3 in this competition. Xiao Yuan, I need a quiet place where I won't be disturbed. My breakthrough might take some time, Xiao Yuan said to Lin Xian without hesitation. Okay, I'll take you there. Lin Xian nodded and led Xiao Yuan away from the villa. The villa was quite large, and currently only he, Yui, and Ramos lived there, so finding a suitable room wasn't difficult. Ramos, you stay here and guard this room. No one except me and Yui is allowed to enter. Lin Xian instructed Ramos outside the door. The upcoming match was the priority, so he had to entrust the task of protecting Xiao Yuan to him. Yes, master, Ramos replied respectfully, then stood motionless at the doorway. Lin Xian trusted Ramos quite a bit. The man was reliable and never made a mistake. After all, Ramos came from a slave planet and knew that slaves had to be dutiful and responsible, and only by performing well could they receive better rewards from their masters. Soon, the second Sunday arrived, and the qualifying rounds for the Qiancheng Universe Kingdom officially began. Nearly 3,000 cultivators entered the virtual universe almost immediately. Everyone shared the same idea. First, challenge the guardians of the trial tower with all their might and break through their limits. Then, adjust their strategies based on the reasons for failure. As each additional level they passed increased their chances of entering the top 3. Lin Xian and Yui also entered the virtual universe, both aiming to break into the top 3 in the Qiancheng universe. Yui's strength was steady, while Lin Xian was struggling, mainly because his cultivation level was lower. Lin Xian chose to challenge the first level of the trial tower. The guardian of the first level was at the early stage of Dao Master and had comprehended a second level law, a level that Lin Xian could easily defeat. The second level guardian was a mid-stage Dao Master who had also comprehended a second-tier law. Lin Xian still managed to kill him instantly and successfully entered the third level. They continued their challenge until the 9th floor, where the guardian had comprehended 3 second-tier laws and reached the early stage of the Dao Master realm, making him 1 level stronger than the guardians of the previous 8 floors. 3 second-tier laws? Their strength is indeed impressive, but it's not enough in my eyes. Lin Xian muttered to himself, his spear flying out. As a cultivator who had comprehended the law of power, he could completely break through all laws with brute force. As long as the difference in strength between the two sides is not too great, Lin Xian can easily defeat his opponent because his strength and speed are exceptionally powerful. This Lin Xian, though his cultivation level isn't high, is decisive in his attacks. These guardians couldn't withstand the power of a single spear thrust. Yes, although his cultivation level isn't high, his speed in clearing the level is incredibly fast. It's clear he has a profound understanding of the law of power. His speed far surpasses that of ordinary peak Heavenly King level cultivators. One-shot kills show his strength is also formidable. Such outstanding speed and strength indicate his comprehensive understanding of the law of power. It seems this Lin Xian is indeed quite skilled. Those who followed Lin Xian's livestream gave him high praise. As a cultivator cultivator who hadn't been cultivating for long, his performance was already amazing. Soon, Lin Xian became the fastest person among more than 2,000 cultivators to pass the 12th level, attracting much attention. After passing through the 12th level, the guardian of the 13th level is an early-stage Dao Venerable cultivator who has comprehended a second-level law. So that's how the guardians are arranged. It seems I can easily pass the next 12 levels. Lin Xian was overjoyed. Now that he had figured out the pattern of the Trial Tower Guardians, the challenges ahead would no longer be difficult for him. Because unless one is a cultivator who has comprehended a first-class law, almost no one can stand against Lin Xian. After all, his attack power is simply too strong. With almost every move easily defeating a guardian, Lin Xian quickly traversed the trial tower from the 13th to the 24th floor, remaining the fastest to clear the level. However, the speed of clearing the level is not the decisive factor in this competition. No matter how fast he is, it does not mean that he can qualify for the next round. However, the audience in the universe had already given Lin Xian's performance extremely high praise. To be able to easily defeat cultivators at the peak of the Heavenly King realm while still at the peak of the Heavenly King realm, especially since those opponents had all comprehended 3 second-tier laws, his combat power was truly astonishing. After a period of time, all 2,000 plus cultivators successfully passed the 24th level. As expected of the genius cultivators from each star field, everyone cleared all 24 levels without anyone failing. Yes, the cultivation level of a Dao Venerable at the peak is simply not enough for these geniuses. Some cultivators even brought high-level treasures to help them pass the test, since the guardians of the trial tower only used B-level treasures. The crowd discussed it animatedly, expressing their satisfaction with the performance of these geniuses. But the real test has only just begun, because guardians at the Dao King level will appear next, and in the next 12 levels, some people will definitely fail to pass. At this moment, Lin Xian had already arrived at the 34th floor, where he was awaited by a guardian at the peak of the Dao King realm. The peak of the Dao King realm is only one step away from the spirit realm. Their strength is extremely powerful, and their combat power alone is almost equivalent to one 10,000 universe unit. Ordinary peak Heavenly King cultivators typically have only 100 cosmic units in various stats, while Lin Xian, as a cultivator who has comprehended 3 first-class laws, receives a tremendous boost from these laws. His various stats are around 2,000 cosmic units, which is roughly the level of a mid-stage Dao Venerable cultivator, far exceeding that of an ordinary peak Heavenly King. Moreover, he also has the amplification of his bloodline and the blessing of Flying Dragon in the Sky, which can raise his various data to about 10,000 cosmic units, so he can easily defeat a cultivator at the peak of Dao Venerable. However, when facing an opponent at the peak of the Dao King realm, his stats could only be on par. Keep in mind, this was without being affected by the amplification effects of the laws. Once the opponent utilizes the amplification provided by the second-order law, the data will easily surpass 10,000 cosmic units. At that point, Lin Xian will be at a disadvantage in terms of strength, speed, and defense. Therefore, for Lin Xian, this challenge was just the beginning of the real pressure. Lin Xian gripped his spear tightly and thrust it directly at his opponent. His speed was extremely fast, reaching his own limit. However, the guardian of the 34th floor easily dodged the attack. Clearly, the opponent was faster than Lin Xian and dodged the attack with quick reflexes. His speed is even faster than mine. Lin Xian was shocked. At the same time, the opponent's white glowing broadsword suddenly slashed towards Lin Xian's waist. This move may seem slow, but it's so fast that it's hard to defend against. Before Lin Xian could prepare to defend himself, the broadsword struck his waist, and excruciating pain instantly shot through his mind. He endured the pain and quickly moved to the left, trying to avoid the opponent's attack. However, his opponent was faster, making it impossible for Lin Xian to completely dodge. He could only try his best to avoid being hit in vital areas. It seems Lin Xian has finally met his match. The guardian at the peak of the Dao King realm is starting to give him a hard time. Lin Xian's cultivation level is relatively low, so it's already quite an achievement that he's come this far. It seems he's destined to lose on this level. The audience in the universe witnessed Lin Xian's predicament. Facing a guardian at the peak of the Dao King realm, his cultivation level was indeed somewhat insufficient. This gap cannot be bridged by laws. If Lin Xian had only comprehended one first-class law, he indeed would not be able to defeat his opponent, but he is not. He is a genius who has comprehended 3 first-class laws. Faced with an opponent who was faster than himself, Lin Xian had no choice but to unleash his spiritual laws. As long as the opponent isn't a cultivator who has comprehended mental laws, they will inevitably be affected. Although the opponent's realm is extremely high, and Lin Xian can't immobilize them, as long as he can affect their speed, that's enough. Under the influence of mental power, the opponent's reactions became noticeably sluggish and their movements slowed down. After all, the guardian of this level wields a large sword, and the second-level laws he has comprehended are related to strength, so he cannot withstand Lin Xian's mental attack at all. Spear out, Star Strike. Lin Xian unleashed a full-force attack, stabbing straight into the heart of the guardian from behind, defeating it and
successfully passing the test of the 34th level. Ha! He actually killed the opponent directly? Why did the opponent suddenly slow down after attacking twice? Was it intentional? Did they think they could definitely win? The audience raised this question one after another. They all saw that the Guardian's movements were obviously slow, but they did not know that Lin Xian had used a mental attack because mental attacks are invisible. Would the Guardian really let us through on our own? That's impossible, isn't it? While most viewers had such doubts, they still found it unlikely and couldn't explain why the Guardian suddenly slowed down. It's highly likely that the Guardian has been subjected to a mental attack. A small number of viewers guessed the reason, since mental attacks cannot be detected by the naked eye. There were various speculations about Lin Xian's successful passage through the 34th trial, but in any case, he had successfully entered the 35th trial. On this level, Lin Xian faced a Dao King Peak cultivator who had comprehended 2 second-tier laws. Although the Guardian's strength had increased, it had almost no effect on Lin Xian. Using the laws of the mind, he was still able to clear the game quickly. The same applies to the 36th level. Facing a Dao King Peak Guardian who has not comprehended a first-class law, he does not pose much of a threat. However, the difficulty of the trial suddenly increased when they reached the 37th floor. Because the Guardian of this level is a Peak Taoist cultivator who has comprehended 1 first-class law and 2 second-class laws. How did you improve so much? Upon learning of his opponent's strength, Lin Xian was shocked. To be honest, this Guardian was at least twice as strong as the one on the previous level. After all, the difference between first-class laws and second-class laws is enormous. Even so, Lin Xian had no choice but to face the challenge head-on. He gripped the flying dragon soaring through the sky and charged forward. His opponent's cultivation level wasn't high, and Lin Xian could still attack him thanks to his speed advantage. However, his opponent had comprehended the first-class law, the Yin-Yang law. Although he had no speed advantage, the explosive power brought by the Yin-Yang power injured Lin Xian. The first-class laws are indeed powerful. They can actually injure Lin Xian's physical body. This has never happened before. The audience witnessed Lin Xian's injury, clearly indicating that his defense was not impenetrable. Second-class laws could not harm him, but first-class laws could. However, Lin Xian's recovery ability was amazing, so the damage had a limited impact on him, and he continued to attack. After 3 rounds of fierce fighting, Lin Xian finally killed his opponent and successfully passed the 37th trial. Their movements have obviously slowed down considerably. Cultivators who have comprehended first-class laws are extremely powerful in every aspect. Lin Xian thought to himself, but at this moment he only prayed that he would not encounter a Guardian who had comprehended 2 first-class laws on the next level. Fortunately, the Guardian of the 38th floor is a Peak Dao venerable cultivator who has comprehended 1 first-class law and 2 second-class laws. Compared to the previous level, it's just a higher realm, without any other improvements. Faced with such an opponent, Lin Xian was already showing signs of fatigue. The difference in their cultivation levels prevented him from delivering a fatal blow. After dozens of rounds of fierce fighting, Lin Xian finally killed his opponent, but he also suffered a lot of injuries in the process. It seems I'll have to use the chaos law for the next level. Relying solely on the laws of spirit and the laws of power is no longer enough to contend with them. Lin Xian thought to himself. He understood that the Guardian of the next level must be a powerful expert at the peak of the Dao King realm. Faced with such a huge gap in their levels of skill, he had no choice but to reveal his trump card without reservation. The 39th floor. Lin Xian has adjusted to his best state and decided to openly reveal the fact that he has comprehended 3 first-class laws and will go all out. With a thrust of the spear, heaven, and earth shatter, he unleashed his strongest offensive move, the amplification effect of which was far greater than that of Star Strike, reaching up to 10 times. In truth, Lin Xian currently lacks a more powerful offensive technique. While the tenfold increase is strong, it is still far from satisfactory. He has not yet acquired more advanced spear techniques and can only use the original Pear Blossom spear technique for now. Although the power boost from the Qianquan breaker was considerable, defeating the opponent was virtually impossible. After all, the opponent was at a higher level and possessed extremely strong defenses. It's still not enough. After this test, Lin Xian realized that this attack couldn't kill the enemy. Although it could slow down the opponent's movements, the power was insufficient to cause any real damage. Chaotic Gold. Lin Xian made no attempt to hide his power, directly imbuing the flying dragon in the sky with chaotic gold, instantly boosting its attack level. What is that golden light on his spear? Attentive viewers immediately noticed the change in flying dragon in the sky, but most people didn't understand it. I don't know, is it a new skill? The others also discussed among themselves. Lin Xian's use of Chaos Gold was unique, making it difficult for them to identify. The dragon, imbued with the Chaos Gold, has greatly increased its attack power in the sky, leaving obvious wounds with every thrust it makes. However, even with the enhancement of Chaos Gold alone, he still couldn't completely defeat his opponent. Lin Xian had no choice but to continue using Chaos Fire. The golden flames accompanied Lin Xian's attacks, making them difficult for his opponents to withstand. Unleash Chaos Flame. He seized the opportunity
opportunity and detonated the flames the instant the chaos flame touched his opponent. The chaos fire contains chaotic energy, and its explosive damage is extremely terrifying. Chaotic energy can directly attack the body, rendering external physical defenses useless. A ball of golden flame exploded instantly inside the opponent's body, and the golden flash entered Lin Xian's eyes. With a thrust of the spear, heaven and earth shatter. Lin Xian seized the opportunity and immediately unleashed his strongest attack. This time, by attacking the enemy from both inside and outside simultaneously, they finally defeated him and successfully cleared the 39th floor of the trial tower. The audience and the universe were all shocked to see Lin Xian pass through the 39th floor. He just used the chaos fire? Could it be that he has comprehended the third first-class law, the law of chaos? That's the chaos flame. There's a gray, flowing aura within the golden flames, that's the chi of chaos. Almost everyone saw the chaos flame and recognized it without a doubt. This means that Lin Xian not only mastered the laws of power and the laws of spirit, but also comprehended the laws of chaos. He actually comprehended 3 first-class laws? Is another white-robed god king about to be born in the universe? Upon hearing this, the audience was utterly shocked. Having comprehended 3 first-class laws, if he could advance to the god level, he would be virtually invincible. Another cultivator who has comprehended 3 first-class laws has indeed appeared. No wonder the spirit god sect dared to use him for propaganda. This alone is enough to convince everyone. Once the audience and the universe confirmed that Lin Xian had comprehended 3 first-class laws, their longing for the secret realm intensified. Regardless of whether Lin Xian's talent is related to the secret realm, as long as he doesn't say it himself, others won't easily conclude that the two are unrelated. Under such circumstances, the secret realm of the myriad spirits planet will inevitably attract a large number of cultivators, which is undoubtedly a good thing for Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian has reached the 40th floor of the trial tower, and the strength of the guardians on this floor has significantly improved. Because the guardian comprehended 2 first-class laws and 1 second-class law, his realm reached the peak of the Dao Master level. Lin Xian was defeated again on this floor. The difference in their cultivation levels made it impossible for him to break through the opponent's defenses. Even with his best efforts, it was to no avail, and he could only temporarily withdraw from the trial tower. Lin Xian failed on the 40th level. His cultivation level was simply too low, the lowest among all the participants this time. If we can't even defeat the guardian of the 40th floor, it will be extremely difficult for us to make it into the top 3. When the audience saw Lin Xian emerge from the trial tower, they all discussed how his cultivation level had become the biggest bottleneck preventing him from advancing further. This bottleneck is not something he can easily overcome. It requires time and, more importantly, luck. However, this cosmic national qualifying tournament only lasts for 1 year, and it will be extremely difficult for Lin Xian to break through to the Dao Master realm within that year. Yui has defeated the guardian of the 42nd floor. She is currently ranked first in the entire arena. After Lin Xian withdrew from the real-world virtual universe, he kept an eye on Yui's matches. Yui is at the mid-stage of the Dao Venerable realm, and in addition, she has comprehended 2 first-class laws, making her extremely powerful in combat. The guardian of the 42nd floor comprehended 2 first-class laws and 1 second-class law, belonging to the peak level of Dao King, which Yui was fully capable of dealing with. However, by the 43rd floor, the guardian's strength had increased to an extremely terrifying level. He had comprehended 3 first-class laws and reached the peak of the Dao Master level. Although Yui's cultivation level is slightly higher, her understanding of the laws is inferior to her opponent's, and she cannot win without the help of high-level treasures. There's no other way, we have to use our trump card. Yui frowned. In order to defeat this guardian, she had no choice but to use her ultimate move. Sweep away the dust from heaven and earth. With a thought, a black and white whisk radiating a soft light appeared in her hand, mysterious and unpredictable. With the appearance of this treasure, Yui's attack power immediately increased by a level. With the powerful force unleashed by the yin-yang principle, they finally defeated their opponent and successfully passed this test. However, the 44th floor still left Yui helpless. Even with the Qiankuan whisk, she could not break through the opponent's defense. After all, her opponent was a peak Dao Venerable who had comprehended 3 first-class laws, making him perfect and without any weaknesses. Yui was no match for him at all. Left with no other choice, Yui had to withdraw, but her ranking remained firmly in first place. Senior sister is indeed amazing. She managed to clear the 44th floor. After Yui exited the virtual universe, Lin Xian said with a smile, "Luckily, I had the Qiankuan whisk, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to beat the 44th level at all. Guardians of 3 first-class laws are truly monstrous." Yui shook her head and replied, "I only achieved this result because of the treasure. Treasures are also part of strength, that's normal. But senior sister, what level of treasure is your Qiankuan whisk?" Lin Xian asked curiously, as he had never seen a treasure of the cosmic level or higher. SS grade treasure, specifically designed to counter the yin-yang principles. Yui answered simply that the higher the level of the treasure, the more demanding the conditions for its use. Without sufficient strength, even if one possesses possesses the treasure, one cannot unleash its full power. SS grade treasure. Hearing this, Lin Xian was extremely surprised. In the universe, SSS level treasures are extremely rare, and SS level treasures are the most coveted items among cultivators. Those who can obtain SS level treasures are almost all god level cultivators, but Yui is only a Dao venerable, yet she already possesses such a treasure. This truly surprised Lin Xian. There's nothing to be surprised about. You will have everything I have in the future, so don't worry. Yui smiled slightly at Lin Xian. As disciples of the white-clad god king, how could they lack such treasures? By the way, what floor have you reached? Yui asked. This competition is a huge challenge for Lin Xian. Making it into the top 3 will be quite difficult. I couldn't go any higher after reaching the 40th floor. The difference in strength is still quite significant. Lin Xian sighed softly and answered Yui, which was considered his limit. Not bad. If we get to the 40th floor, we have a chance to be in the top 3. It all depends on how the others perform. Yui nodded in agreement. Lin Xian's performance was even better than she had expected. After a while, almost everyone reached their limit, and the contestants began to pay attention to their rankings on the leaderboard. First place, Yui, cleared level 43. Second place, Taylor, cleared level 41. Third place, Pan Jun, cleared level 41. Fourth place, Checkered Pattern, cleared level 41. Fifth place, Lin Xian, cleared the 39th floor. Sixth place, Yuanjin, cleared the 39th floor. Just who is Yui? How did she manage to clear the 43rd floor? When all the contestants saw Yui's far ahead performance, they couldn't help but feel puzzled. The gap between her and the second place was only 2 levels, which seemed small, but the difference in strength between those 2 levels was not something that could be closed in a year, or even 10 years. The difference in strength between the guardians on each level of the trial tower is widening. In other words, Yui has basically secured the first place. Whether they were participating cultivators or cultivators within the Qiancheng universe, everyone was filled with curiosity about Yui. Previously, during the live stream, everyone was focused on Lin Xian, and few people paid attention to Yui's performance. Now, everyone is pulling up videos of Yui's matches. There's actually a cultivator who has comprehended 2 first-class laws, and he's only at the mid-stage of the Dao Venerable realm. She was able to get through the 34th floor. The treasure she possessed must have played a crucial role. In any case, her position as number 1 is definitely secure. After watching Yui's competition video, everyone realized how strong she was. She had just been too low-key before. As contestants, they felt extremely helpless. Yui's sudden emergence as a powerful figure was hard to accept, especially Gowon, who is in 4th place. If it weren't for Yui, he would be in 3rd place now. Lin Xian, who ranked 5th, only cleared the 39th floor, making it impossible for him to surpass Gowon. In other words, if it weren't for Yui, Gowon would have already been in the top 3. Where did this Yui come from? How could the Qiancheng Universe Kingdom have such a talented cultivator? Gowon was extremely unhappy. However, the 2nd to 4th place finishers had all cleared the 41st floor, and there was still an individual arena battle to determine the top 3. Pan Jun and Taylor both thought the same thing. One of the 3 of them was destined to be eliminated. After completing the Trial Tower Challenge, Lin Xian returned to his villa to focus on his cultivation. This year, he needed to give it his all. To break into the top 3, he had to reach the Dao Master level. 5 days later at noon, Lin Xian was focused on his cultivation when the door was suddenly pushed open, and the Chaos Beast Xiao Yuan appeared in the doorway. Xiao Yuan? Lin Xian asked in surprise, looking at Xiao Yuan's appearance. Because the small circle has changed drastically compared to before. Previously, he was just a round sphere, but now, after merging with the blood of the ancestral god, he is transformed into a human, dressed in black, handsome, and with an outstanding physique. Xiao Yuan smiled and responded to Lin Xian. What's wrong with you? Lin Xian hurriedly asked Xiao Yuan, and if it weren't for their telepathic connection, he really wouldn't have believed that the human in front of him was actually Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan said, after fusing with the blood of the ancestral god, I reached the Beast Lord realm, which is equivalent to the peak of the human Dao King level. Xiao Yuan walked to Lin Xian's side and explained, after we reach the Beast Lord level, we can freely change our form, so I transformed into a human and even imitated my master's appearance, which is why I look a bit like you. Xiao Yuan seemed very happy, and from his words, one could sense the important place Lin Xian held in his heart. Great, this is much better. Although you're not as cute as before, you look much more comfortable. You won't have to stay in the pet space all the time anymore. Lin Xian was also very happy after hearing Xiao Yuan's words. Now that she has a human form, Xiao Yuan can enjoy a normal life outside, which is definitely much more interesting than staying in the pet space all the time. Xiao Yuan nodded, then said to Lin Xian, I can't go back to the pet space either, but the connection between us still exists. No matter where we are, we can communicate through telepathy. He had just tried to enter Lin Xian's pet space but failed, which meant he could only stay outside now. That's fine too. Anyway, the villa is very big, so you can pick any room you like. No matter what the situation, Lin Xian's feelings for them never changed, because without them, he wouldn't be who he is today. Yes, but master, I have some good news to tell you.
you? Xiao Yuan suddenly smiled and said mysteriously to Lin Xian. What good news? Lin Xian was taken aback. What good news could there be at this time? Master, you forgot. You absorbed their essence blood before, but you didn't absorb mine, right? Xiao Yuan reminded him that she was an energy body and did not have essence blood in her body, so she could not let Lin Xian absorb and fuse with her before. Yes, you are an energy body, and you don't have essence blood in your body. Lin Xian nodded. Could it be that you changed after evolving to the Beast Lord realm? Lin Xian immediately realized the key point and asked in shock. That's right. I am now a being of flesh and blood, with essence blood within me. I have fused with the blood of the ancestral god, so my essence blood should be of great help to you, Xiao Yuan said, and a drop of purple essence blood appeared between them. This drop of essence blood is different from the essence blood of the sacred beasts and divine beasts that Lin Xian fused with before. It emits purple light and contains a five-colored aura, which is obviously the energy of chaos. I am part of the laws of chaos, and the blood of the ancestral god also contains elements of the laws of chaos, which are perfectly compatible with me. Therefore, this drop of my essence blood can greatly help you comprehend the laws of chaos. Xiao Yuan explained to Lin Xian. The beastmen are completely different from humans. They are born as part of the laws of nature and do not need to comprehend the laws. They only need to fuse with the blood and bones of the ancestral gods to complete their evolution. Won't this affect you? Lin Xian asked with concern. After all, Xiao Yuan had evolved to the Beast Lord realm, and he was worried that it might hurt Xiao Yuan. Don't worry, Master, a drop of essence blood won't have much of an impact. I'll be fully recovered after resting for a while. Xiao Yuan shook her head and replied easily. But that's not actually the case. The higher the level of a beastman, the more precious their essence blood is. Losing even a drop will cause a significant drop in strength in a short period of time, and recovery takes a long time. But Xiao Yuan only thought about helping Lin Xian, disregarding everything else, and willingly offered up this drop of essence blood. Holding the essence blood given to him by Xiao Yuan, Lin Xian was moved. Perhaps this was his greatest chance to break into the top 3 in the competition. Alright, then I will fuse with this drop of essence blood, Lin Xian said to Xiao Yuan without hesitation. Okay, Master, you continue with the fusion. I'll go outside and take a look, Xiao Yuan replied. Xiao Yuan smiled and said to Lin Xian, still full of curiosity about the universe even after transforming into human form. Let Ramos come with you, so he can look after you, Lin Xian reminded Xiao Yuan. After all, Xiao Yuan didn't understand anything, and having Ramos by her side would naturally make her feel much more at ease. Xiao Yuan nodded and then left. Lin Xian then began to fuse with Xiao Yuan's essence blood. The chaos beast itself was part of the chaos law, and its essence blood greatly aided Lin Xian's comprehension of the chaos law. He sat upright on the ground, placed his essence blood in front of him, and, following the body refining method, evenly smeared the essence blood all over his body. Then he closed his eyes and sat quietly, beginning to absorb and integrate this essence and blood. This chaotic beast essence blood, which had reached the beast venerable realm, contained energy far exceeding any essence blood Lin Xian had absorbed before. He could clearly feel the essence and blood merging into his body, constantly strengthening every part of his body. An extremely warm and comfortable feeling welled up in Lin Xian's heart, like a mother's care for her child. Lin Xian had never experienced this feeling before under his master's guidance. He could even clearly sense the primordial chaos within his body subtly transforming, and his body underwent subtle changes as a result. Lost in this wonderful feeling, Lin Xian lost track of how much time had passed. When he opened his eyes again, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Because at this moment, he has advanced to the early stage of Tao Master, and not just one law, but 2 first-class laws have reached this level. After merging with Xiao Yuan's essence and blood, Lin Xian's chaos law and power law both broke through to the early stage of Tao Master. I never expected that both of my first-class laws would break through to the early stage of Tao Master. Now I should be able to break into the top 3 in the competition. Lin Xian smiled. This gain far exceeded his expectations. I'll familiarize myself with this realm first, and then go to the trial tower to challenge it. He planned in his mind, and without much hesitation, he would start a new challenge after familiarizing himself with the realm, just like before. With 3 months remaining until the end of the Cosmic Nation qualifying tournament, Lin Xian entered the virtual universe once again. Over the past 6 months, many participants have entered the trial tower multiple times, hoping to clear more levels. Unfortunately, the difference in strength between each level of the trial tower is huge, and most people cannot break through the test of the next level. However, a few cultivators or their families, who are wealthy, will take advantage of this period to purchase high-level treasures for them. With the support of these high-level treasures, they were able to barely pass one more level of the trial tower, but still could not break into the top 3. Nevertheless, they still strive for better rankings, because the Qiancheng Universe Congress distributes rewards based on rankings. The higher the ranking, the richer the reward, so naturally no one wants to give up easily. Lin Xian stepped into the trial tower again, this time facing the guardian of the 40th floor, which he easily defeated. He then successfully passed through the 41st and 42nd floors and arrived
arrived at the trial grounds on the 43rd floor. On this level, his opponent was a Peak Dao Master-level cultivator who had comprehended 3 first-class laws. The opponent has the same number of laws as Lin Xian, but his realm is slightly higher. However, with the help of the flying dragon in the sky and the enhancement of his bloodline power, Lin Xian ultimately defeated his opponent. Yue and I have finally tied on the number of floors we cleared. Lin Xian was in high spirits after clearing the 43rd floor, because this result was enough for him to enter the top 3. Upon reaching the 44th floor, facing a cultivator at the peak of the Dao Venerable level whose strength far surpassed his own, Lin Xian was unable to continue the fight and had no choice but to temporarily give up. If I also possessed an SS grade treasure, or if my spiritual laws could break through to the Dao Master level, I would definitely be able to pass this level, Lin Xian muttered to himself. Unfortunately, neither of these two things was currently feasible, so he had no choice but to leave the stage for now. Because he entered the trial tower suddenly, the audience was unaware of it until the rankings were updated, at which point everyone noticed the change in Lin Xian's ranking. The first place winner is Yue, who cleared the 43rd floor. Second place, Lin Xian, cleared the 43rd floor. Third place, Taylor, cleared the 41st floor. Fourth place, Pan Jun, cleared the 41st floor. Fifth place, Checkered Pattern, cleared the 41st floor. Sixth place, Yuanjun, cleared the 39th floor. Both the audience and the contestants couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when they saw the latest rankings. What happened? Lin Xian actually broke through to the 43rd level of the trial tower? He's made such progress in just 6 months? Everyone discussed it amongst themselves, finding it hard to believe. They then opened the video of Lin Xian clearing the trial tower and watched it intently. Lin Xian's ranking jumped to second place, a scene that displeased Taylor, Pan Jun, and Guwen the most. Originally, only 2 of the 3 could advance, but Lin Xian's sudden appearance turned the competition into a 3-way battle for one spot, instantly increasing the pressure. This Lin Xian actually managed to break through within a year. Taylor exclaimed in surprise as he watched Lin Xian's completion video. However, he wasn't too worried. Although it had become a 3-way elimination, he remained confident in his own abilities. In terms of actual combat ability, he is definitely stronger than Guwen and Pan Jun, and the two of them are also aware of this. What a fucking bastard. Guwen stared at the rankings on the list and couldn't help but curse. He was cursing Lin Xian. If it's a 3-2 elimination round, he still has a chance to advance, since he's stronger than Pan Jun, but if it's a 3-1 elimination round, he's no match for Taylor at all, and he won't even make it in. Lin Xian squeezed into the top 2, undoubtedly taking away his advancement spot, which made him so angry that he almost exploded. He even suspected that there was something wrong with the trial tower, but after watching Lin Xian's video of clearing the tower, he was speechless. Could it be that the secret realm of the Myriad Spirits planet can really help cultivators better comprehend the laws? This question arose in Guwen's mind. It wasn't just the plaid pattern. Everyone who saw Lin Xian's performance couldn't help but have the same thought. Everyone believes that Lin Xian, as a cultivator from a newly formed planet, being able to rank among the top 3 in the Cosmic Kingdom qualifying tournament must be closely related to the secret realm of the Myriad Spirits planet. However, Lin Xian was unaware at this moment how much profit his breakthrough would bring him in the future. Not bad, Lin Xian. You actually cleared the 43rd level and broke through to the Dao Master level? Yue rushed to Lin Xian's room as soon as she saw the ranking and asked excitedly. It was a lucky breakthrough. Thankfully I finished it before the competition ended. Lin Xian replied to his senior sister with a happy smile. How did you break through? Did you comprehend it through the blood of the beast god? Yue asked with great curiosity. Upon hearing this question, Lin Xian explained in detail the reason for his breakthrough. He admitted that he did rely on the blood of the beast god given to him by Yue, but it was not achieved through comprehension. Is that so? Is it really true that your way of comprehending laws is different from our traditional way? Yue asked incredulously, her face filled with surprise. She had never heard of a cultivator being able to improve their law realm without comprehension, simply by fusing with beast bloodlines. It was utterly unbelievable. I can't say for sure, but that's how it seems for now. Lin Xian admitted that he himself couldn't be completely certain and could only guess. If he can maintain this state, then it can be confirmed. After all, judging from the content of his comprehension of the laws, he is already quite different from ordinary human cultivators. But this is a good thing. If the two of us can make it into the top 3 together, the Divine Kingdom placement competition will be even more intense, Yue said to Lin Xian. After all, only the top 3 in the Divine Kingdom and the Universe Kingdom within the Flame Valley Divine Kingdom are qualified to participate. Add to that the genius disciples of the 3 great sects, and this is truly a clash of the universe's elite. Lin Xian nodded, in a good mood, but he had an idea he wanted to share with his senior sister. Senior sister, could you help me contact Yuri? I need some money first. Could you give me a share of the secret realm's income first, and then distribute it according to the agreement of splitting it every 3 years? Lin Xian said to Yue that he didn't have much money on him right now, which was inconvenient, so he had this idea. How much money do you need? I'll give it to you right away. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Yue generously generously told him that she was a tycoon and could give him any amount of money she wanted. Senior sister, after all, you are a woman and I am a man. I feel a little embarrassed to ask you for money. Lin Shen looked at Yui awkwardly and explained that he was not the kind of person who would ask for money casually, and he was more used to solving problems on his own. Seeing his expression, Yui smiled gently and said, "You're quite principled. If it were anyone else, they would be overjoyed to hear me say that. Please ask for me. If you can't find out, I'll ask you." Senior sister, Lin Xian said again. "Okay, I'll ask for you. It should be fine. After all, you're the master of the myriad spirits planet and your master's disciple. He'll definitely take care of you." Yui nodded in agreement, willing to inquire for him. "Thank you, senior sister," Lin Xian said with a smile, feeling that there shouldn't be any major problems with the matter. Not long after, Lin Xian received 10 billion universe coins transferred from the spirit god sect into his account. "Did you receive the money?" Yui asked. "Received it. It was forwarded by the spirit god sect." "Does all the income from this secret realm go directly into the spirit god sect's finance department?" Lin Xian asked curiously. "Yes, after all, with such a large daily turnover, only the finance departments of the 3 major sects and 5 major divine kingdoms can handle it," Yui explained. "It's normal that major banks also have restrictions on ordinary cultivators and powerful factions." After a few brief reminders from Yui, Lin Xian quickly understood. "After the qualifiers for the universe kingdom are over, I'll take you back to the spirit god sect and change your status to that of a core member. That way, you'll have everything." "A single golden token isn't enough," Yui said to Lin Xian. The golden token was indeed useful within the spirit god sect, but it wasn't universally applicable across the universe. When Lin Xian's personal identity microdevice identifies him as a core member of the spirit god sect, he will enjoy many privileges in the universe. "It has everything? What are the specific differences?" Lin Xian asked curiously, since he hadn't experienced it before and naturally didn't know. "Every month, you can receive a share of the spirit god sect's overall profits. You automatically become the highest level member of all banks, auction houses, arenas, exchanges, and other places in the universe. There are no limits on the amount or number of transactions, and you also have the power to appoint and dismiss officials in star systems, star regions, and the universe. In short, there are many benefits." Yui explained in detail the rights enjoyed by the core members of the spirit god sect. Hearing this, Lin Xian was quite shocked. He hadn't expected there to be so many practical privileges and no useless rights. They can actually appoint and dismiss officials. "Won't this cause problems? What if someone abuses their power?" Lin Xian asked, worriedly. "After all, management personnel are very important. Giving core personnel such great power, won't that create hidden dangers? You don't think the spirit god sect has a lot of core members, do you?" Seeing Lin Xian's doubt, Yui asked with a smile. "Not many? Who are the core members?" Lin Xian asked quickly. It seemed that the core members were different from what he had imagined. "Besides Master, only the 5 elders and the 5 of us fellow disciples are the core members. They are all completely trustworthy people, and there won't be any problems you're worried about," Yui said. "The core members are all the elders of the spirit god sect and the sect master's personal disciples, so there are no hidden dangers regarding their power." "Oh, I see. Then there's really no problem." Lin Xian suddenly realized that he had been worrying too much. Yes, the members of the spirit god sect are divided into several levels: outer sect registered disciples, outer sect ordinary disciples, and outer sect elite disciples. They all basically hold the spirit god sect's black token. Yui began to explain the internal situation of the spirit god sect to Lin Xian. After all, he was about to return to the sect and needed to understand it clearly in advance. Next are the inner disciples, divided into ordinary inner disciples and elite inner disciples. They all hold purple tokens. Yui looked at Lin Xian and continued, "The spirit god sect has 4 types of tokens: black, purple, red, and gold tokens." She has already explained the situation of the outer and inner disciples of the spirit god sect and introduced the holders of the black and purple tokens. What remains are the red and gold tokens. The number of holders of these 2 types of tokens within the spirit god sect is very large, accounting for about 90%. The disciples who hold red tokens are the sect's ordinary managers or those disciples who have made outstanding contributions. Yui's gaze never left Lin Xian as she continued her story with great interest. The disciples who hold red tokens are responsible for managing many affairs of the spirit god sect, and they themselves have all reached the level of godhood. As for those disciples who made outstanding contributions, their numbers are extremely small, so I will not go into details. Yui smiled slightly. After all, as the largest sect in the universe, it was indeed very difficult to make outstanding contributions to the sect, and the highest grade golden token is extremely rare within the spirit god sect. Among my fellow disciples and the 5 elders, there are probably only 2 or 3 left. Although Yui couldn't quite remember the exact number, there were indeed very few holders of the golden token. After all, the power and status represented by this token were far too important. After listening to Yui's account, Lin Xian finally had a general understanding of the personnel distribution of the the Spirit God sect. In other words, within the Spirit God sect, the only ones who can truly be considered the core are the 5 elders and a few of us fellow disciples. The others are not even close. He bluntly stated that, given the circumstances, these core personnel would indeed receive very substantial benefits, given their small number. That's right. So after the Cosmic Nation qualifiers are over, we'll go back to the Spirit God sect to confirm your identity. After that, you and I will be no different. Yui nodded and said that the cultivators in the universe did not know the exact number of core members of the Spirit God sect, but only that the disciples with golden tokens had the greatest power. Okay, then I'll follow senior sister's arrangements. Lin Xian had no objection. After all, having an identity in the universe allows one to do more things. After their conversation, Lin Xian left the villa. He felt no pressure at the moment, because he was certain he would be among the top 3 in the Qiancheng Universe Kingdom. After leaving the villa, he went straight to the largest trading place in the Qiancheng Universe Kingdom to buy elemental divine crystals. Having 10 billion cosmic coins, enough to buy elemental divine crystals, he planned to first evolve his other 4 saint-level pets to god level. As for the blood of the ancestral god, he wasn't in a hurry. Once the money was right, he could naturally buy it at the auction. Soon, Lin Xian purchased Fire Source Divine Crystal, Earth Source Divine Crystal, Gold Source Divine Crystal and Water Source Divine Crystal in the exchange, spending a total of 5 billion universe coins. What great luck! We just entered the exchange and ran into the 4 elemental divine crystals they just acquired. He chuckled to himself. Compared to the Wood Source Crystal, the other 4 elemental crystals were much easier to acquire. Because the Wood Source Divine Crystal possesses restorative abilities, it is extremely important to cultivators and is usually only obtainable through auctions. While the other 4 elemental crystals are powerful, they are not necessities and can be purchased at the exchange. With these, we can evolve Little Red and the others into god-level pets, and then slowly search for the blood of the ancestral god. Lin Xian understood that his main purpose in needing the cosmic coins was to purchase these elemental god crystals. Once he had them, he decided to return. Over the next period of time, Lin Xian's other 4 pets successfully evolved into god-level pets. Their appearance changed, their temperament became more outstanding, and they were filled with gratitude towards their master, Lin Xian. 3 months later, the qualifying competition of the Qiancheng Universe Kingdom officially ended, and the final rankings of more than 2,000 cultivators were announced to all spectators and participants. First place, Yui, cleared level 43. Lin Xian came in second, successfully clearing the 43rd floor. The third place went to Taylor, who cleared the 41st floor. The fourth place went to Pan Jun, who also cleared the 41st floor. The fifth place winner is Guan, who also cleared level 41. The sixth place is Yuan Jin, who cleared all 39 levels. The rankings remain exactly the same as 3 months ago, clearly indicating that no one has made a breakthrough during this period and is still unable to advance to the next level. Among these people, Yui and Lin Xian both cleared the 43rd floor and entered the final God Kingdom positioning competition. Taylor, Pan Jun, and Guwan, who ranked 3rd to 5th respectively, had the same number of floors, but only one of them could advance to the final God Kingdom positioning competition. Therefore, they will engage in one-on-one individual tournaments with extremely simple rules. Each player needs to fight against 2 other players. If one person can defeat the other 2 at the same time, they can advance directly, while the other 2 will be eliminated. If each of the 3 players wins a match, resulting in a situation where each player has both wins and losses, then the winner will be judged based on the time taken to achieve their victory. The contestant with the shortest time will advance directly, while the other 2 will be eliminated. The rules are clear and easy to understand. However, most viewers believed that Taylor was sure to win, because he had the smoothest time challenging the Tower of Trials. In contrast, the other 2, although they also passed the 41st floor, struggled greatly and their combat strength was clearly inferior to Taylor's. Sure enough, after 3 intense individual matches, Taylor defeated Pan Jun and Guwan in a row, and these 2 victories earned him the 3rd spot in the God Kingdom positioning tournament. With this, the qualifying tournament for the Qiancheng Universe Kingdom has officially come to an end. Yui, Lin Xian, and Taylor will represent the Qiancheng Universe Kingdom in the upcoming Yengu Divine Kingdom positioning competition. The Yengu Divine Kingdom positioning tournament will begin in a year, with the aim of giving players more time to prepare. The roster will also be made public to help players study their opponents. This year's Cosmic Genius Battle is nearing its end. The preliminary Galaxy Selection Rounds, Starfield Elimination Rounds, and Cosmic Nation Qualification Rounds have all concluded. What remains is the Divine Nation Positioning Round. The schedule for the 5 great Divine Kingdoms to hold their respective placement matches within their own countries. Ultimately, rewards will be distributed based on the results of the placement matches, and outstanding cultivators will have the opportunity to be accepted into the fold of the 3 major sects. Of course, disciples sent by the 3 major sects will also be expelled from their sects if they perform poorly. Therefore, the Divine Kingdom positioning competition is extremely important for cultivators both inside and outside the sects. In the Divine Kingdom of Yen Valley, the top 3 of all the universe kingdoms have been determined. Faced with the list of 99 names, everyone fell into deep thought. Because there are 33 universe kingdoms in the Yen Valley Divine Kingdom, which corresponds exactly to the 99 contestants. In addition, the Spirit God sect, one of the 3 great divine sects, is also located in the Flame Valley Divine Kingdom, so they sent 9 disciples to participate in this Divine Kingdom positioning competition. This brings the total number of participants in the Yengu Divine Kingdom positioning tournament to exactly 108, the same as in previous years. How did Sister Yui end up on the list of Qiancheng Universe Kingdom? The disciples of Lingshan sect naturally recognized Yui and couldn't help but be curious when they saw the list. And Sister Yui actually cleared the 43rd level of the trial tower, and this Lin Xian also cleared the 43rd level? Many outer disciples of the Spirit God sect were not familiar with Lin Xian and were quite shocked by this, as they were well aware of Yui's talent and strength. Lin Xian is a cultivator from the Myriad Spirits planet. It is said that he made a gain in the secret realm, and it seems that he has comprehended 3 first-class laws. A disciple introduced to the group. They did not pay much attention to the cosmic genius battle, and their information was limited. What? Could he be related to our sect leader? Everyone looked incredulous. After all, in the universe, only their sect leader had comprehended 3 first-class laws. I don't know if it's true or not, but that's what people are saying. Everyone chatted amongst themselves, and this year's cosmic genius battle seemed to be a little different from the past. On the other side, after the qualifiers in the Cosmic Kingdom ended, Lin Xian and Yui boarded Yui's spaceship and flew towards the headquarters of the Spirit God sect. The headquarters of the Spirit God sect does not occupy a large space in the universe, only equivalent to the size of a star system. This galaxy is called the Spirit God Galaxy, and it is not under the jurisdiction of any star system or cosmic nation. However, its location is within the intersection of the Yen Valley Divine Kingdom, the Zodiac Universe Kingdom, and the Tianyuan Star region. Adjacent to the Spirit God star system is the Flame Valley Star System. As the name suggests, the Flame Valley Star System is the administrative center of the entire Flame Valley Divine Kingdom, responsible for managing the entire Divine Kingdom. The Lingshan Galaxy is adjacent to the Yengu Galaxy, which makes it convenient for them to promptly transmit and receive various orders from the Lingshan sect. This is the Spirit God Star System, the location of the Spirit God sect headquarters. Yui sat inside the spaceship, gazing at the golden galaxy outside the window, and introduced it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian sat next to her, Xiao Yuan behind him, and the slave Ramos stood beside Xiao Yuan. So where should we go next? Lin Xian asked curiously. After all, a star system can contain tens of millions of planets, or even millions of planets, while the total number of disciples of the Spirit God sect is only a few 100,000. This means that even if each of them owns a planet, they would only account for 1/10 of the planets in the galaxy, a density that is astonishing. Within the Spirit God sect, all inner disciples are God-level cultivators, each possessing anywhere from 1 to dozens of planets. As for outer disciples, they are assigned to 5 different planets based on their status and cultivation level. We usually hold meetings or gatherings on the Spirit God planet. As for you, you can freely choose the number of planets you want, up to 1,000 is fine. Yui smiled and said to Lin Xian, this is the foundation of the Spirit God sect. As long as you become an inner disciple, you will receive extremely abundant resources. Core members like Lin Xian and Yui typically possess 1,000 planets, and what they use these planets for is entirely up to their personal preferences. 1,000? That's too many. I'm just one person. Lin Xian was startled when he heard the number. He didn't understand why a cultivator would need so many planets, since planets couldn't be eaten, drunk, or used for cultivation. You'll see later, it'll definitely be useful. When someone asks you, just say you need 1,000. Yui casually told Lin Xian, let's get our hands on the planet first. Okay, I'll do as you say. Although he didn't understand Yui's intentions, after spending so much time together, Lin Xian believed that everything she did was for his own good, so he chose to listen to her. Ramos, standing to the side, listened to Lin Xian and Yui's conversation and felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. As a slave, he knew that the people of the Spirit God sect were all wealthy, but he never expected them to be this wealthy. How he wished he were Lin Xian at that moment. Let's go to Spirit God planet. I'll take you to see the 5 elders of the Spirit God sect. After Yui finished speaking, the spaceship flew towards the Spirit God planet. In just a moment, they arrived at the Spirit God planet. On the planet of the Spirit God stands a massive golden palace. Usually, it is almost deserted, but today, 5 cultivators are sitting in the palace hall. They are the 5 elders of the Spirit God sect, all of whom are God King level cultivators. Their identities were extremely special. They were originally slaves of the white-clad God King Su Wentian, and always followed Su Wentian in cultivation. Having survived countless life-or-death battles, they co-founded the Spirit God sect with Su Wentian. Once Su Wentian became invincible throughout the universe, he freed them from their slavery. Having gained complete freedom, they were filled with gratitude towards Su Wentian. Even though Su Wentian is now imprisoned by the Heavenly Tao, they still do their utmost to protect the development of the Lingshan sect. This is why the 5 of them have an exceptional exceptionally close relationship, and all decisions must be made with the unanimous consent of all 5. They were actually master's slaves? Lin Xian was filled with surprise as Yui recounted the identities of the 5 elders. Ramos, who was standing to the side, was also extremely surprised after hearing this information. He never imagined that the 5 elders of the Spirit God sect, the largest sect in the universe, were once slaves. How wonderful it would be if I could regain my freedom someday, Ramos thought to himself, his gaze turning to Lin Xian in front of him. Yes, because they are no longer slaves, their previous identities have been completely erased from the cosmic records. Therefore, cultivators in the universe are basically unaware of the identities of these elders. Don't talk about the elders' previous identities in front of them, just call them elders directly. Yui said this to Lin Xian. After all, these 5 elders are among the highest ranking people in the universe, and they still have to be respected. That's natural. Lin Xian nodded. He understood this point. But you don't need to be nervous. They are all very nice people, especially to us fellow disciples. After all, we are all Master's personal disciples. Yui was worried that Lin Xian might be nervous, so she spoke to him. As the two of them were talking, the spaceship arrived on the planet of the Spirit God and stopped on an open space outside the Golden Palace. Let's go down, but those two can't enter this palace. Yui looked at Lin Xian and said to him, only core members of the Spirit God sect can enter this palace, so Xiao Yuan and Ramos do not meet the requirements to enter. Xiao Yuan, you wait for us outside for a while. Lin Xian understood, so he turned to Xiao Yuan and said that this place was definitely very safe, so there was nothing to worry about. Alright, master, you may go. Xiao Yuan answered with a smile, showing great casualness. Xiao Yuan has now come to enjoy this human feeling. After making arrangements for them, Yui led Lin Xian into the Golden Palace. The hall of this Golden Palace is very spacious and very high, reaching all the way to the top of the palace. Inside the hall was a round table, around which sat 5 cultivators who looked very young, 4 men and 1 woman. They were the 5 elders of the Spirit God sect, and the 5 most powerful people in the sect at present. Because the sect leader, Su Wentian, was imprisoned on the Myriad Spirits planet by the Heavenly Tao and could not control the affairs of the Spirit God sect, and the Spirit God sect did not have the positions of vice sect leader or acting sect leader, all matters, large and small, within the sect were decided by the 5 elders. The 3 disciples of sect master Su Wentian all stayed by his side, while only Yui remained in the sect. However, she was not good at management and lacked the age and seniority, so she did not have any power. If Su Wentian's eldest disciple were in the Lingshan sect, he would definitely be the most powerful person in the sect. Greetings, elders. Approaching the elders, Lin Xian bowed respectfully to them. You are Lin Xian, His Highness the God King's 5th newly accepted personal disciple? The young man sitting to the left of the main seat looked at Lin Xian and spoke softly to him. Yes, I am Lin Xian, and I am also my master's 5th personal disciple. Lin Xian stood up, nodded, and replied to the other party. This is the 1st elder, and the 3rd and 5th elders are beside him, while the 2nd and 4th elders are on the other side. Yui stood beside Lin Xian and, after the two of them had finished their conversation, introduced the identities of the 5 elders to Lin Xian. Yui, you have a spot in the Spirit God sect, yet you still went to participate in the Cosmic Genius battle. As the only female elder among the 5 elders, the 4th elder had the best relationship with Yui, so she questioned Yui. Didn't Master tell me to accompany Lin Xian? He's going to participate in the Cosmic Genius battle, so I have no choice but to go with him. Yui ran to the 4th elder's side, sat down directly, and explained to the 4th elder with a smile. You always use your master as a shield. Upon hearing Yui's explanation, the 4th elder gently tapped Yui's forehead and said with great affection, let's talk about Lin Xian now. Anyway, I've entered the Divine Kingdom placement competition, so there's nothing unexpected. Yui told the 4th elder that the main purpose of this meeting was to arrange an identity for Lin Xian. Lin Xian, you are His Highness the God King's 5th personal disciple, which makes you a core member of the Spirit God sect. Are you willing to accept this identity? The elder looked at Lin Xian and said to him, although this question is meaningless, the procedure still needs to be followed. Since Yui had already explained to Lin Xian that core members of the Spirit God sect had a lot of power, he didn't need to ask any more questions and simply agreed. Okay, bring me your personal identification miniature device. They were very efficient and immediately processed Lin Xian's personal identity microdevice, giving him the identity of a core member of the Spirit God sect. After that, it will be much easier for him to travel in the universe. Thank you, elders. A smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. With this identity, he could enjoy many discounts when buying things. As a core member of the Spirit God sect, you have the right to choose your own territory within the Spirit God star system. See which area you would like to choose. As the elder spoke, he waved his right hand, and a phantom map appeared in front of Lin Xian. The map shows the entire Spirit God galaxy, with some areas marked with red circles, but many other areas are unmarked. Those marked with red circles are places that already have owners. Those without marks are places you can choose. You can choose up to 1,000 planets as your territory. The Grand Elder reminded Lin Xian that the territory of their core members was limited to this size. skies, while members of the Spirit God sect who possessed red tokens could own up to 100 planets as their territory. Lin Xian looked at Yui, unsure of which option to choose, so he could only ask Yui for help. Then let's place his territory next to mine. That way we can look out for each other. Yui spoke up, since there were no other members of the Spirit God sect around her, so it was a place she could choose. Upon hearing Yui's words, the 5 elders looked at Yui again, and then at Lin Xian. As cultivators who had lived for so long, they immediately realized that the relationship between Yui and Lin Xian was quite extraordinary. Because their eyes don't lie, they both likely have feelings for each other, but neither has said it yet. May I? The Grand Elder took the initiative to ask Lin Xian. Of course I'd love to. Lin Xian's face lit up with a happy expression. Being able to arrange his territory next to Yui's was of course the best thing ever. Then how about I allocate these 1,000 planets to you? As the elder spoke, he zoomed in on the virtual map and drew a huge red circle in the air, inside which were exactly 1,000 planets. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. He didn't know the details, so he could only agree. He didn't want to leave the elders with the impression that he was difficult to talk to. Alright, then these 1,000 planets are your private property. You can use them for anything, as long as you don't violate the sect's rules. The Grand Elder said to Lin Xian. May I ask, Elder, are all these planets uninhabited, or are they already inhabited? Lin Xian asked curiously. They are all uninhabited planets, but the vast majority of them are suitable for cultivators to live on. You can arrange for anyone to live on them, but if they are not disciples of the Spirit God sect, they are not allowed to step out of your territory at will. The Grand Elder explained to Lin Xian in detail that most planets in the Spirit God star system are uninhabited, and only those planets that have become the territory of a certain cultivator are inhabited. So that's how it is. I understand now. After listening to the Elder's explanation, Lin Xian understood that he could bring his family to live here. After all, the Wanling planet is now open to the entire universe, and living there is certainly not very safe, so Lin Xian still plans to bring them here to live. After that, you can renovate all the territories. You just need to tell us your needs, and we will arrange for slaves to complete the work. The elder continued to tell Lin Xian that this was the treatment of core personnel, which meant comprehensive and thorough service. Lin Xian was really happy. He had just been thinking that since the planets were uninhabited, there must be nothing on them, which would make them quite troublesome to modify. But the Grand Elder solved his problem immediately. Then go to your territory, choose a planet, and tell us. I will send someone to deliver spaceships and other necessities to you. The elders are very efficient and have already taken care of everything, so there's nothing much to do here. Thank you for the arrangements, elders. Lin Xian quickly bowed to the elders. No need to be so polite with us. You are His Highness the God King's personal disciple and have comprehended 3 first-class laws. Your status within the sect is definitely higher than ours. Just call us elders, there's no need to bow to us. The elder spoke to Lin Xian very seriously. He had a reason for saying that, but he couldn't explain it to Lin Xian right now, so he can only say it simply. Oh, I see. Lin Xian nodded. His identity was indeed quite special. After saying this, the 5 elders disappeared from the hall, their whereabouts unknown. Come on, I'll take you to your territory. Yui smiled and said to Lin Xian that she still had some things to do. Soon, Lin Xian found a planet on the map. The gravity and air here were very similar to those of the Myriad Spirits planet, making it a very suitable planet for his family to live on. Moreover, this planet is very close to Yui's planet, making travel between them much more convenient. Then let's stay on this planet. After experiencing the environment of this planet, Lin Xian spoke to Yui. This planet has a very good environment, with a land mass to ocean ratio of about 4 to 6, making it very suitable for life. Then send your location to the Grand Elder, and he will arrange for someone to come over. Lin Xian sent his location to the Grand Elder. About 5 minutes later, a large spaceship arrived in front of Lin Xian and Yui. About 10 people disembarked from the spaceship. The leader walked up to Lin Xian and Yui and respectfully said to them, "Greetings, your highnesses. My name is Yuko, and I will be in charge of the land reform of your highness Lin Xian from now on." After he finished speaking, the 9 cultivators behind him bowed to Lin Xian and the other person. Just tell him what you need, such as where on this planet you want to build a certain type of building, or to establish a country or city. Yui told Lin Xian that as long as Lin Xian was willing, anything could be done. How long will it take to complete? Lin Xian asked curiously, but he was more concerned about the completion time. Your Highness, the time is up to you. Whatever your request, we can complete it within the allotted time. Yuck, answered Lin Xian. How is that possible? Planning a city would take a very long time, wouldn't it? Hearing what Yuka said, Lin Xian found it unbelievable. If you wish, it can be completed in 1 or 2 days, because we will arrange the number of slaves according to the time you specify, and it can be completed in less than a day with millions of slaves building a city. Yuck confidently told Lin Xian that what they had in abundance was population. To be precise, what the universe had in abundance was labor. Millions. Upon hearing what the other party said, Lin Xian understood, so that was the reason. This SS-class spaceship was also given to you by the sect. With it, it will be be much more convenient for you to go anywhere.
Yui said to Lin Xian, as a core member, this is standard equipment.
This spaceship is for me?
Lin Xian then realized that the spaceship that Yuka and the others had brought was actually for him.
Yes, Your Highness, Yuk answered immediately. You all go and discuss how to plan it out first. I'm going back to my territory to take a look.
Since Yui had nothing else to do here, she spoke to Lin Xian.
Okay, then you can go back now.
Lin Xian nodded and said to Yui.
The rest was simple.
As for how to plan this planet, Lin Xian had already figured it out. He would simply copy the plan of the Myriad Spirits planet. Lin Xian located the Wanling planet using the virtual map of the universe, and then pointed it out to Yuka.
Could we replicate the planning of this planet? Your Highness, that's possible.
We will also change the positions of the ocean and land exactly to match those here.
Yuk nodded and said to Lin Xian, that would be perfect.
Then you can proceed with this plan, but don't replicate the entrance to the secret realm on this planet. Lin Xian told Yuka that he had no choice but to do this in order to give his family a familiar environment.
When would Your Highness like the project to be completed? After finalizing the plan, Yuko hurriedly asked Lin Xian for advice.
Lin Xian thought about it carefully.
He wasn't in a hurry, since he hadn't yet returned to the Myriad Spirits planet to take a closer look.
There's no need to rush. It can be finished when the Cosmic Genius battle ends. Lin Xian decided to wait until the Cosmic Genius battle was over before bringing his family here, hence his statement.
Yes, then we'll begin tomorrow.
Upon hearing Lin Xian's command, Yuka immediately responded. Lin Xian waved to him, while he stayed behind to see how to use the spaceship. For the next period of time, Lin Xian temporarily resided on Yui's planet, training while waiting for the start of the final God Kingdom positioning competition.
Time flies.
A year after the Cosmic Kingdom qualifying tournament ended, all 108 cultivators who entered the Divine Kingdom positioning tournament finally received a new competition notification. Greetings to all the geniuses participating in the Divine Kingdom positioning competition. The so-called Divine Kingdom positioning competition is a competition to select the most talented cultivators. Therefore, the sole purpose of this competition is to test the cultivation talents of all geniuses. The arena for the competition among the 108 cultivators is the land of the universe's laws. The land of laws is the most special place in the universe, a place most suitable for cultivating and comprehending the laws.
108 cultivators will train in the land of laws for a year.
After the year ends, we will rank them according to the land of laws recognition of them.
All cultivators who make it into the top 10 have the opportunity to join one of the 3 great sects. The competition will officially begin in 1 week.
Please arrive on time at Yen Valley Planet in the Yen Valley Divine Kingdom, Huangdao Universe Kingdom, Tianyuan Star Region, and Yen Valley Galaxy. Finally, I hope everyone can seize the opportunity to live in the land of laws and comprehend the laws.
I wish you all the best. This is the competition information that Lin Xian and his team received.
The competition format is different from the previous ones. It's not a contest of strength but of talent.
The land of laws?
Lin Xian asked with a puzzled look, as he had no idea what this land of laws was before.
The land of laws is the most special place in the universe. It is a completely independent space. Once cultivators enter it, they can easily comprehend all the laws of heaven.
Yui walked to Lin Xian's side and said to him, this land of laws is not recorded in the intelligence, so it's normal that Lin Xian doesn't know about it.
All the laws of heaven?
Lin Xian said in astonishment. He had no idea that such a place existed in the universe. It is said that these spaces were originally transformed from the internal organs of the beast god, which is why they contain all the laws of the heavenly Tao. Yui explained to Lin Xian that this was all she knew. She didn't know the specifics, since she had never been inside.
Something related to the ancestral gods again?
Lin Xian was very puzzled, while Xiaoyuan, who was standing next to them, heard Yui's words and immediately showed a happy expression.
Master, if this is true, it will be of great help to you there.
Xiaoyuan excitedly said to Lin Xian.
Oh, what do you mean?
Lin Xian quickly asked.
Because you have a connection with the ancestral god, you will be able to sense the laws of heaven more easily there, and the effect will be no less than merging with our essence and blood.
Xiaoyuan explained to Lin Xian that Lin Xian was different from ordinary cultivators. His entire body was affected by the bloodline of the beast race, so he was definitely the cultivator with the closest relationship to the ancestral god.
Now that you mention it, that's certainly possible.
Lin Xian wasn't sure either, he just guessed, but no matter what, this opportunity was very precious.
After all, this lawful land is not open under normal circumstances, it is only open during the Cosmic Genius battle. To be precise, the Cosmic Genius battle was held because of the opening of the land of laws. Because no one can control whether the land of laws is open or not, even Su Wentian doesn't have that ability.
Its opening follows a certain pattern, so every time it is about to open, the 3 major divine sects will join forces with the 5 major divine kingdoms to hold a Cosmic Genius battle. The purpose is to allow geniuses from the universe to enter, because there are restrictions on entry. Only those under 1 million years old can enter. That's why there are age restrictions in the Cosmic Genius battle. It can be said that everything is in service of this final lawful
land. So that's how it is. So the land of laws was the real purpose of the cosmic genius battle. After listening to Yui's detailed explanation, Lin Xian finally understood the hidden story behind the cosmic genius battle. Judging from this land of laws must be extraordinary. Moreover, according to Yui, any genius only has this one chance to enter the land of laws. Therefore, this year is extremely important for geniuses. Some geniuses may have only comprehended one first-class law before entering the land of laws, but when they come out, they may have comprehended two first-class laws. Yui said to Lin Xian, the land of laws will greatly enhance geniuses, because it is the most fundamental and basic form of improvement for them. It seems I'll have to give it my all during this year in the land of laws. Lin Xian silently urged himself, wanting to take this opportunity to reach the highest possible level of understanding of the laws. Since the competition would begin in a week, Lin Xian and Yui immediately set off for the Flame Valley planet. They weren't far from the planet Yengu, as their star systems were adjacent. Traveling in an SS-class spaceship, they arrived at Yengu in the blink of an eye. Yen Valley planet is the largest planet in the Yen Valley galaxy, and its size is 10,000 times larger than Wanling planet. Therefore, the population, buildings, and so on the planet Yen Valley are extremely large. After all, this is the core planet of the Yen Valley Divine Kingdom, and all the high-ranking officials of the Yen Valley Divine Kingdom live here. The planet Yen Valley also has all kinds of commercial and entertainment buildings. It can be said that as long as you can live on this planet permanently, you will have nothing to worry about. However, it is difficult. To have permanent residency on the planet Yen Valley, one must have at least the strength of a spirit king. Otherwise, the cost of just one night's stay is beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. However, for the geniuses who participate in the Cosmic Genius competition, all expenses on the Flame Valley planet are free, so there's no need to worry about high prices. This planet Yen Valley is really lively, and the prices are so high. This was Lin Xian's first impression upon arriving here. As the core planet of the Flame Valley Divine Kingdom, Flame Valley planet is naturally very lively. Yui stood beside Lin Xian and said to him that there were only a few days left before they entered the land of laws, so they had been wandering around the Flame Valley planet for the past few days. 3 days later, these 108 talented cultivators who participated in the Divine Kingdom positioning competition arrived together at the location of the land of laws. This is the land of laws, and it will open soon. When you enter the land of laws, it will evaluate the laws you have comprehended. Ultimately, we will determine the rankings of this competition based on the evaluation results after you come out. The team leader addressed everyone in this manner. This land of laws floated in midair like a giant egg, its entire body milky white, and it seemed to be flowing, making it look very mysterious. Before long, a small entrance slowly opened in this land of laws, an entrance large enough for any cultivator to enter. The staff flew to the entrance first, where they needed to record the progress of all cultivators in comprehending the laws. Come one by one. After everything was prepared, he addressed all the cultivators participating in the competition. Upon hearing his words, a young male cultivator took the lead and flew up, followed by the others who lined up in order. State your name and unleash your power of law, then enter here. The staff member explained to the cultivator in front of them that the law land judges the cultivator's level of comprehension of the laws through the power of the laws. Since the land of laws was transformed from the internal organs of the ancestral god, it is itself a part of the heavenly Tao, and therefore it can judge the cultivator's comprehension of all the laws. As requested by the staff, the first cultivator revealed his name, released the power of law, and walked into the entrance of the land of law. As soon as he reached the entrance, the information about his comprehension of the laws immediately appeared above the entrance to the land of laws. Space-time laws, 18. 5 elements law, 17. The law of death, 18. Okay, let's go in. After recording the cultivator's comprehension of the laws, the staff let him go in directly, and then it was the second cultivator's turn. Since Lin Xian and Yui were at the very back of the line, there was still some time before they could go in. Lin Xian looked at the numbers appearing on the land of laws and felt very puzzled, so he asked Yui, what do these numbers mean? Are they scores? The land of laws scores a maximum of 100 points for understanding a law. If you reach 100, it means that you have fully comprehended a certain law, and that makes you a god-level cultivator. However, those who come to participate in the Cosmic Genius battle cannot be god-level cultivators, so their scores for understanding the laws are generally only in the teens. Because if you reach a score of 10 in a certain law, it means you have reached the peak of the Heavenly King level. If you reach 20, it means you have reached the peak of the Tao King level. If you reach 50, it means you have reached the peak of the Spirit King level. As for the God level, you must reach 100 points. This is why a God level cultivator is much stronger than a peak Spirit King level cultivator, because the difference in their comprehension of the laws is enormous. Yui explained to Lin Xian in detail, and also told him about the requirements for each level of the law. As long as the requirements are met, he will be promoted to the corresponding level. Each cultivator can only comprehend a maximum of 3 laws, as this is the upper limit. They also want to comprehend a 4th law, but when they try to comprehend it, they find that they are suppressed by something and cannot comprehend it at all. The white-robed God King Su Wentian had done something similar. He wanted to comprehend the fourth law, but as soon as he tried, his body underwent a huge change, as if he would explode and die at any moment. Therefore, he knew that cultivators could only comprehend a maximum of 3 laws, and no matter what level of law it was, the maximum number was only 3. So that's how it is. It seems that everyone has basically comprehended the 3 laws, and most of them are at the peak of the Tao King level. Lin Xian looked at the cultivators who had already entered. Many of them had reached a score of 20 in their understanding of the laws. After all, they are the top 3 geniuses in their respective universes. It's normal for them to have a comprehension of the laws of law of 20 points. Moreover, after they come out, almost all of them can break through to the spirit level. This is the power of the land of laws. Although Yui herself had never been inside, she had read the records of the spirit god sect before. This law land was incredibly beneficial to cultivators, but unfortunately, a cultivator could only enter it once in their lifetime. Some cultivators with strong comprehension and talent can even directly reach the peak of the spirit king level. They can also evolve their laws from second class to first class laws. Our master actually underwent a transformation in the land of laws. He was originally at the peak of the Tao King realm when he entered the land of laws, and at that time he comprehended 1 first-class law and 2 second-class laws. But when he emerged from the land of laws, he had become a peak spirit king level cultivator who had comprehended a 3rd-tier law. This shows just how strong master's talent and comprehension ability were. Yui said this to Lin Xian. This is Su Wentian's opportunity. He was able to become the strongest god king in the universe because of his amazing comprehension ability. That's amazing. This was the first time Lin Xian had heard about his master's cultivation experience. It turned out that his master had undergone a transformation through this law land, which was truly unheard of. Hearing Yui's words, Lin Xian was also very excited. As a cultivator who had already comprehended 3 first-class laws, what kind of performance would he have after entering the land of laws? Therefore, theoretically speaking, your talent should be better than your master's, because you had already comprehended 3 first-class laws before even entering the land of laws. Yui continued speaking to Lin Xian, saying that from this perspective, Lin Xian's comprehension ability should be stronger than Su Wentian's. Well enough. Hearing Yui's praise, Lin Xian replied somewhat shyly, because he was able to comprehend the 3 first-class laws not so much through his own comprehension ability, but rather through the changes brought about by the essence and blood of his pets. His method of comprehending laws is similar to that of beast cultivators. Just as Lin Xian and Yui were chatting, it was finally Yui's turn to enter this land of laws. Yui arrived at the entrance to the land of laws and released her power of law. Instantly, her understanding of the law appeared above the entrance. Space-time laws, 18. Yin-yang law, 18. Lightning element law, 18. Yui's comprehension of the 3 laws is at the peak of the Tao venerable level, but because she has comprehended 2 first-class laws, her combat power is stronger than that of other Tao King level peak cultivators. The staff also glanced at Yui. Yui, who had comprehended 2 first-class laws, was someone people would remember. Yui glanced at Lin Xian behind her, and then walked into the land of laws. Next, Lin Xian will enter this land of laws. He is currently at the peak of the Tao master level, and he has only comprehended the chaos law to this extent. The other 2 laws are still at the peak of the heavenly king level. Therefore, when Lin Xian released his power of law, the score displayed above the entrance to the land of laws was as follows: Chaos law, 15. Spiritual law, 10. Law of power, 10. 3 first-class laws. Everyone present was shocked to see the extent of Lin Xian's comprehension of the laws. Although the score for comprehending this law is not high, these are still 3 first-class laws. The remaining dozen or so cultivators standing behind Lin Xian also stared wide-eyed. Although they had heard of Lin Xian before, they never expected that he had actually comprehended 3 first-class laws. The staff were also stunned. They had never seen a cultivator like this before. It was extremely rare. The most surprised people are the viewers who are currently watching the live stream, because the 5 great divine kingdoms and 3 great divine sects want everyone to see the talents of all the geniuses. This part of the scene of entering the land of laws is being broadcast live. After all, once inside the land of laws, it is not possible to broadcast live. But when they clearly saw Lin Xian's talent, they were truly shocked. They all stared wide-eyed, unable to utter a single word. Such cultivators, once they reach the god level, will become invincible god kings. Lin Xian was unaware of their shock. After the staff finished recording, he directly entered the land of laws. Upon entering the land of laws, Lin Xian was not greeted by Yui, who had just entered. Once you enter the land of laws, you will enter a strange space where only Lin Xian is present. There will be no other cultivators. In other words, none of the 108 cultivators who entered the land of laws could see anyone else. They could only see what was in front of them. This is the land of laws? Looking at the scene before him, Lin Xian's face showed a shocked expression, because he was surrounded by floating milky white air currents, and around him were the textual records of all the laws, densely packed, with countless words. This place actually records all the laws? No wonder they say say that you can greatly improve your ability to comprehend the laws here. A smile that he could hardly hide appeared on Lin Xian's face. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have imagined that there was such a place in the universe. Don't waste time, start trying to understand it now. Lin Xian dared not waste any time at this moment. After all, he only had 1 year to comprehend it. Once the time was up, he would never have another chance to come in, so he had to seize the time. With this in mind, Lin Xian prepared to start searching for descriptions of the laws of spirit and power. He planned to comprehend these two laws to the Tao level before comprehending the laws of chaos. But just as Lin Xian was about to take action, the space he was in suddenly began to tremble violently. This tremor was completely unknown to the outside world, and other cultivators in the land of laws could not feel it either. Only Lin Xian could sense it. Feeling the tremor, Lin Xian was startled. What's going on? Lin Xian looked very surprised. He didn't know whether the vibration was normal or abnormal. After waiting for who knows how many years, I've finally found someone who meets the criteria. Suddenly, a voice rang in Lin Xian's ears. This voice was very similar to that of his master, Su Wentian. Both were very solemn and sounded so authoritative that they seemed to demand submission. Who is speaking? As the sound appeared, the vibration slowly disappeared, and Lin Xian looked around but found no living creatures, so he could only shout into the air. My name is Shi, and they all call me the ancestral god. The voice came again, and its introduction shocked Lin Xian greatly. Although he didn't know who Shi was, he had heard of who this ancestral god was. He was the ancestor of the beast race, the spokesperson of the heavenly Tao, and the #1 beast in the universe who had comprehended all the first-class laws. Didn't you perish? How could this be? Because Xiao Yuan once told her that the ancestral god had fallen, and his blood, essence, and bones were scattered all over the world, while his internal organs had become the land of the laws of the universe. But now he could actually hear the ancestral god speaking, which was something he couldn't understand. I have indeed perished. This is merely my remaining consciousness, dedicated to finding the next ancestral god. The voice of the ancestral god rang out again, solemn and majestic like a great bell, striking Lin Xian's ears. The next ancestral god? Lin Xian sighed repeatedly. He didn't know what the ancestral god meant. Did he think he could become the next ancestral god? Excellent. And you possess the qualifications to become an ancestral god. You are also the first person I have encountered who meets the criteria since my fall. The ancestral god poured out his heart to Lin Xian, leaving Lin Xian stunned. Am I the first qualified candidate? Is it because I've comprehended 3 first-class laws? Lin Xian asked the ancestral god with great confusion. He didn't understand why the ancestral god thought he met the requirements. Perhaps it was the same as what Xiao Yuan said, or perhaps there was some other reason. Comprehending 3 first-class laws is nothing special. What's important is that you have human comprehension abilities, and at the same time, you possess the bloodline of the beast race. Upon hearing the ancestral god's words, Lin Xian's mind went blank. He understood now. Just as Xiao Yuan had said, Lin Xian could no longer be considered human. I can understand what you're saying, but why is it that only this method can meet your requirements? Lin Xian asked the question that had been on his mind. In fact, he had the same question before at the auction, but Xiao Yuan couldn't answer it. Now that he had encountered the consciousness of the ancestral god, it should be able to answer it. This universe is fair. Human cultivators have very good comprehension abilities, while beast cultivators have extremely poor comprehension abilities. The voice of the ancestral god rang out, beginning to tell Lin Xian some secrets of the universe. However, the bloodline of human cultivators is far inferior to that of beast cultivators, because the bloodline of beast cultivators comes from me, and they are born with the ability to withstand all the power of the laws. Human cultivators can only withstand the power of 3 laws at most. This is a limitation imposed on them by the universe. However, beastmen cultivators have almost no ability to comprehend the laws. They can only rely on their innate abilities. The ancestral god explained to Lin Xian the limitations imposed by the universe on various cultivators, which is why human cultivators can only comprehend a maximum of 3 laws. I understand, but why is there such a restriction? Lin Xian asked curiously, not understanding why the universe had such limitations. Because of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao does not wish for another ancestral god to appear. The solemn voice of the ancestral god rang out again, but strangely, when the ancestral god mentioned the heavenly Tao, no heavenly Tao came out to interfere. This is completely different from when Su Wentian complained about the heavenly Tao. Isn't the appearance of an ancestral god like you beneficial to the heavenly Tao? Aren't you the spokesperson for the heavenly Tao? According to the cosmology, the relationship between the ancestral gods and the heavenly Tao should be very close. How could they possibly know the thoughts of the heavenly Tao? As the first life in the universe, I was born at the same time as the heavenly Tao. We know each other far too well. The ancestral god's voice became somewhat helpless. After all, he had already perished, while the heavenly Tao still existed, even though they were born together with the universe. But my fate is to perish, so that the universe can develop, and the heavenly Tao is also responsible for maintaining the development of the universe. This is our respective duty. But what sets me apart from it is that I have thoughts, feelings, beings, and the ability to continue to improve, while it is just a set of rules that will always remain the same. If an ancestral god were to reappear in the universe, it might become an existence surpassing the heavenly Tao. At that time, even the heavenly Tao itself would not know what its fate would be. The ancestral god recounted his entanglement with the heavenly Tao to Lin Xian, and through the ancestral god's words, Lin Xian thoroughly understood what the universe and the heavenly Tao truly meant. So that's why the heavenly Tao imprisoned the god kings. Lin Xian suddenly realized that the heavenly Tao was not doing this because they had all offended him, but because it feared that they would surpass the heavenly Tao. Imprisonment is merely a warning. How can one transcend the heavenly Tao without comprehending all the first-level laws? As long as the heavenly Tao is willing, it can release those god kings at any time. Compared to human cultivators, the heavenly Tao fears beast cultivators more, because if a beast cultivator suddenly gains comprehension ability, it is very likely that it will comprehend all the first-class laws. Therefore, the heavenly Tao truly suppresses beast cultivators. These descendants of mine were scattered to various parts of the universe by the heavenly Tao, limiting their lifespan and reproductive ability. If it weren't for the fact that my blood, essence, bones, and other remains after my fall were beyond the control of the heavenly Tao, they would probably have suffered even more. The ancestral god was naturally aware of the hardships faced by the beast race cultivators, which is why their numbers in the universe were very small and they were scattered in various places, unable to gather together. This makes it extremely difficult for them to integrate the life essence of the fallen ancestral god. From this perspective, it seems that the heavenly Tao is indeed very wary of beast cultivators, but has no regard for human cultivators. I understand. So, ancestral god, you said I might become the next ancestral god because of my beast race bloodline? Lin Xian asked the ancestral god. When you entered here, I already sensed that although you have human blood, your beastman blood is even stronger. Although he can't compare to a pure beastman bloodline, he can still be considered a beastman cultivator. So theoretically, you can comprehend more of the power of the laws, and this is my test for you. If you can comprehend all the first-class laws within a year, you will be the next ancestral god. I will bestow upon you my blood, essence, and bones. If you cannot comprehend all the first-class laws within a year, then you have failed the test, and I can only continue to wait here for the next destined person. The ancestral god said this to Lin Xian, and this was his test for Lin Xian, which he had to complete without any room for negotiation. Complete all the first-level laws within a year? Upon hearing the words of the ancestral god, Lin Xian was shocked and exclaimed, "This is far too difficult. You have to understand that it took him so much time to comprehend just the 3 first-class laws he has so far. How could he possibly comprehend all the first-class laws in a year? It's definitely impossible in the universe, but it's possible here. After all the first-order laws are here, so it's much easier for you to comprehend them." The ancestral god said to Lin Xian, "Since it is a test, it must be something that can be completed. It just depends on whether he has the ability." Looking at the floating words before him and listening to the words of the ancestral god, Lin Xian felt a surge of indomitable spirit. "Okay, I'll give it a try. I'm sure I'll pass the test," Lin Xian said confidently to the ancestral god. Although he didn't know how strong his comprehension ability was, it was definitely very good. If he couldn't complete it, then it would be difficult for anyone else to complete it in the future. Great. No matter what you do, you must first have confidence. I look forward to hearing good news from you. As soon as the ancestral god finished speaking, Lin Xian felt the surrounding space return to normal. He dared not waste any time. He had to comprehend the remaining 4 first-class laws within a year. These are the laws of space and time, the laws of yin and yang, the laws of creation, and the laws of destruction. Then let's start by comprehending the laws of spacetime, since I'm quite familiar with that. Lin Xian decided to first comprehend the laws of spacetime, because his 2 pet beasts, Dijiang and Zhulong, were helpful to him, and Yui had previously explained the essence of the laws of spacetime to him in detail. Lin Xian stood before the text of the laws of space and time, quietly observing it. The laws of time and space are easy to understand, but the laws of dimension are more difficult to grasp. Lin Xian spent a significant amount of time on the dimensional laws. Finally, after standing in front of the text for 2 months, he finally grasped the laws of space and time. So, it means you have the power to control space and time? Lin Xian could sense that the spacetime around him seemed to change according to his will. Moreover, Lin Xian could clearly feel that after comprehending the 4th first-class law, his body did not experience any discomfort. It seems I really do have to be considered a beastman cultivator, Lin Xian muttered to himself, sounding rather helpless. Next is to comprehend the laws of yin and yang. Lin Xian walked up to the text of the yin-yang principle. The yin-yang principle is a relatively difficult principle to comprehend because it has a certain degree of contradiction. Compared to the laws of chaos, spacetime, spirit, and power, its content inherently contains opposing aspects. Therefore, in the universe, the number of cultivators who comprehend the yin-yang law is very small. To put it another way, cultivators who can comprehend the laws of yin and yang must have extremely strong comprehension abilities and be very intelligent, like Yui. Lin Xian stood before the text describing studying the principles of yin and yang for 4 whole months before finally comprehending them.
Is this the power of yin and yang?
2 wisps of gas of different colors appeared in Lin Xian's left and right hands, one gray and one white. They could merge or separate. As expected, it's incredibly powerful. No wonder Yu Yi's combat abilities are so strong. After comprehending the principles of yin and yang, Lin Xian finally understood why Yu Yi possessed such formidable combat power.
This is because the destructive power of the yin-yang principle is extremely strong, even surpassing that of the chaos principle.
Half a year has passed, and there are still the laws of creation and destruction that I need to comprehend. Lin Xian was slightly worried because he had almost no contact with these 2 laws before and was quite unfamiliar with them. But at this moment he had no choice. In order to complete the test of the ancestral god, he could only do his best to comprehend these 2 rarest laws.
The laws of creation are actually the power of creation.
Creation is the process of creating something from nothing. Neither life nor objects appear in the universe without a reason.
The law of destruction is the power of destruction. Destruction is the process of going from existence to nothingness.
Whether it is life or objects, it can be completely destroyed without leaving any trace. Lin Xian continuously tried to understand the contents of the laws of creation and destruction, but he still couldn't grasp the core of these 2 laws. 2 months later, Lin Xian suddenly realized that in order to comprehend these 2 laws, he could not comprehend them individually, but should comprehend them simultaneously. Creation and destruction are both opposites and a unity. Together they describe the laws governing the development of a life or a thing. From nothing to something, and from something to nothing, you must have one thing first before you can have another. Upon realizing this, Lin Xian immediately understood.
This is the essence and core of creation and destruction.
Lin Xian said with delight that the rudiments of the laws of creation and destruction had already formed within his body, and he had also mastered the power of creation and destruction. In a full 8 months, Lin Xian comprehended all 4 remaining first-class laws, demonstrating an exceptionally strong comprehension ability. But when he comprehended the 7 first-class laws, he suddenly discovered that his own life force was beginning to drain away.
Moreover, there seems to be a huge amount of energy inside the body, ready to burst out at any moment. This is bad.
I cannot withstand the power of these 7 first-class laws in my current state. Lin Xian immediately realized the problem. Although he possessed the bloodline of the beast race, he was not a beast race cultivator in the full sense, which was why this situation occurred.
Don't panic, I'm here, don't be afraid.
Just as Lin Xian was at a loss, the voice of the ancestral god suddenly appeared in his ear. His voice became much gentler, as if Lin Xian, who had completed the test, held a completely different meaning for him. Ancestral god, I cannot withstand all this power of the laws.
Lin Xian told the ancestral god that he was almost losing control of his body.
Merge it. The voice of the ancestral god rang out again, and at the same time, a drop of golden blood appeared in front of Lin Xian, radiating a dazzling light, seemingly containing boundless energy.
Is this your essence?
Lin Xian asked in shock, because it was different from the blood of the ancestral god that Xiao Yuan had fused with before, which is why he thought it was essence blood. This is not blood, nor is it essence blood. It is my only heart's blood. You have comprehended all the first-class laws and are qualified to merge with it. The ancestral god said to Lin Xian, this is my heart's blood, the most precious thing to the ancestral god, and the reason why he still has consciousness.
Heart's blood?
This was the first time Lin Xian had heard of such a thing, but he knew it must be a priceless treasure. After merging with it, I will completely disappear from the universe, and these lands governed by laws will also disappear along with it. The ancestral god spoke slowly, only speaking to Lin Xian when he saw Lin Xian begin to integrate his heart's blood.
Ancestral god.
Upon hearing the words of the ancestral god, Lin Xian was at a loss for words. He had not expected that the other party would completely disappear.
You don't need to be sad. This is my destiny.
This lingering consciousness has existed for far too long.
Now I have also thought of a suitable successor. In the future, you will definitely be able to surpass the heavenly Tao. However, it will still take a long time, because you need to comprehend all the first-class laws. After merging with my heart's blood, you will completely possess the bloodline of the beast race. You can also continue to merge with the essence of my blood, bones, and other materials that I left behind, which will be of great help to you. I have nothing else to say.
When you have the ability, help me take good care of my descendants and arrange a good place for them to live in the universe. The ancestral god spoke to Lin Xian as if entrusting his last wishes, this being the only thing he was still worried about. Rest assured, I will ensure that your descendants live well in the universe, free from interference by any force, including the heavenly Tao. Lin Xian solemnly promised the ancestral god that this was something he should do, and he would have done it even if the ancestral god hadn't said so.
I believe you. After all, you treat your pets very well.
The ancestral god's tone was gratified. He already knew all of Lin Xian's information when Lin Xian entered the land of laws. After you leave, because you have absorbed my heart's blood, you will be able to sense all the blood, essence, and bones that I produced after my fall, and you will find them more easily. The ancestral god reminded Lin Xian that these things would be crucial if Lin Xian wanted to further improve his strength in the future. future. Ancestral God, is there no way to prevent you from disappearing completely? Lin Xian asked the ancestral God, who, as the ancestor of the beast race and the first being born in the universe, had helped him comprehend all the first-class laws. It could be said that the ancestral God's help to him was absolutely immense, so Lin Xian could not bear to see the ancestral God completely disappear from this universe. Ha ha, this is my destiny. You don't need to be sad for me. Just grow up well and don't let me down. The ancestral God laughed and said to Lin Xian, I have long since seen through this. Moreover, Lin Xian has already integrated his heart's blood. What difference is there between him and me? I definitely will. Ancestral God, rest assured. Lin Xian sat there and solemnly made a promise to the ancestral God. Then I can go without worry. The heavenly Tao, our struggle is far from over. The ancestral God's last words were not addressed to Lin Xian, but rather to the heavenly Tao. After saying this, the ancestral God completely disappeared from the universe, because Lin Xian had completely absorbed the ancestral God's heart blood, and his realm had risen to the peak of the Tao King level. Moreover, he is a Tao King level cultivator who has comprehended 7 first-class laws. In terms of actual combat, he is absolutely invincible below the God level. Even when facing a God level cultivator, Lin Xian had the ability to fight, but he couldn't defeat his opponent because the difference in their levels was still quite significant. The moment the ancestral God completely disappeared, the law land where Lin Xian was located, as well as all the other law lands in the universe, also disappeared along with it. What's going on? The geniuses who were cultivating in the land of laws suddenly returned to the universe. There were no more textual contents of the laws in front of them. They stood in mid-air, dumbfounded, and questioned from the depths of their souls. The 100+ geniuses were all looking at each other, completely unaware of what had happened. Although Lin Xian knew what had happened, he couldn't tell them right now. He could only pretend he knew nothing and look at them seriously. How did we all suddenly get out? It hasn't even been a year, has it? A cultivator asked, puzzled. I don't know. Let's see what the people from the Flame Valley Divine Kingdom have to say. Another cultivator saw that the staff of the Flame Valley Divine Kingdom were already rushing towards them, and could only say this. I apologize, everyone. Just now, all the law-based realms within the universe suddenly vanished. Your comprehension has been forced to a halt. As for the cause, we will begin investigating immediately. The lead staff member explained to these geniuses that they were also puzzled as to why this land of laws had suddenly disappeared. Then how should we calculate the result of our match? A genius cultivator quickly asked, if this law land disappears, we can no longer test their comprehension of the law. How will the outcome of this competition be decided? Please return to your residences and wait for our notification. We will notify you later. Because the incident happened suddenly, and that was how their superiors instructed them, they could only give that response. All the talented cultivators exchanged glances, their faces showing helplessness. They could only follow the staff's instructions and temporarily return to their residences. Yui and Lin Xian embarked on their journey back together. You seem to have changed a lot? Yui asked curiously. Although Lin Xian had deliberately concealed his aura, the sensitive Yui could still sense that Lin Xian was different now than before. In the land of laws, I gained a deeper understanding of the laws, so my strength is greater than before. Lin Xian could only explain it this way. He was telling the truth, but his explanation was not comprehensive enough. No wonder. I see that your strength has surpassed mine. Although I also reached the peak of the Tao King realm in the land of laws, you seem to be stronger than me. Could it be that you have broken through to the peak of the Tao King realm in all 3 of your first-class laws? Yui asked in surprise. After all, Lin Xian's talent was better than hers, and his aura had already surpassed hers, which could only mean that he had made breakthroughs in all 3 laws. Lin Xian nodded and smiled as he spoke to Yui. Impressive. You're definitely the strongest among the geniuses now, without a doubt. Yui praised Lin Xian, saying that her junior brother had surpassed her at this time, but she was actually quite happy for him. Thank you so much for your help, senior sister. Without you, I wouldn't have improved so quickly. Lin Xian spoke from the bottom of his heart to Yui, and these were indeed his true feelings. Yui had been a great help to him. Hearing Lin Xian say that, Yui's face flushed slightly, and she replied with a smile, it was nothing. Yui felt a strange mix of emotions towards Lin Xian's gratitude, because she realized that what she wanted was not his thanks, but something else entirely. Senior, you don't have a boyfriend, do you? Lin Xian suddenly asked Yui a question. For some reason, he really wanted to ask her this question right now. No, why? Upon hearing Lin Xian's question, Yui's face turned even redder, and she asked back somewhat flusteredly. In that case, would you be willing to be with me, senior sister? Lin Xian asked Yui this question. This time, he didn't hide anything and bravely expressed his true feelings to Yui. The disappearance of the ancestral god moved Lin Xian, and he realized that if it is something he really likes, he should strive for it instead of hiding it, otherwise it might disappear one day. After the incident with the ancestral god, Lin Xian decided to confess his feelings to Yui. Even if something happened to him in the future, he still wanted to be with Yui. Moreover, he now had enough strength to protect Yui. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Yui was at a loss loss for words. She turned her body to the side, neither affirming nor refusing. Seeing Yu Yi's expression, Lin Xian knew that she also had feelings for him. Since that was the case, he had to take the initiative. Lin Xian placed his hands on Yu Yi's shoulders and, with a little force, turned her body around to face him. Yu Yi didn't resist at all. She just lowered her head, and her breathing became somewhat rapid. "Senior sister, I love you." Lin Xian spoke these words to Yu Yi very solemnly, word by word, and lowered his head, bringing his face closer to Yu Yi's. With Yu Yi not resisting, Lin Xian held her and kissed her for a long time. This was their first love, and they both enjoyed the feeling of the moment, as if they were in a paradise. Their minds were free of any distractions, cultivation, making money, becoming stronger, all of that was forgotten. Nothing could affect their love at this moment. However, they seemed to have forgotten that they were still on the main street of the planet Yen Valley, not in their living quarters. These two young lovers are showing off their affection right here in the street. They've been kissing for several minutes now. Why aren't they letting go? Have they entered a dual cultivation state? The onlookers had already surrounded Lin Xian and Yu Yi, forming several layers around them, because the two of them had indeed held out for far too long. They're quite engrossed. They probably don't even know we're watching them. Ha ha, possibly. This young couple is quite interesting. They've probably been silent for too long, and this sudden outburst is probably what's happened. The passers-by seemed to know a lot, and they made all sorts of comments as they looked at Lin Xian and Yu Yi. At this moment, Lin Xian and Yu Yi seemed to realize something was wrong. They loosened their grip slightly, and when they saw that so many people were watching, their faces turned bright red. "Why are there so many people?" Yu Yi said softly. "Let's get going. What are you still saying?" It must be said that Lin Xian reacted quickly, grabbing Yu Yi's hand and fleeing the scene like a thief. "It's all your fault. You made me look bad in front of so many people." Back in her room, Yu Yi complained to Lin Xian, clearly unhappy. Although she said that, her body language betrayed her, clinging tightly to Lin Xian and unwilling to let go at all. "Ha ha, this is great. So many people have witnessed our love." Lin Xian laughed heartily, pulling Yu Yi even tighter in his arms, savoring the warmth of their love. "They've put all our videos on the Universe platform, and a lot of people are watching them." Yu Yi was also helpless, because the two of them were already quite famous in the previous Cosmic Genius battle, and after this incident, they became even more famous. "It's okay, go ahead and watch. I actually quite enjoy it." Lin Xian was very happy. He didn't care what others thought or said, as long as he was with Yu Yi. "You're so shameless," Yu Yi complained. "How could I be with you if I weren't thick-skinned?" Lin Xian replied with a smile. As expected, you have to fight for it yourself to get what you want. However, he and Yu Yi had already developed feelings for each other. After spending these past few years together, their personalities were very compatible, their strengths and talents were similar, and they were both disciples of Su Wendian, so it was natural that they would easily get together. Yu Yi stopped talking and simply lay quietly in Lin Xian's arms, simply enjoying this happy moment. Blue Star, Secret Realm Number 1, where the white-clad God King Su Wendian resides. Master, junior sister, and junior brother are together, and all the lawful lands have suddenly disappeared from the universe. The white-robed God King's eldest disciple reported to Su Wendian that he had been by Lin Xian and Yu Yi's side the whole time. Disappeared suddenly? Could it be related to Lin Xian? The white-robed God King thought this to himself. The reason he thought of this was because he knew that Lin Xian himself was very special. However, he was still unclear about what the consequences of this special circumstance would be. "I understand. It's only natural that they're together. How strong are they?" Su Wendian didn't feel anything was wrong, so he continued to ask. Junior sister and junior brother have both reached the peak of the Tao King realm, with junior brother being slightly stronger. The eldest disciple spoke truthfully, explaining that this was exactly what he felt, so there was definitely no problem. "Okay, let's continue following them. Just make sure they're not in any danger." Su Wendian instructed his eldest disciple, explaining that this was the reason he had him follow along, primarily to protect them. After saying this, the eldest disciple left. Su Wendian closed his eyes again. After the land of laws in the universe disappeared, the high-ranking members of the three major divine sects immediately gathered together to discuss the matter. Following Su Wentian's suggestion, the Lingshan sect addressed the higher-ups of the other two sects, saying, "The disappearance of this law land is something we cannot control. As for the outcome of the Divine Kingdom positioning competition, we can only determine it through other means." "In what way?" "The trial tower. They've been studying in the land of laws for 10 months now, so their strength must have improved. Then let's determine the final result based on the number of floors they clear in the trial tower. However, this time we're only giving them 1 month. We don't need to give them any more time. This is the best approach. This is the idea of the Grand Elder of the Spirit God sect, which sounds very good and fair." After a brief consideration, the others present also found it feasible and decided on this approach. Soon, all the geniuses participating in the final God Kingdom placement competition of the Cosmic Genius battle received a message. "Greetings to all talented cultivators. Due to the sudden disappearance of the Land of Laws, the Divine Kingdom positioning competition was forced to be interrupted, and no one knew their final ranking. Therefore, the Divine Kingdom positioning positioning competition will be restarted. Now that everyone has been cultivating in the land of laws for 3 months, I believe everyone has gained something from it. Therefore, after detailed discussions among the 3 major sects and the 5 major kingdoms, it was finally decided that the new competition would be held in the trial tower for 1 month. 1 month later, everyone's final ranking will be determined based on the number of floors they clear in the trial tower. The competition will officially begin tomorrow at noon. Everyone can enter the trial tower and start the challenge at any time. Finally, I hope everyone can have a good result. The competition is being held in the trial tower again. After reading the notification, Lin Xian said in surprise, "That's normal. After all, the trial tower is fair to everyone who comes. Although the equipment will have some impact, it's not too bad." Yui said to Lin Xian that if it were her, she would have made the same arrangement. "So, how many levels do you think I should be able to clear with my current strength?" Lin Xian asked. "If I were to reveal all my true self, it would probably shock everyone, so I can't be so high profile. Around the 60th floor is definitely no problem, and I should be around the 50th floor." Yui said to Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian had comprehended one more first-class law than her, so the difference in strength was quite obvious. The next day, the final battle of the Cosmic Genius Battle, the God Kingdom Positioning Competition, officially began. All the genius cultivators entered the virtual universe. The intensity of this trial tower was exactly the same as the previous Cosmic Nation qualification competition. However, compared to before, today's genius cultivators have all undergone training in the land of laws, and their strength has been improved to a certain extent, so the number of levels they can clear will also be higher. Previously, most cultivators could only pass the 39th floor, but this time, after the trial tower opened, all cultivators successfully passed the 40th floor. It wasn't until the 42nd floor that cultivators began to fall behind. Look, Lin Xian, who has comprehended 3 first-class laws, has already cleared the 50th level. The audience in the universe were all shocked by Lin Xian's performance. After all, he had already become the most watched cultivator during the talent test. What incredible strength! He defeated the guardian of the 50th floor in a single move? Everyone gasped in astonishment at Lin Xian's performance, which completely overwhelmed all the other genius cultivators. Even Yui, who had comprehended 2 first-class laws, was completely outshone by Lin Xian's performance. After all, Yui had used all her skills and trump cards to clear the 52nd floor, but she still fell on the 53rd floor. Lin Xian is still challenging himself, and it seems he is still far from his limit. At this point, most of the cultivators had already left the trial tower, so the audience could only watch Lin Xian. Lin Xian easily reached the 58th floor, showing no sign of feeling burdened. The cultivators on this level have already comprehended 3 first-class laws, so I'll just put on a little act. Lin Xian thought to himself. After all, he couldn't reveal all his strength lest the heavenly Tao notice him, which would be bad. Lin Xian still remembered what the ancestral god had told him. Heaven did not want another ancestral god to appear, so he had to hide his strength before reaching the god level. After all, the heavenly Tao was unaware of what was happening within the land of laws, which belonged to the ancestral gods. As ancestral gods of the same level as the heavenly Tao, they possessed the ability to shield the heavenly Tao from view. After making his decision, Lin Xian pretended to fight the guardian of the 58th floor with great difficulty, making it seem like they were evenly matched. Finally, he felt that they were evenly matched. However, the opponent is also a guardian who has comprehended 3 first-class laws, so he can indeed fight him. Seeing Lin Xian's performance, the audience all said that they couldn't tell that Lin Xian was pretending. After dozens of rounds of fighting, Lin Xian finally defeated his opponent and entered the 59th floor of the trial tower. In the next 2 levels, Lin Xian still struggled greatly, appearing to be using all his strength to defeat his opponent. Finally, as Yui had told him before, Lin Xian deliberately lost to his opponent on the 61st floor and left the trial tower. He's cleared all 60 levels of the trial tower. Lin Xian is now the champion of this cosmic genius battle. In terms of both talent and strength, he's far superior to the other geniuses. The audience could only give Lin Xian such an evaluation. After all, Yui, who came in second, had only passed the 52nd trial tower. Another white-robed God King has appeared in the universe. I heard he is the disciple of the white-robed God King. Some viewers knew Lin Xian's background, so they were quite clear about this first point. It seems that the secret realm of the myriad spirits planet really has something to have such talent and strength after only such a short period of cultivation. If you say this is just luck and coincidence, I simply don't believe it. Some viewers commented that, after all, there are only 2 cultivators in the universe who have comprehended 3 first-class laws. One of them happened to be on the planet Wanling, so there must be a connection. Therefore, Lin Xian's performance this time has once again increased the number of people who yearn for the secret realm of Wanling. You really cleared all 60 floors? I feel like you could keep pushing higher. After Lin Xian emerged from the virtual universe, Yui immediately came to his side and said to him with a smile, 60 floors is already the limit. How could we possibly break through that? Lin Xian smiled and replied to Yui that it wasn't that he wanted to hide his true strength from her, but rather that he couldn't tell her. After all, if Yui knew, then heaven would know, so Lin Xian couldn't tell him. Lin Xian is no longer under the control of the Heavenly Tao, so the Heavenly Tao has no way of knowing anything about Lin Xian. Within the universe, as long as one can comprehend the 7 first-class laws, it means that one is not subject to the control of the Heavenly Tao. However, if heaven knew this, it would certainly impose restrictions on it. This is the rule of heaven. Alright, the competition is over now. What are our plans next? Yui asked Lin Xian. Although this competition will last for a month, there's no need for the two of us to care about the time. Because of their current achievements, it's impossible for any cultivator to surpass them within a month. It's been several years since I left. I need to go back to the planet of all spirits to take a look and bring my family to my territory. Lin Xian looked at Yui and said to her that he had not returned to the planet of 10,000 spirits since the start of the cosmic genius battle. You want to meet your family? Should I go back with you? Yui nestled against Lin Xian and asked him gently. Lin Xian patted Yui's head and replied with a smile, "What's wrong? Are you shy about meeting my parents?" "It's not that, it's just that I wasn't mentally prepared," Yui said somewhat nervously, which was the truth, since she hadn't considered this possibility after becoming boyfriend and girlfriend with Lin Xian. "It's nothing, they'll definitely be very satisfied. Don't worry." Lin Xian smiled and comforted Yui, saying that he knew his parents very well, and that they had met once before, and that his parents were really satisfied with Yui. "Alright, then I'll go back with you." Yui nodded and finally agreed to Lin Xian's suggestion, since it was bound to happen sooner or later anyway. Before returning to the Myriad Spirits planet, Lin Xian first went back to his own territory. This main planet is now almost identical to the Myriad Spirits planet. Yuka, try to finish it within 7 days. I need to go back to the planet of all spirits and bring my family over. Lin Xian said to the person in charge, Yuka, that they had originally planned to bring them over after the Divine Kingdom placement competition, but it now seems that it will have to be brought forward. Yes, Your Highness. I will send more people to expedite the work and it will definitely be completed within a week. He would agree to any request Lin Xian made, because he was a core member of the Spirit God sect. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction and stepped into his spaceship, where Yui, Xiaoyuan, and Ramos were already waiting for him. Yen Valley Divine Kingdom, Xiancheng Universe Kingdom, Edward Star Region, Halley Galaxy, Wanling Planet, let's go. Lin Xian simply told the spaceship his destination and then left the rest to the spaceship, which would automatically choose the fastest route to reach the destination. Master, it's been so long since I'd been to the planet of 10,000 spirits. Xiaoyuan smiled and said to Lin Xian that she had been overjoyed ever since she learned that Lin Xian was going back. After all, that was where she grew up. Xiaoyuan, from now on you don't need to call me master anymore, just call me brother. Lin Xian said to Xiaoyuan, after all, I already have quite a few slaves, and those slaves all call me master. It would be inappropriate for Xiaoyuan to call me master now. Hearing Lin Xian's words and glancing at Ramos standing beside her, Xiaoyuan understood that Lin Xian's idea was correct. Okay, then I'll call you brother Lin from now on. Xiaoyuan felt that calling him brother wasn't quite right, since Lin Xian had a younger brother, so she decided to just call him brother Lin, since the two of them were like brothers anyway. That's a nice name. Where do you want to go after we get back? Lin Xian asked Xiaoyuan. I don't know either. I just want to go back and take a look. Xiaoyuan answered truthfully that he didn't care about anyone or anything. He just wanted to see what the Wanling planet looked like now. I wonder how my parents, my brother, and my teachers are doing? Lin Xian muttered to himself that these people were the ones he cared about most. He hadn't seen them for so long and wondered how they were doing on the Myriad Spirits planet. We'll be there soon, and you'll see them. Yui smiled and said to Lin Xian, but she was still a little nervous, so she kept snuggling close to Lin Xian. Because Lin Xian's spaceship is SS class and has the ability to travel through wormholes, he can quickly meet people even if they are separated by trillions of light years in the universe. So in just one solar day, the spaceship arrived above the planet of all spirits. SS class spaceship, let's go check it out. The moment Lin Xian's spaceship arrived above the Myriad Spirits planet, the Spirit God sect's garrison on the planet immediately spotted them. They arrived pretty quickly. Seeing people arrive, Lin Xian sighed. It seems that the Spirit God sect's guards here are quite effective. Your Highness Yui? Upon seeing Yui emerge from the spaceship, the 3 guards immediately bowed to her. Go and call Yuri over here. Yui said to the 3 of them in a low voice. Yuri is the head of the Myriad Spirits planet's secret realm. After saying that, they immediately flew into the planet Wanling. In just a few breaths, Yuri appeared in front of Yui and Lin Xian. Because the affairs of the planet Wanling have been very busy in recent years, the guards here have not paid much attention to what is happening in the universe. Only Yuri knew about Lin Xian's performance in the Cosmic Genius battle and his current identity within the Spirit God sect. Greetings, Your Highnesses. Yuri bowed respectfully to Yui and Lin Xian. Seeing Yuri's behavior and address, the guards behind him were also stunned. They did not expect that the man next to Yui was also a core member of the Spirit God sect. Are my family members alright on All Spirits planet? Have our native inhabitants been affected by the outsiders? Lin Xian asked with great concern. After all, many alien cultivators had come to the Myriad Spirits spirits planet in recent years. I can't guarantee there won't be any impact at all, but there certainly won't be any major conflicts. Both sides are satisfied, and your family is certainly doing very well. Yuri answered truthfully, saying that he was telling the truth. The planet Wanling was so large that he could not guarantee that there would be no conflict at all. That's good. Yui and I will go home now. Lin Xian nodded. He naturally understood. There would always be some cultivators who would do things secretly, and Yuri couldn't possibly know everything. As long as there were no major problems, that was fine. Okay, just let me know if you need anything. After saying that, Lin Xian took Yui, Xiaoyuan, and Ramos and flew home. Lin Xian's family now lives in the central residential area of Jingzhou City, China. It is very safe here and they are basically not affected by outside cultivators because this is a key protected area of the Lingxian sect. No one dares to cause trouble here. Lin Xian's manor is located right in the center of the central community. It is very large and also very quiet. Besides Lin Xian's parents and younger brother, this place also houses the slaves Lin Xian had previously bought, as well as many other people such as nannies, housekeepers, and servants. Mom and Dad, I'm home. Lin Xian and Yui appeared directly in front of Lin Jian and Wang Li, who were happily watching TV in their bedroom. The couple were startled when they saw Lin Xian suddenly appear in front of them. After a while, they reacted and called out to Lin Xian, Xiao Xian. The Lin Jian couple were so excited that they jumped up from the sofa bed, rushed over, and picked up Lin Xian. Their physical condition is now quite good. Although they are over 40 years old, their physical condition is better than that of an 18-year-old. You haven't come home for so many years. I thought you'd forgotten about us. Wang Li complained to Lin Xian that she hadn't received any news from him in the past few years. Sometimes when she asked Xian, he would just tell her not to worry and that Lin Xian would definitely be fine. Mom, it's my fault. I came back to see you as soon as I finished my work. Lin Xian, nestled in his parents' arms, smiled and said to them, although the position is a bit uncomfortable, I'm still very happy. Standing to the side, Yui watched the family enjoying themselves, and a happy smile appeared on her face as well. She herself hadn't been back to her own home in a long time, and hadn't experienced this kind of warmth since. Mom and Dad, let me introduce you to someone. Lin Xian looked at his parents and smiled as he spoke to them. It was only then that Lin Jian and his wife noticed that there was a beautiful young woman standing next to Lin Xian. Isn't this your senior sister? I remember she came to our house once. Looking at Yui, Wang Li recalled that Yui had come here once before. Mom, you have such a good memory. Yes, she was my senior in school, but now she's my love. We've decided to be together. Lin Xian took Yui's hand and told his parents about his relationship with Yui. Real? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Lin Jian and his wife became excited again. Their biggest wish now was to have a big, healthy grandson, since Lin Sheng was already 6 years old and didn't need them to take care of him much anymore. Moreover, there are so many servants in the manor who can take good care of him, so the two of them don't need to put in much effort. Of course it's true. I brought her back to meet you. If you agree, we'll officially be together. Lin Xian said with a smile that on the planet Wanling, as long as the parents agree, the two can be together, and there are no marriage procedures or customs. Girl, would you like to be with our Xiao Xian? Wang Li looked at Yui and asked her sincerely. Auntie, uncle, after spending these past few years together, I feel like I can't live without him anymore. Yui said shyly, though it was a bit of an exaggeration, it was the truth. Ha ha, okay. Then my wife and I definitely have no objections. Lin Jian laughed and said that Yui looked very good and was a perfect match for Lin Xian, so he naturally had no objections. I'd love to. Wang Li nodded and said with a smile, then let's change our address. Lin Xian turned to look at Yui and said gently that he had told her about the customs of the Wanling planet before he came. Yui looked at Lin Jian and Wang Li, then slowly called out, Dad, Mom, great, today is really fun. Lin Jian slapped his thigh, grinning from ear to ear. Alright, we don't have anything good to give you. What do you need? Wang Li asked Yui with great concern, because she did not know Yui's identity, which was why she asked. Mom, I don't need anything, but if you two need anything, just tell me. Yui shook her head and answered Lin Jian and his wife. Don't stand on ceremony with us. Lin Xian is the boss of our planet now. He calls the shots. Lin Jian said that they don't know much about the universe, so they don't know many things. Mom and Dad, speaking of which, I have something to tell you. Taking this opportunity, Lin Xian told them his thoughts and about the universe, letting them know what the universe is really like. After hearing Lin Xian's story, Mr. and Mrs. Lin Jian stared wide-eyed and gaped, unable to believe what their son had said. Is this really how the universe is? Lin Jian asked Lin Xian again to confirm, as he was somewhat incredulous. Would this son lie to you? Lin Xian replied with a smile. So our daughter-in-law holds such a high position in the universe. No wonder she doesn't need anything. It turns out we've been too narrow-minded. Lin Jian looked at his wife and said seriously, Dad, aren't ours yours too? We've come back this time to take you to our place. This planet of 10,000 spirits won't be a good place to stay in the future. Lin Xian looked at his parents and said very seriously. After thinking for a while, Lin Jian finally spoke, saying, you two know better than us, we'll listen to you. Yes, I also feel that a lot of aliens have come to the planet Wanling now. Although nothing major has happened, it feels different from before. Everyone is being very careful. Wang Li nodded and said to her son that they could also sense that the planet Wanling was different from before. I will take you there first, and then I will gradually bring the rest of the planet over, as long as they are willing. Lin Xian told his parents his idea. He planned to gradually migrate to the planet Wanling. After chatting for a while, Lin Xian decided to go find his teacher, Luo Xian, to see if she would be willing to come over as well. Yui, you stay here and chat with mom and dad a bit more. Get to know each other better. I'm going out for a bit. Lin Xian said to Yui that Yui and Luo Xian didn't know each other, so there was no need for Yui to go over. It would be a good opportunity for her to spend some quality time with her parents. Okay, go ahead. Yui stopped bothering Lin Xian and said to him. After Lin Xian left the manor, he tried to contact Luo Xian, but no matter how he tried, the other end of the communicator wouldn't answer. He just kept thinking about her. Has something happened to the teacher? Lin Xian suddenly had a bad feeling, because there was no way his teacher would not answer his calls. At this moment, Lin Xian dared not waste any time and immediately contacted the communicator made by his master, Xian Yuanzhou. Upon seeing the familiar number, Xian Yuanzhou took the initiative to ask, Master, it's me. Why can't I contact my teacher? Did she change her communicator? Or what happened? Lin Xian immediately asked, since so many years had passed and there was still a possibility that the teacher had changed the communicator. Xiao Xian, it's because my master is useless. He's incapable of protecting her. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, a voice filled with regret and helplessness came from Xian Yuanzhou. It seemed that something had happened to Luo Xian. What? Hearing his master's words, Lin Xian was shocked. He never imagined that his teacher would be in trouble. He didn't care about anything else and immediately activated his mental laws, instantly locking onto his master's location. A flash of white light, and Lin Xian appeared directly beside Xian Yuanzhou. Master, what happened to my teacher? Was she murdered? Lin Xian asked anxiously. On the planet Wanling, almost everyone knows about Luo Xian's relationship with me, so there's no way anyone would dare to lay a hand on Luo Xian. Therefore, if something happens to Luo Xian, then the one who did it must be an alien cultivator. I don't know her current situation. All I know is that a year ago, she was kidnapped by outside cultivators. In her final moments, she sent me a distress message, but when I arrived, I was no match for them. They easily defeated me. If Luo Xian hadn't threatened to commit suicide, I probably would have died then and there. Xian Yuanzhou said to Lin Xian with deep regret. Grandmaster, you don't need to regret it. This is not your fault. The strength of the outside cultivators was definitely beyond your ability to contend with. Lin Xian knew that on the Myriad Spirits planet, apart from himself, there was no cultivator who could defeat an outsider. With Luo Xian taken away, even if Xian Yuanzhou tried his best, there was no way he could have a good outcome. You're right, but Xiaoxin was taken away without my dignity. It was clear that Xian Yuanzhou was in great distress. He really hadn't expected that something like this would happen to Luo Xian. Do you know who did it? Lin Xian asked Xian Yuanzhou. Since the person who took Luo Xian away was afraid that Luo Xian would commit suicide, then she should still be alive. As long as the teacher is alive, Lin Xian is confident he can rescue her. I remember the person who took her away said he was a manager of the Spirit God sect and that Luo Xian was incredibly lucky to have followed him. He also said that they could destroy a star system with a single word and that he hoped the native inhabitants of our Myriad Spirits planet wouldn't be so shameless. In short, he looked down on us a lot. Xian Yuanzhou told Lin Xian the truth. He said exactly what the other party had said, without any exaggeration. In fact, he had already said far less harsh words. The management of the Spirit God sect? I hope he can still be this arrogant in front of me. Lin Xian snorted coldly. No matter who he was from the Spirit God sect, since he had messed with his teacher, he shouldn't even think about living peacefully in this universe. Lin Xian, are you also from the Spirit God sect? I remember when our planet was first released from its natural protection, you said that this place was under the jurisdiction of the Spirit God sect? Xian Yuanzhou asked Lin Xian, as he only knew that Lin Xian should have some connection with the Lingxian sect, but he did not know what Lin Xian's status was in the Lingxian sect. Yes, I am also a member of the Spirit God sect. Lin Xian nodded and acknowledged it to Xian Yuanzhou. Then you'd better not provoke them. They are the leaders of the Spirit God sect. If you offend them, you will definitely be kicked out of the sect. You might even be in mortal danger. Xian Yuanzhou advised Lin Xian that although Luo Xian was very important, now was clearly not the time to cause trouble. They could wait until they were stronger before thinking of a solution, and not make unnecessary sacrifices. Don't worry, Grandmaster, I know what I'm doing. Also, I want to ask you something. Would you be willing to leave this Myriad Spirits planet and go to a planet under my control? There won't be any outside cultivators there. Lin Xian asked Xian Yuanzhou. Besides my wife, Xian Yuanzhou has no relatives or support on this planet of 10,000 spirits. Leave here? To be honest, I've thought about it. You don't know, this planet of 10,000 spirits is already very difficult difficult for us native inhabitants to live on. Xian Yuanzhouji sighed and said to Lin Xian helplessly. Hearing Xian Yuanzhou's words, Lin Xian looked puzzled. Why was what his master said completely different from what his parents had said? Could it be that because my parents have special identities, they didn't feel anything, while my master didn't enjoy the benefits that came with my identity, so he knows the true situation of the myriad spirits planet? Lin Xian could only guess at this in his mind, so he asked his master, please tell me in detail what happened. Although the guards of the spirit god sect prevent outside cultivators from entering our living area, how can they possibly keep an eye on so many outsiders? There are always some outsiders who come into our living area and, relying on their strength, act like bullies here. At first, we found that as long as they told Chen, he would go to the people from the spirit god sect and drive them out. But as time went on, those people from the spirit god sect got tired of it and stopped intervening unless something major happened. As a result, there have been instances where people from our planet have been taken over and robbed by outsiders, especially beautiful women, who have become the most popular targets for outsiders. Shen Yuanzhouji explained to Lin Xian in detail that although there were basically no cases of the original residents being killed, the phenomenon of kidnapping and occupying people was actually quite common. Doesn't Chen care? Lin Xian was already feeling somewhat angry. Chen won, but he's no match for outsiders. And when he went to the Lingshan sect, they were very perfunctory. They either agreed verbally but didn't take any action, or they would give him some money as a private settlement. I heard that those people from the spirit god sect have taken bribes, which is why they're turning a blind eye. Shen Yuanzhouji complained to Lin Xian that in recent years, the people from the spirit god sect have become increasingly less and less visible. This is absolutely outrageous. Lin Xian was furious. He had entrusted the myriad spirits planet to Yuri with great trust, and this was how Yuri had taken care of it? He never imagined that these people were two-faced, treating the original inhabitants of the myriad spirits planet as nothing more than money-making machines. It's a miracle that no one died. Now, no one on our planet dares to go out. They're afraid of being seen by outsiders. Shen Yuanzhouji said helplessly, to be honest, they really live very cautiously. This is my fault. I didn't think it through. Lin Xian admitted to his master with great shame that he had not expected Yuri and his group to do such a thing. Master, you all pack your things. I'll take you to my place, and we'll leave together then. However, now is not the time to blame himself. He needs to solve the problem, so he spoke to his master. Okay, wait for us a moment. After saying that, Shen Yuanzhouji immediately went with his wife to pack some important things. Soon, Shen Yuanzhouji and his wife packed everything up and returned to the Lin family manor with Lin Xian. Yui, come with me to find Yuri and the others. As soon as he returned, Lin Xian wanted to take Yui out with him. Seeing Lin Xian's expression, Yui knew that Lin Xian was very angry, so she asked, what happened? You'll find out when you meet Yuri. After saying this, Lin Xian took Yui and flew directly into the airspace above the myriad spirits planet. He then released his spiritual laws to convey his meaning to Chen and Yuri simultaneously. Lin Xian is back? Upon receiving Lin Xian's summons, Chen's face showed a surprised expression. He had finally been waiting for Lin Xian's return. Without further delay, he immediately flew towards Lin Xian's direction. On the other side, Yuri also flew over immediately after hearing Lin Xian's summons, not daring to delay. Soon, Chen and Yuri arrived in front of Lin Xian and Yui. At this time, Chen had advanced from a mortal-level cultivator to a heaven-level cultivator, becoming the second cultivator on the myriad spirits planet to break through to the heaven level after Lin Xian. But at this moment, Chen felt an indescribable sense of oppression in the face of Lin Xian's aura, and the gap between the two had become even greater than before. Lin Xian's face was expressionless, but he did not restrain his aura, and even Yui beside him could feel a clear sense of pressure. Yui understood that Lin Xian was extremely angry at this moment, but she herself did not know why. Yuri saw Chen and sensed that something was wrong with Lin Xian, and an ominous premonition immediately rose in his heart. Your Highnesses, may I ask why you have summoned me here? Yuri spoke first, his voice extremely humble, as if he were begging for survival. You've done this yourself. Do I need to tell you? Chen, you tell me, over the years, have these people fulfilled their responsibilities? Lin Xian spoke these words coldly, looking at Chen and signaling him to tell the truth. Chen glanced at Yuri beside him. He knew he couldn't hide it from them, so he told them what Xian Yuanzhou had said, but in more detail than Xian Yuanzhou had. This is outrageous. After hearing Chen's words, Yui's face also showed anger. Because she knew how important the myriad spirits planet was to Lin Xian, she was immediately able to empathize with him. Yuri simply didn't understand this principle. He thought that the ordinary people on the planet of 10,000 spirits were insignificant to Lin Xian, since someone of Lin Xian's status would certainly not care about ordinary people. But this time he was wrong. Lin Xian was very different from other cultivators in the universe. His regard for his home planet was something that other cultivators could hardly do. As soon as Yui finished speaking, she struck Yuri directly with the power of Yin and Yang. Although Yuri was a spirit venerable level cultivator and had considerable talent in the spirit god sect, he still coughed up blood after taking this blow. You bastard! What did we tell you when when we left. Is this the good job you've done here? Yui spoke up for Lin Xian because she was more used to this behavior than Lin Xian since she had spent more time in the spirit god sect. Your Highness, I know I was wrong. I beg your forgiveness. Sensing Yui's anger, Yuri quickly admitted his mistake. He knew that such matters could be serious or minor, so he still felt that there shouldn't be any major problems. Forgive? So many people from my planet Wanling have been captured? Even my teacher was captured? You want me to forgive you? If I forgive you, who will forgive the innocent people on our planet? Lin Xian finally spoke, his voice coming from all directions, making Yuri breathless. Today I will kill you first, to appease those who have been captured. Lin Xian's icy voice rang out, and immediately a burst of mental energy shot out from his sea of consciousness, preparing to use the laws of the mind to obliterate Yuri in this universe. Wait, Lin Xian, let the sect rules handle this. Just as Lin Xian was about to make a move, Yui immediately stopped him and said something to him. How will the clan rules committee handle this? Lin Xian did not answer, but simply asked. Neglect of duty led to the murder of a key personnel's family member. This is an extremely serious crime. If you wish, you can declare him and his home planet as slave planets, never to be redeemed. Yui said to Lin Xian very directly that this punishment was far more serious than killing him. Upon hearing Yui's words, Yuri immediately knelt down before Lin Xian and Yui, crying and pleading, please don't do this. Just kill me. Kill me now. I can't let my planet suffer because of me. As a member of the spirit god sect, Yuri certainly knew the consequences of turning a planet into a slave planet. It was truly horrific. You know your planet shouldn't suffer because of you? It seems you value your planet quite a bit. So why do you think our people can be taken away at will when it comes to me? Lin Xian looked at Yuri kneeling on the ground and said coldly, Your Highness, I'm sorry. I really know I was wrong. As long as you don't make my planet a slave planet, I'm willing to accept whatever punishment you give me. Yuri dared not look up, pleading frantically with Lin Xian, his heart filled with genuine fear. Lin Xian thought for a while, then with a thought, he summoned the slave Candace that he had previously purchased. Candace approached Lin Xian and answered respectfully, From today onwards, you will be responsible for whipping him with the divine whip, 100 lashes every day. As Lin Xian spoke, he shot out a mark from his spiritual sea, which directly entered Yuri's body. At the same time, he handed Candace a golden whip. This whip is a tool used by the spirit god sect to punish criminals. It is an S-grade treasure that can damage both the body and mind of the person being whipped, making it extremely terrifying. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Yuri nearly fainted, because he knew that even 10 lashes of the divine whip would cause him immense pain, let alone 100 lashes every day. Yes, master. Candace took the divine whip and assured Lin Xian, Yuri, you have become my slave. From now on, you will suffer this whipping every day on the planet of all spirits. If you try to escape, your planet will become a slave planet the next day. Lin Xian coldly said to Yuri, I want to make Yuri wish he were dead. Yes, master. Yuri knelt there, not daring to utter a single complaint. How should the other spirit god sect cultivators guarding the myriad spirits planet be dealt with according to the sect rules? Lin Xian asked Yui. Those people under Yuri's command are also implicated. Strip them of their cultivation qualifications, kick them all out of the spirit god sect, and never use them again. Yui said to Lin Xian that stripping cultivators of their qualifications is an unacceptable punishment because they will go directly from cultivators to ordinary people with extremely short lifespans and no qualifications to travel in the universe. It can be said that they are worse than dead. Let's do it this way and have the spirit god sect send another team to take charge of the secret realm. Lin Xian said to Yui, since these people were irresponsible first, they should be punished, and since they accepted benefits from others, let them enjoy them in the future. Lin Xian deeply despised this type of person. They were even more disgusting than villains. After sentencing Yuri and his squad members, Lin Xian's next step was to find his teacher, Luo Xian. According to Yuri and Chen's descriptions, Luo Xian was likely taken away by a family named Lanfeng within the Lingxian sect. Yui, have the spirit god sect send a space fleet to Wanling planet to bring over all the people on the planet who are willing to migrate to my planet. Lin Xian said to Yui that the migration of the planet's population should be handled by the space fleet within the spirit god sect that is specifically responsible for this matter. Okay, I'll have them come over immediately. Yui nodded and went to communicate with the elders of the spirit god sect. Chen, send a notice to everyone on the myriad spirits planet right now. Anyone who is willing to leave should pack their things immediately, just the essentials. As for daily necessities and facilities, I will arrange everything once we arrive at my place. Lin Xian turned to Chen beside him and said, You'll be handling all of this? Chen was shocked when he heard Lin Xian's words. This was a population of billions. Yes, just do as I say, and it would be best if everyone went over. Lin Xian nodded and asked Chen to confirm again, saying that this was something he could do very easily. Okay, I'll go right away. Having received Lin Xian's affirmative answer, Chen said no more and immediately set about handling the matter. Next, Lin Xian brought his family and Xian Yuanzhou to his spaceship. They were going to the Lanfeng family in the Wanling star system immediately. immediately. I hope the teacher is alright. Otherwise, this entire family will be buried with him. Lin Xian thought to himself he would never allow anyone to harm his teacher. The Lanfeng family, whose patriarch Lanfeng Nua is a cultivator within the Lingxian sect who holds a red token, is one of the sect's high-level administrators, second only to the elders and core members. According to the rules of the Spirit God sect, he can own and control 100 planets within the Spirit God star system. At the same time, Lan Fengnua himself is also a cultivator who has reached the level of God King and has comprehended the first-class law of spirit law and 2 second-class laws, making him extremely powerful. In other words, the Lan Fengnua family holds a terrifying position in the entire universe. To the vast majority of cultivators, they are colossal beings. A single sentence can easily destroy a galaxy or even a star field. Furthermore, because Lan Fengnua is not strict with his family rules and is very indulgent towards his family members are very likely to cause trouble outside. Therefore, the Lan Feng family has a bad reputation in the universe. However, due to Lan Fengnua's status and strength, everyone could only remain silent and dared not utter any complaints. This time, on the planet Wanling, the one who took Luo Xian away was one of Lan Fengnua's descendants, named Lanfeng Shanyan. Lanfeng Shanyan has a great fondness for women, especially those who are weak but have good looks and figures. If they also have a strong personality, that would be even better. Because he enjoys seeing these women rebel and defy him, it makes him feel very comfortable and at ease. He happened to meet such a person on the planet Wanling. Her name was Luo Xian, and she perfectly matched Lanfeng Shanyan's preferences, so he forcibly brought her back. Xiaoxin, you should eat something. You haven't eaten for days. A woman in white pajamas squatted down next to Luo Xian, handed her some food, and said something to her. Luo Xian squatted there, not saying a word, staring blankly at the floor, as if she were a living dead. Inside this room, there were many women like her. It was dark and cramped, completely devoid of sunlight, with only a small window that allowed a sliver of light and air to seep in from the outside. Xiao Xin. The woman shook Luo Xian's body and spoke to her again. Thank you. I don't have much of an appetite. You eat? Luo Xian said slowly this time. As a cultivator, even if you don't eat for a long time, you won't have any physical problems. After capturing those disobedient women, Lanfeng Mountain Rock will lock them up here and not let them out. They will only send them food occasionally when they remember. He just wants to watch them stay here for 10 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 years. Of course, if you're in a bad mood, you can randomly select someone from here and play with them however you like. Luo Xian has been detained here for a year, which is not a long time, but several women here have developed mental problems. They talk nonsense from time to time, making everyone uneasy. During the year she was confined here, Luo Xian became taciturn, and it seemed that she was about to lose the ability to speak. Sometimes, she even thought about committing suicide, but she didn't dare, because Lanfeng Shanyan had warned them that anyone who dared to commit suicide would be punished by him for taking revenge on her family and the planet. Tears welled up in Luo Xian's eyes again. She was no longer the person she used to be. Is this the territory of the Lanfeng family? Lin Xian's spaceship had already flown into the territory of the Lanfeng family and stopped directly above their family's planet. This is the place. Let's go out. Yui nodded and said to Lin Xian that she was quite familiar with the Lanfeng family, and she had also had several interactions with Lanfeng Shanyan. Lin Xian and Yui stepped out of the spaceship. The first thing Lin Xian did after leaving the spaceship was to use the laws of the mind to find out where his teacher, Luo Xian, was on this planet. Because Lin Xian had previously been in contact with Luo Xian, he was able to quickly pinpoint her location using her mental imprint. But just as Lin Xian's spiritual power approached the huge manor where the Lanfeng family was located, he clearly felt a powerful resistance. They even have mental protection? Lin Xian was startled. He hadn't expected that there was a hidden mental protection outside the manor, and that the person who set up this protection was at a very high level, one that he himself couldn't break through. Who dares to use their mental power to probe my territory? Just then, a voice rang in Lin Xian and Yui's ears. The one who spoke was Lanfeng Nua, the master of the Lanfeng family. As a high-ranking manager of the Spirit God sect and the holder of the red token, virtually no cultivator dared to test his manner, which is why he raised such a question. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a figure appeared in mid-air. It was none other than Lan Fengnua. He is Lan Fengnua, the patriarch of the Lanfeng family, a cultivator at the God King realm. Upon seeing the other party appear, Yui introduced them to Lin Xian beside her. Hearing Yui say that the other party was a cultivator at the God King realm, Lin Xian was slightly surprised, but it did not affect him at all. Lan Fengnua naturally saw Yui and Lin Xian as well. Facing 2 core members of the Spirit God sect, his status was no match for theirs. However, his own strength was already at its peak, allowing him to communicate with them on an equal footing, which was the rule of the Spirit God sect. Yui, who is this? Lan Fengnua took the initiative to fly forward, and he didn't put on any airs when facing Yui. Lin Xian, my lover, and also my junior brother, Master's 5th personal disciple, a core member of the Spirit God sect, a holder of the golden token, and a cultivator innovator who has comprehended 3 first-class laws. Yui explained to Lan Fengnua in great detail, her purpose being to let him know that Lin Xian's identity was extraordinary. Lan Fengnua naturally knew Lin Xian, since the elders had already notified everyone in the sect. However, when he saw Lin Xian with his own eyes and heard Yui's detailed introduction, he was still shocked. Putting everything else aside, just from that last sentence, he knew that the future sect leader of the Spirit God sect would definitely be Lin Xian. There was no mistake about that. I've long admired your name. Meeting you today, you truly are an exceptional person. Lan Fengnua stretched out her hand and praised Lin Xian with a big smile. Faced with the other party's flattery, Lin Xian remained expressionless, simply staring coldly at him. Enough with the nonsense, remove your mental defenses, I need to find someone. Lin Xian spoke directly, showing that he had no respect for such a powerful person who indulged his own people and would not give him any face. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Lan Fengnua was shocked. He did not expect the other party to say such a thing, or even to give him any face. Even though you hold a high position, you have no right to make me do this. Lan Fengnua responded, saying that he dared not say anything special, and could only say this. I'm giving you 2 choices, either remove your mental protection now and let me find someone, or bring the elders here now, which would be a completely different story. Lin Xian looked at Lan Fengnua and said, word by word, leaving her no way out. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Lan Fengnua immediately felt much more insecure. This was the power of status. Who are you looking for? Why would you be looking for someone in my manner? Lan Fengnua could only ask this question for now. My teacher, Luo Xin. Your family took her away from the planet Wanling a year ago. As he spoke, Lin Xian subtly amplified his aura, which, though ultimately ineffective, served to convey his intentions to the other party. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Lan Fengnua remembered that her clansmen had visited the Myriad Spirits planet's secret realm a year ago. Do you have any evidence to prove it? Lan Fengnua continued to ask, still unwilling to remove his mental protection, fearing that Lin Xuanjin had truly found the person he wanted. Remove your mental defenses, and I will search for you. If I don't find anything, I will leave immediately. But if you keep dawdling with me here, I guarantee your family won't last long in the universe. Lin Xian's meaning was very clear. He was using his potential to threaten Lan Fengnua. If she didn't comply, he would surely destroy the Lan Feng family in the future. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Lan Fengnua felt a little scared. He was afraid of being targeted by a genius with such potential as Lin Xian. Lan Fengnua, see for yourself. Just then, Yui spoke up. With a wave of her right hand, a virtual screen appeared in front of the 3 of them. The face of the Grand Elder of the Spirit God sect appeared on the screen. Lan Fengnua, follow Lin Xian's arrangements. I just received the sect leader's order that Lin Xian will take over as the sect leader of the Spirit God sect. The first elder said to Lan Fengnua, word by word, this is the message that Su Wendian just sent out. What? Upon hearing this news, Lin Xian and the other 2 were stunned, their faces showing surprise. From this moment forward, Lin Xian has the authority to handle all affairs, large and small, of the Spirit God sect. Anyone who disobeys orders will be dealt with according to the sect rules. You'd better watch yourself, the Grand Elder said to Lan Fengnua, knowing that this could be a catastrophe for Lan Fengnua. After saying these words, the virtual screen disappeared from the 3 people's sight. Remove the mental protective measures. I don't want to say it again. Lin Xian stared coldly at Lan Fengnua, his icy voice ringing out once more. The sound startled Lan Fengnua, making her jump. Yes, sect master. Faced with the sect leader's order, Lan Fengnua dared not hesitate and could only remove the manner's mental defenses. Lin Xian immediately activated his mental laws, and soon he locked onto Luo Xian's location. Yui, pass on my order. Summon the Spirit God sect's strongest enforcement team. Now that he had located Luo Xian, Lin Xian stopped thinking about it and decided to make the Lanfeng family pay the price. He knew he wasn't strong enough, so he had to rely on the enforcement team. Sect master, I. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Lan Fengnua looked troubled and prepared to explain something to Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his hand dismissively and said, don't bother telling me anything. You know what you've done. After saying that, Lin Xian disappeared from where he was and arrived at the place where Luo Xian was. Lin Xian arrived at the small dark room where Luo Xian was being held and saw Luo Xian squatting on the ground, looking extremely helpless. Lin Xian's eyes suddenly became a little moist. This first teacher who had helped him had actually fallen into such a state because of his neglect. Unable to contain his grief any longer, Lin Xian slid down to his knees in front of Luo Xian and shouted loudly. Upon hearing this voice, Luo Xian felt as if something had touched her heart, and her whole body trembled. She slowly raised her head and saw the man kneeling in front of her. Lin Xian, is that you? Luo Xian looked at the person in front of her and asked incredulously. Although this person looks very much like Lin Xian, how could he be here? Am I hallucinating? Luo Xian's voice trembled. She still felt that it was all an illusion, a mental hallucination caused by being locked up for too long. Teacher, this isn't a hallucination. Your students have come to save you. Lin Xian suppressed his grief and stepped forward to help Luo Xian up from the ground. Luo Xian was at a loss for words. She couldn't understand why Lin Xian had come here. She stood up blankly with Lin Xian's help, but she was still in a daze. The other women in the small dark room were all startled by Lin Xian's sudden appearance. "You're a bad person. You're a bad person. Everyone's a bad person." Suddenly, a woman who was mentally unstable rushed to Lin Xian's side, hit him with her hand, and cursed at him. Lin Xian subconsciously pushed her away, and then he realized that this woman must have mistaken him for a member of the Lanfeng family, which was why she acted this way. Lin Xian supported Luo Xian as he looked at the woman in the small, dark room. His anger had reached its peak. With a thought, he used the laws of the mind to first restore the women here to their normal mental state, and then broke open the door of the dark room. "Today, I will help you punish this wicked man." Lin Xian made a promise to them. The members of the Lanfeng family who were guarding outside rushed in as soon as they saw the gate being breached, shouting, "Who dares to be so bold?" Lin Xian waved his hand, and the two guards turned into two idiots, slumped down at the gate. Although Lin Xian has not yet fully comprehended the laws of the mind, he is now able to use them with ease, and can use all kinds of mental attack methods with ease. "Is it really you, Lin Xian?" Seeing the scene before her, Luo Xian finally believed that this was not an illusion. "It's my fault. It's my fault that you've suffered like this." Lin Xian helped Luo Xian up and whispered to her that if he had sent Luo Xian to his family's manor earlier, she wouldn't have suffered this ordeal. "It's good that you're here. I thought I'd never see you again." Tears welled up in Luo Xian's eyes, a mixture of emotions welling up inside her. She was just too vulnerable right now. "Don't worry, from today onwards, no one will ever hurt you again, teacher," Lin Xian assured Luo Xian. As he spoke, he slowly led the teacher out of the dark room and into the Lanfeng family's manor. Since this area originally belonged to the Lingshan sect, the enforcement team arrived very quickly and had all followed behind Yui. "Greetings, sect master." At this moment, the news that Lin Xian had become the sect master of the Spirit God sect had spread throughout the entire Spirit God sect and even the entire universe, so the members of these law enforcement teams immediately bowed to Lin Xian. The Spirit God sect has many law enforcement teams, and this team is the strongest, with all 7 members being cultivators at the God King realm. They were a special team responsible for capturing cultivators at the God King realm. Lin Xian brought them here to intimidate Lan Fengnuo. Lin Xian stood in mid-air and shouted to Lan Fengnuo. Yui and Luo Xian stood behind him, watching Lin Xian's behavior. Luo Xian was completely baffled as to what was going on. Lan Fengnuo hurriedly flew over and respectfully replied to Lin Xian. "Summon all your descendants here." Lin Xian declared that he wanted to see just how many of Lan Fengnuo's descendants were normal people. "This, sect master, some are on other planets," Lan Fengnuo stammered. "Call everyone from your manor over here first," Lin Xian said coldly. Faced with Lin Xian's orders, Lan Fengnuo had no choice but to comply. Soon, all the family members in Lanfeng Manor arrived here, numbering over 100. Because the stronger a cultivator is, the more difficult it is for them to have offspring. Lan Fengnuo has not had many offspring, even though he has lived for tens of thousands of epochs. This is why he tolerated their misbehavior. After all, it wasn't easy to obtain. "Teacher, look who brought you here," Lin Xian asked Luo Xian, since he had never seen Lanfeng mountain rock before. Looking at all the people in front of her, Luo Xian immediately recognized the beast who had brought her here and locked her up. "It's him. Even if he were reduced to ashes, I would still know it's him." Luo Xian pointed at a young man in the crowd and said fiercely, "It was this beast in human clothing who brought me a year-long nightmare." Lin Xian followed the direction of his finger and saw the Lanfeng mountain rock. At this moment, he still did not know what was going on, but he knew that it was very disadvantageous to him. "Lan Fengnuo, bring him here." Lin Xian did not take action himself, but instead let Lan Fengnuo do it. Lan Fengnuo had no choice but to obey, flying to the front of Lan Fengshan rock and glaring at him fiercely. "Ancestors, I." Seeing that his ancestor was so obedient, Lan Fengshanyan's face showed extreme fear, and he said in a trembling voice. Lan Fengnuo slapped Lan Fengshanyan across the face, his heart filled with rage. "You're such a waste." Lan Fengnuo, cursing as she threw him in front of Lin Xian. Lan Fengnuo roared fiercely at Lan Fengshanyan. Upon hearing the ancestor's voice, Lan Fengshan was so frightened that he immediately knelt down in front of Lin Xian, not daring to raise his head, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. "You bully who preys on the weak and fears the strong." Looking at Lan Fengshan kneeling at his feet, Lin Xian said coldly, "This kind of person is a typical bully who loves to bully the weak, but is terrified when he encounters someone stronger than himself." "Teacher, what do you want to do with him?" Lin Xian asked Luo Xian. "Kill him," Luo Xian said fiercely, wishing she could tear this person to pieces. "Okay, but we can't let him get away with it so easily. He has to suffer terribly before he dies." Lin Xian said this, then turned to Lan Fengnuo and asked, as his ancestor, "Do you agree with what I'm doing? We will obey the sect leader's arrangements. He deserves what he got." Lan Fengnuo dared not say no and immediately agreed. "Of course, it's not just him. People from your Lanfeng family have done so many heinous things in the universe, relying on your power. Do you think dealing
dealing with Lan Fengnua is the end of it? Suddenly, Lin Xian changed the subject, looked at Lan Fengnua, and said coldly. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Lan Fengnua realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately knelt down, pleading with Lin Xian, "Please, sect master, have mercy. I will definitely discipline them strictly from now on. I will never let them do anything they shouldn't do again." In the future? What about all the things you did before? Hearing Lan Fengnua's words, Lin Xian snorted coldly. This time, he would not let any criminal go unpunished. "I beg the sect leader to forgive them, considering how long I have served the sect." Lan Fengnua begged Lin Xian for mercy again, saying that he had to do everything he could to preserve his bloodline. "Talk to me about love? Why would you think of such a thing when you're knowingly doing something wrong?" Lin Xian said coldly that he had no feelings for Lan Fengnua whatsoever. Lan Fengnua knelt there, head bowed, unable to utter a single word. "Where are the law enforcement team members?" Lin Xian stood in the air and shouted loudly. "Yes, sect master." 7 law enforcement team members instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian, stood in a row, and answered in unison. "Based on the information you have gathered, detain all members of the Lanfeng family who have committed crimes such as murder, robbery, theft, and torture." Lin Xian looked at the 7 God King level law enforcement team members and spoke with righteous indignation. Upon receiving Lin Xian's order, the 7 law enforcement officers instantly transformed into 7 streaks of white light. In just a few breaths, the more than 100 members of the Lanfeng family here were divided into 2 groups. A group of 8 people remained standing in the same spot, having done nothing wrong. The remaining 100 or so people were all confined within the circle of law enforcement officers. They were all people who had violated the regulations. "Lan Fengnua, look carefully. How many of your family members are clean?" Lin Xian said coldly to Lan Fengnua. Lan Fengnua stood up, looked at his descendants, and showed an expression of extreme regret. "It's quite remarkable that these 8 people can remain normal in an environment like the Lanfeng family. Each of them will be rewarded with a planet from the Spirit God star system." Lin Xian first rewarded the 8 of them, but the reward itself was nothing special, just to give Lan Fengnua some face. "Thank you, sect master." Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Lan Fengnua was suddenly surprised and quickly thanked Lin Xian. Lan Fengnua has been allowed to indulge his descendants in their wanton and lawless behavior. He is hereby stripped of all privileges in the Spirit God sect. His red token is revoked, his territory in the Spirit God sect is taken back, and he is demoted to an outer disciple of the Spirit God sect. Faced with Lan Fengnua's thanks, Lin Xian showed no expression, but instead announced his punishment to everyone present. "Sect master, you can't do this to me." Upon hearing Lin Xian's judgment, Lan Fengnua went mad and let out a heart-wrenching scream at Lin Xian. "Lan Fengnua, hand over your red token." The 3 law enforcement team members surrounded Lan Fengnua, subdued him, and then spoke to him coldly. Facing 3 enforcement team members at the God King level, Lan Fengnua had absolutely no chance to resist. Reluctantly, he pulled out his red token, a symbol of identity he had always treasured, which had finally left him. The crimes committed by the descendants of the Lanfeng family are so heinous that they are unforgivable and should be executed immediately. As Lan Fengnua handed over the red token, Lin Xian also delivered the verdicts on Lan Fengnua's criminal descendants. "No, sect master, no." Upon hearing Lin Xian's verdict, Lan Fengnua became even more frantic. His eyes turned bloodshot, his features contorted, and he stared at Lin Xian, screaming in extreme pain. After receiving Lin Xian's order, the law enforcement officers immediately responded. In an instant, all of the more than 100 members of the Lanfeng family were turned into cold corpses. It is extremely easy for a God King cultivator to kill these cultivators of lower cultivation levels. They don't even need to lift a finger. A single thought is enough to kill them all. "No!" Seeing his hundreds of descendants turned into corpses, Lan Fengnua completely broke down. His blood-red eyes glared at Lin Xian, and a mental attack was launched directly at Lin Xian. As a cultivator who cultivated the laws of the mind, he naturally possessed such an attack method. The law enforcement officers were already on guard. After all, they were all people with millions of years of law enforcement experience. Lan Fengnua's attack was easily neutralized by the law enforcement officers, who then proceeded to kill him. "Lock him up and let him watch how Lanfeng Shanyan dies." Lin Xian stopped the law enforcement officers and said coldly, "Yes, sect master." The law enforcement officers immediately detained Lan Fengnua, preventing him from using any of his law-based abilities. "Lanfeng Shanyan, you arrested women, committed acts of imprisonment and abuse, and are sentenced to death, but the sentence will be carried out in 1 year. During this period, let him experience all the punishments of the sect." Lin Xian glanced at Lan Fengshan kneeling at his feet and said expressionlessly, "This is what he deserves." "Yes, sect master." The law enforcement officers immediately understood Lin Xian's intention to torture Lan Fengshanyan to death, which was easy to do. Also, was the entire process of the judgment and its execution recorded? Lin Xian asked the law enforcement officers. Reporting to the sect master, the entire process was recorded. "Alright, send the video of the entire process to every member of the Spirit God sect. From now on, anyone who abuses the sect's
power and acts recklessly outside will be severely punished without exception. Lin Xian said this to the members of the enforcement team. One reason he wanted to severely punish the Lanfeng clan was to seek justice for his teacher and those who were injured. Another point is to make an example of someone to warn others, so that everyone in the Spirit God sect knows that from now on, they will strictly investigate all acts of bullying and misbehaving. Yes, sect master. Upon hearing Lin Xian's order, the members of the enforcement team nodded to indicate that they understood. They also knew that their workload would likely increase significantly in the future. After resolving all these issues, Lin Xian's emotions calmed down a bit. He couldn't stand seeing such things happen when he didn't have the strength or power. Now that he has become the sect leader of the largest sect in the universe, he must severely punish these things. Of course, he knew that these kinds of things could never be completely investigated, but he still had to do his best. Are you feeling better? Yui walked up to Lin Xian and gently asked him. Although Lin Xian had acted very forcefully just now, she knew that he was actually feeling bad inside. You understand me so well. Lin Xian said calmly that he really didn't want to deal with this kind of thing. He hoped that he would never see it happen, but that was obviously impossible. Things will get better, don't worry. Yui comforted Lin Xian. How is the teacher now? Lin Xian asked Yui about Luo Xian's situation. I've already sent Xiao Yuan to your planet on a spaceship. We'll go see her when we get back. Yui replied to Lin Xian that this arrangement was appropriate. Alright, let's go to the elders first and ask them why they suddenly passed the position of sect leader to me. Although he had just accomplished something significant using his position as sect leader, he still needed to find out exactly what had happened. Inside the council hall of the Lingshan sect palace. At this moment, Lin Xian was sitting in the main seat, with Yui sitting to his left, and the 5 elders sitting on his left and right sides. Elder, why did Master suddenly appoint me to succeed as the sect leader of the Spirit God sect? Lin Xian asked the Grand Elder. This news is indeed too sudden. I don't know either. It was Bai Yuan who brought the news personally, asking you to take over as sect leader. You will be in charge of all affairs, big and small, of the Spirit God sect. The Grand Elder was unaware of the reason behind it and was simply following Su Wentian's arrangements. The Bai Yuan he mentioned was Lin Xian and Yuyi's senior brother and Su Wentian's eldest disciple. Alright, but we'll still have to rely on the elders for these specific matters. After all, I'm still a newcomer and don't have much experience. Lin Xian said very modestly that although he currently held the most power within the Spirit God sect, he could not do everything himself. Not at all. The sect leader's handling of the Lanfeng family can be described as swift and decisive. Even we old folks are convinced of his abilities. The Grand Elder spoke truthfully. These were his honest thoughts. Lin Xian's actions did indeed have a deterrent effect, as such incidents had not occurred in the sect for a long time. It just so happened that I happened to be there. I cannot tolerate such people and such things. I hope that the elders can better supervise such incidents in the future. Lin Xian looked at the 5 elders and said earnestly, we could manage them loosely before, but that's clearly not going to work now. Yes, sect master. The 5 elders responded simultaneously. They trusted Lin Xian. Although his cultivation level wasn't high, his talent was undeniable, and he would eventually become the #1 person in the universe. Naturally, they had to perform well under his leadership. Then we'll have to trouble you elders. Let's go. Lin Xian took Yu Yi's hand and walked outside. Farewell to the sect leader. The 5 elders stood up and bowed to Lin Xian's retreating figure. Don't you guys feel that this sect leader is different from His Highness the God King? The first elder expressed his doubts to the other 4 elders. He is indeed somewhat different. Although he is only at the peak of the Tao King realm, the aura he exudes is stronger than that of many god-level cultivators. The second elder nodded and said this to them. Besides, I feel like I can't see him clearly. Theoretically speaking, our levels are so much higher than his. This shouldn't be happening, right? The third elder was also very puzzled. He's completely different from when we first met him. Could it be that he had some kind of opportunity in the land of laws? The fifth elder speculated in this way. After all, the difference between Lin Xian before and after entering the land of laws was indeed very large. I wonder if His Highness the God King understood the reason, which is why he directly appointed him as the sect leader. The elder spoke again, saying that he always felt Lin Xian was far from simple. On the other side, Lin Xian and Yui returned to their own planet after leaving the council palace. At this time, the place had been completely transformed into the appearance of the planet Wanling, but Lin Xian's parents still lived in the original manner. Also living here are Luo Xian and his wife, Xian Yuanzhou. Xiao Xian, you're so thoughtful. This place is exactly the same as our planet. Lin Xian's mother looked at Lin Xian and said very happily, that's why I did this, so you wouldn't feel like strangers. Lin Xian replied with a smile, saying that he was very satisfied to see his family members living happy and fulfilling lives. All that's missing is a grandson. Wang Li looked at Lin Xian, then at Yui, and said with emotion, you're in too much of a hurry, Mom. Lin Xian responded speechlessly, saying that he had only been with Yui for a short time and was already thinking about having a grandchild, which was indeed a bit too eager. Xiao Xian, I've heard that the stronger you are, the less likely you are to have have offspring. Is that true or false? Lin Xian's father, Lin Jian, walked up to Lin Xian and asked curiously. It's true. Lin Xian nodded. That's how it is in the universe. Because the stronger a cultivator is, the closer their bloodline and genes are to perfection, the more difficult it is for them to produce offspring. This seems to be a limitation of the universe. Then you all have to work hard. You're all so strong. Don't let the lineage die out. Lin Jian said with great concern. Lin Xian and Yui exchanged a glance. Yui suddenly felt a little shy. There were quite a few people here, and bringing up this topic was a bit sensitive. Dad, Mom, we'll talk about this later. You two should familiarize yourselves with the environment first. Yui and I are going back to our room. Lin Xian took Yui back to his room. It was soon late at night, and Lin Xian and Yui lay in bed, neither of them able to fall asleep. Lin Xian tossed and turned without saying a word, but it seemed that something was on his mind. Yui lay there quietly, glancing at Lin Xian beside her every now and then. Yui, why don't we give it a try now? After tossing and turning for so long, Lin Xian finally asked Yui the question. Try what? Yui asked shyly in return. Of course, it's having children. Lin Xian turned around, picked up Yui, and said to her with a hint of excitement. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Yui, who had been nestled against him, lowered her head even further. You can give it a try, Yui said slowly. This was her first time, so she was quite nervous, but also a little excited. Hearing Yui agree to his request, Lin Xian was overjoyed, because ever since he lay down on the bed, his body had been out of his control. Let's begin then. As Lin Xian spoke, he began to act. Lin Xian is extremely powerful, and his physical attributes are naturally quite good as well, so the night was very long. But for Lin Xian and Yui, this night was indeed very exciting and comfortable. Yui felt an unprecedented sense of pleasure. Lin Xian's power allowed Yui to experience the joy of womanhood for the first time. After all, her man was the most powerful person in the universe. Lin Xian was also very pleased. This was the first time he had done something like this since he transmigrated, and he was very satisfied with the process. But he couldn't accept the result. Just as he had thought, the two of them were simply unable to have children, because Yui's body simply doesn't meet the basic requirements for acceptance. In other words, Lin Xian's talent and strength are too great. Even the exceptionally gifted Yui cannot meet his needs for having children. Looking at the semen on the bed, Yui said to Lin Xian speechlessly. It's my problem. Just like I thought before, if we want to have children, it's probably not possible now. Lin Xian stroked Yui's body and said softly to her that this situation could only be attributed to his own special physique and strong strength, and had nothing to do with Yui. Why is this happening? Yui asked curiously. Logically speaking, her talent was quite good, and she wasn't much worse than Lin Xian, so why couldn't she accept it at all? I can't explain it either. I just have a strange feeling that my parents' wish to have a child can only be fulfilled by my younger brother. Lin Xian naturally couldn't tell Yui the truth, so he could only say this. Alright. Although Yui was unwilling, she could only submit to reality. A week later, all the original inhabitants of the planet Wanling chose to come to Lin Xian's planet. Therefore, Lin Xian named the planet he now possessed the Myriad Spirits planet. As for the former Myriad Spirits planet, it became the location of a secret realm and had no further connection with the original inhabitants. A year later, many of the original inhabitants of the Myriad Spirits planet broke through from the mortal level to the celestial level, which was somewhat unexpected for Lin Xian. Originally, many cultivators were stuck at the mortal level, but now that they've changed planets, they've all broken through one after another, which Lin Xian finds somewhat abnormal. Now you know why we made you choose 1,000 planets as your territory, right? Yui smiled and said to Lin Xian, who didn't know the reason at the time, but now he should understand. You mean this spirit god galaxy is different from other places in the universe? Lin Xian himself did not feel any difference, which is why he asked that question. Yes, otherwise why would the spirit god sect set up its headquarters here? Compared to other places in the universe, it is easier to comprehend the laws in this star system. If you ask why, I don't know either. You'll have to ask Master. Yui explained to Lin Xian that she only knew about this special point but did not know the specific reason for it. No wonder they achieved a breakthrough so quickly. In any case, it's a good thing. Lin Xian nodded, making a mental note of it, and planned to investigate it later. Over the next few years, Lin Xian used his position as the sect leader of the spirit god sect to purchase 8 drops of ancestral god blood in the universe, which were used by his pet beasts. After a long 10 years, all 9 of Lin Xian's pet beasts had fused with the blood of the ancestral god and evolved to the level of beast venerable. Now, Lin Xian's 9 pet beasts can no longer enter Lin Xian's pet beast space, and of course, they no longer need to do so, because they can already transform into human form and survive in the human universe, and their strength is quite good. Lin Xian distributed 10 of the 1,000 planets in his territory to each of them, allowing them to develop freely. Faced with Lin Xian's generosity, the 9 pets were all sincerely grateful to him, because as their master, Lin Xian had already given them far too much. Finally, a wish of mine has been fulfilled. Lin Xian stood beside Yui, a relieved smile on his face. Although these pet beasts have not yet evolved to the level of beast god, they can now lead normal lives. This development is a good thing for both Lin Xian and the beasts themselves. You're so kind to them. Yui sighed. What? You're jealous? Hearing Yui's words, Lin Xian looked at her with affection and teased her. You've been busy for them for so many years, but you haven't given me anything. Aren't you going to let me be jealous? Although Yui said that, her body was still pressed tightly against Lin Xian. Who said I didn't prepare anything for you? I know you don't lack any treasures, so I had to choose carefully. Otherwise, how could I possibly meet your standards? Lin Xian said with a smile. Over the years, I've visited so many large auction houses. Of course, I've prepared a gift for Yui. However, it's not easy to prepare such a gift, since Yui is already so wealthy. Really? What is it? I don't care about the quality of the gift, as long as it's from you. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Yui quickly asked, all I want is his sincerity. Lin Xian took out a treasure that emitted black and white light from his storage ring. It looked like a piece of clothing. Yui took the hand from Lin Xian and asked with great curiosity, the Yin Yang Rui robe, an SSS level treasure. Lin Xian solemnly told Yui that this treasure was something he had carefully prepared and that it had not been easy to obtain. An SSS level treasure? This couldn't possibly have been bought, could it? Who would sell a treasure of this level? Yui's face was filled with shock. SSS level treasures are rare in the universe, and no one would put them up for auction, since such treasures cannot be measured in money. So even though Yui is very wealthy, she only has SS level treasures and no SSS level treasures. You're so smart. It really wasn't bought, it was obtained through a favor. Lin Xian told the truth that he had exchanged a promise with the other party, and as for what the promise was, he had promised to keep it a secret, so he could not tell Yui. Won't this affect you, will it? Since Lin Xian didn't say anything, Yui naturally wouldn't ask further. However, she was worried about what impact this promise would have on Lin Xian. Don't worry, it won't affect me. Besides, this promise can only be fulfilled after reaching the god level. Lin Xian responded with a smile, saying that he would definitely not agree to any promises that would affect his cultivation. Just keep it in mind. Yui nodded and reminded him, put it on quickly. It will greatly benefit your cultivation in combat, and it will also protect you well. I will feel much more at ease. The main reason Lin Xian exchanged this Yin Yang Rui robe for her was for her safety, since he couldn't always be by her side. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Yui immediately performed a blood oath ceremony and put on the Yin Yang Rui robe. This Yin Yang Rui robe is not only powerful, but also extremely beautiful to wear, enhancing one's temperament. At this moment, Yui was like a fairy, radiating yin and yang energy and a faint two-colored light, making her look extremely beautiful and charming. After 12 years, Lin Xian's younger brother, Lin Qing, has grown to 18 years old, the age when he should awaken his talent and start school. Because of Lin Xian, Lin Qing's growth on the new Wanling planet can be described as very happy, with everyone revolving around him. However, Lin Xian had instructed them that they could let Lin Qing enjoy everything, but they had to ensure that his values were correct and that he would not think that he could do whatever he wanted just because of their power and status. Therefore, although Lin Qing has never suffered any hardship, she has a very positive outlook on life, is kind-hearted, and is deeply loved by those around her. Xiao Xian, your younger brother is now of school age. The academies on Wanling planet are all newly established and not very good. Should we send him to a better academy? Lin Xian's father, Lin Jian, told him that he was also thinking of Lin Qing's best interests. After hearing his father's words, Lin Xian thought about it for a moment and felt that what he said made a lot of sense. Then let him go to the planet Yen Valley, but that means he won't be able to stay with you. Lin Xian replied to his father that the best academy in the Yen Valley Divine Kingdom was located on Yen Valley planet, but it was separated from here by a star system. Although it was not far, it was definitely impossible to see each other every day. It doesn't matter. We've been with him all these years, so a few more years won't matter. A good college is still very important. Lin Jian nodded, indicating that he agreed with Lin Xian's idea. Alright, then I'll arrange for my brother to be enrolled at the Yen Valley Royal Academy on Yen Valley planet. Many God King cultivators serve as honorary teachers at the academy, so the educational resources are absolutely top-notch. For Lin Xian, this was a very simple matter. After all, given his status, his family should be entitled to such resources. Of course, he could have avoided all that trouble and simply let Lin Qing join the Spirit God sect and enjoy its resources. However, after thinking it over, he decided not to do so. After all, he was the head of a sect, and Lin Qing clearly did not have the qualifications to enter the sect. If it was because of his status, it would definitely not be good for the long-term development of the sect. Therefore, Lin Xiankai decided to send his younger brother to the Royal Academy of Yin Valley. Then you make the arrangements. Your mother and I will also have a chance to go out and have some fun. Lin Jian smiled and said to Lin Xian that he and his wife had also broken through to the heavenly level and had learned to control spaceships, so they really wanted to go to other planets to see them. After all, the universe is so vast, we can't stay on this planet forever. You all go out, and let Ramos and the others stay with you. If there are any problems, be sure to contact me immediately. Hearing his father's words, Lin Xian gave him some advice. After all, their strength was still very weak in the universe. universe. Don't worry, Xiaoyuan, Xiaohong, and Xiaoju are coming out with us. It wasn't just the couple who wanted to go to another planet. Lin Xian's 3 pet beasts, having only recently transformed into human form, also wanted to go out and explore. Oh, alright then, you can go out together, that way you can look out for each other. Lin Xian felt much more at ease now, since he had a telepathic connection with the others, and they could let him know if there were any problems. Thus, under Lin Xian's arrangement, Lin Cheng was assigned to the Royal Academy of Yin Valley on Yin Valley Planet. Xiao Cheng, after you enter the academy, you can't cause trouble, but you don't need to be afraid of trouble either. Your older brother is behind you, understand? Lin Xian looked at his younger brother, who bore a resemblance to him, and spoke to him gently. She has cared a lot about her younger brother over the years, and every time she comes back from a trip, she brings him all sorts of novel and interesting things. Therefore, the two brothers had a very good relationship, and Lin Qing greatly admired Lin Xian. In his heart, Lin Xian was not only an elder brother, but also a friend and a teacher. Brother, I understand. I never caused trouble. Lin Qing smiled and replied to Lin Xian that he had been kind and innocent since childhood, and could be said to never cause trouble. I'm not worried about that. I'm just afraid that you're too kind and will be bullied. After all, in terms of talent alone, although your talent is not bad, it should still be relatively poor in the Yin Valley Royal Academy. Lin Xian spoke earnestly to his younger brother, expressing his concern that his brother's kindness might lead to him being bullied. Of course, despite his extremely high status, the students and teachers in the academy were unaware of how Lin Qing handled relationships, which was something Lin Xian was very worried about. Because Lin Xian did not want Lin Qing to grow up entirely under his protection, he had someone conceal Lin Qing's identity. We'll handle each situation individually. All I can say is to give it a try first. Faced with her brother's concerns, Lin Qing could only reply in this way. Okay, maybe I was overthinking it. If there are any problems you can't handle, just let me know, okay? Lin Xian gave Lin Qing some instructions, but in his heart he still hoped that his younger brother could handle the affairs of the academy on his own. I will, brother. Lin Qing nodded and boarded the spaceship, heading to the planet Yin Valley. Now, Lin Xian had no family members by his side, because they had all gone out, some to play, some to study, and some to be busy, leaving only Yui to accompany him. What's the plan next? Yui asked Lin Xian. For the past 10 years or so, Lin Xian has mainly been busy with other people's affairs, and has hardly been busy with his own. We're preparing to go to the orcs. Lin Xian told Yui that he needed to improve his strength, and to do so, he had to go to the Beast Clan, because they had the most ancestral god essence blood and ancestral god bones. Beast men? The relationship between us human cultivators and beast men cultivators is extremely poor. What do you want to do there? Yui said this to Lin Xian, which is common knowledge in the universe, yet Lin Xian actually wanted to go there on his own initiative. Why? Lin Xian asked curiously, as he did not know the reason behind it. Because they believe that human cultivators killed their beast god. Yui looked at Lin Xian and explained to him helplessly, this is why beast cultivators and human cultivators don't get along. Ha? Is it because of the time when the beast god perished after human cultivators comprehended all the first level laws? Yes, so the descendants of the beast god believed that human cultivators had killed their ancestors. Yui nodded. This was indeed an indisputable fact, but the human cultivators themselves felt wronged, since they couldn't possibly not do the work of comprehending the laws. Hearing Yui's explanation, Lin Xian could only feel helpless. According to the ancestral god's last wish, he had to step forward and act as a peacemaker. But with Lin Xian's current strength, he probably can't do that yet, so he needs to improve his strength first. To improve his strength, he must go to the Beast Clan. Therefore, the Beastmen cultivators also established a sect. The purpose of this sect is to target those human cultivators who have comprehended the first-class laws. Just as Lin Xian was pondering, Yui continued to speak to him. What sect? How are they targeting us? Lin Xian was very curious, as he had never learned about this before. The Beast God sect target them through hunting. Yui looked at Lin Xian. This was the behavior of a beastman cultivator. Isn't this a bit too extreme? Upon hearing this, Lin Xian understood all the reasons behind it. No wonder many talented cultivators hide their abilities. It turns out there's one reason for this. Although beastmen cultivators have a weak ability to comprehend laws, they are all descendants of the beast god and possess the bloodline of the beast god, so their physical strength is extremely exaggerated and their combat ability is extremely strong. Even my master could only manage a draw against the top cultivators of the beast race. However, there is only one white-robed god king among human cultivators, while the beast race has many such top cultivators. If it weren't for the fact that humans have a stronger ability to reproduce, we actually have no advantage over the beastmen at all. Yui explained to Lin Xian in detail that the individual combat ability of beast race cultivators is very strong, but they are only inferior in number. I understand. You know I have beastman blood, so I want to give it a try. Although Lin Xian couldn't be completely honest with Yui, he could tell her this, since she knew that he had fused with her blood. Then you should take Xiao Qing and the others with you. They are beastmen, and they should be of great help to you. Yui suggested to Lin Xian that it would be too dangerous for him to go to the
beast tribe alone. That's for sure. Apart from those who went with my parents, I'll take all the rest who are willing to go to the beastmen with me. Lin Xian replied with a smile that was exactly what he had been thinking. When do you plan to leave? Let's wait a while and take care of things around us first. Lin Xian replied that there was no rush to go to the beastmen, they needed to plan it out carefully. Great, perfect timing. I feel like I'm about to break through. You can protect me for a bit. Yui said with a smile that after she came out of the land of laws, she reached the peak of the Tao King realm, and now more than 10 years have passed and she is about to break through to the spirit level. So fast? Your speed is quite impressive. Lin Xian asked in surprise. For some reason, after being with you, my comprehension of the laws has become much smoother. I can improve without much cultivation. Yui answered truthfully, saying that this was indeed her true feeling, even though it sounded somewhat absurd. Hearing Yui say this, Lin Xian was startled. Could it be that after I comprehend all the first level laws, it will benefit those around me? Lin Xian thought to himself that although he didn't know the reason, it must be true. Ha ha, it looks beautiful, but as long as you like it, that's fine. However, Lin Xian could not say what he was thinking, so he simply replied as such. And so, Yui temporarily entered a state of seclusion. It takes a certain amount of time to advance from the Tao level to the spirit level. A cultivator must comprehend at least 50% of a certain law before they can truly reach the spirit level. After comprehending it, they must also integrate and master it. So even if Yui has great talent, it will still take at least half a year to develop. Lin Xian stayed at home, guarding Yui as she broke through her limits while also handling the Lingshan sect's pending matters. As the sect leader, Lin Xian doesn't need to handle minor matters, but he still needs to know about major ones. Of course, the elders will also handle these matters for Lin Xian and then report back to him. For the rest of the time, Lin Xian would check on his younger brother's situation at the academy through a virtual screen. Yen Valley Divine Kingdom, Zodiac Universe Kingdom, Tianyuan Star Region, Yen Valley Galaxy, Yen Valley Planet. Lin Xian had visited this planet before when he participated in the Cosmic Genius Battle. This planet is the political, economic, educational, and cultural center of the entire Yen Valley Divine Kingdom, and it is the most charming place in the Yen Valley Divine Kingdom. This place boasts the largest auction house, trading center, and various entertainment venues in the country, as well as the largest educational institution, the Royal Academy of Yen Valley. To enter the Royal Academy of Flame Valley, you must meet one of two conditions: either you have exceptional talent or you have an exceptional background. Therefore, the students in this academy are almost all the chosen ones. From the moment they step into the academy, they are destined to have an extraordinary status in the universe. Under the arrangement of the Spirit God sect, Lin Xian's younger brother, Lin Qing, came to this academy. When Lin Qing turned 18, the talent he awakened was related to the law of creation. Although the talent was good, the cultivation difficulty was very high. After all, the laws of creation and destruction are inherently difficult to comprehend, and there is very little experience to draw upon. Of course, this is all a matter for Lin Qing to discuss later, since he is only a mortal level cultivator and it is not yet time for him to comprehend the laws. Let me introduce a new student to our class. His name is Lin Qing. Please give him a round of applause. The homeroom teacher of class 3, a freshman class, brought Lin Qing into the classroom and introduced her to everyone. Of course, he didn't know Lin Qing's background. The principal, higher-ups, and teachers of Yen Valley Royal Academy only knew that Lin Qiang was related to the Spirit God sect, but they were unaware of his true background. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, enthusiastic applause erupted in the classroom, showing everyone's enthusiasm for the new students. Tom, look at him. Doesn't he look like a doormat? A boy dressed in black and red sat in the last row and smiled at his deskmate. She looks delicate and weak. She's probably easy to bully. The boy called Tom nodded, agreeing with the other person's statement. The two of them, Tom and Jimmy, are two of the more famous freshmen at the Royal Academy of Yen Valley. Because they enjoy playing pranks on others and find pleasure in it, although the rules within the academy are quite strict, they can only engage in minor mischief and don't cause any serious trouble. Please choose a seat for yourself. The homeroom teacher told Lin Qing that the class was large but there weren't many students, so there were plenty of empty seats and she could choose any seat she wanted. After saying that, Lin Qiang went downstairs and chose a spot where no one was around to sit down. Because Lin Qing has a handsome face and looks very refined, many students in class 3 couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. Lin Qing sat there, listening attentively to the teacher's lecture. He had some prior knowledge of the material, but not much. Alright, that's all for today. You can use the rest of the time as you like. After finishing today's lesson, the teacher said this to everyone. The Royal Academy of Yen Valley is like this. There are very few classes each day, and most of the time is left to the students to arrange themselves. On his first day at the academy, Lin Qing had to go back to his dormitory after the lecture so he could unpack his things. Brother Lin Qiang, where are you headed? Just as Lin Qing finished packing her things and was about to leave, Tom and Jimmy came up to her with smiles and asked her a question. Lin Qing glanced at them, unsure of their intentions, but out of politeness, he replied, I'm heading back to my dorm. Brother Lin Qing, I wonder which dormitory
dormitory you've been assigned to. We're going back the same way anyway, so we can travel together if it's on our way, Tom quickly said. Room 303 in dormitory building number 3. Lin Xing told the two of them that this was the dormitory that the staff had arranged for him after he arrived at the academy. Tom and Jimmy were both shocked when they heard Lin Xing mention this dormitory. Ha, they're in the same dorm as us? They never expected such a coincidence. Lin Xing was actually in the same dormitory as them. At Yen Valley Royal Academy, all dormitories are standardized, with 4 people per unit living in the same dormitory. However, each dormitory is quite large, about 100 square meters, with 4 separate small rooms and a shared bathroom. The conditions are quite good. Really? Lin Chang was overjoyed. This was great, saving her from having to spend ages looking for her dorm room. Of course it's true. Let's go together then. Tom and Jimmy originally wanted to tease Lin Xing, but since they were now in the same dormitory, they decided to refrain from doing so. After all, they would be seeing each other all the time in the future, and if they had a falling out, the days ahead would be unpleasant. So the two of them gave up on their thoughts about Lin Chang. I don't know how to address you? As the three walked back to their dormitory, Lin Xing asked them, revealing that she didn't know their names yet. Call me Tom. Call me Jimmy. The two of them replied to Lin Xing that their names were simple and easy to remember. Tom, Jimmy, hello. We'll be roommates and friends from now on. Lin Xing happily announced to the two of them that as the darling of the Lin family, Lin Xing was basically unguarded with outsiders, so becoming friends with him only required a simple opportunity. You're friends already? So casually? Hearing Lin Xing say that, Tom was speechless. What else? Lin Xing countered with a question. Luckily you shared a dorm room with us, otherwise you would have had a really tough time. Looking at Lin Xing's naive appearance, Jimmy said helplessly, You mean, someone will bully me, and you can protect me from being bullied? Upon hearing what Jimmy said, Lin Xing naturally asked. Tom and Jimmy glanced at Lin Xing beside them and said bluntly, We're the ones who want to bully you. Ha, why? There's no reason, it's just for fun, but since you're in the same dorm as us, I'll let it go. Jimmy didn't hide anything and just said it directly. Anyway, Lin Xing is very naive. Ha ha, you guys are pretty nice. Upon hearing their words, Lin Xing laughed heartily, thinking they were joking with him. Could there be something wrong with him here? Seeing Lin Xing's reaction, Tom pointed to his head and whispered to Jimmy, What do you mean? Have no idea. Jimmy shook his head. He didn't know for a moment whether Lin Xing was genuinely naive or just pretending. As they talked, the three of them arrived at dormitory building number 3. There were many people coming and going in the building, all of whom were students from the college. The remaining 2 rooms are empty. You can choose one to stay in. Tom pointed to the 2 empty rooms in front of him and said to Lin Xing, Let's stay in this room then, it looks more spacious. Lin Xing quickly chose a room, selecting one with better sunlight. I have to tell you something. Since you're new here, you'll be in charge of cleaning all the rooms from now on, especially the public shower rooms. You need to clean them every day, otherwise they'll smell. Jimmy said to Lin Xing that even though they were roommates, they still had to trick Lin Xing a little. Normally, sanitation is handled on a rotating basis, but they wanted to entrust it all to Lin Xing, since he was so naive. We still need to clean? Isn't there someone specifically responsible for this? Lin Xing asked curiously, as he had never done anything like this before. Yes, but you have to pay. Jimmy explained to Lin Xing that apart from the free teaching, all other services at the academy cost money. Then just pay up. I don't know how to clean. Lin Xing nodded and said nonchalantly. Upon hearing Lin Xing's words, Tom and Jimmy looked shocked once again. Can't you clean? And even if you pay, there's no way you can get it cleaned every day? Tom countered with a question. Why not? Since we've paid for it, shouldn't we clean it every day? Lin Xing found it strange. Wasn't this perfectly normal? Why were they reacting this way? The room cleaners charge by the hour, 100 cosmic coins per session, which is too expensive. Usually, it's enough to hire them once a month. Jimmy explained to Lin Xing that although the fee was not high each time, it could add up to a lot over time. Moreover, with their combined living expenses, they couldn't afford such expenditures. They had to use the money for other things. So cheap? Only 100 universe coins per time? Lin Shang was also very surprised, but the reason for his surprise was different from that of Tom Jimmy. Cheap? If it's 100 a day, that's 3,000 a month. Do you think it's only 100 a month? Tom shouted at Lin Xing, thinking that Lin Shang had not understood what he meant. Yes, is 3,000 a month a lot? Lin Xing looked at Tom and Jimmy with his innocent eyes and asked, puzzled. You spend 5,000 a month on accommodation, Tom said to Lin Xing. Lin Xing nodded. Don't you spend at least 5,000 a month on food? Jimmy asked Lin Xing. I don't know, there might be more than that. Lin Xing thought for a moment and replied that since she liked to eat it, it might cost her more. You need to use the academy's facilities, right? And you have to pay money. It must cost 10,000 a month, right? If you go out to have fun, go to entertainment venues, and buy some things, won't you spend at least 10,000? Jimmy and Tomlin realized that with so many expenses, where would they find the money to come up with 3,000 for cleaning? That's it? After listening to what they said, Lin Xing asked with a puzzled look. I won't go into the other miscellaneous expenses, but these are things that have to be spent, and we've already calculated that it's a lot. It seems like they gave me a bit too much money. I guess I'll have to open an account to save up the extra money.
Lin Qing looked up and muttered to herself, Lin Xian is obviously giving me a lot more living expenses.
Hearing Lin Qing's mutterings to himself, Tom and Jimmy exchanged glances and asked in unison, how much living expenses do you have? You still have a lot left? 100 million universe coins a month, I guess.
Lin Qing said it quite naturally.
How many? Tom and Jimmy jumped up, staring at Lin Qing in disbelief, and asked, 100 million universe coins a month. They said they could give me more when my cultivation level is higher. For now, they can only give me this much.
Lin Qing truthfully said that if he gave too much, Lin Xian was afraid that his younger brother would squander it.
This is all you're giving us now? 100 million a month? Tom and Jimmy were completely speechless. What kind of god is this? 100 million a month for living expenses? Don't you have that many?
Lin Qing asked them, thinking that they should all be about the same. Tom and Jimmy really couldn't answer this question, as their monthly living expenses were only a little over 30,000.
But that's alright, we're all friends, what's mine is yours. Tell me your bank account number and I'll transfer it to you. Hearing you say that, I don't think I'll ever use all of it anyway.
Lin Qing generously said that since they were all friends, they should share the good times and not treat them unfairly.
That's not right.
We can't just take other people's money for nothing. Tom and Jimmy may enjoy playing pranks, but they wouldn't take other people's money for no reason. It feels very strange. You helped me get to my dorm, and I'm sure I'll need your help with other things in the future.
We're helping each other out. It's not like I'm taking it for free.
Lin Qing said with a smile, this isn't exactly free money.
That makes sense. Hearing Lin Qing say this, Tom and Jimmy thought it made some sense, so they told Lin Qing about their bank account details.
10 million cosmic coins have been credited to your account. 10 million cosmic coins have been credited to your account. In the blink of an eye, Tom and Jimmy received such a notification sound.
10 million cosmic coins?
Tom and Jimmy were truly shocked this time. Lin Qing hadn't lied to them at all.
Is this true? Tom asked Jimmy. It must be true,
Jimmy said, somewhat dazed. Although their family has a certain background in the universe, it is definitely not as good as Lin Xian's.
Moreover, since their family has many descendants, the two of them will not receive a lot of resources and money.
But Lin Qing is different. He is Lin Xian's younger brother, which is why he can make such a big move. After all, Lin Xian's monthly income now exceeds 100 billion. Then I'll tidy up the room first. After I'm done, we'll go eat together. Lin Qing told them that tidying up the room was a troublesome task. At home, servants always did these things. Lin Qing stood up, but hesitated for a moment before asking, where should we begin packing? Seeing Lin Qing's condition, Tom and Jimmy quickly came over and said to him, just sit there and wait, we'll help you clean up.
Thank you so much. I was just wondering what to do with all that.
Hearing Tom and Jimmy's words, Lin Qing happily said that this was exactly what he wanted to hear.
Don't be so polite with thanks. We're friends. Helping each other is only natural.
As Tom spoke, he helped Lin Qing tidy up everything in the room. After a while, Lin Qing went to the public shower room, presumably to use the restroom.
What family does he belong to? How can he be so rich? Tom asked Jimmy in a low voice.
I don't know. I've never heard of any students like that in the academy. Jimmy shook his head. He couldn't figure out what was going on either.
Whose young master could have such strength?
It's no wonder they don't know. Currently, only those within the Spirit God sect know Lin Xian's identity, and they keep it a secret from the outside world. Outsiders only know that Lin Xian is the champion of the Cosmic Genius Battle and has great talent, but they don't know that he has become the sect master of the Spirit God sect. Therefore, they naturally couldn't guess Lin Qing's background, otherwise, they probably would have been able to. Lin Xian smiled as he watched his younger brother enroll in school through the virtual screen.
I'd forgotten that money makes the world go round. With so much money, as long as he's not stupid, he'll definitely have a good time at the academy.
Lin Xian muttered to himself, perhaps it's because I'm already too rich. Money is just a number to me, so I've overlooked the power of money. It seems we don't need to worry about him too much, but we still need to remind him not to flaunt his wealth too much, to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Lin Xian had considered things very carefully. Having money would certainly make things easier, but he couldn't reveal it too much before he had the strength. If you become the target of someone with malicious intent, that would be bad, as it would bring unnecessary trouble. He told this to the person protecting his younger brother in the shadows, and asked him to pass the message on to his brother. There was nothing else he needed to be careful about. Over the next few months, Lin Xian focused on dealing with matters concerning the Spirit God sect.
As for Yue, who was undergoing a breakthrough, there were no problems whatsoever.
Lin Xian was quite satisfied with the results of the various incidents reported by the elders. Since he took over as sect leader, the efficiency of handling incidents within the sect had increased significantly. Lin Xian examined each matter one by one, and suddenly the outcome of one particular matter caught his attention.
Here's what happened.
Within the Lingcheng universe of the Yin Valley Divine Kingdom, there is a place called the Dolan Star System.
It is located on the edge of the Lingcheng Universe Kingdom, and its overall strength is relatively weak. With a small small territory. 3 years ago, many strange cultivators suddenly appeared on several planets in the Dolan galaxy. These cultivators will proactively attack other cultivators around them, and they will generally target those who are at a higher level than themselves. They attack like madmen, completely oblivious to their surroundings and seemingly impervious to pain. After successfully killing their target, they can even absorb the remaining energy within the target's body to increase their own strength. At first, these cultivators only had occasional episodes, but as time went on, the frequency of their madness increased. The administrators of the Dolan galaxy were unable to handle the situation and could only report it to their superiors. 3 years later, the Spirit God sect finally sent people to investigate and deal with the matter. Because of this unusual situation on multiple planets, the Spirit God sect first sealed off these planets, prohibiting the cultivators inside from leaving, and then killed those cultivators who had gone mad. Of course, since this situation had never occurred before in the universe, the Spirit God sect also brought back several insane cultivators, imprisoned them tightly, and studied them to see why they had become like this. After reading the general outline of the incident, Lin Xian had many questions in his mind. It was indeed quite bizarre. Isn't this very similar to the zombies that circulate on Earth? Except these cultivators can actually use this method to become stronger. Lin Xian felt there must be some secret behind this, since the consequences of cannibalism are often very serious. Filled with curiosity and skepticism, Lin Xian decided that once Yui successfully broke through, the two of them would personally go to the Dolan star system to see what was really going on. A month later, Yui successfully broke through from the Tao King level to the Spirit Master level, and her strength improved by another level. Even so, Yui could still clearly feel that although Lin Xian was only at the peak of the Tao King level, his aura was still stronger than hers. Such a thing actually happened? Yui said with great surprise. After listening to Lin Xian's story, Yui was also very curious. Shall we go take a look? Lin Xian asked Yui. Of course we should go and take a look, but before we go, we should ask the elders first and see what the situation is with those cultivators who were captured. Yui nodded and answered Lin Xian in this way. Then let's go. After they finished speaking, the two went together to the Spirit God planet, where, in addition to the Council Palace, there was also a place specifically for imprisonment and research. At this moment, the third of the 5 elders was waiting for Lin Xian and Yui to arrive. Sect Master, Yui, you've arrived. Seeing Lin Xian and Yui walking towards him, the third elder said with a smile. Third elder, take us to see those cultivators who are going crazy that we captured. Lin Xian gave instructions to the third elder. Follow me. The third elder led the way, with Lin Xian and Yui following behind. Because this place is an important area of the Spirit God sect, many people are responsible for guarding it, and those special cultivators are imprisoned in a deeper place. This was Lin Xian's first time visiting this place. As he walked along, he could sense that the design was ingenious and that there were hidden mechanisms. This is the place. The 7 cultivators were imprisoned here. The third elder led Lin Xian and Yui to a huge glass dome, inside which were 7 cultivators chained together. They are still calm for now, but we don't know when they might go crazy. The third elder explained to Lin Xian and Yui that the 7 people were sitting there obediently, looking weak and listless, like walking corpses. What results have you found? Lin Xian took 2 steps forward, came to the glass cover, looked inside, and asked the third elder. We tested their blood samples, but we didn't find anything abnormal in their blood. Then we tested their muscles and bones, and they were no different from those of ordinary cultivators. The third elder answered truthfully, saying that the result was quite unexpected. If there are no physical abnormalities, could it be a mental problem? Upon hearing the third elder's words, Lin Xian asked this question. That's what we thought too, so we had the fourth elder come and check on them personally. He said that none of them showed any abnormalities in their mental state. The third elder replied with great helplessness. At this moment, Lin Xian and Yui were surprised. The fourth elder was a cultivator who had fully comprehended the laws of the spirit. If he said there was no problem, then there must be no problem. But if that's the case, why have these cultivators ended up in this situation? They have no mental problems? No physical problems? Why are they undergoing such strange changes? Lin Xian was completely baffled. This was utterly inexplicable. We don't know either. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. The third elder was equally puzzled. He had lived for so many years and had never seen anything like it before. Have you investigated their whereabouts? Do you see what they have in common? Lin Xian suddenly realized this. If they had something in common, then things would be much easier. This is difficult to investigate because the 7 of them come from different planets and were complete strangers before, so they probably don't have anything in common. The third elder shook his head. They hadn't investigated this point, but it seemed unlikely that there was anything in common. Just as the 3 of them were talking, the 7 cultivators inside the glass enclosure suddenly stirred. They, who had been slumped on the ground, all stood up, their eyes turning fierce as they glared at the person in front of them. Both hands stretched forward fiercely, as if trying to kill the target, trying with all their might to touch it. If they weren't chained together, the outcome of their battle would probably already be clear. This is what they look like when they're crazy. The third elder had already witnessed this this many times, and then spoke to Lin Xian and the other person. Lin Xian and Yui stood outside the glass enclosure, looking at the 7 cultivators who had gone mad inside, their faces filled with utter confusion. From this perspective, you haven't actually gained anything, and you can't explain this situation either. Lin Xian said to the third elder that they had used all the methods they could, but still could not find the cause. Yes, we considered and verified all possible scenarios, but the results were all wrong. The third elder answered truthfully, saying that it was really no wonder they were blamed. It seems we still have to go to the Dolan system and see for ourselves. Lin Xian turned to Yui and said that if they wanted to find out the reason, there was only one option. Upon hearing that the sect leader was going to the Dolan system, the third elder immediately tried to dissuade him, saying, "It's not necessary. As the sect leader, it's not appropriate for you to go to such a place. Besides, the planet where the problem occurred has been completely sealed off, so getting in and out will be quite troublesome." Lin Xian turned around, looked at the third elder, and listened to his words, which seemed to have another meaning behind them. "Third elder, are you hiding something from me?" Lin Xian stared intently at the third elder. He sensed a slight disturbance emanating from the third elder, clearly indicating that he was hiding something. The third elder was at a loss for words, because he didn't know how to report to Lin Xian. "Third elder, please tell the truth." Yui looked at the third elder and said the same thing. She could tell that the third elder was definitely hiding something. "Sect Master, in fact, almost all the cultivators on the sealed-off planets within the Dolan galaxy have already become like this." The third elder could only truthfully reply that they, along with the other elders, had been concealing this fact. "What?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's expression changed, and he loudly questioned him. "We don't know why things turned out this way, so we wanted to investigate first before telling you." But the third elder did not continue speaking, because Lin Xian already knew everything that followed, and the elders could not find any results from their investigation. "What about other planets?" Lin Xian controlled his emotions and asked the third elder. "The reason why similar situations have not occurred on other planets is probably because our blockade was timely, which is why similar situations have not continued to occur." Sensing Lin Xian's emotions, the third elder dared not hide anything any longer and told him everything. "Is this condition contagious? Can you find out how it's transmitted?" Lin Xian asked the third elder. "As long as the transmission route is clear, it can basically be controlled. Based on our observations, it seems to spread through killing. Ordinary cultivators killed by these cultivators will be resurrected after a period of time. After being resurrected, they will completely go insane and will never be normal again. Moreover, even cultivators who have gone mad will fight each other, with the lower-level cultivators still initiating attacks on the higher-level ones. Furthermore, they will keep resurrecting, and each resurrection will not make them any stronger than before. If this continues, their strength will continue to increase. As for whether they can reach the God King realm, we don't know." The third elder told Lin Xian about the patterns they had summarized. Upon hearing the third elder's words, Lin Xian and Yui both gasped in shock. It sounded truly terrifying. "How can we completely kill them and prevent them from respawning?" Lin Xian asked the third elder. Since they had discovered them for so long, they should have found a way to completely kill them, right? The third elder looked at Lin Xian, shook his head helplessly, and said, "Even if we all take action ourselves, we cannot completely kill them. Even if we completely pulverize their bodies and destroy their spiritual seas, they can still resurrect. Even if we send them into spatial turbulence, they will keep resurrecting. We even destroyed a planet, but even if the planet is destroyed, they will float in the universe and find a new place to stand." The third elder's words struck Lin Xian like a thunderbolt. What on earth had happened to them? How could they possess such abilities? What about the law of destruction? Even it can't destroy them? Yui immediately asked the third elder. "The law of destruction is the strongest attack method in the universe. A cultivator who fully comprehends the law of destruction can completely destroy the target in the universe, because it represents destruction in the heavenly Tao. The law of destruction has absolutely no effect on them. It can't even cause them the slightest harm." The third elder sighed. This was the reason they felt despair. The law of destruction was ineffective. "What? How is this possible? The law of destruction represents the destruction of the heavenly Tao. How could it have no effect?" Yui said in extreme shock. "You should know that even the white-robed God King Su Wendian did not dare to withstand the full force of a God King who cultivated the law of destruction, because that kind of power comes from the heavenly Tao, so we have no choice but to blockade it. Fortunately, the Dolan system itself is weak, and there are no powerful cultivators on those planets. They are mostly heaven-level or Tao master-level cultivators. But if we let them continue like this, we really don't know how far their strength will grow." The third elder said with great concern. "Moreover, they cannot imprison all of these people. After all, they are cultivators from hundreds of planets." As he listened to their words, Lin Xian kept thinking about a possibility. Could it be that these cultivators don't belong to the heavenly Tao? That's why we can't kill or destroy them? But if they don't belong to the heavenly Tao, how come they're here? Lin Xian was truly baffled, so he had no choice but to go and see for himself. "Third elder, Yui and I will go there ourselves to take a look. You two should contact the other two great divine sects and check together if there are any other places in the universe where this situation has occurred. If so, seal them off immediately and absolutely do not allow them to spread unchecked. Lin Xian explained to the third elder that this was no small matter. If these cultivators were truly immortal, it would pose a huge threat to the universe. We have already communicated with them, and they are now conducting a full-scale investigation in the universe to see if any such special cultivators have appeared. They had already done so, which is why the third elder answered in this way. The divine kingdom of Yin Valley, the universe kingdom of Lingcheng, the Dolan Galaxy. Lin Xian's spaceship has arrived here. Inside the spaceship are Lin Xian, Yui, and several slaves whose cultivation level is at the god level. They are all very powerful. Led by Lin Xian, their group arrived at the outer edge of the sealed-off area, where many disciples of the Spirit God sect were located. The method used by the Spirit God sect to seal off this area is the sect's most powerful array, which directly seals off all the problematic planets, preventing the cultivators inside from leaving. The disciples of the Spirit God sect guarded the outside of the Great Formation, and without their methods, outsiders could not enter the formation. Greetings, Sect Master. Greetings, Your Highness. Upon seeing Lin Xian and Yui arrive, the guard leader immediately bowed and greeted them. No need for formalities. How is the situation inside now? Lin Xian asked the other party, as this was the question he was most concerned about. We don't know the specifics either. Our main responsibility is to guard the area and prevent outsiders from entering. The head guard answered truthfully that only the elders and a few administrators had gone in, they themselves had not. Well then, I'll go in and take a look. You guys wait for me outside. Lin Xian spoke to Yui and the slaves behind her. Let me go in with you, so we can look out for each other. Considering the special circumstances within the formation, Yui made a suggestion to Lin Xian. I'd better go in myself. I don't know what the situation is like inside. It wouldn't be good if something went wrong. Lin Xian shook his head. He didn't want Yui to take any risks, and if there really was trouble inside, he was sure he could escape with his own strength. Then you must be careful. Yui didn't insist. She knew that once Lin Xian made a decision, it would be difficult to change it. Moreover, there were outsiders present, and Yui didn't want to discuss things too much with Lin Xian. After all, he was the sect leader, while she was just a core member of the Spirit God sect. I will. Take me there. Lin Xian's last sentence was addressed to the guard leader. And so, the guard leader led Lin Xian to the front of the Great Formation. Sect Master, you can freely pass through this Great Formation using the sect's token. The formation will not hinder you. The guard leader explained to Lin Xian that the access token for the Spirit God sect's Grand Formation was simply the sect's own token, which was very simple and intelligent. Lin Xian entered the Great Formation directly. There was no difference between here and outside, so he could only choose a planet to land on and see what was going on with these cultivators. Lin Xian flew directly to the nearest planet, where the gravity was relatively low, making it easier for cultivators to fly. Just as Lin Xian landed on this planet, it seemed that some crazed cultivators sensed his presence. Because Lin Xian's cultivation level is higher than that of all the cultivators on this planet, they naturally make him their primary target. Good heavens, so many cultivators have come. Lin Xian also sensed hundreds of cultivators rapidly flying towards him, and couldn't help but sigh. These hundreds of cultivators all had bloodshot eyes, as if they were cursed or poisoned, making them look rather eerie. They seemed to have only Lin Xian in their eyes, and like headless flies, they rushed directly towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry. They were all heavenly master-level cultivators, far weaker than him, and certainly posed no threat to him. Just as they were about to approach Lin Xian, a sea of fire suddenly burst into flames around him. The chaotic fire spread rapidly outwards from Lin Xian's body, instantly turning any cultivator who touched it into ashes. Lin Xian watched as the ashes slowly fell to the ground, thinking to himself, could it be that they can be resurrected this way? Sure enough, a few minutes later, the dust scattered on the ground seemed to be awakened by something and slowly rose up from the ground again. In the blink of an eye, these ashes transformed back into human form, reverting to their pre-death state, and charged towards Lin Xian once more. You wouldn't believe it until you see it. Once you see it, you're shocked. Lin Xian could only exclaim that it was outrageous. Seeing all the resurrected cultivators, Lin Xian once again used his spiritual laws. This time, he was going to destroy all the spiritual seas of these cultivators. The spiritual seas of hundreds of cultivators were instantly destroyed, and they all fell to the ground like corpses, without any consciousness. Under normal circumstances, cultivators whose spiritual sea of consciousness is destroyed are bound to die unless someone repairs their spiritual sea of consciousness or reverses time and space to revive them. However, these cultivators didn't need either of those two conditions at all, and they came back to life a few minutes later. He really is unkillable, Lin Xian exclaimed in amazement. He then tried many other methods to kill them, but in the end, they all revived. Moreover, after these deaths, Lin Xian could clearly feel that their strength had become stronger than before, and some cultivators had even broken through to the heavenly venerable level. Lin Xian temporarily abandoned his attack on them and flew to a higher place, a height they could not reach. This is terrifying. How could such a creature exist in the universe? universe. Lin Xian felt incredulous. This was completely contrary to the rules of the heavenly Tao, because in his view, these cultivators, apart from being crazy, had no weaknesses at all. At this moment, Lin Xian began to ponder what exactly caused such a creature to be created. He initially thought these people might have been poisoned by some kind of goo poison, but now it seems that this is definitely not the reason. If anyone could research such a goo poison, they could truly be called the number one person in the universe, since these cultivators are invincible under the heavenly Tao. Thinking about this, Lin Xian suddenly realized a problem, wondering, the law of destruction has no effect on them, but other laws can kill them. What is the reason for this phenomenon? Lin Xian himself comprehended 7 first-class laws, so he knew very well what the source of the power of the law of destruction was. Although these 7 first-class laws all originate from the heavenly Tao, the attack methods of the other 6 laws are fundamentally different from those of the destruction law, because only the law of destruction can attack directly using the heavenly Tao without needing an intermediate medium. After much thought, Lin Xian could only think of one possibility, so he decided to give it a try. Now I have comprehended all the laws, and if I wish, I can know what laws any cultivator is practicing. Lin Xian thought to himself that he now had the ability, and he decided to try it out on these special cultivators to see what laws they were currently cultivating. Lin Xian closed his eyes, released his own law-based abilities, and began to sense the condition of the people below. As he sensed what was happening, his brow furrowed and his expression became grave. After a long while, Lin Xian opened his eyes and muttered to himself, just as I thought, their current abilities do not belong to any kind of law. In other words, they are no longer under the control of the heavenly Tao. That's why we cultivators are unable to kill them. Just as Lin Xian had guessed, these crazed cultivators were no longer under the control of the heavenly Tao. Although they are the same as Lin Xian's abilities are still part of the heavenly Tao, while these cultivators' abilities are already outside the heavenly Tao. Could it be that their appearance has something to do with me? Lin Xian had this question in his mind again, because according to the timeline, when he first received the ancestral god's inheritance, it should have been around the time when the first special cultivator appeared. That must be the case. It can't be as simple as a coincidence. Could this be an arrangement of heaven, or something that arose out of necessity? Lin Xian guessed in his heart, but he was more inclined to believe the latter, since he did not think that the heavenly Tao could possess such an ability. If that's the case, it means that to completely kill them, we'd need to unleash abilities that surpass even the heavenly Tao? Lin Xian gasped, his heart filled with worry at the thought. However, he quickly realized that worrying wouldn't do any good. Judging from their growth rate, it would take them a long time to reach a level of strength that he couldn't handle. Having thought of this, Lin Xian stopped lingering and left the spirit god sect's isolation array. Report any unusual situation to the sect immediately, understand? Lin Xian spoke solemnly to the guard leader, for this matter concerned the development of the entire universe. Yes, sect master. Sensing Lin Xian's imposing presence, the guard leader immediately replied. Remember, there must be no relaxation whatsoever. Report any unusual activity immediately. Lin Xian reiterated that he needed to make the other party understand the importance of the matter. Your subordinate will obey the Lord's orders. The guard leader reiterated that since the sect leader had given such instructions, he must understand. Lin Xian glanced back at the Great Formation one last time before returning to the spaceship. How about it? Yui quickly asked. The situation is not good. Then Lin Xian told Yui his speculation. This is unbelievable. How could such a strange change occur in the universe? Yui exclaimed in surprise, saying she had never heard of such a phenomenon before. I'm just guessing, but it should be accurate, so I have to go to the Beastmen. After my parents come back, I'll take them with me. Lin Xian told Yui about his plan. He needed to improve his strength as soon as possible. Although there was plenty of time, everything was still unknown. Great, maybe they'll have a solution. Yui nodded in agreement. Don't spread this around. It's enough for us to know about it ourselves, so as not to cause unnecessary panic. Lin Xian instructed Yui that there was no point in letting more people know about the current situation, since none of them could deal with them. Understood, I will instruct the elders to keep this a secret. Yui knew that Lin Xian would definitely improve his strength next, so she would have to handle the affairs within the Spirit God sect. For the next period of time, I will temporarily entrust the Spirit God sect to you. Please bear with me for a while, and I will return as soon as possible. Lin Xian took Yui's hand and said to her gently that she was the only one who could share his burdens. Don't be so polite with me. We've been together for so long. Why do we still need to be so formal? Yui smiled and answered Lin Xian in this way. Soon, they returned to the planet Wanling. Lin Xian didn't linger. After handing things over to Yui, he boarded a spaceship and went to where his parents were staying. He originally planned to wait for them to return before going to the Beastmen, but now that he had nothing to do, he decided to go by himself, taking Xiao Yuan and the others with him, and head directly to the Beastmen. As for the safety of the parents, these slaves can protect them, so there shouldn't be any problems. At this moment, Lin Xian's parents, Lin Jian and Wanli, are in the Yin Valley Divine Kingdom, on the central planet of the Chunfeng universe, where they are are enjoying themselves. Xiaojiao, what do you think of this dress? Does it suit me? Wang Li was trying on all sorts of clothes in an extremely high-end clothing store, and she really liked the styles of these clothes. Aunt Wang, you look great. You seem very young. Xiaojiao, the only woman in the group, smiled and made the suggestion to Wang Li. As for Lin Jian, Xiao Yuan, and Xiao Hong, they were wandering around in other shops. They had arranged to meet up again before lunch in the afternoon. After all, none of them wanted to stay in the clothing store for that long, so Wang Li and Xiaojiao were in the clothing store with 2 slaves, while the other 6 people were wandering around outside. Then let's buy all of these. Wang Li happily told the shop assistant that although these clothes were expensive, she didn't care about the money at all, since her son Lin Xian was so rich. Lin Xian gave them a full 10 billion universe coins this time, which is more than they could ever spend. Okay, I'll install it for you right away. Seeing Wang Li buy so many clothes, the shop assistant couldn't stop smiling. After all, she would get a lot of commission from this sale. Wait, put those 2 sets of clothes down for me. Just as the shop assistant was preparing to pack the clothes, a man's voice suddenly came through, sounding somewhat shrill. Wang Li, Xiaojiao, and the shop assistant all looked towards the source of the sound, only to see 3 men swaggering over from the other side of the shop. The 2 slaves following behind Wang Li and Xiaojiao immediately stepped forward and protected them behind them. Protect Aunt Wang, I don't need to. As Xiaojiao spoke, she walked to the front. Our young master took a liking to these 2 outfits yesterday. You can buy the rest. A servant dressed in black walked up and casually spoke to Xiaojiao and his group. Why didn't your young master buy it yesterday when he took a liking to it? Xiaojiao glanced at the 3 of them and replied coldly. Looking at Xiaojiao's appearance and listening to what she said, the young master seemed to be attracted by her looks. There are such beauties on this planet, Chunfeng? The young master, standing behind the 2 servants, raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said calmly. It's no wonder he had such wild thoughts. This Xiaojiao was transformed from a 9-tailed celestial fox. She was alluring in appearance, had a graceful figure, and a seductive voice. Any man who saw her would easily have such thoughts. Of course, if the other party has a high level of cultivation and strong strength, they will not be affected by Xiaojiao. However, this is not Xiaojiao deliberately seducing men. These behaviors are simply her nature. Even if she tries to restrain herself, they will still show. Watch your words. Upon hearing the young master's words, Xiaojiao stared at him with a cold gaze and warned him. He actually dared to order my young master around. Do you even know who he is? Seeing that the woman in front of them dared to instruct their young master, the 2 servants immediately shouted at Xiaojiao. I don't care who he is. To speak so rudely in broad daylight, it's already merciful of me not to teach him a lesson. Because Xiaojiao had been with Lin Xian for a long time, her temperament was very similar to Lin Xian's. She could not accept even the slightest hint of teasing. Little brat, you still dare to. After the 2 finished speaking, they wanted to teach Xiaojiao a lesson, but they were stopped by the young master behind them. The young master took a few steps forward and stood in front of Xiaojiao. He said to her gently, I'll pay for all the clothes you've chosen. I only want the 2 outfits I like, and the rest can be given to the beautiful lady. What do you think? The young master knew that there were many people and gossips in the shop, and he did not want to have an unpleasant encounter with them, so he made this suggestion. We can afford it ourselves, so why should you pay for it? And why should we give you these 2 outfits? Xiaojiao refused the man without backing down, saying that she wasn't short of money. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The young master looked at Xiaojiao, his voice turning cold, and gave her a warning. Faced with this situation, Xiaojiao didn't care at all. Instead, she said to the shop assistant behind her, pack all these clothes up, we'll settle the bill and take them away. Seeing their condition, the shop assistant could only reply softly. Since it was Xiaojiao and the others who picked it out first and made the decision, as a shop assistant, she could only do as Xiaojiao said. Fine, you've got guts. Seeing that Xiaojiao didn't care about his advice at all, the young master tilted his head and his tone became ruthless. Xiaojiao was too lazy to pay attention to them anymore. She put the clothes into her storage ring and left the clothing store with Wang Li. Follow them and see where they live. As soon as they left the clothing store, the young master gave an order to one of his servants. Yes, young master. After receiving the young master's instructions, a servant immediately followed to find out where Xiaojiao and his group were staying. After Xiaojiao and the others left the store, Wang Li said to Xiaojiao with some displeasure, that person is too domineering, and the things he says are so infuriating. Aunt Wang, don't bother with them. If Brother Lin hadn't told me to keep a low profile, I would have already taught him a lesson. Xiaojiao, holding Wang Li's arm, said with a smile that in terms of strength alone, the 3 opponents were no match for her. Even with Xiao Xian's considerable strength, he still told us to keep a low profile. These young masters from various families don't even know this much. Wang Li said speechlessly, Lin Xian knows to tell his family to keep a low profile and not cause trouble, so why don't these family members understand this at all? In fact, many powerful families in the universe also teach their children to be low-key. It's just that they have so many descendants that there will always be a few who like to act in a high-profile manner. Moreover, there are usually no particularly powerful figures in their jurisdiction, so they are not afraid. Xiaojiao explained to Wang Wang Li that although Lin Xian held a very high position, he didn't have many relatives and friends, so it was possible to give him instructions. However, if the family becomes more powerful in the future, there will inevitably be members who bully others by taking advantage of their power. You're right, Sai, it's really hard to say what will happen in the future. Wang Li sighed. They had actually encountered quite a few things like this during their trip. Because they frequented top-tier venues, they encountered mostly powerful and influential people. There might be a few individuals who think that because their family is powerful, they can bully others at will. However, they don't know that Wang Li and her group are just keeping a low profile, which is why they haven't chosen to fight them to the end. After this unexpected incident, Wang Li lost interest in continuing her stroll and decided to return to her residence. So you were staying at the Howden Hotel. Upon seeing them enter the Howden Hotel, the servant wore a smug smile. After Wang Li and her group returned to their room from the hotel lobby, the servant immediately went to the hotel front desk. Which room in the hotel did that group of people stay in? The servant pulled out an identification card from his pocket, handed it to the receptionist, and then asked. After reviewing his information, the manager immediately replied very respectfully, "They are staying in the Imperial Suite on the 12th floor of the hotel." An Imperial Suite? That's really extravagant. The servant was surprised to hear what the manager said. Because the Emperor Suite at the Howden Hotel is the only top-tier luxury suite in the hotel, the price for staying there is as high as hundreds of thousands of cosmic coins per day. Moreover, due to the exclusivity of the Imperial Suite, staying in it requires not only money but also connections, otherwise, it is impossible to book this Imperial Suite. Yes, but I don't know their background. It was just a special instruction from above. The front desk manager truthfully replied to the servant that, given his qualifications, he was not qualified to know anything about Wang Li and her group's background. How many people live here in total? The servant continued to ask him questions. There were 10 of them in total. The receptionist answered the servant, "Notify me immediately when they leave here." After giving instructions to the staff, the servant left the Houghton Hotel and returned to his young master's side. The group that had a dispute with Wang Li and her companions were members of the Bet family, the rulers of the Chunfeng Universe Kingdom. The Houghton Hotel is also a hotel owned by their family, which is why the front desk staff were so respectful after learning the servant's identity. Those 2 outfits were what she wanted, and they actually tried to take them from me. I have to teach them that some things aren't something they can have just because they want them. Upon hearing the servant's report, the young master of the Bet family spoke harshly. "Young master, should we call someone?" The servant asked the young master. "These few people definitely won't do. Find them, bring Betru and the rest of them to me." Young Master Bet gave him the order. "Yes, young master." Upon receiving the young master's order, the servant immediately returned to the family to find someone. It should be noted that on Shenfeng planet, there was no force more powerful than their family. You need to know that some things are not to be taken. The young master of the Bait family looked ahead, and in his mind he seemed to already see the scene of Wang Li and her group being killed. After spending a day on Chunfeng planet, Lin Jian and Wang Li decided to leave, as they had been on the planet for more than half a month and had visited almost all the places they wanted to go. After they left the Howden Hotel, the front desk staff immediately informed the servant of the young master of the Bait family. Lin Jian and his group went straight to dock point 3 on Chunfeng planet, where their spaceship was docked. But when they arrived at docking point number 3, the Bait family members immediately surrounded them. "We meet again, beautiful lady." The young master of the Bet family looked at Xiao Jiao and a bright smile appeared on his face. Looking at so many people, Lin Jian and his wife, along with Xiao Jiao, looked somewhat bitter. "You're like a persistent ghost." Xiao Jiao spoke to the other party, her tone laced with sarcasm. "You've provoked my young master and think you can just walk away? What a joke. Today, you'll all leave your lives here." The servant beside the young master of the Bet family said fiercely. After saying that, he ordered his men to launch a direct attack on Lin Jian and his entourage. "Protect Uncle Lin and Aunt Wang." Xiao Jiao shouted to the slaves. "No matter what, we must not let anything happen to these two." At the same time, Xiao Jiao had already told Lin Xian their location through telepathy. "Hold on, protect them and yourself, I'm on my way." Lin Xian told Xiao Jiao through telepathy that he would be arriving at Chunfeng planet in about a minute. "I will." Xiao Jiao made a promise to Lin Xian, and then focused on the direct confrontation. Xiao Jiao's talent lies in the laws of the mind, and she excels at creating illusions. Therefore, when outnumbered, she can effectively control cultivators of lower cultivation levels. However, these slaves are all at the Spirit King level, and they are basically not under Xiao Jiao's control, so they can naturally exert their strongest level. Even more terrifying is the leader of these slaves, Betru, whose strength has reached the god level. However, he has not yet made a move and is still observing from the sidelines. "Uncle Lin, be careful." Lin Jian and Wang Li's skills are basically useless in a battle of this level. They can't even protect themselves. These people realized that Lin Jian and his wife had almost no fighting ability, so they targeted them and made their move. The two slaves immediately shielded Lin Jian from the crucial blow, but they were also injured in the process. With such a large numerical disadvantage, Xiao Jiao and his his companions quickly found themselves at a disadvantage, and 2 of the 5 slaves they had brought with them had already died. The remaining 3 slaves were also injured to varying degrees, and their condition appeared to be very bad. Although Lin Jian and his wife were not harmed, they were now in a critical moment. Xiao Jiao and Xiao Hong fought hard, but they could not hide their decline. It's time to end this. Bitru watched their battle and felt it was about time to end it. After all, if he didn't intervene, the slaves alone wouldn't be able to kill the remaining people. Burning flames. Beetlejuice, who cultivated the fire attribute law, directly used his signature technique. Having reached the level of a god, it means that he has fully comprehended the laws of fire, so his skills will be extremely powerful. A sea of fire appeared above Xiao Jiao and his group, slowly moving downwards, and an extremely terrifying temperature assaulted them. Although Xiao Yuan cultivated the chaos talent, his realm was not high enough, and he was completely unable to withstand the destructive power of the opponent's sea of fire. Seeing this, the young master of the Bet family already showed the joy of victory on his face. A few outsiders, ignorant of their own limitations, dared to oppose me on Chunfeng planet. He said fiercely to Xiao Jiao and the others, no one has ever dared to disobey me in all my years of life, especially since this is my territory. Looking at the sea of fire above them, Lin Jian and his wife felt a sense of fear. You guys go first, don't worry about us, you can walk. Lin Jian told Xiao Yuan and the other 2 that with their strength they could protect themselves and escape, but they chose to fight back in order to protect themselves. Uncle Lin, what are you saying? Even if we die, we'll die with you. Without turning her head, Xiao Yuan said to him, how could the 3 of them abandon Lin Jian and his wife and run away alone? Lin Jian sighed. He felt as if he were already standing at the gates of hell, with 1 foot already inside. But just as the sea of fire was about to touch them, it suddenly stopped and remained motionless. What's going on? Bitru, why did you stop that sea of fire? Upon seeing this, the young master of the Bet family immediately questioned Bitru. I didn't. Bitru shook his head, answering his young master with great confusion, saying that he hadn't controlled the sea of fire to stay there. Then why did it stop there? The young master of the Bet family looked very puzzled. Brother Lin is here. Xiao Yuan, Xiao Hong, and Xiao Jiao shouted in unison, having sensed that Lin Xian was there. Upon hearing this, the expressions on Lin Jian and his wife's faces immediately became excited. Xiao Xian is here? Lin Jian asked excitedly. Just as everyone was wondering, a voice seemed to come from all directions, resounding throughout the world of the number 3 docking point. The Bait family is something else, and young Master Bait is something else. Today I'll see just how much guts you have. Upon hearing this strange voice, the young master of the Bet family felt a strange sense of fear rise in his heart for some reason. Bitru, who was speaking? He asked Bertels, who was standing in front of him, in a flustered voice. Young master, I don't know either, but his strength is definitely no less than mine. Bitru replied very cautiously. The ability to interrupt one's own skill without anyone noticing must mean one's strength is not to be underestimated. Quickly send a message to the family, asking them to send a few more people over. The young master of the Bet family said to his servant that if someone was stronger than Bitru, he would really have to find outside help. Yes, young master. Upon hearing the young master's order, the servants immediately began contacting family members, asking them to come and provide support. Seemingly aware of their actions, Lin Xian's voice came again. There's no need to look for anyone. Bait should be here by now. Upon hearing Lin Xian's voice, the young master of the Bet family and Bitru and his group all froze in place. Because the person Lin Xian mentioned, Bet, is the patriarch of the Bet family and the ruler of the Chunfeng Universe Kingdom. Who exactly are you? How dare you address my grandfather by his name? The young master of the Bait family did not know who Lin Xian was, nor did he realize the seriousness of the problem, and continued to question Lin Xian. He had barely finished speaking when a crisp slap rang out. A blood-red handprint had appeared on the face of the young master of the Bait family, showing that the slap was very powerful. Who? How dare you hit me, young master? The young master of the Bait family was furious at the slap and immediately cursed. But when he looked up, he saw his own grandfather, the patriarch of the family, Bet Hess, standing in front of him, looking at him angrily. Grandpa, what brings you here? The young master of the Bet family immediately softened his tone. He never expected that his grandfather would actually come in person, and so quickly. Bates ignored his grandson and with a wave of his hand easily dispersed the sea of fire floating in the sky. Kneel down right now. While Bates angrily rebuked them, he was thinking about how to calm Lin Xian down. Upon hearing the clan chief's words, Bitru and the others immediately knelt down. Only this grandson glanced at his grandfather before slowly kneeling down as well. Lin Jian and his wife, along with Xiao Yuan and the others, watched Bates's behavior from behind, feeling somewhat puzzled. Where's Xiao Xianrun? Lin Jian looked around anxiously, and seeing that he had not yet seen his son, he seemed somewhat at a loss. Mom and Dad, I'm here. Lin Xian appeared out of thin air in front of Lin Jian and his wife. Seeing that they were unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. I almost thought I'd never see you again. Wang Li's eyes welled up with tears as she looked at her beloved son, seemingly burdened with a bellyful of grievances, unsure of where to vent them. It's all right, leave it to me. Lin Xian stepped forward and comforted the two of them before going to Beth's Bates' side. Sect leader Lin, what do you think of this? Looking at Lin Xian, Bates didn't know how to plead for him. After all, he knew very well how Lin Xian had handled the Lanfeng family. You've given birth to a wonderful grandson. Lin Xian looked at the culprit kneeling on the ground and coldly spoke to Bates. Sensing Lin Xian's aura, Bates was no fool. He knew that Bates couldn't save Baitlin from this situation. For the sake of his family and for his own sake, he had to sacrifice this grandson. Sect leader Lin, all the criminals involved in today's events are here. You may deal with them as you see fit, and I will have no objection. Bates spoke to Lin Xian with great conviction, his attitude changing swiftly. Upon hearing his grandfather say such a thing, Bedling immediately looked up and cried out to him, "Grandpa, how can you abandon me? Shut up, you beast. Do you know what you've done?" Bates shouted loudly at Bates. If Lin Xian had arrived any later, the entire Bates family would have had to go down with Lin Xian's parents. "Grandpa, they were in the wrong first." Bedlin acted as if he was in the right and tried to shift all the blame onto Wang Li and the others. Bates slapped Bates across the face again, wishing he could kill this wicked grandson right there. They're just spouting nonsense and bullying others. Even now, they're still unrepentant and don't consider their own problems at all. Lin Xian coldly said to Bedlin, "This guy really thinks he's right even when he's about to die. What gives you the right to say that to me? Do you even know the whole story?" Even after being slapped twice, Bedlin still couldn't figure out who Lin Xian was, and was still yelling at Lin Xian. With his intelligence, it's no wonder he could commit murder over just 2 sets of clothes. On what grounds? Lin Xian took 2 steps forward, looked at Bertlin kneeling on the ground, and spoke to him word by word. Every word struck Bertrin's heart, especially those words from the spirit god sect master. Upon hearing Lin Xian reveal his identity, Bertel realized just how much trouble he had gotten himself into, and understood why his grandfather had been so respectful to him. "What are you trembling about? Speak up. I gave you a chance to explain. Why aren't you? Tell me, what's your reason for intercepting and killing them here? Did the Bate family grant you this power? Or did the ruler of the cosmic kingdom, Bate, grant you this power?" Lin Xian pressed him for an answer, and upon hearing these words, Betlin's body trembled even more violently. Just then, Bate swung his hand and slammed it onto Bates' head, killing him instantly. "Sect leader Lin, it's all my fault for failing to properly guide you. I'm willing to resign from my position as the ruler of the Chunfeng Universe Kingdom and reflect on my own mistakes." Betrin took the initiative to tell Lin Xian that for the sake of his family, he had no choice but to personally kill his grandson and voluntarily resign from the position of king. Bates used a feigned retreat to advance, hoping that Lin Xian would forgive him and his family, given that he had taken the initiative to admit his mistake. Lin Xian looked at Bates and after a while said, "Under your leadership, the Chunfeng Universe Kingdom has been developing very well, and your descendants have basically not committed any crimes." Hearing Lin Xian say that, Best immediately felt much more relieved. "Deal with these criminals, and you may continue to be the ruler. In the future, educate your descendants well, and if there is a next time, there will be no leniency." Lin Xian warned Bet that he had just heard the report from the spirit god sect's law enforcement team, and that the Bet family was not like the Lanfeng family. The Bates family rules were quite strict, but he doted on his grandson, Battlein, which led to Battlein's audacious and reckless behavior. Therefore, Lin Xian decided not to take further action against their family, but these cultivators who wanted to kill their family members must pay the price. "Thank you, sect master. I will definitely follow the rules strictly from now on and educate the members of the clan well." Bates immediately nodded in agreement with Lin Xian. Then, with a thought, all the cultivators who had attacked Lin Xian and his wife turned into corpses. They were all slaves of the Bet family, and a single thought was enough to kill them. Even Betru, who had cultivated to the god level, could not survive. Lin Xian went to his parents' side without looking back. After calming them down, he said to them, "Then you should go back first. I'm taking Xiao Yuan and the others out to take care of some things." "Okay, then be careful." Lin Jian nodded. After this incident, they really wanted to go back. At least on Wanling planet, it was still very safe. "Don't worry, I'll be careful." After Lin Xian finished speaking to his parents, they parted ways there. Lin Jian and the others took the slaves and embarked on their journey back to the Myriad Spirits planet, while Lin Xian, along with Xiao Yuan and the others, prepared to head to the Beastmen. The 9 pet beasts, now in human form, were sitting in Lin Xian's spaceship. When they learned that Lin Xian was going to the Beast clan, they were also surprised, because in their inherited memories, there seems to be no information about this place. They only know that they all came from a certain place, but they don't even know the specific location of this place. "Brother Lin, where does the beast race fit in the universe?" Xiao Qing took the initiative to ask Lin Xian. In the past, when the ancestral god was still alive and the beast race was powerful, they were scattered all over the universe. However, after the human race became powerful, they chose the northwest corner of the universe as their living area. It's roughly the size of a cosmic kingdom. After all, the number of beastmen is very small, so even if it's only the size of a cosmic kingdom, it's enough for them to survive. Lin Xian told Xiao Chang and the other 9 that this was information he had seen in the records of the spirit god sect. The cosmic kingdom where the beast race resides is called the ancestral god god cosmic kingdom, named after their ancestral god. The highest ranking among them are the descendants of the ancestral god, who are closest to the ancestral god in bloodline. There are 3 of them, all of whom are beast god level powerhouses. Among the beastmen, the hierarchy is extremely strict, and the reason for this hierarchy is the amount of ancestral god bloodline in their bodies. After all, the later the descendants are, the less ancestral god blood they will have in their bodies. Moreover, the way beastmen reproduce is completely different from that of humans. Each beastman cultivator can only produce 1 offspring at most. Moreover, once offspring are born, the previous generation will return to the universe and merge into the Tao of heaven within a certain period of time. Therefore, among the beast race, every cultivator is unique, and each generation inherits all the characteristics of the previous generation, with a very small chance of mutation. After the mutation, they may have more ancestral god blood in their bodies, and their status among the beastmen will become higher. As for how the first generation of beastmen cultivators came to be, there are no relevant records, only the beastmen cultivators themselves know the answer. The thought of suddenly having to go back to the beastmen feels strange. Xiaoqing said this to Lin Xian, and in fact, the other people thought the same thing. Hearing Xiaoqing say this, Lin Xian smiled slightly and said, "Just relax and think of it as going home for a visit. I'm sure they'll welcome you very much." Lin Xian's words are quite correct, because according to the records in the book, although the beast race cultivators are strictly hierarchical, they are very united and friendly. After all, their numbers are too small, and each cultivator is a very valuable resource. In particular, for many beastmen cultivators who have been scattered throughout the universe, their return to the beastmen is a great joy for the beastmen, and the beastmen will celebrate it grandly. If it were a powerful beastman cultivator with a lot of ancestral god blood in his body, that would be even better. Therefore, Lin Xian must have been very happy to bring 9 beast race cultivators back to the beast race this time. Because the ancestral god universe kingdom is located in a relatively remote area of the universe, while the Flame Valley god kingdom is located in the south, it would take a week to reach their destination even by taking an SS-class spaceship. During this week, Lin Xian told Xiao Qiang and the others a lot of information about the beast race. The rest of the time, he checked on his younger brother Lin Chang and saw how he was doing at the Yin Valley Royal Academy. Finally, after a long journey through space, Lin Xian and his spaceship arrived at the outer perimeter of the ancestral god universe kingdom. The ancestral god universe kingdom is distinctly different from the outside world because the beast clan has set up a barrier here to prevent human cultivators from entering at will. Only cultivators with beast blood can pass through, or human cultivators with sufficient strength can pass through, because they can forcibly break through the barrier and enter. However, to break through the barrier, one must be at least a god-level cultivator. Moreover, once the barrier is broken through by brute force, the beastmen cultivators will know immediately and will rush here as soon as possible. Therefore, under normal circumstances, no human cultivator would come here to stage an accident. "Let's park the spaceship here, enter the barrier directly, and then go find them." Lin Xian spoke to them, then led them away from the spaceship and parked it outside the barrier. Looking at the barrier emitting a faint white light, Lin Xian walked straight in. Having already melted the blood of the ancestral god, he could easily pass through the barrier. Seeing Lin Xian walk in, the other 9 people followed him in. Like Lin Xian, they all passed through the barrier smoothly and entered the ancestral god universe. "Where are we going?" Xiaoqing asked Lin Xian. "There are so many planets in this universe. Which one are we going to?" "Go to the beast god star system, that's the center of the beast race." Lin Xian had already checked the information. The high-ranking members of the beast race were all in the beast god star system. However, without a spaceship, they can only fly in space using their bodies. Fortunately, they are all quite strong, and their flight speed is comparable to that of an A-class spaceship. They can reach the beast god star system within 3 days. The beast god galaxy, beast god star, is the central planet of the beast race, where the 3 highest-ranking beast race leaders reside. Because there were very few beastmen cultivators, Lin Xian and his group did not encounter any other cultivators during their flight. They arrived at Beast God Star without any problems, a place quite different from the planets inhabited by humans. The gravity of Beast God Star is much greater, about 100 times that of the planet Myriad Spirits. Therefore, the plants that can grow under this gravitational influence are all extremely resilient and are even rare and precious plants in themselves. Looking around, Lin Xian and his companions saw colorful plants growing vigorously, creating a beautiful environment. Because there are no skyscrapers, no industry or technology here, only the most primitive natural environment, Beast Godstar is definitely a paradise on Earth for humankind. What a beautiful place. As the only woman in the room, Xiaojiu couldn't help but sigh in admiration. It really feels so good. If we hadn't already reached the Beast Lord realm, we would have devoured all these rare and precious treasures. Xiaoqing said the same thing. If you grow up here, you won't have to worry about resources at all. Xiaohong said the same thing, that these endless plants are enough for many beastmen to grow from birth to childhood and then to adulthood. When I get back, I want my planet to be covered with these flowers, grasses, and trees. Xiaobai said excitedly that he hadn't figured figured out how to build his own planet before, but now he finally had something to learn from. Ha ha, you're absolutely right, I'll do that too. Xiao Bai's words immediately resonated with the others, as this was the kind of environment they desired. The environment for beastmen is so different from that of humans. No wonder these two races can't integrate well. Lin Xian muttered to himself, although human cultivators like this environment, they cannot enjoy it because they need to develop technology and create their own civilization. Just as they were marveling at their surroundings, a voice suddenly rang in their ears. Since you're here, come and meet us here. As the sound faded, a stargate appeared out of thin air in front of Lin Xian and his companions. The meaning is quite clear, they are to be allowed to enter the stargate. Don't worry, let's go. Lin Xian looked at the thoughtful group and said with a smile, then he was the first to step into the stargate. Shao Qing and the other 9 followed. After exiting the stargate, the group of 10 arrived at a vast grassland. Opposite them stood 3 beastmen cultivators who had taken human form. They were the descendants of the ancestral god and the 3 most powerful beast gods among the beastmen. The 9 beastmen cultivators behind Lin Xian immediately felt the pressure from his bloodline, and a feeling of wanting to worship him arose in their hearts. However, the pressure around them soon disappeared because Lin Xian released his bloodline power to block the bloodline power of the 3 people in front of them. Father God? Sensing the bloodline power released by Lin Xian, the 3 beast gods in the distance exclaimed in unison, who exactly are you? Why do you possess such a strong bloodline power of the Father God? The beast god, standing in the center, asked Lin Xian a question. Because they could sense that although Lin Xian possessed a fairly strong beastman bloodline, he still had human blood, albeit in small amounts. This means that the other party is not a simple, purely beast race cultivator, which is why he asked such a question. I am a human being, but also the inheritor of the ancestral god. By chance, the ancestral god merged his heart's blood with mine. Lin Xian explained to the 3 of them in a calm tone. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the 3 beast gods seemed somewhat surprised, but not overly so. Father God ultimately did not choose us. In fact, when we learned of the Father God's complete demise, we knew that the Father God had already found the most suitable successor, not the 3 of us. Has God the Father truly abandoned us? The expressions of the 3 beast gods changed from surprise to disappointment. They were not by the side when the ancestral god fell. The ancestral god did not choose the 3 of them as his successors, and the ancestral god ultimately did not return to the beast clan to take a look. The ancestral god never abandoned you, nor did he forget you. Even when he fell, he was still thinking of you. Lin Xian spoke loudly to the 3 of them, as he could tell that these 3 had a deep affection for the ancestral god. After all, they were descendants of the ancestral god, and the 3 of them had spent the most time with the ancestral god and received the most teachings from him, so naturally they had a very good relationship. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, the 3 ancestral gods' disappointed expressions turned cheerful again. Really? Does Father God still remember us? They eagerly asked Lin Xian questions, just like children vying for their parents' attention. Although Lin Xian couldn't understand it, he could sense that the ancestral god must have been very protective of the 3 of them in the past, or rather, very fond of them. Of course, that's why I'm here. Lin Xian nodded and told the 3 beast gods the truth. Has the Father mentioned us to you? What did he say about us? Are you saying we're good or bad? Do you think I'm the best of the 3 of us? Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, the 3 of them immediately began to ask questions again. It sounds like they care a lot about what the ancestral gods think of them. This is understandable, because none of the 3 of them received the true inheritance of the ancestral god, so they didn't know which one the ancestral god favored the most. Unfortunately, Lin Xian didn't know either, because the ancestral god had never told him anything about his views on these 3. The ancestral god said that the 3 of you are all very good and are all his good sons and grandsons. Lin Xian couldn't bear to tell them the truth, so he made up this sentence and said it to the 3 beast gods. However, the 3 beast gods who heard Lin Xian's words were not happy. Instead, they looked somewhat dejected. Did the Father God have any last wishes? After a while, the one among the 3 beast gods took the initiative to ask Lin Xian a question. He hopes that his descendants can live well, without having to hide or clash with humans, and can coexist peacefully with them. Lin Xian answered truthfully, since the ancestral god had completely perished, the beast god sect no longer needed to hunt down human geniuses. Peaceful coexistence with the human race? How easy is that? They will always covet the essence and blood of the Father God, and they will not hesitate to launch large-scale raids for it. How can we coexist peacefully with them? The 3 beast gods became noticeably angry as they spoke. It's clear that these 3 beast gods are all straightforward people. Their emotions are readily apparent. Communicating with such people is often much easier. What you 3 say is correct, but I have the ability to change this situation and prevent further conflict of interest between humans and beastmen, Lin Xian said with great confidence. As the sect leader of the spirit god sect, he certainly dared to make such a boast. Your strength shouldn't have reached the level of the strongest human, right? They could clearly sense that although Lin Xian was very strong, he was not invincible. Under such circumstances, what use would his words be? What you 3 say is correct, but you should have heard of the spirit god sect, right? And you should also know the the influence of the spirit god sect within the human race of the universe, right? Lin Xian asked them in return. One of the three great sects of the human race, and also the largest sect, with a powerful foundation. Its sect leader is the strongest person in the universe, and even the three of us cannot defeat him. They must know about the spirit god sect. After all, its influence is just too great. The person you three are talking about is my master, and I am now the sect leader of the spirit god sect. Lin Xian looked at the three beast gods and solemnly introduced himself to them. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, the pupils of the three of them widened considerably, and they were quite shocked. After all, this identity was indeed extraordinary. How can this be proven? One of the three beast gods then asked. Lin Xian was taken aback by the question. How could he prove it? Let me show you a video recording. After saying that, Lin Xian showed them the complete video of him punishing the Lanfeng family. This video serves two purposes. It proves my identity and demonstrates my work style. After the three of them carefully watched the video recording, they finally believed what Lin Xian had said. Let's sit down and have a proper talk. After exchanging glances, the three beast gods made up their minds and spoke to Lin Xian very politely. I couldn't ask for more. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Xian's face, and then he walked over to them and began to talk about his thoughts. After a long conversation, Lin Xian learned the names of the three beast gods. The three beast gods were divided into the eldest, second, and third, based on the order in which they appeared. The leader's name is Tros, and he has fully comprehended the Yin-Yang law and the law of power, two first-class laws. The second son, named Pedes, fully comprehended the law of chaos and the law of power, two first-class laws. The third brother, named Geizes, fully comprehended the laws of spacetime and power, two first-class laws. The overall strength of the three of them was slightly weaker than that of the white-clad god king Su Wentian. However, because they possessed a strong ancestral god bloodline, they were able to fight Su Wentian to a standstill. It was precisely because the three of them were so powerful that the beast race was able to survive here. Otherwise, they would have been wiped out by the human race long ago. These 9 are all beastmen cultivators. I wonder what their status is within the beastmen race. Lin Xian took the initiative to ask the three beast gods. Their inherent levels and talents are different. He and she are second only to the three of us. Tros pointed to Xiao Yuan and Xiao Jiu and said to Lin Xian, those two are alright, but the remaining 5 are of lower status. Tros thought Di Jiang and Zhulong were alright, but the remaining 5 were indeed rather average. This is actually related to the principles they have come to understand. Xiao Jiu, as a nine-tailed celestial fox, comprehends the laws of the spirit. Xiao Yuan, as a former chaotic beast, comprehends the laws of chaos. Both are first-class laws, so their talents and status are naturally high. Both Zhulong and Di Jiang comprehended second-tier laws, so their status was still quite good. As for the Qilin, Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger, they all comprehended third-tier laws, so their status among the beast race was only average. However, they have all fused with the blood of the Father God, and their talents have all been raised to the same level. This should be your achievement. Tros looked at Lin Xian and said to him, they are all my brothers, so I will treat them all the same and do my best for them. Lin Xian nodded. He would not treat them differently because of their different talents. If this were within the orc race, they certainly wouldn't have achieved such development. Following you is their good fortune. Tros seemed to be quite envious in his words. Why? Isn't the blood of the ancestral god enough for you to use? Lin Xian asked curiously. The number of beastmen is extremely small, but there are tens of thousands of drops of the ancestral god's blood. That should be enough, right? Most of the ancestral god's blood is in the hands of human cultivators. How can we use it? Our clan only has a few hundred drops. Tros explained to Lin Xian that he certainly didn't know that there wasn't actually much ancestral god blood among the beast race. Were they all taken by human cultivators? Or was there some other reason for this outcome? Lin Xian was very confused. As descendants of the ancestral god, hadn't they received the resources left behind by the ancestral god? When the father god disintegrated, his blood, essence, and bones were randomly scattered throughout the universe. Although the father god tried his best to control them, he was already exhausted and it was still very difficult for him to do so. Therefore, within our beast race, only a few hundred drops of blood, a dozen drops of essence blood, and 6 bones remain. Tros said to Lin Xian, these are what the ancestral god left for them with all his might. As for the others, they are still scattered in various corners of the universe. So that's how it is. No wonder there are so few beast gods among the beast race. Lin Xian now understood the reason behind this. It seemed that the situation of the beast race was even more difficult than he had imagined. The 3 of us are born beast gods, so we don't need to use any of Father God's resources. We've already used up 3 of Father God's bones in the clan, and there are only 3 left. Tros said to Lin Xian, in other words, there are only 6 cultivators in the beast clan who have reached the beast god realm. I know that your purpose in coming here is to obtain the essence and bones of the Father God, otherwise it will be very difficult for you to improve your cultivation level. Tros continued speaking to Lin Xian, saying that since Lin Xian was the successor of the Father God, he must need the resources left behind by the Father God. god. Lin Xian nodded very honestly and said to the three of them, one of the purposes of my coming here this time is indeed this, but I did not expect that our beast race would have so few ancestral god resources. After listening to their stories, Lin Xian felt embarrassed to speak, since the resources left by the ancestral god were limited. No matter how much, you will have priority in using it, because you are the chosen successor of the father god. Yes, we will support you unconditionally. Not just us, the entire beast race will stand behind you, supporting you forever. The three beast gods spoke to Lin Xian with righteous indignation, saying that as descendants of the ancestral gods, they naturally hoped that Lin Xian would become stronger. If he can truly become the new ancestral god, it will bring tremendous changes to their beast race. Looking at the expressions of the three beast gods and listening to their words, Lin Xian was deeply moved. He never expected that this journey with the beast race would be so smooth. What should I say? Facing the three of them, Lin Xian was unable to express his gratitude. Don't tell us anything. You can't understand the influence of God the Father on us, but we will do our best to cooperate with you to fulfill God the Father's last wishes. Tra said to Lin Xian again that all of this was simply the influence of the ancestral god. Since that's the case, I won't say any more. I will strive to become the next ancestral god, or even surpass the ancestral god. I will also fulfill the ancestral god's last wish, allowing the beast race and the human race to coexist peacefully in the universe. Lin Xian stood up and made a solemn promise to them. After Lin Xian finished speaking, Tras immediately took out 9 drops of ancestral god's essence blood and 3 ancestral god's bones. You should fuse these together first. When fusing, the ratio of bone to blood essence should ideally be 1 to 3. Of course, you have already fused with the father god's heart blood, so you can easily withstand the pressure brought by this fusion. But just to be on the safe side, you should continue to fuse them at a ratio of 1 to 3. However, we can only provide you with this much. You'll have to find the rest yourself. Tras handed the ancestral god's essence blood and bones to Lin Xian and explained them to him. Lin Xian solemnly accepted the ancestral god resources from Tras's hand, and looking at them, a new question arose in his mind. But what will happen to them if I merge all of these? How will they advance to the level of Beast King or even Beast God? Lin Xian was referring to his Beastmen brothers. After all, resources are limited, and if he used them all up, wouldn't they lose their chance to advance? As long as you can become an ancestral god, they will still have a chance to advance. You don't need to worry about that, because after the ancestral god disintegrates, we need the resources left behind by the ancestral god if we want to advance. But if the ancestral god were here, we wouldn't need these things to advance. Once you become the ancestral god, you'll naturally understand why. Tras explained to Lin Xian, if it weren't for this, wouldn't they, the Beastmen cultivators, be too pathetic? After listening to Tras's explanation, Lin Xian looked at Xiao Yuan and the others. As long as he had chosen this path, they had no choice but to trust him. Brother Lin, go ahead and merge it, we believe in you. Xiao Yuan took the lead and said to Lin Xian, and the others felt the same way. They believed that Lin Xian could definitely become the new ancestral god. Alright, then I'll take my leave. After careful consideration, Lin Xian decided to integrate the resources of these ancestral gods himself. Under Tras's guidance, Lin Xian began the process of fusing the essence and blood of the ancestral god with the bones of the ancestral god. His fusion will take several months. Let us show you around the orc race. Tras said to Xiao Yuan and the others that since there was nothing else to do during this time, they could only wait for Lin Xian to finish the fusion. In the blink of an eye, 6 months have passed. Lin Xian fused the 3 ancestral god bones and 9 drops of ancestral god essence blood into his own body. He felt a great change in his body, both in his overall physical condition and his understanding of all the laws, which had improved to a certain extent. This also means that he has broken through the peak of the Tao King realm and reached the Spirit Master level. Is this what it feels like to be at the Spirit level? Lin Xian felt his current power. Having comprehended all the first-class laws, although he was only a Spirit Master, he was now fully capable of defeating a God-level cultivator, or even killing him. Moreover, even when facing ordinary God King-level cultivators, they should have the power to fight, since comprehending all the laws is a huge boost to a cultivator. Lin Xian, in terms of pure strength, has now reached the top level in the universe, but he has not yet reached the invincible level of Su Wentian. I have already told those 3 beastmen cultivators who fused with the ancestral god's bones that they will slowly retract the ancestral god's bones, but it will take a long time, at least 5 years. When the time comes, you can come back here and continue the integration process. Tras said to Lin Xian, this behavior shows that the beastmen cultivators truly support Lin Xian unconditionally. Won't this cause them harm or have any impact? Upon hearing that the 3 cultivators were going to withdraw the fused ancestral god bones, Lin Xian hurriedly asked, there is an impact, but it's not significant, and they did it willingly, so you don't need to overthink it. Tras shook his head and explained to Lin Xian that everything was for Lin Xian's development and also for the development of the beast race, so they would naturally be willing. Lin Xian nodded. He knew he had no way out. Since he had chosen this path, he had to shoulder this heavy responsibility. A group of very special cultivators have recently appeared in the universe. I wonder if you know anything about them. Since these three beast gods are closest to the ancestral god, perhaps they know what those special cultivators are all about. Tell me about it. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, the three beast gods, including Tros, became interested and immediately asked questions. Their abilities do not originate from any laws, and they cannot be killed. They become stronger after death, and can even transmit this ability to their targets by killing them. Lin Xian continued to the three beast gods. Moreover, the timing of their appearance coincides with the fall of the ancestral god, which is why I wanted to ask you whether you had heard any related statements from the ancestral god before. This is Lin Xian's purpose, and it's his only guess at the moment. After listening to what Lin Xian had to say, the three beast gods exchanged glances, seemingly knowing something about the inside story. I didn't expect you to discover this kind of cultivator so quickly. Tros spoke, and the way he looked at Lin Xian changed. So fast? What does that mean? Lin Xian asked, puzzled. Does this have any effect? You know, the Father God and the Heavenly Tao were born together. The Heavenly Tao governs the rules of this universe, while the Father God has the ability to comprehend those rules. Tros told Lin Xian that this was already a fact that Lin Xian knew. Since the Father God has completely perished, do you think the Heavenly Tao will remain completely unaffected? Tros looked at Lin Xian and reminded him. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian was startled, and he immediately understood what Tros meant. You mean these special cultivators are targeting the Heavenly Tao? Lin Xian then asked, something he really wouldn't have dared to consider before. It's not just the Heavenly Tao, but the entire universe. The fall of the Father God means that a super powerful being will be born in the universe, and this being has the potential to surpass the Heavenly Tao. According to the Father God, the rules that transcend the Heavenly Tao do not want such people to exist, which is why such special cultivators appear. Tros revealed a fact that Lin Xian was unaware of, a rule that transcends the Heavenly Tao, a power that does not belong to the universe. These were all told to him by the ancestral god, but the ancestral god did not know what kind of power it was, but he knew that it truly existed. Rules that transcend the Heavenly Tao? Powers that exist outside the universe? Lin Xian was utterly shocked. He said, so, this power is manipulating the development and operation of our universe from behind the scenes? Yes, only those who transcend the Heavenly Tao are qualified to explore further. Tros nodded to Lin Xian and said to him, currently, in the entire universe, only Lin Xian possesses this qualification. Therefore, the Heavenly Tao is contradictory at this moment, because if you do not transcend the Heavenly Tao, those special cultivators will eventually destroy the universe and the Heavenly Tao. If you surpass the Heavenly Tao will no longer have supreme control over this universe. But in comparison, the second result is still better. Tros explained to Lin Xian that this was the predetermined fate of the universe's development, a destiny that neither the ancestral gods nor the Heavenly Tao could escape. Lin Xian remained silent for a long time. It turned out that the universe was not safe. Even powerful beings like the ancestral god and the Heavenly Tao had their own destinies. Then what am I, really? Is everything about me also preordained by fate? Lin Xian felt extremely uncomfortable. He could be said to be very strong and have great potential, but he was still in a controlled environment. Fate? What exactly is it? Lin Xian sighed helplessly. This invisible and intangible thing seems to be the most powerful force. While Lin Xian was pondering this, he was unaware that a subtle change was occurring within his body. So, whether our universe will ultimately be destroyed depends entirely on you. Tros said to Lin Xian, because, just as Lin Xian said, the power within the universe simply cannot deal with those special cultivators. I understand. I just don't know how fast those special cultivators will grow, and how much time I'll have. Lin Xian was well aware of the heavy burden on his shoulders, but he was unsure how much time he had left to develop. Don't worry about that. According to what the ancestral god said, those special cultivators will grow slower and slower as their strength increases, so there should be enough time. But you must also reach the realm of the ancestral god as soon as possible, and then find a way to surpass the Heavenly Tao. Only then can the crisis in the universe be resolved. Tros was saying what the ancestral god had told him. He originally thought that those special cultivators would not be discovered for a long time, but he did not expect that humans were very efficient and developed in a timely manner. Alright, then I won't waste any more time. After leaving here, I'll go and search for the resources left behind by the ancestral god. Lin Xian nodded. He wanted to improve his realm and strength, and fusing the essence and bones of the ancestral god was the key. You can sense where they are. Anyway, humans can't merge with them, they can only observe them. Theoretically, you can obtain all the resources left behind by the Father God. As for the cultivators in our beast race who have already merged, I will make them all withdraw. When you come back here in 10 years, I will hand them over to you. Tros said this to Lin Xian. This is the best arrangement. Then I'll leave it to you. After I get back, I'll contact the other two major sects and discuss with them how to allow you to live a normal life in the universe. However, your beast god sect must be disbanded, otherwise humans will also have concerns. Lin Xian said to the three beast gods, Tros, and the others, that if the two races wanted to live in peace, they had to put aside their grudges, otherwise, this matter would never be resolved. Okay, I will give give the order. You don't need to be in a hurry. Improving your own strength is more important. Tross gave Lin Xian some instructions. Then we'll be leaving. Take care. After discussing everything, Lin Xian left the Beast clan with his 9 Beast brothers. Although Xiao Yuan and the other 9 wanted to stay among the Beastmen, they decided to go back with Lin Xian because they all had their own territories and were used to human life. Watching Lin Xian and the others leave, the 3 Beast gods, including Tross, sighed softly. I wonder if this kid can achieve the result that Father God expects. I think it's a good idea. And since Father God has high hopes for me, we can only trust him. The second brother, Pedes, told his eldest brother that he still thought highly of Lin Xian. To be able to fuse with the bloodline of the Beast race with a human body, he truly is a chosen one. The third brother also praised it in the same way. Yen Valley Divine Kingdom, Zodiac Universe Kingdom, Tianyuan Star Region, Yen Valley Galaxy, Yen Valley Planet, Yen Valley Royal Academy. Lin Qing had been studying at the academy for almost a year and was already quite familiar with the place. Thanks to his strong financial resources, Lin Qing has been very comfortable here for the past year. Especially with the help of Tom and Jimmy, the two of them have come to regard Lin Qing as their new benefactor, and they will help him get whatever he wants. What are you looking at, Brother Lin? Tom went to Lin Qing's room and found him staring at something, so he asked curiously. Hearing a sound, Lin Qing quickly turned off the virtual screen and replied awkwardly, nothing, just looking around randomly. Have you taken a liking to that girl from the Wilson family? I've noticed you've been staring at her in class these past few days. Tom walked up to Lin Qing and said to him with a wicked grin, he sees this very clearly. Upon hearing Tom's words, Lin Qing's face immediately turned red. This Wilson family girl just arrived at the Royal Academy this year. She has a very beautiful face and a stunning figure. Coupled with her innocent personality, she is indeed very attractive to men. But she has a lot of suitors. You're so naive, you probably won't be able to win her over. Tom analyzed to Lin Qing that if you want to pursue a girl, you have to be proactive and attentive. But Lin Qing is clearly not that kind of person. Are we really going to rob them? Can't it be mutual affection? Lin Qing retorted to Tom that although he hadn't taken the initiative, he felt that the other party definitely had feelings for him as well. Anyway, our college is going to hold its biennial social gathering soon. You can give it a try then. Tom said to Lin Qing, that's a good opportunity. A biennial social gathering? What's that? Upon hearing Tom mention the conference, Lin Qing asked curiously, as he had never heard of it before. Tom pulled up a chair and sat down, then began to explain to Lin Qing in detail what this social gathering of the Yen Valley Royal Academy was all about. This social gathering is a rare event in our college. It is very large in scale, has a lot of content, and a lot of participants. It is mainly aimed at freshmen. Previous participants in the conference were at most spectators, but we, the freshmen who enrolled within the last 2 years, are the main characters of the conference. Tom looked at Lin Qing and said to him, sounding quite impressive, as you know, the vast majority of students in our college come from relatively well-off families, right? Tom asked Lin Qing. Lin Qing nodded. He understood this point. After all, he had heard of many students with strong backgrounds coming to the academy over the past year. So, the academy isn't stupid. It wants to use this to attract more sponsorships for the academy. That's the main purpose of the social gathering. Tom revealed the ultimate purpose of the social gathering, which surprised Lin Qing. Does our academy even need sponsorship? It's the largest academy in the Yen Valley Divine Kingdom, backed by the entire Yen Valley Divine Kingdom. How could it possibly be short of money? Lin Qing was puzzled and asked directly, who would complain about having too much money? Besides, this is beneficial to the development of the academy and the Divine Kingdom, so they are naturally happy to do it. Tom simply explained it that way. He had no way of knowing any deeper reasons. And then what? Is this social event a competition to see who can donate money? Lin Qing asked, speechless. Well, I'm actually quite confident. That's definitely not the case. The so-called fellowship conference has 4 aspects. First, it's a fellowship between students and the academy. Second, it's a fellowship between students. Third, it's a fellowship between students and their families. And fourth, it's a fellowship between students' families and the academy. Lin Qing truthfully told Lin Qiang about the contents of the social gathering. It sounds very high-end and quite complicated. Just tell me how to do it. Lin Qiang understood a little, but not all, so he asked this question. In addition to our students and the college's teachers and leaders, our family members will also participate in the gathering. Each student needs to invite their relatives to attend the gathering, with a minimum of 1 person and a maximum of 3. Tom explained to Lin Qing that this was the basic personnel configuration for the social gathering. Should we invite family members to participate? Lin Qing naturally thought of her older brother, Lin Xian, but he must be very busy, and she didn't know if he could attend. Looking at Lin Qing's expression, Tom wondered what kind of background this guy had that allowed him to have such a huge amount of pocket money. Then what are they here for? Lin Qing continued to ask. If it was very important, he would have his brother come. If it wasn't important, he would have his parents come. There are many things you can do, such as demonstrating your strength, highlighting your status, and so on. Moreover, there are matchmaking events events at this conference. Since both parties' families are present, they can learn about each other's backgrounds and circumstances. So, if both parties are willing, they can get together directly. Tom told Lin Sheng that this was the beauty of the social gathering. It allowed them to do many things that they wouldn't normally be able to do. Hearing Tom say that, Lin Sheng thought it was a good opportunity. Furthermore, there are many other activities at the conference. You can do anything you can think of, and the college will fully support you. It was clear that Tom was really looking forward to this social gathering. I see. That certainly makes for a great conference. Lin Sheng nodded. After hearing Tom's detailed explanation, Lin Sheng was already thinking about how to get her brother Lin Xian to come over. There have been many memorable moments at previous conferences. It's really exciting to think about them. Although Tom had never attended the social gathering, he had heard a lot about it and seen many previous video clips, so he was clear about it. How long until the social gathering starts? Lin Sheng asked Tom, and he decided to tell his brother in advance so that there would be time. It takes about a month. The social gathering usually lasts 3 to 5 days. Everyone will inform their families in advance, because it's such a large event, no one wants to look too shabby. Tom looked at Lin Sheng and said, I should be able to find out about this kid's background by then. It's really intriguing. Okay, I'll talk to my family too and see if they have time. Lin Sheng nodded, indicating that he understood, but he couldn't guarantee that Lin Xian would be able to attend the conference in person. After Tom left, Lin Sheng dialed her brother Lin Xian's number, and the call was answered quickly. Brother, our college is having a very important social gathering in a month, and family members are needed to attend. Can you come? Lin Sheng said to Lin Xian, emphasizing the words, very important, his intention being quite clear. A very important social gathering in a month? Lin Xian had never heard of this conference before, so he asked out of curiosity. Yes, I'd like you to come. Lin Sheng said again that he felt his parents wouldn't be able to handle such a scene, which was why he wanted Lin Xian to come over. Okay, let me know in advance when the specific time is set, and I will attend. Sensing his younger brother's tone, Lin Xian knew what he was thinking, so he agreed. Theoretically speaking, he definitely had time. Hearing her brother Lin Xian agree, Lin Sheng was overjoyed and immediately replied, okay, I'll let you know as soon as I know the time. How are things at the academy? Lin Xian continued to ask, having been with the Beast Clan for a long time and not having contacted him, so he took this opportunity to ask a few questions. I'm doing well, everyone is doing well, and I've always kept a low profile and haven't caused any trouble. Lin Sheng nodded and obediently replied to Lin Xian that he was indeed very low-key, except when it came to spending money. That's good. You should study hard then. I'll go and get back to work now. Lin Xian nodded on the other side and said to his younger brother, okay, brother, you go ahead and get busy. After saying that, the two hung up the communicator. In Lin Xian's room, Lin Xian and Yui are still lying in bed and haven't gotten up yet. Because Lin Xian had been away for quite a while, he and Yui have been practically inseparable these past few days since he returned, all to make it up to her. Did Xiaoqing call? Yes, they said there's a very important social gathering in a month and they want me to attend. Lin Xian said to Yui, I can tell from what I hear that this social gathering is not simple. Gatherings that require family attendance, given the background of Royal Academy students, there will probably be quite a few people of considerable status attending. Upon hearing what Lin Xian said, Yui immediately thought of this place. That's probably why he wants me to go. If that's the case, taking this opportunity to reveal my identity to the world would be a good choice. Lin Xian had actually had this idea in his heart for a long time, especially after returning from the Beastmen. He had been keeping a low profile, and his identity was not disclosed to the public except to members of the Lingshan sect. Because at that time his strength was not enough, he was only on par with god-level cultivators, and at most he was at the upper level in the universe. Now, his strength is enough to crush ordinary God King level cultivators, placing him among the top ranks in the universe. With his strength as a guarantee, Lin Xian felt that the identity of the sect master of the Spirit God sect was in line with his own, and he no longer had any concerns. Another point is that he now dares to use his full power because of the appearance of special cultivators. After talking with Tross, Lin Xian knew that the Heavenly Tao would never have the intention to suppress him again, because if he could not surpass the Heavenly Tao, then the universe and the Heavenly Tao would be destroyed together. Therefore, under these circumstances, heaven could only choose to let Lin Xian grow. At least he was clear-headed and rational. Those special cultivators have no rationality whatsoever. They only know how to destroy everything in the universe. Therefore, Lin Xian also told Yui his true strength, and Yui was extremely surprised when she first learned this news. However, she eventually accepted it, realizing that her husband's abilities would only benefit her. However, this also shows that it will be very difficult for the two of them to have children. Well, it's time to reveal your identity. And if you want the beastmen and humans to coexist peacefully, you'll have to discuss it with the other two great divine sections. Yui told Lin Xian that Lin Xian's decision was perfectly correct. I haven't had any contact with the other two major sects yet. Are they easy to communicate with? Lin Xian asked Yui because he had been active within the territory of the Yin Valley Divine Kingdom, so he really had no no opportunity to come into contact with the other two major divine sects. Hearing Lin Xian's question, Yui glanced at him and said, "If Master were here, it would be easy to communicate, but if it's you, I guess it's impossible to communicate." "Ha, are you so sure?" Lin Xian found it hard to believe that the higher-ups of the Tao God sect and the Heavenly God sect were all old fogies. "Our three great sects are equal in status and strength in the universe. When our Master was alive, with the strength of the number one sect in the universe, we could suppress them. Therefore, the Spirit God sect is the leader of the three great sects. But since Master was imprisoned by the Heavenly Tao, although the overall strength of the Spirit God sect has not changed, its top combat power has weakened. Without Master's suppression, the sect leaders of the other two major sects will definitely not take you seriously, so no matter what you say, they will definitely disagree." Yui said with certainty that this was to be expected. After all, they had been suppressed before, and now that the suppression was gone, they would develop a rebellious mentality. In this situation, Lin Xian can only offer suggestions, and they will definitely disagree, so that they can maintain their sense of superiority over him. "No matter what, we have to try first. If they're really like you say, then I'll just have to wait until I'm strong enough before going to them. But then, it won't be about negotiating with them anymore." Lin Xian said calmly, "If it's really as Yui thinks, then when his strength surpasses that of the God King, it will be those people who suffer. That's fine, but it'll definitely be pretty much the same as what I said." Yui lay down beside Lin Xian and said slowly, after all, Lin Xian's strength had not yet reached his master's level. "Do you think we should go and see our master?" Lin Xian suddenly spoke to Yui, because he realized that he hadn't seen his master even once since leaving the Myriad Spirits planet. "Now that I have such strength, I feel I should let my master know, to make him happy, and maybe, through my master, I can communicate with the Heavenly Tao and ask it to release my master and the others." "But if master doesn't contact us, we can't get in." Yui raised her head and said helplessly to Lin Xian, "It wasn't possible before, but I should be able to now. Anyway, we don't have anything else to do these days, so let's go see our master." Lin Xian said to Yui that now that he had the strength to crush ordinary god kings, entering the secret realm should not be difficult, which is why he had this idea. If that's the case, then it's fine. Anyway, Xiaoqing's conference won't start for another month, so there should be enough time. Yui nodded, indicating her agreement with Lin Xian's suggestion, adding that she also missed her master a little. "Then let's get ready and set off immediately." Lin Xian sat up abruptly from the bed. The thought of seeing his master filled him with excitement, because he still clearly remembers the shock he felt when he first met his master. "Now that I have considerable strength, I wonder if I will still have the same feeling when I go to see my master again. Also, given that such a short time has passed and I have already achieved such strength, wouldn't he be surprised by me?" In short, Lin Xian had too many doubts in his heart, and these doubts could only be perfectly resolved after he met his master. "You're really in a hurry. It seems like you've spent the least amount of time with your master, yet you have the closest relationship with him?" Yui looked at Lin Xian's expression and said with a smile, "Ha ha, I don't know either, but I just want to go." Lin Xian laughed and said, then immediately got up and prepared to leave. On this side, Lin Xian and Yui were preparing to go see their master, Su Wentian. Meanwhile, Lin Cheng was not idle at the Royal Academy of Yin Valley either. "Lin Cheng, I think you're really interesting." A beautiful girl with bright, sparkling eyes tilted her head, looked at Lin Cheng's face, and said very seriously, "This girl is a freshman who has just entered the academy. She comes from the Wilson family, which is very famous and has a high status in the Yin Valley Divine Kingdom." "Bella, don't stare at me like that, it makes me feel uncomfortable." Having little experience interacting with girls, Lin Cheng felt a little uncomfortable with Bella's enthusiasm. Hearing Lin Cheng's words, Bella chuckled softly, turned her head away, and replied with a smile, "I feel like you're even more naive than me." When Wilson Bella first entered the academy, she chose to sit next to Lin Cheng, so the two of them got along quite well. However, neither of them said it out loud, because they were both young and inexperienced, so they were still just classmates. However, in the eyes of many classmates, the two of them seemed like a young couple, getting along very well. Because of Lin Cheng's generosity and financial ability, his classmates all had a very good impression of him. Since Lin Cheng had feelings for Bella, they consciously refrained from pursuing her. This was only within this class. Bella was famous throughout the entire freshman year, and many students from other classes would actively pursue her. Among them, the most intense pursuit came from a new student from the O'Brien family. He was very talented and had comprehended a first-class law and a second-class law. More importantly, his family is also quite prestigious. The O'Brien family is the royal family of the Flame Valley Divine Kingdom, which means that all the rulers of the Flame Valley Divine Kingdom throughout history have come from this family. Therefore, this family holds an extremely formidable position in the Flame Valley Divine Kingdom. They can be considered the number one family. No other family can compare to them. Therefore, it is conceivable that this freshman would receive excellent treatment at the Royal Academy of Yin Valley. Not only did he have many followers, but even the teachers and leaders of the academy would give him some face. "Bella, let's go out for dinner together this afternoon. I've booked the most luxurious private room at the hotel." Just as Lin Cheng and Bella Bella were chatting, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. Lin Qing recognized the voice. It was the boy's voice. Entering the classroom along with the voice was the freshman from the O'Brien family. Today, he was wearing a bright white robe and had long, flowing black hair, and he did look quite handsome. He was holding a bouquet of flowers that emitted a faint red glow, and their fragrance was refreshing and pleasant, like a gentle spring breeze. He was followed by a group of his underlings, who wisely refrained from coming in. Instead, they told the other students in the classroom to come out quickly and stood guard outside the classroom door to prevent other students from entering. However, many freshmen could see through the classroom windows that there were indeed no other students in the classroom besides Lin Qing and Bella. Why is he still sitting there? Young Master Luke has already gone inside. He's being a bit inconsiderate. A freshman from another class looked at Lin Qing, who was sitting next to Bella, and said with great dissatisfaction, "I know him. His name is Lin Qing. I heard from his classmates that he's quite wealthy, but I don't know his background." Another freshman from another class immediately said that they were also quite curious about Lin Qing, but no matter what, he certainly couldn't compare to the O'Brien family. Tom and Jimmy were also outside the classroom, looking at the three people inside with worried expressions on their faces. "Will nothing happen?" Jimmy asked worriedly. "Probably not, since this is within the academy, but that silly boy Lin Qing shouldn't go and fight Luke head-on." Tom simply shook his head and replied to Jimmy, "What should we do if they get into a conflict? Should we help them or not?" Jimmy was torn. Emotionally, he should definitely help Lin Qing, but Lin Qing was a genius from the O'Brien family, someone neither of them could afford to offend. Hearing Jimmy's question, Tom didn't know what to do, and only said, "Let's analyze the specific situation, but in any case, we have to protect Lin Qing without offending Luke." This is Tom's principle. After all, in his view, Lin Qing's background is definitely not simple. Of course, he wouldn't be foolish enough to go against Luke, so the two of them prayed that Lin Qing wouldn't clash with Luke. Luke, sitting in the classroom, looked at Lin Qing sitting next to Bella, and his face showed a very displeased expression, but he did not lash out in front of the woman he loved. "Hello, could you please leave? I need to talk to her alone." Luke pretended to be very polite and said to Lin Qing that he wanted to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor in front of Bella. Hearing Luke's words, Lin Qing was puzzled as to why she wanted to leave, so she asked him, "This is my place, why should I leave?" Luke was taken aback by Lin Qing's question. He hadn't expected the kid to dare to ask him such a question. Normally, he would have had his underlings throw him out, but he couldn't do that in front of Bella. Bella sat to the side, covering her mouth and chuckling. Lin Qing's reaction struck her as very strange, and she wanted to see how Lin Qing would behave in the face of the domineering Luke. She didn't have any good feelings towards Luke, but given his family background, she didn't dare to say anything to his face. Moreover, her family really hoped that she could get together with Luke, as it would be of great benefit to their family's future development. "I hope you can leave. Be a discerning person." Luke emphasized the words hope and insight, hoping Lin Qing would understand that he had already been very polite to her. Lin Qing wasn't stupid. She naturally knew the other party's intentions, to get closer to Bella or even to confess her feelings to her. But Lin Qing likes Bella and definitely doesn't want Luke to do that, which is why he's sitting here stubbornly, showing no sign of wanting to leave. "Excuse me, I'm not very perceptive. There are seats over there too. Why are you fixated on the seat I'm sitting in?" Lin Qing said very casually that he was just Bella's deskmate, but he didn't surround Bella. Hearing Lin Qing's words, Luke was furious and said to Lin Qing with a hint of anger, "Fine, I'll remember you. You just wait." Lin Qing was not afraid of the other party's threat at all, and instead answered him with a smile. Although others may not know his identity, Lin Qing knows it himself. He is the younger brother of the sect leader of the Spirit God sect. How could he be afraid of anyone? Luke ignored him. If he wanted to be a third wheel, let him be. He could deal with him properly when Bella wasn't around. "Bella, can we go out for lunch this afternoon?" Luke walked up to Bella and asked her very gently, while also handing her the flowers he was holding. Bella took the flowers from Luke's hand. The fragrance of the flowers was very attractive to her, and she brought her nose to the flowers and gently smelled them. A refreshing sensation quickly spread through her body via her nose, invigorating her and making her feel relaxed and happy. "Do you like it?" Seeing Bella's expression, Luke also smiled with satisfaction. It seemed that the bouquet of flowers he had prepared was quite nice. Bella nodded and answered Luke with a polite smile. "However, I already have plans to have lunch with someone this afternoon, so I won't be able to have lunch with you." Luke's face was full of smiles, but when he heard those words, his smile immediately froze. "What about tomorrow?" Luke forced a smile and asked Bella. "There's no time tomorrow either." Bella truthfully stated that she genuinely didn't have much time and that she wasn't deliberately avoiding dates with Luke. Of course, if she really had the time, she probably wouldn't go on a date with Luke. She didn't like Luke's arrogant attitude. "When are you free?" "I'm available anytime." Upon hearing Bella's answer, Luke's expression darkened slightly, and he could only ask, "Well, I'm not entirely sure either. I probably won't have time for a long time." Bella understood that saying those words meant she was rejecting Luke's feelings, so she felt a little scared. "What do you mean by that?" Luke stood up, looked at Bella, and his expression had completely turned into into anger. Seeing Luke's state, Lin Cheng naturally couldn't let Bella face it alone, so he said bluntly, "What do you mean?" "I mean you don't want to bother her anymore." Lin Cheng looked up at Luke and spoke Bella's innermost thoughts. "You brat." As Luke spoke, he grabbed Lin Cheng by the collar and pulled him up. In terms of strength, Lin Cheng is definitely no match for Luke, since Luke is superior to Lin Cheng in both Heavenly Mansion and Realm. "Luke, what are you doing?" Seeing Luke attack Lin Cheng, Bella immediately stood up and shouted at Luke, "I think you like this brat, don't you? You seem pretty eager, huh?" Luke grabbed Lin Cheng with one hand, then turned his head towards Bella and said fiercely to her, "Let him go. This is an academy, not a place where you can do whatever you want." Bella, of course, wouldn't answer Luke's question directly. She was only thinking about rescuing Lin Cheng first. Luke snorted coldly, a casual smile on his face, and said to the two of them, "The academy? It's nothing more than my backyard." After saying this, Luke glared fiercely at Lin Cheng. He grabbed Lin Cheng's hand and threw him against the back wall of the classroom with great force, creating a loud crash. Tom and Jimmy, who witnessed this scene outside the classroom, sensed something was wrong and rushed towards the door. They had to stop Luke's actions no matter what. Bella rushed towards Lin Cheng, asking him anxiously, "How are you? Is something wrong?" Lin Cheng shook her head reluctantly and replied to Bella with feigned strength, "I'm fine." Although she said she was fine, when Lin Cheng tried to stand up, she found that no matter what she did, she couldn't use any strength in her legs. It felt like her legs weren't her own. No matter how she tried to control them, she couldn't move them. But Lin Cheng didn't feel any pain at all. In fact, Luke's throw was quite powerful. After all, Lin Cheng hadn't been cultivating for very long, so his strength and level were only at the early stage of the mortal level. In particular, his physical attributes were only slightly stronger than those of an ordinary person. Luke, however, was a cultivator who had comprehended the law of power, so his strength was naturally immense. Therefore, this impact caused a great blow to Lin Cheng's spine. The violent impact to his spine caused Lin Cheng to lose sensation in his lower body below the waist, so he could neither feel pain nor give any commands to his lower body. "Come here, and give him a good beating. Beat him to death as long as he's not dead." Luke's anger did not subside after the slam, and he instead gave orders to his underlings outside the classroom door. Upon hearing Luke's words, they rushed in, ready to continue their attack on Lin Cheng. However, Bella immediately stood in front of Lin Cheng and shouted, "Don't you dare lay a hand on him." Upon hearing this, Luke's henchmen immediately stopped in their tracks, and no one dared to step forward, since Luke had not ordered them to lay a hand on the girl. Seeing Bella's expression, Luke understood that Bella really liked Lin Cheng, this good for nothing. Luke walked up to Bella and said to her sarcastically, "I never thought you'd like this kind of trash. You have good taste. Beat them. Let's see who dares to stop us." Luke immediately pulled Bella over, wanting her to see the person he loved beaten half to death. He wanted to show Bella that in the face of absolute power and strength, any act of showing off would only lead to trouble. Upon hearing Luke's order, the henchmen swarmed towards Lin Cheng, who was sitting on the ground. Just then, a voice came from the classroom doorway. It was Tom speaking. As for Jimmy, he has already gone to find the teacher. Tom's job is to buy time for Lin Cheng. "And who are you?" Seeing Tom walk in, Luke asked speechlessly, "Where did this kid come from? How dare he interrupt what I'm doing?" "Hello, I am a student in this class, and I think you are very rude." Tom walked up to Luke with a smile and spoke to him very directly. "Oh, another one here to rescue someone. Hey, beat him up too." Luke snorted coldly. "If you want to be a hero, then you should get a good beating first." "No, you've got it wrong. I'm not here to save him. I'm saying this for your own good." Tom, however, remained calm and immediately changed his tune, telling Luke his true thoughts. "For my own good? Tell me about it." At this moment, Luke had adopted a spectator's mentality, as if he were the most powerful person in the Royal Academy right now. "This matter has already escalated quite a bit. If it continues, you will be punished by the Academy no matter what. Even if it's just a warning, it won't be good. Furthermore, the social gathering is just around the corner, and the Academy certainly doesn't want something like this to happen. It would be bad for the Academy's development. Besides, if you want to be with Miss Bella, you can easily do so at the social event. Why rush things?" Tom smiled and told Luke that everything he said was the truth. Indeed, the college is about to hold a social gathering, and if a fight or bullying incident occurs before that, it is easy for news to spread to all the major families. Then they might consider sending their family's descendants to this academy. After all, if your O'Brien family has the power to allow their descendants to run rampant in the academy, then what are other families even there for? To be bullied? Therefore, such incidents are prohibited within the academy. Minor frictions are acceptable, but anything too outrageous is absolutely forbidden. Hearing Tom's words, Luke realized that the social gathering was indeed about to begin, and causing trouble at this time would be very inappropriate. "Let's go." Luke agreed with what Tom said, and after a while, his anger subsided considerably, so he chose to leave. Indeed, once the social gathering began and both families arrived, Bella was left with only herself. After all, the Wilson family's development was inseparable from the support of the O'Brien family. Thinking of this, Luke smiled again. It was only a little over 10 days, he could wait. Wait, just as Luke and his men stepped out of the classroom, Jimmy arrived with the teacher. Luke glanced at the teacher, then walked away without looking back, completely disregarding this ordinary teacher. How about it? Tom quickly went over, helped Lin Xing up, and asked him with concern. I have no feeling in my entire lower body. Please take me to the infirmary. With some simple treatment, I should be fine. Lin Shang spoke to Tom and Bella, a sheepish smile on his face as he spoke. Any external injury, regardless of its severity, can be easily cured with advanced medical technology, so this is nothing to worry about. Let me carry you across. Tom picked Lin Xing up and ran straight to the infirmary. Bella originally wanted to go along, but the teacher stopped her because he wanted to know what had happened. After listening to Bella's story, the teacher sighed and said helplessly, this Luke, relying on his family's background, dares to act so recklessly. Lin Shang, why did you have to confront him head-on? Don't you know he's not someone to mess with? You could tell the teacher was very helpless, but thankfully there were no more serious consequences, otherwise he would have been punished by the school. Then I'll go check on Lin Shang. Bella was still thinking about Lin Xing, so she spoke to the teacher. Go ahead and comfort him properly, and tell him to avoid that kid Luke in the future. The teacher told Bella that he had no right to punish Luke, so he could only say that. I will. Bella nodded and immediately ran out. At this moment, Lin Shang was lying on Tom's back and said to him very sincerely, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I probably would have gotten a beating. Lin Shang knew that Tom was incredibly loyal for taking such a big risk to save her, and she should thank him properly. Why are you being so polite with me? Sigh, but having messed with Luke, my life at the academy is probably going to be tough from now on. Although this incident is over, Tom knows that Luke is not a generous person and he holds a grudge. It's alright, he won't dare to cause us any more trouble after the social gathering. Lin Xing confidently promised Tom that he would not doubt this point in the slightest. Hearing Lin Xing speak so confidently, Tom became even more curious. It seemed that Lin Shang's background was indeed even more powerful than Luke's. Inside the infirmary of the Royal Academy of Yin Valley, Lin Xing's external injuries have almost completely healed. Next, he just needs to rest here for a day or two, and after some observation, he can return to the academy to resume his studies. At this moment, Bella, Tom, and Jimmy were all by Lin Xing's side. Don't try to be a hero anymore, okay? Bella said to Lin Shang with great concern that this matter could have been resolved by simply pretending to be confused, and there was no need to have a direct confrontation with Luke. I know, but I can't let you face Luke alone. Lin Shang looked at Bella with deep affection and said this to her. Sigh, it's all my fault. If I had just talked to him directly, you wouldn't have had to suffer like this. Bella felt that she had handled the matter poorly, which had dragged Lin Xing into it, but she really didn't dare to directly refuse Luke because she was afraid that her family would be implicated. I know what's bothering you. It's okay. We'll just ignore Luke for now. Lin Xing took Bella's hand and said very gently, it's only 10 days. Once the social gathering starts, Luke will definitely not dare to do anything bad again, but we'll be at the academy for a long time, and he'll keep coming to cause us trouble. Bella, being a girl, was still very scared. After all, Luke was no ordinary person. Leave everything to me. If you're scared, don't come to the classroom for a while. Stay in the dorm. Lin Xing suggested to Bella that it was just a few days of classes, and she could study online from her dormitory instead of having to come to the classroom. And what about you? Bella asked Lin Xing in return. Don't worry, I'm not afraid of him. Besides, as long as you don't show up, there's no point in him contacting me alone. Lin Xing smiled and said to Bella, what he said was true. After all Luke wanted was Bella. After they discussed it, they decided to avoid Luke for now and wait until the social gathering was over before making any decisions. Meanwhile, Lin Xian and Yui arrived at the Myriad Spirits planet once again. Now that all the original inhabitants had moved away, only the people of the Spirit God sect and the Secret Realm remained. Lin Xian led Yui directly to the number 1 Secret Realm, and they chose to enter from the entrance. I'll investigate. Upon re-entering the number 1 Secret Realm, Lin Xian released his spiritual laws. He was now many times stronger than when he first came to the number 1 Secret Realm. Therefore, he believed that he would definitely be able to find his master's location. However, several minutes passed, and Lin Xian searched the entire first Secret Realm, but he still couldn't find where his master was imprisoned by the Heavenly Tao. Opening his eyes, Lin Xian looked puzzled and said to Yui with great helplessness, I can't find master's location. No way? Your strength has already surpassed that of an ordinary god king, yet you still can't find a master? Yui was also very shocked and said, isn't this a joke? I don't know why this is happening either. What should we do now? Lin Xian was somewhat bewildered. He had been very confident that he would be able to find his master's location, and that he could go there even without his master's summons. But to his surprise, the result was unexpected. He really couldn't find where his master was imprisoned. Well, I know that too. Yui shook her head. How would she know what to do? Before, when she went to see her master, her eldest brother always led the way. Just as the two of them were feeling lost in the secret realm, a stargate suddenly appeared in front of them. Come in. As the stargate appeared, a voice descended from the sky, addressing Lin Xian and Yui. Lin Xian and Yui exclaimed in unison, overjoyed. The white-robed God King Su Wendian could not know what was happening in the world outside the secret realm, but he knew everything that happened inside the secret realm. So when Lin Xian and Yui stepped into the number 1 secret realm, Su Wendian already knew, but he didn't know what the two of them were going to do there. However, it was highly likely that they were looking for him, so after some time, Su Wen Genius took action. Lin Xian and Yui exchanged a glance and then immediately stepped into the Stargate. After entering the Stargate, Lin Xian and Yui once again stood before the white-clad God King Su Wendian. "Greetings, Master." Lin Xian and Yui bowed and greeted Su Wendian at the same time. At this moment, Su Wendian was no different from before, still unfathomable, with a huge body, and from below, one could not see his deep affection at all. Lin Xian, why do I feel like I can't control you?" The moment Su Wendian saw Lin Xian and Yui, he noticed something was wrong with Lin Xian. Theoretically speaking, Su Wendian has fully comprehended the 3 first-class laws. As long as they are not god-level cultivators, they can all be under his control, because he himself can be said to be a part of the heavenly Tao. But now, he has actually lost that sense of control over Lin Xian, which is truly unbelievable. Furthermore, although the aura you exude is at the God King level, your understanding of the laws is only at the spirit level. How could there be such a difference? Su Wendian could clearly sense that his disciple was far too abnormal. Not only Su Wendian himself, but Lin Xian also felt a huge difference. He still clearly remembers the first time he met his master. Every word he said was etched into his heart, making it impossible for him to feel any rebellion. But now, Lin Xian no longer feels that way. Su Wentian's words are no different from those of an ordinary person. Moreover, I no longer feel any pressure in front of my master, even though the two of them look quite different in size. Master, it must be because I have comprehended all the first-class laws. Lin Xian truthfully reported to his master, Su Wentian. He didn't need to hide anything from his master, and he knew that the heavenly Tao was also listening to their conversation. That's why Lin Xian chose to speak openly and honestly. He had his own thoughts on the matter. What? Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Su Wentian was greatly surprised. Even an invincible God King of the universe would be extremely shocked when he heard Lin Xian's words. You say you've grasped all the first-level laws? The white-robed God King Su Wentian asked Lin Xuanfa again. Yes, Master. Please feel it carefully. After Lin Xian finished speaking to Su Wendian, he immediately released all the power of the laws he had comprehended. Su Wendian carefully sensed the power of laws emanating from Lin Xian. He discovered that Lin Xian was no different from the heavenly Tao, only their strength was on different levels. It truly is the power of all the laws, exactly the same as the heavenly Tao. How could you comprehend all the first-class laws? Su Wendian, still looking shocked, asked Lin Xian. Although he knew that his disciple was extraordinary, he never expected him to be this extraordinary. Under Su Wentian's questioning, Lin Xian told his master about all his experiences in the land of laws. He also told himself about the special cultivators he had discovered in the universe, without any concealment, which was also meant for the heavenly Tao to hear. After listening to Lin Xian's account, Su Wentian finally understood the whole story. So that's how it all happened. You actually inherited the legacy of the ancestral god. No wonder you can comprehend all the first-class laws. Su Wentian nodded. At this moment, he also understood that his disciple was the strongest cultivator in the universe. In the future, he might even surpass the heavenly Tao and the ancestral god. Besides telling you about my experiences, Master, I have another very important thing to do. Lin Xian spoke to Su Wentian with great solemnity. What is it? Su Wentian asked curiously. The current Lin Xian was no longer someone he could see clearly, and he was no longer qualified to know what Lin Xian was thinking. I hope that the heavenly Tao can release you and those imprisoned God Kings. After all, the universe is currently facing a huge crisis. Lin Xian spoke very loudly to his master, and at the same time, he was also speaking to the heavenly Tao. He knew that the heavenly Tao could hear him, but he himself could not communicate with the heavenly Tao. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Su Wentian was also shocked. He never expected that his disciple would do such a thing. When Lin Xian finished speaking, the entire secret realm trembled violently, showing that heaven had given its answer. Lin Xian is right, so why are you so stubborn? Do you want those special cultivators to destroy you? Su Wentian's majestic voice came, indicating that he was conversing with the heavenly Tao. To communicate with the heavenly Tao, only a god-level cultivator who has comprehended a first-class law can do so, because no matter which first-class law you comprehend, you can be considered a part of the heavenly Tao and can communicate with it. Therefore, even though Lin Xian is very strong now, and even though he has comprehended all the first-class laws, he is still unable to communicate with the heavenly Tao, nor can he hear what the heavenly Tao is saying. If it were Lin Xian or us cultivators who defeated those special cultivators, you could still maintain your position in the universe. Su Wentian continued speaking to Tian Dao, also striving for his own freedom. After the two sides communicated for a long time, the shaking sensation in the entire secret realm gradually disappeared, indicating that their communication had yielded some results. Lin Shen, heaven has told me that it can release us all as you request. Su Wentian's voice rang out again, indicating that heaven had agreed to their request.
request. Upon hearing Su Wentian's words, Lin Xian, Yui, and their senior brothers all showed excited smiles. Their master could finally emerge from the secret realm. However, he has one condition: if Lin Xian surpasses the heavenly Dao in the future and kills all the special cultivators, you cannot hinder the operation of the heavenly Dao in the universe. However, Su Wentian also stated the conditions of the heavenly Dao, which was the premise for him to release Su Wentian and the others. It seems that heaven is wary of Lin Xian's strength surpassing its own, fearing that this would disrupt the operation of heaven and cause him to lose his original position in the universe. Hearing what Su Wentian said, Lin Xian felt that there was no problem with this request. After all, the universe was operating normally under the rules of the heavenly Dao. As long as heaven doesn't do anything excessive or outrageous, he certainly won't interfere with the operation of heaven. Master, I can agree to it. Since that was the case, Lin Xian agreed to the heavenly Dao's request, and the two parties reached an agreement. Heavenly Dao naturally heard Lin Xian's answer, and the space within the secret realm shook violently once again. After a period of communication, Su Wentian finally smiled, because the heavenly Dao was about to release him and all the other god kings. You should all leave the secret realm. We're about to come out. This place will soon be reduced to nothing. Su Wentian said to his 5 disciples that although being imprisoned for an era was not a long time, it was still somewhat boring for him. If it weren't for the occasional cultivators entering the secret realm, he really would have nothing to do. Yes, master. Lin Xian and the others showed excited expressions, and then immediately disappeared from the secret realm, arriving in mid-air above the myriad spirits planet. After a few seconds, the entire planet Wanling began to shake violently, and the shaking became more and more intense, as if it were about to collapse and shatter at any moment. Several beams of 7-colored light burst forth from the interior of the myriad spirits planet. These beams seemed to be the power of the heavenly Dao. Lin Xian could clearly sense that these lights contain all the power of the laws, which should be the original power that imprisoned these god kings. As the 7-colored light appeared and disappeared, the heavenly Dao power that had imprisoned the god kings finally vanished completely. All the secret realms on the planet of myriad spirits collapsed instantly as the 7-colored light dissipated, because the god kings had already emerged, and there was no longer any need for the secret realms to exist. Hundreds of divine lights transformed into streaks of light and appeared directly in mid-air above the myriad spirits planet. They looked at each other in bewilderment, wondering what had happened and why the heavenly Dao had suddenly released them. Ha ha, brothers, we were able to get out of here today thanks to my little apprentice, Lin Xian. Su Wentian, dressed in white, stood among all the god kings. As the most powerful being among them, his words carried supreme authority. The other god kings all looked at Su Wentian, who flew to Lin Xian's side and introduced his little disciple to the other god kings. It was clear that he was very excited at this moment. Congratulations, brother Wentian, on gaining another disciple at the god king level. The gods released by the heavenly Dao, sensing the aura emanating from Lin Xian, congratulated Su Wentian. The fact that these god kings were willing to try to break through the heavenly Dao together with Su Wentian shows that their relationship was very good. Moreover, these people were basically from the 3 major god sects, with the spirit god sect having the most members. Ha ha, brothers, you're mistaken. My little apprentice has only just reached the spirit master level. Hearing the praise from his fellow god kings, Su Wentian laughed heartily and explained to them, Brother Wentian, please don't joke with us. We can tell whether he is a god king or a spirit master. Upon hearing Su Wentian's words, the gods immediately responded with smiles, saying that it was obvious he wasn't joking. Ha ha, Lin Xian, unleash your power of law and let them feel it. At this moment, Su Wentian was even more high profile than Lin Xian himself. After all, Lin Xian had reached an agreement with the heavenly Dao and no longer needed to hide his strength and talent. That's why Su Wentian asked Lin Xian to do this. Of course, there was another reason why he asked Lin Xian to do this, to help him establish sufficient prestige among the god kings. These god kings must understand that in the future universe, Lin Xian will be the truly invincible one. This is so that these god kings will start to take Lin Xian seriously from now on, instead of treating him as their disciple or just an ordinary god king. Yes, master. Lin Xian nodded, and then released his power of law. 7 first-class laws were released from Lin Xian's body. At this moment, Lin Xian was like the center of the universe, with an extremely strong attraction. Sensing the power of law released by Lin Xian, all the god kings present were extremely shocked. They stared wide-eyed and mouths agape at Lin Xian, unable to utter a single word. How is this possible? He actually unleashed all the power of a first-class law? After a long while, the gods slowly uttered questions like these, unable to comprehend what was going on. Lin Xian withdrew his power of law and quietly watched these god kings, his heart unmoved. The reason why my disciple Lin Xian can possess the strength of a god king at the spirit master level is because he has comprehended all the first-class laws. With the blessing of the 7 laws, his combat power can be on par with that of an ordinary god king. As for why he was able to comprehend all the first-class laws, that's related to the ancestral god. Su Wentian told these god kings about some of Lin Xian's experiences, letting them know that Lin Xian had received the inheritance of
of the ancestral god, which was why he was able to comprehend the 7 first-class laws. At the same time, Su Wendian also told them about the crisis that was currently occurring in the universe. This is why heaven was willing to release us. The universe is facing a huge crisis, and heaven is powerless to help. We can only rely on Lin Xian. When Su Wendian said this, he specifically looked at Lin Xian because only he had the potential to reach a realm that surpassed the heavenly Tao. So that's how it is. During our imprisonment, such enormous changes have occurred in the universe. The ancestral gods have completely perished, and special cultivators have emerged. Even the heavenly Tao itself may be destroyed. The gods couldn't help but sigh. These things would shock and leave even ordinary cultivators, let alone gods like themselves who had lived for so long. Therefore, for the sake of the universe we live in, we must find a way to help Lin Xian improve his cultivation level as quickly as possible. Su Wendian looked at all the god kings present and spoke to them with a serious expression. If he wants to break through his cultivation level, he must use the essence blood and bones of the ancestral god. These 2 treasures are extremely rare in the universe and are priceless. But I know that we all secretly possess these 2 treasures, so I propose that everyone bring out these 2 treasures. I can exchange them for equivalent treasures or even cosmic coins. Of course, if everyone can voluntarily dedicate themselves to the greater good of the universe without expecting anything in return, I will support them. Lin Xian will owe you all a favor for this, and I believe that this favor will be of great help to you all. Su Wendian revealed his thoughts, which was the most important thing he wanted to tell these god kings. After all, the universe is facing a huge crisis. If Lin Xian fails to break through, the entire universe will be destroyed, and everyone present will die. Upon hearing Su Wendian's words, all the god kings present fell into absolute silence, each pondering whether they should do as Su Wendian suggested. Seeing everyone's reaction, Su Wendian was not surprised. He walked up to Lin Xian alone. He took out 2 drops of ancestral god's essence blood and 1 ancestral god's bone from his storage space. This was all he had, as these 2 treasures were really hard to collect. Su Wendian voluntarily handed these 3 treasures to Lin Xian. Having already reached the god king realm, he didn't have much need for such treasures. More importantly, he wanted to set an example so that these god kings could see that they would follow his lead and voluntarily hand over the ancestral god's essence blood and bones to Lin Xian. Master. Lin Xian looked at his master, deeply moved, and said to him, I never expected that my master would talk about this with these god kings here, and in such a frank and direct way. No need for further words. You are my disciple, what's mine is yours. Su Wendian patted Lin Xian on the shoulder and said to him earnestly that he did not want Lin Xian to feel any pressure or psychological burden because of this. Lin Xian nodded heavily. He didn't say anything else, because he knew that everything was understood without words. Yui stood beside Lin Xian. She could feel her master's affection for Lin Xian, and she could also sense that her master was now willing to do anything for Lin Xian. Although Su Wendian is an invincible god king in the universe, he has no descendants and is still all alone. His disciples are like his descendants. Lin Xian was his youngest disciple. Although they hadn't known each other for long, Lin Xian's personality was quite similar to his own, so he genuinely liked Lin Xian. Moreover, Lin Xian now bears the heavy burden of survival for the entire universe alone, and as his master, Su Wendian naturally has to help Lin Xian share this pressure. Seeing Su Wendian's actions and thinking about what he had just said, some of the god kings present finally understood the implications. Here, Lin Xian, this is the essence blood of the ancestral god that I obtained. This is the bone of the ancestral god that I obtained. Here, take it, I really don't need it much now. Thus, 18 of the god kings present followed Su Wendian's example and did the same thing. As a result, Lin Xian also received 3 ancestral god bones and 15 drops of ancestral god essence blood, which can be considered a pretty good gain. I hope the remaining god kings will also voluntarily hand over the ancestral god's essence blood and bones, because no matter what, the selection process requires complete fusion. If people are unwilling to give it up now, then he will ask them for it later. For the sake of the universe, even if he doesn't want to do it, he will have to do it in the end. Therefore, I hope you can think this through. In the end, not only will you not get Lin Xian's help, but you will also become his mortal enemy. Compared to his first statement, Su Wendian's words this time carried a threatening tone. Although he did not explicitly say rob, the meaning was essentially the same. However, although it sounds harsh, it is indeed the truth, because Lin Xian must integrate all the ancestral god's essence blood and bones. If these people don't hand them over, Lin Xian will have no choice but to seize them by force. Given Lin Xian's strength, they would be no match for him, so when that time really comes, their fate will inevitably be bad. It's better to bring it out now and make Lin Xian owe a favor. If Lin Xian's strength surpasses that of the heavenly Tao in the future, he might be able to help them surpass the heavenly Tao as well. Such an exchange would definitely be very worthwhile. Listening to Su Wendian's words and looking at his expression, they knew that even Su Wendian now, let alone the future Lin Xian, would not dare to provoke him. If it weren't for the fact that Su Wendian had a good relationship with everyone, he probably would have already taken action and wouldn't have needed to say so much nonsense. As expected, Su Wendian's words were very effective. Under his guidance, another 20 god kings handed over the ancestral god's essence, blood and bones that they already possessed. With Su Wentian's help, Lin Xian has now obtained 32 drops of essence blood and 9 ancestral god bones. Because Lin Xian had already fused with the blood of the ancestral god, he could clearly sense that there were 2 other god kings here who possessed these 2 treasures, but they had not chosen to give them to him. Lin Xian did not tell his master this, he simply memorized the appearances of the 2 god kings, intending to ask for them later when the opportunity arose. Alright, I, Su Wentian, sincerely thank everyone for your help. The god kings who just handed over their treasures can ask me for an equivalent treasure or cosmic coins, or they can have Lin Xian owe you a favor. You can choose for yourselves. Su Wentian said to the assembled god kings with great satisfaction. Now it's time for me to fulfill my promise. I need Lin Xian's favor. Me too. Me too. All the god kings who handed over their treasures invariably chose to accept Lin Xian's favor, since the treasures and money were no longer of any use to them. What they want is the opportunity for further development, and that's what attracts them the most. I, Lin Xian, assure you all that if you have any needs, you can come to me, and I will do my utmost to help you and fulfill your wishes. Lin Xian promised everyone present that he had felt their sincerity, so he also wanted others to feel his sincerity. Alright, everyone has been imprisoned for so long, and they must all have their own things to do. Let's call it a day. Su Wentian waved his hand and addressed all the god kings in this way. As the invincible god king of the universe, he had absolute authority no matter where he was. Watching the various god kings depart one by one, Lin Xian also told his master, Su Wentian, about what he had sensed. You said that Qi Jing and Rain possessed these 2 treasures, but didn't give them to you? Upon hearing what Lin Xian said, Su Wentian immediately knew which 2 god kings had not handed over the ancestral god's essence, blood and bones. Yes, I don't know what they're thinking. Lin Xian nodded and answered his master. One of them belongs to the Tao God sect, and the other to the Heavenly God sect, so I can't say much. Since they're unwilling to hand them over voluntarily, you can ask them for them after you've fused with the essence, blood and bones of these ancestral gods. Su Wentian said this to Lin Xian, but he didn't really understand what these 2 god kings were thinking. The universe is already facing such a great crisis, yet the god kings don't even consider the survival of the universe. Do they really think they can turn the tide? Su Wentian simply shook his head. After all, he wasn't one of those 2, so naturally he didn't know what they were thinking. Yes, master, now that you've come out, why don't you take over the position of sect master of the spirit god sect? Lin Xian took the initiative to ask his master, since his position as sect leader had come rather suddenly, and now that his master had been released, the position should naturally be returned to his master. Ha ha, you rascal, I've heard it all from your senior brother. You're doing an excellent job as sect leader. The entire spirit god sect both respects and fears you, so I'll just keep being the sect leader. I've been the sect leader for so long, I'm exhausted. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Su Wentian laughed and said that since the sect leader had already been handed over to Lin Xian, and Lin Xian had managed it quite well, then there was no need for him to take over the mess, since he didn't like it either. Lin Xian replied somewhat helplessly, as he didn't know what to say. You'd better just be a good sect leader. If there's anything you can't handle, then come find me. However, after you've fused with all the ancestral gods' blood essence and bones, your strength will probably be no less than mine. Su Wentian patted Lin Xian on the shoulder and said to him with a smile, Where are you going? Aren't you going back to the spirit god sect? Judging from what his master said, it seemed he wanted a certain place. I'm not going back for now, I'm going to live like an ordinary person. Ha ha, don't come looking for me unless it's something serious. After saying this, Su Wentian transformed into a streak of light and disappeared before his disciples' eyes. No one knew where he went. Watching his master's receding figure, Lin Xian shook his head helplessly. It seemed that the burden of the spirit god sect still had to be placed on his own shoulders. Where are you all going, fellow disciples? Lin Xian took the initiative to ask his senior brothers. Now that their master had been released from the heavenly Tao cage, they no longer needed to stay by his side. Let's go back to the spirit god sect and take a look. The eldest brother took the lead and said that they hadn't returned to their own territory for a long time. Alright, let's go back together then. Lin Xian nodded and spoke to them, then they all entered the spaceship and flew back towards the spirit god sect. When they returned to the spirit god sect, the Linqing Academy's social gathering was only a few days away. Therefore, under these circumstances, Lin Xian decided not to fuse the ancestral god's essence, blood and bones that he had just obtained. After all, based on experience, it would take at least a year to fuse these treasures. Yue, why are the students' relatives invited to this social gathering of the Royal Academy of Yin Valley? Lin Xian asked Yue curiously. He was quite interested in this conference himself, since there had never been such a conference when he was in school. There are many things you can do: help your family members find partners, showcase your family's strength, donate money and supplies to the academy, and so on. In short, it's a very lively event. The students of the academy also try their best to send the most capable people from their families, so as to bring glory to themselves. Yue smiled and explained to Lin Xian that she had done some research beforehand because she was going to attend the social social event with him. No wonder that kid Xiao Chang wants me to come over. After listening to what Yui said, Lin Xian responded with a smile. It seems he also wanted him to provide some protection. According to reports from his secret protectors, Luke from the O'Brien family injured him some time ago, supposedly because of a girl. Yui brought up this matter to Lin Xian. Lin Chang always had someone secretly protecting him, but he wouldn't intervene unless Lin Chang was in mortal danger. Therefore, Lin Xian and Yui both knew that Lin Chang had been beaten. I watched the video at the time. Xiao Qing didn't do anything wrong. It's just that O'Brien Luke was impulsive and ruthless in his actions, and spoke in a sarcastic and mean way. How could they say in front of so many students that Yen Valley Royal Academy is just their backyard? Lin Xian snorted coldly. He was extremely dissatisfied with this Luke. If Tom and Jimmy hadn't been quick-witted enough, Xiao Qing would probably have gotten a severe beating. Lin Xian did not believe that his younger brother was at fault in this matter, so he had to seek justice for him. At this social gathering, I'm going to meet this O'Brien family and see what gives them such arrogance. Lin Xian looked at Yui and said with a hint of anger on his face, the O'Brien family is the royal family of the Yen Valley Divine Kingdom, and also the #1 family in the Yen Valley Divine Kingdom. They have a great background in our sect. It seems that the families of the first elder and the fourth elder are related to them by marriage. Yui explained to Lin Xian in detail that the O'Brien family could be described as an absolute behemoth in the Yen Valley Divine Kingdom. That's why O'Brien Luke is so arrogant and conceited, and dares to commit such blatant crimes within the academy. With such a background, it's understandable that their family is arrogant and disdainful of others. Yui said to Lin Xian, but this time Luke offended Lin Xing, so he's just unlucky. After all, Lin Xian's status is not something the O'Brien family would dare to mess with. Since the incident where Lin Chang was beaten, Bella has stayed in her dormitory and rarely goes out. Lin Chang, Tom, and Jimmy were also very low-key. Apart from attending classes, they stayed in their dormitories at the academy, giving Luke no chance to cause them any trouble. Although Luke also wanted to teach Lin Xing a lesson, he suppressed his impulse because Lin Chang and Bella hadn't been seen together during this time, until the academy's social gathering began. Will the clan chief and ancestors personally attend this gathering? At that moment, Luke was in his dormitory, talking on the phone with his father. Yes, after all, you are a rare genius in the family, and your grandfather is also deeply loved by the clan leader, which is why he decided to attend this academy's joint gathering. Luke's father was equally excited as he spoke to Luke. After all, the current patriarch of their O'Brien family is the current ruler of the Flame Valley Divine Kingdom. In terms of both strength and status, he is at the very top of the universe. His presence at this social gathering on behalf of Luke's family is undoubtedly the greatest recognition of Luke's abilities. That's wonderful. With the clan chief and ancestors here, I'm sure I'll be the most glamorous person at this gathering, Luke said with unusual excitement, and in his mind he could already see himself in that glorious scene. Make a good impression on the clan leader at the social gathering. It will be beneficial for your future development. Luke's father reminded Luke that there were plenty of opportunities to shine at the social gathering. Don't worry, father, I will definitely do my best. Luke made this promise to his father with great confidence. He was very confident in this. After all, his talent was among the best of the new students at the Royal Academy of Flame Valley. Then you should get some rest. See you at the social gathering tomorrow. I'll go with the clan leader. After Luke's father finished speaking to Luke, he hung up the communicator. He also needed to prepare well for tomorrow's social gathering. After disconnecting the communicator, Luke jumped up from the sofa with obvious excitement. Bella, even the clan chief and ancestors value me so much. How could you not obediently become my woman? At this moment, Luke was still thinking about Bella. With the strong backing of the clan chief and ancestors, he was determined to get Bella. After all, the Wilson family was just a decent family in the Yen Valley Divine Kingdom. If they dared to offend the O'Brien family, they would definitely not be able to survive in the Yen Valley Divine Kingdom in the future. Lin Chang, you just wait. I'll make you regret this tomorrow. Luke muttered to himself fiercely. Yen Valley Divine Kingdom, Zodiac Universe Kingdom, Tianyuan Star Region, Yen Valley Galaxy, Yen Valley Planet, Yen Valley Royal Academy. Today, the Royal Academy of Yen Valley is exceptionally lively, with crowds thronging both inside and outside the academy. Outside the academy, countless flying machines were parked, as representatives from all the major families in the Yen Valley Divine Kingdom had come to the academy. The planet's inhabitants, coming and going, also stopped to watch the lively scene inside the academy from the outside. Inside the academy, it was even more outrageous. Although each new student was only allowed to bring a maximum of 3 relatives, these relatives would bring along some personal guards or slaves. Therefore, it is no exaggeration to say that the number of students in the academy is dozens of times greater than before. Fortunately, the Royal Academy of Yen Valley is large enough so it does not feel crowded. Hello everyone, this is the freshman social gathering of Yen Valley Royal Academy this year. Many legendary figures have come today. It is said that the ruler of our Flame Valley Divine Kingdom, the patriarch of the O'Brien family, King Fei Yen, will also come in person. I will be providing live updates on the conference announces progress, so please stay tuned and don't leave. A cultivator who focuses on live streaming has now entered the interior of the Yin Valley Royal Academy and begun live streaming the social gathering for the people of the Yin Valley Divine Kingdom. This kind of live stream is not something ordinary people can do, only those with connections are qualified. After all, only people with such status can enter the Royal Academy of Yin Valley under such special circumstances. Doing live streams here right now would be incredibly lucrative these next few days, with massive, almost unbelievable, traffic.
At this moment, Luke of the O'Brien family was standing at the main entrance of the Yin Valley Royal Academy, waiting for the arrival of his patriarch.
Because he was the 7th generation descendant of the clan chief Fei Yen, he could only address the clan chief as his ancestor. However, because of his great talent, he had more opportunities to meet the clan chief. Luke's face was beaming with excitement and happiness, as if he were the center of attention and everyone had to watch him. That's true, because everyone knows that the ruler of the Flame Valley Kingdom came here to participate in the social gathering for Luke's sake.
Look at Luke, he's really annoying to look at.
Many of the freshmen watching from a distance said the same thing. After all, Luke had a very bad reputation in the academy.
Shoo, keep your voice down.
There are a lot of experts here, don't talk nonsense.
They can hear you even from far away.
Upon hearing the other person's complaint, his friend quickly reminded him that it was best not to say anything carelessly in this kind of situation. Hearing his friend's reminder, the person stopped talking nonsense, but it was clear that he was still very angry. But Luke has a powerful background, even the ruler of the Flame Valley Divine Kingdom cares about him.
With such a background, who can do anything to him?
Let alone teaching him a lesson, even saying a bad word about him behind his back would likely have very negative consequences.
At this moment, Lin Chang was standing at the entrance of the Yin Valley Royal Academy, in a very small spot, his face showing anxiety.
Standing beside him was Bella Wilson, who was also waiting for her family to arrive.
Because of Luke, the head of the Wilson family will also be coming in person this time.
After all, he knew that Luke liked the girl from his family, and he was also given the opportunity to meet King Fei Yen.
He was not willing to miss this precious opportunity.
Soon, Lin Xian and Yui flew directly to the academy's main gate. Because they were mixed in with the many aircraft, most people here did not see them. Moreover, the cosmic genius battle has been over for quite some time, and everyone has probably forgotten what Lin Xian and Yui look like. More importantly, Lin Xian and Yui slightly changed their appearance this time, focusing on being low-key. Before Lin Cheng even saw Lin Xian and Yui, Lin Xian had already located his younger brother's position.
Two white lights flashed, and Lin Xian and Yui suddenly appeared in front of Lin Cheng.
After all, they were both cultivators who knew the laws of space and time, so teleportation was quite simple for them.
You scared me.
Lin Qing was so startled by Lin Xian and Yui suddenly appearing in front of her that she almost screamed.
So timid?
Lin Xian looked at his younger brother's expression and said with a smile,
"Brother, sister-in-law, you just came like this?"
Lin Qing asked, somewhat speechless. He's the sect leader of the Spirit God sect, after all.
Doesn't he have any pomp and circumstance when he comes to the academy? If we don't do it this way, how else should we do it?
Seeing Lin Cheng's somewhat disappointed look, Lin Xian patted his younger brother's head and said in an annoyed tone,
"At least make it work."
Lin Qing said helplessly, "My brother and sister-in-law are too low-key, so low-key that I can't even say anything about it. Don't worry about the surface effect, it's useless.
You'll gradually understand this later."
Lin Xuanyu earnestly advised her younger brother that at his age, it's understandable that he cares about saving face, but it's not a big problem.
All right.
Faced with her brother's lecture, Lin Cheng nodded, though it was unclear whether she had taken it all to heart.
You must be Bella, from the Wilson family?
While Lin Xian and Lin Cheng were talking, Yui came to Bella's side and asked her a question.
"Hello, I'm Bella." Bella nodded obediently and answered Yui. "That's really good. Xiao Qing has good taste."
Yui said with great satisfaction.
"Is it as good as my taste?" Lin Xian walked to Yui's side and asked jokingly.
Yui replied irritably, "I can't help but praise him for this kind of question, since he's interested in me." Seemingly having heard Bella's laughter, Luke turned to look at Lin Xing, his eyes filled with disdain and mockery.
"Bro, Luke is watching us."
Seeing Luke's annoying gaze and expression, Lin Xing said to Lin Xian with great displeasure. Lin Xian also turned his head to look at Luke over there, his eyes full of coldness, but he did not send any bad signals.
"Ignore him."
Then Lin Xian ignored Luke and spoke calmly to his younger brother. Meanwhile, Luke instructed the person beside him, "Have Bella come over and tell her that if she doesn't come, her entire family will be in trouble." Luke didn't want to see the woman he loved now by that brat Lin Xing's side.
"Understood, young master."
After receiving Luke's orders, he walked towards Bella alone.
Luke's servant quickly approached Lin Cheng.
He looked arrogantly at the group of people in front of him, then said to Bella in a fairly polite manner, "Miss Bella, my young master requests your presence."
Knowing that Luke liked Bella, he naturally dared not neglect her.
If he treated her poorly, he would certainly suffer the consequences if Bella became the young master's wife.
"I'm not going."
Upon hearing what the person said, Bella instinctively stepped back and answered him very firmly. Lin Cheng also stepped forward, standing in front of Bella, and said to her, "Where she stands stands as her freedom. Why should she go over there? Lin Xian and Yui stood quietly beside them, waiting to see what outrageous things Luke could do. Miss Bella, my young master said that if you don't go, your whole family will pay the price for your actions. The servant's tone turned cold and sharp. Although he didn't specify what the consequences would be, his meaning was very clear. Upon hearing this, Bella's expression immediately changed. It has to be said, this was exactly what she feared most. Influenced by these words, Bella involuntarily took a few steps forward, because she dared not gamble with the fate of her entire family. Lin Cheng looked at Lin Xian and shouted anxiously, if he doesn't take action soon, I'm going to be bullied to death. Lin Xian smiled slightly, walked up to Bella, and said gently to her, don't worry, your family will not suffer any consequences. After saying that, Lin Xian walked up to Luke's servant, stared at him fiercely, and said, word by word, you can get out. You're not welcome here. Hearing a stranger dare to speak to him like that, the servant was furious and was about to yell at Lin Xian, who do you think you are, daring to interfere? But before he could finish speaking, he found himself unable to speak, no matter how hard he tried. Lin Xian didn't even glance at the other person again. With a gentle wave of his left hand, the servant flew dozens of meters away and returned to Luke's side. Seeing the servant suddenly return, Luke asked in confusion, why are you back? Where is Bella? Luke didn't see Bella coming over, and his face already showed displeasure, which is why he questioned her. But when the servant tried to answer, he found himself unable to open his mouth, as if there was a seal in his heart that prevented him from speaking. He could only frantically gesture with his hands, meaning that someone was causing trouble, which was why Bella hadn't come over. Luke slapped the servant across the face and cursed angrily. Although he glanced at Bella again, seemingly as a warning, it was unclear what he was thinking. He wouldn't really want to take revenge on my family, would he? Bella asked Lin Cheng with concern. As a young woman, she really didn't want to implicate her entire family because of her. Don't worry, with my brother here, you really don't need to worry. Lin Cheng comforted Bella, saying that he couldn't directly tell her about her brother's identity, and perhaps her brother had his own plans. That Luke from the O'Brien family is really audacious. In this situation, he still dares to do something so outrageous. He even openly threatens Bella with his entire family. What's the difference between this and robbery? Yui was getting a little angry. As a woman, she could feel Bella's helplessness. If it weren't for the two of them being here today, or rather, if it weren't for their status and strength, Bella would definitely have already been taken by Luke. Let him run rampant for a while longer. If heaven wants to destroy him, no one can stop it. Lin Xian said calmly, to destroy something, you must first make it grow stronger. Lin Xian understood this principle well, which is why he did not take direct action. If he reveals his identity now, Luke will definitely not dare to do anything, and then I will have no leverage to deal with him. Therefore, Lin Xian chose to conceal his identity and keep a low profile, so as to see what outrageous things Luke could do by relying on the power of his family. After a while, more and more people gathered at the gate of the Royal Academy of Yin Valley. Although many people had already waited for their relatives, they should have entered the academy by now. However, they all knew that O'Brien Fei Yen, the ruler of the Yin Valley Divine Kingdom, was coming, so they would naturally wait quietly here. If they had the opportunity to make contact with him, that would be a very good opportunity for development. There are more and more people. It seems that Fei Yan's influence and appeal are still great. A smile appeared on Lin Xian's face, but it carried a hint of sarcasm. If you revealed your identity and told us in advance that you were coming, there would probably be even more people here. Yui jokingly said to Lin Xian, as the ruler of the Yin Valley Divine Kingdom, he has the greatest power within the kingdom, so naturally countless people want to curry favor with him. What good will waiting here do? Do you think you can get him to do things for you just because you met him once? Or will seeing him make you more powerful? Lin Xian said with great boredom, although these people are all people with status in the Yin Valley Divine Kingdom, their greatest skill is probably flattering superiors and bullying inferiors. Lin Xian looked down on such people. He only respected those who stood at the top of the cosmic pyramid through their own strength. For example, his master, Su Wentian, founded the Lingshan sect and was the strongest in the universe. Such a person is a true strongman and should be admired and liked by everyone. Of course, everyone has their own ambitions, and Lin Xian also understands that he cannot assume that other people's ideas are wrong just because of his own. They are just trying to survive in the universe. You're right, but many things are given by God, and there's nothing they can do about it. Who wouldn't want to be the most influential person in the universe? Yui spoke earnestly to Lin Xian, and what she said was the absolute truth. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian had to say, that's fate. Perhaps your life was predetermined from the moment you were born. Thinking of this, after saying these words, Lin Xian truly felt a strange power emerging within his body, and this power definitely did not belong to any first-class law. What kind of power is this? A huge question arose in Lin Xian's mind. He had already comprehended all the first-class laws, so logically, his power should only be the power of these laws. However, he was certain that this inexplicable power was within his body. Although it was very small, it seemed to hold an extremely high position. Any law power within his body that encountered it had to avoid it. Could this be a power that does not belong to the heavens?
heavenly Tao? Lin Xian had this suspicion in his mind because it seemed to be the only possible answer. Lin Xian turned to look at Yui beside him and noticed that Yui had also changed. This change wasn't a change in Yui herself. Yui herself hadn't changed at all. Rather, it was that Lin Xian's perception of Yui was different from before. What is this hazy aura emanating from Yui? Why haven't I seen it before? Lin Xian's face was full of confusion. He still didn't understand what had happened. Seeing Lin Xian suddenly look at her with such a puzzled expression, Yui asked him curiously, "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something wrong with me?" Hearing Yui's question, Lin Xian could only give a simple answer, "I don't know either." Then he looked at his younger brother Lin Cheng and Bella beside him. He found that when he looked at them now, they also had a hazy aura about them. However, compared to Yui, the aura about the two of them was clearer to Lin Xian. Lin Xian quickly looked at the other people standing there, and the result was just as he had expected. Sure enough, when I look at everyone now, they all have a hazy aura about them, some clearer and some blurrier, which seems to be related to the strength of the other party. After so many people observed him, Lin Xian immediately suspected something was amiss, but he still didn't know what it was. The inexplicable power within his own body, along with the hazy aura emanating from others, gave Lin Xian many questions. But just then, two people walked towards them. They were looking for Bella. "Our family patriarch and my father have arrived." Bella said this to Lin Cheng and the others. Approaching them were the head of the Wilson family and Bella's father. Walking in front was William, the patriarch of the Wilson family, and walking behind was Bella's father, Weihai, William's seventh-generation descendant. The Wilson family is considered a large family in the Yin Valley Divine Kingdom, operating many large businesses, but they basically do not participate in politics. Therefore, their family has always had the custom of marrying into political families in order to ensure the development of their family. Therefore, as an outstanding representative of the Wilson family in this generation, Bella's marriage was destined to be unhappy because she had to make sacrifices for the family. Bella was raised with this kind of education, which is why she dared not disobey Luke and could only refuse him politely. However, if he used underhanded tactics, she would have no choice but to submit. Theoretically speaking, Bella shouldn't have a destiny of her own. She could only be a sacrifice for her family. However, she met Lin Cheng, and everything changed. "Greetings, chieftain." "Greetings, father." Bella quickly went over and politely greeted the chieftain and her father. Not bad. It's clear you've done a very good job educating them." Chief William had basically never met Bella, but he knew that Luke liked her very much. When William met Bella this time, he was very satisfied with her appearance, figure, temperament, and manners. That's why he praised her to Weihai. Hearing William's words, Yui felt uncomfortable and said to Lin Xian, "Why does it feel like he's evaluating a product?" "Sister-in-law, Bella told me that this is how it is in her family. There isn't much kinship, everything is based on interests." Even her father didn't treat Bella like a father and daughter, it was more like a teacher and student. Lin Cheng whispered to Lin Xian and Yui that Bella had talked to her about these things. That's why Bella's mind is so simple, because she basically doesn't interact with outsiders and rarely communicates or plays with others. They were all raised independently under their father's guidance. In Bella's own words, only in this way could they easily be noticed by the young masters of those families, which is truly tragic. "She's a pitiful person, you'd better treat her well from now on." After listening to Xiaoqing's words, Yui gave Xiaoqing some instructions. "That's for sure." Lin Cheng patted his chest and assured Yui, "Families in business are bound to only care about profits, that's their way of survival and development. At the same time, they also have to curry favor with government officials and be careful to exploit the lower-level people who work for them. Then funds will flow to them rapidly, and over time they will become business tycoons." Lin Xian looked at William and Weihai and said to Yui and Lin Cheng in a low voice, "This is the process of how a businessman gets rich. It has three core elements: exploitation, accumulation, and flattery. If they do these three things well, they can almost guarantee that they can continue to develop steadily." William and Weihai weren't far from Lin Xian and the others, so they could naturally hear Lin Xian speaking. After hearing Lin Xian's words, William and Weihai's expressions turned noticeably more unpleasant. "Who are they? How did you end up with them?" Since they didn't recognize Lin Xian and the other two, Weihai asked his daughter Bella somewhat angrily. They are all my friends from the academy." When confronted with her father's questioning, Bella hesitated and stammered, fearing that the chieftain and her father would blame her. "Aren't you going over there yet?" Seeing that Bella was becoming difficult to deal with, Yui reminded Lin Cheng beside her. Hearing Yui's reminder, Lin Cheng quickly walked over and stood next to Bella, confidently saying to William and Weihai, "Hello, seniors. I'm Bella's classmate and also her boyfriend." When Lin Cheng said those last words, Bella froze on the spot. She hadn't expected Lin Cheng to be so direct, daring to say that he was her boyfriend in front of her clan leader and father. William and Weihai looked at the young man in front of them, their expressions turning somewhat grim. "Who are you?" However, as top businessmen in the universe, William and Weihai, although their expressions were not very pleasant, their attitudes were still quite good, because they know that they must never offend anyone without knowing the other party's background, which is one of the reasons why their family has been able to grow so
large. My name is Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng stood next to Bella and naturally introduced her to William and Wei Hai. Hello Lin Cheng. Bella didn't mention having a boyfriend at the academy in her communications with me, did she? Aren't you being too subjective? As Bella's father, Wei Hai must have communicated with Bella before she went to the academy, so he knew that Bella did not have a boyfriend. Hearing Wei Hai say that, Lin Cheng seemed a little embarrassed, but he quickly said confidently, she didn't have it before, but from now on, she does, doesn't she, Bella? Lin Cheng turned to look at Bella and asked her in front of so many people. Bella blushed, seemingly a little shy, but she neither refused nor agreed, appearing to have tacitly consented. Xiao Qing is really bold. Doesn't she think about Bella at all? There are so many people here, how can she possibly admit it? Yui said helplessly, but there was nothing she could do. Being brave enough to do it was a good start. Lin Xian smiled slightly. He didn't think it was a big deal. In any case, this social gathering would eventually solidify their relationship. Seeing that his daughter didn't respond, Wei Hai didn't know what to say. At this moment, Wei Hai, as the head of the clan, spoke up and said to Bella, come with us first. Regardless of the current situation, Wei Hai, as the clan leader, still needs to make a statement. After all, Fei Yan, the clan leader of the O'Brien family and the ruler of the Yin Valley Divine Kingdom, is about to arrive. Under the clan chief's orders, Bella temporarily left Lin Cheng and followed Wei Hai and William to a spot not far behind Luke. Watching Bella leave, Lin Cheng felt a little uncomfortable and returned to Lin Xian and Yuyi's side in a huff. Don't worry about temporary gains or losses. What's meant to be yours will be yours eventually, and what's not meant to be yours, you can't force it. Lin Xian smiled and said to Lin Cheng, since his identity was not revealed, there was no problem with William and Wei Hai's choice. Considering their family's interests, they would definitely have to side with Luke first, and couldn't afford to offend this young master of the O'Brien family. Seeing William and Wei Hai lead Bella behind him, Luke, who was standing in front, revealed a smug smile. He turned and glanced at Lin Cheng in the distance, his eyes full of mockery and disdain. Although he didn't say anything, it was clear what he wanted to express. Lin Cheng simply snorted and ignored Luke. Just then, a large flying vehicle arrived above the entrance of the Royal Academy of Flame Valley. This aircraft is very large, and from the outside it looks like it can hold hundreds of people. This is the personal aircraft of Fei Yan, the ruler of the Yin Valley Divine Kingdom and the patriarch of the O'Brien family. The interior of the aircraft was like a house, filled with all sorts of objects and equipment, and there were even slaves dedicated to serving it. Sitting in this aircraft was quite a pleasure. At this moment, besides a few slaves, only Fei Yan and Lu Chuan were inside the aircraft. Lu Chuan is Luke's father and Fei Yan's fourth-generation grandson. He himself is not very popular with Fei Yan, but his father, Luke's grandfather, is one of Fei Yan's favorite grandsons. Now, his son Luke is also the most talented in the family, so Lu Chuan's status in the family has risen a lot, and he always has a happy smile on his face. Those standing at the entrance of the Royal Academy of Flame Valley became excited upon seeing the arrival of the large flying vehicle. Luke, in particular, immediately stood up straight, looking very energetic, with a smile on his face, ready to welcome the arrival of the clan chief and ancestor. The large aircraft slowly came to a stop in midair in front of the entrance to the Royal Academy of Yin Valley. Then, the aircraft's gate opened, and a celestial ladder emerged from inside the gate and slowly descended to the ground. After the sky ladder landed steadily, Fei Yan and Lu Chuan stepped out of the aircraft. Fei Yan walked in front, Lu Chuan followed behind, and several guards also came down. Fei Yan was dressed casually, not at all formal, and had a friendly smile on his face. He looked at everyone standing below and kept waving to them, as if he were on an inspection tour. Everyone applauded and cheered, enthusiastically celebrating Fei Yan's arrival. Luke and the dean of the Royal Academy of Yin Valley stood at the very front of the crowd. They were the most qualified to stand here. Wow, what a grand display. Looking at the scene of Fei Yan's appearance, Lin Cheng couldn't help but sigh. That's because your brother is modest. Otherwise, Fei Yan would have to stand there to greet him. Hearing Lin Cheng's words, Yui jokingly said to Lin Cheng, but what she said was true. As the sect leader of the Spirit God sect, he had the right to appoint anyone as the ruler of the Flame Valley Divine Kingdom. Therefore, the identity of the ruler of the Yin Valley Divine Kingdom is like a god to others, but it is not worth mentioning in front of the sect master of the Spirit God sect. Sigh, but my brother insists on keeping a low profile, Lin Cheng said speechlessly, glancing at Lin Xian beside him as she spoke. Don't worry about these superficial things. Let him enjoy his moment in the spotlight. Maybe he won't have another chance later? Lin Xian looked at Fei Yan and Luke. Before coming, he had already had someone thoroughly investigate the O'Brien family. Lin Xian knew everything they had done over the past 1,000 years. In Lin Xian's mind, Fei Yan was only destined to enjoy his glory for a few more days, which was why Lin Xian said that. The O'Brien family, relying on their power in the Flame Valley Divine Kingdom and the protection of two elders within the Spirit God sect, can act with impunity within the Flame Valley Divine Kingdom. No one else dared to complain, but because of their power, they handled everything very well, and on the surface, they had no problems at all. However, if you want to investigate and investigate seriously, these things can be easily found out. Do you really want to do it the way you've planned? Yui asked Lin Xian again, because the matter of deposing the ruler of the Yin Valley Divine Kingdom was of great importance. Upon hearing Yui's question, Lin Xian simply nodded without speaking, but his meaning was already quite clear. In fact, Lin Xian's idea was very simple. Fei Yan had been the ruler of Yengu Divine Kingdom for so long. Therefore, due to their special status, the O'Brien family has established a very large power base within the Flame Valley Divine Kingdom. This development was definitely not a good thing for the Spirit God sect, which is why Lin Xian had this thought in his mind. In other words, from any perspective, the position of the ruler of the Yin Valley Divine Kingdom is bound to be replaced this time. Of course, if the O'Brien family hadn't done such outrageous things over the past few thousand years, and if Fei Yan had been a very good ruler, then Lin Xian certainly wouldn't have made such a decision. It was all Fei Yan's own fault. Fei Yan and Lu Chuan, unaware of what awaited them, continued to enjoy the warm welcome from the crowd. Greetings, clan chief and ancestors. Greetings, father. Upon seeing Fei Yan and Lu Chuan come down, Luke quickly stepped forward and greeted them politely and respectfully. Fei Yan looked at Luke with great satisfaction, nodded slightly, and praised, "Not bad. You have my old style. Thank you for the praise, clan chief and ancestors." Upon hearing Fei Yan's praise, Luke excitedly thanked him, saying that the praise was quite valuable and showed that Fei Yan truly believed in him. Lu Chuan stood behind Fei Yan, also with a smile on his face, looking proud and enjoying himself. The dean of the Royal Academy of Yin Valley also stepped forward, bowed to Fei Yan, and said, "Your Majesty, greetings. We are very pleased with your arrival. It truly brings honor to our academy." Regardless of their status, when facing the ruler of the Yin Valley Divine Kingdom, they must flatter him and dare not slack off in the slightest. "Shall we go in together then?" Fei Yan simply nodded slightly and asked the dean a question in return. "Please come in." The dean and Luke immediately moved aside, and the guards that Fei Yan brought also stood in front to clear a path for Fei Yan, moving the crowd aside to make way for a wide road. Then Fei Yan walked in front, followed by the dean and Lu Chuan, with Luke standing in the third row, and then the guards that Fei Yan brought. After these people entered the gates of the Yin Valley Royal Academy, the rest of the people began to follow them and one after another. Lin Xian, Yui, Lin Xing, and the others also mingled among them, following the main group into the academy. The freshman orientation party was held outdoors because there were so many participants that the venue was chosen to be an open-air plaza. On the huge square, many round tables had already been set up, but the tables were not all the same size. Some were larger and some were smaller. Outside the main gate of the square, there are many college staff members guarding the area. Anyone who wants to enter the square needs to show their student ID. Then, the staff will take him and his family to the pre-arranged table based on the student ID number and name. A standard-sized round table can seat 8 people, which is generally enough to accommodate 2 or 3 new students and their families. Lin Cheng led Lin Xian and Yui to the entrance of the square and handed their student IDs to the staff at the entrance. "Lin Cheng, number 108, please follow me." After reviewing Lin Cheng's student ID, the staff immediately knew where he was located. And so, Lin Cheng, Lin Xian, and Yui followed a staff member into the plaza. At this moment, many people had already sat down in the square, numbering around 1,000, which was only about half of the participants in the conference. Round table number 108 is located in the southwest corner of the square. This location is a bit remote, but the view is still quite good. This location is a bit out of the way, bro. Lin Xing sat down. At this time, there were no other students sitting at the round table, only Lin Xian and his 2 companions, so he complained to Lin Xian. "It's alright, it's just a position." Lin Xian didn't seem to care at all. Looking at the people attending the social gathering, he silently shook his head. Luke and the others were sitting in the very front row, right in the center, at the biggest table, and the dean and vice dean of the academy were sitting at that table. Looking at Luke and the others' location, Lin Xing said to Lin Xian with some displeasure. Given the O'Brien family's status, and the fact that Fei Yan came in person, they naturally deserved such treatment. To be honest, it was already a great honor for the dean and vice dean of the Royal Academy of Yin Valley to be able to sit at the same table as the king of Yin Valley Divine Kingdom. This was only because they were on home soil, otherwise, they would never have had the chance to sit at the same table with Fei Yan in their entire lives. "You should look at where Bella is sitting, not focus on that, Luke." Upon hearing Lin Xing's words, Yui reminded him. "Bella and her family are sitting in the southeast direction, which isn't a very good spot. Isn't their family quite large? Why are they seated in such a remote location?" Lin Xing asked, somewhat puzzled. The Wilson family is quite famous and very wealthy in the Yin Valley Divine Kingdom. Logically speaking, the positions shouldn't be arranged like this. Although the family is large, its status is not high. Take our Lin family for example. There are very few people, and the family is not large, just a few people, but the status is very high. In the universe, strength is valued first, then status. Divine sects are greater than divine kingdoms, and political parties are greater than commercial parties. According to this order, the Wilson family is naturally not of high status. Yui explained to Lin Xing in detail that although purely commercial families are wealthy and large in scale, their social status is not high. high, because in the eyes of those political bigwigs and powerful figures, they are nothing at all. They can even be considered mere tools. Well, no wonder Bella is so afraid of that O'Brien family member. Lin Ching then understood Bella's predicament. There are indeed quite a few people attending this conference, including some very powerful families, as well as some people from the Spirit God sect. Yui had noticed these people long ago, and they were all sitting in very good positions. After all, the status of the Spirit God sect was higher than that of the Flame Valley Divine Kingdom itself. Before long, the freshmen who were at the same table as Lin Xian and the others came over. There were 4 of them in total, 1 freshman and 3 relatives. Hello, I am Francis Devon, this is my father Francis David, this is my mother Irish Mauburn, and this is our family steward Franklin Pitt. Francis Devon introduced himself and his family to Lin Xian and the other 2. It was clear from their conversation that they were members of the Francis family. In return, Lin Qing stood up and introduced her brother and sister-in-law to the other party. After exchanging friendly greetings, the 7 people sat down. It seemed that the Francis family members were very well-mannered and polite. May I ask what your family does in the Flame Valley Divine Kingdom? Lin Xian was the first to speak, because he hadn't heard much about this family before, and since he had been assigned to this position, their status in the Yin Valley Divine Kingdom must not be high. We are high-level managers of an ordinary universe kingdom next to the Flame Valley Divine Kingdom. Our status in the universe kingdom is acceptable, but it is not enough in the Flame Valley Divine Kingdom. Peter, the Francis family steward, answered Lin Xian in this way. Indeed, as he said, not to mention the high-level management of ordinary universe countries, even the rulers of ordinary universe countries would not have a high status at this conference. I see. While chatting with the other party, Lin Xian sent a message to the intelligence department within the Spirit God sect, asking them to send over all the information about the Francis family. Devon was also a freshman at the Royal Academy of Yin Valley. Although he had only met Lin Qing for the first time, the two seemed to get along very well and kept talking. Lin Xian and Yui, on the other hand, chatted with the other 3 about some things in the Yin Gu Divine Kingdom. Forgive my bluntness, but although the Flame Valley Divine Kingdom is the strongest among the 5 great divine kingdoms, it actually harbors many hidden dangers. When Francis David said this, he seemed a little sad. Whether for the development of God's kingdom or for himself, it was unclear. Oh, then tell me what the potential risks are. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian immediately became interested. Please don't take offense. I was just talking casually, and it was just a joke. It's not serious. David quickly spoke to Lin Xian, because he was afraid that if what he said got out, it might cause him some trouble, so he had to find an excuse first. Lin Xian smiled slightly and replied, "It's alright, we're just listening for a bit." In this Flame Valley Divine Kingdom, although there are many people in charge and everyone's functions are clearly defined, the O'Brien family is the only dominant family, because King Fei Yen likes to keep all the power in his own hands. It can be said that whether it is a big matter or a small matter, it basically has to be approved by him. Moreover, he has connections within the Spirit God sect, so the Spirit God sect turns a blind eye to his actions. Most importantly, he is somewhat selfish. He uses the resources of the entire Divine Kingdom to help his family develop. So, although the Divine Kingdom is developing, its development speed is not as fast as that of his family. David laid out all the problems he had observed in one breath, pointing out the biggest problem facing the Flame Valley Divine Kingdom at that time, the O'Brien family's absolute dominance. Fei Yen is selfish, and the Spirit God sect doesn't really care about him. After all, the Flame Valley Divine Kingdom is developing and there are no major problems on the surface, so of course they don't want to get involved. Who would want to offend the first elder and the 4th elder for no reason? Lin Xian nodded and said to David, "The problem you mentioned does seem to exist. If you had problem-solving skills, how would you solve it?" Lin Xian then asked a fatal question, a question that most people wouldn't dare to ask, let alone at such a social gathering. When Lin Xian asked such a bold question, David and the other 2 were stunned, and cold sweat broke out on their bodies for no reason. "Young man, you might be talking nonsense." David quickly reminded Lin Xian, and looked around to make sure no one else was paying attention to them. "It's alright, there are a lot of people and gossips here, no one will pay attention to us." Lin Xian smiled slightly, seemingly unconcerned, since he truly didn't need to care. "It's still better to be careful. I've heard that King Fei Yen has placed his own people in every corner of the Yin Valley planet," David said in a low voice, but he had only heard about it and had no real evidence. "Do you think that finding someone from elsewhere to be the new ruler of the Flame Valley Divine Kingdom would solve this problem?" Since the other party refused to speak, Lin Xian directly offered his own solution and told him to listen. "You are truly bold, but it is indeed a good idea. People from other places shouldn't have much power in the Yin Valley Divine Kingdom, although it will be difficult at first. With enough means and the support of a powerful background, we should be able to wipe out the old forces within 100 years." David nodded and whispered to Lin Xian. Although his voice was very soft, Lin Xian could hear the other man's imposing manner and courage in his words. Upon hearing what the other party said, Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction, as if he had already made up his mind. Seeing Lin Xian's expression, Yui guessed what he wanted
to do, so she quietly asked him, "You want him to become the new ruler of the Yin Valley Divine Kingdom?" Lin Xian nodded and said to Yui, "I just had the intelligence department investigate the Francis family, and I'm very satisfied with the results. This family has an excellent reputation in that universe country, and the living environment there is much better than in other universe countries, with extremely high resident satisfaction. Moreover, they handle the vast majority of matters impartially and without favoritism, making them truly excellent candidates." This is all the information Lin Xian obtained from the intelligence department. It can be said that the Francis family is indeed very capable of management. If they're so powerful, how come they're only high-level managers in a space nation? Yui asked, somewhat puzzled. If that's really the case, they should have advanced long ago. Because they had inadvertently offended the O'Brien family and the Spirit God sect in the past, their path to advancement was cut off, since their family doesn't have any impressive background to speak of. Lin Xian explained to Yui that because of their way of doing things, they would offend these high-level people, which is why they lost better development opportunities. I see. That explains everything. After listening to Lin Xian's words, Yui understood the reason behind it. In the universe, background is extremely important for development. If he were to become the ruler, could he accomplish what he just said, to eradicate the original forces within 100 years? Yui asked with some concern. This is not a simple matter. After all, the law does not punish everyone, and Lin Xian cannot punish everyone in the Yin Valley Divine Kingdom who is related to the O'Brien family. The only way to deter others is to make an example of them, so more important responsibilities will be left to the newly appointed ruler, who must therefore possess exceptional political abilities. That shouldn't be a problem. Their family has managed to get to this position without any powerful connections, so their political skills must be quite impressive. Lin Xian explained to Yui that he trusted the Francis family on this point and that it shouldn't be a problem. Just as the group at the table was chatting, Lin Qing's good friends from the academy, Tom and Jimmy, also came over. What they had always been curious about was Lin Qing's background. How could he have a living allowance of 100 million universe coins a month? Tom and Jimmy walked out from behind him with smiles, and at that moment they also saw Lin Xian and Yui sitting next to Lin Qing. Seeing that it was Tom and Jimmy who had come, Lin Qing's face lit up with joy. After all, these two were her best friends at the academy. "Why did you two come here?" "I was looking to see where you were sitting." Lin Qing smiled and asked them, but since coming in, she didn't seem to have been looking for their behavior. "I just wanted to come and see you." "Why are you sitting in such a remote spot?" Tom asked, puzzled. Logically, this shouldn't be the case, since he and Jimmy were sitting in better seats than Lin Qing and the others. As for the seating, it doesn't matter where you sit. Lin Qing could only mimic how her brother spoke to her, and spoke to Tom and Jimmy. Tom nodded. He knew there were only two reasons for this situation: either the academy didn't know Lin Qing's background, or his background was indeed ordinary, but his family was willing to spend money on him, which was why he had so much living expenses. "You must be Tom and Jimmy, right? Sit down together, let's talk." Looking at Tom and Jimmy, Lin Xian smiled and said to them. Lin Xian had a pretty good impression of the two of them. Although he knew they had their own agendas, they were ultimately helping his younger brother, Lin Qing, so Lin Xian didn't care. Seeing Lin Xian's warm invitation, Tom quickly asked, "He is my older brother Lin Xian, and this is my sister-in-law Yui, whom I have mentioned to you before." Lin Qing introduced his brother Lin Xian, saying that he had often mentioned his brother to Tom and Jimmy before. "Hello, elder brother and sister-in-law." After listening to Lin Qing's introduction, Tom and Jimmy very politely greeted Lin Xian and Jimmy. "Don't stand on ceremony with me. You are Xiaoqing's friends, so you are my friends. Sit down and let's talk." Lin Xian invited them again, because he really had something to tell them. Before coming here, Lin Xian had already learned about the situation of Tom and Jimmy's families. He was surprised to discover that although both families were quite respectable within the Flame Valley Divine Kingdom, they had virtually no connection with the O'Brien family. Therefore, these two families have almost lost the opportunity to develop and are just living off their past achievements. After learning this, Lin Xian decided to give Tom and Jimmy's families a great opportunity to assist the new ruler of the Yin Valley Divine Kingdom. They are from the Francis family. You should get to know each other. You might even need to work together in the future. Lin Xian smiled and said to them, which sounded very strange and left everyone present completely baffled. David, Pete, Tom, and Jimmy were all stunned. They couldn't understand the meaning behind Lin Xian's words at all. They had no relationship with each other, so how could they possibly work together? Let's just consider it as making friends. We've all come together by fate, which is quite rare in the Flame Valley Divine Kingdom. Lin Xian continued, saying that if it weren't for his younger brother Lin Qing, there wouldn't be such a gathering today. After all, this is a social gathering, meant to allow everyone to communicate and strengthen relationships. Since we've ended up sitting at the same table, it's truly fate. Brother Lin is absolutely right. This is truly fate. Let's raise a glass to celebrate this fate. David, a seasoned veteran of the political arena, was naturally familiar with these tactics. At Lin Xian's enthusiastic invitation, he stood up and addressed everyone. With someone already taking the lead, everyone
everyone at the table stood up, clinked glasses happily, and drank it all in one gulp.
Ha ha, not bad. Today is one of the few happy days I've had. It's really not easy.
After finishing his drink, Lin Xian laughed loudly. Because his voice was so loud, almost everyone at the social gathering could hear him, and they all looked in his direction. Seeing that everyone at their table had stood up with smiles on their faces, I couldn't help but feel envious. After all, the first table had already created a great atmosphere. Sitting in such a remote place, you really have a carefree attitude.
Ha ha.
However, those attending the social gathering quickly realized that sitting in such a remote place meant they must have no status or position.
So their initial envy turned into perfectly normal mockery and disdain.
Especially the O'Brien family members sitting at the main table, they shook their heads and showed disdain in their eyes when they saw Lin Xian and his group's performance. Luke went so far as to say the word clown directly. Although he spoke very softly, Fei Yan still heard him because the two of them were sitting together.
What? You know them?
Fei Yan could sense that Luke must know the people at that table, otherwise he wouldn't have said those two words with such a strong tone. To be honest, clan leader and ancestors, the person at that table is the one I had a conflict with, but I taught him a lesson back then.
He's just a clown. Luke said it casually, seemingly not taking Lin Qing seriously at all.
Yes, these people who have no sense of respect need to be taught a lesson.
As the ruler of the Yin Valley Divine Kingdom, Fei Yan's tone when he said this was extremely arrogant.
In his view, anyone who dared to challenge the authority of his family within the territory of the Flame Valley Divine Kingdom was simply courting death.
The clan chief and ancestors were right. Upon hearing Chief Fei Yan's words, Luke nodded and smiled in agreement.
I think it's been a long time since everyone has witnessed the methods of our family. Since many powerful families from the Yin Valley Divine Kingdom are here at this conference, let's make an example of them. Fei Yan gently picked up the wine glass on the table, took a very elegant sip, and then said this to Luke.
Elder Chief, do you mean to let that boy be the chicken?
Luke, understanding the implication, asked Fei Yan, though he himself naturally hoped it would be so.
Fei Yan didn't speak, but nodded slightly, looking very pleased. I understand, but what should I do?
In this situation, Luke, as a naive newcomer, naturally didn't know what to do, or rather, he didn't know what was the reasonable course of action.
Leave it to your father and the dean. They know what to do. Just cooperate with them.
As Fei Yan spoke, he glanced at Lu Chuan, Luke's father, who was sitting next to him.
I'll take care of it right away.
Upon hearing Fei Yan's words, Lu Chuan immediately understood what to do, so he got up and left his seat to sit next to the dean of the Yin Valley Royal Academy. Seeing this, Luke smiled with satisfaction. This was a perfect opportunity to teach Lin Qing a lesson. Making Lin Qing lose face in front of so many important figures would be more satisfying than killing him. This was Luke's thought. He wanted more than just Bella, he wanted to make Lin Qing pay the price. After all, because of Lin Qing, Luke lost face in front of his underlings and freshmen, and the girl he was pursuing didn't choose him.
This was something that the arrogant and conceited Luke could not tolerate.
Lin Xian and the others, who were sitting in a corner of the square, were naturally unaware of the decision that Fei Yan and his group had made. The people at their table were still enjoying their lively conversation, a rare moment of happiness for Lin Xian. About 5 minutes later, the entire college square was finally filled with people who were supposed to come.
The social gathering was finally about to begin.
Greetings to all the new students who have joined the Royal Academy of Yin Valley in the past 2 years. Greetings to all my friends and family who have taken time out of their busy schedules to attend the freshman social gathering at Yin Valley Royal Academy.
I hereby declare the freshman social gathering of this year's Yin Valley Royal Academy officially open.
As the dean of the Royal Academy of Yin Valley, he naturally had to personally preside over such a grand event. After all, the ruler of the Yin Valley Divine Kingdom was present, and he couldn't possibly let the vice dean preside over it.
After this simple opening, the first thing the dean naturally wanted to mention was Fei Yan's arrival. It is a great honor. Our esteemed Lord O'Brien, Mr. Fei Yan, is personally present at this freshman orientation meeting.
Let us welcome Mr. Fei Yan with the warmest applause and give him a few words to our freshman orientation meeting. As soon as the dean finished speaking, extremely enthusiastic applause rang out throughout the square.
However, Lin Xian, Yui, and Lin Qing did not make a move, and the three of them did not even glance at the dean and Fei Yan.
This behavior aroused the curiosity of everyone sitting at the same table.
After all, Fei Yan was the ruler of the country, and even if he had any objections, he would not dare to show them so obviously.
However, Lin Xian and his two companions dared to act so recklessly, seemingly disregarding Fei Yan, the king. After a round of enthusiastic applause, Fei Yan slowly stood up. Even though he had been the ruler of the country for so long, he still enjoyed the feeling. Here, everyone, please don't be shy, and don't treat me like a king.
I'm just the patriarch of this kid Luke. Here, there is no ruler of the Flame Valley Divine Kingdom, only Luke's family.
Everyone, eat well, have fun, and do your best.
That's all I have to say. Do as you please.
Fei Yan's words sounded so casual, but everyone present knew that they were just polite words and should not be taken seriously at all. After listening, Lin Qing also complained with a look of disgust. Is that true or false?
On one hand, you say we shouldn't treat him like a king, but on the
the other hand, you're making him so special. Lin Xian and Yui simply smiled slightly, not caring what Fei Yin said. Why do you seem to be hostile towards King Fei Yin? Is there some kind of conflict between you? David listened to their words and, considering their behavior, felt very strange, so he took the initiative to ask them. Lin Xian couldn't say directly about this issue, so he simply explained to David, there are some contradictions, but they can be resolved quickly. Solve it? That makes sense. It's actually quite easy to solve here, since we get to see Fei Yin in person. David thought about Lin Xian's words and realized that he was right. As long as you are willing to pay the price, there is no conflict that cannot be resolved. He thought Lin Xian wanted to use this social gathering as an opportunity to give Fei Yin some benefits and resolve the previous conflict. He neither knew nor could he fathom Lin Xian's identity, nor could he discern the true way to resolve the conflict with Lin Xian. After Fei Yin finished speaking, the Dean of Yin Valley Royal Academy stood up again and told everyone present about the precautions for this freshman social gathering. To put it bluntly, this conference is a comprehensive one. Everyone can do whatever they want, but it's best if it brings some benefits to the Royal Academy of Yin Valley. With the Dean's personal explanation, everyone finally understood the process of the freshman social event. After the Dean finished speaking, the red curtain at the front of the square was slowly drawn back, and a rectangular platform appeared in front of everyone. This platform is the main stage for our freshman social gathering. All freshmen and their relatives and friends can choose to go up on stage and do what they want. For example, most of the freshmen are at the age when they are just beginning to experience romantic feelings, so our college encourages everyone to find their other half within the college. Usually, due to studies in cultivation, you may not have time to express yourselves or show yourselves. And now, this freshman social gathering is a great opportunity. No matter who your crush is, you can loudly proclaim their name up here. Of course, whether the other party is willing depends on the sincerity and strength you demonstrate. Furthermore, if multiple people confess their feelings to one person, we hope that there will be a fair competition on the platform. This competition can be a battle, or it can be a contest of strength, wealth, appearance, sincerity, and other aspects. We are all very happy to see it. However, ultimately, it depends on the other person's own wishes to choose their partner. We have no right to decide. The Dean explained the purpose of the platform to everyone, saying that it was the main stage for the freshman social gathering. After listening to the Dean's explanation, some of the more introverted students blushed, while the more extroverted and lively students were all eager to try. However, since most of these new students are disciples from large families, they are naturally confident, so everyone is eager to go up and show off. Without further ado, I'm sure everyone's been itching to get started. I hereby declare the freshman social gathering officially open. Freshmen or their friends and family who wish to perform on stage, please go ahead. On the high platform, the Vice Dean of our Yin Valley Royal Academy will personally preside over the event. After the Dean finished speaking, the Vice Dean sitting next to him flew directly onto the high platform. Then, several freshmen also wanted to go on stage to show off their talents and confess their feelings to the girls they liked. But without exception, they were all pulled back by their loved ones, who said earnestly, "Luke from O'Brien's family hasn't gone up yet. Why are you in such a hurry to go up? Just to show off how great you are." All right. Hearing their relatives scolding them, these freshmen realized what the problem was. Indeed, Luke is closest to the platform and has the highest status on the field, so he should be the one to step up. Fei Yin and Luke could also sense that some freshmen wanted to go on stage, but without exception, they were all stopped. They're all quite sensible. "Luke, wait a little longer before going on stage." Fei Yin said to Luke with great satisfaction that he had deliberately prevented Luke from going on stage first, so that others would definitely not dare to go on stage either. Then, after waiting a few minutes, let Luke go on stage. This way, he can highlight his specialness. This is Fei Yan's idea. Luke nodded. He wasn't stupid. As soon as Fei Yan explained, he immediately understood the reasoning. A minute later, no new student chose to go up to the platform. Just as Fei Yan had predicted, everyone was waiting for Luke to go up first. With the king here, no one dares to be the first to step forward. Francis Devon, sitting next to Lin Xing, said this, and everyone understood, a point that was tacitly agreed upon. Luke will either be the first or the last to go on stage, but the timing of this event is uncertain, so it's definitely better for him to be the first. Therefore, this good order can only be reserved for him. Anyone who steals Luke's thunder by being the first to take the stage is bound to cause trouble. Francis David explained to them that no one would do that in this situation. But just as David finished speaking, Lin Xian smiled and said to his younger brother Lin Xing, "Since they are all being modest, why don't you go up first? You shouldn't be nervous, right? With both of you here, what do I have to be nervous about?" Hearing her brother Lin Xian's words, Lin Xing smiled happily and asked, "Then I'll just go up?" "Go ahead, say what you want to say, do what you want to do, and leave the rest to me." Lin Xian smiled indulgently at his younger brother, completely ignoring the strange looks he received from others. Since that's the case, Lin Xing didn't delay any longer and left his seat, walking towards the high platform at the front of the square. Seeing Lin Xing's behavior, David and the others were shocked. What was wrong with these three? Had they gone mad? The others others in the square also saw Lin Xing walking by, and their faces showed the same expression of shock. Is he going to climb the platform? Many of the new students expressed their doubts. It seemed that Lin Xing's goal was the high platform ahead. Bella, who was sitting at another table, naturally saw Lin Xing as well, and her heart jumped into her throat with nervousness. This kid, how come he has no sense of propriety at all? He actually wants to be the first one to climb onto the platform? Seeing Lin Xing's behavior, Bella's father, Wei Hai, commented very bluntly, if he confesses his feelings to you, you can't go up to him. You have to wait for Luke. Wei Hai quickly reminded his daughter Bella, since he knew that Lin Chang's target was definitely Bella. Father, he'll be so embarrassed if I don't go up. I have to go up. Upon hearing her father's words, Bella immediately retorted that if Lin Ching confessed his feelings to her and she chose not to go up to him, it would be disrespectful to Lin Chang and would make him lose face in front of everyone. She could not do such a thing. Listen to your father. You mustn't go up there. William, the patriarch of the Wilson family, echoed this sentiment, strongly agreeing with Wei Hai's opinion that the O'Brien family should not be offended under any circumstances. Hearing the clan chief say the same thing, Bella's eyes immediately reddened. Looking at Lin Xing, who had already ascended the platform, she silently apologized to him in her heart. Lin Xian had naturally anticipated this situation. He knew that Bella's family would definitely not allow their daughter to go on stage. So when Lin Xing left his position, he arranged for someone to send a notification to William of the Wilson family and Wei Hai. Don't stop Bella from going on stage. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences. William and Wei Hai's personal miniature identity devices received this message simultaneously. Upon seeing the message, both of them wore expressions of extreme shock. They were not shocked by the content of the message, but by the person who sent it. The sect master of the spirit god sect? William's voice trembled slightly as he whispered to Wei Hai, this identity is absolutely impossible to fake. But the two of them really couldn't believe that the sect leader of the spirit god sect would personally send them a message, especially one about Bella. Ancestors, what do we do now? Wei Hai was at a loss when he saw the sudden news, and didn't know what to do, so he could only ask William. William took a deep breath, put away his personal miniature identification device, and said emphatically, is there even a question? Just do as the message says. At this moment, O'Brien, Fei Yan, Luke, and the others also saw Lin Cheng preparing to go on stage, and their faces showed incredulous expressions. That brat actually dared to be the first one to go up to the platform? Luke simply couldn't believe that Lin Cheng would dare to make such a bold move under these circumstances. It seems we really need to teach them a lesson they'll never forget. Fei Yan remained calm and said that he would not allow anyone to be disrespectful or lacking in manners in front of him. Upon hearing the clan leader's words, Lu Chuan immediately understood and gave the dean of Yen Valley Royal Academy a look. Yen Gu Royal Academy nodded and then gave the vice dean standing on the high platform a look. The vice dean nodded slightly, indicating that he understood, because they had already discussed what to do before going on stage. At this moment, Lin Qing finally reached the high platform. Let's give a warm round of applause to the first freshman to step onto the platform. The vice dean, with a smile on his face, called out to everyone present. Although the words were spoken, the applause from the audience was not very loud, because there were only a handful of people clapping. They all knew this wasn't the time to flatter. As long as it wasn't too embarrassing, it was fine. Hearing the applause from below, Lin Qing didn't seem to care. She walked confidently and gracefully to the center of the platform, looked at the thousands of people below, and bowed politely to them. Hello, please introduce yourself to everyone and explain why you are here on stage. Following procedure, the vice dean walked up to Lin Qing and spoke to him gently. Hello to all the new students and their families. I am Lin Qing from Class 3 of the Yen Valley Royal Academy. The main purpose of my visit here is to express my love to a girl. Lin Qing, neither humble nor arrogant, calmly and slowly explained to everyone the purpose of his ascent to the high platform. Upon hearing this, Luke, who was sitting not far from the audience, showed an angry expression. These were the words he was supposed to say, but Lin Qing had taken them from him. Oh, I wonder which lucky girl will receive the first confession at this social event. The vice dean, acting like a straight man, stood beside Lin Qing and asked him with a smile. She's Wilson Bella from Class 6. I like her. From the moment she entered the college and became my deskmate, my heart was captured. That's why I'm standing here today, with everyone's attention and witness, to express my feelings to her. Lin Qing didn't say much, but everything he said came from the bottom of his heart. These were his true thoughts. Wilson Bella, are you willing to accept Lin Qing's confession? If you are, please go up to the platform and accept his confession. If you are not, please also go up to the platform and tell him your reasons for rejection. After listening to Lin Qing's words, the vice dean looked at everyone below the stage and addressed them. Bella sat there, her eyes red. She longed to go up, but her father and the chieftain both forbade her to. Hurry up and go up. Just then, Bella's father, Wei Hai, suddenly spoke to her. What? You want me to go up? Bella turned around and asked her father incredulously. Yes, go up there, do as you please, Wei Hai said very tactfully. Bella had no idea what had happened, seeing her father's change in attitude, but in any case, It was a good thing. After receiving permission from her father and the clan chief, Bella rushed quickly toward the platform, seemingly in a great hurry. Seeing Bella's expression, everyone present understood that Lin Chang and Bella were in love. What? You're saying Luke also likes Bella? But when the freshmen told their relatives and friends about this fact, their faces changed to a different expression. Then those two have no chance. Luke is sitting right there. How could he possibly allow the two of them to be together? The spectators' mindset had shifted. They were certain a rare and exciting show was about to unfold. Before going on stage, Bella wiped away her tears and tried her best to adjust her emotions and mindset to the best possible state. Let's give Wilson Bella a warm round of applause as she ascends the platform. Upon seeing Bella take the stage, the vice dean immediately addressed everyone, saying that this would give her some time to process her emotions. Amidst enthusiastic applause, Bella walked to the center of the platform. She stared intently at Lin Chang, and it was clear that the two of them were indeed connected. Luke, watching from below the stage, certainly couldn't allow the two of them to behave like that on stage, so he had to go up on stage immediately. Luke suddenly stood up from his seat, and in that instant, all eyes in the entire square turned to him. Luke slowly left his seat and walked up to the platform. The vice dean, standing on the platform, immediately knew what to do. The vice dean proactively moved to stand between Lin Chang and Bella, making it impossible for them to see each other. This vice dean seems to be one of Fei Yan's people. Lin Xian immediately saw through the vice dean's trickery from his eyes and actions. It was obvious that he was trying to stop Lin Chang and Bella. That's normal. After all, we're all sitting at the same table, and we're all sensible people. Yui nodded and said to Lin Xian. When David and the others saw this, they frowned and asked Lin Xian, could it be that Luke also likes Bella? Yes, Luke likes Bella too. He even beat up my brother because of it before. Lin Xian nodded and explained to David and the others without reservation that there was nothing to hide about such a thing. Well, if Luke takes the stage, your brother might have a hard time dealing with him. David said with great concern, given Luke's family background, it seems Bella hasn't considered the right to choose whom. No matter what, we have to try. Until the results are in, everything is unknown. Lin Xian smiled slightly and said this to David and the others. He was curious to see what the O'Brien family could do at this social gathering. That's true in theory, but it's rarely the case in reality. As a man who had seen much of the world, David raised his voice in a mournful tone and said that he had once been like Lin Xian, but it was to no avail. The reality was always cruel. Let's give a warm round of applause to welcome Luke O'Brien of the O'Brien family to the platform. The vice dean didn't even need Luke to introduce himself. He shouted loudly to everyone present in the most excited tone. A tremendous burst of applause erupted from below the platform, far more enthusiastic than when Lin Ching had taken the stage earlier. It was clear that everyone was very supportive of Luke. Luke also came to the center of the platform, looked at Lin Chang with a mocking expression, as if he were looking at a clown. Hello everyone, I'm O'Brien Luke, and I also like Bella Wilson from the Wilson family. Luke spoke to everyone with great confidence, as if announcing a fact, allowing no room for rebuttal. I must say, Bella is incredibly popular. Since two people have confessed their feelings to the same girl, we should naturally follow the rules of the competition and let them compete against each other so that we can select the more outstanding student. The vice dean addressed everyone in this manner, seemingly forgetting the most crucial point. He hadn't consulted Bella herself. Bella looked at the vice dean, wanting to say something, but he stopped her with his eyes and gestures. It was clear that he didn't want Bella to say what was on her mind. The vice dean led Bella to a corner of the platform before returning to the center and guiding Lin Chang and Luke to the front of the platform. Two brave and handsome male students have both fallen for a beautiful female student. Now, we'll put on a fair competition for everyone to see who will emerge victorious. The vice dean addressed everyone with great enthusiasm, as if this competition was inevitable. Of course, no matter what, this competition was necessary, because what Luke wanted was to see Lin Xian make a fool of himself, and to make him make a fool of himself in front of so many people, and these people were all people of status and position in the Yin Valley Divine Kingdom. I wonder if you two are willing to compete. If not, that's fine too. The vice dean glanced at the two of them, then asked with a smile. Luke answered with great confidence, of course I'd love to. I'm sure brother Lin Chang wouldn't refuse either. Luke deliberately provoked Lin Chang with his words, fearing that Lin Chang might be unwilling to compete with him. Hearing the words of the vice dean and Luke, Lin Ching understood that they were setting a trap for him, inviting him to fall into it. If Lin Chang had no background, he really wouldn't dare to accept it, but with Lin Xian around, there was no need for him to be afraid. Of course I'm willing to accept it. After all, just like the vice dean said, the competition will definitely be fair. Lin Ching smiled as well. He specifically emphasized the word fairness to remind them not to go too far, otherwise, it would be hard to say who would be left in an awkward situation. That's definitely fair, the vice dean replied with a smile. Those sitting below the stage could naturally see the vice dean's bias towards Luke, but there was nothing they could do about it. Looks like Lin Ching's in for a rough time. Luke has no intention of letting Lin Ching off the hook. Many freshmen were worried for Lin Ching, since they didn't have a good impression of Luke either. Lin Ching, on the other hand, was very generous generous within the academy, often treating the freshmen to meals, so he was much more popular than Luke. However, personal connections are useless in the face of absolute strength and status, and they cannot help Lin Cheng now.
Since both sides agree, let's go in and begin the first competition. The vice dean announced this to everyone and gestured for Lin Cheng and Luke to walk to the left and right sides of the platform, keeping them as far away from each other as possible. As a student of the Royal Academy of Flame Valley, and as a member of the universe, personal strength is still very important. Therefore, the first competition item is a contest of individual combat ability. Lin Cheng has been a freshman for a year, while Luke has only been a freshman for less than half a year. Lin Cheng should have the advantage in terms of study time, so this competition is already somewhat biased towards Lin Cheng. The vice dean said very honestly that what he said was indeed true, but it didn't make much sense. The difference in individual strength lies primarily in talent and training time, rather than the time spent in the academy. Before entering the Royal Academy of Flame Valley, Luke had already cultivated for a year, so his cultivation level was already higher than Lin Cheng's, not to mention his talent was also better than Lin Cheng's. Therefore, this competition is inherently unfair in terms of the selection process. Actually, the only thing to compete in at the social gathering should have been talent, since competing in talent doesn't require fighting, which is more in line with the nature of the social gathering. However, due to the influence of the O'Brien family, the competition turned into a contest of individual combat skills. Their purpose was very simple: to embarrass Lin Cheng and make him lose as badly as possible. How fair! They clearly know there's a difference in talent between the two sides, yet they still have to have a real battle. Lin Xian snorted coldly and said in a cold voice, "It's not like you're just blatantly trying to bully Lin Cheng. The academy's higher-ups have very close ties with the O'Brien family. They don't even care about the most basic rules of a social gathering." Tom said this, as he knew very well that the previous social gatherings only tested talent and skill level, and there was no actual fighting. No wonder they dared to say that the Yen Valley Royal Academy was the O'Brien family's backyard. It's absolutely true, not an exaggeration at all. Lin Xian said with a meaningful sarcasm, clearly showing his dissatisfaction with the performance of the higher-ups at Yen Valley Royal Academy. Shao Chung should just admit defeat and not let Luke's plan succeed. There's no need to act rashly. Yui, on the other hand, considered Lin Cheng's feelings and thought that it was indeed possible to admit defeat, which would be more painful for Luke. In Luke's view, Lin Cheng was definitely unwilling to admit defeat directly in front of Bella, which is why such competition exists. That way, Luke can use his strength to thoroughly defeat Lin Cheng. But if Lin Cheng directly admits defeat, Luke won't be able to show anything, and he'll feel frustrated. Even if he wins, he won't be happy. Just as Yui had predicted, after the vice dean finished explaining the competition details, Luke, who had been gathering his strength and preparing to make his move, suddenly heard a voice coming from the other side. "I choose to concede defeat in this competition." Lin Cheng smiled and loudly admitted it to everyone, seemingly without any pressure. Upon hearing Lin Cheng's words, Luke, who had been clenching his fists, immediately showed an angry expression on his face, staring at him fiercely as if he wanted to devour him alive. "Well, Lin Cheng, isn't it a bit inappropriate to admit defeat in front of a girl?" The vice dean was actually speaking up for Luke, which is why he spoke so blatantly. "There's nothing wrong with it. I'm very self-aware, and I believe Bella would like to do the same, wouldn't she?" As Lin Cheng spoke, she turned to look at Bella and asked her a question. Bella didn't speak, but simply nodded silently, indicating her strong agreement. Seeing this, everyone below the platform could see that Bella cared about Lin Cheng as a person, not about a man's pride or the so-called winning or losing. It seems Bella truly loves Lin Cheng, because she doesn't care about saving face, but about his safety. Many of the new students' relatives and friends said the same thing. Although they were all big shots in the Yen Valley Divine Kingdom, they actually longed for this kind of affection in their hearts. Therefore, seeing Bella's performance naturally evoked some emotions, but they did not forget their own identities. Listening to Lin Cheng's answer and observing Bella's behavior, the vice dean understood that gaining an advantage for Luke was not a simple matter. "So, Luke has won the first contest. Let's give him a round of applause." The vice dean smiled and addressed everyone below the platform. Although the applause was very enthusiastic, Luke was furious inside, and there was no joy on his face. "Clan leader, what is Lin Cheng's background?" Watching Lin Cheng's performance on stage, and recalling the message he had received earlier, Wei Hai asked William, puzzled. "I've been thinking about this for a while now. I remember that in the Cosmic Genius battle a few years ago, the champion was named Lin Shen. He was the disciple of the white-clad god king Su Wentian, and his status in the spirit god sect was extraordinary. And this Lin Cheng also has the surname Lin. If he is related to Lin Xian, then everything seems to make sense." William said thoughtfully, "This is the information I could guess. After all, the fact that Lin Xian was the sect leader of the spirit god sect was not known to outsiders. They only knew that Lin Xian was the champion of the Cosmic Genius battle. What you said seems to make a lot of sense. I think Lin Cheng really does look a bit like Lin Xian." Hearing the clan chief say this, Wei Hai agreed with the statement, and the two did indeed look similar. "If that's the case, then we need to re-evaluate
evaluate Lin Shang. William said this, and they dared not disobey the Spirit God sect. After all, the Spirit God sect was behind the Flame Valley Divine Kingdom. As one of the three major sects, it is almost impossible for them to enter the Spirit God sect, or even to establish a relationship with it. But once they can establish a connection, they can practically do whatever they want in the universe. Even the O'Brien family doesn't have that kind of influence. After the first competition, we'll now compete in the second one. After two people get together, they can't stay together forever, so in addition to comparing their own strength and combat power, they also have to compare the protective capabilities of their families. After all, girls often need to carry out certain activities under the protection of their family guards, so this second competition is a competition of the strength of the family guards. The Vice Dean introduced the second competition to everyone, which could be said to be a very friendly competition for Luke. You should know that in the Flame Valley Divine Kingdom, there is probably no family stronger than the O'Brien family, and their family's guards are naturally very strong. The rules of the competition are very simple. Each side will send out 3 participants, all below the god level, to fight one-on-one. The winner will be determined by a best-of-3 format. Moreover, each participant can only participate in 1 match at most. Now, please both sides begin to arrange the participants. The Vice Dean quickly explained the rules of the competition, which were very simple and easy to understand. There were no fancy tricks, it was just a pure contest of strength. After listening to the Vice Dean's explanation, a huge uproar immediately broke out below the platform. Everyone believed that Lin Qing's side was bound to lose again. Luke stepped down from the platform. Fei Yan had already made arrangements, as his bodyguards were perfectly capable of handling the competition. Let the 3 of them go. They are all cultivators who have comprehended 1 first-class law and 2 second-class laws. Their strength is already among the top in the guard industry. Fei Yan said very casually, as the ruler of the Yin Valley Divine Kingdom, his guards were naturally the elite of the elite. Of course, although their duty was to guard, they were still slaves controlled by Fei Yan, and only obeyed Fei Yan's orders. Thank you, clan chief and ancestors. We are sure to win this battle. A satisfied smile appeared on Luke's face. With 3 guards like these participating, he had no idea how Lin Shang was going to win. Lin Shang, on the other hand, was standing on the high platform. She didn't need to go down to discuss it with her brother, because they would come up soon. The selection of brothers is a competition that is very disadvantageous for you. Fei Yan's guards are all top-notch. David said to Lin Xian with great concern that it would be impossible to get guards of that level if one's family did not have a very high status. However, Lin Xian just smiled slightly and said to David and the others, "We've known each other for so long, but we haven't yet shown you our strength as husband and wife. Now that we have this opportunity, let's give you a little demonstration." Hearing Lin Xian and Yu Yi's words, David and the others were taken aback before saying, "You mean, you want to go up there yourself?" "Yes, the 2 of us will go up ourselves." Lin Xian nodded, and after speaking, he and Yu Yi held hands and instantly transformed into a streak of light, teleporting to the high platform. Everyone was surprised to see the 2 people who suddenly appeared on the platform. The Vice Dean was also very curious, so he immediately asked Lin Xian and Yu Yi, "May I ask who you 2 are?" "We are the participants representing Lin Qing in this second competition." Lin Xian looked at the Vice Dean and gave a very simple answer. "Where is the other person?" The Vice Dean asked. After all, the competition requires 3 people to participate. "The 2 of us are enough. We don't need a third person," Lin Xian said calmly, his tone revealing unparalleled confidence. Lin Xian's voice was loud enough for everyone in the square to hear clearly. Everyone below the platform stared wide-eyed at Lin Xian standing in the center of the platform, exclaiming in amazement. This match is a best-of-3 series, and Lin Xian's words mean that he and his team are guaranteed to win, and there is no need for a third person to participate. As the ruler of the Flame Valley Divine Kingdom, Fei Yan had been biding his time and had not shown any signs of aggression. But after hearing Lin Xian's words this time, she could no longer hold back and stood up to angrily rebuke Lin Xian. In the face of overwhelming strength, how can one be arrogant? Lin Xian looked down at Fei Yan, but he did not unleash his full power, so the others could not sense Lin Xian's true strength. Today I'll let you taste the consequences of your arrogance." Fei Yan didn't bother with further words. The 3 guards had already arrived in the square and, following Fei Yan's orders, flew to the high platform. In Fei Yan's eyes, Lin Xian and Lin Shang were just minor characters who came from who knows where, so he didn't take them seriously at all. In fact, the ruler of the Yin Valley Divine Kingdom where Fei Yan resides naturally knows Lin Xian, has met Lin Xian, and has also learned through the Grand Elder that Lin Xian is now the sect leader of the Spirit God sect. However, Lin Xian and Yu Yi have both changed their appearances, so Fei Yan can't recognize them at all. If he could recognize them, he would never dare to say these words in front of Lin Xian. "I'd like to see what the consequences will be," Lin Xian said indifferently, not taking the 3 guards sent by Fei Yan seriously at all. "Now that all the participants from both sides have arrived, let's proceed with the first step, checking the skill levels of the participants from both sides." The Vice Dean was still following the procedures. After all, the participants in the competition had to be below the god level. If they they were above the god level, it was almost entirely based on the level of law they comprehended. The Vice Dean took out a device specifically designed to test the level and realm of cultivators and placed it next to Lin Xian and the other four. The results were very consistent. All 5 of them were at the peak of the Spirit King level. All 5 participants are at the peak of the Spirit King realm, meeting the requirements for participating in the competition. Both sides, please send out your participants for the first match. At this moment, the Vice Dean stood at the back of the center of the platform, leaving the space in front to the 2 participating teams. Luke sent out a burly, armored guard wielding a large sword. He appeared to be a cultivator of the laws of power. On Lin Qing's side, Yui will fight, while Lin Xian will fight in the second match. Is your sister-in-law okay? Looking at Yui's frail body, Bella, standing next to Lin Qing, asked him with great concern. After all, in terms of physique alone, the other party completely overwhelmed Yui and was fully armed, while Yui was wearing ordinary clothes, making it seem unlikely that she would be a match for the other party. Hearing Bella's words, Lin Qing smiled and said to her, "Don't worry, my brother and sister-in-law absolutely cannot lose, and they will definitely crush them." Lin Qing was very clear about Lin Xian and Yui's strength, not to mention those below the god level. Even god-level cultivators might not be able to defeat the 2 of them. Having comprehended 2 first-class laws, and with the added benefit of the Yin-Yang Rui robe, Yui, although a peak Spirit King-level cultivator, is capable of fighting against a god-level cultivator. Even a god-level cultivator who hasn't comprehended a first-class law wouldn't be a match for Yui. So dealing with the person in front of her is a piece of cake for Yui, a piece of cake. Both sides are ready, proceed. Seeing that both sides had reached the designated positions, the Vice Dean immediately announced to everyone. Fei Yan's guards had received Fei Yan's instructions before going on stage. They had to go all out and make the opponent lose badly, or else they would be punished. Therefore, as Yui's opponent, he charged directly towards her. Having cultivated the law of power, he was extremely fast and had great destructive power. If he got close to Yui, she would probably be injured. However, Yui remained calm in the face of the opponent's attack and gently raised her right hand. 2 streams of air converged wildly around Yui, 1 gray and 1 white. 2 streams of air, like whirlwinds, surrounded Yui. Just as the opponent's greatsword was about to strike Yui, these 2 streams of air collided directly with it. With just a simple collision, the opponent's large knife was sliced to shreds like paper. Seeing this scene, Fei Yan's guards were shocked. They knew that this was an S-grade treasure. How could it be so easily defeated? Destroy. Yin-Yang twin star explosion. At the same time, Yui's eyes suddenly turned into 2 colors, Yin and Yang, and the 2 streams of air instantly turned into 2 vortexes, landing directly on both sides of the other's body. Fei Yan's guards had already sensed something was wrong and were preparing to escape, but the enormous gravitational pull of the 2 cyclones made it impossible for him to move. As Yui moved her right hand, the 2 cyclones exploded on the spot. The immense explosive force should have spread across the high platform, but because a barrier had been placed there beforehand, the power of the explosion could only erupt within the barrier. Then Fei Yan's guards within the barrier will inevitably suffer even greater Yin and Yang power. In the blink of an eye, Yui's opponent was completely reduced to fragments, scattered across the high platform, and disappeared without a trace. Announced the results. Yui glanced at the Vice Dean on the other side, finished speaking coldly, and then returned directly to Lin Xian's side. The crowd below the platform gasped in astonishment at the power Yui had just displayed, and no one dared to utter a sound. Fei Yan, sitting below the platform, also frowned deeply. He never expected the outcome to be like this. The first match has been won by Lin Qing's team. The Vice Dean was clearly shocked by Yui's combat ability. After a while, he announced it to everyone. It's no wonder they were so shocked. Both sides in the battle were cultivators at the peak of the Spirit King realm, and Fei Yan's guards were top-tier cultivators who had comprehended 1 first-class law and 2 second-class laws. Even so, he was blown to pieces by the opponent in just 1 move, without any power to resist. Before everyone could recover from the shock of the first match, the second match officially began. Lin Xian and Fei Yan's other guard walked to the designated location, waiting for the Vice Dean to announce the start of the competition. Both sides are ready. The match officially begins. The Vice Dean loudly announced to everyone, and at the same time, Lin Xian's opponent rushed towards him. As top-tier guard slaves, they primarily cultivate the law of power, as the law of power offers significant advantages in terms of defense. Lin Xian stood there, his body motionless, his eyes fixed intently on his opponent. A mental fluctuation appeared throughout the entire square and then vanished in an instant. None of the people sitting in the square even noticed the slight mental fluctuation. Fei Yan's guards, Lin Xian's opponents, had already stopped all movement and stood there blankly. Then he collapsed to the ground with a thud, crashing heavily onto the platform floor, never to rise again. Announced the results. Lin Xian simply said this to the Vice Dean, and then returned to Yui's side, as if he hadn't done anything. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, the Vice Dean immediately went to where Fei Yan had been guarding. After testing him, he confirmed that the other party was indeed dead. Congratulations to Lin Qingyi for winning the second match. In this best-of-3 series, Lin Qing's team has already won won 2 matches, so this match should be won by Lin Qing's team. Faced with this result, the Vice Dean could not accept it, but he can only truthfully announce it to everyone. Standing to the side, Luke was so angry that he was seeing stars, his fists clenched. He never expected that the second competition would end like this. Lin Qing, on the other hand, looked relaxed, glancing at Luke opposite him and giving him a weak-as-hell gesture. Everyone sitting in the square was still reeling from the shock of the first match, and the second match ended even more easily and simply than the first. What kind of strength do they have? How did he manage to kill them? After all, many of the people sitting here are not very proficient in cultivation, which is why they have such questions. It must be a mental law. But how could someone of the same level in cultivation level instantly kill their opponent? Even those skilled in cultivation cannot explain what just happened. If Lin Xian were a god-level being, then it would be understandable. Amidst the shock and confusion of the crowd, they still extended their hands, giving Lin Xian and Yui the greatest affirmation. The enthusiastic applause said it all. Sitting in the audience, Fei Yan looked at Lin Xian and Yui on stage and felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Vice Dean, please announce the start of the third match. Luke walked over to the Vice Dean and reminded him. Lin Xing also came to the Vice Dean's side at this time. He also agreed with Luke's suggestion. After all, in the previous 2 major competitions, both sides had won one of the matches. This third match is therefore crucial, as the winner will have the right to pursue Bella first. Upon hearing Luke's words, the Vice Dean glanced at the Dean sitting below the stage. The Dean nodded slightly, indicating that the third match could proceed. After receiving the Dean's approval, the Vice Dean stood in the center of the platform and announced to everyone, "Next, we will compete in the third item. To survive in the universe, in addition to personal strength and the strength of our guards, we also need to consider the strength and background of our families. I believe that everyone here has a deep understanding of this. Therefore, the third aspect of the competition is the comparison of the strength and background of Luke's and Lin Qing's families." The Vice Dean looked at everyone below the stage and spoke to them word by word, and what he said was indeed the truth. The importance of family background is absolutely crucial for a cultivator, even surpassing the cultivator's own talent. Take the status of a slave as an example. If you were born on a slave planet, no matter how talented you were, you would basically only be a slave. However, if you are born into a very privileged family, even if your talent is average, you can still enjoy the best cultivation resources, and those cultivators with less talent than you can only be your followers. Therefore, in the universe, the family to which a cultivator belongs is indeed quite important. It is the cultivator's absolute support. In order to ensure the fairness and impartiality of the competition, we will consider the strength of both families from several aspects, mainly including economic ability, combat ability, cosmic status, and cosmic influence. The Vice Dean glanced at Luke and Lin Cheng beside him before continuing. It's clear that this third aspect of the competition is the most important because it examines many things and can, to a certain extent, reveal the true strength of a family. Therefore, this is the competition that Luke is most confident in and least stressed about. Did you both understand? After finishing his explanation, the Vice Dean asked Luke and Lin Xian a question. The two nodded simultaneously, indicating that they understood perfectly. Okay, then I'll give you 5 minutes to prepare. After 5 minutes, you can come back on stage with your family and friends. The Vice Dean said this to the two of them, since this kind of competition required the participation of their families and friends, so he gave them special preparation time. Upon hearing the Vice Dean's words, Luke immediately jumped down from the platform and returned to the side of clan leader Fei Yan. Lin Xian retreated to Lin Xian and Yu Yi's side, and the two of them remained on the high platform without going down. Brother, should we get ready? Lin Xing asked Lin Xian, since he didn't know if his brother Lin Xian was well prepared, so he thought he would ask. No need to prepare. No matter what the competition is, as long as your brother is here, we're bound to win. Lin Xian smiled slightly and confidently assured his younger brother Lin Qing. As the leader of the Spirit God sect, the largest power in the universe, he is arguably the person with the highest status in the universe, so of course he doesn't need to prepare anything. Whether it's comparing economic strength, combat prowess, or cosmic status and influence, no one can surpass him. If we had to say, perhaps only the former sect leader, Su Wendian, would be qualified, but he certainly wouldn't come. Fei Yan of the O'Brien family discussed with Luke and the others for a long time and made very detailed arrangements. After all, they should have won the last game but failed to do so. Did Lin Qing and the others discuss it? They were just standing there, and you could only occasionally see a smile on their faces. Francis David said, puzzled. The people at the table had the same thought. They couldn't understand Lin Xian's actions. Not just them, practically everyone sitting in the square was discussing the strange behavior of Lin Xian and his two companions. 5 minutes are up. Please come to the stage. After 5 minutes had passed, the Vice Dean addressed everyone. Luke and Lu Chuan went up on stage at the same time, while Fei Yan, the patriarch of the O'Brien family, was still sitting in the audience and had not yet gone up on stage. It was not his turn to go up now. On the other side, Lin Qing also walked to the Vice Dean's side, waiting for the competition to officially begin. This competition is a contest of the overall strength of both families, and the first aspect of this contest is the economic strength of both families. If you want to demonstrate the economic strength of both families, then naturally you should see how much cosmic currency each family is willing to spend on related matters. Therefore, this competition of economic strength mainly consists of two aspects. The first is how much each family is willing to donate to our Yen Valley Royal Academy, and the second is how much each family is willing to give to the woman's family. The Vice Dean explained the first part of the competition to everyone in detail. Hearing the Vice Dean's words, Lin Xian and Yui were taken aback at first and then said, "So this is what they were waiting for us to do. This Yen Valley Royal Academy really knows how to make money." Yes, in order to compete for the chance to win, both sides will naturally spend money, and the Yen Valley Royal Academy is the one that gets the money for free. Yui said the same thing, saying that this is a win-win situation and a good idea. In fact, Yen Gu Royal Academy makes a lot of money through this method at every freshman social gathering, which is also one of the academy's main sources of revenue. The people in the square were already used to it. After all, their families had participated in many freshman social gatherings. This freshman social gathering was attended by Fei Yin himself. Given their status and economic strength, Yen Valley Royal Academy was bound to make a fortune, since Fei Yin would definitely spend a lot of money just to meet them. As the Royal Academy of Yen Valley, which nurtures the geniuses of both families, how many cosmic coins are each side willing to donate? The Vice Dean asked Luke and Lin Cheng's relatives and friends with a smile. Lu Chuan took 2 steps forward, his face full of smiles, and stood there, loudly proclaiming to everyone, "The Royal Academy of Yen Valley is the largest academy in our Yen Valley Divine Kingdom, and it has cultivated many talented cultivators for our Yen Valley Divine Kingdom. As the highest administrators of the Yen Valley Divine Kingdom, our O'Brien family naturally pays special attention to the development of the Yen Valley Royal Academy. Therefore, under the wise decision of our ancestor Fei Yen, we are willing to contribute 10 billion cosmic coins to support the development of the Yen Valley Royal Academy." Lu Chuan's words were very official, especially when he mentioned 10 billion cosmic coins. He emphasized it so that everyone present could hear him clearly. 10 billion cosmic coins? Did I hear that right? Good heavens! They actually produced so much money. The crowd in the square exclaimed in surprise. Although their assets were all far greater than that amount, it was definitely impossible for them to take out 10 billion cosmic coins to support the academy. As expected of the largest family in the Flame Valley Divine Kingdom, the O'Brien family spent 10 billion cosmic coins in one go. Sensing everyone's reactions, Luke stood there, a smug look on his face. This was exactly the kind of reaction one would expect upon hearing such a number. 100 billion cosmic coins. This has broken the record for the amount of funding ever given to the freshman social gathering. The highest it ever reached before was only 1 billion cosmic coins. The Vice Dean was also excitedly telling everyone about the record, but O'Brien easily broke it with a single move, and by 10 times the original record. Seeing the O'Brien family being sold, Bella's face showed sadness, and she muttered to herself, "It seems I still can't compete with them." "Don't worry, we won't lose." Upon hearing Bella's words, Yui patted her shoulder and immediately comforted her. "That's 10 billion universe coins," Bella said in shock. She certainly didn't think Lin Cheng and the others could offer more. "Little girl, just wait and see." Yui simply said that when it comes to economic strength, let alone the O'Brien family, even the entire Yen Valley Divine Kingdom is not as rich as the Spirit God sect. As the sect leader, Lin Xian's economic strength was naturally even more extravagant, otherwise, he wouldn't have given Lin Cheng a living allowance of 100 million universe coins per month. Luke has already stated the amount his family will donate to the academy. Now it's your turn. The Vice Dean was in a very good mood at this moment, but he still had to follow the procedure and ask Lin Cheng and Lin Xin questions. Lin Xin smiled slightly, walked to the front of the center of the high platform, cleared his throat, and then said, "As the largest academy in the Yen Valley Divine Kingdom, the Yen Valley Royal Academy should be dedicated to cultivating students, but it seems that it is nothing special today." Lin Xian's words immediately caused a huge uproar in the square. Everyone's expression changed as they looked at Lin Xian on the platform, wondering what he was going to do. The higher-ups at Yen Valley Royal Academy turned extremely ugly upon hearing Lin Xian's words. They never expected anyone to be so audacious. Such a large academy, bearing the heavy responsibility of cultivating geniuses for the Yen Valley Divine Kingdom, turns out to be nothing more than the O'Brien family's backyard. Am I right, O'Brien Luke? After saying this, Lin Xian turned to look at Luke, who was standing on the other side, and asked him seriously. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Luke's previously cheerful expression immediately froze. Wasn't this exactly what he had said when he bullied Lin Cheng? The most embarrassed person at this moment was the Vice Dean standing on the high platform. Lin Xian's words made him feel utterly ashamed. Lin Cheng family relatives and friends, watch your words. If you dare to spout any more arrogant remarks, don't blame the Yen Valley Royal Academy for being impolite. The Vice Dean could only immediately warn Lin Xian, signaling him not to say such things again. What a show of power. Upon hearing the Vice Dean's words, Lin Xian snorted coldly and rebuked him angrily.
On behalf of Lin Cheng, I am donating 1 cosmic coin to your esteemed academy.
Next, Lin Xian looked at the crowd below the platform and loudly announced to everyone, word by word. The words 1 universe coin struck the hearts of everyone present like a heavy hammer. This is only a donation of 1 cosmic coin. It would have been better not to donate at all. Isn't this just making things difficult for the Royal Academy of Yin Valley? Everyone was saying that Lin Xian's donation was definitely something to stir up trouble. Fei Yan and the dean also turned pale. They never expected that Lin Cheng's relative would have the audacity to humiliate the entire Yin Valley Royal Academy in front of so many people.
You're just saying so much because you're broke, aren't you? Luke suddenly became clever and said to Lin Xian with a sinister look on his face. You deliberately said these things to smear the Royal Academy of Flame Valley because you were broke. You're really cunning. Luke continued, saying that he did it on purpose so that everyone would understand the reasoning behind it.
Upon hearing Luke's words, everyone immediately realized what he meant. It has to be said that Luke is quite clever.
Lin Xian didn't answer.
As for whether he had money or not, only he knew the answer, and there was no point in talking about it. This, Lin Cheng, your brother wouldn't be. Bella said to Lin Cheng with great concern, since the current situation seemed to be very unfavorable for Lin Xian.
Don't worry, my brother has his own ideas.
Although Lin Cheng hadn't expected his brother Lin Xian to donate 1 universe coin, he knew his brother must have had his reasons. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Fu Yuan's expression gradually softened as he stood on the high platform. Lin Xian's words in the matter of donating 1 universe coin had truly infuriated him.
Next, both sides will present gifts to the woman's family.
Please welcome Bella and her relatives to the platform.
Following procedure, the vice dean addressed everyone, explaining that since the donation required immediate payment, Bella's relatives and friends needed to come up on stage. Soon, William, the patriarch of the Wilson family, arrived on the platform. He stood beside Bella and looked at the crowd below. First, please have Luke from the O'Brien family present the gifts to the woman's family.
The woman's relatives and friends, please stand here and take out your personal identification miniature devices.
Following the vice dean's instructions, William walked over to Luke and took out his personal identification miniature device. In just 1 second, William received the transfer, and only he knows the amount. Bella's family and friends, how many cosmic coins did you receive? Please tell everyone here loudly. The vice dean asked William the question proactively, because only if he said it would everyone in the audience be convinced. My Wilson family has received a gift of 5 billion cosmic coins from the O'Brien family. William addressed everyone loudly, a look of great joy on his face. Keep in mind that these 5 billion cosmic coins are just a gift. Regardless of Bella's final choice, these 5 billion are a free gift to the Wilson family, so of course they should be happy.
Of course, Fei Yan dared to give so much to her at once because he was certain that Bella would marry Luke, which is why he dared to be so generous.
50 billion cosmic coins. That's incredibly generous. It's less about being generous and more about being genuinely wealthy. Everyone said that even the most generous people wouldn't dare to give away so many cosmic coins.
Only those who are truly rich and don't care about money would dare to do that. In the universe, within the Flame Valley Divine Kingdom, perhaps only the O'Brien family could achieve this. Hearing the clan leader mention the amount of 5 billion cosmic coins, and then thinking about the amount of 1 cosmic coin Lin Xian had just donated, Bella's palms broke out in a cold sweat. The vice dean looked at Lin Xian with a smug expression and said to him, "It's your turn next." Because of what just happened, the vice dean's attitude towards Lin Xian has changed significantly, but this will not have any impact on Lin Xian. Lin Xian stepped forward and easily transferred a sum of cosmic coins to William using his personal identity miniature device. William listened to the notification from his personal identification device, his face showing utter shock. His eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape, completely unable to believe what he was hearing.
This, you didn't turn it into the wrong place, did you?
William's voice trembled slightly as he asked Lin Xian.
We'll be in-laws from now on, so please take this money and use it for now.
Lin Xian smiled slightly and said to William with great confidence.
This in-law surprised everyone in the square once again. This person is incredibly bold. He actually addressed the other party as his in-law right in front of the king. Yes, ever since he came to power, he has never respected the king. Although he is quite powerful, his status and position must also be taken into account. He's probably just young and hot-blooded, so he's being defiant. He'll find out later that being defiant is pointless. Everyone said the same thing. They believed that Lin Xian's dissatisfaction with the O'Brien family was because he was young, talented, and had not yet experienced much of the harsh realities of life. But little did they know that Lin Xian, standing on the stage, would be the sect leader of the Spirit God sect. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Luke snorted and said, "Humph. How many universe coins did you transfer again? You even dare to call your in-laws? How shameless." The woman's relatives and friends, you tell everyone how many cosmic coins he transferred to you. The vice dean really disliked Lin Xian and couldn't be bothered to even glance at him, so he spoke directly to William. William turned around, took a few deep breaths to calm himself down, and then loudly announced to everyone, Lin Cheng's relatives and friends have transferred
transferred 100 billion cosmic coins to the William family. As soon as William finished speaking, the entire square fell silent. Not even a breath could be heard. How much? 100 billion, or 1,110,000? Luke could hardly believe his ears and asked William beside him again to confirm. It's 100 billion cosmic coins. It's 100 million, not one. William repeated this to Luke and everyone else, saying that even he himself couldn't believe it. How is this possible? He gave you 100 billion universe coins? Luke simply couldn't believe that Lin Xian could come up with so much money. The amount was quite outrageous. Lin Qing's family is indeed wealthy. Upon hearing William's words, Tom and Jimmy exclaimed in unison that of all the people sitting here, only the two of them knew that Lin Xian's donation of one universe coin was not because he was short of money. I wonder what they do for a living. How come they're so rich? Jimmy reiterated that the doubts in their hearts had not been completely resolved even now. Fei Yan looked at Lin Xian standing on the stage and felt a strange feeling in his heart. As the ruler of the Yen Valley Divine Kingdom, he absolutely did not believe that an ordinary family could so easily take out 100 billion universe coins. And most importantly, this 100 billion universe coins doesn't seem to mean much to Lin Xian. Lin Xian also glanced at Fei Yan sitting below the platform, his eyes filled with a cold glint. This look startled Fei Yan, and he seemed to realize that something was wrong. Could he be Lin Xian? Fei Yan suddenly thought of this person, because he had met Lin Xian before, so he must have an impression of Lin Xian. The person standing on the platform now looks different from Lin Xian, but his eyes are exactly the same, especially the way he looked at me just now, which is almost exactly the same as the way Lin Xian looked at the patriarch of the Lanfeng family in the video. With this in mind, Fei Yan immediately sent messages to the first elder and fourth elder of the spirit god sect to inquire. However, both the first elder and the fourth elder read his message but did not reply. Why aren't you replying to me? Fei Yan was very worried, as this had never happened before. Little did he know that the 5 elders of the spirit god sect had already been transferred by Lin Xian to the outer space of the Flame Valley planet and were waiting to be summoned at any time. The first and second law enforcement teams of the spirit god sect were also in the outer space of the Flame Valley planet. They didn't reply to Fei Yan's messages because Lin Xian had given them orders not to reveal any information about themselves to Fei Yan. Fei Yan's guess could not be confirmed by the 2 elders, which made him uneasy. In the first round of this third competition, the 2 sides are tied. Next, we will have a competition in the next round, which will be a contest of the background, status, and influence of the 2 families in the universe. The Vice Dean announced to everyone with a smile that this was the last competition, and also the most important one. After the donation event, everyone has a new understanding of the Lin Qing family. They are also curious as to why they can take out 100 billion universe coins and only use them as a gift. Upon hearing the Vice Dean's words, Luke's face revealed an absolutely confident smile. He was certain of victory in this final competition. Please invite the families and friends of both sides to come up to the stage and introduce their families to everyone. We will all vote here, and the side with the most votes will be the winner. Please also invite the Dean of our Yen Valley Royal Academy to come up on stage and personally preside over the following content. The Vice Dean addressed everyone, explaining that since even the ruler of the Yen Valley Divine Kingdom was personally taking the stage, their dean would naturally have to do the same. Their status and position had to be matched. At this moment, Fei Yan had a vague premonition of something bad, so he put away his arrogant demeanor and walked up to the high platform. His gaze remained fixed on Lin Xian, as if trying to confirm his suspicions. Lin Xian looked at Fei Yan with a smile on his face, his previous cold and stern demeanor gone, making him look nothing like himself. Could it be that I guessed wrong? Or am I just confused because of what just happened? Looking at Lin Xian's current state, Fei Yan thought to himself that he still didn't believe Lin Xian would personally come to this freshman social gathering. After several confirmations, Fei Yan still believed that the other party could not possibly be Lin Xian, and his momentum gradually returned. Greetings to all the new students of the Flame Valley Divine Kingdom. I am Fei Yan, the patriarch of the O'Brien family and the ruler of the Flame Valley Divine Kingdom. Fei Yan stood in the center of the platform, looking down at everyone sitting below, and said to them with a smile, I believe I don't need to say anything. You all should know the influence of our O'Brien family in the Flame Valley Divine Kingdom. Even on the scale of the entire universe, our O'Brien family ranks among the top families. So I think this last so-called competition is actually unnecessary. Fei Yan said with great confidence that, in his opinion, there was really no need for it, because no one would dare not vote for him. Everyone present stood up and bowed to Fei Yan, seemingly to express that they completely agreed with what Fei Yan said. Feeling the respect of everyone, Fei Yan turned his head to look at Lin Xian, smiled slightly, and said nothing. Everything was done through his actions. Standing behind Fei Yan, Luke was incredibly proud to see this scene and gave Lin Qing a weakling gesture. Bella was standing behind the clan chief and her father, feeling extremely sad. Under these circumstances, she couldn't imagine any possibility of being with Lin Qing. It can't be that simple. William said softly, as someone who received Lin Xian's message, I also received a gift of 100 billion universe coins from Lin Xian. Xian. Having been through thick and thin for so long, he could definitely guess that Lin Xian's identity was anything but simple, at least no weaker than O'Brien Fei Yan. Our ruler is wise and mighty, and his majesty is immeasurable. No one in the Yen Valley Divine Kingdom dares to disobey him. The dean also came to Fei Yan's side, spouting some sycophantic nonsense. It seems that both the dean and the vice dean of Yen Valley Royal Academy have forgotten about Lin Chang and his group. This is understandable. In their view, the outcome of the competition was already decided, so there was no need for the competition at all. Therefore, they were too lazy to follow the procedures. What's going on? They've finished their presentations. Shouldn't it be our turn? Why are we having to vote now? Seeing everyone in the square submitting, Lin Qing stepped forward and proactively spoke to the dean. Everyone listened to Lin Qing's words with puzzled expressions. This kid was quite bold, speaking so directly. That's true, since nobody knows who you guys are yet. We need to introduce ourselves properly. Before the dean could answer, Luke interrupted and mocked Lin Qing, his face full of disdain as he spoke. Luke's words immediately drew laughter from most of the people in the square. Alright, then let's invite the Lin Qing family members and friends to introduce themselves to everyone. Since Lin Qing has said so, the dean can only say the same thing. Then, Fei Yan, as the ruler of the Yen Valley Divine Kingdom, gestured for everyone to sit down, as there was no need to stand and listen to their introduction. After everyone was seated, Lin Xian calmly and slowly walked to the very front of the center of the platform. I don't really have any family at the moment, since apart from my parents, wife, and younger brother, I don't have any close relatives. Lin Xian honestly told everyone that this was indeed his true situation. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, most people laughed. This guy was ridiculous. He didn't even have a family, yet he dared to cause trouble for the O'Brien family. However, some meticulous people immediately thought of an absurd question. For example, David of the Francis family would think that if Lin Xian could casually take out 100 billion universe coins without a family, where did he get the money? With this question in mind, David focused intently on Lin Xian on the high platform, waiting to hear what he would say next. Although it cannot be considered a family, from today onwards, there will be a new Lin family in the universe, and I will be the patriarch of the Lin family. Lin Xian spoke very firmly to everyone present, as if he were announcing something very important. Cramming at the last minute? They're only starting to set up a family when it comes to the introductions? That's hilarious. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Luke laughed again and mocked. Strange things happen every year, but this year there seemed to be more than usual. The people in the square also laughed out loud. It was the first time they had ever seen someone start to establish a family under such circumstances. The Lin family, headed by Lin Xian, a cultivator at the peak of the Spirit King realm, is currently the sect master of the Spirit God sect. Lin Xian didn't care about their laughter. Instead, he calmly introduced himself to everyone, speaking very loudly enough for everyone to hear clearly. The people who were laughing heartily suddenly stopped smiling when they heard Lin Xian's last words, and their mouths gaped open. They watched Lin Xian on the high platform slowly transform back into his original form. The entire square was silent. No one uttered a single word. For these people, the title of sect master of the Spirit God sect is an absolute blow, a complete crushing of their status. Fei Yan turned to look at Lin Xian beside him, and he was certain that this was the Lin Xian he had seen before. Fei Yan, you should still recognize me, right? Lin Xian looked at Fei Yan coldly, addressing him by his given name and displaying an exceptionally indifferent attitude. Upon hearing Lin Xian's question, Fei Yan could only nod and say, yes. At this moment, Fei Yan already knew things were going badly, and he was thinking about how to make amends, which is why he seemed somewhat absent-minded. The dean and vice dean of Yen Valley Royal Academy looked at Lin Xian, and then at Fei Yan's attitude towards Lin Xian, and their faces showed a troubled expression. The one with the worst expression was Luke from the O'Brien family, because he had been the most arrogant and the one who had mocked the most. Luke, why aren't you saying anything? Lin Xian looked at Luke on the other side and asked him with a smile. Hearing Lin Xian's question, Luke seemed at a loss for words, unsure how to answer. I'm just a nobody. I probably don't even meet your standards, do I? Lin Xian continued to ask. Luke's face was covered in cold sweat, but he didn't dare to move, standing there with his head down. It's actually the sect leader of the Spirit God sect. Tom and Jimmy exclaimed in shock that they now understood Lin Qing's background and why he could be so indifferent to Luke and the O'Brien family. So that was the reason. Was I just talking to the sect leader of the Spirit God sect? David muttered to himself in disbelief. How could I have imagined that I could actually speak to someone of such status? This isn't the sect master of the Spirit God sect, the white-robed God King Su Wendian? Isn't Lin Xian the champion of the cosmic genius battle? He's the disciple of the white-clad God King. Could it be that the white-clad God King passed the position of sect leader to him? They were initially just shocked, but when they saw Fei Yan's reaction, they knew that what Lin Xian said was absolutely true. Only after arriving at the freshman orientation meeting of the Royal Academy of Yen Valley today have I realized how serious the problems are in the Yen Valley Divine Kingdom. And the source of these problems is the O'Brien family's absolute dominance in the Flame Valley Divine Kingdom. Lin Xian looked at everyone present and solemnly addressed them, while also fully unleashing his aura. aura. Although everyone present held high positions, their individual strength was actually not very strong. For example, Fei Yan was just an ordinary God King cultivator. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from Lin Xian, everyone felt a little breathless. How can someone who was only at the peak of the Spirit King realm possess such immense aura and pressure? Fei Yan, who was standing closest to Lin Xian, felt it most clearly, which is why he had such a question in his mind. However, what put the most pressure on him was not Lin Xian's strength, but the last sentence he had just said. Sect Master, it's not what you imagine. Fei Yan immediately spoke to Lin Xian with great respect. At this moment, he no longer had any arrogance and was as humble as a weakling. What I imagined. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, you might have been able to explain it that way, but now I've seen it all with my own eyes, and you're telling me this is just what I imagined? Lin Xian didn't even glance at Fei Yan, and simply answered the question. And you, in order to curry favor with the O'Brien family, you even use your own students as tools. Is this the #1 academy of the Flame Valley Divine Kingdom? Lin Xian said this to the dean and vice dean of the Yen Valley Royal Academy. He was telling the truth because that's what they did. They knew Lin Sheng had offended Luke, so they wanted to embarrass him at the freshman orientation meeting. Moreover, it was so obvious that there was absolutely no chance to salvage or explain. After all, the first competition should have been about cultivation talent, but they actually had Lin Sheng and Luke compete in combat ability. Wasn't that just giving them special treatment and trying to curry favor with the O'Brien family? What you have done has seriously violated the cosmic rules established by the three major divine sects. Lin Xian coldly pronounced his verdict on them. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Fei Yan's body trembled slightly, and the people sitting below the platform dared not utter a sound, fearing that they would become Lin Xian's target. Does sect leader Lin mean he intends to replace the ruler right here? David whispered, and based on what Lin Xian had said to him before, he guessed that Lin Zhuangxinghai had such a meaning. Replace the ruler of the divine kingdom? This is simply unbelievable. Tom was quite shocked when he heard David's words. He had never thought of this before, because he dared not think of it. There's nothing unbelievable about it. Once you truly delve into the universe, you'll understand just how influential and powerful the three great divine sects are. David explained to Tom that these people had a deep understanding of this, which Tom's students probably couldn't yet comprehend. Anyone connected to the three great sects holds a very important position, and no one dares to fail to go all out in matters related to the three great sects. Moreover, the sect leader is standing right here. It would be very easy for him to replace the king or even kill him. Sect master, there must be some misunderstanding here. Fei Yan tried his best to explain, but faced with Lin Xian's imposing presence, he found it difficult to even speak. A misunderstanding? Then let's see what a misunderstanding really is. Lin Xian looked at Fei Yan and said coldly. Then, with a command, he summoned the 5 elders of the Spirit God sect and the first enforcement team to the airspace above the plaza. More than a dozen members of the Spirit God sect bowed to Lin Xian together. Seeing his powerful backers, the first elder and the fourth elder, among them, Fei Yan desperately wanted to ask them for help, but he couldn't utter a word. Show everyone here what the O'Brien family has done in the past through video footage. Let's start with what Luke did. Lin Xian stood there and gave orders to the members of the first enforcement team. After receiving Lin Xian's order, the captain immediately played the video footage in midair. The first video clip shows Luke bullying Lin Xian at the academy. Luke's face showed an extremely ugly expression. He knew that he was probably doomed today. This Luke is too audacious. He dares to hit someone right here in the Royal Academy of Flame Valley, and he even wants to beat him to death. They even dared to say that the academy is the O'Brien family's backyard. They're incredibly audacious. Everyone was discussing how Luke was being praised in this way, given that he had the support of the Spirit God sect. Hearing the voices from below the platform, Luke and Fei Yan wished they could disappear into the ground. It was just too humiliating. The video then continued showing Luke bullying others at the academy. It could be said that Luke was utterly wicked, running rampant in the academy by relying on his family's power. This is the Royal Academy of Flame Valley? Luke is bullying people, and you don't dare to say anything or report it. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that my Spirit God sect will protect him? Lin Xian angrily rebuked the senior management of the Yen Valley Royal Academy. It's our problem. Sensing the anger in Lin Xian's voice, the dean quickly admitted his mistake, daring not to offer any explanation. We'll deal with you later, Luke. Do you admit to the crimes you've committed? Lin Xian turned to Luke and asked. Sect Master, I was wrong. I hope you can forgive me. I will definitely mend my ways in the future. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Luke quickly begged for mercy. Though he wasn't being sincere, he put on a very convincing act. Repent and change your ways? What about those you bullied? If someone hadn't stopped you, my brother would probably have been beaten to death by you. I'll give you 2 choices. The first is to kill you right here, and the second is to become my brother's slave. The choice is yours. Lin Xian's voice descended from the sky, striking Luke's heart hard. He didn't kill Luke directly, just to let him make his own choice. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Luke's head felt like it was about to explode. He absolutely refused to become Lin Qing's slave slave, he would rather die. I choose the first one. Luke had no other choice but to speak directly to Lin Xian. But before he could finish speaking, and before Lin Xian could even open his mouth, Fei Yan slapped Luke across the face and roared, "You beast! You're just planning to die? Choose the second one." Fei Yan looked at Luke and made his point very clear. If Luke died, Lin Xian would only direct his hatred towards the O'Brien family. Therefore, Luke cannot die and must become Lin Qing's slave. This seems like a choice, but in reality, there can only be one answer. Because what Lin Xian wanted was for Luke to become Lin Qing's slave. Ancestors and clan leaders. Luke's eyes turned bloodshot, and he shouted loudly, but he understood what the patriarch meant. "Kneel down and acknowledge your master." Fei Yan gave Luke another order, forbidding him from any form of resistance. Although Luke was unwilling to accept his fate and really wanted to die, he ultimately chose to listen to Fei Yan's advice, since his family was indeed more important. Luke walked up to Lin Qing, took one last, reluctant look at him, and finally knelt at Lin Qing's feet. Seeing this, Lin Xian immediately shot out two mental imprints, which landed in the minds of Lin Cheng and Luke respectively. "Greetings, master." In an instant, Luke became Lin Qing's slave. After the mental imprint was planted, he would recognize Lin Cheng as his master in his heart. Looking at Luke kneeling at his feet and hearing him call him master, Lin Cheng still felt a little incredulous. "Get up and stand behind us." However, Lin Cheng had previously been in contact with slaves, so he gave Luke orders in a very professional manner. "Yes, master." Luke obediently stood up from the ground, walked behind Lin Cheng, lowered his head, and dared not speak. The program then continued playing a series of videos detailing the crimes committed by the O'Brien family over the past millennium. It has to be said that there are really a lot of things happening. Almost every year there is a big one, which makes people sigh. "Fei Yan, do you acknowledge what your O'Brien family has done?" Lin Shan asked Fei Yan, and faced with the video evidence, Fei Yan had no choice but to nod and admit it. "Even if we haven't made any great contributions, we have certainly put in a lot of effort. I only ask the sect leader to consider that the Yen Valley Divine Kingdom has developed quite well in recent years and to punish our family leniently." Fei Yan pleaded with Lin Xian with utmost sincerity, saying that this was his only wish at the moment. "You are the ruler of a country, yet you talk about your merits and hardships with everyone? Didn't you enjoy enough special treatment when you were the ruler?" After listening to Fei Yan's words, Lin Xian replied coldly. Upon hearing Lin Xian's statement, Fei Yan was unable to respond, because if he were to be held accountable, his own actions were indeed inexplicable and unforgivable. According to regulations, all members of the O'Brien family who have committed serious crimes will be executed without exception. Lin Xian ordered the members of the first enforcement team that they should not execute them now, but only after everything was over. "Yes, sect master." Everyone in the first enforcement team of the Spirit God sect agreed to Lin Xian in unison. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Fei Yan finally couldn't bear it any longer and unconsciously took a few steps back. Because of Lin Xian's order, at least half of the O'Brien family members would die, which was absolutely unacceptable to him as the patriarch. As for the other members of the O'Brien family, they shall all be punished according to the regulations, without any mistakes. "Yes, sect master." Lin Xian also mentioned the O'Brien family's second punitive order, which was aimed at those whose crimes were not serious. After saying this, Lin Xian turned to look at Fei Yan, who was not far away. Next was the sentencing of Fei Yan, the ruler of the Yen Valley Divine Kingdom. "Fei Yan, during your reign, you allowed your family members to run rampant, deceive the emperor and the people, and amass countless riches, while tens of millions died as a result. Do you know your crime?" Lin Xian looked at Fei Yan and said to him word by word that everything he said was true and there was no falsehood in it, so Fei Yan could not deny it. "You've already investigated everything. What more can I say?" At this point, Fei Yan had given up resisting or explaining. He knew he had nothing more to say. "Your power is immense, yet it cannot overcome greed. If the ruler is like this, how can the officials below him be any better?" Lin Xian looked at Fei Yan and spoke his mind, and the way he looked at Fei Yan gradually changed. He noticed that the hazy aura around Fei Yan had become clearer, and upon closer inspection, it revealed flowing patterns. Through these unique patterns, Lin Xian seemed to be able to see Fei Yan's general life from birth to the present. At this moment, Lin Xian seemed to know what this hazy aura was. Could these hazy energies represent a person's destiny? In other words, the newfound power within my body must be the power of destiny? Lin Xian naturally guessed this, because Fei Yan, who was standing in front of him, was destined to have his fate end here. In other words, the flowing patterns within this hazy aura had already foreshadowed Fei Yan's impending death here. Lin Xian couldn't imagine anything else that could do this, only fate could explain it. In other words, after comprehending all the laws, what appears next is the power of destiny, and the power of destiny itself is not within the heavenly Tao. At this moment, Lin Xian firmly believed that he had found a way to transcend the heavenly Tao, so he prepared to conduct an experiment. "Now that this new power has appeared within me, allowing me to see the fates of others, I will use this power to see if it can guide destiny." Lin Xian thought to himself, since Fei Yan was doomed to die, he would try to kill Fei Yan with the power of destiny within his body. If it is possible, then it means my guess was correct. If it is not possible, then it means means my strength is still completely insufficient. Since you have admitted your guilt, I will sentence you to death. Do you accept that? Lin Shen looked at Fei Yan and asked him. I am willing to accept it, but could the sect leader spare the members of my family who have not committed any crimes? Fei Yan readily agreed. At this moment, all he could think about was whether his family could still survive. The guilty will be punished, and the innocent will naturally not be punished. They will inherit everything you should leave behind, so you can rest assured about that. Lin Shen assured Fei Yan that he was not a bloodthirsty person and would not kill indiscriminately. Moreover, the innocent members of the O'Brien family could inherit Fei Yan's legitimate assets. As for those illegitimate gains, they will be confiscated by the Lingshan sect, without a doubt. Thank you, sect master. Please grant me death. Upon hearing what Lin Xian said, Fei Yan felt relieved and prepared to die peacefully. Lin Xian did not use any of the power of laws, but instead tried to use the newly generated power within his body. Now that this power can be mobilized, when Lin Xian begins to use this newfound power, he will find that he can see Fei Yan's fate more clearly. Accept the guidance of fate. For some reason, when Lin Xian used this power of destiny, he would involuntarily utter these words. A faint power shot out from Lin Xian's fingertips and floated onto Fei Yan's body. Fei Yan did not feel any pain and instantly collapsed to the ground, becoming a corpse. After Fei Yan died, Lin Xian tried to revive Fei Yan using the laws of creation in spacetime, but no matter how hard Lin Xian tried, Fei Yan could not be revived. What a terrifying ability. It can't be resurrected. In other words, cultivators who die under the power of fate cannot be resurrected at all. Lin Xian came to this terrifying conclusion, which forced him to gain a new understanding of the power of fate. However, this was clearly not the time to ponder the power of destiny, because everyone here was waiting for Lin Xian's next move. No one in the square could have imagined that Fei Yan, the arrogant ruler of the Yin Valley Divine Kingdom, would become a corpse in the blink of an eye. This is the influence and power of the three great sects. In their eyes, the ruler of the Divine Kingdom is nothing more than an ordinary pawn. Everyone thought the same thing, but they dared not say it aloud. After all, they had just experienced Lin Xian's imposing presence. After killing Fei Yan, Lin Xian turned to everyone in the square and loudly announced, from this moment on, the O'Brien family is no longer the royal family of the Yin Valley Divine Kingdom, and the new ruler of the Yin Valley Divine Kingdom will be David of the Francis family. Upon hearing this, David, who was sitting there, suddenly shuddered, his eyes revealing utter astonishment. David of the Francis family? Who is that? I've never heard of him before. Everyone was puzzled, as they had no idea what kind of family this was. Amidst everyone's confusion, Lin Xian had already reached David's side, patted him on the shoulder, signaling him to stand up, and then he also told Tom and Jimmy to stand up. The Flame Valley Divine Kingdom will be managed by these three families from now on, with David as the head. Lin Xian announced to everyone present that this was something he had already decided beforehand. Lin Xian then entrusted some important matters to the five elders, and returned to the spaceship with Yui, because next he will begin to absorb the ancestral god's essence, blood and bones he obtained before, and at the same time he will continue to feel the power of destiny born in his body. After a year and a half, Lin Xian finally fused all the ancestral god's essence, blood and bones into his own body. His cultivation level has reached the divine master level. Although his cultivation level has not yet reached the pinnacle of the universe, his current strength is already the strongest in the universe. Even his master, Su Wendian, would no longer have any chance of winning against Lin Xian. In fact, Lin Xian could kill Su Wendian. Because Lin Xian had comprehended all the laws, the increase in his combat ability was so great that his actual combat ability far surpassed that of a person at the peak of the God King realm. More importantly, Lin Xian discovered that the power of destiny within him was truly profound. After he advanced to the God level, he was finally able to see the fate of most cultivators, and now, he also has the ability to communicate with the heavenly Tao. Lin Shen, who was sitting in the room, suddenly heard a very peculiar sound, which was like a child's voice, very clear and loud. Lin Xian could clearly sense that the voice came from the heavenly Tao, because it originated from within his own mind. The way of heaven? How can I face you? Lin Xian asked the heavenly Tao, communicating with it. He didn't need to speak, he only needed to think about what he wanted to say. Close your eyes and follow the guidance of your heart, and you will see me. The voice of heaven resounded once more, guiding Lin Xian's thoughts. Following the guidance of the heavenly Tao, Lin Xian closed his eyes and focused on sensing its direction. Sure enough, he could clearly sense a power very similar to his own, not far ahead. The place shimmered with seven-colored light, and looked very clean and peaceful, without any sign of life. Lin Xian's body slowly floated down here. In front of him stood a child whose body was transparent and emitted a faint white light. You are the heavenly Tao, and you're just a child? Lin Xian looked at the child in front of him and asked incredulously. Everyone sees me differently, it depends on their own mindset. If you see me as a child, it means your mind is still relatively innocent. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Tian Dao explained to Lin Xian in his childish voice. Is that so? Am I just too naive? After hearing what the heavenly Tao said, Lin Xian was even more puzzled. He didn't think his heart was particularly simple. No one can truly understand themselves, themselves, and you don't need to worry about that. The Heavenly Tao said to Lin Xian indifferently, although Lin Xian may surpass me, he is still not as good as me now. Lin Xian nodded. He also believed that he was definitely no match for the Heavenly Tao in this respect, since everything in this universe was under the control of the Heavenly Tao. I sense that you have grasped the power of destiny, is that right? The Heavenly Tao took the initiative to ask Lin Xian, which was an important reason why it summoned Lin Xian over. You can sense that? Lin Xian was very surprised. He had never spoken of his power of destiny to anyone, yet even the Heavenly Tao knew about it. You're really naive, but I have to say, your comprehension is truly amazing. Although the first sentence of the Heavenly Tao seemed to be mocking, he also understood that Lin Xian's amazing comprehension was inseparable from his pure heart. If the ancestral God had possessed your level of comprehension, he probably wouldn't have perished. The Heavenly Tao continued speaking to Lin Xian. What do you mean? The ancestral God could also comprehend the power of destiny, but he didn't? Lin Xian asked curiously, as he himself was still confused as to why he had come to comprehend the power of destiny. In fact, many cultivators in the universe know about the concept of destiny, but they will never be able to comprehend the power of destiny, because to comprehend the power of destiny, one must first comprehend all the laws. In theory, only the ancestral God had this opportunity, but he had almost no comprehension ability, which led to his downfall. After all, this was his fate. The Heavenly Tao explained to Lin Xian in detail how one could comprehend the power of destiny. Do those of us who have comprehended all the laws necessarily have to comprehend the power of destiny? Or will we perish if we don't? Hearing what Tian Dao said, Lin Xian asked, puzzled, isn't this a bit too strange? That's right, Heaven answered truthfully. Then why don't you use your understanding of the power of destiny? Lin Xian asked, theoretically speaking, the Heavenly Tao has also comprehended all the laws, so why didn't it perish like the ancestral God? Because I myself lack the ability to comprehend, but I will still perish. Have you forgotten those special cultivators born in the universe? If you cannot fully comprehend the power of destiny, I will perish with you. The Heavenly Tao said to Lin Xian that he himself was barely able to protect himself and had no ability to change anything, so he was not much stronger than the ancestral God. Indeed, even someone as powerful as you has a fate you can't escape. Lin Xian sighed, saying that whether it was the Heavenly Tao, himself, or the entire universe, they were all now on his shoulders. So, you have to keep going, and I'll do my best to help you. The Heavenly Tao made a promise to Lin Xian. After all, it itself did not want to perish. How can you help me? Lin Xian asked curiously. Although the Heavenly Tao manages the rules of the universe, it cannot interfere at will. I can tell you the exact location of the remaining ancestral God's essence, blood and bones. That should be quite a favor. The Heavenly Tao spoke these words to Lin Xian. Hearing these words from the Heavenly Tao, Lin Xian was indeed overjoyed. This was definitely a great help. After all, if he had to search on his own, he would have wasted a lot of time. If it were possible, that would be wonderful. Lin Xian replied with a smile that his strength was now the strongest in the universe, so what he needed was information about the ancestral God's essence, blood and bones. Nothing is impossible. All you need to do is comprehend destiny and master the power of destiny. When you fully grasp the power of destiny, that will be the time to surpass me. At that time, those special cultivators will pose no threat to you. The Heavenly Tao spoke to Lin Xian in this way. The survival and development of the universe now rests entirely on Lin Xian's shoulders, so Lin Xian must do his utmost. I know, but what I'm curious about is, what will I be after transcending the Heavenly Tao? Lin Xian felt very strange. Why would the birth of the universe involve the appearance of the Heavenly Tao and the ancestral God? You will be the master of the universe, but what you will encounter and what you will see is beyond my knowledge. The Heavenly Tao answered Lin Xian truthfully, saying that when he surpassed the Heavenly Tao, he would be the true controller of the entire universe, and he could set the rules within the universe. The controller of the universe? Lin Xian silently memorized the term. As for the rest, he would deal with it later, since he had not yet fully mastered the power of destiny. I have said everything I need to say. You can go back now. The whereabouts of the ancestral God's essence, blood and bones will automatically appear in your mind. The voice of heaven resounded once more. At this moment, Lin Xian felt a slight dizziness in his mind, but it quickly disappeared. When he opened his eyes, he was already in his own room, and the Heavenly Tao had disappeared. At the same time, Lin Xian also obtained the location of the remaining ancestral God's essence, blood and bones in his mind. To his surprise, most of them were actually in the other two major divine sects. The Heavenly God sect and the Tao God sect actually possess so many ancestral God essence, blood and ancestral God bones? That's truly unbelievable. Lin Xian never imagined that these two divine sects would have such abilities. You should know that there are only a few such people in the Spirit God sect. In that case, let's go to their sect leader and ask for it. We should also talk to them about the beast race. Lin Xian had already made up his mind, and it was time to have a proper talk with the sect leaders of the other two major divine sects. After explaining everything to Yu Yi and the elders, Lin Xian went to the Daoshan sect alone, which was his first target for negotiation. The Daoshan sect is slightly smaller than the Lingshan sect, sect, but its overall strength is almost the same. The sect leader of the Tao God sect is named Yang Huatian, a peak-level cultivator who has comprehended 2 first-class laws and 1 second-class law. Moreover, he possesses 2 SSS-level treasures, meaning his combat ability is only slightly lower than Su Wentian's. However, Su Wentian cannot guarantee that he can defeat him. This shows that Yang Huatian is very powerful. After all, as the sect leader of the Daoshan sect, his personal strength is beyond doubt. Lin Xian no longer needs to travel by spaceship. His own spacetime abilities have surpassed the speed of an SSS-class spaceship, so it only takes him a few seconds to travel from the Spirit God sect to the Tao God sect. Yang Huatian, come out and see me. Lin Xian stood in midair directly above the Tao God star system and used mental communication to shout to Yang Huatian. Yang Huatian, who was cultivating, suddenly heard such a voice in his mind, and his face immediately showed an extremely solemn expression. It can actually transmit its voice directly into my spiritual sea? Besides Su Wentian, are there other cultivators in the universe who have reached such strength? Yang Huatian's heart was filled with turmoil, because in the entire universe, only Su Wentian had the ability to transmit his voice into his spiritual sea of consciousness without his consent. But he was very familiar with Su Wentian's voice, and this voice was not Su Wentian's at all, which is why he was so surprised. Surprised as he was, Yang Huatian still had to see what was going on. A flash of white light appeared before him, and he was standing in front of Lin Xian. You are Lin Xian, the new sect leader of the Spirit God sect? Yang Huatian looked at the person standing in front of him and immediately recognized Lin Xian. After all, the matter of replacing the ruler of the Yen Valley Divine Kingdom had caused quite a stir in the entire universe, and almost everyone knew about it. It is I. I have come to see you today mainly to inform you of 2 things. Lin Xian looked at Yang Huatian in front of him and said to him in a very cold tone. Hearing Lin Xian use the word notify when speaking to him made Yang Huatian very unhappy. He was, after all, the sect leader of the Tao God sect, and he was being looked down upon by a junior. How could he tolerate this? Notify me? What a big mouth. Even if your master came here, he wouldn't dare speak to me like that. Yang Huatian immediately became furious. He didn't know what qualifications Lin Xian had to speak to him like that. You make the move. Faced with the other party's anger, Lin Xian said calmly that he wanted to provoke them, because he knew that if he wanted the other party to obey his orders, he had to let them know what his strength was like. Looks like you came prepared. Very well. Today I'll show you what it means to be outmatched and have someone more capable than yourself. Seeing Lin Xian's expression and attitude, Yang Huatian assumed that Lin Xian was deliberately trying to cause trouble, so he didn't hold back and directly took out his SSS-level treasure, ready to teach Lin Xian a lesson. If they were to engage in a contest of this caliber at full strength, not only would a galaxy be affected, but the entire Divine Kingdom would also be impacted by the energy. Therefore, they first established a barrier to prevent the power from leaking out, so as not to disrupt the balance of the universe. Overestimating yourself. Seeing that Yang Huatian was really going to teach him a lesson, Lin Xian didn't care at all. He was now invincible in the universe. Yang Huatian comprehended the laws of yin and yang and the law of power. Having fully grasped both laws, he possessed extremely strong combat abilities. The long sword in his hand carried the power of yin and yang, and it stabbed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian could feel that the universe around him became unstable because of the movement of the long sword. This shows just how powerful Yang Huatian's attack is. But Lin Xian just stood there, motionless, seemingly without any intention of dodging or resisting, arrogant and conceited. Seeing that Lin Xian had no reaction, Yang Huatian gave Lin Xian this assessment. But when the long sword in his hand was about to touch Lin Xian's body, he found that no matter what he did, he could not pierce forward even an inch. What's going on? Upon witnessing this scene, Yang Huatian's face showed an expression of disbelief. 7-colored light appeared around Lin Xian's body, and this light was very similar to the heavenly Tao that had trapped the God King. The 7-colored light contains all the laws of the universe. Although the current 7-colored light is not as powerful as the heavenly Tao, it is still the original power of the universe. Therefore, even with Yang Huatian using an SSS-level treasure, his full-force attack could not break through Lin Xian's defense. Lin Xian looked at Yang Huatian in front of him and uttered only this one word. As soon as Lin Xian finished speaking, Yang Huatian felt an invisible and enormous force appear directly in front of his body. A tremendous sound rang out, and Yang Huatian was sent flying into the distance as if he had been struck by something. Even though he tried his best to stop, he couldn't. He could only barely get stuck when he touched the edge of the barrier. A mouthful of golden blood spurted from Yang Huatian's mouth, his face filled with disbelief. He simply couldn't understand what was happening. Why does Lin Xian possess such terrifying abilities? Moreover, he can actually make his words come true, rendering me powerless with just a single word, retreat. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian was back in front of Yang Huatian. Lin Xian gently raised his right hand, and the long sword in Yang Huatian's hand flew out of his hand as if it had lost its master. An SSS-grade longsword flew into Lin Xian's right hand. Lin Xian looked at Yang Huatian and said to him, "This should be an SSS-grade treasure. Let me show you what use it can be in my hands. With a slight exertion of his right fingers, Lin Xian snapped the SSS grade longsword in two, which then floated in front of Yang Huatian. How is this possible? How could you so easily destroy an SSS level treasure? Upon witnessing this scene, Yang Huatian was once again shocked, and he spoke to Lin Xian in a trembling voice. It should be known that SSS level treasures are extremely rare and precious in the universe. Their strength is incredibly exaggerated. Not to mention Yang Huatian, even if 100 God Kings used all their strength at the same time, they would not be able to cause the slightest damage to an SSS level treasure. But now Lin Xian had easily broken the longsword in two, which Yang Huatian simply could not accept. Nothing is impossible. Now do you think I'm qualified to inform you? Lin Xian stood in front of Yang Huatian and asked him again. Only when he said those words did Lin Xian release all his pressure. At that moment, Yang Huatian felt Lin Xian's terrifying pressure. Being so close to Lin Xian, Yang Huatian almost lost the ability to breathe. He simply couldn't withstand such pressure. He simply couldn't imagine why Lin Xian's strength was so great. He even suspected that Lin Xian had already possessed the power of the heavenly Tao. After letting the other party feel his strength and pressure, Lin Xian withdrew his pressure, giving Yang Huatian a chance to speak. With such terrifying strength, what can I say? Yang Huatian, like a withered flower, had lost all his previous vigor and replied helplessly. And so, Lin Xian told him about the current situation in the universe, and also explained to him why he was so strong. After listening to Lin Xian's explanation, Yang Huatian felt as if he were listening to a heavenly book. He never imagined that Lin Xian had actually comprehended all the first-class laws. No wonder it's so terrifying. But you're asking me to hand over all the ancestral god's essence, blood and bones right off the bat. That's just too much. Yang Huatian didn't dare to continue speaking because he was afraid. But he also felt wronged. He had spent a long time collecting the essence, blood and bones of the ancestral god, and he was unwilling to hand them all over at once. If it weren't for a crisis in the entire universe, I naturally wouldn't be doing this, but now I have no other choice. I can only give you 1 day to consider. Within that day, I need to see you at the spirit god sect with all the ancestral god's essence, blood and bones. If you don't come, when I come to see you again, you won't be treated the same way. Don't even think about playing any tricks. Heaven is watching you every moment. After saying these words, Lin Xian left without looking back, because he still needed to go to the heavenly god sect to find the sect leader. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Yang Huatian knew that whether he wanted to or not, he had no choice but to do as Lin Xian said, since this was a matter of great importance concerning the survival of the universe. If Lin Xian cannot transcend the heavenly Tao and become the controller of the universe, this universe will be destroyed, and he will not be able to avoid the fate of death. Rather than doing that, it would be better to offer up the ancestral god's essence, blood and bones to help Lin Xian. In this way, Lin Xian would owe him a favor, and perhaps in the future, he could help him break through to the God King realm. After much deliberation, Yang Huatian had no choice but to follow Lin Xian's advice and deliver all of the ancestral god's essence, blood and bones to Lin Xian within a single day. The sect leader of the heavenly god sect was no different from Yang Huatian. Faced with Lin Xian's domineering attitude, he had no choice but to submit. After receiving offerings from the two great sects, Lin Xian was now less than 1/10 away from merging all the ancestral god's essence, blood and bones. Obtaining the remaining ancestral god spirits and bones was also very easy. Based on the location given to him by the heavenly Tao, Lin Xian took less than a day to collect them all. The last remaining part is within the bodies of the beastmen cultivators who have already merged with them. Judging from the timeline, it should have been forced out of their bodies again. Next, Lin Xian will begin the process of fusing these ancestral god essences and bones with his own. When all of these are fused into his body, he will become the second generation ancestral god. Time flies, and 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Xian's younger brother, Lin Qing, has already had his first child with Bella, and Lin Jin and Wang Li have also finally welcomed their eldest grandson. Yui stayed outside Lin Xian's room and rarely went out. Although there shouldn't be any problems with the fusion process, Yui was always worried, which is why she stayed here. Is this the power of the ancestral gods? After fusing all the essence and bones of the ancestral god, Lin Xian finally opened his eyes. At this moment, he had completely become the second generation ancestral god. Yui, has the sect leader emerged from seclusion? Inside Lin Xian's manor, all 5 elders of the spirit god sect had gathered there, their faces showing great anxiety. They eagerly asked Yui for her opinion. Not yet, what's wrong? Seeing the expressions on the elders' faces, Yui quickly asked. Our spirit god sect's grand formation can no longer contain those special cultivators. They have broken out and are continuing to destroy nearby planets. They have already destroyed most of the star system. At this rate, it won't be long before the entire Yen Valley Divine Kingdom is destroyed. Moreover, other divine kingdoms have also seen the emergence of such special cultivators, and they are equally helpless. The 5 elders spoke to Yui one after another, wondering why these special cultivators could improve their strength so quickly. The key issue is that these god kings simply don't have the ability to deal with those special cultivators, not even Su Windian himself. Therefore, Therefore, Lin Xian is the only one who can resolve this crisis, which is why they came looking for him immediately. They've grown so fast. After listening to the elder's account, Yui was also shocked. She heard Lin Xian say that apart from himself, no one in the universe could deal with those special cultivators. But Lin Xian is still in seclusion, and Yui doesn't know when he will come out. Yes, the sect leaders of the other two major sects are also waiting for our sect leader to emerge from seclusion. They are extremely anxious. The Grand Elder looked at Yui, then at Lin Xian's secluded room, and spoke again. Just then, everyone suddenly felt an invisible force emanating from the courtyard, which looked like the place where Lin Xian was in seclusion. The crowd felt this invisible force. Although it wasn't very strong, it made them feel like they were going to worship it. If it weren't for another force holding their legs up, they would have already knelt down. What kind of power is this? It's terrifying. The five elders said in unison that even though they had reached the peak of the God King realm, they had never experienced such a terrifying feeling. This feeling comes from the deepest surrender and fear in one's heart, just like when a human faces fate, with no power to resist. A white light flashed, and Lin Xian appeared in front of the five elders and Yui. You finally emerged from seclusion. Seeing Lin Xian emerge, Yui finally showed a joyful expression. Since Lin Xian went into seclusion, she had not seen him once, so she was so happy to see him now. Lin Xian gently embraced Yui, then said to the five elders, "You all go back first. I will go there personally. I will deal with those special cultivators." "Yes, sect master." After receiving Lin Xian's affirmative reply, the five elders finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Lin Xian's strength was beyond their comprehension. It was simply too powerful, like the difference between heaven and earth, unimaginable. "You should stay at home too. It's too dangerous there, and I can't guarantee your safety." Lin Xian said softly to Yui that although he now possessed strength even greater than that of the ancestral god, his mastery of the power of destiny was still insufficient, so he could not let Yui take risks with him. "I understand, you need to be careful." Yui nodded obediently. She knew that if she went, she would only be a burden, so it was better not to distract Lin Xian. "I will." As soon as Lin Xian finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot and arrived at the place where those special cultivators were wreaking havoc in an instant. At this time, these special cultivators had grown to enormous sizes, comparable to an entire star system, and there were many of them. With a mere wave of their hand, they can easily destroy countless planets, and then absorb the energy generated by the explosions to become even more powerful. Seeing their actions, Lin Xian felt a surge of anger and immediately mobilized the power of destiny within his body. After fully mastering all the first-class laws, Lin Xian discovered that the power of destiny within his body had also become stronger than before, although he had not yet reached the point of fully mastering the power of destiny. Countless gray wisps of energy flew out from Lin Xian's body, transforming into countless streams of air that flew towards those special cultivators with enormous bodies. These currents of energy are the power of destiny within Lin Xian's body. Unlike first-class laws, the attack method of the power of destiny is to guide the target's own destiny, causing it to develop rapidly until death. Therefore, there is no way to defend against or neutralize the attack of the power of fate. Targets attacked by the power of fate cannot be resurrected. This is the terrifying aspect of the power of fate. When the power of fate strikes these special cultivators, they are frozen in place, unable to move an inch. Lin Xian could clearly see that after the power of fate acted on them, it would quickly trigger their own destiny, meaning that they would die because of it. "Oh no, your cultivation of the power of destiny is not enough. They have evolved at an accelerated pace." Just then, the voice of the heavenly Tao suddenly rang in Lin Xian's ears, startling the serious Lin Xian. "What?" Hearing Tiandao's words, Lin Xian was also startled. He had been wondering why these special cultivators had not died yet, and Tiandao gave Lin Xian an explanation at the right time. "Their own destiny is accelerated by your power of destiny, so their evolution will change, and the destiny you have imposed on them will disappear as a result. In other words, if you want to kill them, you must completely master the power of destiny, otherwise it will only make them evolve faster." The heavenly Tao explained this to Lin Xian in detail. Just as the heavenly Tao was speaking, those special cultivators, just as the heavenly Tao had said, grew even larger after Lin Xian attacked them with the power of destiny. As their bodies grow larger, their destructive power also increases. With a casual slap, thousands upon thousands of planets explode and fall. They absorb all the energy from the planet's explosion. At this rate, the entire universe might be completely destroyed in just a few days. Because the growth and evolution speed of these special cultivators is exponential, Lin Xian really doesn't have much time left. This is terrifying. Seeing the scene before him, Lin Xian sighed in exasperation. If that's the case, he can't use his power of destiny at will right now, otherwise the destruction of the entire universe will only be accelerated. You must fully grasp the power of destiny. Hurry up and comprehend it. Time is running out. The voice of heaven reminded Lin Xian that this was a critical moment for the survival of the universe, and Lin Xian had to seize every second. Lin Xian thought so too, but the power of destiny was extremely mysterious, and he couldn't guarantee that he could fully comprehend it in a short time. Lin Xian's face also showed a helpless faceless expression. He was under tremendous pressure at this moment. Just then, his master, Su Wentian, also arrived at Lin Xian's side. He already knew the significance of Lin Xian to the survival of the universe. He patted Lin Xian on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't feel any pressure. Your master will always be with you. You've done very well, master." Seeing his master's sincere eyes and listening to his master's words, Lin Xian relaxed a little. At this moment, Lin Xian also saw his master's fate clearly. He was surprised to find that his master's fate had not ended yet. Master's destiny has a long way to go, which means that this cosmic catastrophe will eventually pass. Lin Xian thought to himself, because at this moment he could see the fate of a cultivator completely. Thinking of this, Lin Xian looked at the enormous special cultivators in front of him and wondered, but how do I deal with these things? Can I really master the power of destiny in such a short time? Lin Xian was experiencing conflicting emotions. It was clear that he lacked confidence at that moment. The universe, the cosmic catastrophe. Am I destined to perish like the ancestral god? The voice of heaven resounded once more, filled with sorrow, seemingly expressing his resentment towards his fate. He did not wish to share the same destiny as the ancestral god. Universe? Universe? Upon hearing the words of heaven, Lin Xian suddenly realized something. He seemed to understand why he hadn't fully mastered the power of destiny. Cultivators have their own destiny, ancestral gods, and the heavenly Tao also have their own destiny, and the universe also has birth and destruction, which means that the universe also has its own destiny. Lin Xian exclaimed in sudden realization that there was no essential difference between the universe and cultivators. After saying this, Lin Xian looked up at the boundless universe. The originally dark and gloomy space slowly became bright under Lin Xian's gaze. Great currents of energy appeared in the universe, and this is the destiny of the universe itself. Lin Xian flew into the air, spread his hands, closed his eyes, and mobilized the power of destiny within his body to absorb the energy of destiny from the universe itself. All the gray energy flowed slowly into Lin Xian's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Both Tiandao and Su Wentian witnessed this astonishing scene, and hope rekindled in their eyes. After a few minutes, Lin Xian opened his eyes. At this moment, he had finally become a master of the universe. His eyes had changed color, becoming dark and deep, looking like black holes, unfathomable. "Destroy, you destroyers of the universe." Lin Xian uttered these words softly. Then they saw those enormous special cultivators immediately freeze in place, and then turn into countless points of light that scattered throughout the universe. Not only did all the special cultivators here vanish into nothingness, but even the special cultivators from other divine kingdoms also vanished into nothingness, completely disappearing into the universe. Afterwards, Lin Xian waved his hand, and all the planets that had been destroyed and devoured were restored to their original state, and even the cultivators on the planets came back to life. Everything was as if it had never happened. The universe remained as peaceful as ever. Seeing the amazing sight before him, Su Wentian was speechless with astonishment. He couldn't comprehend what level Lin Xian had reached. "Heavenly Tao, I have lifted the cultivation restrictions on the human and beast races. From this day forward, all cultivators can comprehend all first-class laws." Lin Xian's voice rang out, and it resounded throughout the entire universe, clearly audible to all cultivators. "Yes, controller." Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, heaven could only silently agree, because Lin Xian, if he so desired, could easily erase him from the universe. A cultivator who has comprehended all the first-class laws can break out of the universe, but he cannot control the power of destiny, because the destiny of the entire universe is now entirely in my hands. Lin Xian's voice rang out again. There can only be one universe controller. Therefore, any cultivators who comprehend all the first-class laws afterward will only have the qualification to break out of the universe. They cannot become the new universe controller. After saying these words, Lin Xian returned to his master Su Wentian's side. "Master, let's go back." Lin Xian spoke gently to Su Wentian. "Will you still call me master?" Su Wentian asked Lin Xian in surprise. "Of course, you will always be my master." Lin Xian smiled slightly. Their relationship would not change because of changes in strength and status. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian and Su Wentian returned to their manor, where Yui was still anxiously waiting for Lin Xian's return. "Was that voice I just heard yours?" Yui looked at Lin Xian curiously because the voice sounded very similar, but she didn't dare to confirm it. "It is me. I have become the master of the universe." Lin Xian spoke to Yui and explained to her in detail what a universe controller was. This universe is all under your control, and you can even break out of the universe?" Yui was extremely surprised. She simply couldn't believe what kind of power this was. Upon hearing Yui's words, Lin Xian gently tapped Yui's forehead with his finger, and a seven-colored light entered Yui's body before disappearing instantly. "Feel the power of the laws within your body." Lin Xian smiled and said to Yui. Following Lin Xian's instructions, Yui did as he said, and she discovered that she actually possessed all the first-class laws within her body, and had fully comprehended them all. What's going on? You just pointed at my forehead, and I've completely mastered all the power of first-class laws? Yui simply couldn't believe it was real. But it was true, she had indeed completely mastered all the power power of first-class laws, I can also instantly strip you of all your power of laws. This is the controller of the universe, controlling everything in the universe. Lin Xian explained to Yui that this was Lin Xian's ability. He was the true ruler of the universe, and everything was up to him. Then wouldn't I be able to go out into space with you? Yui, who had just been quite surprised, immediately realized this, and a happy and excited smile appeared on her face. Of course, we can have our own children too. Lin Xian held Yui in his arms and said with a smile, before, they couldn't have children because of their bloodline, but now they can do whatever they want. Yui's face flushed red. At this moment, she was happy. She had to admit that she was probably the happiest woman in the universe.